The strange marriage match is about to begin. This round of marriage match will randomly select women from 10 countries and bind them with their nation's fortune. If the participant performs excellently, the national fortune will greatly improve. On the contrary, if the performance is poor, the national fortune will decline, and new disasters will befall the corresponding country. Selection begins. Congratulations to the lucky one, China, Wan Xinglua, who has been chosen to represent China in this round of strange marriage match. Congratulations to the lucky one, Sakura country, Yamamoto Kazue. Congratulations. A series of announcements plunged the world into a deathly silence, followed by a roar of discussions and panic. In Beihai City, China, in a somewhat shabby rental room. Thud. The pen in Wan Xinglua's hand fell onto the book, smudging a small blot of ink. She suddenly looked up, her big, sparkling eyes blinking rapidly. I was chosen? The girl snapped back to reality, her face instantly turning as pale as paper. Feeling like crying without tears, that was the truest expression of her feelings at this moment. No way, how did I become so unlucky, woo woo woo. 3 years ago, the strange game arrived on the blue planet without warning. Every month, a varying number of unlucky individuals are randomly selected and forcibly sent into the strange world. They must complete the tasks issued by the strange world if they want to return to the blue planet. Failing to complete the tasks? That would mean death, becoming a vengeful soul in the strange world. In the eyes of those high and mighty strange beings, humans are but ants that can be easily crushed, mere toys for their boredom. Because the difficulty of the tasks increases exponentially, the survival rate of human players is shockingly low. Finally, after countless lives were lost, the will of the planet on the blue planet seemed to awaken and communicated in some unknown way with the will of the strange world. Thus, the bloody and cruel strange game was cancelled. In its place was a brand new mode, strange marriage matching. Every so often, the strange world randomly selects 10 women from 10 countries and deeply binds them with their nation's fortune. These 10 women will be brides who are forcibly matched with 10 male strange beings selected from the strange world. The female players need to choose one male strange being as their husband and then enter the strange world, working to improve the favorability with this husband while completing the tasks issued by the strange world's will. It sounds somewhat gentler than the previous strange game, even carrying a hint of absurd romance. But the truth is far more brutal than one could imagine. The strange beings' personalities are mostly erratic, cruel, and bloodthirsty, treating humans as mere grass. Hoping that they would have any affection for a human bride? It's an impossible dream. If they don't tear you apart on the spot and devour you whole, it would be their great mercy. Moreover, if in the strange world, the male husband you choose is weak, you will quickly become the target of other, stronger strange beings, and your end will be even more tragic. So, whether it was the previous strange game or the current strange marriage match, for the selected humans, it was no different from a one-way ticket straight to hell. Those who manage to survive are rare, almost like miracles. Every lucky one selected is actually a poor soul who has been unluckily dragged to the extreme. Woo woo woo. Oh heaven, why is my life so miserable? Ruan Xinglua couldn't hold back any longer, big teardrops rolling down her face, her delicate little face written with despair. She was just an ordinary college student, with the biggest dream of graduating smoothly and finding a good job. But now, all of that had become a bubble. Was she going to die? Would she end up like those people reported in the news, never able to return? Before Wan Xinglua could come to terms with the overwhelming grief and fear, an irresistible pull suddenly appeared. She only felt a darkness before her eyes, the world spinning uncontrollably. When her vision finally returned to light, Wan Xinglua found herself in the middle of an empty void. Around her stood 9 young women, each with different expressions, but all wore faces filled with fear and confusion. Their skin color, hair color, and eye color were all different, clearly from the other 9 selected countries of Blue Star. At the same time, Blue Star. The national livestream instantly began. Countless people rushed into the national livestream room. The selected contestant from China, Wan Xinglua, has entered the waiting space. The livestream room was immediately flooded with bullet comments. Holy crap! It's starting. It's finally starting again. Oh my god. This time, the chosen one from China is such a beautiful young lady. Mom, I'm in love. I know her. She's the campus beauty from Beihai University, Wan Xinglua. She's also a super genius. What's the point of being pretty? I hope she can survive. We've already lost 9 times in a row. Yeah. The previous 9 were either weird or had strange personalities, and they all died after a few days, causing disasters in China. The national luck is about to hit rock bottom. Please, this time she must hold on. Ruan Xinglua, you're so smart and beautiful, surely you have a way, right? Sigh, 9 consecutive losses, the strange coins in the national treasury must be empty by now, even if there are powerful ones, we probably can't get them. In the void. 10 huge photos slowly appeared before all the female players. Above each photo, there were blood-red strange words marking the code and name of the marriage partner. Marriage partner 1, Blood Coffin Master? Yan Zhushai. The photo showed a half-open blood-red coffin, a pale, withered, claw-like hand reaching out from the gap of the coffin, surrounded by nauseating blood mist. Marriage partner 2, Skinning Tailor? Alva. A blurry figure holding giant bloody scissors and needles, with a background full of human skin showing agonizing expressions. Marriage partner 3, Poison Fog Apothecary? Shui Du. Shrouded in dense purple poison fog, only a hunched figure and numerous bottles with flickering ghostly light could be faintly seen. Just looking at these photos and titles was enough to scare these girls, who were used to a pampered life, out of their wits. The livestream comments exploded. Oh my god. The marriage partners this time, just looking at the photos, they look so brutal. That Yan Zhushai. I think I've seen him on some weird research forums. They say he's extremely terrifying, a red-clad level. What? Red-clad? So his dungeon is at least S rank? Exactly. And look at the others, that Skinning Tailor, that Poison Fog Apothecary, which one of them seems harmless? They're probably at least a fearsome level. Ugh, is the quality of this batch so high? Does this mean China has hope? Why hasn't Wan Xinglua chosen yet? Hurry up. Time is running out. Chapter 2, a spirit-level entity without a title? At this moment, Wan Xinglua was truly in a state of turmoil. She looked through the photos one by one. Each strange entity exuded a suffocating, terrifying aura. Their faces were either obscured by dense blood mist or shadows, making them impossible to see clearly. Or they only had a creepy and terrifying silhouette, sending chills down her spine. Which one should she choose? Choosing any of them seemed like jumping straight into a fire pit. Just as Wan Xinglua was about to despair and give up, her gaze landed on the last photo. Marriage partner 10, Zhou Yan. Unlike the other strange entities with their fancy titles, this one, number 10, only had a simple name, Zhou Yan. It didn't even have a prefix title to signify identity or strength. The photo seemed out of place. It was a side profile. In the photo, the man leaned against the window, seemingly gazing at something outside. The soft light outlined his impeccable features, with a high nose and perfect lips. If there was one thing that made him different from ordinary humans, it would be his pale, almost sickly skin, as if he had never seen the sun. But this didn't diminish his handsomeness, instead, it added a melancholic and mysterious, almost sickly beauty to him. There was no blood, no horror, no twisted background. It was just a photo like that of a neighborly older brother, casual and warm. Wan Xinglua was momentarily stunned, then her eyes suddenly lit up. So handsome. She murmured to herself instinctively, her cheeks slightly flushing. More importantly, she noticed that under the name Zhou Yan, her selected marriage candidate, the number of people who chose him was 0. As everyone knows, in the bizarre marriage selection rule, if a bizarre being is chosen by more than 2 female players, their countries must use bizarre coins to openly bid for them, with the highest bid winning. For example, the one that looks the most terrifying, Blood Coffin Master? Yan Zhushai, already had 4 red dots clearly displayed under his photo. This meant that 4 countries' female players had already chosen him, and their countries' representatives were probably already arguing fiercely over who would get him. Bizarre coins are extremely precious strategic resources, obtained by players who risked their lives in the bizarre world. Each bizarre coin could potentially save a country in a critical moment. And for their country, China. After enduring the painful defeat of 9 consecutive losses, there was no extra bizarre coin in the national treasury to compete with other countries for those popular, powerful bizarre beings. Even if there were any, they probably couldn't compete with those countries with deep-rooted backgrounds. This Zhou Yan had no title, seemed rather ordinary, and no one had chosen him. But for her, he was undoubtedly the only and most suitable choice. At least, he didn't look so terrifying. And this name Zhou Yan. A strange, faint sense of familiarity surged in Wan Xinglua's heart. I'll choose him. Without any hesitation, Wan Xinglua reached out her finger and pointed at the photo of Zhou Yan. Ding! A cold prompt sounded in Wan Xinglua's mind and in the ears of all the Chinese audience at the same time. Chinese player Wan Xinglua has completed her selection. Your bizarre marriage partner is Zhou Yan. When Wan Xinglua selected Zhou Yan, the live chat exploded. What's going on? Zhou Yan? Who is that? No way. How could Miss Wan Xinglua choose a bizarre being with no title? I specifically went to check, from number 1 to number 9, which one doesn't have a notorious name. Even if our China has few bizarre coins and can't grab that red clothes level Yan Zhushai, at least we could fight for other strong bizarres. Right. This Zhou Yan looks so weak in the photo, with no sense of eerie pressure at all. Don't tell me he's just a filler? It's over. This photo looks like a low-level wandering soul. No wonder he doesn't even have a title. How are we supposed to play this? Our China already has 9 consecutive losses, national fortune is declining, and now we've chosen such cannon fodder. Are we heading for a 10-game losing streak? Despair spread like a plague among the Chinese people. Meanwhile, in the neighboring Sakura Nation and Stick Nation live streams, there was a burst of mocking and gloating. Ha ha ha. This is too funny. What did China pick this time? A useless one without even a title? Looks like China really is done for. They can't even pick a decent bazaar anymore. 10 consecutive losses are guaranteed. Let's just wait for China's disaster to come. In China, at the National Bazaar World Strategy Research Institute, dozens of top researchers and strategic analysts were all staring intensely at the central screen. What's going on? Why did Comrade Wan Xinglua make such a choice? An elderly researcher wearing gold-rimmed glasses murmured to himself. The tone was filled with confusion. Is there any information on this Zhou Yan in the database? No. In all past strange games or marriages, this name has never appeared. Not even a title. This, at least, shows that he is not some famous, powerful anomaly. The crowd was discussing among themselves, their words filled with deep worry and confusion. The director of the research institute, Lin Anghua, an old man who had dedicated his life to the study of anomalies in China, now had a pale face and clenched fists. Sigh. Finally, Lin Anghua let out a heavy sigh, his voice hoarse. We can't entirely blame that child, Wan Xinglua. Our China, with 9 consecutive losses, the reserve of anomalous coins in the national treasury is already stretched thin. Even if she had chosen other powerful anomalies, we wouldn't have enough strength to compete with those rich countries. Lin Anghua's words felt like a heavy stone pressing on everyone's heart. Indeed, without anomalous coins, it was like soldiers without weapons. In the cruel market of anomalous marriages, there was no bargaining power at all. Director, could it be that Zhou Yan has some hidden strength that we don't know about? A young researcher asked, holding on to the last shred of hope. From the current intelligence analysis, based on the aura shown in this photo, this Zhou Yan is most likely just a wandering soul-level anomaly. Another senior analyst brutally shattered his illusion. Wandering soul. Lin Anghua's body staggered, his face turning ashen. It's over. Could it be that our China is really going to 10 consecutive losses? Could it be that heaven is abandoning China? In the world of anomalies. In the happy community, Building 11, Room 101. Zhou Yan leaned lazily on the comfortable sofa, gently swirling the crimson liquid in the goblet in his hand. It was not wine, but some richer, sweeter drink. His exceptionally handsome face carried a hint of laziness. At that moment, a mechanical voice, identical to the system sound heard on Blue Star, suddenly echoed in his mind. Chapter 3, Lord of Blood. Zhou Yan. Ding, you have been selected for anomalous marriage and have become one of the 10 candidates for groom. Do you choose to join this anomalous marriage? Oh. Zhou Yan's hand stopped shaking the wineglass for a moment, and a trace of surprise flickered in his narrow eyes. Anomalous marriage? That's a bit interesting. He murmured to himself, a playful smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Living in this happy community for so long, having nothing but the occasional treats that lacked vision, he indeed felt a little bored. If he could have a wife to spice up his life, maybe, it would add a lot of unexpected fun. Zhou Yan was originally an orphan from Blue Star in the 21st century, raised in an orphanage, experiencing all the cold and warmth of the world. 5 years ago, an accident caused him to cross into this anomalous world. Fortunately, he discovered that he had gained a heaven-defying ability to devour anomalies and turn their powers into his own, constantly growing stronger. With this ability and his ruthless methods, he went from a weak wandering soul-level anomaly to devouring and evolving step by step, eventually becoming the existence that surpassed countless terrifying anomalies, even surpassing the will of the world itself, the Lord of Blood. However, when standing at the peak of power and looking down on all living beings as ants, Zhou Yan felt an unprecedented emptiness and boredom. So, after stirring up chaos in this anomalous world and having enough fun, he chose to live a low-key life in seclusion and enjoy his retirement in this happy community. But before I agree, I need to figure out what this anomalous marriage is all about. Zhou Yan's eyes narrowed, and a terrifying aura leaked out. World will, come out and explain. His voice was calm. The next moment, a phantom distorted will body appeared. With trembling fear, it slowly took shape in front of him. This was the will of the strange world. But in front of Zhou Yan, it was as docile as a frightened quail. After a friendly exchange, Zhou Yan finally understood the whole story. It turned out that this strange world he had lived in for 5 years had, unknowingly, connected and merged with his former mother planet, Blue Star. And this so-called strange marriage was a little trick the will of this world played to speed up the fusion, or rather, to obtain more nourishment from Blue Star. Interesting, it even has something to do with Blue Star. Zhou Yan stroked his chin, a trace of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. Well, why not? This could add a bit more fun to my retirement life. He decided to accept the invitation. Then, his consciousness connected to the so-called strange marriage system. A series of information about him appeared. Marriage object, Zhou Yan. Title, Lord of Bloodshed. Strength? Beyond detection limit. This title. Zhou Yan raised an eyebrow. Lord of Bloodshed? Too flashy, doesn't fit my low-key style. With a thought, the 4 words Lord of Bloodshed, representing supreme fame, quietly disappeared from his information panel. After doing this, he leisurely began to check the profiles of the 10 brides selected from Blue Star. The quality is pretty good, each one can be considered a beauty. His gaze quickly scanned the first 9 photos, his expression calm and unmoving. However, when his eyes fell on the last one, his pupils suddenly contracted slightly. The girl in the photo had bright eyes and white teeth, her skin is white as snow. This appearance, this face. For the first time, the hand holding the wineglass paused slightly. A long-forgotten memory surged from his heart like a tide. The little girl in the welfare home, who always liked to follow behind him, timidly calling him Brother Yan. The little girl who would stand in front of him when he was being bullied, trembling with fear, but still calling out in a babyish voice, "Don't bully Brother Yan." In Zhou Yan's deep eyes, the familiar yet slightly immature face from the photo clearly reflected. Xing Luo. His low voice carried a subtle tremor. Is it you? Almost at the same moment Zhou Yan confirmed the marriage, in the void. Ruan Xinglua only felt a flash of light before she found herself standing in front of an apartment building. The old corridor, with some faint traces of wear on the walls, and the air was filled with a faint, indescribable scent. Tip, you have arrived at the residence of your marriage object Zhou Yan Happiness Community, Building 1, Room 101. Please begin your marriage task. The cold system prompt echoed again. In the live broadcast room of China, the barrage flooded in like a tide. Happiness Community? Isn't that the famous A-level strange instance on the outskirts of Beihai City? What the heck? Is this for real? If a strange being can live in an A-level instance, Zhou Yan's strength should be no weakling. Hold on, don't get too excited. What you don't know is that the strange beings in Happiness Community are ranked by floor. The higher the floor, the stronger the being. So, does that mean Zhou Yan lives on the first floor? Isn't that? That's right. The first floor. This means that even if he's not the lowest level wandering spirit, at best he's a slightly stronger evil spirit. He can't even make it to the main stage. Sigh, what a false hope. I thought we could find a treasure, but he's just at the bottom. The faint hope of the Chinese people was immediately extinguished by the cruel reality. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast rooms of Sakura Country, Stick Country, and others, there was unabashed ridicule and gloating. Put. A resident on the first floor of an A-level instance? Isn't that just watching the door? China sure has good luck. Laughing to death, I thought it was something impressive, but in the end, it's just a low-level monster. Ruan Xinglua naturally couldn't hear the chaotic noise outside. She stood in front of the somewhat old anti-theft door of room 101, her heartbeat quickening. Although she usually didn't pay much attention to these bloody, terrifying, weird marriages, she had heard some unwritten rules from various sources. For example, when meeting her strange husband for the first time, it was customary to offer a certain amount of strange coins as a gift to show respect, and also to make the upcoming days a little easier. But she didn't even have a single strange coin on her. After 9 consecutive defeats, China's treasury had long been drained. Where would there be extra strange coins to give to the selected brides like her? I hope this Zhou Yan has a better personality and doesn't force me to hand over any strange coins. Ruan Xinglua silently prayed in her heart, her little hand tightly clenched into a fist. Although her legs were weak with fear, she knew there was no way out. Taking a deep breath, she still mustered the courage to raise her hand and gently knock on the door in front of her. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp knocking sound echoed especially clearly in the silent hallway. In the live stream, the bullet comments from some countries were full of malice. Oh? The representative from China finally knocked on the door? Did she bring strange coins? Heh, from what I know, China is already so poor they can't even make a sound, probably not even a single strange coin. Our great Sakura Empire prepared 300 strange coins for Miss Yamada Ichi this time. Enough to ensure she gets preferential treatment in front of any powerful weird being. Our number 1 strong country in the universe, the Big Stick Nation, prepared 350 coins for Mississippi Park Sumin. This China doesn't even have a single strange coin, they'll probably be killed by the weird being before they even get through the door, Chinese viewers watched angrily but were powerless to argue, only able to fume. Creak. At this moment, the door opened. Ruan Xinglua was startled, instinctively lowering her head quickly, her long eyelashes trembling nervously, not daring to look at the person. Inside the door, Zhou Yan looked at the girl in front of him, whose head was almost buried in her chest, with a gentle gaze. It was him, it really was her. It was the Ruan Xinglua in his memories, always carrying a hint of shyness, but also incredibly kind and pure. Before crossing over to this world, on Blue Star, he was an orphan without parents, living in an orphanage. In those bleak days, Ruan Xinglua was like a warm ray of sunshine, brightening his barren world. They secretly shared a cold steamed bun, watched stars together on the playground at night, and promised to always be together. She was his childhood sweetheart, the only soft and pure place in his heart. He never expected that, 5 years later, after crossing two worlds, they would reunite in this way. Zhou Yan's heart was a whirlwind of emotions, but his face remained impassive. "Hello." He spoke, his voice gentle, like a spring breeze brushing past. Hearing this voice, Ruan Xinglua trembled all over, her head snapping up like a startled little deer. In the next second, she froze completely. What came into view was a face so handsome it was almost suffocating. The man's features were so exquisite, it was as though they were God's most perfect creation. His skin had a sickly pale tone, but it did nothing to diminish his allure. Instead, it added a melancholic and mysterious aura to him. A pair of deep, blood-colored eyes were quietly watching her. Handsome. So handsome. The only word that echoed in Ruan Xinglua's mind was handsome. She even forgot where she was, forgetting that the person before her might be a strange, man-eating entity. In the National Luck live stream, after a brief silence, the comments exploded once again. Holy shit! This Zhou Yan, is he really this handsome? This face. It crushes all the pretty boys. My old heart can't take it. What good is being handsome? He's still a weird entity from the first floor. Good looking but useless. Yeah, and this Chinese woman will probably be eaten by this entity soon. Viewers from abroad were instantly bitter, and all sorts of sarcastic comments flooded in. Zhou Yan looked at Ruan Xinglua's dazed, innocent expression, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Are you okay? He asked softly. Ah. Ruan Xinglua snapped back to reality, her face instantly turning bright red, like a ripe apple. I'm fine. She stammered, waving her hands, her gaze flickering, her heart thumping wildly in her chest. Hello, dear, husband. By the time she said the last two words, her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, and her head lowered again, wishing she could crawl into a hole. Oh my god. What did she just say? So embarrassing. Strangely, the extreme fear in her heart was now almost entirely replaced by a stronger feeling of shyness. She, Ruan Xinglua, had grown up without even calling anyone her husband, let alone having a real, serious relationship. Because of certain reasons, she had never even had a proper love story. In her heart, there had always been a white moonlight. That was the older boy who had spent difficult times with her at the welfare home many years ago. However, that boy had suddenly disappeared 5 years ago, vanishing without a trace no matter how much the police searched, and the case was ultimately left unresolved. Since then, although Ruan Xinglua had outwardly moved on, the shadow of that boy had never left her heart, making it impossible for her to take an interest in any other man. But for some reason, this Zhou Yan, despite being a stranger, gave her a sense of inexplicable peace and familiarity, even a hint of uncontrollable affection. Zhou Yan, upon hearing this, looked at the girl's shy face, which was now as red as her ears, and his smile deepened. He slightly turned his body, stepping aside from the door. Come in. Ruan Xinglua, upon hearing this, instinctively nodded and walked in. The National Luck live stream viewers exploded in excitement at this moment. She actually just walked right in? To be clear, entities have always viewed humans as ants, and it is nearly impossible to enter their doors without enough rewards. Other chosen individuals from other countries had to prepare strange coins or other offerings, trembling in fear just to knock on the entity's door. Holy shit! She went in. Ruan Xinglua just walked in like that. Not even a single strange coin given. This Zhou Yan is too easygoing. Wah! Not only is he handsome, but he's so gentle too. Mom, I feel like our China is really going to rise this time. The 9 consecutive losses curse might finally be broken with this marriage. Chinese viewers were overwhelmed with emotion, their long-suppressed hopes flourishing wildly in this moment. Meanwhile, viewers from Sakura and Kimchi countries were filled with resentment. Baka. Why? That Chinese woman did nothing, but that weirdness just let her in? It's not fair. This is absolutely not fair. Our contestant has prepared so many ghost coins. Even if this weird guy named Zhou Yan has a good temper, so what? He looks so fragile, his strength must be weak. That's right. A trashy weird guy living on the first floor, what could he possibly do? If he can't complete the task, China will be doomed. Chapter 5, The Ugly Alva. After entering the house, the warm yellow light poured down, dispelling the chill in the corridor. Ruan Xinglua finally snapped back to reality, she had really entered her husband's home. This weird husband not only looked so handsome that it made her heart race, but his personality also seemed surprisingly gentle. She stole a glance at Zhou Yan, and her feelings for him surged, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction flooding her heart. Looking around, it was a very typical 3-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom layout, simply and cleanly decorated. But it was clear that Zhou Yan was not a wealthy person. Ruan Xinglua secretly made up her mind that she would take good care of Zhou Yan in the future, manage their home diligently, and live a good life. She took a deep breath and gathered her courage to say to Zhou Yan, Husband, I will cook. Zhou Yan, who was looking at her, froze for a moment when he heard this, then the corners of his mouth curved into a gentle smile. She was still so silly, not changed at all, just like the little girl who always followed behind him in his memories. Zhou Yan nodded gently. Okay. After speaking, Zhou Yan turned and walked over to sit on the sofa, turning on the TV. The screen began showing entertainment programs from the weird world. The audience in China's live broadcast room was once again sweetened by Zhou Yan's gentle attentiveness. Ah. So gentle. What kind of godly weird husband is this? If my marriage partner were him, even for $1 billion, I'd be willing to live in a big villa. You just want to eat and take, don't you, sister? Do you think China has a chance to be the first country to successfully conquer a weirdness? There is hope. Absolutely. Go Ruan Xinglua. The audience from other countries, however, was still full of ridicule. Chinese people, don't be too proud too soon, it's just a useless ghost-level weirdness. Exactly, wait until our Miss Aoi from Sakura country steps in, then you'll know what true strength and charm look like. Our Sakura Empire's weird husband is definitely 100 times stronger than this Zhou Yan. Meanwhile, outside room 501, building 11, in the happiness community. The contestant from Sakura country, Aoi, was confidently adjusting her kimono. She checked her delicate makeup in the blurry reflection on the door and smiled with an air of inevitable success. This time, she had brought 100 ghost coins specially prepared by her country, and she had absolute confidence in her beauty. She believed that no one could resist her charm, not even a weirdness. The audience in Sakura country's live broadcast room was equally bursting with confidence. Haha, what a coincidence. Miss Aoi's marriage partner also lives in this happiness community, also in building 11. What kind of coincidence is this? This is the crushing force of destiny. Our Miss Aoi's weird husband, the skinning tailor Alva, lives on the 5th floor. That's right. The 5th floor. 100 times stronger than that Chinese woman's weird husband. At least a powerful and fierce level weirdness. With our Miss Aoi's unmatched beauty, plus 100 ghost coins as sincerity, she will definitely make Alva fall head over heels. Exactly. Just wait and see, China will definitely lose this time. As Aoi knocked on the door of room 501, the door creaked open slowly. A figure appeared in front of Aoi. It was a hunched humanoid, its body seemingly stitched together from countless pieces of differently colored patches. The texture of the human skin was different, the stitches were coarse and grotesque, with some areas oozing dark red sticky fluid. On its face, one eye was ridiculously large and murky, while the other eye spot was a black, hollow hole, crudely stitched with several threads. Its thin lips, as sharp as blades, curled into a grin, exposing yellowed, sharp teeth, emitting a strong stench of blood and decay. A smile on Awayuku's face froze instantly, the color draining from her face. How is this possible? This strange, how can it look so disgusting? The barrage in the Sakura Kingdom's live stream froze for a moment, before countless shocked exclamations followed. Nani? This is the skinning tailor Alva? How could this happen? Why is it so completely different from what I imagined? It's disgusting. My eyes are going to go blind. In the Huaxia audience, there was a burst of laughter. Ha 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 ha. I was eating and almost threw up when I saw this disgusting thing. This Sakura Kingdom lady's expression is truly the best of the year. Weren't they hyping it up? Is this it? Is this really it? The audience from the Baekdo Kingdom was also laughing hysterically. Ugh. This is pure visual pollution. This skinning tailor has such a heavy taste. Looks like Miss Shuyan's luck is still better, poison mist pharmacist Cui Du, just hearing the name, he sounds like a mysterious and powerful handsome guy. That's right, Master Cui Du is definitely much stronger than this stitched-up monster. The Sakura Kingdom's audience was instantly furious. Baka. You don't understand. Master Alva is powerful, at least on the level of Ali. That's right. What does appearance matter? As long as Miss Aoyuku can conquer him, she will gain enormous benefits. Miss Aoi, go for it. You have to charm him. Alva's single eye flickered with a tinge of crimson. He sensed the fear and disgust coming from Aoyuku's body, and the grin on his face made an awful, painful scraping sound as he spoke. You, worthless human ant, dare to look at me with such eyes? Do you want me to skin you and turn you into a new collection? A terrifying, eerie aura hit her face. Aoyuku trembled all over, almost collapsing to the ground. Her survival instincts made her scream and quickly take out the prepared eerie coin, shaking as she held it in front of Alva. Ah. Alva-sama. This is my humble gift. Please accept it. The red light in Alva's eye grew even brighter, flashing with a hint of greed. He extended his hand, stitched together from different colored skins, and grabbed the eerie coin. Huh? Is this all? It seems you human ants really don't take me seriously. He weighed the eerie coin, his tone full of disdain. However, I'm in a good mood today. I'll show some mercy and let you in. Yuku, hearing this, felt like she wanted to carve this ugly and strange creature into 1,000 pieces, but on the surface, she could only force a smile even uglier than crying, bowing repeatedly. Thank you, Alva-sama. Thank you, Alva-sama. She awkwardly walked into room 501, where the same strong smell of blood and leather-like stench filled the air. Alva casually pointed to a corner where a foul stench was coming from a bathroom. From now on, you will sleep there. Yuku looked in the direction he pointed, her face instantly turning as pale as paper, her heart cold as ashes. The Sakura Kingdom livestream erupted into chaos. This is outrageous. This damn Alva. He actually made our Miss Aoi sleep in the bathroom. Baka. What an insult. Miss Aoi, you have to endure this. For the sake of our great Sakura Empire, this little grievance is nothing. Chapter 6, Poison Mist Pharmacist Choi-do. Ugly beyond belief, all too consistent. The Becto Kingdom's livestream was full of schadenfreude. TSK, this is truly heartbreaking, enough to make one cry. Looks like the Sakura Kingdom's start isn't much better than Huaxia's. Let's still look forward to Miss Li Shuyan's performance. Meanwhile, in another building of the Happy District. At the door of room 502, building 12. The contestant from the Stick Nation, Li Shuyan, was eagerly adjusting her makeup. Her marriage partner, the toxic fog alchemist Choi-do, just the title alone made her think of those aloof, cold, yet beautiful male leads from TV dramas. He must be a breathtakingly handsome man, cold on the outside, but passionate on the inside. In the Stick Nation livestream room, the audience was also engaged in a heated discussion. Our Shuyan's strange husband also lives on the 5th floor. Looks like his strength is definitely on par with that skinning tailor. Toxic fog alchemist, just the name sounds impressive. He might even be stronger than Li Gue. With Shuyan's stunning beauty, she'll definitely easily conquer Lord Choi-do. I can't wait to see Lord Choi-do's true appearance. He must be the type of cold, aloof man who forces Shuyan to love him. Li Shuyan took a deep breath. With a sweet smile, she lightly knocked on the door of room 502. The door opened in response. A figure, entirely surrounded by dark green toxic fog, appeared in front of her. The toxic fog seemed to have a life of its own, wriggling, and beneath it, an awkward, bloated silhouette could be vaguely seen. What was even more nauseating was that as the toxic fog dissipated, a pungent smell, like a mix of rotten herbs and rotting flesh, assaulted her senses. On the exposed skin, there were pus-filled sores oozing yellow-green liquid, some of them had ruptured, revealing dark, decayed flesh. Li Shuyan's smile froze on her face, her stomach churned, and she almost threw up right there. This was the sickly handsome man she had imagined? Choi-do let out a strange kiki laugh, his small, greenish eyes glimmering with lecherous light, staring at Li Shuyan. Oh? A delicate little beauty, Kiki, I like it. Come in. Li Shuyan felt a chill, but still forced herself to suppress the nausea, squeezing out a stiff smile and followed Choi-do into the room, which was filled with even thicker toxic fog. Come on, little beauty. What are you going to do? Choi-do immediately grabbed Li Shuyan and pulled her toward the innermost room. Li Shuyan struggled desperately, but she couldn't break free. As the door closed behind them, the livestream suddenly went black. Alert, the following content involves violation and has been blocked. The Stick Nation livestream room instantly fell silent, then erupted in a deafening wail and curse. What the hell? What's going on? Why was it blocked? This creep is such a bastard. What is he going to do to Shuyan? Whoa, Miss Shuyan, for the sake of our Stick Nation, you have to hold on. Although Lord Choi-do's appearance is a bit unexpected, at least Shuyan got into his room. It's much better than that woman from the Cherry Blossom Nation who slept in the toilet. The Cherry Blossom Nation livestream room retaliated mercilessly. Still laughing at us, your Choi-do is just as hideous beyond belief, right? Exactly. It was blocked, who knows what kind of torment he's putting her through in there. The Huaxia livestream room was having a great time. TSK, really envious of you guys from the Cherry Blossom and Stick Nations, your marriage partners are all so unique. Unlike our Huaxia's school flower Juan, who was matched with Mr. Zhou Yan, not only is he gentle and considerate, but he's so handsome it's maddening. Sigh, the comparisons are so frustrating. The viewers from the Cherry Blossom Nation and Stick Nation were furious, but helpless to argue against the other's strange appearance. What's the use of looking good? Your Huaxia's Zhou Yan is just a useless ghost living on the 1st floor. Exactly. All looks, no substance. Just wait, the first one to be eliminated will definitely be Yu Huaxia. The Huaxia viewers, however, were unfazed. TSK, at least that's better than some people whose faces we can't even look at. At least our school flower Juan and Mr. Zhou Yan stand together. The sight was a delight. Unlike some combinations, it was like a freak show in real life. We feel at ease watching this. What about you? You're probably going to have nightmares. Soon, as time passed, the 10 selected female matchmakers gradually found their bizarre husbands. In the live broadcast rooms of countries across Blue Star, some were happy, while others were distressed. It's worth mentioning that among all the matchmakers, except for Wan Xingluo's match, Zhou Yan, who was so handsome that it made everyone resent him, only the candidate from the oil country, matched with Blood Coffin Burial Master Yan Zhousha, had decent looks. However, Yan Zhousha was surrounded by a mist of blood, with an icy aura, clearly a don't approach me type, and his matchmaker was so scared that she trembled, walking on thin ice. As for the other 8 countries' bizarre husbands, they were truly a chaotic mess of strange creatures, each with their own peculiarities. They were either ridiculously ugly, challenging the limits of human aesthetic, or obsessed with wealth, robbing their matchmakers clean, or simply perverted, each request more twisted than the last. In short, except for Wan Xingluo, the other 9 matchmakers, especially those matched with ugly and bizarre creatures, were suffering miserably, and the live broadcast rooms were filled with wails. At this moment, in the Bizarre World Strategy Research Institute of Sakura Country, the atmosphere was heavy. Director Yamamoto Ryuji slapped the table in anger, trembling with rage. What's going on? Why is this happening? He pointed at the screen showing Aoi Yuzora shivering in the Alva family's bathroom, his body shaking in fury. Why does our great Sakura Empire's Aoi Yuzora, offering 100 precious eerie coins, have to suffer such a disgrace? And that Huaxia's Ruan Xingluo, not offering a single eerie coin, yet Zhou Yan treats her like a guest of honor, serving her with food and drink. This is unfair. The researchers below were silent as the grave, and after a long while, one of them cautiously spoke up. Director, please calm down, actually things might not be as bad as they seem. Oh? Yamamoto Ryuji narrowed his eyes. Look, Miss Aoi's match, Lord Alva, although his appearance and temperament might fall short, his strength is unquestionable, at least at the powerful eerie level. According to the information, the residents of the 5th floor of Happy Complex are no ordinary people. Another researcher chimed in, that's right. As long as Miss Aoi can successfully win over Lord Alva, the national fortune boost it could bring to our great Sakura Empire would be immeasurable. As for that Huaxia's Zhou Yan, he's just a bottom-tier eerie living on the 1st floor of Happy Complex, no record of him in the database, most likely just an insignificant wandering soul. Right now, he's being nice to Ruan Xingluo, but what difficult tasks can he help her complete? In the end, he'll just drag Huaxia down. Life had become unbearable, the live broadcast room was filled with wails of despair. At this moment, inside the Sakura Country's Strange World Strategic Research Institute, the atmosphere was heavy. Director Ryuji Yamamoto slapped the table with a bang, trembling with rage. What is going on? Why is this happening? He pointed at the screen showing Aoi Yukara shivering in the bathroom of the Alva family, his body shaking with anger. Why should our great Sakura Empire's Aoi Yukara, who offered 100 precious strange coins, be subjected to such an unimaginable humiliation? And that Chinese Ruan Xingluo, not offering a single strange coin, yet treated like a guest of honor by Zhou Yan, served with the best food and drink. This is not fair. The researchers below were as silent as mice, and after a long time, someone cautiously spoke up. Director, please calm down. Actually, things might not be as bad as they seem. Oh? Ryuji Yamamoto narrowed his eyes. Look, Miss Aoi's intended partner, Lord Alva, although his appearance and temperament may be lacking, his strength is unquestionable, at least at the powerful evil level. According to the data, the residents of the 5th floor of the Happy District are no ordinary people. Another researcher chimed in, that's right. As long as Miss Aoi can successfully win over Lord Alva, the national fortune benefits he could bring to our great Sakura Empire will be immeasurable. As for that Chinese Zhou Yan, he's just an oddity living on the 1st floor of the Happy District. We couldn't find any information on him in the database, he's probably just a low-level wandering spirit. He treats Ruan Xingluo well now, but what difficult tasks can he help her complete? In the end, won't he just drag down China? Hearing this, Ryuji Yamamoto's anger gradually faded, and after thinking for a moment, he nodded. You make sense. Sacrificing a bit of surface dignity for greater benefits is the wise choice. Let Aoi Yukara endure for now. Meanwhile, inside the China Strange World Research Institute, Director Lin Anhua frowned, staring at the large screen showing the summary of marriage situations in various countries. The marriage partners of other countries had some, more or less, background information, and their strengths were considerable. What about the information on Zhou Yan? Still no clues? He asked in a deep voice. Several researchers responsible for intelligence analysis shook their heads, their faces filled with helplessness and regret. Director, we've turned the database upside down and used all the channels available, but there's absolutely no useful information on Zhou Yan. No battle achievements, no titles, it's as if he appeared out of nowhere. Based on his living on the first floor of the Happy District, he's probably just an ordinary wandering spirit-level oddity, nothing more. Lin Angua sighed heavily, his eyes filled with complexity. Forget it, forget it. Though they chose an oddity with the weakest power. At least, from what we can see, our matchmaker Ruanchaluo seems to be living fairly comfortably in this strange world, not suffering like the competitors from other countries. This is probably the best luck amidst the misfortune. Keep a close watch, report to me immediately if anything abnormal happens. 3 days later. Strange World, Happy District, Building 11, Room 101. Ruanchaluo and Zhou Yan sat side by side on the sofa, watching a popular Strange World comedy variety show. Zhou Yan occasionally chuckled lightly, but Ruanchaluo felt nothing. After all, watching a bunch of real strange beings perform a variety show? It was a little strange. But after these 3 days of getting along, the fear Ruanchaluo once had for Zhou Yan had long since disappeared, replaced by an inexplicable sense of dependence and closeness. She picked up a crystal-clear, fragrant red berry that gave off a strange kiwi scent and carefully held it to Zhou Yan's mouth. Husband, Zhou Yan paused slightly, staring at the girl's eyes, which were filled with eager light. The corners of her mouth involuntarily curved into a gentle arc, and she obediently opened her mouth to take the berry. It was really sweet. Ruanqingluo watched him eat it, feeling sweet in her heart as well, and a satisfied smile involuntarily appeared on her face. She thought, the bizarre marriage match didn't seem as terrifying as the rumors said. At least, her bizarre husband was really good. For the past 3 days, Zhou Yan had been very considerate of her, never asking anything excessive, and even the basic housework, like cleaning and cooking, she did voluntarily. Otherwise, staying at home, eating and drinking Zhou Yan's things for free, she felt a little embarrassed. Just as Ruanqingluo's heart began to fill with warmth, feeling that this kind of life didn't seem too bad, a cold system prompt suddenly popped up in front of her eyes. Ding! Marriage task has been activated. As a member of the family, you also need to earn some strange coins for the household, to contribute to the family expenses. Task content, please go to Blood Moon Restaurant and work as a temporary waiter for 3 days. Task goal, earn at least 10 strange coins through labor to contribute to the household expenses. Task reward, depending on the task completion, corresponding national luck and personal rewards will be given. Ruanqingluo looked at the sudden task prompt in front of her and was slightly stunned. These past 3 days, she had been so caught up in enjoying the warm world with Zhou Yan that she almost forgot about the marriage task. Although she didn't pay much attention to the National Luck livestream, she had heard that marriage tasks were usually very difficult, even life-threatening. For a moment, she felt a little flustered. Zhou Yan noticed her unease, put down the remote control, and gently asked, "What's wrong?" Ruanqingluo pressed her lips together, nervously telling him the task details honestly. Zhou Yan listened, then smiled faintly, speaking in a relaxed tone, "It's no big deal." Chapter 8, is the membership card Zhou Yan gave fake? He smiled at Ruanqingluo and continued, "I happened to visit that Blood Moon restaurant once, and the owner insisted on giving me their membership card. Take it might be useful." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yan casually waved his hand, and a card with a mysterious black and gold sheen, its edges flickering with dark red light, appeared out of thin air between his slender, fair fingers. The card felt cool to the touch, neither metal nor jade, engraved with the ancient and eerie characters Blood Moon, subtly emitting a chilling aura. Ruanqingluo took the card, her eyes brightening. She didn't expect that her husband even had a Blood Moon restaurant membership card. With this, the task should go much smoother, right? "Thank you, hubby." Ruanqingluo smiled sweetly, her unease dissipating a lot. Zhou Yan gently ruffled her hair, "Go on, the earlier you leave, the sooner you come back. I'll be waiting for you at home to make something delicious." Ruanqingluo nodded heavily, clutching the black and gold card tightly in her hand. In the next second, her figure was enveloped by a white light and disappeared from the spot. When Ruanqingluo opened her eyes again, she found herself in a lavishly decorated yet eerie Gothic hall. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood and a strange, mixed fragrance of spices. In the center of the hall, 9 figures stood sparsely. These were the other 9 marriage participants from different countries. It seemed she was the last one to arrive. The Chinese live stream chat exploded in an instant. A membership card? Zhou Yan, a wandering ghost-level anomaly living on the first floor of the Happy District, how could he have a Blood Moon restaurant membership card? The Blood Moon restaurant. That's a rumored S-level anomaly dungeon. The waters there are deep. Could it be? Zhou Yan has been playing dumb all along? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Most anomalous beings are proud and arrogant. Where is the logic in hiding one's own strength? I think that membership card of Zhou Yan's is probably fake. It's just bragging. Look quickly. That card is black and gold. As far as I know, the membership card levels at Blood Moon Restaurant go from bronze, silver, to gold. The gold card is already the highest level VIP card. Black and gold? I've never even heard of it. It must be fake. Oh no. Ruan Xinglua is still too naive. If she dares to show this fake card to the strange staff at Blood Moon Restaurant, those vicious and strange people will definitely tear her apart and swallow her whole. The hearts of the Chinese audience instantly rose to their throats. In the live rooms of Sakura Country and Stick Country, there was no surprise as they filled with gloating sarcasm. Ha ha ha. Are the Chinese really this dumb or pretending to be? Believing in a broken card from a wandering soul? Exactly, the restaurant owner forced it on him. I'm dying of laughter. Just wait and see. That Ruan Xinglua is definitely dead. In the lobby of Blood Moon Restaurant, Aoi Yuku from Sakura Country spotted Ruan Xinglua, who had arrived late. She twisted her waist and walked over slowly, her face carrying undisguised mockery. Oh, so this is the matchmaker from China? I heard your strange husband is a wandering soul with no title? TSK, that's really pitiful. With a task like this, he surely can't help you with anything, right? Unlike my Lord Alva, though he's strict, he still cares for me. Aoyuku said these words sarcastically, then smugly pulled out a card glowing with a bronze color from her chest and waved it in front of Ruan Xinglua. Do you see this? The Blood Moon Restaurant's bronze membership card. This is specially prepared for me by Lord Alva. As Aoyuku spoke, the other matchmakers around her cast envious glances at her. Only the rich young lady from the oil country, Mia, who was matched with the blood coffin master Yen Jiosha, and Li Shuyan from Stick Country didn't show any change in expression. At this moment, Li Shuyan also limped over. Her face was somewhat pale, but her gaze still carried a hint of arrogance. She also took out a bronze membership card, waving it in front of Ruan Xinglua, and sneered, TSK, this worthless little thing, my Lord Chuidu casually gave me one too. She looked Ruan Xinglua up and down and pretended to be surprised as she asked, by the way, Chinese matchmaker, your wandering soul husband doesn't have anything to show, right? Ruan Xinglua looked at the two women, who were obviously not friendly, with some confusion. She blinked her eyes and honestly said, my husband also gave me a membership card, but it seems the color is different from yours. After saying this, she slowly raised the black and gold membership card that Zhou Yan had given her, under the astonished gazes of Aoyuku and Li Shuyan, as well as the other matchmakers and live stream viewers. Aoyuku froze when she saw the black and gold card, then, as if she had heard some great joke, burst into a sharp, mocking laugh. Put. Black and gold? Where did you pick up this piece of junk? She said disdainfully, my Lord Alva already told me, the Blood Moon Restaurant's membership cards only come in 3 levels, bronze, silver, and gold. This black one is definitely a fake. Li Shuyan also covered her mouth and exaggeratedly laughed, ha ha ha. You're killing me. Your strange husband actually gave you a fake card? Does he want you dead? At that moment, not far away, a strange man dressed in a blood-red tailcoat, with a pale face and a strange smile at the corner of his mouth, was walking gracefully toward them. He had a nameplate pinned to his chest that read Restaurant Manager. Li Shuyan and Aoyuhang watched the scene, their mockery on their faces intensifying. They exchanged a glance, gleefully saying to Ruan Xinglua, the restaurant manager is here, you're doomed with that fake card. After speaking, the two quickly hid their arrogance and put on flattering smiles as they approached the strange manager willingly. Ruan Xinglua stared at the black gold card in her hand, her brow slightly furrowed. She didn't believe that Zhou Yan would deceive her. How could such a wonderful husband give her a fake card to fool her? So, she didn't hurriedly put the card away like everyone expected. In the Huaxia livestream, the comments section erupted. It's over, it's over. The strange manager is really coming. Why hasn't Ruan Xinglua put away that obviously fake membership card? What is Zhou Yan thinking? This is too much. I thought he was gentle and handsome, but he's actually digging a pit for his wife. Isn't this pushing Ruan Xinglua into a fire pit? In the Cherry Blossom Country and the Stick Country's live streams, ridicule flooded in. Chapter 9, That Master's Wife? Ha ha ha. That Huaxia woman is dead meat. How dare she use a fake membership card in the S-level Blood Moon Restaurant copy? Once the manager arrives, she will definitely be executed on the spot. No bones left. I told you. How could her ghost-level strange husband possibly produce a real Blood Moon Restaurant membership card? It's simply a dream. The strange manager walked over at a slow pace, his deep-set eyes flickering with a faint red light, scanning the 10 women in front of him. You all are the humans chosen to be temporary workers? Li Shuyan and Aoyuhang hurriedly nodded and bowed, respectfully presenting their bronze membership cards. Yes, manager. This is our membership proof. The strange manager glanced at their bronze cards, his eerie smile seemed to widen a little. Good. He nodded and spoke in a tone of condescension. Since you have membership cards, it shows some intent. How about this, you two go to the kitchen and assist the blood butcher chef. Li Shuyan and Ala Yuhang's eyes immediately flashed with a glimmer of excitement upon hearing this. They had done their homework. Being a temporary worker at the Blood Moon restaurant was extremely dangerous. If they were ordinary waitstaff, they would have to face those fickle and bloodthirsty strange customers directly. A slight mishap could lead to severed hands and feet or worse, being eaten on the spot. However, assisting the blood butcher chef, although it sounds frightening, at least meant dealing with just one strange chef, greatly reducing the danger. This was definitely a stroke of great luck. The two quickly thanked him with gratitude. Just then, Li Shuyan's eyes flicked, and she suddenly pointed at Ruan Xinglua, who was still standing there with the black gold card in hand, and shouted, "Manager! I want to report." Her face wore a malicious smile, and her tone was filled with schadenfreude. This person. This Huaxia human. She actually dared to forge the Blood Moon restaurant membership card. Ao Yuhang immediately echoed loudly, "That's right. Manager. I can testify. The color of the card in her hand is so odd, it must be forged." The other matchmakers looked at Ruan Xinglua with eyes full of glee, eager to see her fail. Only the matchmaker named Mia from the oil-rich country showed a hint of barely noticeable pity in her eyes. This Huaxia girl was truly unfortunate. Not only did she match with a useless strange husband, but he also gave her a fake card to play with her. In the Huaxia livestream, it was utterly silent. Every audience member's heart sank into despair. It's over, it's over. Ruan Xinglua is definitely doomed this time. Getting publicly reported for forging an S-level membership card is a serious crime in this strange world. Are we really going to lose 10 times in a row? That Zhou Yan. He is so deceptive. Why did he give Ruan Xinglua a fake card? Isn't that harming her? I thought he was a good anomaly, but it turns out he's just a scammer. The audience from Sakura Country and Bamboo Country gloatingly expressed their joy. Ha ha ha. The Chinese are dumbfounded. This is what happens when you believe in a ghost-level waste. Just wait and see how that Ruan Xinglua gets torn apart by the manager of Blood Moon restaurant. A 10-game losing streak is guaranteed. China's luck has run out. In the lobby of Blood Moon restaurant, the strange manager, upon hearing Li Shuyan and Awa Yuhang's accusation, had a flash of intense blood-red light in his eyes. Oh? A forged membership card? His raspy voice carried a hint of amusement and cruelty. Who is so bold as to cause trouble on my Blood Moon restaurant's territory? His gaze followed Li Shuyan's finger, landing on Ruan Xinglua and the black golden card she stubbornly held up. As soon as he recognized that card, the strange manager's sunken pupils suddenly constricted. This is not. Isn't this the legendary supreme black gold card made by the boss himself, given to some unspeakable terrifying existence? He clearly remembered when that big shot visited their Blood Moon restaurant, the entire management was trembling and didn't dare to breathe. And this black gold card was made with countless rare materials to express the highest respect. The strange manager almost instinctively took 2 steps forward. A pure strange aura emanating from the membership card, sharing the same source as their restaurant's boss, hit him like a wave. It can't be wrong. This is definitely real. He suppressed his shock, his voice trembling slightly as he asked Ruan Xinglua, "Lady, where did you obtain this membership card?" Ruan Xinglua noticed his unusual expression, feeling a bit anxious in her heart, but she gathered her courage to say, "Manager, this card is definitely not fake. It was given to me by my husband. My husband would never deceive me." Husband? The strange manager shuddered at her words, and a storm surged in his mind. Could it be? Could this seemingly ordinary human girl actually be the wife of the terrifying existence that even the boss respects? This thought flashed in the strange manager's mind. "Madam, please wait a moment." The strange manager immediately made a decisive move, his tone turning extremely respectful. He didn't even bother with the stunned Li Shuyan and Ao Yuhang, or the other marriage candidates, and rushed deep into the restaurant, moving so quickly that he left a blur behind. Li Shuyan and Ao Yuhang watched the manager's panicked departure, and instead of realizing the severity of the situation, they became even more triumphant. "Humph. Just wait, Chinese woman." Ao Yuhang sneered, "The manager must be rushing to report your crimes to the boss. Just wait to be torn apart." Li Shuyan echoed, "Exactly. After that, I want to see how your ghost-level husband saves you." The viewers in the Chinese live broadcast room were now completely plunged into despair. It's over, the manager has gone to find the boss, this time it's truly hopeless. Are we destined to lose 10 times in a row? Heaven is going to ruin China. Meanwhile, the audience from Sakura Country and Bamboo Country was in high spirits. Ha ha ha. The Chinese competitor is completely doomed. Not like our Ao Yuhang, who secured a great job in the kitchen right away. That's the real winner. China, get ready to face the punishment for its declining fortune. Chapter 10 Supreme Black Gold Card? Blood Moon Restaurant, boss's office. A burly and rugged man, with two dark red curved horns on his forehead, lay sprawled out on a huge chair made of countless bones, dozing off. This man was none other than the boss of Blood Moon Restaurant, Li Xiao. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the office door burst open, and the restaurant manager tumbled in. Li Xiao was startled awake, and a terrifying fierce light erupted in his eyes, as a suffocating eerie aura pressed down on the restaurant manager. "You useless fool! Didn't I tell you before? If it's not a huge matter, don't disturb my sleep. Are you tired of living? Do you want me to turn you into a bloody sashimi?" The restaurant manager was nearly brought to his knees by that terrifying aura. Drenched in cold sweat, he scrambled and shouted, "Boss! Spare me, boss! It's the Black Gold membership card. Someone came with that Supreme Black Gold membership card. And she said that her husband gave it to her." Li Xiao, who was still furious, heard the words Black Gold membership card, and the terrifying aura around him instantly vanished, his body springing up from the bone chair like a spring. "What? Say that again. Are you sure it's that Black Gold card?" His voice became a bit sharp with excitement. The restaurant manager hurriedly nodded, "For sure. I definitely confirm. That card even has your eerie aura mark on it." Hearing this, Li Xiao's expression did a complete 180. The previous rage and ferocity disappeared without a trace, replaced by an almost fanatical excitement and flattery. "Quick! Hurry up! What are you waiting for? Take me to meet that esteemed person." "Yes, boss." Before long, guided by the eerie manager, Li Xiao arrived at the restaurant hall. At a glance, he spotted Ruan Xinglua holding the Black Gold membership card in the crowd, and the unique eerie mark on that card belonged to him. No mistake. It's definitely the Supreme Black Gold card I personally handed out back then. An indescribable surge of joy and excitement rushed into Li Xiao's heart, and his gaze toward Ruan Xinglua became incredibly eager. Ruan Xinglua felt a bit nervous under his intense gaze and subconsciously tightened her grip on the membership card. At that moment, Li Shuyan, seeing the restaurant boss finally appear, immediately jumped out, pointing at Ruan Xinglua, and exclaimed, "Boss! You came just in time. It's this woman. How dare she forge the Blood Moon Restaurant's membership card? You must severely punish her and give us real members an explanation." She secretly rejoiced, thinking that her reporting would be rewarded, and perhaps the restaurant boss would give her a good reward if happy. Sangjing Yuko quickly fanned the flames beside her. Yes, boss. Such open provocation of Blood Moon Restaurant's dignity must not be tolerated. You must punish her severely." Li Xiao, upon hearing this, suddenly pulled in his eager smile and shot a cold glare at the noisy Li Shuyan and Sangjing Yuko. These two ignorant fools dared to say that the Supreme Black Gold card he personally gave out was fake? That's simply a slap to his face. At this time, the eerie manager quickly walked to Li Xiao's side, lowered his voice, and rapidly summarized the whole situation for Li Xiao, especially emphasizing Ruan Xinglua's line, "This is given to me by my husband." After listening, a surge of anger flared up in Li Xiao's heart. These two idiots not only slandered the Supreme Black Gold card as fake but also dared to publicly trouble the terrifying existence's wife? This was simply a crime worthy of death. Unforgivable. However, when his gaze fell once again on Ruan Xinglua's clear and innocent eyes, the killing intent in his heart was forcefully suppressed. Looking at this human figure, he was probably the kind-hearted type who could not stand the sight of blood. If he were to directly tear apart these two fools in front of her, it would surely scare her. If he angered the big boss, he would be in deep trouble. Thinking of this, Li Xiao suddenly gave a glance to the restaurant manager beside him and whispered in a tone only they could hear, "Since these two ungrateful things love to show off so much, let them go to the third floor to serve those esteemed guests." Upon hearing this, the restaurant manager immediately understood, a cruel smile flickering in his eyes. He turned around and coldly mocked Li Shuyan and Sangjing Yuhong, who still had hopeful expressions. "The boss has ordered that, given your outstanding performance, you two are specially permitted to go to the third floor as exclusive servers." The triumphant smiles on Li Shuyan and Sangjing Yuhong's faces instantly froze, replaced by endless fear and disbelief. The third floor? They were very clear that the third floor of the Blood Moon Restaurant was a true den of danger. The customers served there were all esteemed guests of the Blood Moon Restaurant, known for their unpredictable tempers. Being a server on the third floor, let alone completing tasks, just being able to keep a small life would be a blessing from their ancestors. Why did this happen? After the restaurant owner arrived, why did this strange manager's attitude suddenly do a complete 180? "Why, manager?" Li Shuyan trembled as she asked, unable to understand. "Exactly." Sangjing Yuhong also gathered her courage to question, "We are members of the restaurant. And we even exposed someone for forging membership cards. Shouldn't you reward us? Why send us to the dangerous third floor?" The restaurant manager looked at the two, clueless as death approached them, and the last bit of patience on his face vanished. It seemed he had shown them too much kindness, and they truly thought they were important figures. He snorted coldly, and an aura of chilling, powerful energy suddenly erupted from him, instantly enveloping the entire hall. The card in that lady's hand is our Blood Moon Restaurant's one and only Supreme Black Gold card. Whether it is real or not, it is not for you two ants to question. You dare to slander our most esteemed Black Gold member. It is simply reckless and foolish. As soon as his words fell, a flash of red light appeared in the manager's eyes. Two black tendrils, formed from the eerie energy, shot out violently, instantly wrapping around Li Shuyan and Sangjing Yuhan's waists, brutally dragging them toward the staircase to the third floor. Ah! No! We were wrong. Please spare us, manager. The two let out heartbreaking screams, their faces filled with terror and regret. Is it really a real card? But, when did the Blood Moon Restaurant ever have a membership card of this level? They refused to accept it. They were unwilling. But at this moment, in the face of absolute power, they didn't even dare to have a single thought of resistance. Just now they had been so furious that they dared to publicly confront a powerful and eerie figure far beyond their imagination. Now it was too late to regret. Chapter 11, Assistant Manager? At the eye of the storm. In the hall, other participants watched this dramatic scene, each one dumbfounded. They never expected that the card in Ruan Xingluo's hand was real. And judging by the respectful attitude of the restaurant owner and manager, the significance of this card was probably greater than they imagined. But, wasn't that strange husband of the Huaxia participant just a spooky ghost living on the first floor of Heping Community? How could he possibly possess such a precious and powerful membership card? Did they all misjudge him? Mia from the oil-rich country. In those deep, profound eyes sparkled a thick curiosity. It seemed that this strange husband of the Huaxia matchmaker named Ruan Xingluo was much more complex than he appeared on the surface. Ruan Xingluo looked at Li Shuyan and Ao Yuhang, who were being dragged away while screaming, feeling somewhat puzzled but incredibly happy in her heart. She just knew. She just knew her husband would never lie to her. She turned her head and showed a brilliant smile to the restaurant owner in front of her, who looked very capable. Li Xiao noticed and revealed a respectful smile on his face. Hello, esteemed lady. I am the owner of Blood Moon Restaurant, Li Xiao. Please take care of me. He slightly bowed, lowering his posture greatly. Ruan Xingluo quickly waved her hand and said, Hello, owner. My name is Ruan Xingluo, you are too kind. Li Xiao's smile became even more radiant. Ms. Ruan Xingluo, may I ask if you would be interested in dining in our VIP room on the third floor? I will have our top signature dishes prepared at Blood Moon Restaurant, guaranteed to satisfy you. Upon hearing this, Ruan Xingluo felt a bit shy and scratched her head, softly saying, boss, I don't have any weird coins on me, I'm afraid I can't afford it. She paused, shyly adding, actually, I came to apply for a temporary job to earn some weird coins to support my family. Li Xiao was slightly stunned, countless thoughts flashing through his mind in an instant. Could it be that this lady still didn't know the true identity of her husband? Could it be that this was just a little ordinary weird game between those two adults? It must be like that. Li Xiao believed he had guessed the truth, and his smile became even more amiable, his tone more enthusiastic. Ah. I see. Ms. Ruan Xingluo is truly hard-working. His eyes turned, a plan forming in his mind, and he said loudly, to be honest, our Blood Moon Restaurant is currently lacking a competent deputy manager. I see that Ms. Ruan Xingluo has an extraordinary temperament and speaks appropriately, making her very suitable for this position. Why don't you come and be our deputy manager at Blood Moon Restaurant? The salary and benefits are all negotiable. Once Li Xiao said this, the entire Blood Moon Restaurant hall seemed to have dropped a deep water bomb. Ruan Xingluo was dumbfounded, her pair of watery big eyes blinked repeatedly, obviously not reacting. Deputy manager, she stuttered, repeating. What the hell? Deputy manager? This is a leap to the top. I like this plot. Ruan school beauty is amazing. Zhou Yan great boss is amazing. Haha, I knew the card Zhou Yan gave was not simple. Those who looked down on her must have swollen faces now. In the Huaxia live broadcast room, the bullet comments erupted like a volcano, countless viewers excitedly shouting. The gloom of 9 consecutive defeats seemed to be torn open by a huge gap at this moment. In stark contrast, were the live broadcast rooms of Sakura Country and K-pop Country. Baka. Why? What gives that Huaxia woman the right to be deputy manager? This is unfair. Shiba. She must have cheated. How can the wife of a wandering soul be so valued by the boss of an S-class dungeon? Dark secrets. It must be a dark secret. We need to report it. Jealousy and anger filled the bullet screen, almost bursting it, but no matter how they reacted, it couldn't change the facts before them. Boss, I can't do it. Ruan Xingluo came back to her senses, her little face a bit pale, quickly waving her hand. I can't do anything, I just want to earn some weird coins to support my family. She felt panicked inside. This deputy manager position didn't sound like a good job, especially in such a ghostly place. Li Xiao, upon hearing this, showed an even more enthusiastic smile, even containing a hint of undeniable firmness. Ms. Ruan, you are too modest. He waved his hand, and a pitch-black badge, with edges carved with a blood-red crescent, and dense, intricate black and gold patterns swirling in the center, appeared in his palm. The badge emitted a subtle and chilling airy aura. At first glance, it was clearly not an ordinary item. This Blood Moon Heart Vice Manager badge belongs to you starting today, Li Xiao asserted, directly shoving the badge into Ruan Xingluo's hand. Your job is very simple, just patrol the restaurant and ensure all our guests are satisfied, especially the esteemed guests on the third floor. When mentioning the esteemed guests on the third floor, Li Xiao's voice unconsciously lowered a few notches, and a hint of unease flickered in his eyes, a fear he himself was unaware of. Vice Manager Ruan, you may not know, but the guests on the third floor all have extremely noble identities, but their tempers can be quite strange. If there's anything that displeases them, the consequences are unimaginable, he said meaningfully. In the lobby, several other anxious matchmakers, including Mia, a daughter of a wealthy family from an oil-rich country, stared in shock at this scene. They couldn't figure out, no matter how hard they tried, why this seemingly ordinary, even somewhat timid Chinese girl was favored so much by the owner of Blood Moon Restaurant. Mia's deep, penetrating eyes flickered with curiosity as she closely watched Ruan Xingluo, seemingly trying to see any hidden secret in her. Li Xiao seemed completely oblivious to the strange looks from others. He carelessly assigned the remaining matchmakers some lowly tasks. Though these tasks had little reward, they were relatively safe and unlikely to cause problems. Only Ruan Xingluo, the vice manager, appeared so out of place and so eye-catching. Ruan Xingluo held the icy badge, feeling as if she were grasping a scalding hot potato, her heart racing. She knew very well that this definitely was not a beautiful job. Vice Manager Ruan, please follow me, said the restaurant manager, who had previously held doubts about her, now beaming with respectful smiles. He even wore a hint of flattery as he personally led Ruan Xingluo toward a special passage with a style quite different from the other staircases. The stairwell was deep and dark, filled with a blood scent several times stronger than that in the lobby, along with a horrifying and eerie atmosphere that could stop a heart. My God! The air on the third floor is terrifying. It feels like Ruan is being pushed to the front line. This vice manager won't become cannon fodder, will she? Is Big Brother Joe watching the live stream? Hurry and think of a way. Chapter 12, You Are, the New Vice Manager? The hearts of the Chinese audience suddenly leaped into their throats. The excitement from just moments ago was greatly dampened by this abrupt turn of events. Ruan Xingluo stood at the foot of the staircase, clearly feeling the bone-chilling cold emanating from above. She took a deep breath, the Blood Moon heart badge on her chest emitting a faint, almost imperceptible warmth, calming her chaotic emotions slightly. My husband should not harm me, she silently encouraged herself. She knew there was no turning back. For the fate of China, to earn the mysterious currency, and most importantly, to not disappoint Zhou Yan's expectations. She gritted her teeth, lifted her trembling leg, and resolutely stepped onto the first stair toward the unknown and danger on the third floor. The moment her toes touched down, whoosh! A gust of biting cold wind suddenly swept down from the top of the stairs, whipping her hair wildly and fluttering her clothes. In the wind, a chilling, faint sound of chewing mixed with intermittent, suppressed, piercing screams could be faintly heard. Ruan Xingluo endured the uncomfortable prickling sensation on her scalp, step by step, finally setting foot on the third floor. Unlike the luxurious yet eerie ambience of the first-floor lobby, the lighting on the third floor was much dimmer, with the air filled with the smell of blood and decay that almost felt tangible, making one nauseous. On both sides of the corridor were huge, tightly shut private room doors, made of material neither metal nor wood. A dim, ominous glow seeped through the cracks of the door, as if each door had terrifying beasts ready to prey on the chosen. Here, the silence was chilling, with only the sound of her own heartbeat thumping in her ears. Be careful, streamer. It feels 100 times scarier than the first floor. Is this the true face of an S-tier instance? Too terrifying. What kind of membership card did the senior Zhou Yan give to the flower student Ruan? That store manager badge looks impressive too. The hearts of the Chinese viewers raced, their fists clenched tight for Ruan Xingluo. Just as Ruan Xingluo nervously observed her surroundings, ready to begin her so-called patrol duty. Creak bang. In an instant, the nearest private room door on her left swung open violently. Then, a rotten tentacle covered with repulsive pus and dripping yellow-green slime, like a hunting venomous snake, coiled toward Ruan Xingluo as she passed by. Ah! Ruan Xingluo was terrified, her soul nearly leaving her body, a piercing scream escaping her lips as she instinctively squeezed her eyes shut. Watch out! It's over, it's over! The chat was instantly flooded with panic. However, the expected sharp pain and the feeling of being dragged did not arrive. Instead, an eerie silence surrounded her. Ruan Xingluo trembled, her long eyelashes fluttering as she dared to peek between her eyelids. In the next moment, she froze in shock. That terrifying, rotten tentacle had stopped just a few centimeters in front of her, quivering slightly as if held by an invisible force. The bubbling pus on the tip of the tentacle was nearly touching her nose. She stiffly rolled her eyes to follow the tentacle. At the door of the private room stood a giant, grotesque figure, as large as a small hill. This creature was made up of countless rotting, stinking chunks of flesh, covered in maggots and pus, emitting a suffocating stench. It was the late-stage meat monster mentioned in the previous materials. At this moment, the creature's murky single eye was fixed intently on the blood moon heart on Wan Xingluo's chest, filled with suspicion and uncertainty. Especially the intricate, fine black gold patterns on the edge of the badge, which revealed a fear that stemmed from the depths of its soul. You are the new deputy store manager," the meat monster rumbled, its tone carrying a hint of unease and respect that it hadn't even realized itself. Ruan Xingluo's mind went blank, but her survival instinct made her instinctively nod, her pale face unable to form words. Just then, from inside the private room behind the meat monster, another hoarse, harsh voice, filled with extreme impatience, shouted, "Old Zhang. What's going on? Why are you dragging your feet? Why don't you bring the snacks in here?" That voice was full of ferocity. Hearing this, the meat monster trembled and quickly retracted the tentacle that had nearly touched Ruan Xingluo's face. A grotesque smile, uglier than crying, twisted across its face made of countless flesh lumps as it repeatedly bowed to Ruan Xingluo, saying, Vice Store Manager. Please make yourself at home. I was starved and mistook you for someone else. He. After saying this, it swiftly shrank back into the private room like it had seen a ghost, the heavy door closing tightly as if afraid Ruan Xingluo would question it. Ruan Xingluo. Chinese livestream viewers. Is that it? What did I just see? The late-stage meat monster, back down? It must be that badge. That black gold pattern. Definitely Senior Zhuoyan's mark. Senior Zhuoyan is terrifying. A badge can scare off the late-stage meat monsters? Awesome. So thrilling. The slap in the face was loud. Although Ruan Xingluo remained shaken, her hands and feet weak, she faintly felt that. This badge given to me by Boss Li Xiao seems extremely extraordinary. At the very least, it's far more useful than I imagined. She took a few deep breaths, forcing herself to calm down, and continued to march forward with a stiff resolve, beginning her inspection work. The scenes that followed truly opened the eyes of Ruan Xingluo and everyone watching the live broadcast. The strangeness on the third floor was indeed as Li Xiao said, every being was fearsome and terrifying, at least at the level of vengeful spirits. Some were engulfed in ghastly green ghostly flames, and others constantly let out piercing howls. But without exception, when these terrifying beings that usually dominated the third floor of the Blood Moon restaurant saw Ruan Xingluo approaching with the badge of deputy manager, shimmering with blood red and black golden light on her chest, they acted like mice seeing a cat. One second they were brandishing their claws, the next second they immediately withdrew all their fierce demeanor, and some even showed Ruan Xingluo a fawning smile, a smile so ugly it made her hair stand on end. Ha ha ha. So funny. These ghostly faces change too fast. Is this the authority of the deputy manager? Love it. Ruan School Beauty, I don't want this either, but my husband has given me too much. Ruan Xingluo thus walked smoothly past doorways emanating ominous vibes. Just as she approached the end of the corridor, her gaze was drawn to a completely blood-red room, where a sinister character was boldly carved on the door in eerie script. This room exuded an even more oppressive and dangerous aura than the others. Just as Ruan Xingluo hesitated whether to approach or not. Bang! A loud crash echoed from inside, like a heavy object hitting the ground, followed by an enraged roar of a man. Unappreciative thing. You really asked for it. Come, ghost. Drag this cheap woman out and feed her to the dogs. No. Please, spare me. I've made a mistake. I really made a mistake. Along with the roar was a woman's terrified cry and pleas for mercy. Ruan Xingluo's heart tightened suddenly. Why does this woman's cry sound so familiar? That familiar cry pricked at Ruan Xingluo's heart like a needle. She hesitated for just a moment, gritted her teeth, and pushed open the blood-red door marked with the sinister character. Creak. The harsh sound of the door opening echoed. The sight inside took Ruan Xingluo's breath away. The room was luxurious and flamboyant, yet filled with a nauseating smell of blood. A man dressed in intricate, lavish blood-red noble attire, with a gaunt face resembling dried bones, deep-set eye sockets flickering with scarlet light, was gripping a woman by the neck, holding her suspended in midair. That man was the notorious Blood Duke, whose power had reached the mid-level of terrifying spirits. And the woman he was choking, struggling desperately with her feet off the ground, was none other than the previously arrogant contestant from the Stick Nation, Li Shuyan. At this moment, Li Shuyan no longer had an ounce of her previous arrogance. Her clothes had turned tattered, a bright streak of blood was smeared across her mouth, and her eyes were filled with endless despair and fear. She was on the brink of suffocating. On the other side of the room, Isaka Yuko from Sakura Nation was in even worse shape. She knelt next to a pool of foul-smelling filth, shivering as she attended to a more grotesque and fearsome creature, covered in bone spikes, her face marred with humiliation and tears, yet she dared not make a sound. The Blood Duke seemed surprised that someone dared to intrude into his room. He slowly turned his skeletal face, and the fierce light in his deep-set eyes surged, instantly filling the air with a terrifying pressure. But when his gaze fell on the blood moon heart on Ruan Xingluo's chest, and the restaurant manager respectfully following her not too far behind, the nearly bursting anger was forcibly contained a bit. The new vice manager? The voice of Blood Duke was hoarse and carried a hint of displeasure at being interrupted. What brings you here? Are you, perhaps, trying to plead for these two lowly humans who offended me? The restaurant manager had been following Ruan Xingluo, ostensibly to protect, but in reality to monitor, and to conveniently relay the intentions of the boss, Li Xiao, at crucial moments. Ruan Xingluo saw Li Shuyan's face turning purple from lack of oxygen, and the nearly extinguished light of survival in her eyes, and her heart tightened suddenly. Although this woman had mocked her countless times earlier, Ruan Xingluo still couldn't bear to watch her be abused and killed right before her eyes. She took a deep breath, summoned the greatest courage of her life, and faced Blood Duke's icy, piercing gaze. This esteemed sir, her voice trembled a bit, but she insisted on speaking. They are my colleagues, and if there is anything that has offended you, I sincerely apologize on their behalf. It's just that, today is our first day working here, and they might not understand the rules, so I kindly ask you, esteemed sir, to show mercy. She quickly cast a glance at the restaurant manager behind her. The restaurant manager subtly gave her an extremely discreet eye signal, the gaze slightly downward, hinting at her pocket. Pocket? A thought sparked in Ruan Xingluo's mind. She suddenly remembered that Zhou Yan had casually given her a few shining candies, saying they were for her to eat when she was bored. She had always thought they were regular sweets and had just placed them in her pocket. At this moment, she didn't think too much about it. She quickly took one out from her pocket. The candy felt slightly cool in her hand, showing an unusual blood-red color and emitting a faint sweet fragrance, but upon careful sensing, one could detect a weak yet extremely pure ominous aura contained within. This was no candy. It was clearly some kind of eerie item refined from rare materials. This is a small token, not a worthy gift. Ruan Xingluo summoned her courage, held out the blood-condensed candy to Blood Duke, and lowered her posture. I hope you, esteemed sir, will calm your anger. Blood Duke's originally gloomy gaze fell on the blood-condensed candy in Ruan Xingluo's hand, first flashing a hint of disdain. How dare mere human snacks be offered to him? But when he truly sensed the ominous aura radiating from the blood-condensed candy, a hint of surprise appeared on his skeletal face for the first time. Although the ominous aura contained in this candy was weak, its purity was higher than many heavenly materials he had seen. For an existence of his level, this kind of pure ominous aura was indeed a rare supplement. He gazed deeply at Ruan Xingluo, then meaningfully glanced at the black gold badge on her chest, which kept emitting a faint pressure. This new vice manager, her background was probably more unfathomable than he had imagined. Humph. Blood Duke snorted coldly and finally loosened his grip on Li Shuyan's neck. Thud. Li Shuyan slumped to the ground like a pile of mud, coughing heavily, gasping for fresh air, and looking at Ruan Xingluo with gratefulness after surviving, alongside a complicated emotion she couldn't quite express. There was gratitude, there was shame, and there was a hint of jealousy. On account of the vice manager in this candy bean, I shall spare them this time, Blood Duke said, taking the blood-condensed candy. His tone softened considerably, but if there is a next time, I will not be lenient. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Ruan Xingluo hurriedly bowed in gratitude, a heavy stone finally lifted from her heart. Ding! The matchmaking task time is about to end. Just then, the cold system prompt sounded simultaneously in the minds of all the matchmakers. At almost the same time, the restaurant manager walked over to Ruan Xingluo with a beaming smile. Deputy store manager Ruan, the boss is very satisfied with your work today. You not only handled the complaints from the distinguished guests on the third floor properly, but also made several guests happy because of your presence. The boss specifically instructed to reward you with an extra 50 strange coins. 50 strange coins. This is 5 times more than the task requirement of 10 strange coins. Wow! 50 coins. I'm rich. Ha ha ha. I told you Ruan the school beauty would do great. This operation deserves full marks. Not only saved the situation, but also got an extra reward. The Huaxia live broadcast room erupted in excitement. And even more surprising news was yet to come. Congratulations on the significant boost in Huaxia's national fortune. Sakura country's national fortune has sharply declined. Korean country's national fortune has sharply declined. 3 consecutive system prompts rang out like thunder in the ears of global viewers. Chapter 14, a new marriage task has arrived. Buzz. After a slight fluctuation in space, Ruan Xingluo, with 50 heavy strange coins and an indescribable exhaustion, finally teleported back to Happy Community Room 101. The familiar furnishings, soft lighting, and the figure on the sofa that gave her immense comfort. Zhou Yan was leisurely leaning on the sofa watching TV, the screen showing a popular comedy variety show from the strange world, and he chuckled lightly from time to time. Hearing the noise, he turned his head and saw a slightly disheveled Ruan Xinglua at the door, a gentle smile appearing on his handsome face. "You're back?" He got up, his voice warm and gentle as jade. "Are you hungry? I saved some supper for you." At the moment she saw Zhou Yan, all the tension, fear, and exhaustion in Ruan Xinglua's heart seemed to be washed away in an instant by a warm current. She could no longer hold back and pounced into Zhou Yan's warm and solid embrace like a fledgling returning home. "Husband." Zhou Yan was slightly taken aback, then gently held her, his palm tenderly patting her back. "What's wrong? Did you feel wronged?" Ruan Xinglua buried her head in his embrace and shook her head gloomily, then as if offering a treasure, she recounted her experiences at the Blood Moon restaurant, omitting the too terrifying and near-risk parts, focusing on how the black gold badge was impressive, and how she smartly earned a full 50 strange coins, telling Zhou Yan everything in one breath. "Husband, that badge you gave me is so useful. And that candy helped a lot too." She raised her small face, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him, brimming with admiration. Zhou Yan listened and only smiled indulgently, extending his long fingers to gently scratch her delicate little nose. "Our Xinglua is really capable." His tone carried obvious pride. He took the bag of heavy strange coins that Ruan Xinglua handed over, gave it a cursory glance, and casually tossed it into a seemingly ordinary, even slightly chipped ceramic piggy bank in the corner of the living room. The action was as if what he tossed in was not precious strange coins that countless strange beings and humans fought over in the strange world, but just a few ordinary 1 yuan coins. 50 strange coins. Zhou Yan just tossed them into the piggy bank? That piggy bank can't be some space artifact, right? I don't understand the world of the big shot, but I'm deeply impressed. This is truly treating money as dirt. So cool. The audience in the Huaxia live broadcast room was once again blown away by Zhou Yan's casual action. At the same time, due to Ruan Xinglua exceeding her marriage task and making many guests at the Blood Moon restaurant satisfied, Huaxia's national fortune once again skyrocketed like it was on a rocket. In an instant, great fortune descended, and auspicious clouds came from the east. Long-standing strange illnesses in several regions of the country suddenly healed without medicine at the same time. Some technological bottlenecks that have troubled Chinese scientists for decades are subtly showing signs of loosening and breakthroughs. The entire China is immersed in incredible joy and excitement. In stark contrast, however, are the cherry blossom country and the stick country. The moment Ruan Xinglua completed her task, natural and man-made disasters struck these two nations incessantly. An unprecedented super tsunami suddenly hit the coastal areas of cherry blossom country, drowning several cities and causing immense losses. Stick country then faced a large-scale invasion of bizarre creatures. Although it was quickly suppressed, it resulted in enormous casualties and panic. Within both countries, the public is filled with complaints, and dissatisfaction with their respective partners has reached its peak. In a blink, the world's attention has focused on China, on the mysterious matcher Ruan Xinglua, and her seemingly ordinary husband, who is even considered a wandering soul-level oddity. Countless intelligence agencies from various countries are frantically gathering information about Zhou Yan, but the results are all in vain. This man is like a riddle. Inside Happy Community Room 101, the warm daily routine did not last long. Just as Ruan Xinglua finished washing up and prepared to enjoy the loving midnight snack Zhou Yan specially prepared for her, the cold system prompt sounded once again without warning in her and all the Blue Star audience's minds. A new matchmaking task has arrived. All matchers, please get ready. Task content: please go to Nanshan Asylum to serve as a temporary caregiver for 1 week. Task objective: ensure at least one patient remains emotionally stable until the task ends. Attention, the danger level of this instance is a plus level. Boom. When seeing the words Nanshan Asylum and A+ level danger, the entire National Fortune live broadcast room exploded, filled with cries of despair. Nanshan Asylum? Did I hear that wrong? That cursed place dares to go there? It's over. This place is 1,000 times more terrifying than being a first-floor waiter at Blood Moon restaurant. I heard the patients and doctors inside are all real lunatics and bizarre perverts. A+ level instance. This is definitely not a place where newcomers can survive. Is the system malfunctioning? This task difficulty is too absurd. Ruan Xinglua's hand holding the bowl shook violently, nearly spilling the soup inside. Her face turned paper white in an instant, devoid of blood. Nanshan Asylum. Just hearing this name sends chills down one's spine and makes one's scalp tingle. That cold system prompt echoed in Ruan Xinglua's mind like a death sentence, lingering for a long time. Nanshan Asylum A+ level danger. She hadn't even had time to draw enough strength from Zhou Yan's warmth, when the familiar feeling of dizziness struck again. When her vision cleared once more, Ruan Xinglua found herself standing with 9 other matchers from different countries before a huge building radiating a sinister aura. This was Nanshan Asylum. The entire asylum was shrouded in an eerie thick fog, making it impossible to see its true form. The pungent smell of formaldehyde mixed with a nauseating rotting stench continuously wafted from the depths of the asylum, assaulting everyone's sense of smell. Occasionally, heart-wrenching screams and spine-chilling manic laughter could be heard echoing from the thick fog, sending shivers down people's spines. Except for a few individuals, most of the matchers now looked ashen, their eyes filled with despair. This task's beginning was far more terrifying than Blood Moon Restaurant. Among the crowd, a young woman with an exceptionally hot figure, golden hair, and blue eyes stood out, her expression of arrogance and disdain starkly contrasting the atmosphere of despair. She was a newcomer matcher from the beautiful country, named Jessica. Chapter 15, The Lucky Chinese Woman. According to rumors, her strange husband was a powerful entity awakened by beautiful country at an unimaginable cost from some ancient forbidden ruin at disaster night, with strength reaching the early stage of the eerie realm and somewhat famous in the bizarre world. Jessica glanced at the pale-faced Ruan Xinglua in the crowd, a smirk unhidden on her lips. Oh? Is this the Chinese woman who got lucky at the Blood Moon Restaurant? Her voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Don't think that just a bit of cleverness and luck can help you survive in a place like Nanshan Asylum. The horror here is not something a weak woman like you, who only hides behind men, can imagine. Upon hearing this, Ruan Xinglua simply clenched her small fist in silence and didn't argue back. She knew that no matter what she said, it was useless now. At that moment, the heavy iron door of the asylum, rusty and grimy, creaked open slowly. A guiding nurse, with a complexion as pale as paper and hollow eyes, dressed in a nurse's uniform stained with unknown filth and emitting an eerie aura of the late stage of evil spirit, appeared ghost-like at the door. New temporary caregivers, follow me. The guiding nurse's voice was hoarse and dry, devoid of any emotion. The crowd steeled themselves and followed the guiding nurse into this hellish entrance of the asylum. The interior of the asylum was even more eerie and oppressive than they had imagined. Narrow, winding corridors twisted like a maze, with closed patient rooms lining both sides. Most of the doors had gruesome scratch marks and bizarre, indecipherable graffiti. Through the narrow observation windows on the doors, one could occasionally catch glimpses of various twisted and mentally unstable patients locked inside. Some were crazily banging their heads against the wall, some were making nonsensical hissing noises, and others were staring with malicious eyes at the women passing through the corridor. Remember, no matter what happens, absolutely do not make any form of eye contact with any patients. The guiding nurse warned, not looking back, otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. The cold words sent chills down everyone's spines. Soon, it was time to assign tasks. Relying on her strange husband, the disaster knight, who had some fame in the eerie world, Jessica stepped forward and said imperiously to the guiding nurse, I want the patient who looks the most normal. My patience is limited, don't bring me trouble. A flicker of something like emotion appeared in the guiding nurse's hollow eyes, but she eventually nodded and assigned Jessica to a patient who seemed merely isolated and taciturn in a single room. Other matchmakers with backgrounds or who were willing to bribe with strange coins also chose relatively safe tasks. When it was Ruan Xinglua's turn, the guiding nurse's pale face showed for the first time an indescribable expression, which seemed a mix of pity and glee. You, come with me. Ruan Xinglua's heart sank instantly. No way. This nurse's expression is off. It's over. Ruan is definitely going to be targeted. Those damn capitalist countries. Always bullying us Chinese. The bullet screen in the Chinese livestream instantly filled with worries and anger. In the Sakura country and Stick country livestreams, there was nothing hidden about their schadenfreude. Ha ha ha. This Chinese woman is doomed. She was so arrogant before. It's deserved. Who told her to steal our spotlight? The guiding nurse led Ruan Xinglua through one dark, oppressive corridor after another, eventually reaching the deepest part of the asylum. The light here was even dimmer. The taste of the medicine and the stench of decay in the air became even more intense and piercing. The guiding nurse stopped in front of a huge door, starkly different from the other wards, forged from heavy steel, covered in deep claw marks and strange runes that glimmered with ominous red light. Just standing in front of this door, Ruan Xinglua could feel a terrifying aura that almost froze her soul, seeping through the cracks of the door. When the guiding nurse mentioned this ward, for the first time, a deep fear, arising from the depths of her soul, clearly flashed in her hollow eyes. Her voice was laced with an uncontrollable tremor. He has already eaten 3 temporary caregivers. I wish you good luck. After saying this, the guiding nurse didn't even dare to stay for a second longer and, like she had seen a ghost, fled without looking back, her figure quickly disappearing at the end of the dark corridor. The guiding nurse's fleeing silhouette felt like a bucket of icy water poured over Ruan Xinglu, soaking her from head to toe. If even a mid-tier evil spirit was so terrified here, what kind of terrifying existence was locked behind that door? She stood in front of the heavy steel door, marked with claw marks and ominous runes, her legs felt as heavy as if filled with lead. Run away? Failure of the mission, the decline of the nation, she herself might face unknown punishments. Go in? The guiding nurse's words still echoed in her ears, he has already eaten 3 temporary caregivers. Ruan Beauty, don't go in. It's too dangerous. Where is Lord Zhou? Lord Zhou, please manifest. It's over, this is a dead end. Is the system intentionally trying to eliminate Huaxia? The viewers in the Huaxia livestream room felt their hearts sink to the bottom, despair spread like a plague. Ruan Xinglu took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling violently due to the tension. She knew she had no choice. For Huaxia, for not disappointing Zhou. Trembling, she extended her hand, using all her strength, and slowly pushed open the heavy steel door that weighed over 1,000 pounds. Creak! The grinding sound of metal, painfully grating in the silent corridor. As the door opened a crack, a stronger wave of bloody smell and a nauseating stench, mixed with a barely perceptible, strange sweetness, rushed at her. The light inside the room was extremely dim, with only a rickety, swaying old chandelier providing a faint and dreary yellow light. With this weak light, Ruan Xinglu saw in the darkest corner of the ward, a small, filthy figure in a tattered restraint gown, curled up, facing away from the door, softly humming an eerie, lyrically unclear nursery rhyme. That song seemed to carry some kind of magic, causing Ruan Xinglu's scalp to tingle, her heart racing uncontrollably. Hello? Ruan Xinglu gathered her courage and tentatively spoke, her voice a bit hoarse from anxiety. The curled-up figure in the corner seemed not to hear her, continuing to hum that strange nursery rhyme to itself. Just as Ruan Xinglu hesitated whether to approach a bit closer, that small figure suddenly stopped humming. Then, slowly, raised its head. Chapter 16 New Toy. When that face completely came into view under the dim light, Ruan Xinglu felt a chill shooting straight from her feet to her head, nearly fainting on the spot. That face was covered in gnarled, crisscrossed stitches, as if it had been crudely pieced together from countless bits of flesh. Even more terrifying was that one eye was astonishingly large, nearly taking over half the face, while the other was as small as a pinhole. Both eyes sparkled with a heart-pounding, crazed, and bloodthirsty scarlet light. The terrifying aura emitted by the patient swept towards Ruan Xinglu like a raging tide. Peak of a wicked ghost. Just the scattered aura was enough to suffocate a person, even making it hard to breathe. He. He opened his mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of dense, sharp teeth like a shark's, with a broken finger at the corner of his mouth. New toy, he said in a hoarse voice that sounded like sandpaper rubbing together, tilting his head and looking curiously at Ruan Xinglu at the door. In the next second, his small figure moved closer to Ruan Xinglu step by step, like a ghost. Each step felt as if it was crushing Ruan Xinglu's heart. What the heck is this thing, Ruan School Beauty, run? You must not let this thing catch you, if it does, you'll surely die on the spot. It looks like Ruan School Beauty is about to kick the bucket. This thing seems too ferocious, it's absolutely not something a human can handle. The stuff that Zhou Yan gave must also be tough, something so ferocious cannot possibly be dealt with. The audience in the Huaxia live broadcast room had their hearts in their throats, with countless people instinctively closing their eyes, unable to bear to look further. Just at this critical juncture, when despair descended, a spark of inspiration suddenly flashed in Ruan Xinglu's mind. She suddenly remembered that before she left, Zhou Yan seemed to have casually stuffed a folded note into her pocket. At that time, he had casually said, "Here's a note I wrote near Nanshan, take it with you, it will come in handy someday." Clearly, this was now the last resort. A dead horse serving as a live horse doctor. Ruan Xinglu almost instinctively gathered all her strength, trembling as she reached into her pocket and pulled out the slightly crumpled note. The note was very ordinary, just the most common kind of sticky note. On it were a few lines of crooked handwriting, familiar yet elegant, written by Zhou Yan. The old director of Nanshan is an old friend of mine, we drank together at flower banquets many years ago. He has a good-for-nothing grandson who recently got locked inside the special care room while playing. Please help take care of him, my dear Xinglua. Just show this note to that disobedient little brat, and he'll come out obediently. At the very bottom of the note, there was a lazy, even somewhat ridiculous, smiley-faced doodle drawn with a few strokes. Ruan Xinglua couldn't believe her eyes upon seeing the content of the note. What is this nonsense? Mad ramblings. The old director of the Nanshan Insane Asylum is Zhou Yan's old friend? They even drank flower wine together? This terrifying patient at the peak of horror is actually the old director's grandson? He locked himself in there while playing? Isn't this more absurd than the world of weirdness itself? But at this moment, the terrifying patient had already closed in to less than half a meter from her, and the intense smell of blood and the sound of drool dripping were clearly audible. There was no time to hesitate. Ruan Xinglua steeled her heart, closed her eyes, and almost reflexively raised the note high, placing it between herself and that terrifying patient. The anticipated biting and severe pain did not come. Instead, the surroundings fell into a deadly silence. Ruan Xinglua opened her eyes, trembling. She saw the once ferocious patient, who was ready to swallow her alive a second ago, now wide-eyed, staring intensely at the thin note in her hand. His bloodthirsty and crazed smile seemed to have been pressed on pause, freezing instantly on his face. Next, his small body began to tremble violently as if it were being shaken like chaff. His eyes had a crazy, bloodthirsty red glow, flickering wildly like a candle in the wind, uncertain and unstable. In the end, that scarlet light gradually faded away, replaced by endless, deep-seated fear, and a touch of unbelievable grievance. This is... The patient's voice became sharp and piercing due to extreme fear, even carrying a hint of crying. Grandpa's handwriting is definitely Grandpa's. No mistake. And that devil's drawn smiling face. That terrifying patient at the peak of horror, the grandson of the director of Nanshan Asylum, known as the Little Madman, trapped for special reasons, broke down completely upon seeing Zhou Yan's extremely perfunctory note and the even more perfunctory smiling emoji. Just a second ago, he was as fierce as a demon, wanting to swallow Ruan Xinglua alive. The next second, with a thud, he actually knelt down on the ground, hugging Ruan Xinglua's thigh, crying out in a thunderous voice. Woo woo! Sister! Fairy sister! Save me! Get me out of here! I don't want to stay in this horrible place anymore. Not for a single day. The little madman rubbed all his snot and tears on Ruan Xinglua's pant leg, crying so intensely he could barely breathe. That big devil. He is not human. He said that only the person he has designated can come with his token, then Grandpa will lift the restrictions and let me out. Sister. You must be sent by the big devil to save me, right? I beg you. Take me away. Ruan Xinglua? All the viewers in the Huaxia live broadcast room? Wow. What kind of divine reversal is this? The peak horror little madman, hugging the school beauty Ruan's thigh, calling her sister to take him away? Am I dreaming? Big devil? Does he refer to the great Zhou Yan? What is Zhou Yan's true identity? Director of Nanshan is an old friend of Zhou Yan, and the little madman is the director's grandson. Just a note from Zhou Yan can make him cry for help. This is too much information for my CPU to handle. So, Zhou Yan is not just a wandering soul. He is the true big boss. In an instant, the entire live broadcast room erupted because of this shocking reversal. Zhou Yan's identity, at this moment, became even more mysterious and intriguing. Ruan Xinglua looked down at the little madman, who was hugging her thigh and crying like a 300-pound child, still feeling dazed. The old friend Zhou Yan mentioned was really the director of Nanshan Asylum? Was this terrifying patient, who could scare away the guiding nurse, really the director's grandson? Chapter 17, It's really tempting. And Zhou Yan, just with a casually drawn note, could scare a peak horror existence like this, even being called the big devil? This was even more magical than all the weird events she had ever experienced combined. In order to get Ruan Xinglua to save him, the little madman's subsequent behavior could only be described as a model patient. He not only voluntarily asked to maintain emotional stability, but he even eagerly helped Ruan Xinglua clean the bloodstained and debris-filled ward. While cleaning, he excitedly told Ruan Xinglua many fun stories about Nanshan Asylum. Sister, let me tell you, the last temporary caregiver was a man, quick-eyed and devious, who wanted to steal the director's treasure. In the end, the head nurse caught him, and he was directly made into a human skin lantern, still hanging in the third-floor corridor. And before that, there was a woman who tried to seduce me, I pulled out her insides and stuffed them with glass beads. It looked so beautiful. Ruan Xinglua felt her face go pale, cold sweat pouring down, but the little madman told the stories with great enthusiasm, occasionally asking her, Sister, isn't this fun? Ruan Xinglua could only force a smile that was even uglier than crying, nodding repeatedly. Thus, Ruan Xinglua's matchmaking task guaranteed that at least one patient stays emotionally stable until the task is over. Before she could understand the situation, it became incredibly simple in a ridiculous way, even to say it was easy and pleasant. At the same time, in other wards of the Nanshan Mental Hospital, the other matchmakers were struggling in deep water and fire, facing danger everywhere. Especially Jessica, who came from the beautiful country. Relying on the title of her strange husband Knight of Disaster, she chose the one who seemed the most normal, silent patient first, but at this moment, he had already revealed his vicious fangs. This was not a normal patient at all, but a soul-devouring ghost, skilled at disguising itself and delighting in devouring other strange souls. Its power had already reached the early stage of the ghostly level. At this moment, the soul-devouring ghost was cornering Jessica step by step, a cruel smile on its face, its crimson tongue licking its lips. Little beauty, your soul smells so delicious. Jessica's proud and fiery figure looked so pale and powerless in the face of absolute terror. Just as Ruan Xinglua was listening to the little madman recounting the nth bloody fun fact, feeling her worldview was about to be reshaped. Creak. The heavy steel ward door was slowly pushed open from the outside again. An old ghost, leaning on an ancient cane polished from unknown beast bones, appeared at the door of the ward, slightly stooped but with eyes as deep as a dark well, flashing with wisdom and ancient light. The aura emanating from him was actually that of a mid-level ghostly existence. It was the director of the Nanshan Mental Hospital. The director first glanced at the little madman who was obediently squatting at Ruan Xinglua's feet, massaging her legs, his eyes showing a hint of complexity. Then, he shifted his gaze to Ruan Xinglua, who was standing there, looking utterly confused. Finally, his eyes landed on the note with a funny smiley face that Ruan Xinglua was carefully holding in her hand. After staring for a long time, the old director's wrinkled face revealed a bitter yet relieved expression as he sighed deeply. He has ultimately sent someone. The director of Nanshan Mental Hospital Mo Yuan, with his deep eyes resembling ancient wells, filled with complex and hard-to-understand emotions upon seeing the funny smiley face on the note, eventually turned into a long sigh. Immediately after, this terrifying being with the strength of a mid-level ghost bowed slightly to Ruan Xinglua, with a hint of undetectable respect in his tone. This must be the distinguished guest mentioned by Mr. Zhou Yan, right? I am the old man Mo Yuan. I apologize for the neglect in welcoming you. Ruan Xinglua was taken aback by this sudden grand gesture and title, quickly waving her hands. Old director, you are too kind. I am just a temporary caregiver. The distinguished guest is being modest. Director Mo Yuan revealed a kind smile, his gaze shifting to the little madman clinging to Ruan Xinglua's leg, looking for praise, his eyes showing both affection and helplessness. This unworthy grandson is causing trouble for the distinguished guest. He slowly explained, my grandson has some special issues with his bloodline, his mind is often unclear, and his emotions can easily spiral out of control. Once he erupts, he will not recognize even his family, becoming bloodthirsty and violent. I had no choice but to dress him in this specially made soul-lock binding suit and confine him in this environment with special restrictions, to suppress his ferocity. If it weren't for Mr. Zhou Yan acting righteously back then, using supreme means to temporarily stabilize the situation and leaving behind the saying, the one who tied the bell must untie it, wait for a fated person to come with the token, and that will be his day of liberation, perhaps the entire Nanshan Mental Hospital would have long fallen into a sea of death due to this unworthy grandson completely losing control. Director Mo Yuan's voice was filled with gratitude and respect for Zhou Yan. Mr. Zhou Yan to me, Nanshan. There is a great grace of rebirth. This note is one of the tokens he left back then. Ruan Xinglua and all the viewers in the live broadcast room were once again deeply shocked. Zhou Yan turned out to be a super powerful being who could stabilize a peak expert using supreme means? Moreover, from Dean Mo Yuan's words, Zhou Yan saved not only the little madman but also the entire Nanshan asylum. My god! How many identities does Zhou Yan have hidden? Great benefactor. Even the Dean of Nanshan Asylum says this, Zhou Yan's strength is simply unfathomable. Old friends all over the world, kindness fills the strange realm. Is this our match from Huaxia? Too amazing. To thank you for coming to rescue the troublesome grandson, and to express my little token of gratitude towards Mr. Zhou Yan, Dean Mo Yuan said, taking out a small, exquisite, transparent bell that emanated a soft white light from his bosom. This is the Tranquility Bell, a top-grade third-tier mysterious object. Although it does not have great lethality, it can soothe the mind, purify the soul, and resist certain mental shocks and illusion disturbances. I hope you do not mind. Ruan Xinglua took the warm Tranquility Bell and felt a cool sensation spread throughout her body instantly, seemingly easing the tension and fatigue of the past few days. This is definitely a treasure. Furthermore, I promise that from now on, any suitor sent by Huaxia to our Nanshan Asylum will receive special care from our institution, ensuring their safety. Dean Mo Yuan added, completely selling Zhou Yan a huge favor. Top-grade third-tier mysterious object. Plus the Dean's promise. Ruan's schoolmate has truly struck gold this time. From now on, when our Huaxia contestants go to Nanshan, won't they be walking sideways? Just as the Huaxia audience was celebrating with joy. Help! Get away! You monster! A piercing scream suddenly came from a direction in the asylum, vaguely recognizable as the voice of the American contestant Jessica. Dean Mo Yuan frowned slightly, but quickly returned to calm, as if he hadn't heard anything. Something has happened. It's Jessica over there. She was so arrogant before. Now she knows the terror of Nanshan Asylum. Where's her disaster knight? Didn't they say he was amazing? Why isn't he coming to rescue her? Chapter 18, Soul Drowning Wharf. In the live broadcast room of the beautiful country, there was now a wail of despair and chaos. Jessica was cornered by the soul-biting monster disguised as a normal patient, with multiple injuries, bleeding profusely. Her eerie husband, the disaster knight, although strong, found his strength greatly diminished in the special environment of Nanshan Asylum, filled with restrictions and mysterious magnetic fields. Moreover, Dean Mo Yuan seemed to have no intention of intervening, merely watching coldly. The disaster knight tried to forcibly break through the spatial barrier to arrive but was blocked by an invisible force and could not effectively intervene in the battle in the ward. Jessica was severely injured and on the verge of death, and the national fortune of the beautiful country was frantically plummeting, with various small disasters happening continuously in the country. Zhou Yan's layout is simply brilliant. It seems to push Ruan's schoolmate into danger but is actually sending a tremendous opportunity. Not only did he easily complete the task, but he also gained a top-quality mysterious object and the dean's promise, while also enjoying a show of his rival's misfortunes. Fantastic! So satisfying. The Huaxia audience watched with pride, their admiration for Zhou Yan overflowing like a boundless river. Ruan Xinglua was also both shocked and indescribably proud and deeply dependent on Zhou Yan's mysterious old friends all over the world. Her husband always seems to find a way to come through for her in her time of need, in unexpected ways. Paving all the roads for her. Ding! The matchmaking task is about to end, please prepare to return. The cold system notification sounded again. Director Mo Yuan handed the little madman over to several senior nurses who had arrived with respectful expressions, asking them to take him down and lift some restrictions on the soul-locking garment. Then, he walked up to Ruan Xinglua and said with a serious expression, "Valued guest, before you leave, this old man has one request, or rather, he asked me to convey it to you." Ruan Xinglua's heart stirred. "Please go ahead, Director." Director Mo Yuan took a deep breath and slowly said, "He asked this old man to tell you that your next stop will be the Drowning Soul dock. Please go there for him and retrieve an old item." The old fisherman at the dock recognizes his fishing hook. Drowning Soul dock. Old fisherman. Fishing hook. Director Mo Yuan's words rippled through Ruan Xinglua's heart like a stone cast into a lake. What kind of existence is Zhou Yan, after all? Before she could think deeply, the system's countdown to return ended, and a burst of white light flashed as she found herself back in room 101 of the happy community. In her hand, besides the 50 heavy ghost coins, there was also a small bell radiating a cool aura, level 3 high-quality ghost artifact Clear Heart Bell. Congratulations to the contestant Ruan Xinglua from Huaxia for perfectly completing the A+ level subtask Nanshan Insane Asylum matchmaking task. Comprehensive Evaluation, SSS level. Task rewards, 150 ghost coins, including additional reward, level 3 high-quality ghost artifact Clear Heart Bell. Once again, the luck of Huaxia has received a tremendous boost. As the system notification ended, the entire Huaxia was once again in an uproar. The difficulties and dangers of the Nanshan Insane Asylum task were witnessed by global audiences. And Ruan Xinglua had once again exceeded the expectations of completing the task in an astonishing manner. All at once, the signs of spiritual energy revival in Huaxia became increasingly evident. Not only did the spiritual energy concentration in legendary mountains and rivers surge, but even many ordinary cities saw the air become much fresher, and some elderly people who had been bedridden for years miraculously recovered. Even more shocking was that in some regions of Huaxia, a few ordinary people began to awaken faint, special abilities similar to the legendary superpowers. Although most of these abilities were still very weak, like slightly increased strength or the ability to see in darkness for a short time, it was undoubtedly a groundbreaking signal. A new era belonging to Huaxia seemed to be slowly unfolding. In stark contrast was the beautiful country. Due to Jessica's failure in the Nanshan Insane Asylum task, she not only failed to complete it but was severely injured and forcibly rescued by her strange husband, the Knight of Calamity. She fell into a deep coma, her life hanging in the balance. As a result, the luck of the beautiful country plummeted to a historic low. Manifestations of abnormal events occurred frequently, natural disasters were relentless, and several large-scale social riots erupted, with the entire country shrouded in gloom and despair. As for Sakura Country and the Stick Country, they were in even worse straits, their luck having already dropped to rock bottom, with the people living in suffering and hardship. In Happy Community, Room 101. Ruan Xinglua played with the exquisite Clear Heart Bell in her hands, the bell emitting a pleasant gentle sound, calming her heart and mind. She secretly glanced at Zhou Yan, who was comfortably nestled on the sofa, flipping through a book adorned with illustrations of various twisted and bizarre creatures, her curiosity bubbling like spring shoots after the rain. Hubby. She hesitated for a moment but couldn't help but ask. Zhou Yan put down the book, looked up at her, his gaze warm. Director Mo Yuan from the Nanshan Insane Asylum, did you really help him a lot before? Ruan Xinglua asked cautiously. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan. Just a faint smile, the tone was light and casual. Oh, you mean old Mo? I did help him a bit before, but it wasn't anything major. Ruan Xinglua then recalled what Dean Mo Yuan had said at the end and continued to ask, then, that soul drowning dock? Are you really going there to retrieve something old? Zhou Yan's mouth slightly rose at the words, seemingly lost in some kind of memory. The scenery at the soul drowning dock is indeed quite nice, especially at dusk. Especially the fish soup there. He deliberately elongated his tone, it's truly a delicacy. If there's a chance, I'll take you to taste it. This calm attitude, as if everything was under control, made Ruan Xinglua feel Zhou Yan all the more unfathomable, shrouded in heavy mist. She knew that what Zhou Yan referred to as a small favor was definitely not as simple as he claimed. Just then, Ruan Xinglua suddenly recalled another matter. The matchmaker Mia from the oil-rich nation, after the mission at Blood Moon Restaurant, had her country's representative contact China through secret channels, expressing goodwill and a desire for deep cooperation. According to that representative, Mia's enigmatic husband, the powerful blood coffin master Yen Jiusha, after seeing the supreme black gold card Zhou Yan gave to Ruan Xinglua, showed an unusual level of concern, as if he recognized the origin of that card. Yen Jiusha. That was a terrifying existence that could rival the red-robed category. He actually recognized Zhou Yan's belongings? This undoubtedly set a profound hint for future cooperation or potential conflicts between China and other countries. Chapter 19, The One-Eyed Old Fisherman. On the international stage, all countries' intelligence agencies were frantically researching every detail about Zhou Yan at all costs. But no matter how hard they tried, the results were all blank. This man was like a mystery that appeared out of thin air. Every matchmaking task that Ruan Xinglua undertook seemed to invisibly unveil a corner of his mysterious veil. It led to more, bigger mysteries, making it harder for people to see through his depths. As Ruan Xinglua's thoughts wandered, the cold and familiar system prompt sound arrived once again as expected. A new matchmaking task has started. Please, all matchmakers get ready, you are about to be transported to the task location. Task location, Soul Drowning Dock. Task content, conduct a 3-day relic recovery operation in the Soul Drowning Dock area. Task goal, successfully salvage and submit 3 pieces of relics classified as A-level. Note, this instance is rated as S-Class Danger Level. S-Class Instance. Upon seeing this rating, all the viewers in the live broadcast rooms, including those from China, couldn't help but gasp. This danger level had already surpassed that of the Nanshan Lunatic Asylum. However, the next moment, an even more shocking system prompt followed. Special system prompt, due to the extreme danger of this task, some rules are adjusted. During the task, the groom of each matchmaker is allowed, under specific conditions, to assist the bride a limited number of times. Special system prompt, the groom of each matchmaker is allowed, under specific conditions, to assist the bride a limited number of times. This unprecedented system prompt sent the entire Blue Star into a frenzy. Groom assistance. What does this mean? This means that matchmakers with powerful and eerie husbands will have a dominant advantage in this S-Class dangerous soul drowning dock task. God. The groom can intervene? Our god of Sun Taka from the Cherry Blossom Nation can finally showcase true power. Great. Our great Duke of the Underworld from the Big Bang Nation will surely lead Miss Xiaomin to turn the tide. Those who had long been in despair, whose national fortunes had sunk to the lowest, from the Cherry Blossom Nation. In this moment, countries like the Stick Country seemed to see their last straw of hope. Their people erupted into thunderous cheers, urging their marriage contestants to do everything possible to make their strange husbands assist. Meanwhile, in the live streaming room of Huaxia's National Luck, a wild celebration broke out. Wow wow wow! Is Master Zhou Yan finally going to enter the fray himself? The excitement is through the roof. What does an S-level dungeon matter? With Master Zhou Yan here, gods will be slain and Buddhas will be blocked. I can't wait to see Master Zhou Yan single-handedly sweeping through the drowning soul pier. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Ruan Xiaohua, hold tight to Master Zhou Yan's thigh. All Huaxia viewers held an overwhelming expectation for Zhou Yan's imminent action. Ruan Xinglua naturally heard this system prompt, her little heart uncontrollably raced thump-thump, filled with a hint of nervousness and a deep sense of anticipation, looking at Zhou Yan beside her. Husband, will you go with me this time? However, Zhou Yan's reaction once again surprised everyone. He remained that laid-back figure, as if everything was none of his business. He neither showed any intention of personally going to the drowning soul pier nor provided Ruan Xinglua with any astonishing powerful strange artifact. He simply picked up an ordinary-looking, even somewhat old, black fishing rod from the corner of the sofa and pulled out a rusted, unremarkable fishing hook from the drawer, handing it to Ruan Xinglua. The wind is strong and the waves are rough at the pier. Take this. Zhou Yan stuffed the fishing rod and hook into Ruan Xinglua's hands, his tone casual, like he was reminding his little wife going out to play, maybe, you can catch something different. I'll wait for you at home, make me fish soup when you come back. After saying that, he gently ruffled Ruan Xinglua's hair, a gentle smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Ruan Xinglua. Huaxia viewers. Is this it? A broken fishing rod and a rusted fishing hook? Master Zhou Yan, are you joking? This is an S-level dungeon. Could it be that the fishing rod and hook are some hidden artifacts? I believe Master Zhou Yan. His items are never ordinary. Ruan Xinglua felt a hint of indescribable small disappointment in her heart, but even more, it was in blind trust in Zhou Yan. She obediently nodded and carefully held the fishing rod that looked like it could snap at any moment and the rusted hook that seemed like it would break upon touch. With a flash of white light, 10 contestants were simultaneously transported to the task location, Drowning Soul Pier. As soon as they arrived, a thick, suffocating wave of resentment and death rushed in like a tide. The entire Drowning Soul Pier was shrouded in a thick dark fog, visibility extremely low. On the pier, several eerie ships emanating a decaying aura, with tattered sails, were docked. On the ship's sides, faint bloodstains and jagged claw marks could be seen. Below the pier, the black sea water was filled with chilling cries and whispers, as if countless water spirits were waiting beneath the surface to drag the living into an endless abyss. Truly worthy of being an S-level dungeon. Just this environment alone was enough to drive most people's minds to collapse. Most other countries' contestants had solemn expressions at this moment. Some already began to emit the powerful aura of their strange husbands, clearly having their strengths enhanced by possession. Some held peculiar strange artifacts tightly in their hands, warily surveying their surroundings. Even Jessica, the beautiful country contestant who had previously suffered serious injuries in the Nanshan Asylum, regained her arrogant demeanor at this moment. Though her face was still somewhat pale, the arrogance in her eyes had not diminished at all. Her strange husband, the Knight of Calamity. Clearly, she was given some powerful life-saving trump card, making her fearless. In this tension-filled atmosphere, where swords were drawn and conflict was imminent. At the front of the dock, an old one-eyed fisherman, draped in a tattered raincoat and wearing a wide hat that almost covered his entire face, emanating a strong fishy smell and an unshakable sense of death, was hunching over, slowly mending his fishing net, which was riddled with countless large holes. The aura he exuded was as unfathomable as an abyss, at least a terrifying presence at the peak of Eerie. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of 10 suitors, a flicker of mockery and cruelty flashed in the murky eye of the one-eyed old fisherman. He let out a hoarse and unpleasant laugh, reminiscent of a night owl's cry. He, another group of daredevils who are not afraid to die? The relics of the soul-drowning dock are all man-eaters. If you're not careful, you could become a new relic yourself, forever sinking in this sea of lost souls. His cold and malevolent words sent chills down the spines of all the suitors. However, when the one-eyed old fisherman's gaze scanned all the suitors like a scanning machine, finally landing on Wan Xinglua at the end of the line, who seemed somewhat out of place, and on the rusty fishhook she was subconsciously clutching in her hand. The murky eye of the old fisherman suddenly erupted with brilliance. His hunched body trembled uncontrollably, as if struck by a divine lightning bolt. The fishing net in his hands fell to the ground with a thud. This is... The old fisherman's voice, filled with extreme shock and excitement, became sharp and distorted, brimming with disbelief. Masters, soul hook? Are you the matron? Chapter 20 Touching PC Bay. The old fisherman's mention of matron was like a thunderous clap from the heavens, not only shocking Wan Xinglua to her core but also rendering all the viewers in every national live broadcast room of Blue Star speechless for a moment. Immediately after, the barrage of comments erupted like a tsunami. Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! Matron? Did I hear that right? Did this old man just say that the great Zhou Yan is the master of the soul-drowning dock? Wan Xinglua is the matron? Gasp, the master of an S-rank dungeon. Zhou Yan's identity has exceeded my imagination. I was still guessing whether Zhou Yan was some hidden expert, now it seems like he is a top-tier existence? I said. How could what Zhou Yan gave be ordinary? A broken fishing rod? A rusty fish hook? That's the rod of the gods. The hook of the master. And the previous Blood Moon Restaurant's supreme black gold card, the old friend's note from the Nanshan Lunatic Asylum, all now seem to be just the tip of the iceberg of his identity. What kind of unbelievable fortune has the Huaxia with 9 consecutive defeats encountered, that Miss Wan Xinglua matched with such an immortal-level husband? What does it mean to run into an old friend by luck? This is strength. This is heritage. Zhou Yan is the biggest bug in this bizarre matchmaking game. The strongest cheat. For those who previously mocked Wan Xinglua, ridiculing Zhou Yan as just a wandering soul, is your face hurting? Come out and take a few steps now. In the Huaxia live broadcast room, countless viewers were so excited they were teary-eyed, the earlier worries and confusion transforming into passionate admiration for Zhou Yan's deep and unfathomable power. Meanwhile, the live broadcast rooms of countries like Sakura Country, Stick Country, and Beautiful Country, which had once reveled in misfortune, fell into a dead silence. No matter how hard they tried, they could not connect the seemingly frail Zhou Yan, who had never held any impressive title, with the one-eyed old fisherman before them, who was at least at the pinnacle of the Eerie realm, and who had called him master. Is this starting some kind of joke? At this moment, Wan Xinglua's mind was completely blank. She felt her heart was about to jump out from her throat. Her voice trembled, her eyes locked onto the one-eyed old fisherman, words trembling with uncertainty. Old elder, what you said just now, is it true? Zhou Yan, he is actually the master of this place? The one-eyed old fisherman's murky eye suddenly burst with unprecedented brilliance, his hunched body straightening a little, his tone filled with undeniable reverence and fervor. In response to the lady of the house. The master's name, this old man dares not utter directly, but that soul hook, in this world, only the master possesses it. This soul-drowning pier, every blade of grass, every tree, every grain of sand, every stone, all belong to the master. This old man, just a humble servant of the master, merely a keeper of the dock. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 9 matchmakers present, one and all, gasped in shock. Their gazes towards Wan Xinglua became incredibly complex in an instant. There was shock, horror, disbelief, and deep jealousy. Especially Jessica from the beautiful nation, her face, once again proud due to the powerful trump card given to her by the Calamity Knight, froze at this moment. Though she felt doubt, the terrifying aura emanating from the old fisherman, along with the deep respect shown when mentioning the master, made her heart tremble slightly. Impossible! Jessica cried sharply, her tone carrying a hint of unawareness of her own fear. The master of an S-rank instance? How could he lower himself to participate in such a strange marriage? Let alone bond with an apparently ordinary Chinese woman. This old fool must be bluffing. Trying to scare us. The new contestant from the Cherry Blossom Nation, Shinomiya Akiha, snorted coldly, relying on the power granted by the split soul of the Yamata no Orochi. Exactly. Even if he really is the master here, so what? The Amaterasu system of our great Cherry Blossom Empire is not something a mere local master can compare to. The split soul of Lord Yamata no Orochi is beyond his reach. Just an S-rank instance, since it is his territory, there should be no real danger. Maybe this S-rank rating is something he made up himself. The contestants from other countries, though they didn't say it aloud, had evident skepticism and disdain in their eyes. They would rather believe this was the old fisherman's boast than believe that the husband of a seemingly ordinary Chinese woman could be such a terrifying existence. Doesn't that mean they were losing at the starting line from the very beginning? Completely losing, with no glimmer of hope to catch up? The one-eyed old fisherman, hearing these ignorant matchmakers daring to question and even speak disrespectfully of his supreme master, flashed a fierce glint in his eye. He let out a hoarse laugh. What a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, daring to question the master's unmatched authority. Very well, since you are so eager to witness the soul drowning pier, this old man, will fulfill your wish. At this moment, a cold system prompt sounded in everyone's mind simultaneously. The task has officially begun. All matchmakers please proceed to the designated area for a 3-day scavenging of the deceased's relics according to the guide's assignments. Warning, the soul drowning pier is fraught with heavy resentment, countless souls dwell underwater, please proceed with caution. The one-eyed old fisherman grinned, revealing a set of yellow-black intertwined sharp teeth, and said ominously, then, let me, this old man, assign each of you noble guests to your respective blessed lands. He first looked at the most boisterous contestant from the beautiful nation, Jessica. You, from the beautiful nation, since you believe this old man is bluffing, then go to that tentacle bay over there. The old fisherman pointed his bony finger towards the left side of the dock, where countless dark shadowy tentacles thrashed about. The dark waters occasionally echoed with spine-chilling sounds of suction cups. The relics over there are quite welcoming, I hope your fishing hook won't be affected by those little cuties. Jessica's face instantly turned pale, as she could keenly sense the ominous signs and hidden dangers lurking in that area. Damn! Touch P Bay? Just hearing the name feels ominous. This old man is clearly settling a grudge. Making Jessica speak so foully earlier. Perfect. It should be this way. Let her look down on our Zhou Yen and Mistress Ruan Xingluo. Then, the old fisherman's sharp gaze turned towards Kamagumo Akiha from Sakura Country. As for you, from Sakura Country, since you think the Yamata no Orochi is the strongest, go to the Wailing Ghost speech over there. He pointed to a tidal flat on the right side of the dock, drenched in a strong bloody scent, where countless menacing ghostly figures could be faintly seen, and bone-chilling howls were incessant. There are plenty of big fish over there, maybe you can even catch a few at the ghost level as an appetizer. Hopefully, your Yamata no Orochi soul can bless you to return whole. Chapter 21. The old fisherman has gone crazy. Kamagumo Akiha's face turned white as well, her Yamata no Orochi soul aura fluctuating violently, clearly sensing the terror of that area. Wailing Ghost speech. That name. It's scarier than Touch P Bay. Ha ha ha. Deserved it. Who told them to be so arrogant earlier, questioning our Zhou Yen? This old fisherman did well. What a fierce protector. Then, the old fisherman casually assigned some of the other contestants from different countries, who had also shown disdain and doubt, to some grim-sounding fishing areas. Like Sunken Corpse Reefs, Vengeful Spirit Whirlpool, and Rotten Bone Abyss, each one more sinister than the last. Those assigned to these places turned pale, full of regret. If they had known this old man held such grudges and truly had the power to allocate locations, they wouldn't have spoken up. The audience in the Huaxia livestream felt exhilarated, it was incredibly satisfying. Going crazy. The old fisherman is going crazy. This is a precise strike from an S-level dungeon NPC. This is what happens when you offend Zhou Yan's servant. So cathartic. Those foreign contestants must be green with regret now. Ha ha ha. Finally, after assigning all the other unfortunate souls, the one-eyed old fisherman's wrinkled face turned toward Ruan Xingluo, who had been shocked and appeared somewhat foolish from the start. The fury and gloom on his face suddenly dissipated, replaced by an almost humble courtesy, mixed with a bit of flattery. His murky single eye narrowed into a slit, trying hard to squeeze out what he considered a benevolent smile, yet this expression looked increasingly eerie on his wrinkled face. Mistress, the old fisherman's voice softened a few degrees, still hoarse and unpleasant. As for your fishing spot. The forced smile from the one-eyed old fisherman appeared especially creepy in the dim light of the soul-drowning dock, but to the Huaxia livestream viewers, it felt friendlier than ever. Here it comes, here it comes. Finally, it's our mistress Ruan Xingluo's turn. The old fisherman's attitude is definitely solid. S-level dungeon's best sightseeing spot reserved. Those who were foul-mouthed earlier have been clearly arranged. Our mistress will certainly get the best spot. Not only a good place, but I think the old fisherman would love to pack and give all the prime areas of the dock to Ruan Xingluo. Just thinking about the other country contestants struggling in those dangerous, isolated corners while we, Ruan Xingluo, can fish leisurely in a feng shui treasure spot, the comparison is simply too satisfying. The audience was extremely excited, everyone craned their necks, waiting for the old fisherman to announce the perfect fishing spot belonging to Ruan Xingluo, a place that combines safety, high yield, and comfort. However, just at this moment of great anticipation, a discordant mocking voice sounded again in the live streams of other countries. In the live stream from the beautiful country, a so-called weird expert with blonde hair and blue eyes was speaking confidently to the camera. Dear viewers, do not be deceived by the old fisherman's appearance. The site allocation of the S-level dungeon must have its inherent randomness and balance, and it is impossible for him to dominate simply because he is the so-called guide. That's right, the site allocated to Miss Jessica and the other contestants seems dangerous, but danger coexists with opportunity. This is the norm for S-level dungeons. That Chinese woman was the last to be allocated, and according to the rules, what's left is often the worst or below average. Just watch, she will definitely get a place worse than Touch P Bay and the Wailing Ghost Beach. This old man is just using borrowed power to scare people. In the Sakura Country livestream, after Shingong Akiha was assigned to the Wailing Ghost Beach, her face was as dark as water, but the citizens of Sakura Country and some high-ranking officials stubbornly maintained their pride. So what if it's the Wailing Ghost Beach? Our contestant Shingong Akiha is protected by the great Yamada no Orochi's spirit, the place where ghosts weep is not to be feared. What is that Chinese Zhou? A worthless weird being with no titles. Even if this old fisherman really is his servant, what help can he provide the Chinese contestant? Just wait, soon the Chinese woman will be allocated to a place of despair, and she won't even have time to cry. Our great Sakura Empire will surely rise again in this S-level mission. A country with 9 consecutive defeats still dreams of turning things around with one woman? A foolish dream. These piercing statements were also transmitted to the higher-ups in China through various channels. In China, at the National Weird World Strategic Research Institute, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Director Lin Angua stared intensely at the screen, his forehead bulging with veins. Immediately activate the Level 1 emergency plan. Lin Angua shouted hoarsely, all relevant departments stand by 24 hours. If any unfavorable situation occurs for Comrade Ruan Xingluo at the Soul Drowning Dock that causes fluctuations in our national fortunes, we must respond immediately and minimize any potential real crisis. Yes, all the staff in the institute responded in unison, and their hearts were in their throats. They knew too well the horrors of the S-level dungeon, and they were acutely aware of how disastrous it would be for the recently improving national fortunes of China if Ruan Xingluo encountered any mishaps inside. At the Soul Drowning Dock, Ruan Xingluo naturally could not hear the outside world's commotion. At this moment, she was extremely nervous, her palms covered in fine sweat, and her clear, watery eyes were fixed tightly on the one-eyed old fisherman, silently praying in her heart. Please give me a better place. Her small heart was pounding thump-thump, almost bursting out of her chest. Although she had steadfast trust in Zhou Yan, witnessing other contestants being assigned to those perilous wastelands, if she said she was not afraid, it would undoubtedly be self-deception. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the one-eyed old fisherman, waiting for him to announce Ruan Xingluo's fate, the old fisherman made a surprising move that shocked everyone. His hand, thin as a stick and smelling of fish and death, slowly reached into his tattered raincoat and fumbled around for a long time. Then, under countless astonished, confused, and bewildered gazes, he surprisingly pulled out a rolled-up, slightly tattered and yellowed sheepskin map. Swish! The old fisherman slowly unfolded the sheepskin map in front of Ruan Xingluo. The map depicted the entire Soul Drowning Dock in an ancient and eerie style, with blood-red mysterious characters marking the names of various areas and danger levels. Chapter 22 Lost Treasure Bay. Wow! What is going on? He brought out a map? No way? Just assigning a location, does it need to be so grand? I have a bad feeling. This old man can't be letting Ruan Xingluo make her own choice, right? No way. Absolutely impossible. How could an S-rank dungeon allow this kind of good fortune? If it's truly her choice, wouldn't she just pick the safest place? Then where's the challenge in this S-rank task? The viewers in the livestream were completely confused, not understanding what the old fisherman was up to. Ruan Xingluo was also stunned. She stared at the ancient-feeling map in front of her and then looked at the old fisherman's friendly face, perplexed, and asked, "Old man, what do you mean?" The one-eyed old fisherman, upon hearing her, smiled even more brilliantly. He spoke with a tone that was self-evident, even a bit proud, saying word for word, "My lady, have you forgotten what I said earlier? The entire soul-drowning dock, from every rolling dark cloud above to every silent grain of sand below, is the private property of my master. Since you are the master's lady, the undeniable lady of the dock." The old fisherman paused for a moment, then spoke in such a respectful tone that it would make anyone listening widen their eyes in shock. "Then, at this soul-drowning dock, wherever you want to go to retrieve relics or where you want to fish for lost souls is naturally up to you. This map is a detailed indication of all areas in the soul-drowning dock, including possible special products and potential troubles. My lady, you may choose freely, and just let me know once you've made your choice." Boom! The old fisherman's words detonated like a nuclear bomb in all the live stream rooms. Especially those viewers and experts from the beautiful country and the cherry blossom country, who had just been mocking and certain that Yuan Xinglu would get the worst location, now felt their faces burning as if they had been slapped repeatedly. She can choose the location? In an S-rank dungeon, she can choose her task location? Is this an S-rank dungeon or the backyard of the great Zhou Yan? I'm breaking apart. I'm really breaking apart. This operation is too flashy. Great Zhou Yan dotes on his wife too much. What happened to the experts who said location assignments were random? The ones who predicted Yuan Xinglu would definitely get the worst spot? Where's your face? Where's your face? This isn't just double standards, this is directly rubbing the rules on the ground. Is this the privilege of the lady? Love it, love it. Yuan Xinglu was also stunned by this sudden surprise. She opened her mouth, staring at the map so detailed it was shocking, then looked at the old fisherman's face of "just give your orders," and her perception of Zhou Yan was once again completely overturned. His control over this S-rank dungeon has actually reached this level? Even the choice of task location can be decided by herself? This is no longer about completing a task, it's simply about inspecting her own domain. A surge of indescribable sweetness and pride filled Yuan Xinglu's heart in an instant. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her heart that was racing from shock. Then she shifted her gaze back to the sheepskin map before her. On the map, various areas were densely marked. Some areas were marked with thick black, alongside a menacing skull drawing, clearly indicating places of extreme danger. Other areas appeared relatively calm, even marked with some sparkling special symbols, seemingly representing high-value relics or unique opportunities. Since she could choose herself, Yuan Xingluo's gaze gradually became firm. She carefully searched the map, comparing the markings and descriptions of different areas. After a moment, her finger landed on a water area bathed in a faint golden halo, marked with several treasure chest symbols, slightly to the left of the map's center. The name of this water area was interesting, it was called the Bay of Lost Treasures. Old man, I'll choose this place. Yuan Xingluo stepped into the nightmare land known as the Bay of Lost Treasures, and the sight before her nearly took her breath away. A thick, blood-like mist rushed toward her, reducing visibility to less than half a meter, enveloping the entire bay in a terrifying crimson hue. Countless twisted and blurred souls floated in the blood mist, emitting faint, chilling whispers and heart-wrenching wails. These sounds seemed to carry some kind of magic, drilling directly into her mind, frantically tearing at her nerves, trying to utterly break her will. Ah! Yuan Xingluo let out a painful groan, feeling as if her head were about to explode. She dared not be slow, quickly gripping the pure heart bell that Zhou Yan had passed to her through the principal Mo Yuan. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. A clear and ethereal bell sound rang out, washing over her mind like sweet spring water, barely keeping those chaotic mental shocks at bay. Even so, the immense fear that came from deep within her soul still left her hands and feet cold, her body trembling uncontrollably. Oh my god! Is this really an S-level instance's hidden area? Just the environment alone is unbearable. Xingluo, hold on. You can't let these ghostly things mess with your mind. This blood mist is so thick. What horrifying things could be hiding inside? Pure heart bell. Thankfully, there's the pure heart bell. Otherwise, Xingluo might have collapsed the moment she came in. The viewers in the Huaxia live broadcast room had their hearts in their throats, palms sweating cold, nervously sweating for Yuan Xingluo. Meanwhile, the other international competitors, who were precisely taken care of by the old fisherman, were also having a tough time. Jessica from Beautiful Country was nearly driven mad in Touch P Bay. Damn it! These slippery ghostly things. Get away from me! She swung the special fishing rod in her hand, which shimmered with ghostly light. With each precise throw of the bait into the seemingly calm sea, it would be immediately grasped tightly by several or even dozens of shadowy tentacles that shot up from below the water. Those tentacles were slick and cold, covered with disgusting suckers, some even had fine barbs. Once they hooked onto the fishing line, it was extremely difficult to break free. Jessica sometimes unleashed the eerie power of the Night of Calamity, barely managing to shake away the tentacles approaching her. But those tentacles seemed endless. Just as one wave was repelled, a stronger wave surged up next. Her salvage work was almost at a standstill, instead being tormented by those disgusting tentacles, her strength rapidly draining. Chapter 23 Broken Throne. In the beautiful country live broadcast room, a group of so-called bizarre question experts were seriously analyzing in front of the camera. Did everyone see that? This is the true normal state of an S-level instance. Full of unknowns and challenges. Jessica's current dilemma, while tricky, but it is still within a controllable range. I believe that with the power of the disaster knight, we will definitely find a way to deal with these tentacles. As for that Chinese woman, humph, being divided by that old fisherman to a seemingly calm place, who knows if it is just a pretty shell with no real value? That's right. Perhaps that so-called lost treasure bay is nothing but a dead sea, where we can't salvage anything valuable. Our beautiful nation pursues high risk and high return, and that Chinese woman is destined to gain nothing. On the other side, the situation of Kamigami Akiha from Sakura country at the Weeping Ghost shore feels more like a silent dismemberment. She stood on that muddy land emanating a strong bloody scent, not daring to move an inch. Surrounding her were dozens of terrifying vengeful spirits, their forms grotesque and radiating a sinister aura. Those spirits had bright red eyes, blood tears flowing from their hollow eye sockets, and they stared fixedly at Kamigami Akiha, making hissing sounds in their throats, as if ready to pounce and devour her whole. The powerful aura belonging to the split soul of Yamata no Orochi on Kamigami Akiha temporarily kept these vengeful spirits at bay, but it only maintained a fragile balance. She did not dare to act rashly, fearing that any move would break this balance and bring about her own destruction. This despair, visible and tangible yet impossible to escape, brought her to the brink of collapse. In the live broadcast room of Sakura country, an air of dead silence and despair filled the space. It's over. There's simply no way to begin the salvage. Are we really going to watch as the Kamigami contestant gets trapped here for 3 days? That Chinese woman must be in a similar situation. She might have been dragged underwater by something long ago. An S-level dungeon, how could it let her off so easily? Damn it! This soul-drowning pier is simply a nightmare for our countries. In the blood mist-filled Lost Treasure Bay, Ruan Xinglua suppressed the fear in her heart and the near-insane mental noise around her, blankly staring at the lifeless, blood-colored sea before her, completely lost. Is there really treasure here? She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. Unconsciously, memories of Zhou Yan handing her that ordinary fishing rod and rusty hook surfaced in her mind, along with his calm and gentle gaze. My husband wouldn't lie to me. Ruan Xinglua gritted her teeth, a flash of determination in her eyes. No matter how dangerous this place is, since Zhou Yan brought her here, there must be a reason for it. She no longer hesitated. Imitating what she had seen in the fishing videos before, she raised the plain-looking black fishing rod and threw that rusty, unremarkable hook into the bottomless blood sea before her. Splash! The hook, along with the fishing line, quietly sank into the blood sea, causing not a single ripple, as if the Dead Sea had swallowed it instantly. Time passed second by second. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. The sea surface remained as calm as death, without any response. Ruan Xinglua's heart sank gradually as time passed. Could it be really nothing at all? Just when she was about to give up and reel in the line. Suddenly, a terrifying force that almost made her lose her grip, even threatening to pull her into the sea, surged violently from the other end of the rod. Ah! Ruan Xinglua exclaimed, gripping the fishing rod tightly, her veins popping on her hands, her feet slipping on the wet shore, her body uncontrollably tilting toward the blood sea. It's on! It's on! Ruan the school flower has caught something. What tremendous strength! What kind of monster is lurking underwater? Be careful, Ruan school beauty. Don't get dragged down. The hearts of the audience in Huaxia suddenly leaped to their throats. Just when Ruan Xinglua felt she could no longer hold on, about to be pulled into the cold, piercing sea of blood by that irresistible mighty force. Buzz. A faint yet strangely soul-piercing hum suddenly emerged from the rusty fish hook tightly held in her hand. Immediately after, a terrifying pressure, seeming to come from the ancient wilderness, filled with supreme dignity and dead silence, abruptly radiated outward like ripples from the small fish hook. This pressure was incredibly domineering, as if it was the sole ruler of this sea of lost souls. Woo! Countless twisted soul shadows, which had been trying to approach Ruan Xinglua in the blood mist, instantly retreated crazily as if they had seen a ghost upon sensing this pressure, like a tide sweeping back into the depths of the blood sea. The mental shock that had almost torn Ruan Xinglua's mind apart vanished in that instant. What amazed Ruan Xinglua even more was that the terrifying pull threatening to drag her to the seabed miraculously lessened by almost 90% after the fish hook emitted its buzzing sound. Although it was still heavy, it was now within a range that she could barely control. Huff, huff. Ruan Xinglua gasped for air, her forehead already covered in cold sweat. She glanced down at the rusted fish hook emitting a faint dark glow, her heart filled with incredible shock. What kind of fish hook is this? The fishing line remained taut, violently trembling in the water. An enormous entity, wrapped in an overwhelming aura of death and resentment, was being gradually pulled out of the water by that seemingly fragile fishing line, bit by bit, laboriously yet firmly. The object had yet to fully reveal itself. Merely the trace of its aura made Ruan Xinglua feel waves of palpitations and suffocation, its terror far exceeding any so-called A-class eerie object she had encountered in Blood Moon Restaurant. This is definitely a super big catch. Ruan Xinglua bit her silver teeth, exerting all her strength, her arm muscles trembling slightly from overexertion. That seemingly ordinary black fishing rod was, at this moment, incredibly resilient. During her terrifying tug-of-war with the underwater force, it emitted creaking sounds but showed no signs of breaking. "Come out, now!" Ruan Xinglua shouted sharply, suddenly pulling back with force. Splash! Accompanied by a sound of friction and an overwhelming surge of deathly aura, an enormous object radiating a sinister and violent aura was finally dragged out from the crimson seawater and heavily crashed onto the misty, blood-soaked shore. It was a broken throne made of countless eerie white bones. The throne had an ancient and fierce design. Each bone appeared to be soaked with endless blood and resentment, covered in traces of cuts and axe marks, along with some already dried dark blood stains. The entire throne exuded an S-class terrifying aura that made one's heart race. In the hazy distance, upon that broken white bone throne, there seemed to sit a vague yet imposing apparition of a king, radiating supreme authority and boundless wrath. The apparition was indistinct, but the unwillingness, brutality, and endless desire for slaughter emanating from it seemed to freeze the surrounding blood mist. What the hell? What on earth is this? Such a terrifying aura. The Bone Throne. This is definitely high-grade stuff. S-class. I can feel it. This is definitely an eerie object above S-class. As the audience in Huaxia excitedly speculated, a cold system prompt sound. As expected. Ding. Congratulations to the Huaxia competitor Ruan Xinglua for successfully retrieving a special relic, the Throne of the Fallen Monarch, S-Class. Throne of the Fallen Monarch, a throne formed from the remains and grievances of an ancient fallen monarch, containing a trace of the monarch's power and indomitable will when alive. It is an extremely rare S-Class strategic anomaly. Boom! When the three words S-Class clearly appeared on all the live streaming screens, the entire Huaxia live stream room erupted. S-Class. It's really S-Class. Starting off with an S-Class relic. What kind of divine luck is this? Not luck. This week, Boss Zhou Yan's fishing hook is amazing. Boss Zhou Yan is incredible. Mistress Ruan Xinglua is incredible. Huaxia is incredible. Ha ha ha. A great start. And it's an S-Class great start. This time at Linghan Wharf, Huaxia is sure to win. This is just the beginning. The task requires 3 A-Class relics, and we're starting with S-Class. How can we lose? Meanwhile, in the live streams of other countries, after a brief silence, they learned the shocking news through their respective channels. Huaxia competitor Ruan Xinglua started off by obtaining an S-Class relic. In an instant, jealousy, unwillingness, disbelief, and various complex emotions almost overflowed from the screen, drowning the foreign viewers with ashen faces. They watched as their own competitors struggled in those garbage fields, unable even to carry out their retrieval tasks, while they looked at Huaxia where S-Class kicked off directly. This immense sense of disparity almost made them spit blood. In the United States live stream, the expert who was previously analyzing the norm of S-Class dungeons could barely hold his expression now. He forced to save with, cough cough, this must be the special characteristics of that hidden area. High risk guarantees high rewards. That's right. It's not surprising for an S-Class dungeon's hidden area to produce S-Class items. But the question is, can she keep it safe? S-Class anomalies are often accompanied by great danger and backlash. That Huaxia woman, don't be too happy too soon. Watch out for that throne swallowing her. Even if she gets it, so what? Once our competitor Jessica deals with those tentacles, with the help of the Lord of Calamity Knights, she'll definitely catch up. Just as these sour remarks were about to finish, an abnormal change suddenly occurred in the Lost Treasure Bay. Ruan Xinglua had just relaxed after hooking the S-Class relic and was about to approach the Throne of the Fallen Monarch for a closer look. Roar! A terrifying mental shock, far more powerful than the whispers of spirits and the blood mist before, mixed with overwhelming desire for slaughter and the domineering will to rule, swept toward Ruan Xinglua's consciousness like real tidal waves. Wah! Ruan Xinglua felt as if she was struck by lightning, her soul seemingly about to be torn apart by this force. The pure heart bell on her chest erupted with brilliant white light at the first moment, its ringing speeding up to the extreme, but facing the hatred-driven strike from this S-Class king's illusion, the white light barely held for less than a second before quickly dimming like a candle in the wind. Immense pain and a terrifying fear of impending death instantly engulfed Ruan Xinglua. Not good. The throne has counterattacked. This is the true terror of an S-Class item. It chooses its master, and it can even kill its master. Ruan Schoolgirl is in danger. The hearts of Huaxia viewers tightened once again. In this critical moment, as Ruan Xingluo's consciousness began to blur, the black fishing rod she was instinctively holding tightly, that seemingly ordinary fishhook, once again, at this critical moment, emitted a faint dark light. Sizzle! A pure black energy, refined to the extreme and as if capable of piercing through all illusions in the world, shot silently from the rusty tip of that fishhook like an arrow unleashed from a bow. That black energy was so fast that even the S-rank King's Phantom couldn't react in time. Puff! A sound so soft it was almost undetectable. That condensed black gas precisely pierced through the King's Phantom at the forehead between its two blood-red ghostly lights. The King's Phantom, whose blood-red eyes had just opened, instantly froze, filled with unbelievable terror and unwillingness. It let out a low roar filled with endless hatred and despair, yet forcibly suppressed in its throat, and then the huge and oppressive phantom dissipated with a loud bang, like a popped balloon, turning into wisps of black smoke that vanished in the blood mist. As the King's Phantom collapsed, the intense rage and S-rank oppressive aura that once filled the throne of the dead monarch rapidly receded like a tide, eventually becoming calm, standing quietly as if it were just a piece of art made of bones. The whole process was so fast it left one unable to react. At the moment the King's Phantom disintegrated, Ruan Xingluo, in a daze, seemed to hear a familiar voice, dripping with laziness and impatience, softly ringing in her ear. Noisy. The voice was soft, very faint, yet carried an undeniable authority. Is it my husband's voice? Or is it just my illusion? Ruan Xingluo felt a bit confused, but the pain that had almost torn her soul apart had vanished without a trace. She gasped in fear, looking at the now docile throne of the dead monarch. Her gratitude and admiration for Zhou Yan rose to a new height. She cautiously stepped forward and stored the huge throne of the dead monarch into the system's storage space. Though the previous experience was perilous, with Zhou Yan's magical fishhook, she felt this so-called nightmare difficulty hidden area seemed not completely unmanageable. At least, she didn't have to worry about being backstabbed by these relics themselves. She calmed her wildly beating heart from having survived a catastrophe, and determination reignited in her eyes. Since this is the most resource-rich area, it should not be wasted. Chapter 25 Special Relics. The task's goal is 3 A-rank relics. She already has 1 S-rank, and with a little more effort, she might get even greater rewards. Thinking of this, Ruan Xingluo took a deep breath, gripped the fishing rod in her hand tightly, adjusted her breathing, and with all her strength, threw that rusty fishhook, which had already shown its overwhelming power, heavily into the rolling sea of blood once more. This time, when the fishhook sank beneath the water, the surface did not calm down like before. Only a few seconds passed. Boom! The entire lost treasure bay began to violently churn. From deep within the sea, waves of sounds like muffled thunder rolled up, as if some colossal creature that had slept for thousands of years was completely awakened by Zhou Yan's tiny fishhook. An aura far more terrifying than the throne of the dead monarch began to slowly rise from the depths of the sea, several times, even dozens of times more fearsome. That horrible aura, like an awakening ancient demon god, made the entire lost treasure bay tremble. Boom! In Ruan Xingluo's horrified gaze, the area of the swirling sea of blood before her suddenly exploded. A massive shadow, blocking out the sun, shot out from the water, accompanied by towering waves of blood and a suffocating stench. It was a terrifying giant as huge as a mountain. Its body was covered in dark red, hard scales, each glimmering with a dim bloodlight, and atop its head, a ferocious single horn spiraled upward as if to pierce through the crimson sky. Its enormous eyes, like 2 blood-colored lanterns burning fiercely in the blood mist, locked onto the tiny figure of Ruan Xingluo, standing by the shore like an ant. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted from the giant spirit's massive mouth filled with sharp fangs, the sound waves acting like a tangible shockwave, scattering the surrounding blood mist and revealing the churning sea below. The terrifying power it exuded had evidently reached the eerie pinnacle. Moreover, its breath seemed to be continuously rising, as if it had touched the threshold of a higher level. This was definitely the most powerful and bizarre creature she had ever seen. Not a single one compared. In the beautiful nation's live broadcast room, the expert who had been desperately trying to save face jumped up from his seat at the moment the giant spirit appeared, his face filled with sickly excitement. In the beautiful nation's live broadcast room. It's here! It's here! This is the true embodiment of the S-class hidden area nightmare difficulty. Eerie pinnacle. It might even be stronger. An existence of this level is not something a newcomer can contend with. Especially in such a suppressed environment. That woman from Huaxia is doomed. She's absolutely doomed. Even if she has an S-class relic, what's the use? In the face of such absolute power, any item is futile. Her so-called groom, Zhou Yan, can he even break the dungeon rules and descend directly into the S-class hidden area to save her? In the Cherry Blossom Nation's live broadcast room, there was also a carnival of malicious glee. Ha ha ha. Great. Let her be so proud before. Let her start with an S-class relic. Karma. This is karma. What good is an S-class relic? Soon, both her and her items will become the snack of this giant spirit. This is the storyline we want to see. This is the difficulty an S-class dungeon should have. That woman from Huaxia, enjoy your despair. Facing this terrifying giant spirit as if doomsday had arrived, Yuan Xinglua felt her blood about to freeze. Under the gaze of that mountain-like figure and the giant eyes like a blood-red abyss, she felt so small, like a speck of dust, that even breathing became incredibly difficult, let alone any thought of escape. Her mind was blank, all her thoughts crushed by that earth-shattering pressure. The only instinct was to subconsciously look at the black fishing rod still tightly gripped in her hand, and the rust-covered hook at the tip of the rod. Could it be that this time, even they were powerless? Zhou Yan, husband. At that moment, when Yuan Xinglua's consciousness was about to be devoured by endless fear, plunging into the abyss of despair. Suddenly, on the back of her right hand gripping the fishing rod, there appeared a faint, tiny scar. It was the one left when Zhou Yan accidentally grazed her while handing her the hook at Happy Community Room 101, and now, without warning, it began to slightly heat up. Following that, a trace of an extremely weak yet special aura, imprinted deep from her bloodline and soul, quietly emanated from that tiny scar. This aura was almost imperceptible to Yuan Xinglua. However, for the terrifying giant spirit that had just been violently ready to swallow Yuan Xinglua, this weak breath was like the hottest divine thunder from the heavens, striking sharply at its soul origin. Roar! The giant spirit's thunderous roar was abruptly cut off, as if an invisible hand had suddenly grasped its throat. Its gigantic pupils, like burning blood-colored lanterns, stared at the tiny scar on Yuan Xinglua's right hand that was slowly heating up, filled with confusion and disbelief. Next second, that gigantic body, as towering as a mountain, unexpectedly, uncontrollably, took half a step back. Just half a step. Yet enough to make all the Blue Star viewers watching the live broadcast almost have their eyes pop out of their sockets. Immediately after, an even more unbelievable scene occurred. In the giant spirit's enormous blood-red pupils, the previously raging bloodthirst and desire for destruction quickly dissipated like a receding tide, replaced by endless, deep-seated fear. And a feeling akin to aggrieved submission? Its gigantic body began to tremble violently, like a sieve. The intensity of the tremor was so great that it even caused towering waves on the surrounding sea. Then, under the terrified, utterly shocked, and incredulous gazes of billions of Blue Star viewers, that eerie peak, a terrifying giant spirit that may have already touched the threshold of a higher level, actually slowly lowered its huge head, fierce and exuding supreme evil, towards the direction of the minuscule Yuan Xinglua standing on the shore. That posture was respectful to the extreme, humble to the extreme, as if bowing to the supreme deity in its heart. Puff! The giant spirit opened its blood-red, cavernous mouth, capable of swallowing everything, but this time, it did not exhale a breath of destruction, but instead, a fist-sized, brilliantly shining jewel radiating 7 colors, exuding an intense aroma of pure A-grade water energy. The moment that jewel appeared, the surrounding blood mist seemed to be significantly purified from its violent resentment. Ding! The Chinese player Yuan Xinglua has obtained a special relic Blood Sea Spirit Pearl, A-grade top tier. Chapter 26, Remembering Bitter and Sweet. In China, within the National Weird World Strategic Research Institute, Director Lin Anghua and dozens of top researchers were petrified at the bizarre scene on the screen, where the terrifying giant spirit bowed and offered the jewel to Yuan Xinglua, as if they had been struck by a spell. After a long time, Lin Anghua finally managed to swallow a mouthful of saliva, gasping for air, his voice altered by shock. This. Beside him, an elderly researcher with white hair, who had immersed himself in the field of weird studies his entire life, was trembling all over, adjusting his nearly fallen glasses, and spoke in a dreamy voice. This is not just simple rule assistance. It cannot merely be explained as a privilege of a dungeon master. This is clearly an absolute suppression from the rules level. It originates from the rank of life and soul imprints, absolute dominion. That Zhou Yan might not just be the simple master of the soul drowning dock, he is very likely one of the former rulemakers of this fishing ground. Or rather, he was, at one point, the ancient ruler of this terrifying giant spirit. At the soul drowning dock, within the Lost Treasure Cove. After offering the A-grade top-tier Blood Sea Spirit Pearl, the terrifying giant spirit not only did not immediately dissipate like the previous king's phantom, but continued to respectfully lower its head, its enormous blood-red pupils filled with flattery and pleading. It carefully, in a strange way that only Yuan Xinglua could understand, signaled her to continue fishing. That posture resembled a servant afraid of not serving well and being punished by the master. As if, without Yuan Xinglua, this little ancestor, fishing successfully today, it would worry whether its fishing ground, operating for an unknown number of tens of thousands of years, would be flipped directly by that supreme being in a fit of rage. Under the friendly indications, even taking pride in its service of the terrifying Blood Sea giant spirit, Yuan Xinglua's subsequent salvage work went smoothly to an unbelievable extent. She barely had an empty rod. In the hands of Yuan Xinglua, that seemingly ordinary black fishing rod looked extraordinary. Every time the fishing hook was cast into the rolling sea of blood, without her exerting any effort, a heavy catch would quickly hook itself. The things she caught were, at the very least, B-grade treasures, while A-grade relics were a common occurrence. Sometimes, Ruan Xinglua could even see the enormous sea giant, resembling a mountain, quietly using its massive claws covered in dark red scales to carefully push some hidden treasures from the muddy depths of the sea closer to her hook. The action was so fawning, so flattering, as if afraid this master would not enjoy the fishing and might get angry, blaming it for not doing enough. Thus, for this S-grade side quest requiring 3 A-grade relics, Ruan Xinglua completed more than 10 in less than half a day. Moreover, of those, A-grade high-quality and even top-tier relics took up more than half. If it weren't for her limited system storage space, she even suspected she could completely empty this lost treasure bay. At this moment, there was complete silence in the live streams of other countries. An eerie stillness. On the screen, Jessica from Beautiful Country was still grappling with those slippery tentacles, occasionally letting out desperate curses, but on her fishing rod, she hadn't even seen the shadow of a B-grade relic. Kinoshita Akio from Sakura Country was still standing like a stone waiting for her husband, surrounded by a group of fierce spirits, maintaining her posture for almost 2 hours, her face paler than those vengeful spirits. As for the other competitors from smaller countries, the luckiest one had just scraped out a damaged C-grade accessory from a polluted crevice, leaving himself covered in dirt. Without comparison, there is no harm. Compared to Ruan Xinglua's enthusiastic and frantic sweeping of the S-grade hidden area, they seemed to be in a different dungeon altogether, more like a place of torment. Finally, a user from an unknown small country sent a comment in their national livestream after a long silence, infused with despair and a hint of apathy that received countless likes and shares. Stop struggling, brothers, and don't complain anymore. What we are playing is called Bizarre Marriage Match, a survival game of life and death. And the player from Huaxia, Ruan Xinglua, is playing something called Hubby, Take Me to the S-grade fishing grounds that are my home. This isn't even the same game channel. At the entrance of the soul drowning dock, the one-eyed old fisherman leisurely fished a dark, shiny pipe from his bosom, filled it with a bowl of tobacco, and lit it with the everlasting ghostly blue flame on the dock, taking a pleasant puff and exhaling a string of grayish-white smoke rings. His murky single eye gazed into the distance toward the blood mist-covered lost treasure bay, a smile only he understood curving at the corners of his mouth. It was as if he was talking to himself or perhaps deliberately speaking to the countless audiences secretly watching in the void, leisurely lamenting, back in the day, my master set the rules for this soul drowning dock and established the soul hook as proof. Once the soul hook appears, all souls avoid it, all beings follow it, not daring to rebel in the least. That big guy in the lost treasure bay, hey, he's also an ignorant fool. Back then, being unaware of the sky's height, it bumped into the master passing through this place and got suppressed in the depths of that blood sea with just a casual wave from the master, punished to guard the submerged lost divine temple for eternity. Just acting as a guard dog. Now, the lady is here with the master's token, the soul hook. If it dares to show any disrespect or fails to serve wholeheartedly, haha, without the master lifting a finger, I will be the first to break its bones and boil them for soup. The old fisherman's words were filled with deep respect for Zhou Yan and disdain for that bloody sea giant, as if that terrifying presence atop the eerie peak was merely a disobedient dog in his eyes. Just as the one-eyed old fisherman was reminiscing about how imposing and fierce his master was back in the day. In the lost treasure bay, it seemed that due to Ruan Xinglua's incredibly high salvage efficiency, the number of high-quality relics produced was astonishing. Even the rules of this S-level dungeon couldn't bear to watch. A cold system alert echoed in Ruan Xinglua's mind, carrying an unprecedented warning tone. Warning! Warning! Detecting that the core rules of the dungeon are being continuously interfered with by an unknown powerful force. The groom's assistance rights are being abnormally exploited, and the number of assists is about to reach the task limit. Please the matchmaker immediately stop the abnormal behavior, otherwise the system will take strong action. However, that threatening system warning hadn't finished speaking. Buzz. On the back of Ruan Xinglua's right hand, the tiny scar, which had almost faded due to Zhou Yan's fishhook, suddenly warmed up again, as if a spark had been ignited. A more refined, more domineering, and more undeniable subtle aura flashed by. The next second, that chatterbox system warning in Ruan Xinglua's mind, which even carried a hint of anger, was suddenly choked off by an invisible hand. The whole world seemed to have become quiet. What just happened? The system was pushed back? I must be seeing things? Zhou Yan's mark can actually forcibly interrupt the system warning? This isn't assistance anymore, this is a dimension-reducing strike by a power dog. What kind of existence is Zhou Yan? Is he one of the designers of this bizarre matchmaking game? The viewers in the Huaxia live stream room were once again left speechless by Zhou Yan's unfathomable terrifying power. Ruan Xinglua herself was also in a daze. She could clearly sense that the cold and oppressive will of the system had vanished without a trace after encountering the warmth from the scar on her hand. This is too awesome, husband. Ruan Xinglua looked at the almost invisible scar on her hand, filled with indescribable shock and sweetness. She roughly counted her gains, just the A-grade relics alone already numbered 15 or 16, and the B-grade high-quality ones were countless, while the S-grade seat of the ruler of remains was a prized treasure. The task had already been exceeded, and she felt that her harvest this time was even more than what she obtained combined from the Blood Moon restaurant and the Nanshan Insane Asylum. It's about time to wrap up. If I keep fishing, my storage space will hardly hold anything more. Ruan Xinglua, satisfied, was preparing to put away her fishing rod and end this miraculous salvage journey early. However, just as this thought arose in her mind, boom! The whole soul-drowning dock, along with the boundless bloody ocean around it, began to shake violently, without any warning, crazily. It was as if the earth was turning over, or like an underwater volcano erupting altogether. A terrifying aura, 100 times scarier than the bloody sea giant before, emerged, as if an ancient evil beast that had slept for millions of years was awakening. From the depths of the drowning soul pier, that forbidden place feared by all the sinister beings, it surged forth. As soon as this presence appeared, the blood mist over the entire drowning soul pier seemed to freeze. Even the massive blood sea giant in the Lost Treasure Bay, who was trying every trick to please Ruan Xinglua, let out a terrifying wail, its huge body shivering, wishing to bury itself deep in the mud beneath the sea. At the entrance of the pier, the one-eyed old fisherman, who had been leisurely smoking his pipe as if nothing in the world could bother him, suddenly lost all signs of calm and self-satisfaction the moment he felt this presence. His smoking pipe fell with a thud to the ground, his murky single eye widened in horror and fear like never before. He cried out in panic, his voice piercing and sharp from sheer terror. No. No good. The one sleeping at the bottom of the trench, that forbidden existence has awakened. That is a terrifying thing that even the master could only manage to seal away during his peak, without completely destroying it. My lady is in danger. The old fisherman's shrill voice rang like a death knell in the hearts of all the audience from Huaxia. The God Burial Trench. A place so filled with endless fear that even the old fisherman spoke of it with trepidation, and where even Zhou Yan had only managed to seal it away without completely eradicating it. At this moment, something within it had awakened. Booming! The entire drowning soul pier trembled violently under the will of this awakening, as if it would collapse at any moment. A terror that cannot be described in any language, nor defined in any form, was slowly emerging from the unfathomable God Burial Trench. It was a mass formed from endless grievances, broken rules, and the souls of countless fallen gods fused together into a deep abyss of resentment. It had no fixed shape, sometimes morphing into a fierce giant mouth that devoured all surrounding light and energy. At other times, it condensed into countless eyes filled with malice and despair, staring menacingly at the sinful pier. The aura it emitted far exceeded the boundaries of eerie peaks, even faintly brushing against the legendary, ethereal half-step divine master level. As this deep abyss of resentment appeared, the rules of the entire drowning soul pier started to further unravel and collapse. All the strange occurrences in every area, whether it was the tentacle monster that had been disturbing Jessica in the Touch P Bay, or the vengeful spirits watching Shinomiya Aki in the Night of Wailing Ghosts, fell into unprecedented fury, or deeper terror in that instant. The danger level at various salvage points skyrocketed several grades instantly. Yet, within this extreme chaos and fear, there was also a trace of almost imperceptible opportunity. At the Night of Wailing Ghosts where Shinomiya Aki was located, those fierce spirits that had originally surrounded her so tightly she could not move, after sensing the world-destroying pressure, became exceedingly sluggish and chaotic in their actions and thoughts, as if they had been force-fed massive amounts of negative information, revealing openings for a moment. Now's the time. A fierce determination flashed in Shinomiya Aki's eyes. She knew this might be her only chance. She suddenly urged the violent aura belonging to the eight-headed serpent's soul within her, while taking out an S-grade one-time consumable of Purgatory fishing line, which had been highly anticipated by the upper echelons of Sakura country and seen as a trump card. It was a strange dark yellow line, seemingly stained with the blood of countless souls, and its effect was to forcibly attract and hook the item with the strongest energy reaction within a specified range for a short time. Oh Hachiman! Please protect me! Chapter 28, A Stunning Turnaround. God Palace Akiba let out a sharp cry, putting all her hope into this Yamato fishing line, fiercely throwing it toward the edge of the fierce energy surging on the ocean floor caused by the appearance of the abyssal malice aggregate, where powerful energy fluctuations briefly flashed. Buzz! The Yamato fishing line hit the water, tightening instantly. A tremendous pulling force came, and Akiba could even hear the painful groans of her arm bones under the unbearable load. But she gritted her teeth tightly, her eyes filled with blood. Come to me. Seconds later, accompanied by a crisp splash, a pendant that was crystal clear all over, seemingly made from eternal ice, yet exuding a faint air of maternal compassion and endless sorrow, was successfully reeled in. The moment the pendant appeared, the wails of the surrounding vengeful spirits paused, as if influenced by the special aura emanating from it. Ding! Sakura Country contestant Akiba has successfully salvaged a super rare relic Izanami's Tear, SS level. SS level. The long-silent Sakura Country livestream exploded into thunderous, hysterical celebration the moment this system prompt appeared. SS level. It's an SS level relic. Blessed by Amaterasu. Izanami's spirit has manifested. Contestant Akiba. Contestant Akiba has done it. In this dire crisis, she has brought hope to our great Sakura Empire. Ha ha ha. What's an S level from Huaxia? We jumped straight to SS level. This is true national fortune. A real miracle. Coincidentally, at the other side of Touch P Bay, Jessica from Beautiful Country also found a moment to breathe under the terrifying pressure of the abyssal malice aggregate. Those originally endless, annoying slippery tentacles, at this moment, due to extreme fear, mostly shrank back into the depths of the sea, not daring to appear easily again. Jessica's eyes flashed with determination as she immediately took out a special bait, the bait of catastrophe, infused with the ominous aura given to her by her strange husband, the Knight of Calamity. This bait could precisely attract powerful relics that also carried the aura of disaster, or had witnessed great calamities. Then, she took a deep breath and recalled the special casting technique taught to her by the Knight of Calamity, Knight's Precise Cast. This technique allowed her to throw the fishing line at an astonishing angle and strength, accurately hitting the point where she sensed the strongest energy reaction, and the hook would add a one-time penetrating effect upon hitting the water, capable of breaching certain energy barriers or physical obstacles. That's the spot. Using the weak sensing of the bait of catastrophe and her judgment from the chaotic underwater energy stirred by the abyssal malice aggregate, Jessica exerted all her strength, casting the hook with the bait fiercely into a particularly turbulent swirl in the distance. The fishing line tightened, and likewise, a tremendous pulling force. But Jessica, after all, was a contestant carefully selected by Beautiful Country, with the support of her powerful strange husband, so her strength was far beyond Akiba's. She shouted furiously, her eerie power bursting forth, steadily controlling the fishing rod. Moments later, although battered, an ancient battle flag that still radiated the aura of iron and blood, as if it had gathered countless knightly souls, was successfully dragged up from the ocean floor. On the battle flag, one could vaguely see a blurred knightly crest and the lingering spirit of disaster and unyielding will. Ding! Beautiful Country contestant Jessica has successfully salvaged the ultra-rare relic glory battle flag of the Sunken Knights, SS level. The Beautiful Country livestream, after a brief moment of shock, erupted into thunderous cheers and pride. SS level. We, Beautiful Country, have also fished up an SS level relic. This is power. This is foundation. I knew it. Contestant Jessica and Lord Desolation Knight are the best. They can create miracles in any desperate situation. The luck of Huaxia has come to an end. Next, it's time for our Beautiful Country to show true power. The news of the Sakura Nation and Beautiful Nation catching SS-level relics came like two heavy bombs, instantly exploding on the global National Luck livestream platform. Except for Huaxia, almost all the commentators were declaring the shocking reversal of this national luck pattern in the most passionate tones. The emergence of SS-level relics will undoubtedly change the direction of this soul-drowning dock mission. The Sakura Nation and Beautiful Nation, with these two powerful relics, are likely to overtake Huaxia. That's right. Although Huaxia contestant Ruan Xinglua obtained an S-level relic at the start, it now seems more like a fleeting moment. In the face of terrifying existences like the Abyss Grudge Conglomerate, her so-called hidden area is likely a true death trap. Huaxia's luck has come to an end. In the face of absolute power and real National Luck Foundation, any tricks or cleverness will become pale and powerless. At this moment, Ruan Xinglua, in the Lost Treasure Bay, truly felt unprecedented despair. The terrifying pressure of the Abyss Grudge Conglomerate poured down almost unreservedly onto the area she was in. The Blood Sea giant that had flattered her before now could only curl up deep in the Blood Sea, trembling in fear, barely protecting itself, not daring to show its head again. Ruan Xinglua tried to throw the fishing rod again, but the fishing line given by Zhou Yan, which had been invincible before, was instantly eroded by the omnipresent grudge power upon hitting the water, snapping with a snap. Even the fish hook almost fell into the sea. What do I do? Ruan Xinglua's little face turned pale as she gazed at the blood sea before her, which seemed to have turned into a tangible hell. Feeling the terrifying pressure that made her soul tremble, a sense of helplessness arose in her heart for the first time. Just as this despair was about to swallow her whole, a calm and familiar voice, with a hint of laziness yet filled with endless confidence, suddenly echoed in her mind. Don't be scared by that guy. It's noisy and looks scary, but really, it's just a larger trash fish in this fishing ground. It was Zhou Yan's voice. I've already placed a beacon for you. Use your soul-catching hook to fish for what truly belongs to you. Upon hearing this, Ruan Xinglua's body shook, and she quickly looked down at the rusty fish hook she had reattached in her hand. To her surprise, that originally inconspicuous fish hook now radiated a weak yet exceptionally firm and inviolable pure golden light. This golden light was not dazzling but seemed to penetrate through the endless blood mist and grudge, clearly pointing towards one direction. The center area of the bay. In that place, through the rolling blood mist, one could faintly see a grand yet decaying underwater palace, as if it had been silent for millennia, appearing amidst the towering waves stirred by the Abyss Grudge Conglomerate. Trash fish. Soul-catching hook. Beacon. Underwater Palace. Looking at the unwavering golden light on the fishhook, Ruan Xinglua glanced at the distant abyss grudge conglomerate exuding a destructive aura, and the mysterious underwater palace that was flickering under the terrifying pressure. Her heart, which was pounding violently from fear. Miraculously, she gradually calmed down. She took a deep breath, her eyes rekindling with brightness. She chose to believe in Zhou Yan unconditionally. Husband, I understand. Ruan Xinglua placed all her hope, all her faith, on this last hook. Her small body suddenly erupted with an astonishing power that was not in line with her appearance, using all her strength to fiercely fling that rusty soul hook, which carried all her hopes and was guided by a golden beacon, towards the mysterious underwater palace. That rusty fishhook, carrying all Ruan Xinglua's hope, was pulled by Zhou Yan's mysterious golden beacon, resembling a beam of light piercing through illusion, accurately plunging into the underwater palace that flickered in the blood mist in giant waves. Boom! In that moment when the fishhook fell, Ruan Xinglua felt an unprecedented, unimaginably heavy terrifying pull suddenly coming from the fishing rod. That feeling was not like catching an object, but rather it felt like catching the foundation of this boundless sea of blood, catching the very backbone of the soul drowning pier. Ah! Ruan Xinglua let out a painful groan. She felt as if her arms were about to be torn apart by this immense force. The ground beneath her feet cracked inch by inch, and she was being pulled off balance by that force, almost dragged into the endless, resentment-filled blood-red ocean. What on earth has she caught? Ruan School Beauty can't hold on much longer. This power is too terrifying. Is it the underwater palace itself? No way. Just when Ruan Xinglua felt she was reaching her limit, her consciousness beginning to blur. Roar! From the depths of the sea, the mysterious underwater palace, shrouded in blood mist and dark currents, suddenly erupted with an immense golden light without warning. That golden light was dazzling and sacred, instantly piercing through the billion-year-old blood-red fog that enveloped the lost treasure bay, illuminating this area, which was filled with despair and silence, as if it were a divine realm. Immediately following, powerful, dignified, and filled with the aura of supreme nobility, a thunderous dragon roar erupted from the underwater palace, shaking the entire soul-drowning pier. It was seen that on the broken walls of the ancient palace, those once blurry and eroded Huaxia dragon totem carvings, at this moment, seemed to be infused with spirit, coming to life. They swirled and roared in the golden light, exuding a terrible dragon might that made all spirits bow in submission. The next moment, under the shocked gazes of Ruan Xinglua and billions of viewers worldwide, a towering jade pillar, made entirely of a strange white jade that emitted a warm divine light, entwined by the vivid phantom of a five-clawed golden dragon, radiating an aura of suppressing ancient times and stabilizing the universe, was actually pulled inch by inch from the foundation of that underwater palace by that small rusty fishhook. As the jade pillar emerged, the very rules of the soul-drowning pier trembled and submitted. Ding! Congratulations to Huaxia competitor Ruan Xinglua for successfully fishing out the national treasure of Huaxia Town Country Dragon Pillar, imitation, SSS level. Huaxia Town Country Dragon Pillar, imitation, a replica of the supreme divine object that suppressed Huaxia's fortune in ancient times, containing a trace of true national dragon soul power, capable of suppressing evil, gathering national fortune, stabilizing borders, and blessing all people. This item emerges, all evils flee, and national fortune flourishes. SSS level. Huaxia Town Country Dragon Pillar. When these words appeared like the brightest stars on all the live stream screens, the entire blue planet fell into an eerie silence due to the sudden earth-shattering change. After a few seconds, the Huaxia live stream room erupted in a celebration 100 times more intense than any before. SSS level. It is SSS level. Am I not dreaming? Are Huaxia's dragon pillar of the nation? Imitation? Even if it is an imitation, it is still an SSS level existence. And it's the dragon pillar of the nation. This is simply unbelievable. Master Zhou Yan. This is definitely Master Zhou Yan's work. Besides him, who else could get Ruan Xinglua to fish out such a thing? I knew it. I knew Master Zhou Yan's fishing hook was not simple. This is not just a fishing hook, this is clearly a divine tool that opens the heavens. At the same time, at the entrance of the soul-drowning dock, the one-eyed old fisherman, who had been keeping an eye on the lost treasure bay, saw the white jade dragon pillar entwined with the phantom of a five-clawed golden dragon being pulled from the water. In that instant, unprecedented light and relief erupted in his murky eye. He let out a long puff of smoke, and in a voice that only he could hear, filled with immense awe and emotion, he whispered to himself, so that's how it is. So that's how it is. I wondered why the master went to such great lengths to seal that useless abyssal resentment in the deepest part of the god burial trench, and why he sank this imitation pillar, containing a trace of the dragon soul of his homeland, beneath this lost divine temple. It turns out that this so-called abyssal resentment conglomerate was from the beginning just a source of nourishment and a guard prepared by the master for this dragon pillar. Only by nurturing it to a sufficient strength could the potential of the dragon pillar be maximized. Only the resentment it emanated day and night could protect the dragon pillar from the greed of other lowly creatures. Now that the dragon pillar has been successfully fished up by the master's lady, it means that this source of nourishment and guard has finally lost the last bit of its significance. The old fisherman shook his head, a trace of pity flashing in his eyes. The master's original plan, I fear, was to eliminate this useless trash fish once the master's lady had pulled up the dragon pillar, to avoid spoiling her vision. Just as the old fisherman muttered to himself, unveiling this earth-shattering secret. In the lost treasure bay, that Huaxia dragon pillar of the nation, which Ruan Xinglua had painstakingly fished up, suddenly opened its dazzling dragon eyes like blazing suns the moment it came into contact with the outside air. Chapter 30, The True Dragon Descends. Aang. A more soaring, more majestic, filled with supreme holiness and righteous spirit dragon roar echoed through the skies. A pure and ultimate heir of Huaxia's national fortune, along with the overwhelming dragon might that suppresses all evils and sweeps away the demon aura, erupted from the dragon pillar like a volcanic explosion. The first to be affected was the distant abyssal resentment conglomerate, which had just been displaying its might, exuding an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Hiss. Ah! That terrifying being, which was on the verge of crossing the threshold of a demigod, emitted a cry filled with fear and pain at the moment it sensed this pure dragon might and national fortune. Its massive body, made of endless resentment and shattered rules, twisted and rolled violently, as if it encountered the most terrifying nemesis in the world. On top of the dragon pillar, the phantom of the five-clawed golden dragon suddenly raised its head. Two beams of dazzling divine light, like golden divine swords, shot from its dragon eyes. They crossed the distance of space and fiercely struck the constantly changing massive body of the abyssal resentment conglomerate. Sizzle! Like boiling oil splashing onto snow. Instantly, two massive holes were burned into the giant body of the abyssal resentment conglomerate, with countless resentful thoughts and black gas rapidly melting and purifying under the golden divine light. Ow, ow, ow. The abyssal resentment conglomerate let out an unprecedented roar filled with endless pain and fear. It no longer had the previous arrogance and brutality. Its massive body. It unexpectedly began to slowly, uncontrollably retreat towards the unfathomable god burial abyss. It dared not get any closer to this jade pillar radiating terrifying dragon might. As if staying even one more second would cause it to be completely purified and evaporated. Ruan Xinglua tightly gripped the fishing rod in her hand, and the Huaxia national dragon pillar now hovered in front of her, emanating a gentle yet overwhelming power. Streams of pure, unmatched national fortune energy from Huaxia surged into her body like a flood flowing back to the sea through the invisible connection between her and the dragon pillar. Under the onslaught of this vast power, Ruan Xinglua felt her limbs and bones, meridians and even the depths of her soul undergoing some indescribable, miraculous transformation. Her spiritual power surged wildly at a visible speed. The mental sea, once somewhat withered from several extreme exertions, now rapidly revived like a long-awaited rain after a drought, continuously expanding and solidifying. Moreover, she vaguely sensed that she seemed to have touched some mysterious and profound threshold of the extraordinary. It felt like with just one more step forward, she could step into a whole new level of life. In the distance, within the god burial abyss, the temporarily pushed back abyssal grievance entity, although its aura had weakened significantly, still emitted intermittent roars of unwillingness and resentment. It seemed not to have given up completely, still gathering strength for a final, desperate counterattack. And the Huaxia national dragon pillar hovering before Ruan Xinglua, having repelled that terrifying grievance entity, began to radiate even more intense golden light. It seemed to possess its own life, actively and greedily absorbing the scattered, unclaimed soul power and fragmented rules from the entire drowned soul dock, released through the passage of time and countless battles. As these energies continuously flowed in, the five-clawed golden dragon phantom on the dragon pillar became more solid, more majestic. It transformed into an unfathomable black hole, like a primordial divine dragon starved for eons, starting to crazily and greedily devour everything in the drowned soul dock. The chaotic and thick unclaimed soul power awakened by the abyssal grievance entity, along with those shattered rule fragments. This S-grade terrifying instance seemed to have turned into a buffet for the dragon pillar at this moment. The rolling blood mist in the bay, the accumulated resentment in the air above the dock, even some low-level relics just salvaged by other contestants, the energy leaking from them was all drawn in as if consumed by the dragon pillar's five-clawed golden dragon phantom. With every ounce of pure energy swallowed, the phantom of the five-clawed golden dragon on the dragon pillar solidified a bit more, its scales and claws clearer, its whiskers more graceful, and its dragon eyes glimmering with divine light. The national aura exuded by the dragon pillar became more and more profound, more dignified, and even more holy and inviolable. In that moment, the cold system notification sound suddenly resonated in Ruan Xinglua's ears and those of all Huaxia viewers. Ding! Special event triggered. Huaxia National Dragon Pillar Replica is self-repairing and evolving by absorbing external energy. Current repair progress 1%, 2%, 5%. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, in Huaxia. At the very moment the Huaxia National Dragon Pillar began to madly devour the energy of the drowned soul dock, a phenomenon reappeared in the vast sky above Huaxia's land. The immense five-clawed golden dragon phantom, previously formed by Ruan Xinglua's outstanding performances, seemed to have received an unimaginable surge of energy at this moment. Its originally somewhat illusory dragon body was, at a visible speed, completely solidifying. The golden dragon scales shone with an immortal glow, the majestic dragon head looked down upon the world, and the powerful dragon claws seemed capable of tearing apart the heavens. At this moment, it was no longer a phantom, but like a true guardian dragon, emerging from ancient myths, descending onto this weathered land. Aoo! The true dragon descended, roaring through the 9 heavens. That sacred and majestic roar echoed across every corner of China. Immediately, this 5-clawed golden dragon, formed by endless national fortune and the power of the dragon pillar, began to circle around the vast territory of China, slowly patrolling. It patrolled for 3 laps, continuously breathing out visible golden auspicious aura from its mouth, scattering it over the earth like a nourishing rain. Wherever this golden auspicious aura showered, elderly persons who had long lain in sickness, with no remedy effective, miraculously recovered their health, even able to walk. In some areas, sporadic strange disturbances caused by the infiltration of bizarre world powers were instantly purified by this overwhelming dragon might, as if melting snow. Beneath the land of China, those spiritual veins blocked or drained due to historical reasons were completely activated under this immense national fortune. Countless ancient sect ruins in blessed lands, which once possessed abundant spiritual energy but had now fallen to the mortal realm, reawoke with vibrant life, as wisps of innate spiritual energy scattered out. Chapter 31: Dimensional Strike. What delighted the high authorities of China and countless ordinary citizens even more was that, during this unprecedented national fortune cleansing, a large number of ordinary people, who had only enhanced physical qualities or awakened some trivial abilities before, saw their powers surge like a rocket. Some could easily lift boulders weighing several tons, some could see for 1,000 miles, and some could even briefly control flames and lightning. Moreover, a very small number of extraordinarily gifted lucky ones, under the so-called miraculous national fortune blessing, actually broke through the shackles of mortals, stepping directly into the ranks of extraordinary beings that existed only in legends. A golden age of evolution for the people of China seemed to have begun. And just as China rejoiced, with national fortune at its peak. Previously, due to the fortunate acquisition of SS-level relics by Kamagon Chodie and Jessica, the fortunes of Sakura Nation and Beautiful Nation, which had just risen, were once again firmly suppressed under the ultimate pressure of this golden dragon of national fortune. Even the 2 newly acquired SS-level relics, the Tears of Izanami and the Glory Banner of the Sunken Knights, began to tremble slightly, their power fluctuations becoming extremely unstable, as if they could go out of control and even backfire against their masters at any moment. The high authorities of the 2 nations were horrified to find that they could hardly fully control these 2 SS-level relics. It was as if these 2 bizarre relics from the soul-drowning dock, sensing the supreme majesty of China's guardian dragon pillar, generated a certain fear and submission from deep within their souls. At this moment, the high levels and think tanks of countries around the world finally came to fully realize a despairing fact. In this cruel national fortune competition of bizarre marriage, China, or rather, the mysterious man Zhou Yan standing behind the Chinese contestant Wan Xinglua, already possessed an absolute advantage beyond their understanding and reach, outside the rules. This was no longer simple luck or strength, it was clearly a dimensional strike. Deep within the burial trench of the soul-drowning dock, the abyssal grudge entity, repelled by the national dragon pillar of Huaxia with a blow, naturally refused to stay dormant, even less willing to let countless years of accumulated grievances and power become a mere wedding dress for others. Its indescribable body twisted violently, howling, making its final desperate move. It actually forcefully devoured those other evil souls with relatively weaker power, which were also sealed here by Zhou Yan in the deep trench. With each bit consumed, the grudge energy around it became denser, its originally dissipating aura reintegrated, even more violent than before, filled with an overwhelming desire to destroy everything. It was all or nothing. It was burning everything. Roar. Finally, after almost draining the entire god burial trench dry, the abyssal grudge entity erupted with a earth-shaking roar. Its enormous body, unimaginable in size, instantly transformed into a thick, dark pillar of light that seemed capable of piercing the heavens, carrying endless grievances and shattered laws powerful enough to destroy all living beings. With a resolute stance to go down together, it fiercely struck towards the national dragon pillar of Huaxia, which was crazily devouring energy and shining brighter by the second, as well as the woman Wan Xinglua who stood not far from it. In this strike, it poured out everything. In this strike, it was confident enough to completely eradicate the damned dragon pillar and that detestable human woman from this world. Just as the dark pillar of destruction was about to hit its target, all the Blue Star audience watching this scene thought the apocalypse was coming. On Blue Star, in Happy Community, Room 101. Zhou Yan, who had been crossing his legs, leisurely watching Wan Xinglua's live broadcast, slowly set down the slightly worn fishing rod in his hand as he saw the abyssal grudge entity, which dared to launch a suicidal attack. He extended a long, pale finger, with no energy fluctuations or earth-shattering phenomena at his fingertip. He simply, casually tapped the grand dark pillar of light on the live stream screen, as if brushing off a speck of dust from the screen. At the same time, a faint, playful smile curled at the corners of his mouth, and he gently muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. It has been noisy for so long, it's about time to clean up the trash. above the lost treasure bay at the soul drowning pier. That dark pillar of light, carrying endless grievances and the will to destroy, was less than 100 meters away from the national dragon pillar of Huaxia, about to consume Yuan Xinglua and the pillar together. Suddenly, its unstoppable terrifying impact abruptly halted without warning. Immediately after, it felt as if it were struck head-on by an invisible giant hand, spanning endless time and dimensions. Boom! A sound dull to the extreme, yet seems capable of shattering souls. The earth-destroying dark pillar shattered and exploded from the front, like an ice sculpture in the scorching sun. There was no rampant energy wreaking havoc, no chaotic scene of shattered rules. It was simply decomposed, restored into the most pure, untainted source of grievance energy. Then, before this pure grievance energy could dissipate, the national dragon pillar of Huaxia let out a joyful dragon roar. Its five-claw golden dragon phantom suddenly opened its massive mouth, like a great whale sucking water, devouring the abyssal grudge entity that had transformed into pure energy without leaving a single trace. That once made the entire soul-drowning pier tremble. Even the avenging entity, which barely touched the threshold of the half-step god lord, couldn't let out a final scream before it was completely erased from this world in such a suffocating and dramatic manner. It became high-level nourishment for the dragon pillar's evolution. After the dragon pillar of China's national defense devoured all the energy of the abyssal vengeful entity, the golden light emitted from it almost became tangible, illuminating the entire soul-drowning dock. The dragon pillar itself was undergoing an astonishing transformation at a speed visible to the naked eye. It became more sacred, more majestic, more real. What left Yuan Xinglua and all the Chinese audience in disbelief was that in a certain area of the dragon pillar, inscribed with ancient Chinese characters, the originally clear imitation characters started to become blurred at a slow but steady speed. It seemed there was a trend of evolution. At the same time, Yuan Xinglua felt that through the wonderful connection with this transforming dragon pillar, she had developed an indescribably special perception of the entire S-level terrifying dungeon of the soul-drowning dock, even gaining a faint, almost imperceptible, sense of control. As if, as long as she was willing, she could to some extent influence certain rules of this area. Crack! A sound like glass shattering and being reborn came from the floating dragon pillar in front of Yuan Xinglua. After consuming the immense, unimaginable pure resentment of the abyssal vengeful entity, the slightly glaring imitation character inscribed on the dragon pillar seemed to have been erased by an invisible force and disappeared completely. In its place was a character remnant, carrying a hint of desolation and antiquity. Dragon pillar of China's national defense, remnant. Although it still wasn't the complete genuine product, the pressure and divinity exuded by it were 10 times stronger than the previous imitation. The five-clawed golden dragon shadow coiling around it was now almost tangible, and with the opening and closing of its dragon eyes, it seemed as if the sun, moon, and stars were being created and extinguished within. Buzz! The dragon pillar let out a pleasant soft hum, and a beam of golden divine light entered Yuan Xinglua's forehead. In an instant, Yuan Xinglua felt that she had established a deep connection with this dragon pillar of China's national defense, a connection that could be described as bloodline-linked, or even a soul resonance. Through this dragon pillar, she was amazed to discover that she could faintly sense the flow of water in the entire soul-drowning dock and even, to some extent, mobilize and influence certain rules of this S-level forbidden area's water. For example, with a thought, a region that had become turbulent and full of hidden dangers due to the awakening of the abyssal vengeful entity miraculously began to calm down, becoming tranquil. Or, by concentrating, she seemed to see underneath a seemingly calm sea surface lay in B-level relic radiating weak energy fluctuations, its position and depth clear in her mind. This is Mistress's power? My heavens! Doesn't Yuan Xinglua now have free reign in the soul-drowning dock? Controlling part of the dungeon rules. This is simply unheard of. How much authority did Lord Zhou Yan grant Yuan Xinglua? The Chinese audience had become utterly numb, happiness came too suddenly and too fiercely. This was the rudimentary power possessed by the mistress as the partner of the dock's master, enough to make any other suitor feel utterly hopeless. Just as Yuan Xinglua was still experiencing this wonderful sense of control, the cold system prompt, resonating with an unprecedented, even a flattering and excited tone, echoed throughout the entire Blue Star. All countries' fortune live streams. Global announcement. Global announcement. Huaxia player Yuan Xinglua, in the S-Class dungeon mission Soul Drowning Dock, performed exceptionally, turning the tide. She not only successfully fished out the SSS-level national treasure Huaxia's national pillar dragon, fragment, but also single-handedly purified and stabilized the chaotic rules in the core area of the Soul Drowning Dock, eliminating hidden dangers, and made an immeasurable outstanding contribution to the entire Soul Drowning Dock dungeon. Overall evaluation, SSS+. Mission reward, breaks historical records. Huaxia's national fortune gets an epic boost. Completely stabilized. And starts to provide excessive return for the matchmaker Yuan Xinglua. Personal reward, due to her special contribution to the dungeon and the excessive return from national fortune, the matchmaker Yuan Xinglua's personal strength will experience a leap forward. Boom! When the system announcement came out, the entire blue star seemed to tremble under the weight of this terrifying reward. In the sky above Huaxia, the national fortune golden dragon, which had just completed its patrol, let out a thunderous dragon roar once again, and its enormous dragon body erupted with a golden divine light 100 times more brilliant than before. Endless national fortune power, like a rushing golden river, descended from the sky, crossing infinite void, and precisely infused into Ruan Xingluo's body at the soul drowning dock. At the same time, the Huaxia national pillar dragon in her hands also emitted a soft yet mighty dragon soul power, continually nourishing her body and soul. Under this miraculous dual infusion of national fortune and the feedback from the dragon pillar, Ruan Xingluo felt as if her body had been thrown into a furnace of heaven and earth, undergoing a tremendous refinement and transformation. Her mental barriers were effortlessly broken. Originally, her mental power was significantly enhanced, but now, that massive mental power began to condense, compress, and materialize in an unbelievable way. In her eyes, it seemed as if the galaxies flowed, and with a thought, the surrounding air appeared to slightly distort due to her will. This was an astonishing indication of mental power materializing, even touching the threshold of the power of rules. This level far exceeded the limits that other countries' matchmakers, who were still struggling for B-grade and A-grade relics or for survival, could imagine. It can be said that Ruan Xingluo's personal strength had reached a terrifying level that left all other participants in despair, even feeling it was luxurious to gaze upon. In stark contrast, were the Cherry Blossom Kingdom and the Beautiful Country. They had each preserved their S-class relic, but to completely repair the damage upon it and fully master the two terrifyingly powerful objects would take unimaginable vast costs and lengthy time. Though their national fortunes had also improved, under the subtle suppression of Huaxia's national fortune golden dragon, their enhancement was almost negligible, even appearing somewhat laughable. As for those other countries that hadn't even touched the hair of an S-class relic, and were suffering severe losses in the dungeon without reaping any rewards, they were now even too distraught to cry. The bizarre matchmaking national fortune competition had completely lost its balance due to Zhou Yan, this unreasonable off-regulation existence. Or rather, from the very beginning, this had been a performance prepared solely for Huaxia, or more specifically, for Zhou Yan and the matchmaker he chose, Ruan Xingluo, a solo show. After experiencing the immense shock and psychological gap brought by this soul-drowning dock incident, the higher-ups of countries around the world finally recognized the reality. They began to reassess their overall strategy toward Huaxia with an unprecedented seriousness and gravity. From initial disregard and mockery, to subsequent vigilance and competition, and now, they had to start considering. Should we give up those unrealistic fantasies and instead seek deep cooperation with Huaxia, even showing necessary attachment and goodwill in certain aspects? Chapter 33, The Backyard. After all, in front of a player with a divine-level existence, any struggle seems so pale and powerless. With a flash of white light, Ruan Xingluo returned to Happy Community Room 101, satisfied, carrying the exquisite dragon-shaped seal that had been deeply branded on the back of her hand from the Huaxia National Dragon Pillar, along with a variety of high-quality relics. It was still the familiar sofa, the familiar furnishings, and that figure who could make her feel instantly at peace, no matter how great the storms she faced outside. Zhou Yan was leisurely savoring a glass of unknown crimson drink. When he saw her return, a gentle smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "Back already? It seems like you gained quite a lot." Ruan Xingluo gleefully shared her experiences at the soul drowning dock with Zhou Yan, as if presenting a treasure. After listening, a look of unhidden approval shone in Zhou Yan's eyes, along with a touch of tenderness and pampering that others could barely notice. He reached out, gently ruffling Ruan Xingluo's hair, and spoke softly, "You did well. This sea-maintaining needle will now be in your hands for Huaxia, so it can be returned to its rightful owner. As for the dock," he paused, his tone casual as if discussing something trivial, "it's fine to occasionally go for a stroll, relax, and fish. Just think of it as your own backyard." Backyard? Ruan Xingluo was choked by Zhou Yan's nonchalant description. That was an S-rank terrifying dungeon. Just as Ruan Xingluo and Zhou Yan were enjoying this rare warm daily life, still reflecting on the shock of Zhou Yan's words, "your own backyard." Suddenly, a presence of utmost authority, icy to the extreme, yet upon entering the area of Happy Community Room 101, brought a trace of subtle reverence and caution, unexpectedly descended upon the air above this ordinary residential building. The source of this intention was vast and boundless, filled with a rhythmic sense of rules. It was none other than the bizarre world will, which had previously engaged in several friendly exchanges with Zhou Yan, even having its marriage information forcibly erased by him. But this time, the bizarre world will seem to have learned its lesson. It did not attempt to engage Zhou Yan in any form of direct dialogue. Instead, it transmitted a beam of light containing complex information through an extremely special channel, adhering to the bizarre marriage rules, directly to Ruan Xingluo, the contractor of this marriage contract and binder of the national fortune. A segment of information clearly appeared in Ruan Xingluo's mind. In light of Huaxia contestant Ruan Xingluo and her partner Zhou Yan's exceptional ability to maintain world stability during the chaos at the soul drowning dock and their outstanding contributions to reorganizing and reshaping some chaotic bizarre domain rules, The Supreme Council of the Bizarre World, after collective deliberation, hereby solemnly invites the Blue Star Huaxia civilization, as the sole special observer nation, to participate in the next upcoming conference on resource coordination and order maintenance of the bizarre domains, to be held at the Central Temple of the Void Star Sea. This so-called Bizarre Inter-World Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance Conference is, in fact, the highest-level power summit where top civilizations and forces of the bizarre world negotiate the redivision of their spheres of influence, allocation of newly birthed bizarre world resource points, and even determine the survival fate of certain weaker bizarre worlds. In the past, no country from the Blue Star had even the qualification to know this conference existed, let alone to attend as an observer. If Huaxia could participate as a special observer nation, even if just sitting in the corner to listen, the information it could acquire about all realms and worlds, the potential resources it could tilt towards in the future, and the elevation of its international status in the strange world system would all be immeasurable. This is far more important and profound than simply counting national fortunes or having a few SSS-class strange objects. Ruan Xinglua was a bit dazed by this sudden influx of massive information. She instinctively relayed the contents of the invitation word for word to the person beside her, Zhou Yan. After listening, Zhou Yan raised an eyebrow indifferently, a smile-like curve forming on the corner of his mouth, and said lightly, "Oh? Those old folks hiding in the shadows, who like to play tricks, have finally realized a little and know whose leg to grab now." He stretched lazily, his tone still casual. "Well, since they are inviting you so sincerely, if you're bored, it wouldn't hurt to go take a look. Just consider it a chance for your husband to inspect the future business in advance. If anything displeases you, or if anyone dares to point fingers at you, come back and tell me, and I'll take care of it for you." As Zhou Yan's words fell, a completely black ancient token, engraved with countless mysterious and strange runes, emitting a faint aura of time and space, silently appeared in Ruan Xinglua's palm. This was the invitation to the Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance meeting of the strange domains of all realms. This was not just an invitation to a meeting, it was like a key that would open up deeper secrets of the strange world for Huaxia and Ruan Xinglua, leading to a broader, more dangerous, and more exciting grand stage of all realms. And Zhou Yan, with his familiarity with this Supreme Council and Coordination meeting that could make any ruler of the strange world take notice, even with a hint of disdain and contempt in his attitude, made his true identity and past experiences seem as profound, elusive, and unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. Ruan Xinglua spread her palm, the ancient token gifted personally by the will of the strange world was quietly resting in her hand. The token was completely black, made of an unknown material, cool to the touch, and engraved with countless mysterious and twisted strange runes, vaguely exuding an ancient and powerful aura that made one's heart pound. Ruan Xinglua named it the Strange Domain Token. This small token seemed to bear the weight of a world. That night, Huaxia's high-level officials organized the country's top linguists, historians, material scientists, and the most accomplished experts in the field of strange research to conduct a comprehensive secret study on this Strange Domain Token. After a whole night of almost sleepless efforts, the experts reached a preliminary conclusion. This Strange Domain Token is undoubtedly some kind of extremely high-level entry ticket. An old expert with white hair, his eyes bloodshot, spoke with uncontrollable excitement. "The material cannot be analyzed, but we detected that it contains a faint yet pure breath of the source rules of the strange world. This means that if worn long-term, this token could subtly enhance one's understanding of strange powers, even gaining insights into the rules of the strange world. This is simply a priceless treasure." Moreover, another expert responsible for interpreting the information on the token added, "Based on our preliminary decoding of these strange runes, the token also indicates the approximate time for this so-called Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance meeting, which, when converted to Blue Star time, should be in about a month. As for the specific meeting location, it remains shrouded in mystery, seemingly blocked by a powerful force of rules." In the world of Huaxia, the news that it had gained the status of an invited observer nation because of Zhou Yan, meant to participate in the highest-level meeting of the strange world, spread like wildfire, wings sprouting from some special channels, quickly becoming known to the higher-ups of other major countries on Blue Star. In an instant, the world was shaken. In the beautiful country, within the highest command office, a torrent of suppressed roars and the sound of shattered objects erupted. Too much. This is simply too much. How many resources have we invested in the soul drowning pier? Jessica almost died to protect that SS-level relic. And what's the result? We didn't even catch a glimpse of the meeting. And that Huaxia, which had suffered 9 consecutive defeats and was almost kicked out of the strange matchmaking table, has suddenly soared to become some damn observer nation. This is unfair. It is absolutely a dark scheme. We must investigate. That Huaxia woman and her strange husband, what despicable means did they use to gain such a qualification? In Sakura country, the atmosphere inside the Prime Minister's residence was equally heavy enough to drip water. Baka. Tears of Izanami. That is an SS-level mythical relic. Why can we barely repair it, and the boost to our national fortune is so limited? And Huaxia. What gives them that right? It must be that Zhou Yan. He is definitely some ancient and powerful strange existence we don't know about. He has disrupted the balance of strange matchmaking. We must find a way. We must find a way to connect with that highest council of the strange world. No matter the cost, we won't hesitate. At that moment, the nation that had previously been smug about obtaining the SS-level relic due to a stroke of luck in the soul drowning pier task found their mood more miserable than swallowing a fly. They had invested heavily, even using national-level trump cards, only to discover that they didn't even qualify to enter the real table. While the Huaxia they had always looked down upon, even casually mocking, had quietly settled into the VIP seats they felt was extravagant to even gaze at. The immense gap and unbelievable fury led them to frantically search for any possible way to connect with that mysterious highest council of the strange world. Even if it meant drinking poison to quench thirst, they wouldn't hesitate. In contrast, some countries that had previously had a decent relationship with Huaxia, or were weaker yet harbored great ambition and fantasies about the strange world, began to express their congratulations and tests through various secret channels. They either indirectly inquired about any whispers regarding that coordination meeting, or subtly expressed a desire for strategic affiliation or resource-sharing cooperation. The international situation had become turbulent because of this tiny strange domain token. Just as the world outside was in turmoil, Huaxia's expert team finally made new breakthroughs in the research on the strange domain token. Director! We found it! A young researcher rushed into Lin Angua's office, holding a freshly printed document, excitement written all over his face. Based on the energy fluctuations left on the token and an incredibly obscure seed mark for reverse deduction, we can basically confirm that to eventually activate this strange domain token and reveal the exact location of the meeting, we need a special strange plant called World Tree Lotus Seed as a trigger, or rather, a key. World Tree Lotus Seed? Lin Angua's brows furrowed slightly. Yes. The young researcher nodded vigorously. This strange plant is extremely rare. According to the only few incomplete records in our database, it usually only grows in some declining regions. The impending collapse of the newborn strange area is a bizarre thing born from the essence of the world's rules of life and death alternating moments. It seemed as if to validate the experts' conjectures. At the very moment the research report was just submitted, the cold system prompt echoed accurately in Wan Xingluo's mind. Ding! Triggered special personal trial task, token of the World Tree. Task content, please, partner Wan Xingluo, within the limited time, 72 hours in Blue Star time, travel alone to the newborn strange area numbered Gengzi 73, and successfully obtain the special task item, Lotus Seed of the World Tree. Task level, A level. Special reminder, the rules of the newborn strange area are extremely unstable, energy tides are chaotic, and the actual danger level may far exceed A level. Please approach this task with caution. A level solo trial task? Wan Xingluo looked at the task prompt that popped up in front of her. The joy and ease she had just felt from obtaining the strange domain token and the national dragon pillar of Huaxia were instantly replaced by a heavy sense of worry. Although she had experienced A-level tasks before, such as in the Happy Community and South Mountain Asylum, this time, the system clearly labeled it as a solo trial, and it was in the extremely unstable newborn strange area. The actual danger might even reach S-level. She subconsciously looked towards Zhou Yan, who was curled up on the sofa, leisurely flipping through a book with various twisted tentacles and bizarre eyeball illustrations on the cover, her voice tinged with a barely noticeable tension. Hubby, I think I received another task. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan didn't even lift his eyelids, merely responding casually with a sound of acknowledgement. His nonchalant attitude, as if everything was unrelated to him, made Wan Xingluo a small thought of seeking comfort and helped silently retreat back into her heart. After all, to her husband, this sort of A-level minor task probably didn't even deserve a second glance. Just as Wan Xingluo was silently boosting herself up, preparing to face this challenge alone. In the moment just before she was about to step into the temporary teleportation light door opened by the system, Zhou Yan suddenly sat up from the sofa, casually picking up a small, exquisite brass compass from the fruit plate on the coffee table, which seemed to forever point towards a fixed direction, and unceremoniously stuffed it into Wan Xingluo's hand. Here, take this. His tone remained casual, even carrying a hint of indifference. That so-called Gengzi 73 ghost place, just from the name you know the magnetic field must be a mess. Don't get lost in there and can't find your way back home. The sooner you go, the sooner you'll return. He paused, as if suddenly remembering something important, adding, for dinner, I want sweet and sour ribs. Remember to come back and make it. Wan Xingluo held the ancient compass that felt slightly cool in her hand, yet seemed to contain some strange power, looking at Zhou Yan's extraordinarily handsome face that always carried a hint of laziness and carelessness. Her heart was filled with mixed emotions, and in the end, she could only nod heavily. I will definitely come back safely. Almost at the same time Wan Xingluo received the task and prepared to set off. In the beautiful country, within a secret stronghold of the strange world, the intelligence center caught a blurred but crucial piece of information. Report, General. According to our Night Raven's reports, a peculiar item called Soul-Guiding Lotus Seed seems to be related to activating certain high-level access permissions, even related to the legendary Strange World Council. Moreover, we have preliminarily investigated, and this soul-guiding lotus seed is very likely to appear soon in the newborn strange area numbered Gengzi 73. the highest commander of the beautiful country's strange strategic command. A five-star general, sharp-eyed like an eagle and known for his iron-fisted toughness, slammed the table violently after hearing the news, his eyes flashing with an undeniable decision. Immediately activate the Predator plan. Order Kane to seize the Gangxi No. 73 area's soul-retrieving lotus seeds at all costs, ahead of Huaxia. Even if we won't need them for now, we absolutely cannot allow Huaxia to gain an easy victory and further expand their advantage. Kane, said a subordinate, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes upon hearing the name. Predator Kane, a top solo player registered in Beautiful Country, is famed in the bizarre exploration world of Blue Star for his ruthless coldness, fierce cruelty, and uncanny tracking and treasure-stealing abilities. It is said that the other national contestants and the uncooperative bizarre beings who died at his hands are countless. He is the sharpest, yet the dirtiest blade in Beautiful Country's hand. Ruan Xinglua did not know that a conspiracy targeting her had quietly unfolded. She tightly gripped the ancient compass that Zhou Yan had given her, took a deep breath, and resolutely stepped into the temporary teleportation portal radiating chaotic spatial fluctuations ahead of her. After the portal, a strong sense of dizziness hit her. When her vision restored clarity, Ruan Xinglua found herself in a dark marsh filled with rich, violent, and chaotic energy. The sky was an eerie dark purple, emitting an ominous glow. The surrounding vegetation was twisted and bizarre, some looked like writhing tentacles, while others were covered in sharp bone spurs. The air was filled with a pungent smell of decay mixed with sulfur. A crisis lurked at every turn. This was the newly born bizarre area numbered Gangxi No. 73. And almost at the same time Ruan Xinglua stepped into this swamp, a more hidden spatial rift quietly opened miles away from her, and Predator Kane's nimble figure silently entered this perilous hunting ground. His gaze was cold and sharp, like a venomous snake locked onto its prey. The scene inside the Gangxi No. 73 bizarre area was more chaotic and primitive than any A-level dungeon Ruan Xinglua had previously experienced. The sky here is forever a stifling dark purple, with broken floating islands appearing vaguely in chaotic energy currents, emitting an unsettling aura. The types of bizarre creatures here were astonishingly diverse, with a new and highly aggressive local bizarre encountered almost every 100 meters. What's worse is that the rules here are extremely unstable, with sudden spatial fluctuations occurring frequently. One moment you could be on solid ground, the next you could fall into deadly quicksand. Ruan Xinglua walked carefully on this treacherous land, with every step taken with utmost caution. The clear heart bell on her chest constantly emitted a gentle light to fend off the ubiquitous negative spiritual disturbances in the air. The dragon-shaped mark on the back of her hand, the Huaxia National Dragon Pillar, also faintly radiated a faint dragon might, allowing her to barely deter some lower-level bizarre beings, avoiding much unnecessary trouble. Even so, she still felt like she was walking on the edge of a knife. One misstep could lead her to utter ruin. At the same time, at the other end of this dark marsh, a ghostly figure was silently weaving through the twisted vegetation. It was the top solo player of Beautiful Country, Predator Kane. His strength was extremely strong, already infinitely close to the beginning of the Eerie realm, and he was equipped with several powerful items scavenged from various bizarre dungeons, especially skilled in tracking and stealth. At this moment, he was holding a strangely shaped bone compass in his hand, its needle slightly trembling, pointing in a general direction. "I've found it, that Chinese woman is indeed in this area." Kane's lips curled into a cruel and confident smile. The task objective, the soul-guiding lotus seed, must be related to her. As the designated receiver of the soul-guiding lotus seed mission, Ruan Xinglua naturally bore a faint, special aura related to the task target. The weak, it couldn't escape Kane's special tracking methods. He was like an experienced hunter, silently hanging hundreds of meters behind Ruan Xinglua, neither anxious nor hurried, patiently waiting for the best opportunity to strike. In his eyes, a Chinese female contestant, who had previously struggled in the copies and had to rely on her bizarre groom's endless protection to barely make it through, was merely a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, even if she had fortuitously received some luck. As soon as she exhausted most of her energy and trump cards from the local bizarre phenomena here, he could easily complete the task at the lowest cost, and even gain some additional spoils. Ruan Xinglua was unaware that she had already been targeted by a top predator. At this moment, all her attention was focused on the ancient compass given to her by Zhou Yan. This compass was very peculiar. Its needle did not point fixedly toward north or south like an ordinary compass, but constantly swayed back and forth slightly. Sometimes it firmly pointed toward a certain direction, as if urging Ruan Xinglua to move forward. Other times, when Ruan Xinglua approached areas that appeared unusually calm but were likely hiding deadly threats, the needle would suddenly veer sharply, as if desperately avoiding some terrifying existence. At first, Ruan Xinglua was a bit confused, but soon, she discovered the remarkable usefulness of this compass. Once, the needle of the compass suddenly pointed wildly toward a dense forest to her left, while the direction she initially intended to go was an open water area that seemed completely safe. Ruan Xinglua hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to carefully bypass the water area, moving along the edge of the forest. As a result, just after she had walked less than 100 meters, she saw the open water suddenly heaving with gigantic waves. A jungle giant lizard, over 100 meters long, covered in dark green, heavy scales, and exuding a suffocating S-level horror aura, slowly surfaced from beneath the water, opened its massive mouth in a yawn, and then sank back down. Ruan Xinglua was drenched in cold sweat. If it weren't for the compass's reminder, she would have likely become the snack of that S-level giant lizard just now. Oh my god. S-level. There's actually an S-level native creature in here? This compass given by Zhou Yan is incredible. It's like it's equipped with a radar and a warning system. Not just a warning, this is clearly a top-tier treasure for seeking fortune and avoiding doom. Zhou Yan is so good to Ruan, the school flower. The viewers in the Chinese live broadcast room and the expert team behind them were all amazed at this, once again generating a profound awe for Zhou Yan's incredible methods. Chapter 36, Judge of the Underworld. With the safety guidance of this magical compass, Ruan Xinglua had narrowly avoided some extremely powerful local bizarre phenomena and areas that seemed safe but were actually full of deadly traps on several occasions. However, even so, in this chaotic A-level area, danger still followed her like a shadow. Just as Ruan Xinglua crossed a seemingly ordinary black swamp, the mud beneath her feet suddenly exploded without warning. Dozens of slimy creatures, covered in slippery mucus. With sharp fangs and an A-class eerie aura, the miasma crocodile eel lunged at Ruan Xinglua like an arrow released from a bow from all directions. These miasma crocodile eels are the top predators in the swamp, not only incredibly fast but also extremely aggressive, and their fangs contain a paralyzing venom. Ruan Xinglua was caught off guard and instantly fell into a heavy encirclement. The time has come. Just as Ruan Xinglua was in a fluster, perilously surrounded, a raspy voice filled with mockery and cruelty suddenly emerged from the shadows not far away. The figure of the raider Cain appeared quietly like a ghost. He stood leisurely on a twisted, strange tree, looking down at the somewhat embarrassed Ruan Xinglua being attacked by the miasma crocodile eels, a clear smirk of mockery on his lips. TSK, I thought after 9 consecutive defeats, Huaxia could choose someone decent? It turns out you are still so easy to crush. Little girl, seeing you so distressed, do you want me to give you a hand? Of course, as payment, those intriguing items on you would have to belong to me. Cain's gaze slid over the Qingxing Belle on Ruan Xinglua's wrist and the faint dragon pillar aura emanating from her, full of greed. His judgment of Ruan Xinglua's strength still lingered on the previous intelligence, where she needed her groom's protection and was fundamentally weak. In his eyes, Ruan Xinglua at this moment was already the fish on the chopping block, ready for him to cut up. It's you! Ruan Xinglua recognized the person and her heart sank. Though she did not know who he was, the blatant malice and danger radiating from him indicated that he meant no good. Moreover, she was currently entangled by these A-class miasma crocodile eels, entirely powerless. In a moment of desperation, Ruan Xinglua gritted her silver teeth and decided to stop hiding her strength. Get away from me! She shouted angrily and suddenly activated the power of the Huaxia National Dragon Pillar that was already tied to her bloodline. Roar! A resonant dragon roar seemed to erupt from the depths of her soul. A condensed and brilliant golden dragon aura surged forth like a tangible shockwave, sweeping out from her as its center. The miasma crocodile eels that were prepared to tear her apart, upon encountering this golden dragon aura filled with supreme dragon might, let out piercing wails as if struck hard, instantly blasted away dozens of meters before crashing into the surrounding mud, unable to move for a time. Cain, witnessing this, felt his pupils dilate, a glimpse of surprise crossing his face. This does pack some brute force. It seems like a kind of one-time powerful protective tool, but sadly, in a place like this, it's too wasteful. He still did not take Ruan Xinglua's resistance seriously, thinking she had activated some powerful life-saving trump card. With a cold laugh, he shifted his figure, preparing to snatch away any task items Ruan Xinglua might have gained. However, just as Cain was about to approach, a sudden change occurred. The ancient compass that Ruan Xinglua had been tightly holding in her hand, which Zhou Yan had given her, suddenly caused its slightly shaking needle to spin wildly as if possessed. Then, the needle suddenly pointed decisively toward Cain, who was getting ready to attack. Buzz! Before Cain could react, a visible, extremely condensed golden shockwave erupted from that tiny compass as if appearing out of thin air, swiftly crashing toward Cain. What? Cain was taken aback. He could never have imagined that such an unremarkable compass could also launch an attack. He hurriedly tried to dodge, but it was already too late. Puff! The golden shockwave hit his chest with pinpoint accuracy. Cain felt a strange numbness instantly spread throughout his body. The bizarre power that had been flowing smoothly inside him suddenly froze and went into chaos for an instant. As if being forcibly interfered with by some higher-level force of rules. He was horrified to discover that the compass in the hands of this Chinese woman not only pointed the way, but also, actually had such a bizarre ability to attack and disrupt the enemy's energy. What level of strange object is this? Just as Cain was caught off guard by the compass's shockwave, his body froze for a brief moment. Ruan Xinglua's combat instinct was fully displayed at this moment. A flash of light shone in her eyes, and without any hesitation, she immediately seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With the power of the dragon pillar erupting once again, she temporarily suppressed the lurking corrupt swamp eel nearby. Her petite figure shot forward like a released arrow, heading towards the direction indicated by the compass, breaking through with all her might. Kane roared, forcibly suppressing the discomfort in his body, steadying himself. But Ruan Xingluo's figure had already vanished into the distance, hidden by the complex terrain and vegetation of the swamp. He looked at the direction where Ruan Xingluo disappeared, then glanced down at the charred small hole in his chest garment created by the golden shockwave. And the energy still somewhat stagnant within him, his expression became extremely grave and resentful. Interesting, truly interesting. Kane let out a low, cold laugh, his voice filled with suppressed anger and a hint of excitement. Looks like I underestimated you, Chinese woman. You have quite a lot of treasures on you. But these soul-attracting lotus seeds and all your treasures will all be mine. You can't escape. His sharp eyes, like those of a hawk, locked onto the direction Ruan Xingluo had fled, and he pursued without hesitation. A treasure hunting chase in this chaotic and dangerous new bizarre realm had officially begun. Guided unwaveringly by the ancient compass, Ruan Xingluo traveled through the dark and treacherous swamp for nearly half an hour. Along the way, she relied on the compass's miraculous warnings to safely avoid several powerful strange entities and natural traps lurking in the dark. Finally, the scene before her eyes opened up brightly. Chapter 37, Soul Returning Lotus. She arrived at a swamp deep within, shrouded by a soul force and ghostly energy so dense that it was almost tangible. The swamp water here presented an unsettling pitch-black color. Floating on the water's surface were scattered broken white bones, emitting a faint phosphorescent glow. In the very center of the swamp stood a towering platform, dozens of meters high, built entirely from countless bones of different shapes haphazardly piled up. At the top of the platform, an eerie flower the size of a basin was blooming, completely blue in color. It appeared to be a strange lotus formed from the purest soul force. The lotus petals were stacked layer upon layer, emitting a dreamy, otherworldly glow. In the center of the lotus, within the seed pod, quietly nurtured 3 seeds the size of Longdon, crystal clear and shimmering with a strange glow. As if they could directly attract and devour the souls of living beings. Soul-attracting lotus seeds. That is the soul-attracting lotus seeds. Found it. Ruan Xingluo really found it. God, these seeds look extraordinary, they can directly attract souls. The viewers in the Chinese livestream couldn't help but cheer excitedly when they saw the 3 lotus seeds. However, Ruan Xingluo's gaze was fixed on a terrifying figure guarding beside that eerie blue lotus. It was a terrifying humanoid creature, standing 10 meters tall, resembling the ancient judge of the underworld in legends. It was draped in a tattered black robe made of countless broken fabric strips and congealed blood, the corners moving without wind, exuding a nauseating chill and decaying aura. In its hand, it tightly grasped a gigantic brush, several meters long, completely black, wrapped around with countless twisted faces of tortured souls, constantly emitting piercing wails, the soul-snatching brush. The head of this judge of the underworld was a giant, hollow skull, its eye sockets 2 unfathomable dark holes, as if they could devour all light and hope. Any creature that locked eyes with those hollow black holes for more than a second would feel as if their soul was being forcefully pulled out of their body by an invisible force, thrown into the endless dark abyss. The aura radiating from it was cold and imposing, filled with the meaning of death and judgment, clearly an S-class judge of the underworld. S-class guardian bizarre? My god. This lotus seed is too precious, right? This judge looks too frightening. That soul-snatching brush feels like just one sweep could scatter my soul. Ruan's school beauty is in big trouble this time. An A-class mission, and the guardian boss turns out to be S-class? This system is really a trap. At that moment, as Ruan Xingluo was slightly numb with fear from the terrifying pressure of the S-class judge of the underworld. In a hidden corner, hundreds of meters away from the swamp, a thief named Kane, perfectly concealed by a special bizarre item, was looking through a monocular-like strange device, clearly seeing the scene at the center of the swamp. When he saw the eerie blue lotus and the 3 soul-snatching lotus seeds within the seed pod, a glimmer of unhidden greed flickered in his eyes. Yet when he saw the S-class judge of the underworld guarding nearby, instead of showing any signs of retreat, a more cruel and calculating smile crept onto his lips. An S-class guardian bizarre, hey, interesting, it seems the value of these soul-snatching lotus seeds is far beyond what I imagined. That Chinese woman can barely handle a B-class bizarre, facing this S-class restless soul is definitely a one-way road to death. Very well, I'll wait here, watching her and that judge fight to their mutual destruction, or until she gets badly injured by that judge. Then I'll step out to snatch the lotus seeds, and perhaps I might even conveniently pick up the bizarre core dropped by that judge after death and that pretty decent soul-snatching brush. Kane calculated in his heart, feeling increasingly that his plan was flawless. At the center of the swamp, Ruan Xingluo faced the S-class horrifying pressure from the judge of the underworld, feeling unprecedented stress. With each unconscious breath from the other party, it seemed to drain the heat from her body, freezing her soul. The emblem of the Chinese national dragon pillar on her hand, although emitting a faint golden halo and forming a weak dragon aura shield, barely resisting the erosion of that cold aura. She knew very well that relying solely on this little protection, it was almost impossible to defeat this terrifying S-class existence in front of her. She took a deep breath, trying to communicate, that. Lord Judge? I just want to take those 3 lotus seeds, I mean no harm. However, the judge of the underworld showed no response to her call, those hollow black hole eye sockets still locking onto her tightly, filled only with chilling murderous intent and ruthless judgment towards any living being who intruded this place. Intruder, into the underworld, forbidden ground, dies. A hoarse, dry voice, not resembling that of a living person, squeezed out from the gaps of the judge's skeletal head. The next second, it suddenly raised the gigantic soul-snatching brush, entwined with countless vengeful souls. At the tip of the brush, the black death and cycle power wildly gathered. Transformed into an incredibly condensed beam of pitch-black light, carrying a terrifying power that could pierce the soul and strip away life, it was about to strike down on Ruan Xinglua. If this blow landed, Ruan Xinglua had no doubt that she would instantly lose her soul, leaving not even a trace behind. At this critical moment of life and death, Ruan Xinglua almost instinctively raised the ancient brass compass that she had tightly clutched, given to her by Zhou Yan, and fiercely blocked it in front of herself. It seemed like this tiny compass was the only lifeline she could grasp at this moment. An eerie scene unfolded. That grim reaper in the underworld, holding a soul-snatching pen capable of judging life and death, suddenly halted about a foot away from the compass, as if held by an immobilizing spell. No matter how the reaper urged its power, the pen's tip could no longer advance even a fraction of an inch. The hollow skull of the grim reaper tilted slightly, as if feeling a hint of confusion at this sudden change. Its black hole-like eyes stared intently at the seemingly unremarkable brass compass in Ruan Xinglua's hand. More precisely, they were fixated on a complex mark on the compass's brass shell, resembling an ancient token of passage through the underworld, which had become somewhat blurred due to the passage of time. Suddenly, the towering figure of the Grim Reaper, standing 10 meters tall, trembled violently. In its hollow eye sockets, a flicker the size of a grain of rice ignited without warning, glowing with the dim, yet seemingly endless light of the underworld. Chapter 38, The Soul Marsh Monster. Immediately, a voice that carried the weight of endless ages, indescribable confusion, and a hint of disbelief slowly emerged from its skeletal mouth. This is, the Nine Hell. Feng Du. Great Emperor, personally issued, token of passage to the underworld? You are, the messenger sent by the Great Emperor? The voice of the Grim Reaper no longer held its previous coldness and bloodthirstiness but was instead filled with an ear, reverence and, a trembling bewilderment. It seemed to have fallen into some extremely ancient yet fragmented memories, as the 2 flickers of ghostly fire wildly danced. I am the Inspector Mo by under the Great Emperor, following the Great Emperor's orders, guarding this place of rebirth, waiting for the one holding the Great Emperor's token to arrive. 2. To collect 3 lotus seeds, to continue the severed cycle of reincarnation. Has the Great Emperor truly returned? It turns out that this S-grade Grim Reaper was once a loyal inspector under the control of a certain great emperor known as the Nine Hell Feng Du Emperor, who ruled a corner of the underworld and the cycle of reincarnation, long ago in ancient times. It had met its end due to some reason, leaving behind only a wisp of residual soul, yet clung to its supreme loyalty and obsession for that great emperor, steadfastly guarding this lotus of rebirth through countless ages, waiting for the messenger of the great emperor, or rather, waiting for the return of the emperor himself. And the seemingly ordinary compass Zhou Yan casually handed to Ruan Xinglua contained that unremarkable subtle mark, which was in fact the insignia of that Nine Hell Feng Du Great Emperor, the token of passage to the underworld. Hiding hundreds of meters away, the looter Cain, who had initially poised to watch the show and reap the benefits, was utterly dumbfounded upon witnessing this scene. The expression on his face transformed from mockery and greed to shock and a rising sense of absurdity and powerlessness. What in the world is happening here? An S-grade guarding creature, a Grim Reaper with a powerful and imposing presence, was actually showing such human-like confusion, nostalgia, and even a hint of a desire to kneel and present treasures to that Chinese woman holding a broken compass? What kind of international joke is this? This Chinese woman's luck is just too heavenly. An S-rank Grim Reaper can actually recognize kin on the spot? Does this leave any room for other players to live? In the center of the swamp, after a brief reverie of memories and emotional turmoil, the Grim Reaper's eyes seemed to dim a bit more. Its aura became even more chaotic and unstable. It seemed to fall again into some obsession and struggle with reality. The cold killing intent and resentment from its body surged once more, but in its gaze at Ruan Xinglua, there was obviously less of the earlier decisiveness and brutality, but rather more of an indescribable struggle. It suddenly raised its huge soul-collecting pen, the pen tip pointing far at the dark blue lotus of rebirth. 3 shining soul-gathering lotus seeds flew out from the lotus pod, lifted by a gentle soul power, slowly drifting towards Ruan Xinglua's face. Ruan Xinglua looked at the 3 alluring blue lotus seeds suspended in front of her, emitting tempting soul energy waves, and without any hesitation, she immediately reached out and carefully put them into her bag. Ding! Congratulations to Chinese contestant Ruan Xinglua for successfully obtaining 3 soul-gathering lotus seeds as quest items. The personal trial task token of the World Tree is completed. The task completion prompt made Ruan Xinglua breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, the Grim Reaper let out a shrill cry full of urgency and warning. Get the lotus seeds, run away from here. They have already been disturbed. They are coming. As it finished speaking, boom! The darkest depths of the murky swamp, previously calm black waters, suddenly churned violently like boiling water. A horror aura, 100 times more wicked than this S-rank Grim Reaper, more chaotic and filled with primal devouring desire, was waking up madly from the depths of the swamp's muck. She could clearly feel, from the depths of the swamp, an aura more evil than this S-rank Grim Reaper waking up at an astonishing speed. And it didn't hide at all, locking onto her and the soul-gathering lotus seeds she had just acquired. Even on the weakened Grim Reaper beside her that had just given up the lotus seeds. The hidden predator, Cain, hundreds of meters away, naturally felt this newly awakened, terrifying aura that made the souls tremble. His sharp eagle-like eyes fixed firmly on the center of the swamp, his face showing not a trace of fear, but rather a more intense greed and madness. Another S-rank is coming out. No, this aura is probably stronger than that Reaper. But that Reaper has clearly become weak after giving up the lotus seeds, almost at its last gasp. And the new creature seems to also target the lotus seeds and that Reaper. Cain's brain raced as a bold and highly tempting plan quickly formed in his mind. If I could take advantage of them fighting each other, or while that new creature attacks the Reaper and the Chinese woman, I could sneak attack. Not only could I easily seize those 3 invaluable soul-gathering lotus seeds, I might even have a chance to capture or heavily injure the soul core of this S-rank Reaper. That's the core of an S-rank anomaly. Its value far exceeds any lotus seed. This is simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wealth and risk go hand in hand. Cain licked his somewhat cracked lips, his eyes nearly overflowing with madness and greed. After a brief thought, he decided to take the risk. Ruan Xinglua felt that new emerging evil aura was almost right next to her, making it hard for her to breathe. And so, the massive, squirming flesh lump, formed from countless broken souls and toxic swamp gas, awakened from the depths of the swamp. That thing, Ruan Xinglua recognized, was the S-class peak terror known as the One-Soul Swamp Monster. It opened its illusory giant mouth, capable of devouring everything, not giving Ruan Xinglua any chance to react, and directly lunged at the weakened underworld judge and the lotus seeds in her hand. Now is the time. The thief, Cain, shot out like a long-hidden poisonous snake, suddenly bursting forth from the shadows where he was hiding. His speed was at its peak, even leaving a faint afterimage in the air. Bitch! Hand over the lotus seeds. Chapter 39, Killing 2 Birds with 1 Stone. Cain let out a greedy and confident sneer. A flash of cold light flickered in his hand, and a completely black soul binding chain, engraved with countless twisted runes and emitting an SS-level terrifying wave, shot out from his sleeve like a venomous snake with life. This soul binding chain was a one-time SS-level consumable device, exchanged for him at great cost by the United States, whose main purpose was to forcibly bind and weaken soul-type targets, even having a strong restraining effect on the core of S-class strange souls. Cain's goal was very clear. He aimed to use the soul binding chain to achieve success, effectively trapping the already exhausted underworld judge, and taking the 3 soul-attracting lotus seeds from Ruan Xinglua amidst the chaos. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Flawless. Happy community, room 101. Bored and flipping through an eerie creature guide, Zhou Yan, through a shared vision known only to him, clearly saw Cain's despicable scene, like a clown jumping out to try and reap the benefits in the Gengzi number 73 area. His brow furrowed slightly. Endless flies, really spoiling the fun. Zhou Yan set down the guide and flicked his fingers at the void, as if brushing away a trivial speck of dust. In the dark depths of the swamp in Gengzi number 73, Cain's SS-level soul binding chain was about to succeed, and a victorious sneer appeared on his face. Suddenly, a change occurred. The ancient brass compass in Ruan Xinglua's hand, which had been guiding her direction and dimmed due to the appearance of the underworld judge, suddenly erupted with a brilliance 100 times brighter than ever before. The light was profound and majestic, as if it came from the very source of the underworld beneath the 9 nether. On the brass exterior of the compass, the complex seal of the ancient underworld travel token seemed to come alive at that moment. It was no longer a dead object but like a true edict, condensed with supreme divine authority and rules. A supreme majesty, causing all souls to tremble from the depths of their being, to fear, and even want to worship, erupted forcefully from that small compass. This is, the Emperor, true, edict. The underworld judge, whose presence had weakened from offering the lotus seeds, even as the ghostly flames in its eyes began to grow dim, suddenly erupted with unprecedented clarity and fervor upon sensing this pure edict from the Emperor. In that moment, it seemed to break free from the shackles of ancient obsessions and reclaim the unparalleled glory and loyalty of once being a judge under the Emperor of the 9 nether. It raised its head to the sky and let out a roar filled with endless relief and unwavering loyalty. Hail, the Emperor, edict! My subordinate, Mobai, is willing to burn the last remnants of my soul, to sweep away the villains in this place. Its towering 10-meter-tall broken body suddenly ignited with flames from its feet without any warning. What burns is not the flame, but the origin of its remnant soul that has existed for countless millennia. It is making a sacrifice. It is responding with its final existence to the supreme decree from the Emperor. Transformed into the purest and most magnificent torrent of soul power, it unhesitatingly surged toward the compass in Ruan Xingluo's hand, which emitted unparalleled divine might. That S-rank peak one soul swamp monster, which had just been ferociously ready to devour everything, suddenly stiffened under the pressure of the pure imperial decree and let out a sharp cry full of extreme fear and disbelief. The core formed by countless remnant souls and toxic swamp gas began to tremble and crack uncontrollably under this pressure. And Kane's SSS-rank binding soul chain, with the intention to capture, upon contact with the dark and majestic glow emanating from the compass, shattered as if the weakest decayed wood were meeting an invincible divine weapon. Crack! 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 A series of crisp shattering sounds rang out. The SSS-rank consumable strange tool, capable of binding S-rank souls, couldn't even hold for a second before it shattered in mid-air, turning into a pile of iron shavings. Puff! Kane himself felt as if struck by 1,000 thunderbolts, spewing out a mouthful of blood mixed with pieces of internal organs. The cruel smile on his face instantly froze, replaced by endless horror and disbelief. This is impossible. What kind of power is this? It surpasses the rules? He couldn't understand how such a tiny compass could unleash such terrifying power. The compass in Ruan Xingluo's hand absorbed all the pure soul power from the willingly sacrificed underworld judge, and its mark of the underworld passage became even more solid and profound, as if it truly transformed into a supreme token capable of commanding the 9 hells. Buzz! An invisible soul shockwave, one that seemed to purify all filth and evil in the world, swept outwards from the compass like waves. The first to suffer was the one soul swamp monster, still trembling under the pressure of the Emperor's decree. Ah! The one soul swamp monster let out a scream of utter despair. Its massive body, composed of countless remnant souls and toxic swamp gas, began to dissolve rapidly as it made contact with this invisible shockwave, just like snow melting under sunlight. Its core, a mass of endless resentment and chaos, was directly shattered by the shockwave. In the end, this terrifying one soul swamp monster, capable of giving any S-rank dungeon a headache, could not put up even a shred of decent resistance and transformed into a sky full of pure soul light. Then, it was completely absorbed by that little compass. Meanwhile, Kane, who had just been incredibly arrogant and ready to reap the benefits, was also caught by the aftershock of this invisible shockwave. He felt as if his soul was being torn apart, and spat out another mouthful of blood, thrown hundreds of meters away like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the distant toxic swamp, with his bones shattered and his body in utter disgrace, barely clinging to life. Ding! The Chinese player Ruan Xingluo has assisted in purifying the core guardian of the new strange area number 73 and eliminated the main source of disaster in that area, the one soul swamp monster. Due to the significant contribution to the stability and purification of number 73, a special reward of area contribution points, 10,000 points. Additional reward of strange coins, 50,000 pieces. Chapter 40, If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? Kane lay in the cold toxic swamp, listening to the richly rewarding notification sound belonging to Ruan Xinglu ringing in his mind. His pair of eyes, somewhat dazed due to grave injuries, was filled with endless resentment and unwillingness. He knew that the situation was hopeless. That Huaxia woman and the mysterious man behind her, who seemed utterly despairing, were not beings he could provoke at all. With the last ounce of strength he had, he fumbled from his chest a jade talisman, cracked and emitting faint spatial fluctuations, then crushed it fiercely. Huaxia! Ruan Xingluo! Zhou Yan! I will remember you! In a swirl of distorted light, Kane's figure, filled with endless hatred and unwillingness, awkwardly disappeared from this strange area where he had encountered the greatest Waterloo of his life. Ruan Xingluo stared blankly at the dark marsh before her, which had regained its calm, with even the dense soul force and yin energy dissipating considerably. She then looked down at the brass compass in her hand, which had once again restored its ancient appearance, and at that moment, her admiration for Zhou Yan reached an unprecedented peak. How many unimaginable secrets and powers did that person still hide? Just as her emotions surged and her thoughts ran wild, the compass in her hand suddenly started to turn without warning, tick after tick. Finally, the needle pointed very slowly but very firmly in the direction where Kane had just crushed the teleportation talisman and fled in disgrace. Just as Ruan Xingluo felt puzzled, Zhou Yan's voice, tinged with a bit of mockery, suddenly rang out. He, that little fly, relying on a few broken strange devices, actually ran pretty fast. However, since he dared to disturb my Star Luo's peace and attempt to take things that didn't belong to him, he should learn a good lesson and know who he cannot provoke. Star Luo, don't be dazed, follow the compass's guidance, let's go take a look. Zhou Yan's voice carried an air of calm control, as if Kane's so-called random teleportation was completely insignificant in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Ruan Xingluo's heart immediately felt much more at ease. Since her husband said so, there must be no problem. She nodded, tightly grasping the compass, which was still slightly trembling and emitting a faint beep-beep sound, and stepped forward in the direction indicated by the needle. By a volcano pit emitting a stinging, burnt smell. Kane's figure, after a violent twist of space, was thrown out like garbage and slammed heavily into the scorching volcanic ash. Cough cough, spit. Kane suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He felt as if his internal organs had shifted places, with pain radiating from every part of his body. Although the life-saving random teleportation symbol successfully took him away from the Gengzi 73 area, the unstable process of teleportation worsened his already severe injuries. He hadn't even had a moment to catch his breath and check out his new home. Suddenly, a familiar aura that sent chills down his spine came again from not far away. Kane shot his head up. When he saw the Chinese woman standing not far away, holding a brass compass, his fear reached an unprecedented peak at that moment. No, impossible. How could you chase me here? Kane screamed in a voice that was distorted by extreme fear. This is random teleportation. Random? How could you know I was here? He could hardly believe his eyes. This Chinese woman was like a persistent ghost, haunting him endlessly. What filled him with despair was that he instinctively wanted to activate his emergency contact channel with the Eerie Strategic Command in Beautiful Country, only to find that all signals in this area were severely disrupted, becoming intermittent and unable to transmit any effective information. Even his personal live streaming perspective, which he had kept open, was now just a snowy static. No, don't come closer. Kane was completely panicked. He tried to struggle to get up and escape, but found that his body just wouldn't listen due to his severe injuries. Zhou Yan seemed to want him to truly experience the despair of having nowhere to turn, neither in heaven nor on earth. Ruan Xingluo looked at Kane's pitiful appearance, like a lost dog, and felt little pleasure but rather an inexplicable sentiment rising in her heart. Had she known it would come to this, why had she acted so back then? She didn't follow the usual tropes from some novels to torture or torment Kane. Instead, following Zhou Yan's friendly suggestion, she thoroughly cleaned out all the seemingly valuable odd items, materials, and resources he had painstakingly collected from elsewhere. A noble term for it, collecting a bit of trivial mental loss fee and cross-regional pursuit labor fee. Zhou Yan seemed to have no intention of directly ending Kane's life but only wanted him to experience the taste of falling from the cloud to the depths of failure. Sometimes, living is worse than dying. After cleaning Kane to a state even cleaner than his own face, leaving him with nothing but a torn pair of underwear, Zhou Yan seemed to think it was about time. Chapter 41, A Great Opportunity. Using the compass in Ruan Xingluo's hand, he left a weak but unapproachable energy monument containing a trace of his original aura between this brand new, temporarily named Xinqiu 08 area and the previous Gengzi 73 area. The function of this monument was simple. On one hand, it marked the place, and on the other, it was meant to prevent some careless beings from mistakenly intruding and disturbing his wife's refined mood. After doing all this, Ruan Xingluo's personal trial task, along with the subsequent pursuit and counterattack drama, finally came to a true conclusion. Not long after the task ended, a system announcement powerful enough to shake Blue Star again slowly came, but it resonated weightily in every corner of the globe. Special announcement. Special announcement. Due to the Huaxia player Ruan Xingluo, during the execution of personal trial tasks, inadvertently discovered and successfully explored and preliminarily marked an unknown eerie area XAN number 08, and made outstanding contributions to its regional stability. After the highest council of the Eerie world and the rules of the Blue Star National Fortune jointly determined, this XAN number 08 area will be designated as a special reward, prioritized as the exclusive exploration and development zone of the Huaxia country for 1 year. Within this year, other countries are not allowed to enter this area for any exploration and resource collection without Huaxia's permission. As soon as this announcement was made, the world was once again in an uproar. If before, Huaxia obtaining the Eerie domain order was like having a ticket to enter a higher-level poker table. Now, Huaxia's act of directly claiming a brand new Eerie area, and having a 1-year exclusive naming rights, is blatantly telling the world we not only want to sit at the table to eat, but we also want to draw our territory and be the dealer ourselves. This completely breaks the previous convention that all newly emerging Eerie areas belong to unclaimed land, where countries fiercely compete based on their own strength and luck. What domination and assertiveness this is! The high-ranking officials of the beautiful nation, after thoroughly understanding the tragic experiences of top player Kane in the Gengzi number 73 and XAN number 08 areas through various channels, were so furious that they almost suffered a collective cerebral hemorrhage and went straight to the ICU. They once again felt that deep sense of powerlessness and frustration. But in the face of Zhou Yan's terrifying power that merely revealed a tip of the iceberg, able to control everything from thousands of miles away, treating S-Class and SS-Class Eries like ants, even forcibly correcting the system rules, they dared not take any substantial retaliatory actions, except for ranting in their own offices. What a joke! Their own top predator was toyed with like a monkey and beaten down so thoroughly. What could they possibly use to fight against Huaxia? Ruan Xinghua returned contentedly to her happy little apartment 101, carrying 3 crystal-clear soul-guiding lotus seeds, along with a pile of various war trophies of decent quality recovered from Cain. Zhou Yan took the 3 soul-guiding lotus seeds, not even glancing at them, simply extended 2 fingers and casually squeezed. Pop! The 3 precious lotus seeds, enough to cause a frenzy outside, instantly transformed into 3 streams of the purest soul essence power, as if guided, slowly merging into the ancient eerie domain order held in Ruan Xingluo's hand. Buzz! After absorbing these 3 pure soul powers, the eerie domain order erupted with dazzling multicolored light. Its mysterious eerie symbols seemed to come alive, flowing slowly, eventually forming a clear and stable spatial beacon on its surface, as if capable of traversing different eerie zones and locating countless worlds. At the same time, exact time and space coordinates for the upcoming Multiverse Eerie Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance Conference clearly surfaced in Ruan Xingluo's mind. The eerie domain order was fully activated. Only 2 weeks remain until the top conference that concerns the future pattern of the multiverse. Huaxia's high-ranking officials, upon learning that the eerie domain order was successfully activated and acquiring precise conference information, immediately entered an unprecedented state of tense preparation. Meanwhile, other countries on Blue Star had differing thoughts. Some were trying every means to seek a piece of the pie from Huaxia. Even obtaining just a bit of second-hand information about the conference would be a great achievement. Some still had not given up on their petty schemes, quietly brewing new conspiracies, attempting to act before the conference opened, or during the meeting, create some minor or major troubles for Huaxia. The storm clouds are gathering. Ruan Xinghua looked at the strange domain order in her hand, which had been completely activated and was emitting stable spatial fluctuations. She knew in her heart that this would be yet another huge challenge filled with the unknown and danger for her and Huaxia. Of course, it might also be an unprecedented massive opportunity. At this moment, her mastermind husband Zhou Yan had already thrown away any thoughts of coordination meetings and the myriad worlds. He was happily sifting through the pile of junk materials Ruan Xinghua had recovered from Cain, and like a good husband, began to teach Ruan Xinghua how to use these top-grade strange materials, which were hard to find in the outside world, to brew a pot of fragrant, soul-nourishing 10-full nutritional soup. In his words, it was, after such a long time, we should replenish ourselves well. Look, our Xinghua has lost weight. It seemed that Zhou Yan did not intend to let Ruan Xinghua directly end Cain's life. He just wanted him to experience the taste of falling from the clouds to the abyss. Sometimes living is worse than dying. After making Cain cleaner than his own face, leaving only a pair of torn underwear, Zhou Yan felt that it was about time. He used the compass in Ruan Xingluo's hand to leave a trace of energy boundary, containing a hint of his original essence, between this brand new, temporarily named Xianshou number 08 strange area and the previous Gengzi number 73 area. This boundary was weak but not to be profaned or crossed by any creature. The purpose of this boundary marker was simple. On one hand, it marked this place, and on the other, it was to prevent some careless folks from mistakenly intruding and disturbing his wife's elegance. After doing all this, Ruan Xingluo's personal trial mission, as well as the subsequent chasing and counter-killing drama, could finally be considered a true conclusion. Not long after the mission ended, a system announcement, enough to shake the entire blue planet again, was late but heavy, echoing in every corner of the globe. Special announcement. Special announcement. Due to Huaxia contestant Ruan Xinghua, during the execution of her personal trial mission, accidentally discovering and successfully exploring, initially marking an unknown strange area at Xianshou number 08, and making outstanding contributions to its regional stability. According to the unanimous assessment from the highest council of the strange world and the rules of Blue Planet's national fortune, this Xianshou number 08 area will be designated as a special reward, prioritized as an exclusive exploration and development zone for Huaxia, lasting for 1 year. Within 1 year, other countries are not allowed to enter this area for any form of exploration and resource collection without Huaxia's permission. Chapter 42, 10-full nutritional soup. As soon as this announcement was made, the world was once again in an uproar. If obtaining this strange domain order earlier was like having a ticket to enter a higher-level table, then now, Huaxia's direct appropriation of a whole new strange area, with a 1-year exclusive naming right, was a barefaced declaration to the world: we not only want to share the meal, but we also want to carve out our own territory and be the banker. This completely shattered the previous norm that all newly emerging strange areas were unowned, and countries could engage in brutal competition based on their own strength and luck. How domineering and powerful this is! The high-level officials of the beautiful country, after thoroughly understanding the tragic experiences of top player Cain in the Gengzi number 73 and Xianshou number 08 areas through various channels, were so furious that they almost suffered a collective cerebral hemorrhage, landing directly in the ICU. Once again, they felt that kind of deep-seated helplessness and frustration. But facing Zhou Yan, who merely revealed a tiny tip of the iceberg, and was able to control everything from thousands of miles away without even showing his face. The terrifying power of S-level and SS-level anomalies, capable of forcefully correcting even the system rules, made them feel as helpless as ants. They could only rage in their own offices, not daring to take any substantial retaliatory action. Laughable, even their top predators were toyed with like monkeys, completely subdued. What could they possibly use to compete with Huaxia? Ruan Xinghua returned to her happy little community 101 room, satisfied, carrying 3 crystal-clear soul-guiding lotus seeds and a pile of fairly good quality loot recovered from Cain. Zhou Yan took the 3 soul-guiding lotus seeds, not even glancing at them, simply extending 2 fingers and casually pinching them lightly. Pop! The 3 precious lotus seeds, enough to make the outside world fight desperately for, instantly turned into 3 streams of pure soul origin power, just like fragile soap bubbles, before slowly merging into the ancient anomaly order in Ruan Xingluo's hand, as if guided. Buzz! After absorbing these 3 pure soul powers, the anomaly order erupted with dazzling, radiant 7-colored light. The mysterious, strange runes on it seemed to come to life, slowly circulating, ultimately forming a clear and stable spatial landmark on its surface, as if capable of traversing different anomaly zones and locating various worlds. At the same time, exact time and spatial coordinates for the Multiverse Anomaly Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance Conference appeared clearly in Ruan Xingluo's mind. The anomaly order was completely activated. Only 2 weeks remained until the top-level conference concerning the future pattern of the multiverse was to be held. Upon learning that the anomaly order had successfully activated and obtained exact conference information, the higher-ups of Huaxia immediately entered an unprecedented tense preparation state. Meanwhile, other countries on Blue Star had different thoughts. Some were trying every means to get a piece of the action from Huaxia. Even second-hand information about the conference would be an incredible gain. Others, however, still held sinister ambitions, secretly concocting new schemes, trying to create some trouble for Huaxia before or during the conference. A storm was coming. Ruan Xingluo looked at the fully activated anomaly order in her hand, emanating stable spatial fluctuations. She knew in her heart that this would be another huge challenge filled with unknowns and dangers for her and Huaxia. Of course, it could also be an unprecedented huge opportunity. And Zhou Yan, her instigator, had already thrown all thoughts of coordination meetings and the multiverse aside. He was now happily sifting through the pile of junk materials Ruan Xingluo had recovered from Cain. Then, like a good house husband, he began to teach Ruan Xingluo how to make a fragrant, soul-nourishing ultimate tonic soup with these top-tier strange materials that were so hard to obtain elsewhere. In his words, it was, after working so hard for so long, it's time for a good replenishment. Look how thin our Xingluo has become. Zhou Yan was directing Ruan Xingluo to carefully drop a completely black, extremely cold centennialine condensation grass into a boiling jade pot in front of them. That jade pot, as well as the other materials inside, such as Soul of the Resentful Spirit Pearl, Millennial Stalactite Heart, Blood Vine Essence, and so on, were all top-tier strange materials retrieved from Cain. Any one of these materials, if taken out individually, would be enough to make the anomaly research institutions and top players from outside fight desperately to obtain. But in Zhou Yan's hands, they were treated like ordinary onions, ginger, and garlic. He processed them one by one in a mysterious, unpredictable order and technique. He eliminated all the violent and negative energies harmful to the human body, making only the purest essence of the source medicine remained. With the last ingredient added, Zhou Yan flicked his fingers and a barely visible golden flame fell to the bottom of the pot. Buzz! Inside the jade pot, rays of light instantly blossomed, presenting 1,000 colors. A strange fragrance, more intense than before by 100 times, mixed with the intoxicating essence of life, burst forth. The various ingredients that were still boiling in the pot had completely melted, transforming into a magical soup, shimmering like amber glass, with 9 different colored halos swirling above. Alright, Xingluo, try the 9 turns resurgence soup I personally prepared for you. Zhou Yan smiled slightly as he handed a bowl of the soup to Ruan Xingluo. It should be quite beneficial for your current body and mental strength. Ruan Xingluo looked at the artistic soup in the bowl, already tempted by the unique fragrance emitting from it. She cautiously blew on the steam and took a small sip. Boom! An indescribable warm torrent surged instantly from her mouth into her limbs, then straight to her mind. Her body, previously strained from forcibly activating the Dragon Pillar's power at the Soul Drowning Dock, quickly replenished, strengthened, and even broke through again under the nourishing power of this magical soup. At this moment, her mental strength solidified into a mysterious realm where it could materialize outward, even beginning to touch the power of rules. Her physical body, under the refinement of this medicinal power, became even more crystal clear, with an astonishing increase in resistance and affinity to strange powers. My heavens! What is this divine soup? It's radiant! After Ruan Xiaohua drank it, I feel her entire demeanor has changed. She's stronger. She's even more beautiful. Using the materials from Cain to prepare soup for Ruan Xiaohua. Zhou Yan's move is simply ruthless. I love it. Cain, thank you. You're using my stuff to make soup for your wife? Chapter 43, Nourishment. The national live broadcast room clearly showcased the astonishing scene of Ruan Xingluo's strength skyrocketing after drinking the 9 turns resurgence soup, delighting all Chinese viewers as they celebrated together. In China, at the National Strategic Research Institute on the Strange World, Director Lin Angua and numerous senior researchers watched the screen, where Ruan Xingluo's visible strength increase and the pot of shimmering 9 turns resurgence soup made each of them flush with excitement, uncontrollably joyful. Good. Good. The stronger Comrade Ruan Xingluo's strength, the more confident we will be at the upcoming coordination meeting. This 9 turns resurgence soup is simply divine. Mr. Zhou Yan's methods are truly incredible, beyond comprehension. But after the excitement, some quick-witted senior members couldn't help but feel amused. A deputy director chuckled wryly, "Director, Mr. Zhou Yan using the relics of the top competitors from beautiful country so publicly to feed our Ruan Xingluo during a global live broadcast. This is undoubtedly, once again, a blatant humiliation for beautiful country before that important coordination meeting. I'm worried that they'll blow their top over there." Hearing this, Lin Angua's smile faded a bit. He pondered for a moment and decisively said, "Immediately activate the highest-level diplomatic plan. Notify the diplomatic departments and embassies abroad to closely monitor movements from beautiful country and be ready to respond to any form of diplomatic attacks or media assaults they may launch. We, China, do not seek trouble, but we are absolutely not afraid of trouble." Just as the deputy director had anticipated. Almost the moment Ruan Xingluo's nourishment scene was broadcast, the phone at the beautiful country embassy in China and the emergency hotline at the Chinese Foreign Ministry. It was just destroyed by the angry representative of the beautiful country. The beautiful country, through all available diplomatic channels, once again issued a stern, strong condemnation and solemn protests to China. They indignantly accused China of openly abusing foreign competitors, illegally occupying and maliciously destroying foreign competitors' private core property, seriously violating the fair competition spirit of strange marriages, and so on. They even threatened to unite all peace-loving and justice-supporting nations at the upcoming Multiverse Oddity Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance Conference to collectively resist China's immoral hegemonic behavior. However, their furious condemnation seemed so pale and powerless in the face of absolute strength and the established facts. Especially in the beautiful country, when its people saw, through various channels, the tragic image of their top competitor, Kane, stripped down to only his underwear, fleeing in disgrace, and compared it with the warm and joyful scene of the Chinese competitor, Ruan Xingluo, the intense visual shock and psychological gap caused countless netizens in the beautiful country to completely break down. F***CK. Is this the treatment for our beautiful country's top competitor? Robbed and then beaten while dead? Is that Kane an idiot? Why provoke the Chinese woman? Now look, he's about to have his underwear stripped off too. Where's the government? Where's our strange strategy department? Why is our beautiful country always being suppressed? We want an explanation. We want effective countermeasures. The calls for the government to take tough countermeasures surged, one wave after another, across the beautiful country. As for the Sakura country, the Stick country, and other countries that had already suffered heavy losses in previous missions, with their strange resources extremely scarce, when they saw Ruan Xingluo's behavior of luxurious waste in replenishing herself, in addition to their deep envy and jealousy, they also began to seriously reflect on whether they should completely adjust their previous strategy of provoking and confronting China. Some small countries with sharp senses have even started to send friendly cooperation signals to China through various secret channels, hoping to hug China's golden thigh at the upcoming coordination conference, even if it's just to get a little bit of the leftover food. It would benefit them immensely. As for traditional great powers like the North Bear country and the European Union, on one hand, they were deeply shocked and wary of China's terrifying strength, which seemed almost capable of ignoring the rules of the strange world. On the other hand, they began to prepare more actively for the upcoming coordination conference, trying to secure more voice and practical benefits for themselves in the new international order. They intensified the collection of rare strange materials, spared no expense in strengthening their top competitors, and organized the most elite think tanks to study and analyze various topics and emergencies that might arise during the coordination conference. While guiding Ruan Xingluo in making the pot of 9 turns soul-returning soup, Zhou Yan also precisely commented on the correct usage of various strange ingredients collected from cane, the principle of pharmacological interactions and incompatibilities, and taboo combinations and side effects. His seemingly casual insights, the depth of his knowledge, and his profound understanding of the characteristics of strange creatures made the top experts and scholars from major global strange ingredient research institutions, who were observing this scene through special channels, feel deeply ashamed and break out in cold sweat. For a moment, a strange trend of researching safe consumption and scientific supplementation of strange ingredients surged globally, especially in countries where national fortune had improved slightly, and the quality of life had slightly increased. Countless people began to analyze and concoct the flesh and blood of various low-level strange creatures and the roots of bizarre plants, hoping to extract beneficial components to enhance their own strength. In the midst of this undercurrent, only 3 short days remained until the highly anticipated Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance Conference of the Strange Realms. Suddenly, a cold and imposing system announcement, without any warning, echoed in every corner of the world. Global Emergency Announcement. The final agenda for the Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance Conference of the Strange Realms has now been determined and made public to all invited and potentially eligible civilizations. The main agenda of this conference includes but is not limited to 1. The attribution and development level assessment of the 108 newly discovered new strange areas in the past era. 2. The lottery and quota distribution for the 36 super rare strange resource veins that have been explored. 3. Discussing and formulating joint assault and purification plans for the 7 high-risk polluted realms that have shown signs of uncontrolled phenomena. Special reminder, to ensure the fairness and authority of this conference, the final seat level, speaking power, and resource distribution priority of all civilizations in this meeting will be dynamically adjusted based on their overall performance in the upcoming final seat qualification assessment trial. Though the Huaxia civilization has obtained the basic seat of observer nation, if it wishes to gain more voice and actual benefits in the conference, it still needs to achieve sufficiently outstanding results in this final trial to prove its qualification and strength for participating in higher-level decision-making. The final seat qualification assessment trial task is now open. Chapter 44, The Lost Golden Ancient City Ruins. The cold system notification sound rang again in the minds of all the top competitors selected to participate in this trial. The mode of this trial is Multinational Joint Strategic Confrontation Task. Trial location, the Lost Golden Ancient City Ruins, SSS Level Composite Strange Realm. The core goal of the trial, within the specified time, competitors from various nations can use cooperation, competition, and even confrontation to successfully kill the ultimate guardian located within the core temple of the Golden Ancient City, remnant soul of the Golden Ancient God, half-step Divine Master level. Final seat score distribution rules will be based on the actual contribution of the competitors from various nations during the process of killing the remnant soul of the Golden Ancient God, the exploration of the ancient city ruins, and the special strategic items obtained, to determine and distribute the final meeting seat scores. Note, this trial scene is extremely dangerous, with complex rules, allowing all forms of confrontation and plunder. Teleportation, start. As the last system notification sound faded, blinding white lights illuminated every corner of Blue Star, engulfing all the selected top competitors, including Ruan Xinglua, who had just tasted the 9 Revolutions Soul Revival Soup and had seen her strength surge once again. As the blinding white light dissipated, an endless hot wind, mixed with boundless yellow sand and ancient desolation, swept towards Ruan Xinglua. Ruan Xinglua found herself at the outskirts of a vast, ruined ancient city. The sky was a murky yellow-brown, and huge, incomplete stone structures stood silently like the bones of dying beasts amidst the swirling yellow sand, exuding a heart-stirring ancient aura. This was the SSS-level composite strange realm, the Lost Golden Ancient City Ruins. Roar! Crack! Crack! Before all the competitors could fully adapt to the environment, the sounds of metal clashing and roaring erupted from among the crumbling walls. Countless golden guardian puppets, towering several meters high and constructed entirely of dark gold metal, with ghostly blue soul flames burning in their eye sockets. Strange, twisted creatures that had merged with the body in the ancient city's metal surged out of the ruins like a tide, attacking all the invading newcomers indiscriminately. These guardian puppets ranged in power from A level to S level, cooperating seamlessly, fearlessly fighting to the death. Ah! Help! I can't hold on any longer. These puppets are too strong. Almost at the moment the battle broke out, a team hastily formed by 3 competitors from small countries, who planned to first observe the situation from the outskirts, was immediately scattered by several PK-level Golden Guardian puppets due to mistakes in coordination and inadequate strength. Then, a towering S-level Guardian puppet, holding a gigantic golden battle axe, cut down 2 of the competitors like chopping vegetables, instantly eliminating them in a spray of blood. The remaining competitor was also overwhelmed by several twisted creatures amid screams of terror and despair, following in his companion's footsteps. The glimmer of hope for their country, sparked by the emergence of an SS-level relic, was ruthlessly extinguished in an instant, even beginning to retreat madly. The terror of the SSS-level eerie domain was fully revealed in that moment. At the edge of the chaotic battlefield, Jessica from Beautiful Country, Ivan from North Bear Country, and several calm top competitors from the European Alliance quickly came together at the first moment. Humph, a bunch of useless people, they can't even get past the appetizer. Jessica looked at the small country competitors who were instantly eliminated in the distance, a hint of disdainful cold laughter curling at the corner of her mouth. The aura of the Night of Calamity surrounding her blended with the SS-level Glory battle flag, emanating a powerful pressure. Ivan, Francois, according to our previous agreement. Jessica glanced at Ivan from North Bear Country and the blonde man named Francois leading the European Alliance, saying, "The 3 of us will form the strongest alliance, targeting the core of the ancient city, to swiftly kill the remnants of the Golden Ancient God and seize the maximum contribution." Ivan from North Bear Country, true to his name, had a rough and bold character, shouldering a gigantic battle axe that glowed with runes, saying in a deep voice, "No problem. Whoever dares to block our path should first ask my Mother Earth if she agrees." Francois from the European Alliance appeared calmer and more reserved. He pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up on his nose, smiling, pleasure to cooperate. According to our European Alliance's data analysis, in this trial, aside from the final ancient god, there are numerous undiscovered secrets and treasures hidden within the ancient city. We must seize the initiative and not let some lucky countries take advantage. As he spoke, he meaningfully glanced in a certain direction. The 3 of them represented the 3 strongest powers on Blue Star, aside from Huaxia, in terms of comprehensive national strength and weird exploration capabilities. At this moment, they quickly reached a temporary alliance, forming a team strong enough to crush any smaller alliance, with a clear target pointing straight at the core area of the Golden Ancient City. In their eyes, this might be their last and best chance to effectively weaken Huaxia's influence before the meeting started. As for Akihane from Cherry Blossom Country and competitors from other second-tier countries like the Stick Country, seeing the terrifying start of the Golden Ancient City, they also began to form alliances. Some chose to shamelessly submit to Beautiful Country's alliance, hoping to become its vassal and share a piece of the pie down the line. Or at least to keep their lives and reduce their country's losses. Others spontaneously formed several weaker second-tier alliances, planning to cautiously explore the outer areas, seeking not to achieve merit but to avoid fault. The outer part of the Golden Ancient City ruins, due to the different choices and actions of competitors from various countries, became a whirlwind of activity. The moment became turbulent. At this moment, Ruan Xinglua, the moment she finished the transmission, immediately looked around cautiously. She discovered that she seemed to have been teleported to a relatively remote area in the southeast corner of the ancient city ruins, where there was nothing but endless yellow sand and a few broken stone statues around her, with no other contestants in sight for the time being. What made her heart sink even more was that she sensed no presence of any helpers that Zhou Yan might have arranged for her. It seemed that this time, the power of the rules in the SSS grade complex sinister domain was stronger than any previous instance. Even Zhou Yan could not easily open a back door to her side. For now, she can only rely on herself and the power of the Huaxia National Dragon Pillar mark on the back of her hand that was already connected to her soul. This scene, of course, was clearly presented to the global audience through the National Luck Live broadcast. Many foreign commentators and experts who had been pressed down by Zhou Yan's amazing operations now seemed to have found a new breakthrough. Chapter 45, Isolated. Did you see that? I told you the rules of the SSS grade sinister domain cannot be taken lightly. That Huaxia woman is isolated. The reason she was able to sail smoothly before was entirely relying on her mysterious and bizarre husband. Now, without those special assistants and endless cheating gadgets, let's see how long this helpless woman can last in this sandy SSS grade sinister domain. Exactly. The guardian puppets of the Golden Ancient City are not the stupid fools suppressed by the rules at the Soul Drowning Wharf. Each of them is a real killing machine. Huaxia's good fortune has come to an end. Just wait for her to be torn to pieces by the golden puppets, and the national luck will plummet. These sharp and bitter comments became clamorous once again. In Happy Community, Room 101. Zhou Yan still appeared lazy as always, and on the coffee table in front of him, there was a real-time sand table projection of the Golden Ancient City ruins made up of twinkling starlight that had appeared without him noticing. The projection clearly marked the dynamic positions of each contestant, as well as the energy responses and danger levels in various areas of the ancient city. He watched as Ruan Xinglua was teleported alone to the southeast corner and saw the forces from Beautiful Country quickly forming alliances and subtly encircling the core area. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The Golden Ancient City is quite an interesting old place. Just when Ruan Xinglua felt a bit isolated and helpless, the ancient brass compass in her hand, which Zhou Yan jokingly called the Flower Master Compass, suddenly vibrated slightly again. This time, it was not simply avoiding danger as before, but in an extremely determined manner pointing toward a direction covered by rolling sand dunes to her left front. This is, the compass my husband gave me, is it guiding me? Ruan Xinglua's heart stirred, and she immediately perked up. Without hesitation, she carefully moved in the direction indicated by the compass. She passed through an ancient battlefield ruin buried under thick yellow sand, where a faint smell of rust and lingering resentment filled the air. Suddenly, a fierce sound of energy collision mixed with shouts and screams came from behind a large dune not far ahead. Ruan Xinglua's heart tightened, and she quickly quickened her pace, quietly climbing to the top of the dune. The scene before her made her slightly stunned. She saw that, in a depression below the dune, a temporary team composed of 5 or 6 matchmakers dressed in various outfits, obviously from different small countries, was being surrounded by a golden Wraith Knight team of over 10 riders, each taller than 5 meters, clad in tattered golden armor, riding vicious warhorses made of bones, wielding enormous knight lances ablaze with ghostly blue flames. These golden vengeful spirit knights, each exuded a terrifying S-class aura, and the strong scent of death and unyielding resentment nearly turned the surrounding yellow sand black. Although the team of small country players fought desperately, their strength clearly fell far short of these S-class golden vengeful spirit knights. Their formation had long since collapsed, and several members were injured, ready to face total destruction. Among the team under siege, leading them was a woman dressed in splendid attire filled with exotic charm, tightly gripping a curved dagger that emitted a faint holy presence. Ruan Xinglua looked closely and was shocked to recognize this woman. This was Mia, whom she had met briefly at the Blood Moon restaurant, a matchmaker from a wealthy oil country. At this moment, Mia showed none of the calmness and elegance she had at the Blood Moon restaurant. Her pretty face was as pale as death, a smear of blood at the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were filled with urgency and despair. It seemed that her strange husband was restrained by some special rules in this ancient Golden City ruin, unable to fully descend to help, and could only provide Mia with a weak blood-colored shield to prevent her from being directly eroded by the death aura of those golden vengeful spirit knights. Mia was desperately resisting, and from the corner of her eye, she suddenly caught sight of a familiar and somewhat complicated figure from Huaxia on the sand dune. Is it her? Ruan Xinglua? How could she be here? Mia's expression instantly became extremely complicated, filled with shock, surprise, and a trace of imperceptible hope. Ruan Xinglua saw Mia in danger. Although they did not have much relationship before, and Mia had shown her slight disdain at the Blood Moon restaurant, Ruan Xinglua still couldn't bear to watch her perish. Moreover, having one more potential ally is always better than having one more enemy. Be careful! Ruan Xinglua exclaimed calmly, no longer hesitating, and directly leaped down from the sand dune. The national dragon pillar mark on her back instantly burst forth with dazzling golden light. Roar! A high-pitched dragon roar echoed through the sky. A condensed golden dragon energy surged forward like a mighty river, crashing into the two golden vengeful spirit knights who were about to deliver a fatal blow to Mia. Bang! Bang! Those two S-class golden vengeful spirit knights were directly knocked back several meters, their golden armor groaning under the burden. Mia seized the opportunity to narrowly avoid the fatal strike, watching Ruan Xinglua appear like a divine soldier before her, her eyes filled with disbelief and shock. The power of the dragon pillar surrounding Ruan Xinglua was even stronger and more refined than before at the Soul Drowning Wharf. Thank you. No time for pleasantries. Let's deal with these guys first. Ruan Xinglua's tone was steady. At that moment, she was no longer the frightened girl she used to be when facing danger. Seeing this, Mia and her remaining teammates felt invigorated and quickly coordinated with Ruan Xinglua to launch counterattacks. What was originally a sure death ambush unexpectedly began to show signs of a miraculous reversal with Ruan Xinglua's sudden involvement. After a fierce battle and at a certain cost, Ruan Xinglua, Mia, and others finally succeeded in repelling the team of S-class Golden Vengeful Spirit Knights. Phew! Thank you, Miss Ruan. Mia leaned on her knee, panting heavily, and said, if you hadn't shown up just in time, we might have. It was just a small effort. Ruan Xinglua waved her hand. She was also quite exhausted, but her recovery speed was far beyond ordinary. At this moment, Mia appeared to suddenly remember something, her expression slightly changing. She lowered her voice and said to Ruan Xinglua, Miss Ruan, I have very important intelligence here. Perhaps it will be useful to you. She paused for a moment, then continued with a serious tone, according to some secret information our oil nation has obtained, the strongest alliance formed by Beautiful Nation, Northern Bear Nation, and the European Union seems to have grasped some special device that can directly and briefly suppress the Golden Ancient God's remnant soul. Chapter 46, Slight Deviations. They are now gathering their strongest forces, preparing to forcefully attack the core temple of the ancient city. Their goal is not only to kill the ancient god and seize the highest contribution but, more importantly, they seem to want to lay their hands on the core secret treasure of the ancient city that may exist after the golden ancient god's temple, which is more valuable than the ancient god itself. As Mia spoke, a deep worry flashed in her eyes. She took out a slightly damaged map of the golden ancient city relic drawn on special animal skin, pointing at a temple pattern marked in blood red in the center of the map. The place where the remnant soul of the golden ancient god sleep should be within this golden temple. However, as far as I know, to reach the temple, we must first break through the triple golden barrier formed by the ancient city's power. The Beautiful Nation Alliance has sinister ambitions. Once they succeed, they will not only completely suppress other countries at the coordination meeting, but they might even use that core treasure to threaten the safety of the entire Blue Star. Mia looked at Ruan Xinglua, her eyes filled with seriousness. Miss Ruan, I know your strength is great, and there might also be unimaginable support behind you. I suggest we temporarily set aside our national positions and form a temporary offensive and defensive alliance to jointly resist the strongest alliance of Beautiful Nation and do our best to prevent their schemes. Ruan Xinglua took the incomplete animal skin map and looked at it carefully, then glanced down at the compass in her hand that was still trembling slightly, with its needle steadfastly pointing in a specific direction, lost in thought. The direction indicated by the compass generally aligned with the location of the Golden Temple marked on the map, but it seemed there were some slight deviations. Just as Ruan Xinglua and Mia were discussing, tens of kilometers away from them, on the main battlefield of the other side of the Golden Ancient City relic, the strongest coalition of Beautiful Nation, Northern Bear Nation, and the European Union was currently engaged in a hard-fought assault against a massive light barrier standing 100 meters tall. All ranged units. Focus fire on the left third node. That's the weak point of energy. Jessica from Beautiful Nation hovered in mid-air, wielding an SS-level glory battle flag that flapped loudly, exuding waves of disaster and decay, continuously weakening the defensive energy of the golden barrier. Her beautiful face was now filled with seriousness. Next to her, Ivan, the war giant bear of Northern Bear Nation, was like a humanoid tyrannosaurus, waving a gigantic battle axe shining with dazzling lightning, with each swing carrying terrifying power that could split mountains and shatter rocks. Break it for me! Ivan roared, the veins on her forehead bulging. Several top players from the European Union were also using their strongest methods, some controlling giant rock puppets to slam against the barrier, while others were chanting ancient and obscure spells, trying to collapse the structure of the barrier from a rules perspective. In the center of their alliance, a long spear over 10 meters long, rendering a dark golden color, was continuously accumulating energy under the combined efforts of several specialized support players, preparing to launch a deadly strike. This Godslayer's Spear, replica, was their biggest trump card for daring to strongarm the SSS-level core area of the Golden Ancient City. However, even with such a luxurious lineup and such a powerful trump card, their progress against the first golden barrier remained slow. Every violent attack would trigger a strong backlash from the ancient city's restrictive powers. They had to devote a significant amount of energy to defense. Damn it! This cursed wall is too hard. Jessica couldn't help but curse. At this speed, by the time we break through these 3 golden barriers, the flowers will wither. Ivan gasped for breath and said, "Stop chatting. The sooner we break through, the sooner we can get what's inside. I don't want that Chinese woman to get any more cheap deals." Their goal was very clear: to rush ahead of everyone and open the path to the core temple of the Golden Ancient City, to seize the treasure that could change the fate of their nation. They firmly believed that this was the right way to open the SSS-level instance. With absolute strength, they would crush everything. At the same time, Ruan Xinglua and Mia, guided by the Flower Master compass, arrived at an area that was completely different from the front battlefield. As they got closer to the location marked as Golden Temple on the map, the compass in Ruan Xinglua's hand suddenly deviated violently, avoiding the seemingly broad main avenue that was surely heavily guarded, and instead pointed to a hidden ancient passage partially covered in thick yellow sand. The entrance of the passage was full of weathered marks, and some broken stone sculptures were scattered around. If it weren't for the clear guidance of the compass, no one would have thought that there was still a hidden path here. What surprised Ruan Xinglua and Mia even more was that on an unremarkable broken stone tablet at the entrance of that passage, there was a finely detailed plum blossom-shaped energy mark carved. This mark. When Mia saw that plum blossom imprint, her gaze sharpened, and an expression of disbelief and shock appeared on her face. She instinctively glanced at the ancient-looking compass in Ruan Xinglua's hand and whispered, "Miss Ruan, the mark on your compass. Could it be?" An absurd yet terrifying thought flashed through Mia's mind. How terrifying was the background of this Chinese woman's husband? Ruan Xinglua was unaware of what Mia was thinking. She only felt that since the compass was guiding the way, there must be some principle behind it. "Let's go in and take a look." Ruan Xinglua didn't hesitate for long and stepped into the dark ancient passage first. Mia took a deep breath, suppressing her shock, and followed closely behind. However, this seemingly abandoned ancient passage was not as smooth as they had imagined. Inside the passage, the light was dim, and the air was filled with a stench of decay and dust. The ground and walls were covered with powerful energy traps, and with a little carelessness, one could trigger destructive attacks capable of severely injuring S-level anomalies. Moreover, in certain specific areas of the passage lurked thousands of fearless golden sacred beetles. Though these A-level peak beetles were not top tier in strength individually, their sheer numbers and solid defenses were enough to give any team below S-level a headache. Be careful. These bugs are strange. Their shells can absorb energy attacks. Mia swung the sacred curved blade in her hand, barely slicing through a few attacking golden sacred beetles, but found her attacks greatly diminished in effectiveness. Ruan Xinglua also frowned slightly. She activated the power of the Dragon Pillar. Chapter 47, Heart of Gold. The dragon energy could shock a group of sacred beetles away, but these cursed things seemed endless and would quickly surge back. The two joined forces, Ruan Xinglua as the main attacker, using the majestic righteousness of the Dragon Pillar and its restraint against evil beings to forcibly open a gap in the swarm of insects. Mia relied on the Blood Fiend power to assist from the side, cleaning up those that slipped through the cracks. The two worked together seamlessly. Although the progress was exceptionally difficult, they finally pushed forward little by little into the depths of the passage. They did not know how long it had been, but when they nearly exhausted themselves and walked out of that ancient passage, the sight before them once again left them in shock. This was not the core of the Golden Temple they had imagined, but a more ancient, spacious, and sacred hall of worship. In the center of the hall stood a tall, shadowy figure, reaching several dozen meters high. The shadow wore an ancient, faded priest robe, holding a golden staff crafted from pure gold, embedded with countless precious gems. This shadow was the shadow of the high priest of the ancient city, of this golden ancient city. The aura it emanated, although not as violent as the golden vengeful night before or as cold as the golden guardian puppet, was even deeper and more majestic. It was clearly a terrifying guardian at the S-class peak. The high priest shadow did not seem to have any intention to attack. It just stood quietly there, its hollow gaze watching Ruan Xinglua and Mia, as if assessing whether they were qualified to step into the true core region. At that moment, when Ruan Xinglua and Mia felt anxious in their hearts, the Flower Master compass in Ruan Xinglua's hand, which had been guiding the way, suddenly shone brightly without any warning when faced with the shadow of the ancient city's high priest. That soft and sacred rhythm of light instantly dispelled the chilling silence that had accumulated in this ancient hall of worship for countless years. The shadow, which had been standing like a statue, suddenly revealed a hint of respect in its otherwise hollow eyes after sensing this familiar aura. The golden staff in its hand slightly lowered, and its massive translucent form slowly moved aside, revealing a narrow path that could only fit one person. At the same time, an ancient thought filled with endless relief clearly conveyed into Ruan Xinglua and Mia's minds. Those who hold the token of the flower god, please enter. The heart of gold here has been silent for far too long. It has been waiting for its new master. Ruan Xinglua and Mia exchanged glances, seeing a trace of unbelievable shock in each other's eyes. They cautiously followed the path cleared by the high priest's shadow and entered the mysterious entrance radiating golden light. Beyond the entrance was a round chamber, not too large. In the center of the chamber, a giant golden heart, more than 3 meters in diameter, floated silently, beating slowly. It emitted endless light and heat like a miniature golden sun, along with a terrifying energy so overwhelming it took their breath away. Each heartbeat felt as though it connected with the pulse of the entire golden ancient city, making Ruan Xinglua and Mia feel as if their souls resonated with it. This was the energy source of the golden ancient city, the immortal core left behind by the fallen golden ancient god, the Heart of Gold. An SSS-class core relic. The purity of the energy contained within surpassed even that of the dragon pillar Ruan Xinglua had obtained before. This was undoubtedly a supreme treasure capable of changing the course of a nation's destiny. However, just as Ruan Xinglua and Mia were preparing to approach and attempt to take this supreme relic, boom! A thunderous crash suddenly echoed from outside the chamber. Immediately after, came Jessica's sharp laughter, filled with joy and greed. Ha ha ha! The damned golden barrier has finally been broken. The treasures inside are ours. Accompanied by the arrogant laughter, the strongest coalition of beautiful country, North Bear Country, and the European alliance surged into the core chamber like hungry wolves. When Jessica, Ivan, and others, the first time they saw the Heart of Gold, shining like the sun and radiating endless temptation in the center of the secret room, their eyes were instantly filled with boundless greed and madness. My God! Is this the heart of the golden ancient god? Ivan exclaimed in shock, the giant axe in his hand trembling slightly due to excitement. Ha ha ha! This is great! It really came without any effort. Jessica was even more overwhelmed with pride, but when she noticed Ruan Xinglua and Mia standing by the Heart of Gold, her expression instantly turned into one of extreme madness. You two again! Seeing Ruan Xinglua and Mia in the secret room, especially that heart radiating endless temptation, the smugness on Jessica's face instantly transformed into cold fury. Through gritted teeth, she said, you two sneaky thieves again. Ivan from the North Bear Nation also looked at the two with icy coldness. They had worked hard, paid such a heavy price just to barely break through those damned 3 golden barriers, and unexpectedly, these 2 women arrived here earlier and without a scratch. Who could swallow this bitterness? Hand over the Heart of Gold. Then cut off an arm. We might consider leaving you with a whole corpse. Jessica screamed. The beautiful members of the alliance behind her, as well as the top players from North Bear Nation and the European alliance, all brandished their weapons and strange devices, surrounding Ruan Xinglua and Mia, their gazes unfriendly and filled with killing intent. A fierce battle was about to break out. Ruan Xinglua took a deep breath, her eyes showed no sign of retreat, but instead sparkled with unprecedented determination. She could clearly feel what this Heart of Gold meant to her, to Huaxia's national fortune, and even to the dragon pillar mark on her opponent's back. This was an opportunity that comes once in a millennium. She gently pressed her right hand on the vivid dragon pillar mark on the back of her left hand, ready to risk everything to harness its power and deal with these formidable foes. At that moment, an unexpected change arose. The dragon pillar mark on her hand began to emit waves of excited and joyful humming upon coming into contact with the overwhelming, terrifying energy of the Heart of Gold. An indescribable, deep-seated strong desire, like a flooded river bursting its banks, surged wildly from that dragon pillar mark. It wanted to devour that Heart of Gold. Faced with dozens of powerful, predatory top players around her, Mia from the Oil Nation bit her silver teeth, glancing at the steadfast Ruan Xinglua and then at the Heart of Gold radiating deadly temptation, her eyes flashed with a complex glow. After a moment, she seemed to make a determination and said solemnly to Ruan Xinglua, Madame Zhou, I may not know who your mysterious husband is, what kind of incredible figure he is. But today, in this golden temple, I, Mia, will fight alongside you. This accounts for the favor you showed back at the Blood Moon restaurant. Without waiting for Ruan Xinglua to respond, Mia shouted and, with a twist of her wrist, a palm-sized, blood-colored jade coffin, radiating thick blood energy, appeared in her palm. Blood coffin's secret technique, soul-locking, spirit-binding. Mia chanted incantations, and the tiny blood-colored jade coffin suddenly opened, unleashing surges of pure blood energy that surged out wildly. Several powerful blood-colored chains formed from this blood energy shot out like poisonous snakes from their lair towards the surrounding alliance members. Ah! Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Several support-type players from the European alliance were caught off guard, instantly entangled by the blood-colored chains, unable to move, and wisps of green smoke rose from their bodies, eroded by the blood energy. Mia actually wanted to use her own strength to buy even a few seconds of precious time for Ruan Xinglua. Just when Ruan Xinglua was about to forcefully activate the Dragon Pillar's power, trying to absorb that golden heart in an instant, an even more incredible scene unfolded. The huge golden heart floating in the center of the secret chamber seemed to sense the Huaxia National Dragon Pillar mark on the back of Ruan Xinglua's hand. Its originally steady and powerful pulsation suddenly accelerated wildly. There was no need for Ruan Xinglua to guide it in any way. The enormous golden heart actively split off waves of golden energy streams that were purer and more majestic than ever before. These golden energy streams surged towards the small dragon pillar mark on the back of Ruan Xinglua's left hand like wild horses. V-room. As the dragon pillar mark made contact with these pure golden energy streams, the illusory five-clawed golden dragon coiling around it seemed to come alive in an instant. It let out a joyful dragon roar filled with endless delight and greed, suddenly opening its majestic dragon mouth, much like a whale sucking in water, swallowing those incoming golden energy streams completely. With every influx of these golden energies, the breath of the illusory five-clawed golden dragon on the dragon pillar mark surged at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. It became more solid, more dignified, more sacred. This is impossible. Jessica and Ivan stared at the unbelievable scene before them, dumbfounded as if struck by lightning. They had worked hard, using every ounce of strength, even resorting to the god-slaying spear, to barely break through the 3 layers of golden barriers. They thought they could claim the golden heart as their own after rushing in, but never expected that this golden heart would actively acknowledge its master. Moreover, in a way they simply could not understand. The proud golden heart was easily absorbed by the Huaxia woman they had always looked down upon. This was even more unbearable than killing them directly. Stop her. Quick. Do whatever it takes to stop her from absorbing the golden heart. Jessica was the first to react, letting out a frenzied scream. The aura of the Calamity Knight exploded from her body, and with a fierce wave of the flag of the Sunken Knight's honor, a grey beam filled with decay and destruction shot towards Ruan Xinglua, who was passively receiving energy infusion. Ivan and the other alliance members quickly snapped back to reality, each unleashing their strongest attacks, bombarding Ruan Xinglua from all directions. However, just as their attacks were about to hit Ruan Xinglua, the outer edge of the golden heart, which was continuously supplying energy, formed an energy shield automatically. Bang bang bang. All the attacks from the beautiful country alliance were instantly nullified the moment they touched that layer of golden energy shield, as if they were mud sinking into the sea, not even causing a ripple. A few alliance members with slightly weaker strength were directly backfired by the residual waves of their own attacks, screaming and flying out, spitting blood, severely injured on the spot. How is this possible? Even the golden heart is helping her? Jessica looked at Ruan Xinglua, whose breath was rising under the protection of the shield, so angry that she was trembling and nearly going crazy. Happy Community, Room 101. Zhou watched the live broadcast of the golden heart actively approaching Ruan Xinglua, a slight smile forming on his lips as he nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. This little golden bean I casually planted back then is finally mature. It's also quite perceptive, knowing to seek out its master. He lifted his teacup and leisurely took a sip. Years ago, he extracted the last core of life and divine essence from a dying ancient golden god, turning it into this golden heart and casually tossing it into this ancient city he had long abandoned, serving as an energy core to maintain the ancient city's operation and also to slowly nourish it, waiting for it to fully mature. As for the sudden appearance of the golden energy shield, it was just a small restriction he casually set up next to this golden heart back then. The purpose was to prevent certain blind ants from disturbing its peace while it was in slumber. Now it seems, the effect is quite good. In the core secret chamber of the ancient golden city. After crazily devouring a vast amount of pure energy from the golden heart, the Huaxia National Dragon Pillar, remnant, mark on Ruan Xinglua's hand has solidified to an unprecedented level, as if it would break free and transform into a true guardian dragon at any moment. Beneath the dragon pillar mark, the originally clear remnant character is now flashing violently, its strokes gradually becoming blurred and faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seems that this imitation National Dragon Pillar, after absorbing the huge energy of this SSS-level golden heart, is about to undergo a shocking transformation towards a higher level. Watching the golden heart, once brilliantly shining like the sun, dimming at a visible speed, the aura on that Huaxia woman is getting stronger and stronger, even the dragon-shaped mark on her hand seems to come alive. The members of the beautiful country alliance sink completely into despair and madness. Jessica and Ivan exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of unwillingness and a sense of, a desperate resolve that would bring them all down together. They are about to use that last-ditch, terrifying trump card, which might even take their own lives down with it. Since we can't have it, no one else can. The energy of the golden heart surged like a volcano finding its outlet, wildly flowing into the Huaxia National Dragon Pillar, remnant, mark on Ruan Xinglua's hand. The five-clawed golden dragon phantom on the dragon pillar mark, after absorbing nearly half of the majestic energy from the golden heart, has solidified to a shocking degree. Crack! A faint but clear cracking sound came from deep within the dragon pillar mark. Beneath that mark, the originally clear remnant character, at this moment, seemed to have been erased by an invisible divine brush, disappearing completely. Replacing it is a character that emits a faint divine light, but seems to be separated by a thin veil. Imitation. Huaxia National Dragon Pillar, Imitation. Although it still carries the word imitation, its grade has already risen from the previous SSS level to a brand new, even more terrifying pseudo-mythical level that the system has never explicitly marked, yet it can only vaguely feel its terrifying power. Roar! A surge of national luck power, which is more than 10 times more magnificent than when fused with the Abyss Grievance aggregation, as well as an extremely pure dragon soul essence, rushed back wildly towards the distant blue planet Huaxia like a reverse flow from the galaxy. Chapter 49, Rebirth. In the sky above Huaxia, the national luck golden dragon, which had already overshadowed the sun and the moon, let out a roar that resonated throughout Blue Planet, even piercing through the spatial barrier between the strange world and Blue Planet. Its enormous dragon body crazily expanded again at a speed visible to the naked eye. Every dragon scale became more solid and heavier, shining with an immortal golden divine light. The dragon horns stood out. The dragon stands with majesty, its claws sharp, its whiskers flowing. An unprecedented overwhelming dragon's might radiates from it, instantly enveloping all of East Asia and even spreading across the globe. Some small neighboring countries that had previously harbored hostility towards Huaxia found their already fragile fortunes collapsing under this tyrannical dragon's might, like paper, instantly letting out a mournful cry of unbearable burden. Even a few small countries with unstable fortunes saw their pillars of national luck break apart, scattering into nothingness. Meanwhile, in Huaxia, all citizens watching this scene through live broadcasts, regardless of age, gender, or location, felt a strange clarity at this moment. It was as if an invisible shackle that had bound them for so long had been completely severed from the depths of their souls. Their thoughts became unprecedentedly quick and clear. Their bodies seemed to be infused with some mysterious vitality, with their strength, speed, and reflexes all improved across the board. A surge of good fortune. A transformation of soul. In the golden ancient city, within the core secret chamber. Seeing that the energy of the golden heart had already drained nearly half, while that Huaxia woman's aura grew increasingly terrifying, Jessica and Ivan were plunged into madness and despair. They knew that the situation was lost. The rise of Huaxia, because of that mysterious Zhou Yan, had become unstoppable. Damn it! Damn it! Jessica let out a hysterical scream, her face twisted with jealousy and anger, appearing particularly fearsome. Ivan's eyes, like those of a Siberian wolf, sparkled with frenzied desperation. They locked eyes, as if deciding something. Since we cannot have it, then Huaxia should not have it either. Jessica roared fiercely. Activate Disaster Horn Conglomerate. As her voice fell, Jessica, Ivan, and the golden-haired man named Francois from the European Union all simultaneously pulled out a strange horn fragment from their storage spaces. As these fragments appeared, they automatically attracted each other, quickly piecing together with a series of crack sounds, forming a completely black horn inscribed with countless twisted, wailing faces. This was the SSS level one-time combinatory cursed artifact, the Disaster Horn Conglomerate, they had obtained at an unimaginable cost from a forbidden and strange realm. Its most terrifying power was the ability to summon the breath of horrific disasters, embodying various negative concepts such as destruction, plague, chaos, and despair. But to activate it, all users must collectively sacrifice a part of their own life essence and the national luck power represented by their countries. This was a truly mad action, wounding the enemy while inflicting even greater harm on themselves. Woo woo woo. As Jessica and the others frantically infused their life force and national luck into it, the black disaster horn conglomerate emitted a terrifying sound akin to the wailing of a dark god. A breath of disaster, mixed with the ultimate will of destruction, descended like a black storm, targeting the golden heart, pouring energy into Ruan Xinglua and Ruan Xinglua herself standing not far from it. They no longer hoped to seize the golden heart. Their only thought now was to completely destroy it. Even if it meant paying a cost beyond bearing, they absolutely could not allow Huaxia to rise so easily. Faced with this terrifying disaster breath that could send any S-class weirdness into despair, Mia beside her turned pale as paper, devoid of any color. But a rare determination and fierceness flashed across her beautiful eyes. This is the power of the forbidden curse, Horn of Calamity. I will block it. Mia shouted fiercely, with no hesitation, throwing the already cracked miniature blood-red coffin into the air. The blood-red coffin expanded in the wind, instantly transforming into a giant coffin over 10 meters tall. The giant coffin emitted a rich bloodthirsty aura, like a blood-colored shield, standing between Ruan Xinglua and the devastating calamity. Blood coffin, bury the souls, impervious to all evils. Mia spat out a mouthful of vital blood, merging it into the blood coffin. At once, an unprecedented powerful bloodthirsty force erupted from the coffin, violently colliding with the terrifying calamity descending from the sky. Boom. However, the power of the Horn of Calamity amalgamation was too domineering, especially as it was driven by several top players at any cost. Mia's blood coffin could only withstand for less than 3 seconds before its surface was filled with spiderweb-like cracks. The Golden Heart, seemingly sensing the deadly threat, suddenly unleashed a violent burst of its remaining energy, forming an even thicker and more radiant golden energy shield around Wan Xinglua and the Dragon Pillar. But even this double protection appeared unstable before the calamity filled with destruction and chaos. The golden shield trembled violently, as if it would break at any moment. Madam Zhou, this is my limit. Mia's voice grew weak from the excessive consumption of power, her gaze fixed on the encroaching calamity, filled with unwillingness. In Happy Community, Room 101. Zhou Yan, who had originally held a playful smile, suddenly darkened his expression upon seeing the pitch-black Horn of Calamity amalgamation. A bunch of ignorant ants dare to use such a forbidden object. Since you want to play so much, then I shall play along with you. Zhou Yan did not act as directly as before, nor did he intervene with a compass. He simply extended a long, fair finger, lightly plucking at the void, as if squeezing several fragile strings. There were strands representing Jessica, Ivan, and other core members of the Beautiful Nation Alliance's fate lines. These lines could only be seen by him, intertwined with threads of national fortune and life energy. In the core chamber of the Golden Ancient City. Just as a sinister and triumphant smile appeared on Jessica, Ivan, and others' faces. Suddenly, they all felt an abrupt instability in the energy connection to the Horn of Calamity amalgamation, as if it could break at any moment. Next, something even more terrifying happened. The terrifying calamity, which should have been directed at Wan Xinglua and the Golden Heart, began to uncontrollably backlash towards them. Ah! No! Jessica let out a piercing scream. How could this happen? She felt a power filled with plague and chaos surging into her body. Her strength began to drain rapidly, repulsive pustules appeared on her skin, her mind descended into chaos, and terrifying illusions appeared before her eyes. Chapter 50, Total Defeat. Ivan, Francois, and the others experienced similar situations, instantly showing various bizarre and terrifying negative states. Some bled from 7 orifices, some began to rot, while others fell into madness, attacking their companions at random. Not only were there physical injuries, but they also felt desperate as they could clearly perceive that. At this moment, the fate of their country was astonishingly plummeting at an unprecedented speed. Most of the calamity's aura had been enjoyed by themselves. Yet, a small amount of significantly weakened aftershock still penetrated Mia's nearly shattered blood coffin defense, fiercely crashing toward Wan Xinglua and that Golden Heart which had already dimmed considerably. Put! Mia's blood-red giant coffin, after taking this last part of the calamity's aftershock, finally could no longer hold on. With a boom, it completely exploded, turning into countless blood-red shards. Mia herself flew backward like a kite with a broken string, letting out a soft moan, blood gushing from her mouth, her breath almost completely drained. She had already suffered unimaginably serious injuries. And at the forefront, Wan Xinglua, although she had the protective dragon energy from the National Dragon Pillar and the dual protection of the Golden Heart, still trembled violently under the strange and overwhelming calamity aftershock. A sweetness rose in her throat, and she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, her face turning pale instantly, and her breath depleting considerably. The Golden Heart, after bearing this calamity's aftershock, also completely dimmed, becoming like a candle flickering in the wind. On the other side, Jessica, Ivan, Francois, and other core members of the Beautiful Nations Alliance, because of the terrifying backlash from the calamity, were not only seriously injured, but the fate of the countries they represented, the Beautiful Nation, North Bear Nation, and the European Alliance, had also directly plunged to the historical low. Even on their mother planet, various bizarre large-scale riots had begun erupting one after another, with some cities even experiencing severe catastrophic consequences like guardian deities going missing or guardian artifacts going out of control. They sprawled helplessly on the ground, their eyes filled with fear, despair, and deep regret. This time, they lost, losing utterly. After experiencing this thrilling event, the energy of the Golden Heart also had consumed more than half due to the previous continuous output and the final calamity impact. The remaining energy no longer surged toward Wan Xinglua's dragon pillar mark as before, but quietly floated in the center of the chamber, emitting a soft and restrained golden glow. As if it were a weak king needing rest after a great battle. Wan Xinglua tried to approach slowly, discovering that the previously suffocating terrifying pressure had vanished. She reached out her hand, safely able to touch the Golden Heart now. She could feel that this Golden Heart still contained an enormous amount of energy inside. However, that energy seemed unable to be completely absorbed by her dragon pillar. Otherwise, it could lead to unknown problems for the dragon pillar due to excess and mixed energy. She carefully placed the Golden Heart into the storage space that Zhou Yan had given her before. Thus, the contest over the Golden Heart came to an end. Just as Wan Xinglua finished storing the Golden Heart and prepared to check Mia's injuries, Zhou Yan's voice suddenly rang clearly in her ear. Xinglua, call those few still gasping for breath and oblivious to their fate over here. Ruan Xinglua felt a chill in her heart, immediately understanding Zhou Yan's meaning. She turned around, her gaze coldly sweeping over the beautiful nation's alliance sprawled not far away. All of you, come here. Ruan Xinglua's voice was not loud, but carried a dignity derived from the dragon pillar. Jessica, Ivan, and the others, now terrified like startled birds, no longer dared to resist at all. Supporting each other, they moved forward like prisoners sentenced to death, their faces ashen as they approached Ruan Xinglua. Through Ruan Xinglua's mouth, Zhou Yan. A compensation list was clearly stamped deep in the souls of Jessica and others. The contents of the list were extremely harsh, yet it left them with no thoughts of bargaining at all. Among them, all participating countries in this siege and the use of the Calamity Horn Collective, including the Beautiful Nation, North Bear Nation, and the European Alliance, must unconditionally support at least 3 core proposals presented by Huaxia at the upcoming Multi-World Anomaly Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance Conference. Furthermore, before the end of the conference, they had to contribute at least 5 S-class or above anomalous resources from their national treasury as compensation for this offense. What made them feel the most humiliated and desperate was a postscript personally added by Zhou Yan at the end of the list. Of course, you can also choose not to compensate. Then next time, it won't be as simple as just cutting off a few irrelevant causal lines and letting you suffer a little misfortune. Just as this compensation list, capable of crippling several major nations, was delivered, a cold system announcement suddenly echoed throughout the ruins battlefield. The qualification assessment trial for the Lost Golden Ancient City ruins is officially over. Huaxia contestant Ruan Xinglua, in this trial, turned the tide, successfully acquiring the SSS Class Core Strategic Artifact, the Heart of Gold, and single-handedly calmed the core rules chaos of the ancient city, purifying the source of calamity, making an outstanding contribution to the stability and restoration of the entire SSS Class Composite Anomaly. Comprehensive Evaluation Reassessed, SSS+. Huaxia Civilization's contribution in this trial overwhelmed all other participating civilizations, thus it will gain the highest priority seating and the largest topic weight at the Multi-World Anomaly Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance Conference. The Beautiful Nation Alliance, due to the illegal use of the forbidden anomaly tool Calamity Horn Collective during the trial and causing serious damage to the instance order, resulting in a backlash, has now had all its contributions in this trial nullified. It is penalized with a level drop in the Coordination Conference seating rank and partial resource distribution rights stripped away. At this moment, all nations and forces around the world watching this trial realized an irrefutable fact. Huaxia's rise, due to that unfathomable man Zhou Yan, has become unstoppable. Zhou Yan's will, to some extent, seems to have begun to override certain surface rules of the anomalous world. Only 3 days remain until the official commencement of the conference. Countries on Blue Star were urgently digesting the tremendous shock and pattern changes brought about by this Golden Ancient City trial. Some were making last-minute crazy preparations for the upcoming conference, while others were tearing their hair out over how to pay that compensation list. More countries were pondering how they could seek a glimmer of hope for themselves in this new world order led by Huaxia. And the instigator Zhou Yan leisurely dug out an ancient drawing made from unknown beast hide from a corner. He spread the map before Ruan Xinglua and casually circled 7 or 8 special areas on it. Xinglua, when we get to that coordination meeting, help me circle these places. Then tell those so-called rulers and old gods, just say. Zhou Yan paused, a faint smile tugging at his lips. I have my eyes on these places, let them all clean their necks and wait obediently, and don't be ungrateful. Chapter 51, Unstoppable. She could feel that the Heart of Gold still contained an extremely vast energy, but that energy seemingly could not be fully absorbed by her dragon pillar. Otherwise, too much would be counterproductive. It is very likely that the dragon pillar will encounter some unknown issues due to the overly complex energy. She carefully placed the golden heart into the storage space that Zhou Yan had previously given her. At this point, the competition for the golden heart can basically be considered to have come to an end. Just as Ruan Xinglua had just stored the golden heart and was about to check Mia's injuries, Zhou Yan's voice suddenly rang clearly in her ears. Xinglua, call over those few still gasping for breath, who have no idea they're dying. Upon hearing this, Ruan Xinglua's heart sank, and she immediately understood Zhou Yan's meaning. She turned around and coldly scanned the beautiful country alliance that was lying on the ground not far away. Come over here. Ruan Xinglua's voice was not loud, but it carried a kind of authority that came from the dragon pillar. Jessica, Ivan, and the others were already like startled birds, daring not to have any thoughts of resistance. They supported each other, looking as pale as prisoners sentenced to death, moving to stand before Ruan Xinglua. Through Ruan Xinglua, Zhou Yan imprinted a compensation list clearly into the depths of Jessica and the others' souls. The contents of the list were harsh to the extreme, yet it left them no room for any thoughts of bargaining. It included Beautiful Country, Northern Bear Country, Euro Alliance, and all the countries that participated in this siege and used the Disaster Horn Aggregate, must unconditionally publicly support at least 3 core proposals raised by China at the upcoming Multiverse Anomaly Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance meeting. Moreover, they must respectively offer at least 5 items of S-grade or above anomalous resources from their national treasury as compensation for this offense before the end of the meeting. What embarrassed and despaired them the most was a postscript personally added by Zhou Yan at the bottom of the list. Of course, you can also choose not to compensate. Then next time, it won't just be as simple as cutting a few insignificant causal lines and letting you experience a little bad luck. Just as this compensation list, capable of injuring several major countries heavily, was delivered, a cold system announcement immediately echoed throughout the entire relic battlefield. The qualification assessment trial for the final seat of the lost golden ancient city ruins before the meeting is officially over. Chinese contestant Ruan Xinglua, in this trial, single-handedly turned the tide, not only successfully obtaining the SSS-level core strategic artifact Golden Heart, but also calmed the chaos in the core rules of the ancient city, purified the source of disaster, and made outstanding contributions to the stability and repair of the entire SSS-level composite anomaly. Comprehensive evaluation again determined SSS+. Chinese civilization, in this trial, overwhelmingly contributed more than all other participating civilizations and will gain the highest priority seat and maximum topic weight at the Multiverse Anomaly Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance meeting. The Beautiful Country Alliance, due to its illegal use of the forbidden anomaly artifact disaster horn aggregate in causing severe damage to the order of the instance, leading to disaster backlash, has its total contribution in this trial completely cleared, and is punished by having its coordination meeting seat level lowered by 1, losing some resource allocation rights. At this moment, all countries and forces around the world paying attention to this trial fully recognized an undeniable fact. The rise of China, because of that unfathomable man Zhou Yan, has become unstoppable. Zhou Yan's will, in a way, seemed to have begun to transcend certain surface rules of the anomalous world. Only 3 days remain until the formal convening of the Multiverse Anomaly Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance meeting. All countries on Blue Star are urgently digesting the massive impact and change in patterns brought by this golden ancient city trial. Some countries are making frantic preparations for the upcoming conference, while others are overwhelmed trying to figure out how to pay the compensation list. More countries are thinking about how to seek a glimmer of hope for themselves in this new world order led by Huaxia. And the instigator, Zhou Yan, leisurely pulled out an ancient map made of unknown beast skin from the corner. The star map is marked with dense, flickering patterns and strange writings shining like stars. He spread the star map out in front of Ruan Xinglua and casually circled 7 or 8 special areas on it. Xinglua, when we get to that coordination meeting, help me circle these places. Then tell those so-called rulers and old gods to say. Zhou Yan paused, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I've set my eyes on these places. Let them all wash their necks clean and wait obediently, don't be ungrateful. There are only 2 days left until the Multiverse Conference. The compensation list presented by Zhou Yan and Huaxia's overwhelming performance in the Lost Relic trials have stirred up a global uproar. This compensation list is too deadly. The beautiful country will not get away unscathed this time. But, they deserve it. What exactly is Zhou Yan's status? I've heard that a previous outsider envoy tried to intervene and was sent back by him with just a small stone? Is that true? I've finally understood, in front of Zhou Yan, the disputes between these countries on Blue Star are no different from children playing house. The representatives from the beautiful country and other nations that received the compensation list were initially stunned, followed immediately by deep-rooted fear. They tried to contact their possible outsider protectors at the first opportunity, hoping for a turnaround. While some small countries that were still watching from the sidelines quickly accelerated their secret goodwill towards Huaxia and even pledged allegiance. As nations on Blue Star were in a state of panic due to this matter, a cold and imposing projection forcibly connected to Blue Star's public channel again. It was the envoy of the Tianming realm, Ming Zhao. His projection at this moment had a more somber aura than the last time he appeared, and his eyes, burning with chilling gray flames, stared intently at the direction of Huaxia on Blue Star. I know of the compensation you all speak of, Ming Zhao's thought conveyed directly to the representatives of the beautiful country and others. These terms are indeed too harsh, contrary to the spirit of the multiverse coordination. But, he shifted his tone, his thoughts carrying a subtle hint of apprehension. I can also sense the existence of that Huaxia will on Blue Star, which is unfathomable. This matter should not be escalated privately. It should take place within the formal framework of the coordination meeting, witnessed by the Multiverse Council, in search of a relatively reasonable solution. Chapter 52, Everything is in my hands. Soon after, Ming Zhao's thoughts expanded to all civilizations on Blue Star that received the meeting invitation. Tianming Realm Decree, to ensure the smooth convening of the Multiverse Coordination Conference and maintain the basic stability of the newly risen civilization areas, starting now, until the formal start of the meeting, any excessive military conflicts and unreasonable economic demands between civilizations within Blue Star will be temporarily mediated and restricted by the Tianming Realm on behalf of the Multiverse Council. Everything is to create a harmonious and orderly meeting atmosphere as the highest principle. If any civilization ignores this decree, the Tianming Realm reserves the right to take further measures. This statement was apparent mediation but was full of dissatisfaction toward Zhou Yan's previous actions. In Happy District, Room 101. Ruan Xinghua conveyed the news of Ming Zhao's reappearance and the issuance of the mediation decree to Zhou Yan in detail. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan simply picked up the starry pebble from the coffee table that he had previously used to warn Ming Zhao. He casually weighed it in his hand, the corner of his mouth curling into a playful smile. Oh? Do you still dare to come bouncing out? If you want to be a mediator, you better see if your Tianming realm is tough enough. This little stone seems like last time it didn't hurt him enough. He turned to look at Ruan Xinghua, saying casually, no worries, just a jumping clown, no need to pay him any mind. In the meeting, just do as I told you before. As for that compensation list, they better not think about giving even a penny less. By the way, Zhou Yan added, those areas I circled on the star chart for you, remember to be a bit tougher during the meeting. Just tell them directly that those lands are our internal affairs in Huaxia and no outsiders can interfere. Watching Zhou Yan's composed expression as if everything was under control, she nodded heavily. In the following time, Ruan Xinghua stopped thinking about the outside world's disturbances and began to focus intently on studying the animal skin ancient star map Zhou Yan had given her, along with the various materials and response plans prepared for her by Huaxia's think tank. The last night before the coordination meeting. The entire bizarre world and many planes connected to Blue Star were stirring with unease due to the upcoming top-level meeting, the atmosphere tense to the extreme. At the exclusive dwelling of the Huaxia delegation, there were occasional unwelcome thoughts and energy fluctuations attempting to spy and test. These little actions, without exception, disappeared without a trace upon reaching the outermost layer of the invisible energy barrier surrounding the dwelling, not even causing a single ripple. Zhou Yan had already set up comprehensive defenses. The Huaxia audience in the live broadcast room were in a complex state of mind, both nervous with sweaty palms yet filled with limitless expectations and pride. Tomorrow is the multiverse coordination meeting. This will be a key battle that decides our Huaxia's future and even the entire Blue Star's pattern. Ruan School Beauty, you must withstand the pressure and bring glory to the country. Zhou Yan boss, tomorrow all eyes are on you. You must give your best, don't let those outsiders look down on us. That Tianming realm's Ming Zhao is clearly not a good bird, he will definitely try to target our Huaxia in the meeting. Ruan School Beauty, be sure to stay cautious. I believe in Ruan School Beauty. And even more in Zhou Yan boss behind her. Our Huaxia will surely triumph in this multiverse struggle. Ruan Xinghua lay on the soft, comfortable bed, but she tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. In her mind, she constantly rehearsed various possible difficulties and challenges that might arise in tomorrow's meeting, pondering the strategies Zhou Yan had taught her. Just as she was lost in thought, restless, almost overwhelmed by an invisible pressure. Suddenly, she felt the national dragon pillar mark on the back of her left hand, which had already connected with her bloodline, begin to warm slightly. A pure, unmatched dragon aura slowly emerged from the mark, flowing through her limbs like a clear spring, instantly rejuvenating her tense spirit and bringing her clarity and tranquility. At the same time, Zhou Yan's familiar voice, laced with a hint of laziness, echoed deep in her mind. Silly girl, are you still awake? Why think so much? Get some sleep early, rest well, tomorrow there will be a good show to watch. Remember. Zhou Yan's voice paused, then carried a touch of humor as he said, that so-called coordination meeting is merely a large-scale profit-sharing conference. And you are representing me to collect rent. Relax, I've got everything covered. The next morning, the Multiverse Conference officially convened in the central shrine of the Void Star Sea. Inside the shrine, it formed an enormous, boundless independent space. The stars serve as lamps, the Milky Way as the ceiling, and countless jade platforms, radiating an ancient and powerful aura, are scattered like floating islands in this sacred space. On each jade platform sits one or several representatives of bizarre civilizations, each with a different form and unfathomable presence. Some representatives tower tall, surrounded by chaotic energy, making it hard to see their true appearance. Others take on the form of terrifying beasts, their mere aura enough to make even S-level anomalies tremble. Moreover, some representatives seem to be the very embodiment of certain rules, indescribable by any known life form. After glimpsing this magnificent corner of the central temple, everyone felt deeply shaken. This is the legendary Central Temple? My God! This is 1,000 times more spectacular and incredible than any celestial palace or magical hall in our Blue Star myths. Those representatives, many are unclear in appearance, but it feels like any one of them is far more terrifying than the S-level anomalies or even SS-level relics we've seen before. Is this the true vastness of all worlds? Our Blue Star is truly too small in front of them. The Chinese delegation, with its undisputed SSS plus evaluation from the trials of the Lost Ruins, firmly occupied the seats near the center of the temple. Ruan Xinghua sat calmly, her expression serene, yet with a sense of composure. Her presence naturally drew numerous complex gazes from within the temple. There was curiosity, scrutiny, wariness, and of course, a fair share of jealousy and malice. The envoy of the Twilight Realm, Ming Zhao, sat not far from the Chinese seat, in an even more luxurious and towering exclusive seat. Dark energy swirled around him, and his eyes burned with cold flames of death as he stared at Yuan Xinglua and the void projection representing Blue Star, Huaxia. At that moment, in the very center of the temple, a gentle yet supreme holy light slowly gathered. This was a guardian of order, completely enveloped in holy light. Chapter 53, Crazy. Too crazy. With a voice devoid of any emotion, she announced, the meeting for resource coordination and order maintenance across the realms officially begins. Following the ancient pact and upholding the principle of justice, today's agenda is hereby initiated. The first agenda item, to prioritize mediation of excessive disputes and unreasonable claims arising from internal resource distribution and historical issues within Blue Star civilization. As soon as these words were spoken, representatives from beautiful countries, the Northern Bear Nation, the European Alliance, and others immediately displayed expressions of, as expected, delight and anticipation. Meanwhile, the audience in the Chinese live broadcast room erupted in uproar and anger. What? Prioritize mediation of Blue Star's internal disputes? Is this not clearly the scheme orchestrated by Ming Zhao? He wants to use the name of the Guardian of Order and the Council of All Realms to pressure us in Huaxia, forcing us to give up that compensation list. So shameless. This envoy of the Twilight Realm has no shame left. Sure enough, as soon as the words of the Guardian of Order fell, Ming Zhao slowly rose from his luxurious seat. His dark energy swirled, and he spoke coldly, respected Guardian of Order, esteemed colleagues of the Council of All Realms, and all present representatives. Blue Star, as a newly awakened and newly connected civilization area within the multiverse system, its internal stability and harmony concern the healthy development of the entire new generation of civilized circles. However, according to my observations, during the previous internal trials and resource integration, the Huaxia civilization of Blue Star, relying on the protection of unknown external forces behind it, has engaged in excessive and unreasonable economic extraction and resource exploitation of other brother civilizations also from Blue Star. Severely disrupted the balance and order that the new civilized regions should have. Such behavior goes against the core spirit of peace and justice advocated by the Conference of All Realms. Therefore, I propose that the Council of All Realms intervene and conduct a fair review and ruling on the compensation list presented by Huaxia of Blue Star, re-evaluating the claimed amount to highlight the justice of all realms and maintain the stability of new civilizations. Ming Zhao spoke these words with righteous indignation, grand and majestic, as if he were the true messenger of justice looking out for Blue Star and its weaker civilizations. Jessica from the Beautiful Nation, Ivan from the North Bear Nation, Francois from the European Union, and others immediately appeared as if they had been injected with adrenaline, standing up in agreement. What Lord Ming Zhao said is absolutely right. We Beautiful Nation strongly demands the Council of All Realms to uphold justice for us. Jessica sorrowfully accused, Huaxia's claims are nothing short of robbery. They not only took our SSS-class core treasure, the Heart of Gold, but also demand that we give up half of our strategic resources from the national treasury. How can our beautiful nation develop in the future? Ivan also shouted in anger, our North Bear Nation suffered heavy losses in the trials, and instead of offering help, Huaxia instead added insult to injury with such harsh compensation conditions. This is blatant hegemonic bullying. For a moment, accusations and cries against Huaxia echoed through the hall, as if Huaxia had indeed committed some unforgivable heinous crime. All eyes suddenly focused on the Huaxia woman who sat calmly in a prominent seat, her expression unchanging from beginning to end. In their eyes, faced with the united assault of so many powerful civilizations and otherworldly messengers, this newly emerging Huaxia, represented by just one person, had no choice but to yield and retreat. However, just as everyone thought Huaxia was about to face a righteous siege and judgment, Yuan Xinglua quietly stood up under the watchful gaze of all. She did not panic or fiercely argue as they imagined, but instead extended her delicate hand and lightly waved toward the center of the hall. In the next second, a massive light curtain made entirely of pure energy appeared out of thin air in the center of the hall. The light curtain clearly projected a final version of the compensation list, even more concise and clear than the one previously presented by Zhou. On the list, the contents had not only remained unchanged, but certain interests and emotional damages had even been slightly increased. Yuan Xinglua's cool voice echoed clearly in the ears of every representative. By the order of my esteemed master, this is the final version, and no form of negotiation will be accepted. Everything listed must be delivered intact to the designated receiving place in Blue Star Huaxia within 3 days. If there are delays or shortages, the consequences will be yours to bear. As for what Lord Ming Zhao said about mediation, a faint smile crept onto Yuan Xinglua's lips. There is no need to trouble you, my dear sir. My master said that he has no other hobbies, just likes to do things himself and enjoy abundance. The entire venue instantly fell into a dead silence. Then came uncontrollable gasps and exclamations. Wild. Too wild. This not only slapped the faces of the defeated countries like the Beautiful Nation, but clearly in front of the powerful beings of all realms, it was a loud slap to the envoy Ming Zhao of the Tianming realm. You insignificant creature. How dare you deceive me? The entire space of the central sanctuary trembled slightly because of his roar. The dark energy swirling around him was about to explode uncontrollably, forming a realm of death that would destroy everything. In those eyes burning with the flames of desolation, an unprecedented terrifying killing intent erupted, almost devouring Wan Xinglua whole. However, in the face of Ming Zhao's almost tangible terrifying killing intent, Wan Xinglua still stood there playfully, her expression calm. She simply leisurely held that seemingly ordinary starlight pebble in the palm of her hand. You. At the instant he saw that familiar pebble, the anger and killing intent that had already reached its peak for Ming Zhao felt like being doused with a bucket of icy water from the frigid abyss, chilling him to the bone. That day, the sensation of soul trembling, as if everything would be erased by that mysterious power, resurfaced clearly in his heart. He forcibly suppressed the anger that almost erupted, his expression changing repeatedly. This matter. I shall discuss it later. Now. Proceed with the division agenda of the new bizarre realm. In front of that mysterious pebble, this high-ranking envoy of the Tianming realm still chose to retreat. Chapter 54, Fragments of the Fallen God Battlefield. In the live broadcast room of Huaxiao's fortune, after a brief silence, a barrage of comments erupted with a fervor 100 times more intense than ever before. Majestic. The aura is overflowing. Lady Yuan is mighty. This is the momentum Huaxia should have. Zhou Yan is amazing. With just a small stone from afar, he scared the envoy away on the spot. The slap to the face was incredibly loud, a cosmic-level thundering. Applause. Ming Zhao is scared. He actually really got scared. What am I seeing? What is that seemingly ordinary pebble? Could it be the legendary god-slaying stone? After Ming Zhao forcibly pulled the agenda back to the division of the new bizarre area as if he was fleeing in panic, the atmosphere inside the sanctuary became a bit strange and awkward. Many representatives from civilizations who were preparing to see Huaxia as a joke or wanted to pressure Huaxia alongside Ming Zhao were now feeling uneasy, their gazes toward Wan Xinglua turning more complex and wary. Soon, the data for the first area needing a discussion of ownership, the new bizarre area, was projected in the center of the sanctuary. Number 95 New Bizarre Area, Comprehensive Evaluation B+ level, contains special soul crystal veins, expected to be mined for 300 years, the indifferent voice of the Order Guardian echoed. At that moment, an old, sinister man who had remained silent suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice. The number 95 Bizarre Realm intersects with an important branch of my corrupted bone abyss on the spatial level, and the internal soul crystal veins are a strategic resource desperately needed by my abyss. Therefore, this area should rightfully belong to my corrupted bone abyss first. This sinister old man was a representative from a powerful negative energy plane called Corrupted Bone Abyss, possessing strength at least at the late stage of the ghostly bizarre. In the myriad worlds, he could be considered a well-known overlord. Once he spoke, many representatives from civilizations who previously coveted number 95 Bizarre Realm frowned. However, before others could rebut, Wan Xinglua's icy voice rang out again. She didn't even glance at the sinister old man and simply said calmly, "My lord has said, he has set his eyes on this number 95 Bizarre Realm." The sinister old man from the Corrupted Bone Abyss, upon hearing this, had terrifying ferocity erupt in his murky eyes, and he was about to angrily rebuke this reckless human woman. Suddenly, the jade cup placed before him on the jade platform unexpectedly transformed into a handful of powder without any warning. Along with it, the tea in the cup evaporated completely, as if it had never existed. The old face of the sinister elder, covered in corpse-like spots, instantly changed. He could clearly feel that at that moment, a terrifying will, which he could not resist, crossed the endless void and precisely locked onto that teacup. If that will was directed at him. The elder felt a chill rush from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. He immediately closed his mouth tightly, no longer daring to say another word, even raising his head not a bit. The temple fell into a strange silence once again. All the representatives of civilizations, who previously held a glimmer of hope regarding number 95, Chunma anomaly, bowed their heads silently, pretending they saw nothing. No joke, even the old notorious force of the Corrupted Bones Abyss was severely struck on the spot. These small fish dared not to touch that bad luck? The emotionless voice of the Order Guardian rang out at the right time again, since there are no other objections. Then, number 95, Chunma's new anomaly area, will be temporarily assigned to the Blue Star Huaxia civilization for priority investigation and development. Next topic. Godfall Battlefield, Fragment number 7, Final Ownership. As this voice fell, an aura even older and more terrifying than that of the Order Guardian swept across, like a sleeping ancient mountain awakening, from the top of the temple. In front of this will, even the messenger of the Nightfall realm, Ming Zhao, couldn't help but slightly lower his head, revealing a look of respect. A giant war continent fragment, large enough to encompass several star systems, appeared in the center of the temple, radiating a dark golden color. It was covered with countless long-dried marks of divine blood and terrifying battle scars, yet still exuded a soul-shaking terrifying divine pressure and unyielding will to fight. On the fragment, countless shadowy figures of fallen ancient gods and demon gods could be faintly seen roaring and battling, filled with endless sadness and desolation. Just the faint aura emitted by its projection made the vast majority of the representatives from the anomaly civilizations feel as if their souls were being torn apart, and breathing became exceedingly difficult. The Godfall Battlefield Fragment. It is actually the legendary main fragment number 7 of the Godfall Battlefield. It truly has emerged. In an instant, in the temple, all the powerful civilization representatives who had been relatively calm until now, including the messenger of the Nightfall Realm, Ming Zhao, and Cthulhu, had their eyes turned into fiery madness at this moment. This is the real big deal of this gathering. At the end of the last cosmic era, the old gods fell, new gods rose, and forbidden existences fought against each other, shattering countless ancient divine realms, which formed the most mysterious and dangerous battlefield in the myriad realms of today. It is said that each fragment of the Godfall battlefield contains pure divine power and lost, incomplete rules. For any civilization seeking to reach higher levels, this is an irresistible deadly temptation. And this fragment number 7 is said to be larger in size and more stable in rules. Its value is simply immeasurable. After a brief silence, the atmosphere of the entire central temple was ignited in an instant. This fragment number 7 has a profound connection with my Nightfall realm. The annihilation divinity contained within it is the very foundation of our realm's cultivation. This object, my Nightfall realm, must obtain. The messenger of the Nightfall Realm, Ming Zhao, was the first to break the silence. An unprecedented heat and greed erupted in his eyes, burning with the flames of dead silence. Humph, Ming Zhao, stop patting yourself on the back. A more sinister and twisted will emanated from the shadowy seats. That was the representative Thulid of the old ruler council. The God-fallen battlefield is the end of the old days, and every shard within should belong to us, the old ruler council, to pursue the ultimate chaotic truth. No one shall take this fragment number 7 from us. Immediately, other powerful representatives of ancient strange civilizations also spoke up, expressing their fervent desire to claim this fragment number 7 of the God-fallen battlefield. Chapter 55, The Trial of Divine Resonance. In an instant, the atmosphere in the temple became charged and tense, as if a terrifying war that would engulf the myriad realms was about to break out over the ownership of this fragment. At that moment, the Order Guardian at the center of the temple spoke again. The energy level and complexity of rules of fragment number 7 of the God-fallen battlefield surpass that of ordinary newly emerged strange realms, hence, it is not suitable for immediate determination of ownership. In accordance with the ancient covenant's ruling, the priority for the development of such important strategic resources will be decided by a small-scale trial of divine resonance. Civilizations wishing to participate in the trial may each send no more than 3 representatives into the divine corridor within fragment number 7. In the core of the corridor lies the dormant seed of the divine origin of this fragment. Whoever can first successfully evoke the resonance of the divine source and gain its preliminary recognition shall allow their civilization to obtain the priority development rights of this fragment number 7 of the God-fallen battlefield for 1,000 blue star years, as well as 30% of the output distribution rights. The Trial of Divine Resonance. As soon as this rule was announced, representatives from civilizations with relatively weaker strength, who knew they could not compete with top powers, showed expressions of disappointment but felt helpless. On the other hand, representatives from top powers like Ming Zhao and Thulid shone with excitement in their eyes, clearly filled with confidence in this elite competition format. At the Chinese representative seat, Lin Anghua and other high-level officials from China, who were observing the meeting remotely through special channels, became unusually serious upon hearing the rules of the Trial of Divine Resonance. Comrade Xinglua, the strategic significance of this fragment number 7 of the God-fallen battlefield is far too great, possibly more important than that previous Heart of Gold by several times. Lin Anghua said to Ruan Xinglua in a heavy tone via encrypted communication. However, those who participate in this trial will undoubtedly be the top talents and old monsters among the myriad realms, and the danger level is likely. He did not continue, but the worry in his voice was evident. Ruan Xinglua, however, smiled slightly. She remembered that Zhou Yan, on the ancient star chart made of animal skins, had not only marked out 7 or 8 locations with cinnabar but had also labeled a place called fragment number 7 of the God-fallen battlefield. At that time, he had also taken out a small, rusted iron piece from his pocket and casually handed it to her. This piece of scrap iron was a key used by an old man guarding a collapsed temple in the last era to open the back door for delivering vegetables. I'm not sure if it still works. You take it, if you really can surge up, it would be worth the trip. Director Lin, and all leaders, please rest assured. Ruan Xinglua spoke calmly, but with determination, I will participate in this trial. Soon, the various forces that decided to participate in the Trial of Divine Resonance each selected their strongest representatives. The emissary of the Dark Knight realm, Ming Zhao, sent his most capable warrior, a powerful being who had also reached the peak of the eerie realm, engulfed in a ghostly blue extinguishing flame, Ming Feng. Thulid of the Old Ruler Council separated a more condensed entity that exuded chaotic and madness vibes from his indescribable writhing shadow. The small group transformed into a humanoid, bizarre creature draped in a robe of starry skies, its head writhing like octopus tentacles. In addition, several other top-notch strange domain civilizations also send out their own trump cards. Ruan Xinglua, as the only representative of Huaxia civilization, stepped firmly into the spatial gate of the divine corridor. Inside the corridor, it was a completely different scene. There was no starry sky or jade platform from the outside world, only an ancient passage that seemed endless, paved with countless shattered divine bones and divine blood. The passage was filled with chaotic and violent divine storms, with those storms mixed with the anger, unwillingness, and crazed obsessions of countless fallen ancient gods, constantly impacting the souls and wills of those who entered. Not only that, but on both sides and deep within the passage, powerful divine guardians formed from divine battle echoes and divine powers would occasionally coalesce. These guardians varied in shape, some appeared as ancient heroes wielding divine weapons, while others resembled frenzied divine beasts who had lost their sanity, attacking any living being that intruded with the fiercest offensive. Humph. A mere remnant spirit dares to block my path. The twilight blade of the Twilight Realm ignited with ghostly blue extinguishing flames, forming a long spear of extinguishing divine power in his hand. His moves were grand and direct, each swing annihilating several S-class divine guardians. Yogg of the Old Ruler's Council was even more mysterious, his octopus-like head writhing continuously, chanting mad gibberish that mere mortals could not comprehend. Where he passed, those divine guardians either fell into chaos and killed each other, or were twisted and devoured by some indescribable force. His methods were so bizarre that they sent chills down one's spine. The representatives of several other top civilizations also unleashed their powers, bringing forth their treasures. Although it was exceptionally difficult to advance, they continued to slowly approach the core area of the divine corridor. As Ruan Xinglua walked through this perilous divine corridor, she felt an unprecedented pressure. With only the majestic dragon aura emitted from the national dragon pillar on her hand, and the clear ringing of the clear heart bell in front of her, she barely managed to resist the pervasive divine storms and mental impacts. Compared to the Twilight Blade of the Twilight Realm and Yogg of the Old Ruler's Council, she struggled a bit in opposing pure divine power. After all, her foundation was still shallow, and the power system she practiced was not entirely of the same origin as this pure divine power. She could only cautiously follow behind those top powerhouses, trying to avoid the powerful divine guardians. Time passed by second, and she did not know how long they had been traversing the divine corridor. Finally, after paying a significant price, the Twilight Blade of the Twilight Realm and Yogg of the Old Ruler's Council arrived almost simultaneously at the deepest part of the divine corridor. Before them, a splendid orb the size of a fist quietly hung over an ancient altar made of shattered divine dimensions. This was the source of divine power from the battlefield of divine fall. Ha ha ha. The source of divine power. It is mine. The Twilight Blade let out a joyful laugh, and his ghostly blue extinguishing flame suddenly surged, transforming into a massive fiery hand, reaching out toward the source of divine power. Daydreaming. Yogg's writhing tentacled head emitted a series of incomprehensible shrieks, as countless starry tentacles suffused with chaotic and mad power shot out from his robe sleeves, curling toward the source of divine power. Gift. Both of them wanted to resonate with the source of divinity at the first moment and claim it as their own. At this critical moment, the one who had been following them, Ruan Xinglua, suddenly felt the scrap of iron she had tightly gripped in her hand slightly warm up without any warning. Before Ruan Xinglua could react at all, the scrap of iron actually flew out of her palm on its own, transforming into a streak of light and embedding itself into the groove on the ancient altar. Crack! A very faint sound rang out. The next second, the energy flow within the divine corridor suddenly underwent a dramatic change. The furious divine storm that had been wreaking havoc within the corridor, filled with chaos and destruction, instantly calmed down as if smoothed by an invisible hand. Then, under the astonished and incredible gazes of Mingfeng and Yugna, who looked like they had seen a ghost, that high and mighty source of divinity actually actively emitted a fundamental seven-colored divine light beam, directly rushing towards Ruan Xinglua, who was standing not far away, equally dumbfounded and bewildered. In the live broadcast room of China's national fortune, after experiencing a brief silence, an explosive flood of comments erupted that could be called nuclear blast level. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What kind of divine operation is this? What am I seeing? Directly using a key to open the core treasure chest? This is 1,000 times more ridiculous than cheating. Master Zhou Yan. It's another masterpiece by Master Zhou Yan. Ruan Xinglua was bathed in the descending seven-colored divine light beam. She felt as if her soul was being melted away. An unprecedented feeling of comfort and elevation spread throughout her limbs and bones. Her understanding of the rules deepened and transformed in a more profound way at that moment. Outside the temple, Cthulhu, of the Council of the Old Ones, suddenly trembled violently. It emitted a series of chaotic sounds that mortals could not comprehend, containing a meaning of extreme shock and fear. Hiss. Crack. Pull. It's the breath of that door. It can't be wrong. He actually found the key to the return? This is impossible. That door has long been completely sealed under the final curse of Ragnarok, eternally isolated. Unless. Cthulhu's words were chaotic and filled with fear. When it reached a certain critical point, it suddenly stopped, as if touching an unspeakable taboo. The entire central temple fell into a strange silence due to Cthulhu's incomprehensible and information-heavy outburst. Door? Key to return? What kind of person is that scrap of iron in the hands of that Chinese woman, and the man standing behind her, Zhou Yan? After a brief collective crash in the live broadcast room of China's national fortune, an even more intense flood of comments erupted than ever before. What did I just hear? Master Zhou Yan is about to break through the cosmic ceiling of all realms. This is no longer a simple strange marriage. This is clearly a battle of divine beings. And our China, our Ruan school flower, is actually one of the main characters in this battle of divine beings? Compared to the frenzied and excited atmosphere of the Chinese live room, the countries that had previously held hostility towards China were now filled with gloom, despair, and sorrow. Their so-called experts and scholars were now exchanging glances with cold sweats, utterly unable to explain the scene before them that had completely exceeded their realm of understanding. In the live broadcast rooms of Japan, Korea, and other countries that had already been severely hit, there was only despair and numbness everywhere. There's no hope, really no hope at all. The gap between us and Huaxia is no longer something that can be described with dimensions, it's a gap between mortals and true gods. Wash it off and sleep, stop dreaming about catching up to Huaxia. Just being able to hold onto the spark of our civilization under the wrath of that existence is already a divine miracle. In the midst of the strange atmosphere within the temple, the representative of the Old One's council, with its massive body, actually made a gesture akin to a bow or salutation towards Ruan Xinglua. Although this action appeared somewhat bizarre in its twisted form, the deep respect and submission implied within it were clearly communicated to everyone present. Cthulhu's chaotic voice resonated in Ruan Xinglua's mind, but this time it was unusually clear. For the Ye Great Master behind you, we, the Old One's Council, are willing to extend our highest respect. Since the shard of battlefield number 7 has been activated by the key, it proves that it has a fated connection with that great existence. We choose to abandon this contention. As it said this, a palm-sized ancient compass slowly floated out from the writhing shadow of Cthulhu. It was made entirely of an unknown black star crystal, engraved with countless shimmering runes like stars, radiating the aura of cosmic celestial phenomena. This is the Old Star Language Compass, an SSS-level special strategic anomaly, capable of sensing and analyzing subtle rule fluctuations in the myriad realms, guiding the holder to avoid certain high-dimensional spacetime turbulence, and even allowing a brief glimpse into the trajectory of fate under specific conditions. We present it to you, as a token of our respect for that existence, and we hope that one day in the future, we may receive some protection from that existence. The Old One's Council. This ancient and terrifying power, notorious across countless realms, which even many top divine civilizations are wary of provoking, actually, voluntarily abandoned their pursuit of the shard and gifted Huaxia an SSS-level strategic anomaly as a present? This scene left the representatives of the Twilight Realm and other civilizations dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. They could hardly believe their eyes. What is happening here? In the live broadcast room of Huaxia's national fortune, an earth-shattering cheer erupted once again. SSS-level anomaly. The Old Ones took the initiative to give a gift. My God. The influence of Lord Zhou Yan is too great, too great. This is simply bigger than the heavens. Goddess Ruan is mighty and imposing. Directly crowned a deity. No rebuttals accepted. I now feel sorry for that Twilight representative. He used to think he could wrestle with Lord Zhou Yan, but now it seems he isn't even worthy to carry Lord Zhou Yan's shoes. Ruan Xinglua took the Old Star Language Compass, which radiated a cool and profound aura, and her heart was also tumultuous. Chapter 57, Versailles. At this moment, Zhou Yan's familiar tone, still carrying a hint of casualness, echoed in her mind again. Hee, this old octopus is actually more sensible than that glowing jellyfish, it knows when to retract its claws. This broken compass, although pieced together from cosmic trash and scraps of obsolete rules, can still be of some use. If you ever get lost in some corner again, you can use it for navigation, so I don't have to personally go and fish you out. Hearing Zhou Yan's Versailles assessment, Ruan Xinglua couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She calmly nodded slightly to the writhing shadow of Cthulhu, as a way to respond to the other party's kindness. Just as the temple fell into a strange state, a hoarse voice suddenly echoed throughout the entire temple. He. When did those old tentacle monsters become so timid? They got scared by a little girl from a new civilization? A terrifying old man, dressed in tattered blood-red battle armor and looking withered, slowly stood up from a remote seat. Surrounded by endless scenes of rivers of blood, beneath his feet were billions of blood gods wailing and struggling. He was the representative from Endless Blood Abyss, the notorious Blood River ancestor. His strength was equally unfathomable, at least terrifying enough to be on par with both Ming Zhao and Cthulhu. Little girl. The Blood River ancestor's eyes glimmered with a sinister red light, like two poisonous snakes, fixed intensely on Wan Xinglua and the object in her hand. Hand over the stone in your hand and that piece of iron. In exchange, I, the ancestor, can promise to protect your Huaxia civilization from any small disturbances for 1,000 years. Otherwise. He. I don't mind painting this central temple with a fresh coat of blood. A naked threat. In the live stream of Huaxia's national fortune, it was instantly flooded by angry comments. Damn. Another one who doesn't fear death. Do they really think our Huaxia is a soft persimmon to squeeze? What kind of dog is this Blood River ancestor? How dare he threaten our goddess Ruan? Zhou Yan, please do something. Don't let this old monster disgust us again. Just kill him. Some countries that had previously been suppressed by Zhou Yan and Huaxia now looked on with glee. Ha ha ha. This will be fun to watch. The Blood River ancestor is known as a killing god across the realms. It's said countless civilizations have perished by his hands. Let's see how that Huaxia woman survives this time. Exactly. No matter how powerful her husband is, he can't always be there. And this Blood River ancestor is not some coward like Ming Zhao from the Dark Realm. Faced with the Blood River ancestor's unabashed killing intent and greedy threat, Wan Xinglua's delicate face turned cold, a flash of icy rage crossed her eyes. Meanwhile, far away on Blue Star, in Happy Community, Room 101. Zhou Yan slowly set down the jade bowl filled with 9-turn soul-reviving soup. He reached out and took a similarly rusted shard, identical to the piece of scrap iron in Wan Xinglua's hand, from a seemingly unremarkable ancient wooden box nearby, then gently wiped the rusty spots off the blade fragment with a piece of white silk. It's been sleeping for so long, it's time to let you, old friend, breathe and stretch your muscles. However, be careful not to accidentally hurt those little cuties who shouldn't be harmed. Suddenly, the iron piece she had been clutching in her hand emitted an extremely faint cracking sound again. An aura more terrifying than before rapidly spread from that small iron piece, like an ancient beast awakening after 1 billion years of slumber. A fine grey sword energy burst forth into the sky from that iron piece. In an instant, as it soared above the temple, that subtle grey sword energy suddenly swelled in the wind, transforming into a terrifying grey sword shadow that seemed ready to split the sacred space in two. There were no extravagant phenomena above that sword shadow, only the purest power of annihilation. As the sword shadow took shape, it carried an overwhelming might that ignored all space and rules, slashing down towards the Blood River ancestor. What? This is? The Blood River ancestor's face, marked with bloody patterns, instantly changed dramatically as he sensed the terrifying rules of annihilation within that grey sword shadow. Without thinking, he frantically urged all his blood-evil power. A terrifying vision of a blood sea gathered before him, attempting to resist the strike of the grey sword shadow. However, in front of that pure grey sword shadow, the Blood River ancestor's proud blood sea vision was as weak as a bubble in the sunlight, unable to put up even a semblance of resistance, and was easily split in two by the grey sword shadow, directly shattered. Countless blood gods roaring in the blood sea, upon contact with the grey sword shadow, instantly dissolved like ice and snow thrown into a raging fire, not even able to let out a scream. The grey sword shadow continued with an unstoppable momentum, swiftly striking towards the Blood River ancestor's true body. No! The Blood River ancestor let out a scream filled with extreme terror. The layer of protective bloodlight formed by endless essence blood on his surface was like paper before the grey sword shadow, instantly torn apart. PFT. A light sound. The grey sword shadow accurately struck the center of the Blood River ancestor's forehead. A terrifying grey sword mark deep enough to see bone, even faintly revealing his soul's origin, appeared on his forehead. No blood flowed from the sword mark, only pure, annihilating power crazily eroded his life force and soul. The Blood River ancestor's eyes, filled with greed and brutality, were now replaced by boundless fear and disbelief. He could clearly feel his life force rapidly draining away at an irreversible speed, heading toward an end. The Blood River ancestor used the last bit of his strength to squeeze out broken words filled with endless fear and regret from his throat. No. No. Before he could finish speaking, his huge, terrifying body filled with blood energy began to turn to fine ash, starting from the grey sword mark on his forehead, inch by inch. Soul extinguished. Body and spirit vanished. Not a trace of existence was left behind. Blood River ancestor. A true half-step divine lord-level terrifying powerhouse was just seconds away, killed on the spot by a grey sword aura wave slashed from a piece of scrap iron. The entire central temple of the Void Sea fell into a silence deeper than ever before. Chapter 58, Independent Development. All the representatives of the strange domain civilizations present, no matter their previous views on Huaxia, Ruan Xinglua, or the mysterious Zhou Yan, now had only one emotion left in their hearts. Fear derived from the deepest part of the soul. This was no longer a simple crushing of strength. This was clearly a dimensional strike between different levels of life. In the American live broadcast room, that so-called expert who was barely analyzing the situation looked pale as paper, his lips trembling, unable to say a complete word. Next to him sat another, older, more knowledgeable white-haired expert. After a long moment of daze spanning several seconds, he finally whispered in a hoarse voice filled with endless fear and trembling, This is definitely power that has surpassed the normal Divine Lord realm. Absolutely. In the live broadcast rooms of countries like Sakurakoku and Kankoku, where there were previously unrealistic fantasies about Huaxia and even some covert moves, there was now not a single sound. Total silence. A deathly silence. Everyone seemed to be under a spell, staring blankly at the screen where a calm-looking Huaxia woman stood holding a piece of iron. They all clearly understood that in the face of such terrifying power capable of killing a half-step Divine Lord in one strike, any schemes and small moves seemed so pale, so helpless. Ridiculous. Inside the central temple. That terrifying grey sword shadow, which spanned the heavens and the earth, slowly dissipated after completing its mission, transforming back into a pure annihilation sword intent, merging into the rusty iron key in Wan Xingluo's hand. But this time, the rust on the iron key seemed to have melted away by that annihilation sword intent, revealing a small section about 3 inches long, glimmering with a dark and profound sword tip. On that sword tip, there were no fancy patterns, only the purest, heart-stirring sharpness and dead silence. The edge of annihilation. This seemingly unremarkable iron piece was actually the tip of a broken divine sword. Just as Wan Xingluo was momentarily taken aback by the change of the iron piece, Zhou Yan's familiar voice, carrying a hint of laziness and nonchalance, echoed in her mind once again. Oh, this edge of annihilation is nothing special. Back in the day, I thought a little sword was not very handy, so I just broke it off casually and kept the sword tip as a little toy. Just keep this for self-defense. In the future, if you encounter those who are blind to danger or those seeking their own demise, don't hold back. Just use this thing and gently poke it against their forehead. The entire place remained in a suffocating silence. No one dared to speak, no one dared to move, even their breathing unconsciously softened. Finally, it was the guardian of order at the center of the temple who, after a brief silence, broke this dead silence with a voice clearly filled with awe. Cough. After the final ruling of the Multiverse Council, the 7th shard of the Divine Battlefield, its final ownership, belongs to the Huaxia civilization of Blue Star. At the same time, in light of the exceptional contributions made by the Huaxia civilization during this trial, the Multiverse Council hereby decides to grant the Huaxia civilization the priority to designate 3 nested Divine Kingdom-level Strange Domain civilizations as its strategic partners in the development of the 7th shard of the Divine Battlefield. This sudden delegation of power made all the representatives of civilizations in the temple's eyes blaze with fervor again. Priority designation of 3 nested Divine Kingdom-level civilizations as strategic partners? This not only meant that Huaxia could obtain unimaginable resources and benefits from these 3 nested divine kingdoms, but more importantly, it represented that Huaxia now held the power to determine the future fate of other strange civilizations. Countless representatives of strange civilizations, who previously held subtle hostility towards Huaxia, were now like sharks smelling blood, all turning their eyes towards Wan Xingluo and the Huaxia delegation behind her. Their eyes were filled with unabashed desire and flattery, hoping to carve out a piece of the new profit distribution led by Huaxia. Huaxia National Fortune Livestream. Wow. 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 Priority designation of 3 nested divine kingdoms? This power is too great, right? Goddess Ruan. Goddess Ruan is now the darling in the eyes of all civilizations. Let's see who dares to underestimate us Huaxia in the future. Who dares to point fingers at us? Ha ha ha. The tides have turned. In the past, we begged those big civilizations for some resources, and now it's their turn to come curry favor with us. Feels great. So great. Choose us. You must choose us, the steadfast allies who have always been close to Huaxia. Goddess Ruan, look at me, look at me. The representatives of Beautiful Nation, the European Alliance, and other forces that once considered themselves the leaders of Blue Star now wore expressions as grim as could be. But even though they felt unwilling in their hearts, they had to start considering whether they should lower their stance and actively seek to please Huaxia. They might even have to pay some necessary price. In order to secure a place among those 3 accompanying divine nations, to recover some of the huge losses caused by foolishness before. As for those middle and small-sized eerie domain civilizations that were already weak in strength, they showed no hesitation or reserve at all, almost eagerly expressing their affiliation and loyalty to the Huaxia delegation in various ways. Faced with the overwhelming olive branches and tempting cooperation conditions from all sides, Wan Xingluo could only remember the previous instructions from Zhou Yan. She took a deep breath, her cold voice carrying an undeniable authority, clearly ringing in the ears of each civil representative. Thank you all for your kindness and respect. Regarding the Shunyan Battlefield Fragment Number 7 and its accompanying Divine Nation development matters, my master's intention is. Ruan Xingluo paused for a moment, a subtle smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. To be independently developed by Huaxia. No need for, and we refuse, any assistance from other civilizations. The entire venue erupted in an uproar once again. All the civil representatives seemed as if they had been petrified, stunned on the spot. Independent development? Independently developing an SSS-level Shenyun battlefield fragment? This could no longer be described merely as having a big appetite. The envoy of the Tianming realm, Ming Zhao, along with other representatives of civilizations previously suppressed fiercely by Zhou Yan and Huaxia, had faces as pale as the bottom of a pot, but strangely, no one dared to utter a single word of disagreement. Chapter 59, So Damn Handsome. The scene of the Blood River ancestor turning to ashes was still vividly fresh in their minds. Ignoring the expressions of everyone in the temple, who looked as if they had seen a ghost, Ruan Xinglua waved her jade hand again. The ancient star map image, hand-drawn by Zhou Yan, which outlined 7 or 8 special eerie domains, was clearly projected in the center of the temple. She pointed at the 7 eerie domains highlighted in red on the star map, radiating various ominous and mysterious vibes, and spoke clearly word by word. Moreover, these 7 eerie domains are also reserved for Huaxia. My master said that within 3 days, he wants to know the confirmed allocation results of these 7 eerie domains. If any civilization has objections or feels that my master's request is unreasonable, they can wait until the meeting is over and go to the Blue Star to negotiate with him in person. All the representatives who were named or had various connections to those 7 eerie domains wished they could bury their heads in the ground, fearing to be targeted by that Huaxia woman and the terrifying existence behind her. The guardian at the center of the temple, seeing everyone remain silent, could only awkwardly say, the priority claim put forward by Huaxia civilization completely complies with the rules of the multiversal covenant. The final ownership of those 7 eerie regions belongs to Huaxia civilization for development. At this moment, the entire central temple truly fell silent without a single discordant voice. The Huaxia National Fortune livestream completely transformed into a sea of celebration. Zhou Yan is incredible. Torn shouts with hoarse voice, I declare that starting today, Zhou Yan is my only belief. He can influence even the rules of the Multiversal Coordination Conference on the spot. What kind of great power is this? Ha ha ha. What's called international double standards? This is what international double standards look like. In front of Zhou Lauda, all rules are meant to be broken. Collecting rent. It's really collecting rent. And it's precisely directing where to collect. So domineering. The representative of the Old One's Council, the vast and chaotic consciousness of Cthulhu slowly swept across the venue, finally resting on Ruan Xinglua. It emitted a low murmur, thy husband, at the location circled on that star map. Among them, there is one place that we, the Old One's Council, have been seeking for several cosmic epochs, a gate node. Completely overlapping. What does he want to do with that key? Is it to open, or completely seal? Cthulhu's voice held a rare tremor, barely noticeable. The livestream room of the Huaxia Nation erupted instantly. Wow! The sealing node of that door? There's this kind of background in the circle of Master Zhou Yan? What does Cthulhu mean by that? It seems to know a lot of insider information. What exactly is that door? From Cthulhu's tone, it seems very wary of the door. Is it something even the Old Ones fear? Could it be that Master Zhou Yan's real goal is not to develop the fallen god battlefield, but for the door? In the livestream room of the beautiful nation, the atmosphere was equally tense to the extreme. That door. I think I saw similar records in some of the oldest secrets. Could it be related to the legendary Twilight of the Gods? Oh my god. If that's the case, then the trouble that Huaxia is caught up in might exceed everyone's imagination. This water is too deep. Too deep. It's no longer something we can speculate on. Other countries' livestreams were also filled with various suspicions and deep unease. Door? What door? Ruan Xinglua heard Cthulhu's vague thought transmission, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed, showing a hint of just the right amount of confusion. She really didn't know what the door Cthulhu spoke of was. At this moment, Zhou Yan's familiar and slightly lazy tone echoed in her mind again. Hee, this old squid knows more than I expected, but it's only guessing. It can't be taken seriously. Just tell it, in my backyard, whether I want to plant radishes or cabbages, that's my freedom, and no outsider has the right to interfere. As for the door it mentioned. If it truly has that courage, it can come to me personally and ask what's the real way home. Zhou Yan's voice was calm, yet carried an absolute dominance. Ruan Xinglua was certain in her heart. She raised her gaze to the writhing shadow, exactly conveying Zhou Yan's words. My master said, in his backyard, he can plant whatever he wants, and no outsider has the right to comment. As for the door you mentioned, my master said that if you have the courage, you can come personally to ask him what the true way home is. As soon as these words were spoken. Boom! Cthulhu's massive chaotic form suddenly surged violently, as if a tranquil deep sea had stirred up towering waves. An unspeakable terror and shock flowed clearly from that shadow. After a few breaths, the violent fluctuations slowly subsided. Cthulhu transmitted a thought, its voice no longer holding previous probing, only deep reverence remained. I respectfully follow the wishes of Master Zhou Yan, I will no longer inquire. Additionally, regarding some ancient information about the door, my kind happens to have some records. If Master Zhou Yan is interested, after the meeting, I wish to engage in a friendly information exchange with Huaxia. The time and place will be specified by Master Zhou Yan. The live stream room of the Huaxia nation erupted once again. Wow! The old octopus backed down. It really backed down? Not even daring to make a sound. Master Zhou Yan's words are too domineering. So damn cool. As for a friendly exchange? I think this old octopus wants to take the opportunity to pry some more words from Goddess Ruan while clinging tightly to Master Zhou Yan. Master Zhou Yan is amazing. A single sentence made the old one change its attitude. This level of deterrence is incredible. In the center of the temple, the Order Guardian, who had been silent, now looked deeply at Ruan Xinglua and the area representing Huaxia behind her. He cleared his throat, and his ancient voice rang out again, trying to bring the meeting back on track. Since Huaxia has made the final decision. Then, regarding the ownership and related matters of the Fallen God Battlefield Fragment number 7. But, however, it had not finished speaking. Wait. Suddenly, several representatives of ancient neutral civilizations, who had previously remained silent and even somewhat unnoticed, hurried forward. They held various shining treasures in their hands, their faces adorned with utmost respect and eager smiles, and walked straight to Ruan Xinglua. Chapter 60. Dare to accept? The foremost elder, cloaked in a starry robe, wearing an ancient crown, with a breath that was distant and mysterious, deeply bowed to Ruan Xinglua. Esteemed Ms. Ruan Xinglua, the rise of Huaxia civilization is a fortunate event for all realms. I am the chief elder of the Star Trail Council, specially representing the Star Trail Council to present a Millennia Star Core and 100 Void Source crystals, wishing to forever befriend Huaxia, with all eyes on Huaxia. We, the Ancient Tree Holy Realm, wish to present the 10,000-year branch of the Heart of the Ancient Tree of Life, as well as the loyalty of 3,000 Wood Spirit Guardians. We only seek to provide modest help when Huaxia develops the Fallen God Battlefield. And we, from the Magma Ancient Country. In an instant, several ancient civilizations with substantial weight in the myriad realms hurriedly offered generous gifts to Ruan Xinglu, sincerely expressing their intention for friendship and allegiance. This scene caused the envoy of the Dark Twilight Realm, Ming Zhao, and those representatives of civilizations that had grievances with Huaxia to turn their faces darker than a pot bottom. The jealousy and unwillingness in their eyes seemed almost tangible, about to burst forth. Once upon a time, these ancient neutral civilizations had never fawned over them, the Dark Twilight Realm, in such a humble manner. But now, because of Huaxia and that mysterious Zhou Yan, they all lowered their stances, like little brothers eager to curry favor. The Order Guardian watched this sudden scene with a hint of helplessness but did not stop it. Hold on. At this moment, a cold, piercing roar filled with boundless resentment and determination erupted suddenly. Ming Zhao, who had been suppressing his anger, suddenly stood up from his seat. His face, twisted by rage, looked incredibly hideous, his eyes blood-red, locking tightly onto Ruan Xinglu. An extremely terrifying battle intent, like a tangible shackles, instantly enveloped Ruan Xinglu. The agenda of the Central Divine Palace meeting is over. Ming Zhao's voice was hoarse, yet carried a mad certainty. But the blood feud between the Dark Twilight Realm and your blue planet Huaxia is far from settled. Today, I, Ming Zhao, in the name of the Dark Twilight Realm's Realm Master, here, issue a realm challenge to your blue planet Huaxia. Betting everything of the Dark Twilight Realm in a life or death struggle. Ruan Xinglu. Do you dare to accept? Ming Zhao's sudden realm challenge detonated like a heavy bomb, instantly echoing throughout the Divine Palace. All the representatives of civilizations gasped in shock. Realm challenge? Is the master of the Dark Twilight Realm crazy? This is an ancient duel that bets the fate and even existence of an entire civilization. Once initiated, it's life or death. How many years has it been? The Central Divine Palace hasn't witnessed a realm challenge for how many years? In an instant, chatter filled the Divine Palace, all eyes focused on Ming Zhao and Ruan Xinglu. The almost tangible resentment and madness made many representatives with slightly weaker cultivation feel shivers down their spines. A hint of barely noticeable seriousness flashed across the old face of the Order Guardian. It slowly spoke, its voice echoing in the silent palace. The realm challenge is an ancient agreement that has existed since the beginning of the universe. Once a challenge is initiated, if both parties agree, it takes effect immediately, sacred and inviolable. Master Ming Zhao, are you sure you want to initiate such a challenge? Ming Zhao grinned with blood-red eyes, I am certain. He stared fiercely at Ruan Xinglu, speaking each word deliberately, Ruan Xinglu. Huaxia, do you dare to accept? In the live stream of Huaxia's national fortune, chaos had already erupted. Realm challenge. Oh my. Ming Zhao the madman. He's going to bet the entire Dark Twilight realm. Immortal and relentless. This is too sudden. Goddess Ruan, please do not agree. The risk is too great. Where is the great Lord Zhouyan? Lord Zhouyan, please come out and say something. This is no ordinary conflict. Although the Twilight Realm has suffered severe losses before, a dying camel is bigger than a horse, and their depth is absolutely not to be underestimated. This battle is life and death. From the live broadcast perspective of the Twilight Realm and its affiliated civilizations, the scene was entirely different. Lord Mingzhao is majestic. It's finally time to get serious. Crush them. Let those lowly beings of Huaxia know the consequences of provoking the Twilight Realm. Kill. Exterminate all Huaxia people. Avenge our fallen compatriots. Once the dimensional challenge begins, it will not stop unless one side is completely exterminated. Huaxia is done for. Meanwhile, in the live broadcasts from other civilizations that harbor hostility towards Huaxia or simply want to watch the show, the comments were filled with schadenfreude. There's a good show to watch. Huaxia is likely to hit a brick wall this time. This Mingzhao is also fierce, directly flipping the table. Let the fight break out. Let them both suffer. We'll reap the benefits. Huaxia has risen too quickly, it's time for someone to teach them a lesson. In the temple, there was complete silence. All eyes were focused on Wan Xinglua, waiting for her answer. This was no longer a matter she could decide alone, it concerned the fate of all of Huaxia on Blue Star. Just as Ruan Xinglua frowned slightly, pondering how to respond to this sudden change, Zhou Yan's teasing voice rang in her mind again. Heh, is the dog jumping over the wall? Agree to him. As for the challenge venue. Zhou Yan's voice paused as if reminiscing about something, his tone carrying a hint of inexplicable wicked amusement. Let's choose my family's abandoned old playground for lost children. Let him and his elites have a good time. Upon hearing this, Ruan Xinglua felt her heart settle instantly. Mr. Zhou Yan's tone was always so light and easy, as if everything was under control. That name, which sounded somewhat bizarre, playground, was certainly not a good place. She raised her cold eyes, meeting Mingzhao's almost devouring gaze, and calmly spoke. Master of the Twilight Realm, your challenge, we Huaxia. Accept it. The calm two words erupted like thunder in the temple. A trace of astonishment flashed in Mingzhao's eyes, as if he did not expect Ruan Xinglua to agree so decisively. Then, that astonishment transformed into a more sinister joy. Good. Very good. Ruan Xinglua, you have guts. Then, the challenge venue will be chosen by you Huaxia. He was full of confidence. In his view, no matter what venue Huaxia chose, it could not change the inevitable outcome of the Twilight Realm's victory. He wanted to crush Huaxia in the most brutal way and wash away the shame. Ruan Xinglua slightly nodded, her clear voice distinctly reaching every representative's ears. The challenge, in the grotesque realm, is set at Old Playground for Lost Children. What? Old Playground for Lost Children? Upon hearing this, Mingzhao was stunned, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. This name sounded harmless, even somewhat ridiculous. Playing tricks. He snorted coldly, thinking Huaxia was running out of ideas, trying to confuse him in this way. Good. Just as you wish. I will see what tricks you Huaxia can come up with. Behind him, the selected elite warriors of the Twilight Realm also wore mocking smiles. An abandoned playground? Did Huaxia really think they could confront the iron-blooded warriors of their Twilight Realm with such childish games? The Guardian of Order nodded as both sides reached a consensus. The dimensional challenge is established. Both representatives will be immediately transported to the designated grotesque realm Old Playground for Lost Children. As the words fell, two enormous beams of teleportation light enveloped Ruan Xinglua and Mingzhao along with their selected elites. The light flashed, and the figures of both sides vanished from the temple. In the next moment, Ruan Xinglua and Mingzhao and others had appeared in a completely different space. Chilly, ruined, dead silence. An abandoned amusement park, quietly standing under the dim yellow sky. The rusted carousel, its horses' paint long peeled away, revealing their hideous wooden texture, and the hollow eye sockets seemed to stare at the intruders. The giant Ferris wheel stood still, several cabins swaying precariously, emitting a piercing creaking sound, like the groans of the dying. Scattered on the ground were clown dolls, their smiles eerie and stiff, as if they would spring to life at any moment. A strange smell of rust and dust mingled in the air, with a faint hint of blood. The entire park exuded a creepy, chilling aura, but at first glance, it seemed to pose no deadly threat. Ming Zhao looked around, his disdain more pronounced. Is this the battlefield you selected for Huaxia? A broken amusement park? Ruan Xinglua, do you think to scare me with this childish trick? The elite of the Tianming realm behind him burst into laughter. Ruan Xinglua's expression remained calm, ignoring their ridicule. She simply waited quietly. Because Mr. Zhou Yan had said they should let them have a good time. Challenge. Begin. As a cold, mechanical voice echoed in the eerie domain, announcing the official start of the challenge. In that instant, a strange change occurred. Rumble. The originally motionless carousel suddenly shook violently. Those paint-peeling wooden horses suddenly lit up with a bright crimson glow in their eye sockets. They were no longer lifeless, they transformed into skeletal war horses, each bearing a ghostly knight in tattered armor, wielding rusty weapons. More bizarrely, as these skeletal war horses charged, countless pale paper money floated down from the void, accompanied by faint, mournful music. Jia jia jia. The cabins of the Ferris wheel suddenly opened like living things. Each cabin transformed into a blood-filled maw full of sharp fangs, emitting a nauseating stench. They spun madly, trying to swallow everything close by. He come play. The clown dolls scattered on the ground became more and more twisted and sinister. One by one, they came to life, brandishing glistening butcher knives, stepping awkwardly, their shrill laughter echoing, rushing towards the warriors of the Tianming realm. At the same time, a twisted, eerie nursery rhyme began to play from nowhere, like a magical sound invading one's ears, piercing the soul. Hook, hook, tie it up, 100 years, no changing. Who is the next lost little friend? The song was filled with child's innocence, yet bore a chilling malice and resentment. At the moment the challenge began, the entire old amusement park came to life. It was no longer a deserted playground, but a death trap custom made with deadly fun targeting the Tianming realm's abilities. Every amusement facility transformed into a vengeful ghost seeking lives. In the live broadcast room of the Huaxia National Luck, the audience was stunned at first, then erupted into an uproar. Wow! 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 This change of atmosphere is too fast, right? So Zhou amusement park is played like this? This is way too fun. The knights on the carousel are paper people carrying a sedan, right? And they throw paper money. My goodness, this is a funeral procession, isn't it? That Ferris wheel's cabin ugh. So disgusting. This is simply a painting of hell. Clowns. Those clowns. They really have butcher knives. They're coming to kill us. That nursery rhyme gives me goosebumps. So creepy. So sinister. The elites of the Tianming realm, their disdain had long vanished. Instead, there was boundless terror and astonishment. What the hell is this thing? A warrior from the Twilight realm had just shouted, when he was knocked away by a white-bone warhorse charging at him. The shadow of the armored knight on the horse's back stabbed his rusty spear like a venomous snake, instantly piercing through his chest. Put! Blood gushed wildly. The warrior didn't even have time to scream before being impaled on the spear's tip, his life rapidly draining away, his eyes filled with disbelief. Ah! Another warrior tried to dodge the mouth of the Ferris wheel, but was tackled from behind by a clown doll. The sharp butcher's knife flashed, and a head flew into the sky. The clown doll grinned as it grabbed the head, tossing it back and forth like a ball. Help! Help! The eerie nursery rhyme turned into a soul-shattering melody, relentlessly assaulting their spirits, making their minds lose focus and their movements sluggish. One by one, the elites of the Twilight realm let out mournful shrieks under the attacks of these unheard-of amusement attractions, dying in all sorts of unimaginable ways. Some were trampled into meat paste by the white-bone warhorse, some were torn to pieces by the Ferris wheel's fangs, and some were disemboweled by the grinning clown. Blood and limbs instantly stained this once amusement park red. The scene before him was like countless sharp needles, stabbing fiercely into Ming Zhao's eyeballs. The elite warriors he brought from the Twilight realm, each one a battle-hardened fighter, were now being slaughtered like fragile dolls. No! Ming Zhao's eyes were about to burst, and he let out a thunderous roar. A mere illusion. How dare it be so arrogant in front of me? I will destroy it. The energy within him erupted violently, and the terrifying pressure of a half-step god lord-level force swept across the entire strange domain like a tsunami. He was going to reduce this damn amusement park and all the bizarre entities inside to dust. However, just as his world-destroying attack was about to strike. Chapter 62, Is This Your Handiwork? At the very center of the amusement park, the huge, broken scare box that had originally been placed in the corner, decorated with a funny clown design, suddenly emitted a bone-chilling sound. The lid of the box slowly popped up. Bang! A loud noise. A giant clown head, larger than a mountain, with a single eye glowing with a blood-red mocking light, suddenly peeked out of the box. That single eye, as large as a blood moon, coldly and playfully watched Ming Zhao. The giant clown grinned widely, revealing a cavernous mouth, inside of which was an endless black whirlpool. Burp. It let out a burp, then swallowed Ming Zhao's world-shattering attack, along with the violent energy aftershock, entirely. Oh, having fun, little friend? Ming Zhao froze all over, his rage instantly solidifying into boundless terror and disbelief. Zhou Yan? Is this your handiwork? What the hell is this place? He finally realized that he had been completely tricked. The giant single-eyed clown, the core guardian of the amusement park, with its blood-red eye, watched Ming Zhao with great interest. Since you came to my amusement park, of course, you should play a little to the fullest. Zhou Yan's voice sounded again, full of malice. The game, now it really begins. Before his words even fell, the ground beneath Ming Zhao suddenly collapsed. Ah! He was caught off guard and fell directly into a bottomless black slide. Welcome to experience, the Abyss Slide. The giant clown's mocking voice rang above his head. The slide was incredibly steep, filled with thick, slippery liquid, and all around him were countless pale arms reaching out from the darkness, scratching at his body, trying to drag him into deeper despair. Ming Zhao struggled wildly, his divine power erupting, yet could only accelerate his fall down this endless slide. In the live broadcast room of the Huaxia Nation's fate. Wow! Boss Zhou Yan is amazing. What is this giant clown's head? It swallowed a half-step deity's attack hole? I am willing to call Boss Zhou Yan the top joker in the strange world. Ming Zhao is going to be played to pieces. Abyss Slide? Just the name sounds thrilling. But I wonder if Ming Zhao's rear is okay? This is even more painful than directly killing him. It's a heart-stabbing experience. This is pure and naked heart-stabbing. Ruan Xinghua stood nearby, safely watching all of this unfold. The giant clown's single eye occasionally glanced at her, flashing a hint of kind light. Suddenly, the clown's voice rang in her ear. Little cutie, do you see that red button? That's the start button for the Haunted House of Grievance. Do you want to help this big friend start the next part of the journey? Ruan Xinghua looked at a bloodstained button not far away with her cold eyes, slightly nodded, stretched out her delicate finger, and gently pressed it down. Just as Ming Zhao tumbled out from the end of the abyss slide in a sorry state, he hadn't even caught his breath before he found himself in a gloomy and strange ancient castle. Welcome to the Haunted House of Grievance, where countless lost children's grievances are collected, he. Countless ethereal childlike figures, filled with deep resentment, rushed at him, drilling into his consciousness, biting at his soul. These attacks could not deal fatal damage to him, yet constantly eroded his will, amplifying his inner fear and despair. He wanted to resist, but found his divine power suppressed to the extreme here. Each attack felt like a mud cow sinking into the sea. Next came the roller coaster of terror. A roller coaster made of bones and rotten flesh forcibly fixed him to his seat, crazily rushing through the twisted and broken tracks at a speed that transcended life and death. Each dive felt like it was plunging into the abyss of hell. Each roll repositioned his organs, leaving his soul reeling. Ghosts with various weapons occasionally jumped out from the ride to give him friendly greetings. The dignified master of the Dark Twilight Realm, a half-step deity, now felt like a helpless puppet, toyed with by this absurd and terrifying amusement park. His mind was already teetering on the edge of madness. Kill me, if you can, just kill me. He let out a hoarse wail, filled with despair and humiliation. Time passed without him knowing how long it was, until Ming Zhao collapsed on the ground like a pile of mud, with only a breath left in him. The giant one-eyed clown finally leisurely spoke, "All right, today's amusement time is about to end. However, you disrupted the normal order of this park and scared my little cutie. I must leave something behind as compensation for emotional damages, right?" A trace of lingering resentment flashed in Ming Zhao's eyes. "You wish?" The giant clown's single eye narrowed with a mocking tone. "Oh? It seems this little friend still wants to experience our surprise reserve item, the eternal carousel? Once you get on, you will never be able to get off." The skeleton knights on the carousel turned their heads in unison, their hollow eye sockets flickering red light, as if they were looking forward to a new partner. Ming Zhao's body trembled uncontrollably. No! He didn't want to undergo that kind of torturous suffering again. "Say, what do you want?" Ming Zhao's voice was dry and hoarse, filled with despair. Zhou Yan's voice had a hint of satisfied laughter. "Very simple. Hand over the core treasure of your Dark Twilight Realm Minghuan Crystal. Consider it the ticket price for this time." Minghuan Crystal? Ming Zhao's eyes widened in shock. That was the core of the Dark Twilight Realm. His final hope for ascending to a deity. You must be dreaming. Oh? It seems you are still quite spirited." The giant clown's single eye narrowed slightly, and an even more terrifying pressure descended. "Then let's keep playing. I give. Feeling the desperate pressure, Ming Zhao's will completely collapsed, letting out a humiliating roar. He struggled to raise his hand, and a diamond crystal emitting a dark, deep light, seemingly containing the birth and death of a universe, slowly floated out from his forehead. That was the Minghuan crystal, the foundation of the Tianming realm. The moment the crystal left his body, Ming Zhao's aura suddenly weakly diminished, as if he had aged for millions of years, his vitality dimmed, resembling a withered tree. The giant clown opened its mouth and sucked, and the Minghuan crystal flew into its mouth and disappeared. Pleasant cooperation. Zhou Yan's voice carried a hint of satisfaction. In the next moment, a flash of white light occurred. Ruan Xinglua and the weak, candle-like Ming Zhao were both transmitted back to the Temple of All Realms. Inside the temple, all the representatives of civilizations turned their gazes from the giant light screen to the two who had just appeared. Chapter 63, We Won. Upon seeing Ming Zhao's extremely miserable appearance, everyone couldn't help but gasp. What left them even more speechless was the crystal that Ruan Xinglua was holding. The crystal was magnificent, emitting a dark and deep light, within which seemed to swirl countless rivers of stars, fatally revealing a terrifying energy fluctuation that even made half-step Divine Lord's hearts race. That is... An ancient being with profound knowledge exclaimed. The Minghuan Crystal. The ultimate treasure of the Tian Ming realm. The voice of the Order Guardian rang out in this dead silence, ahem. According to the Treaty of All Realms, this realm challenge. He took a deep breath, seeming to struggle to calm the tumult in his heart, then continued with difficulty, Huaxia wins. The Lord of Tianming Realm, Ming Zhao, will fulfill the challenge agreement, forever unable to step into the ghost realm belonging to Blue Star, and offer the Minghuan Crystal as compensation for defeat. His gaze swept over the ashen-faced Ming Zhao, who hung his head low, lacking even the strength to refute. The once invincible half-step Divine Lord now resembled a stray dog, all dignity and pride crushed in that lost child's former paradise. It's loosening. We're about to break through. Countless people from Huaxia felt an unprecedented change at this moment, whether old seniors or cradled infants, they were all bathed in this vast boon. Spiritual energy erupted. The quality of the entire nation soared. The fortune of Huaxia reached the pinnacle in the history of Blue Planet. Meanwhile, in the Huaxia Fortune live broadcast room. We won. We actually won. Minghuan Crystal. Wow. The source treasure of the Twilight Realm. Boss Zhou Yan directly took down their nest. Boss Zhou Yan is forever a god. No objections accepted. Goddess Ruan Xinglua is so cool. From today onwards, who dares to mess with us Huaxia? The entire live broadcast room turned into a sea of joy, countless praise and reverent comments almost flooded the screen. Boss Zhou Yan is forever a god. Boss Ruan is magnificent. Similar slogans echoed in every corner of Huaxia. However, in sharp contrast to the excitement of the Huaxia live room was Ziz. Warning. Warning. National fortune energy insufficient, cannot maintain high-level attention privileges. Signal interrupted, trying to reconnect. Put. In the live rooms of other countries on Blue Planet, the screen first showed intermittent static, then one by one fell into darkness. Their national fortune was no longer enough to support them continuing to watch this grand feast belonging to the top civilization. At this moment, they truly felt the chasm-like gap between them and Huaxia. Despair and powerlessness enveloped the hearts of the citizens of these countries. Fear, awe, and a faint, indescribable sense of relief. Relief that they had not become the next Ming Zhao. The agenda of this multiversal coordination conference is concluded. The voice of the Order Guardian carried a hint of fatigue, but also a sigh of relief. Representatives of various civilizations stood up, leaving with complex expressions. Every step they took felt as if they were treading on cotton, weightless and powerless. The impact of this conference was simply too great for them. The multiversal conference finally came to a close. The Huaxia delegation, led by Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua, was undoubtedly the biggest winner of this conference. After the meeting, Ruan Xinglua and the core members of the Huaxia support team did not return to Blue Planet immediately. They arrived at a large transit station established in a neutral safe zone of a bizarre world under the Blue Planet Alliance for rest, beginning to organize the enormous gains from this meeting, and preparing for preliminary exploration and planning of those newly acquired bizarre areas. Countries around the world remained extremely attentive to every move of Huaxia. In the Huaxia Fortune broadcast room, the audience's enthusiasm surged even higher due to Huaxia's strong rise. The meeting is over. Huaxia really made a huge profit this time. Goddess Ruan is awesome. Boss Zhou Yan is a forever god. Seeing those representatives from the beautiful country with long faces signing the compensation agreement nearly made me laugh out loud. So satisfying. Next, it should be our turn to develop those new territories, right? Boss Zhou Yan has claimed so much land, which one will he take Goddess Ruan to explore first? I can't wait. Hope to see some different strange world scenery, or meet some interesting bizarre races, instead of just fighting, that would be boring. Just as Ruan Xinglua and Lin Anguo were intensely discussing which new bizarre territory to prioritize for exploration while looking at the star map, the familiar voice of Zhou Yan clearly transmitted over. Xinglua, among the things those guys sent before, wasn't there a domain rule disturbance detector? Now it can finally be put to use. Don't rush to those places that look like they have a lot of rewards. First, go to the place I marked on the star map for you, codenamed 10,000 Tombs of Decaying Soil. I remember that place, long ago. It seemed to be a rather tragic ancient battlefield, buried with many strange and peculiar things. You bring people there mainly to observe the stability of the rules and the energy dissipation, just take some notes. Ruan Xinglua immediately replied, okay, husband, I understand. By the way. Zhou Yan seemed to suddenly remember something and added, come here for a moment. Ruan Xinglua complied and temporarily left the meeting room, returning to the exclusive resting suite Zhou Yan arranged for her in the transit station. Zhou Yan casually took 3 somewhat crude dark red incense sticks from the corner and handed them to Ruan Xinglua. These 3 sticks of incense, keep them on you. When you arrive at the 10,000 tombs of decaying soil, if you encounter an old friend who is quite talkative, light one and listen to their stories. It's also a way to create a good relationship. Although Ruan Xinglua felt a bit confused, she still obediently took the 3 seemingly inconspicuous incense sticks and carefully stored them away. Soon, she formed an elite advanced exploration team with Lin Angua and several of China's top researchers in the field of the bazaar, arriving at the unknown strange domain through the directional teleportation array of the transit station. The moment she stepped out of the teleportation light door, a nauseating wave of decay and death mingled with a bone-chilling cold wind rushed towards her. Looking around, this was an expansive and boundless black scorched earth. The sky was eternally gray, without the sun, moon, or stars, only endless gloom. On the dark brown barren land, countless nameless dirt mounds of varying sizes and twisted shapes were rising up. These dirt mounds were densely packed, stretching to the end of sight, like countless ghostly shadows lurking in the darkness, emanating a chilling aura. Besides the overwhelming stench of decay, one could vaguely hear bursts of cries, as if innumerable wronged souls were wailing day and night on this land. A researcher from the team quickly took out the survey instrument. The instrument's needle began to wildly swing as if suffering from epilepsy, and the warning lights indicating energy levels shot up to a dazzling crimson. Director Lin. Advisor Ruan. The researcher reported with a serious expression, the concentration of resentment and energy here has far exceeded our predicted limit. It's even several times more intense than the ancient battlefield outside the Golden Ancient City. However, strangely, the spatial rules here seem relatively stable, with no large-scale energy tidal waves or rule collapse phenomena. It's just that the spiritual activity here seems unusually active. Before he finished speaking. Swish. 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 Suddenly, without warning, countless pale ghostly hands reached out from the black ground beneath the team members' feet. Those severed limbs gripped at their ankles like poisonous snakes breaking through the soil, attempting to drag them into the cold, dark earth. From the silent dirt mounds around, a series of crunching sounds began to ring out. Shabby, decaying corpses staggered out from the graves, howling as they lunged at these uninvited guests. Faced with this sudden attack, Ruan Xinglua appeared remarkably calm. A hint of coldness flashed in her clear eyes, and the dragon-shaped mark of the national dragon pillar on the back of her hand instantly shone with golden light. Aang! A loud dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. A vast and powerful dragon energy radiated from her, like a tangible golden shock wave sweeping forward. Those white ghostly hands that had just emerged from the ground, upon encountering this majestic, pure dragon energy. As if encountering a nemesis, a series of piercing shrieks erupted, causing all to retreat back into the ground, afraid to show their faces again. The swaying undead that lunged forward were directly blasted away by this dragon energy, crashing to the ground, their decayed bodies instantly purified by more than half, returning to a pile of dry bones. At the same time, the clear heart bell hanging on Ruan Xinglua's chest began to emit a melodious and ethereal ringing, repelling the crying voices and resentments in the air that sought to invade everyone's hearts. Thank you, Consultant Ruan, for your assistance. Consultant Ruan is mighty. After experiencing a brief panic, the other researchers and long group members in the team sighed in relief as they witnessed Ruan Xinglua effortlessly resolving this wave of crisis, casting grateful and admiring glances at her. After the trials of the Golden Ancient City, Ruan Xinglua's strength had improved tremendously. Under Ruan Xinglua's protection, the team began to cautiously advance into the depths of this graveyard of countless corpses. Along the way, they continually faced disturbances from various types of resentful spirits, wandering souls, and skeletal beings. However, these were at most A-class initial-level anomalies, which could hardly make a splash in front of the well-equipped Chinese team, and were quickly resolved one by one. On the surveying instrument, besides the constantly flashing readings of resentment and evil spirits, there was a special pointer that trembled slightly, as if guiding towards a direction. Following the guide of the surveying instrument, the group traveled about several kilometers north, where a towering, ancient tomb, larger and older than any they had seen before, appeared before them, emanating a sorrowful aura. Rather than a tomb, this ancient grave resembled a half-buried, ruined palace foundation covered by the passage of time. Before this huge ancient grave stood a hunched figure in silence. Dressed in a tattered black ceremonial robe, the figure held a white bone lantern burning with a faint green flame. He stood motionless, as if he had merged with the dead land, lacking any murderous intent or resentment, embodying only the vicissitudes and silence that come with ancient years. Without a doubt, he was the guardian of this graveyard of countless corpses. As all members of the Chinese team vigilantly watched the gravekeeper, he slowly raised his head, deep within his hood. A flicker of dim green light shone from his hollow eye sockets, his gaze passing over Lin Angua and the fully armed members of the Long Group, landing directly on Wan Xinglua, who stood at the front of the team. More accurately, it fell upon the 3 incense sticks given to Wan Xinglua by Zhou Yan in her hands. Outsiders. A hoarse voice slowly emerged from beneath the gravekeeper's hood. You carry the scent of your homeland. Have you come to hear us tell a forgotten story? Chapter 65, The Throat of Annihilation. The gravekeeper's disconnected words left Wan Xinglua and all the members of the Chinese team momentarily stunned. The scent of the homeland? A story? Wan Xinglua asked in confusion. The faint green flame in the bone lantern held by the gravekeeper flickered slightly, as if responding to her question. A sad story about the night-crying kingdom. The gravekeeper began to narrate in a tone devoid of emotional fluctuation. A long, long time ago, this land was not as desolate and dead as it is now. Here, there once was a prosperous ancient kingdom called Night-Crying Kingdom. Our people were hard-working and kind, able to sing and dance, celebrating with songs every night. However, a sudden curse descended upon our Night-Crying Kingdom. That curse was invisible and formless. It is everywhere, yet nowhere to be found. It strips us of our right to speak, it strips us of our right to sing. All the cursed citizens will slowly wither away in silent despair and suffering, eventually becoming wandering corpses that can never find rest. Our king and queen, in order to save their people, chose the most tragic way to end it all, perishing together with the silent curse in their final despair. They detonated the entire city's ley line, trying to destroy everything in one blow. However, they failed. The destruction of the ley line did not destroy that vile curse, but instead, it forever trapped the souls of all the citizens beneath this shattered land. We cannot reincarnate, we cannot break free, we can only cry silently day after day, year after year, in this endless darkness and death, enduring the never-ending torment of the curse. Our resentment eventually turned into poison that nourished this land, turning it into the barren land of 10,000 burials we see today. And I am the last high priest of the Night-Crying Kingdom, the only one who still retains a faint trace of consciousness in the endless curse. I stay here, guarding this land where we buried all our people, waiting for someone from the outside world to break the curse. The 3 incense sticks that Zhou Yan casually gave are called 3 lifetimes grievance-relieving incense. It is an ancient sacred artifact of the Night-Crying Kingdom that has long been lost, and its greatest power is to temporarily calm all forms of vengeful spirits and grievances, cleansing some of the hatred on them, and to a certain extent, guide them towards the path of breaking the curse they suffer. However, the method of crafting this incense had long been lost with the fall of the Night-Crying Kingdom, and the remaining stock in the world is extremely rare, nearly non-existent. Back then, Zhou Yan only thought the fragrance of this incense was unique, having a calming and focusing effect, so he casually asked the then king of the Night-Crying Kingdom for a few boxes to play with, never expecting it would be useful today. Boom! The massive stone tablet, hundreds of meters high, located in the center of the land of 10,000 burials, suddenly shook violently without warning. On the tablet, countless terrifying faces, twisted in pain due to the curse, seemed to come alive, bulging and writhing wildly. A terrifying will, more horrifying than all the vengeful spirits that Wan Xinglua had encountered combined, exploded violently from the monument of 10,000 souls. The soul fire in the eyes of the guardian priest of the tomb flickered suddenly. For the first time, his hoarse voice was filled with undeniable fear and despair. No, no. It's the throat of annihilation. It senses the fragrance of the 3 lifetimes grievance-relieving incense. It's going to awaken completely ahead of time. The throat of annihilation. This was the true source of the trouble that plagued the entire Night-Crying Kingdom and ultimately led to its demise. A real, bona fide, SSS-level cursed core artifact. It doesn't have a fixed form, but possesses an unimaginable and terrifying power. It can absorb all forms of sound in the world, including speech, singing, crying, wind, water, even the heartbeat of living beings and the sound of soul tremors. And it converts all these absorbed sounds into the purest destructive curse power. At this moment, with the awakening of the throat of annihilation, all the crying, wailing, and whimpering within the land of 10,000 burials ceased in an instant. In its place was an oppressive and suffocating silence of death. Under the terrifying silence and the shroud of despair, within the land of 10,000 burials, the countless vengeful spirits and rotten corpses that had been aimlessly wandering instantly had their hollow eye sockets filled with a raging blood red. They began to attack everything alive around them wildly, as if injected with a stimulant. In the live broadcast room of Huaxia's National Luck, all the viewers watching this scene felt an indescribable sense of oppression and suffocation, as if it were seeping through the screen. I can't breathe. What the hell is this? It's so suffocating. My sanity is dropping like crazy. SAN value is plummeting. Oh my god, this is scarier than facing those terrifying bizarre creatures. Can it absorb even cries and turn them into curse power? This is a terrifying ability like nothing I've ever heard of. Silent fear is the ultimate and most terrifying fear. Hurry! We must stop its complete revival. The Grand Priest of the Gravekeeper looked extremely serious. He solemnly handed the white bone lantern, which had been emitting a ghostly green light, to Ruan Xinglua. This is the soul-guiding lantern passed down through generations in our Nightcry nation. When lit with the soul fire of the past Grand Priests and combined with the incense in your hand, it can temporarily illuminate the path and protect this area. I, as a remnant soul, have existed for too long. It is time for me to do what I should have done long ago. I am willing to burn my last divine soul to be the vanguard, buying you, my lady, a moment of time. Having said that, before Ruan Xinglua could respond, a flicker of determination and relief flashed in the eyes of the last Grand Priest of Nightcry Nation. His already somewhat ethereal, hunched figure suddenly ignited with pale and fierce soul fire. He unhesitatingly chose to burn the last remnant of his soul origin, transforming into a brilliant and tragic ghostly green pillar of light, charging towards the violently shaking monument of countless souls. He attempted to use his last strength to temporarily suppress the impending complete revival of the abyssal throat. Grand Priest! Seeing this, Ruan Xinglua felt extremely anxious and couldn't help but cry out. But at this moment, she couldn't afford to think too much. Ruan Xinglua immediately followed the Grand Priest's instructions and lit all 3 dark red incenses at once. The strange fragrance instantly spread, bringing a soothing power that calmed souls and purified resentments. Then, she carefully inserted the 3 incenses into the base of the soul-guiding lantern. Buzz! In an instant, within the white bone lantern, the ghostly green soul fire that was originally the size of a bean surged dramatically as if doused with fire oil. A towering azure light shot up from the soul-guiding lantern, dispelling the surrounding thick atmosphere of decay and dead silence, forming a temporary protective area with a diameter of several dozen meters. Those enraged spirits and rotting corpses awakened by the abyssal throat shrieked in horror as they came into contact with this azure light and dared not approach even a little. Ruan Xinglua dared not delay and immediately called to Director Lin Angua and several of the strongest members of the Dragon Group. Under the protection of the soul-guiding lantern, they quickly dashed toward the entrance of the king's tomb hidden deeper in the mounds of decaying corpses. The king's tomb was built in a massive underground rift, with a hidden entrance. Without the Grand Priest's guidance, it would be extremely difficult to find. Inside the tomb, there were many traps, heavy with ominous energy. Various A-level to S-level mechanical puppets and guardian spirits continually surged out from every corner of the tomb, attempting to stop these intruders. But under the mighty dragon might of Ruan Xinglua's national dragon pillar, these so-called S-level guardian spirits and mechanical puppets were utterly weak. They would often be dispersed by a blast of golden dragon energy from Ruan Xinglua, directly destroying their cores. Finally, after sacrificing a few one-time defensive bazaar items, Ruan Xinglua and the others successfully reached the deepest part of the king's tomb. Next to the gigantic coffin made of 10,000-year-old deep wood, the atmosphere was dense with ancient power. Ruan Xinglua indeed discovered an ancient jade box that was already covered in thick dust. Ruan Xinglua carefully opened the jade box. Inside the box, there was no dazzling light or powerful strange object, only a palm-sized, ancient-looking bronze token lay quietly within. The token was engraved with some strange cloud patterns that she could not understand at all. However, just as Ruan Xinglua reached out her hand to pick up the bronze token, roar! A terrifying roar filled with endless malice and destructive intent suddenly erupted from deep within the ground. The temporary seal set by the S-class judge of the underworld was shattered at the cost of burning itself. An invisible curse power strong enough to freeze souls swept over Ruan Xinglua, who had just picked up the bronze token. Is this the true power of an SSS-level cursed object? So terrifying. There is no sound, yet it feels as if my soul is about to be torn apart. The Gravekeeper's high priest is about to collapse. Goddess Ruan. Goddess Ruan, hurry, and think of a way. If we don't find a solution, everyone will die here. In the live broadcast room of Huaxia's National Fortune, all the spectators had their hearts in their throats. Just as the countless black cursed tentacles capable of strangling an S-class strange was about to engulf Ruan Xinglua and the others, an abnormal change occurred suddenly. The ancient bronze token that Ruan Xinglua had just taken from the jade box suddenly exploded with an incredibly strong holy light of bronze. This light was not dazzling but was filled with righteous energy. What amazed Ruan Xinglua even more was that the aura emanating from this bronze token resonated remarkably with the national pillar mark on the back of her left hand. On the front of the bronze token, those initially unclear ancient cloud patterns suddenly seemed to come alive, swiftly gathering together into a faintly glowing golden mark. The mark was quite blurry but gradually began to form the shape of a character. Ruan Xinglua's eyes widened in disbelief. Because that character turned out to be Zhou. But as soon as this blurry Zhou character appeared, a vast will seemed to cross endless dimensions of time and space and descended through this small bronze token. Creak! Those initially aggressive black cursed tentacles let out sharp, mournful cries the moment they touched this will. Then, those black cursed tentacles, which could make even S-class strange beings change color, began to dissolve at a clearly visible speed as if thrown into a blazing fire. In just a few breaths, the sky full of black cursed tentacles vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Ruan Xinglua felt a lightness throughout her body, and the terrifying curse power that had almost crushed her soul dissipated into thin air. She looked down at the bronze token in her hand, which emanated a gentle bronze light. The blurry Joe character mark on it flickered in and out of visibility, and her heart was already in turmoil. This token actually has something to do with her husband? Moreover, the will contained within it felt so familiar. It seemed to have some connection to the sword intent she had previously struck at the tip of the blade of rest in the Golden Ancient City. Could it be? An idea that Ruan Xinglua herself found a bit hard to believe flashed through her mind. At that moment, she experienced a moment of insight, and her thoughts moved. On the back of her left hand, the national mark that had evolved into the character Fong suddenly burst forth with brilliant golden light. Roar! A sound more solid than any before thundered throughout the entire land of 10,000 tombs. A phantom, several thousand meters long, made entirely of pure golden dragon energy, roared out. This time, it was no longer just a simple form of dragon energy impact as before, but under the empowerment of this bronze token, the five-clawed golden dragon's phantom seemed to be granted true life. The solid five-clawed golden dragon suddenly opened its enormous dragon mouth and forcefully inhaled towards the distant mass, which was still writhing and emanating a terrible stench and terrifying curse power from the body of the desolate throat. Who? An irresistible terrifying suction instantly acted upon the enormous flesh body of the desolate throat. That flesh body of the desolate throat, as huge as a small mountain, was forcibly torn away by this terrifying suction, moving bit by bit toward the giant mouth of the five-clawed golden dragon. Roar! The desolate throat let out a silent roar, trying to resist, but it was useless. In front of the bronze token and the fully unleashed power of the national dragon pillar, its so-called curse power felt so pale and powerless. In the core, that mass representing the origin of silent curses, was rapidly melting and disintegrating under the continuous burning of the golden dragon flame spewed out by the five-clawed golden dragon. In the end, that filthy curse origin was forcibly refined into a rule fragment the size of a fingernail. This fragment was swallowed by the five-clawed golden dragon, then fed back to the national dragon pillar. After absorbing this rule fragment containing the origin of desolation, the aura of the dragon pillar became even deeper. As the curse source of desolate throat was completely purified and vanished, the thick resentment that had shrouded the entire Wanzhong corrupted earth for billions of years dissipated in an instant. Chapter 67 Meeting in Person. The conference of the 10,000 realms finally came to a close. With Zhou Yan's unreasonable strength, Huaxia became the undeniable big winner in this top-tier event. Its harvest was so rich that it could be described as shocking throughout history. After the meeting, Ruan Xinglua, along with Director Lin Anhua and other core members of the Huaxia delegation, did not return to Blue Star immediately. They temporarily stayed within the large interstellar transit station of the Blue Star Alliance in the Strange World, beginning to organize the massive resources obtained from this meeting. The entire Blue Star, due to the unprecedented rise of Huaxia's national fortune, welcomed a valuable period of calm development, where the frequency of strange events significantly decreased, and the concentration of spiritual energy continued to rise steadily. Meanwhile, the other countries that suffered heavy losses in the final trials and compensations of the Golden Ancient City ruins were silently licking their wounds, futilely searching for a faint new way out. In the live broadcast room of Huaxia's national fortune. Although the conference of the 10,000 realms has ended, its heat has not diminished at all. Countless citizens are still immersed in the immense joy and pride of Huaxia's strong rise, filled with unlimited fantasies about the future, guessing what Huaxia's next moves would be. Awesome! So awesome! This conference was simply a showcase for Huaxia. Goddess Ruan is amazing. Boss Zhou Yan is even more incredible. Those newly annexed territories, along with the development rights of the Xinyun Battlefield No. 7 fragments, just thinking about it makes me excited. This time Huaxia is really going to soar high and dominate the 10,000 realms. But speaking of that, those new territories are tough nuts to crack. The local strange forces inside definitely won't give up easily. Can Huaxia handle it smoothly? Will there be large-scale resistance and conflict? The person above is worrying too much. Boss Zhou Yan has already spoken. Who dares to defy in the 10,000 realms? Who would be foolish enough to jump out and resist? Just as Ruan Xinglua and Director Lin Anhua and others were discussing preparations to first explore a few relatively stable rule areas. In a resource-rich new eerie realm, as China was expanding territory in the bizarre world. Suddenly, the compass gifted by the representative of the Old One's Council activated on its own, without warning. On the compass, the delicate runes that flickered like countless stars suddenly lit up, projecting a clear and heart-stopping dynamic image of the starry sky. In the center of the image, there it was, the Death Star radiating endless terror and ominous vibes. At this moment, this Death Star, appearing even larger and more evil in the image, erupted dark red calamity and destruction from its surface cracks. What made Ruan Xinglua's scalp tingle was that on the old star language compass, the light point representing this Death Star had deviated from its originally stable orbit and was now rushing straight towards the cosmic coordinates of the Blue Star at an unimaginable speed. The warning runes indicating the level of danger on the compass flashed frantically, emitting an ear-piercing alarm. At the same time, an endless greedy and terrifying will cross the infinite void, clearly locking onto the blue star. Fresh, delicious, world origin. Mine, my food. This will was filled with disdain for life and an extreme thirst for the world's origin. Ruan Xinglua turned pale with shock at this sudden and overwhelming change, her delicate body unable to help but tremble slightly. This Death Star was actually coming for the blue star. And looking at this posture, it was far more terrifying and direct than any previous crisis. She dared not delay for a moment and immediately transmitted the warning information to Zhou Yan, who was far away in Happiness Community Room 101. In Happiness Community, Room 101, on a sunny afternoon, Zhou Yan was leisurely lying on a rocking chair in the yard. Upon receiving the urgent intelligence transmitted by Ruan Xinglua, a hint of unexpected surprise flashed across his originally lazy deep eyes. Isn't this the little mud eel that rampaged through the cosmic turbulence, robbing everywhere, and fed on the world origins of newly formed worlds? Zhou Yan put down the fishing rod in his hand, slowly sat up from the rocking chair, and stretched lazily. Back at the end of the last cosmic epoch, several self-proclaimed divine little brats fancied capturing this Calamity Star core as a super weapon for initiating a divine war. What was the result? They didn't catch the weapon but instead got half of their divine kingdom swallowed by this Calamity Star core, and their divinity was nearly chewed to pieces, almost causing them to kick the bucket. In the end, it was me passing by there who, seeing this Calamity Star core polluting the cosmic environment, casually slapped it into the depths of the endless void's turbulence, letting it die on its own. I never expected that after all these years, this little mud eel not only survived in the void's turbulence but also, by misfortune, absorbed quite a bit of void energy and became much sturdier than before. Zhou Yan stroked his chin, a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. Just right, the world-devouring flower I planted in my yard has recently been wilting due to a lack of high-quality nutrients. This big fertilizer coming to my door is quite timely. He told the somewhat flustered Ruan Xinglua, Xinglua, don't worry, it's just a slightly bigger cannonball coming to my door, it's not yet time for you to take action. You just stay peacefully in the night cry and soul returning land, the earth veins there have just revived, birthing quite a few decent soul crystal veins, which will help you stabilize and improve your current spiritual power realm. There are quite a few benefits. By the way, you also help me keep an eye on that soul-guiding lamp you inherited from that old gravekeeper. As for that special fertilizer that came knocking at our door. Zhou Yan stood up, stretched his body, and made a series of faint popping sounds like frying beans. A fleeting, faintly excited glint flickered in his eyes. I'll go meet it personally. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since I really moved my body and stretched my limbs. I hope this little loach can be a bit tougher than those fragile waists from last time. This was Zhou Yan's first time in front of Ruan Xinglua, expressing his intention to personally deal with this universe-level crisis that could threaten the very existence of Blue Star. Instead of simply influencing and changing the battle with seemingly ordinary tools like before. It seemed he was finally going to take it seriously. Chapter 68, The Returnee. After Zhou Yan finished speaking, he stood up from the rocking chair. He leisurely walked to a wall in the living room that looked no different from an ordinary white wall. Then, under Ruan Xinglua's puzzled gaze, he stretched out his long, fair finger and casually drew a very simple door shape on that smooth wall. As soon as the drawing was completed. Buzz. That sturdy wall suddenly rippled like a calm lake struck by a stone. Immediately after, the area of the simple door shape silently sank inward, transforming into a bottomless temporary spatial passage. Inside, it was filled with chaotic spatial laws and an eerie, unsettling ambience. He stepped in, and his figure quietly disappeared into the continuously rippling spatial waves. Almost at the same time Zhou Yan's figure vanished into the temporary spatial passage. Far away on Blue Star. Across multiple countries, some small-scale spatial distortions began to appear almost simultaneously in the sky. The strange magnetic fields in certain areas also started to become extremely unstable, wildly chaotic like boiling water. All of this was clearly the result of the terrifying energy waves released as that dreadful Death Star rapidly approached Blue Star. Panic spread like a plague across the globe. In the eerie world. Ruan Xinglua forcefully suppressed her worries about Zhou Yan and Blue Star, choosing to believe in her husband. She followed Zhou Yan's instructions, sitting quietly in this newly vibrant blessed land, stabilizing her recently inflated realm while seriously studying the soul-guiding lamp that was the remnant soul of the gravekeeper's grand priest. This lamp was ancient and mysterious, its flame flickering, emitting a warm and tranquil aura. Ruan Xinglua cautiously tried to infuse the tiny, special spirit prayer power she had earned from purifying this corrupted land into the soul-guiding lamp. Who? At the moment that thread of power filled with gratitude and blessings merged with the wick. Inside the soul-guiding lamp, that originally pea-sized, quietly burning dark green soul fire suddenly surged several times in size. Within the flames, a blurred, ancient consciousness seemed to slowly awaken from eons of slumber. Lamp holder, grace of the night cry, all spirits remember. The seed of the world tree lies in the sea of void flowers, waiting for the true returnee. World Tree Seed. Sea of Void Flowers. Returnee. This message shook Yuan Xingluo's heart greatly. Meanwhile, in the Graveyard of Realms countless light years away from Blue Star. This place was filled with desolation and silence, with huge star debris and shattered world fragments floating everywhere. Zhou Yan's figure silently stepped out from a cracked spatial rift. In front of him, the terrifying Death Star carrying endless destruction and ominous aura was tearing apart everything along its path. It came roaring from the depths of the universe, like a bullet shot from a cannon. Zhou Yan stood on a massive wreckage in the boundary graveyard, the size of several blue planets, calmly watching the approaching Death Star, his eyes showing no signs of ripples. The reason he chose this place as the battlefield was not done on a whim. Rather, it was because this vast and boundless boundary graveyard was once a famous hunting ground and burial ground for ancient powerful void creatures at the end of the last cosmic era. Here was filled with extremely unstable space cracks and wildly chaotic energy currents, a sheer deadly place for any living beings daring to intrude. But for Zhou Yan, everything here could become pieces on his chessboard, usable at will. Want to go straight and smash into the Blue Star? He. Zhou Yan looked at the Death Star drawing nearer, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he softly spoke to himself. Then you must first ask those not-so-friendly old neighbors in this graveyard whether they agree. As he said this, he crossed his arms leisurely and quietly waited for something. The terrifying Death Star finally revealed its true core form under Zhou Yan's gaze. It was not a simple rock or energy body, but a massive nest of countless broken flesh. It was formed from the remnants of worlds, the corpses of devoured beings, and the endless resentment and despair of those who died before it. The Death Star's diameter had already exceeded 1,000,000 kilometers, and it was still writhing, expanding. At the very center of the nest, a terrifying humanoid creature, towering thousands of feet and glowing dark purple, seemed to be composed of the purest rules of disaster and destruction, sat on a throne made from countless divine skulls. It had 12 fierce bone horns sprouting from its head like a grim crown, clad in dark armor woven from millions of wailing souls, and gripped tightly in its hands was a giant bone sickle burning with a black flame capable of causing even rules to wither. It was the true core and will of the Disaster Star, the Star Master of Disaster. Its only method of evolution and promotion was to devour the origin of worlds. The Star Master of Disaster's power had already firmly touched the threshold of the Godmaster realm, a genuine half-step Godmaster. Roar! The Star Master of Disaster let out a silent roar that could shake the entire boundary graveyard. Its will filled with destruction and greed had already locked onto the spatial coordinates of the Blue Star. Just as it prepared to forcefully tear apart the space in front of it and directly jump to the vicinity of the Blue Star. Suddenly. Hiss. Aoo. In this graveyard of boundaries that had been silent for countless ages, several terrifying wills filled with brutality and thirst suddenly awakened from the depths of the massive star wreckages. They were powerful void creatures lurking in this graveyard, attracted by the immense origin aura emitted from the Star Master of Disaster. These void beings varied in shape, some like sky-covering giant squids, others like void marauders clad in crystalline shells. Their strength, while not as terrifying as that of the Star Master of Disaster, mostly reached the eerie level, with some even at the eerie peak. They had low intelligence, but their instinct for survival drove them to bravely launch a frenzied attack against the Star Master of Disaster. In an instant, beams of energy in various colors surged like a storm, fiercely striking that giant flesh nest. A chaotic and terrifying melee erupted, affecting the entire realm of the graveyard. Chapter 69, Caught in a Trap. Although the Lord of Calamity was immensely powerful, facing these fierce and fearless void creatures, who were like rabid dogs catching the scent of blood, it had no choice but to allocate a substantial part of its power to deal with these annoying flies. Its advance was temporarily delayed by this sudden chaos. A bunch of damned insects. The Lord of Calamity let out an angry roar, and each swing of its giant bone sickle effortlessly sliced several eerie-level void creatures in half. But more void creatures continued to swarm in from all directions, tightly entangling it and its massive flesh nest. Meanwhile, the mastermind Zhou Yan stood leisurely on that enormous starry debris, quietly watching this chaotic scene that he had orchestrated. He merely flicked his fingers occasionally, as if by chance. A barely noticeable strange ripple in space quietly merged into the chaotic battlefield's void. The attack trajectories and directions of those randomly attacking void creatures subtly and cleverly changed. These changes appeared insignificant. But the final result was skillfully driving the Lord of Calamity, which was battling and retreating, trying to shake off these void creatures, toward a specific direction that Zhou Yan had already preset. That direction led to a death trap, comforted by countless shattered stars and unstable spatial fissures, hiding endless deadly threats. After paying a substantial cost, the Lord of Calamity finally tore apart the last batch of void creatures attacking it and prepared to forcibly descend upon Blue Star once again. Yet, to its horror, it discovered that it had unknowingly been forced into an area more ancient and silent than any before. The forgotten boneyard of the gods. Here floated countless ancient god bones, which had long lost their divine brilliance but still radiated a horrifying aura that made one's heart tremble. As soon as it entered this place, the Lord of Calamity immediately felt a terrifying aura, enough to make even a semi-divine master like it feel uneasy and apprehensive, slowly emanating from the deepest part of the boneyard. Though brutal and greedy, it was not foolish. In that moment, it suddenly realized it had fallen into a trap. That human who had vanished in a flash in this realm of the graveyard. It was him. It must be his doing. In the graveyard realm, the forgotten boneyard of the gods. Human! You dare scheme against me. It let out a roar that shook the void, and from its colossal body, the pitch-black armor woven from billions of wailing souls erupted with an unprecedented terrifying aura. It would spare no effort to escape this forbidden boneyard that made it feel uneasy. Zhou Yan's figure materialized out of thin air. He leaned casually against a gigantic, pale rib left behind by some unknown deity, calmly observing the trapped Lord of Calamity, a faint smile gracing his lips. He ignored the Lord of Calamity's rage-filled roars that could shatter stars and instead, like an old friend greeting, called out to the depths of the silent boneyard, "You've been asleep for hundreds of thousands of years, wake up. There's fresh and nourishing prey delivered at your door. If you don't come out and stretch your old bones will seriously start to grow moss." As his words fell, boom! The entire forgotten boneyard of the gods began to violently shake. As if something horrifying, sleeping for endless ages, had been thoroughly awakened by his nonchalant words. At the deepest part of the bone grave, in the endless darkness and silence. A pair, 10 pairs, 100 pairs, millions and millions of eyes filled with endless greed and hunger for flesh and soul suddenly lit up with a sinister glow. Kick. Fresh divine essence. So hungry, so very hungry. Countless whispers filled with chaotic and mad will rose from all directions of the bone grave, gathering into a terrifying torrent that could drive any living being insane. And then, under the unbelievable gaze of the Disaster Star Master, countless terrifying entities, formed from the decayed remains of gods, unquenchable resentment, and the unique chaotic rules of this bone grave, surged forth like a black tide from every corner. They varied in form, some were as hideous as skeletal gods wielding bone blades, while others resembled sewn-together flesh monsters with many arms and legs. But without exception, they all emitted a horrifying aura that rivaled the peak of the uncanny, even approaching the level of a half-step divine master. They were the true residents of this bone grave, forgotten by the gods. A colony of god-eaters. This was a terrifying race that acted solely on the most primitive instincts of devouring and destruction without any independent, unified will. Their combined strength could even directly confront a true, lower-level divine master. At this moment, the colony of god-eaters, awakened by Zhou Yan's words, fixed their countless greedy and hungry eyes firmly on the Disaster Star Master's gigantic, enticing flesh nest that radiated life energy and the essence of the world. In their eyes, it was undoubtedly the most delicious and nourishing feast in the world. Roar! Without a moment's hesitation. At the instant they locked onto their target, the endless colony of god-eaters rushed forth like a black flood breaking through a dam, sending shivers down spines with their frantic roars, charging towards the Disaster Star Master and its colossal flesh nest. No! You damned skeletons! Get away from me! Facing this endless swarm of god-eaters, the Disaster Star Master plunged into an unprecedented struggle. Though it was a half-step divine master with immense power, the shattered remnants of the god-eaters quickly reformed under the influence of the bone grave's strange rules, crazily surging back. It could easily annihilate individual or small groups of god-eaters, but the overall strength of this swarm made even this half-step divine master feel immense pressure and fear for the first time. The massive flesh nest was constantly being gnawed and torn apart under the frenzied attacks of the god-eater swarm. Great chunks of energy-rich flesh were ripped away, and then more god-eaters swarmed in, devouring them entirely. Ah! Human! It's you! It's all your scheming against me! Amidst the frantic struggle, the Disaster Star Master let out a roar filled with endless resentment and unwillingness. Meanwhile, Zhou Yan remained calm and collected, standing far at the entrance of the bone grave, like the most elegant gentleman, unmoving. Chapter 70, The Savior. He did not rush to act, to seize the Disaster Star Core that was already within reach. He only occasionally extended his finger, lightly tapping in the void. With each tap, the ancient formations he had quietly set within the forgotten bone grave of the gods would subtly change in their operation. These formations were not meant for direct attack. They influenced the attack tendencies of the god-eater swarm inadvertently. Let their attacks become even more frenzied and targeted. At the same time, they will alter the spatial rules around the Disaster Star Master, allowing every powerful energy outburst to inevitably affect other ancient god corpses sleeping within the bone tomb, thus attracting more god-eaters to swarm. On the Blue Star, in the live broadcast room of the Chinese National Destiny. All the viewers can only see, through the countless filtered and weakened live footage, faintly, in the depths of the distant domain graveyard, that forbidden area called the Bone Tomb forgotten by the gods, constantly erupting with terrifying energy fluctuations that could shake the very stars. And that howl belonging to the Disaster Star Master, becoming weaker and filled with despair and unwillingness, a heart-wrenching scream. My God! How many terrifying monsters are there in this bone tomb? That once invincible disaster star master seems like it's about to collapse. Boss Zhou Yan's killing with a borrowed knife, no, calling dogs to bite dogs, is too skilled. Without shedding blood, just watching the tiger fight. So sinister. I love it so much. This is true dominance. Strategizing from within, conquering billions of light years away. No need to lift a finger and still easily toy with a terrifying existence at the half-step divine master level. After a long and brutal bloody consumption battle, the once invincible disaster star master, after using its own strength to critically injure over 90% of the God Eater group, has had its flesh nest nearly devoured and completely ravaged. And its core, the disaster star core located at the heart of the nest, is now covered in spiderweb-like gnarled cracks, emitting energy fluctuations that have weakened to the extreme, with only a fraction of its power remaining, on the brink of total collapse. Just as the remaining but still incredibly crazed God Eater groups were preparing to swarm and make their final feast and division of this soon-to-shatter disaster star core. Zhou Yan, who had been calm and relaxed as if he were a spectator, finally moved. He merely stepped forward lightly. In the next second, his figure seemed to transcend the dimensions of time, ignoring the distance of space, instantly appearing before the cracked, about to explode disaster star core. He ignored the remaining God Eaters around him, who were glaring at him and emitting threatening growls. He extended a clean, slender hand, seeming untouched by any mortal dust, and lightly tapped on the core of the disaster star, which was about to completely shatter, containing violent energy capable of destroying several star systems. A mysterious rune, containing the ultimate profoundness, as if embodying the cosmic principles of life and death, flashed from his fingertip and silently disappeared into the star core. In that instant, the disaster star core, which was originally raging to the extreme and about to annihilate everything in a self-destruction, miraculously calmed down instantly. All the destructive, negatively charged powers of catastrophe were forcefully sealed, suppressed, and even purified by that mysterious rune. In the end, what remained was the purest essence of the world, devoid of any impurities, as well as some purified pieces of calamity rules exuding an enticing aura. Zhou Yan flicked his fingers. The purified essence of the world, resembling golden liquid, flew towards him automatically, entering an unknown space. Meanwhile, those pieces of calamity rules filled with violent energies, which were as poisonous as toxins to ordinary beings, were discarded by him like throwing away garbage. Casually, he led the surrounding clusters of devourers, which were still restless, filled with dread and yearning for him. I grant you this, Zhou Yan's tone was like bestowing a favor upon a group of obedient pets. Once you're full, go back to sleep, and don't come out to trouble me unnecessarily. The once fierce and intimidating clusters of devourers, after devouring these disaster rule fragments that were like supreme delicacies to them, gradually calmed their violent tempers, and one by one, they happily returned to burrow and sleep in the darkness of the bone tomb. It was as if they had truly received the satisfaction and reward of a supreme ruler. Zhou Yan collected that pure and powerful disaster star core essence, nodded in satisfaction, and through the dragon pillar mark, lightly transmitted a thought to Ruan Xinglua, who was far away in the Wailing Knight's land. The fertilizer is here, and the quality is quite good. Almost at the same time when Zhou Yan successfully signed for this large flower fertilizer. A global system announcement filled with joy and relief, even carrying a hint of a weight lifted off my shoulders, echoed throughout Blue Star. Global highest level safety notice. Global highest level safety notice. After judgment by the rules of countless worlds, the originally designated trajectory about to collide and destroy the source of cosmic-level disaster on Blue Star, the Disaster Star Master, half-step Divine Master level, has been successfully intercepted by an unknown guardian being Zhou Yan, who does not wish to disclose specific identity or origin, and has thoroughly erased it using supreme power. Blue Star has turned danger into safety. Its affiliated civilization, Huaxia, due to the special protective relationship between its partner and the unknown guardian being Zhou Yan, will permanently gain the special attribute of Star Guardian for its national fortune. Star Guardian, special national fortune attribute. It will greatly enhance Huaxia civilization's resistance and early warning capabilities against all disasters and malicious attacks from the outer realm. At the same time, all Huaxia citizens, under the night sky or in starry environments, will permanently improve the efficiency of their cultivation, understanding, and communication with mysterious powers. As a result of this protection, Huaxia's national fortune will experience another tremendous surge. Its core leadership position within the Blue Star civilization system will be thoroughly solidified. As soon as this announcement was released, the entire Huaya live broadcast room fell into a more thorough and crazier celebration than any before. Zhou Yan. The strength of Big Brother Zhou Yan has completely exceeded everyone's imagination. He is not just the guardian deity of Huaxia, he is the savior of the entire Blue Star. Chapter 71, The Open Scheme. Zhou Yan's great deeds in the Realm Cemetery thoroughly shocked all worlds through that global announcement. Blue Star welcomed an unprecedented period of valuable development as a result. Huaxia's national fortune was thriving like never before, with golden dragons of luck coiling in the skies, pressuring all oceans. Its temporary residence located in a bizarre world became bustling, with people coming and going. Every day, countless representatives from various bizarre civilizations came with generous gifts, hoping to establish friendly relations with this newly rising super-civilization. The 3-day deadline had arrived. The ultimatum Zhou Yan issued to the defeated sides, including Beautiful Country, North Bear Country, and European Union, had also come to the time for fulfillment. Ruan Xinglua, as the chief representative of Huaxia civilization, prepared to officially collect rent. The atmosphere in the Huaxia National Fortune live broadcast room was already filled with joy and pride of being a great power creditor. Ha ha ha. The rent collection time has finally arrived. Beautiful Country, Cherry Blossom Country, North Bear Country, and those fence-sitters, are your reparations ready? Any item on that list would surely make them feel the pain for a long time, right? Let them know how brave they were to challenge us Huaxia before. I guess they definitely can't gather enough, maybe they will even try to play tricks. Just wait for the great Zhou Yan to take action again and teach them a lesson. That's right. When dealing with these rogues, we can't be soft-hearted. If they won't pay? Just go directly to their door to rob them. In the live broadcast rooms of other Blue Star countries, the scene was completely different. On the screen, it was mostly the high-ranking leaders of their countries looking overwhelmed, desperately running around to gather those rare and strange resources on the list, even selling off some non-core assets. The faces filled with humiliation formed a stark contrast to the relaxation in the Chinese live broadcast room. The mood among the people in their countries had also dropped to an extreme low. A delegation from the Debtor Nation Alliance, led by the Beautiful Country Secretary of State Ashton, arrived on time to visit Ruan Xinglua. Respected Ms. Ruan Xinglua, envoy of the Chinese civilization. As soon as they met, Ashton put his posture at the lowest. With tears and sorrow, he lamented to Ruan Xinglua about the tragic experiences of his country and several other brother countries. Ms. Ruan, because of the heavy defeat in the trial of the Golden Ancient City before, the fortunes of our Beautiful Country, Northern Bear Country, European Alliance, and others have fallen to rock bottom. Natural disasters and man-made calamities are continuous, strange riots occur frequently, we really can't gather all the physical resources listed on your sides list in such a short time. We do not intend to default, it is, that we have the will but no power. However, just when Ruan Xinglua frowned slightly, thinking that the other side was preparing to blatantly play tricks, Ashton changed his tone and revealed a hint of determination and sincerity. But to express our apology and respect to Chinese civilization, and to that great being behind you, our Debtor Nation Alliance, after an all-night discussion, is willing to propose a more sincere compensation plan. Oh? Ruan Xinglua asked calmly, go ahead, let's hear it. Ashton immediately took out a glowing document projection from his bosom and handed it to Ruan Xinglua. Ms. Ruan, this is an SSS-grade lost eerie realm, the Golden Village, that our Beautiful Country has spent enormous costs to recently determine the exact entrance location. According to our preliminary investigation, this golden village is filled with mountains and rivers made entirely of pure golden source energy. Among them, there are countless golden-type eerie creatures and heavenly materials. Moreover, the internal resource reserves in total value far exceed everything listed on your compensation list. We are willing to use the access key to this SSS-grade lost eerie realm, the Golden Village, as collateral for the core debt, fully entrusted to Chinese civilization to handle. The document he presented was detailed and tempting. The depiction of the Golden Village held a fatal allure for any civilization that urgently needed resources for development. Ms. Ruan, just imagine, if Chinese civilization can successfully develop this place, the benefits will far exceed a mere compensation list. Ashton's tone was full of temptation. This was a blatant scheme. They were betting the Chinese civilization would undoubtedly accept without hesitation such a huge temptation of benefits. They knew very well that although the Golden Village was filled with treasures, it was also a notorious trap of desire in the eerie world. Legend has it that any being entering the Golden Village will be influenced by the omnipresent golden source energy, their own greed and desire will be magnified infinitely. In the end, they lose their minds, become assimilated by gold, turning into thoughtless guardians of treasure, golden corpses. Their goal was to use the terrifying desire trap of the Golden Village to catch all of China's top elite exploration teams in one net. Even if that Chinese woman followed them in. That would be even more perfect. Ruan Xinglua looked at the shiny document, but her heart was clear. She calmly relayed Ashton's compensation plan in full to Zhou Yan, who was far away in the happy community. After hearing it, Zhou Yan let out a scornful chuckle. Ha, Golden Country? It's just a low-level energy conversion trap that uses the greedy desires of living beings as fuel to catalyze the evolution of its own gold essence. How dare they present it as a treasure? However, Zhou Yan changed his tone. The gold essence purified from this Golden Country does have a little bit of use for the National Guardian Dragon Pillar that is evolving on your hand. Since they are so sincere as to offer their pillows, let's reluctantly check the goods. Ruan Xinglua immediately understood Zhou Yan's meaning. She raised her clear eyes and calmly said to Ashton, your compensation plan does sound quite sincere. In principle, we can accept. But Ruan Xinglua changed her tone and clearly conveyed Zhou Yan's instructions. For such an important SSS-level strange domain, its value assessment cannot be based solely on your words. We Huaxia must send a professional evaluation team to enter the Golden Country with your personnel for on-site exploration and value assessment. Only after we confirm its value and ensure that it can indeed compensate for that list of damages can this agreement take effect. So, please hand over the key to enter the Golden Country first. This. Ashton's smile froze slightly. He did not expect the other party to make such a joint entry request. This was somewhat different from their original plan. But at this point, he could not show any hesitation, otherwise, wouldn't it be a confession by itself? Chapter 72, Golden Guardian. Moreover, in his view, even entering together, with the terrifying desire erosion ability of the Golden Country, Huaxia could absolutely not withstand it. At that time, as long as their beautiful country people make adequate preparations, they might not be able to turn the tables and cause Huaxia's elite team to be trapped inside. Thinking of this, Ashton immediately put on a facade of generosity and cheerful smile. Of course, no problem. We completely understand Ms. Rawan's concerns. Joint assessment is only natural. As he spoke, he took out a golden idol about a foot tall, entirely made of pure gold, from a specially restricted storage strange device. This was the key to enter the Golden Country. Ms. Rawan, this is the key, please keep it safe. With the handover of the key. Soon, a team led personally by Ruan Xinglua, consisting of dozens of Huaxia's top combat elites, was quickly formed with the members of the Debtor Nation Alliance represented by Ashton. To ensure that this trap targeting Huaxia's elite team was foolproof, the beautiful country sent one of their top strange domain agents, codenamed Cleaner, Cole. Cole was ruthless and skilled in calculation, a sharp blade of assassination and destruction in the hands of the beautiful country. Plans executed by him had almost never failed. Guided by the Golden Idol Key, the elite of Huaxia and the members of the Debtor Nation Alliance quickly entered the legendary SSS-level abandoned strange domain, the Golden Country. As soon as they stepped in, everyone was deeply shocked by the scene before them. Golden splendor. Dazzling and mesmerizing. The sky here was flowing molten gold, the ground was pure gold crystals, and the distant mountains were majestic golden peaks that rolled on. Even the air was filled with a rich scent that seemed to make one's soul fall, the scent of wealth. Oh my God. This place is simply a paradise where gods reside. We hit it big. We really did. Just taking a piece of gold from the ground would be enough for me to live well for years. The members of the Det Nation Alliance gasped as they saw the scene of gold everywhere, their eyes gleaming with uncontrollable greed, almost losing their minds on the spot. Meanwhile, the members of the Huaxia team, reminded by Ruan Xinglua, forcefully suppressed their shock and desire, their expression serious, scanning their surroundings with high vigilance. They all understood that the more beautiful a place is, the more deadly dangers usually lurk within. The united team pushed deeper into the land of gold, and along the way, apart from mountains and rivers made of pure gold, they encountered no strange creatures or dangers at all. This unusual calm made the unease in the hearts of Lin Anhua and other Huaxia leaders grow stronger. After several hours of travel, a massive golden pyramid, towering thousands of meters high and entirely made of pure gold, appeared before everyone. The top of the pyramid emitted a huge energy wave that could drive any living being insane. Without a doubt, that was the core of the entire land of gold. Just as all members of the Huaxia team focused their attention on the magnificent golden pyramid. At the back of the team, Cole, the leader from the beautiful nation, exchanged a subtle glance with several core companions from the beautiful nation and the European alliance beside him, all without a sound. The next second, Cole suddenly crushed the alchemical trigger hidden in his hand. Buzz. It's time to close the net. A snake-like grin appeared on Cole's face. As he crushed the trigger, the entire land of gold instantly blazed with light. Giant light screens made of pure golden energy descended from the sky, completely sealing off all exits to the outside world. At the same time, in all directions of this golden land, countless golden statues were activated. Crack. 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 Their heads, crafted from pure gold, all turned in unison towards the Huaxia team trapped in the center. A cold mocking voice echoed throughout the eerie land of gold. Welcome to the eternal hell of wealth. Feel free to enjoy your last feast of greed. Ha 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 ha. With this crazy laughter, the golden curse hidden at the very bottom of the land of gold exploded at this moment. Roar. Thousands of golden statues instantly transformed into real golden guardians. They charged fearlessly, roaring from all sides towards the trapped Huaxia team. With every attack, whether it was claws or swords, they carried an extremely terrifying golden touch effect. Once hit, any material would be instantly assimilated, transformed into lifeless gold. The Huaxia team instantly fell into a fierce battle. Cole and the core members of the European alliance retreated to a special safe area they had prepared in advance, capable of temporarily isolating the onslaught of the golden curse the moment the trap was triggered. They all wore cruel smiles, as if watching a prearranged drama, admiring the beautiful scene of the Huaxia team being submerged by the golden tide. Cole even took out a special communication device, proudly reporting to the Secretary of State Ashton from the beautiful nation far away on Blue Star. Reporting, Secretary of State, the fish are in the net, and the golden curse has been fully activated. In no more than 10 minutes, this elite Huaxia team will be completely transformed into our new guardians of the Land of Gold. In the Huaxia Nation's live stream room. At that moment, all the audience members felt their hearts leap into their throats. Caught in a trap. This is truly an outright ambush. Goddess Ruan is surrounded. All around are S-rank golden guards. How can we fight this? Quick, think of a way to break through. We must not be touched by those golden things. Where is Master Zhouyan? Where is Master Zhouyan? This trap seems incredibly powerful. Master, please come and save us. Just when the Huaxia team was about to be overwhelmed by the endless tide of gold, Zhouyan's disdainful voice rang clearly in Ruan Xingluo's mind. Using the greed of living beings as the driving core to activate these mindless energy bodies. It's really unoriginal, an old trick that's been around forever. Xingluo, do you remember the bone abacus I rewarded you with after the boundary challenge? Ruan Xingluo was momentarily stunned and immediately recalled the peculiar abacus she had casually stored away, named the Debt Collection Abacus of Resentment. That abacus, besides collecting these resentful debts, can also collect debts driven by greed. Zhou Yan said lightly. Chapter 73, Break It For Me. Hearing this, Ruan Xingluo instantly felt her heart steady. Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately took out the Debt Collection Abacus of Resentment from her storage space. Zhou Yan's voice echoed in her mind once again, teaching her a different technique for operating the beads, unlike the one she used for the resentment. Ruan Xingluo quickly learned and immediately put it into practice. Her delicate hands danced over the dark bone abacus, like a butterfly flitting through flowers, producing a series of sounds filled with mystery and the rhythm of cause and effect as the beads clashed. Pop, pop, pop. This time, the Debt Collection Abacus of Resentment no longer emitted the heart-pounding, terrifying resentment as before. Instead, amidst the crisp sounds of the beads clashing, an extremely peculiar, invisible suction force emerged. This suction force was not aimed at the physical bodies of the Golden Guards, but at the greed that drove the thousands of S-rank Golden Guards into action. The Golden Guards that were wildly attacking the Huaxia team suddenly came to a complete halt. The dazzling golden light on their bodies rapidly dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if their batteries had been instantly pulled out, and all core strength within them was being forcibly stripped away by an irresistible, terrifying force. Crack, crack. The indestructible golden shells on their bodies began to appear with tiny cracks. With a crisp sound of shattering, the hardened golden shell of the first Golden Guard burst apart like a crumbling eggshell, falling to the ground. Then came the second, third, hundreds, and thousands. The crisp sounds of shattering echoed throughout the golden town, creating a symphony. When the layer symbolizing the golden curse shattered completely, what was revealed was not the energy cores or puppet remains that everyone had imagined. Instead, there were dried up, real bodies of adventurers from various strange domains and different races. They were the poor souls devoured by this golden town throughout countless ages due to their greed. As the golden shell shattered, wisps of broken souls, imprisoned for hundreds of years, slowly drifted out from the withered bodies. Their originally twisted faces, cursed with sorrow, gradually revealed a glimmer of relieved liberation. These freed souls bowed towards Ruan Xingluo just before they completely dissipated into the world. In that bow, there were no words, but it contained endless gratitude, coming from the very essence of their souls. In the next second, thousands of souls transformed into sparkling, translucent points filled with pure soul power and gratitude, all converging into the soul-guiding lamp in Ruan Xingluo's hand, which had been emitting a faint blue light. After absorbing this immense soul power, the lamp wick, which had originally been dim, suddenly surged several times, its green flame becoming much brighter. No, this is impossible. Standing in the safe area far away were Cole and the beautiful core members of the League of Nations, who all looked as if they had seen a ghost, their faces filled with disbelief and confusion. How could their proud trap, capable of destroying several S-class elite teams, just be broken so easily? What on earth is happening? This is completely different from the script they had planned. As tens of thousands of Golden Guards were entirely liberated, the core of the Golden Curse in the Golden Land began to become extremely unstable due to the loss of its greatest energy source. The enormous Golden Pyramid, rising several thousand meters in the center of the Golden Land. The desire heart of the core at its peak began to flicker, as if it could lose control at any moment. At that moment, Zhou Yan's voice echoed again in Ruan Xingluo's mind. These appetizers have been cleared rather well. Xingluo, the quality of this golden essence isn't too bad. It's just right for pouring into the dragon pillar on your hand. Don't be dazed, use the tip of the blade of serenity to stab directly into the desire heart at the top of that pyramid. Take control of the entire eerie domain. Hearing this, Ruan Xingluo's eyes suddenly sharpened. Without any hesitation, her petite figure transformed into a golden streak of light and shot up towards the top of that massive golden pyramid, all under the horrified gazes of Cole and the others. The tip of the blade of serenity in her hand once again radiated a heart-pounding gray sword intent. "Break for me!" Ruan Xinglua shouted, pouring most of her power into the sword tip, violently stabbing down towards the desire heart. At the moment the sword tip precisely pierced into the golden core. Boom! The entire golden land began to shake violently as if the heavens and earth were splitting apart. The hard golden ground, the towering golden mountains, the rushing golden rivers at that moment, all seemed to lose their original form, turning into the purest, most violent, true liquid gold flood. An endless liquid gold flood formed a terrible golden vortex with a diameter of over 100 kilometers, centered around that enormous golden pyramid. And at the very center of that golden vortex, an ancient aura stirred. A remnant soul of a golden ancient god, much larger than the golden pyramid, slowly stood up from the center of the gold vortex. This was the true core of the golden land. Ruan Xinglua seized the rare opportunity when the remnant soul of the golden ancient god had just awakened and was still in a state of confusion. Without hesitation, she combined the vast dragon energy of her country's dragon pillar within her with the sword intent of the blade of serenity. Roar! A grey golden divine light containing supreme dragon might and rules of termination erupted from Ruan Xinglua's fingertips. This divine light accurately pierced into the body of the remnant soul of the golden ancient god. Roar! The just awakened remnant soul of the golden ancient god quickly dissolved and disintegrated at a visible speed after being struck by this grey golden divine light combined with dragon energy and sword intent. In the end, amidst the endless golden light, only a fist-sized core remained. The pure and flawless golden divine gem quietly floated in the air. Ruan Xinglua reached out her hand and carefully collected this extremely precious golden divine gem into her pouch. With the dissipating spirit of the ancient golden god and the core divine gem being taken away, the entire golden paradise, that violent liquid gold vortex, completely calmed down. Its control over the entire bizarre domain also completely fell into Ruan Xinglua's hands with the change of ownership of that golden divine gem. Chapter 74, The Transformation of Bizarre. After the Golden Paradise incident, the harvest of China was unprecedented. Ruan Xinglua and the core members of the Chinese delegation, including Director Lin Angwo, were taking a short break and accounting their achievements in the transit station of the Blue Star Alliance in the bizarre world. However, the joy of victory was soon replaced by a sudden, terrifying crisis that originated from within themselves. In the transit station, while cultivating, Ruan Xinglua suddenly let out a stifled grunt of pain. Her delicate face turned pale, her forehead covered in fine cold sweat, her petite body trembling uncontrollably while sitting on the jade bed. Due to the unprecedented backing from the national fortune of China and her own rapid absorption of the national dragon pillar, the heart of gold, the golden divine gem, and other top-tier powers in a very short time. Although these powers had been processed by Zhou Yan, their essence was simply too advanced and complex. At this moment, inside Ruan Xinglua's body, they were like countless unyielding kings, madly colliding and repelling each other. In her sea of consciousness, it was as if a catastrophic storm of rules had erupted. Her body occasionally emitted the sacred and overbearing golden light of the heart of gold, while at other times, it spread the annihilating sword intent of the blade of silence capable of ending all things. The two completely distinct yet equally terrifying powers of rules clashed wildly within her, making her feel as if her body and soul were like a balloon being inflated. At any moment they could burst under this terrifying force. This scene was also clearly presented before all Chinese viewers through the National Fortune live broadcast. The Chinese guards and researchers, who could only observe through monitoring screens outside the cultivation room, were anxiously like ants on a hot pan. In the live broadcast room, the atmosphere that was originally filled with joy and celebration instantly turned into extreme tension and worry. What happened to Goddess Ruan? Her aura is so unstable. So terrifying. I feel like the screen is about to shatter from the power bursting out. The golden light and grey mist are fighting. Is this power out of control? Could it be that the national fortune is too strong, and the benefits are too many for her body to bear? What should we do? Director Lin and the others seem helpless too. Where is the great Zhou Yan? Great Zhou Yan, please save Goddess Ruan. At the same time, the contestants from Beautiful Country and Sakura Country were also suffering from another form of pain. They couldn't receive effective protection and energy supplements anymore due to the decline of the national fortune of their own countries, causing their powers to rapidly drain at an irreversible rate. Some contestants had even begun to exhibit terrifying signs of transforming into bizarre creatures. In comparison, Ruan Xinglua's crisis of happiness due to receiving too many benefits seemed more like a Versailles to the other countries. But they all knew that the danger level of this crisis of happiness was by no means low, and even perhaps more perilous. No. The energy conflict within Consultant Ruan is too intense. All our suppression and guidance plans are having no effect. Outside the cultivation room, Director Lin Angwo looked at Ruan Xinglua's increasingly painful expression on the monitoring screen, anxiously sweating profusely. impatient as fire. They tried all known methods, but faced with such a conflict of super high-level powers, these mortals who had not even touched the threshold of rules were utterly helpless. Just when everyone was at their wits' end. In Happiness Community, Room 101, on the rocking chair in the courtyard. Zhou Yan, who had been silently watching Ruan Xingluo's every move through a mysterious connection, let out a soft sigh. Sigh. She is still just a little girl, her foundation is too thin, and she has taken too big a step, ultimately leading to a tug. It seems that this final safeguarding must be handled by me personally. He slowly stood up from the rocking chair. In the next second, his figure merely flickered. He directly ignored the so-called impregnable space barrier and layers of restrictions at the station in the strange world, where even half-step deities couldn't easily break through. Silently, like teleportation, he appeared in the highest-level training chamber where Ruan Xingluo was located, a place heavily guarded to the extreme. He looked at the little girl on the jade bed, who was suffering from the crazy conflict of power within her, and for the first time, his deep eyes showed an unmistakable pain and tenderness. He extended his hand and brushed away the fine beads of fragrant sweat caused by pain on Ruan Xingluo's forehead. "All right, Xingluo, it's okay now." His voice was gentle and soft, but seemed to contain a strange magic that could soothe all the pain and agitation in the world. As his voice rang out, he gently waved his hand. In an instant, the stars shifted, and the universe flipped. The originally cold training room filled with technology and runic restrictions vanished instantly. In its place was a yard filled with the sounds of birds, the fragrance of flowers, pervasive spiritual energy, self-contained laws, and an endless aura of life and peace, an independent courtyard. This courtyard did not belong to any place in the strange world, it was an absolute domain that Zhou Yan opened up with supreme power. Here, all external prying eyes were blocked, and the noisy rules and heavenly paths of the strange world were cut off. This was the first time Zhou Yan personally descended to deal with Ruan Xingluo's problems. Inside the Huaxiao Live studio, all the viewers cheered with excitement and reassurance upon seeing Zhou Yan's familiar and towering figure. Zhou Yan is here. It's Zhou Yan. He has finally descended in person. So handsome. So gentle. The way he looks at Goddess Ruan, my god, I'm about to melt. This is true husband power at max. At the most critical moment, he will always be by your side. In the independent courtyard, Zhou Yan looked at Ruan Xingluo, whose expression had eased a little, with full affection in his eyes. He reached out and gently wrapped her in his arms, softly comforting her with an unprecedented gentle tone in her ear. "Silly girl, you've suffered. The opportunity you received this time is too great, and the power is too mixed. With your current body, forcibly integrating it will naturally cause pain." Ruan Xingluo leaned against Zhou Yan's warm and solid embrace, feeling that familiar scent which brought her immense comfort, and the once heart-wrenching pain seemed to lessen quite a bit. She weakly, with a hint of dependence, softly asked, "Hubby, am I going to die?" "Nonsense." Zhou Yan softly chided, gently saying, "With me here, how could anything happen to you?" He gently patted Ruan Xingluo's back, his voice warm and filled with undeniable confidence. "In your current situation, you must undergo a thorough origin path fusion. I will personally take action, using my origin power as a guide, to comb and integrate the chaotic powers within you. This process may be a bit special." Zhou Yan's tone paused, seemingly pondering which words to use to describe it. "But you only need to remember, to empty your mind and leave everything, to me." "The source path harmony?" Ruan Xingluo lifted her head in confusion, looking into Zhou Yan's deep, starry eyes, even though she did not know what these 4 words truly meant. But she could feel that what was about to happen would be an unprecedented transformation for her, and even for their relationship. Chapter 75, The Deadliest Poison. Inside the exclusive courtyard casually created by Zhou Yan, spiritual energy lingered, and laws formed on their own, isolating them from all external disturbances. He looked at Ruan Xingluo in his arms, whose face showed pain due to the conflicting powers, her delicate body trembling constantly, and the tenderness in his gaze transformed into an unprecedented seriousness. "Xingluo, listen to me." Zhou Yan's voice was deep and gentle. "Your current situation is very dangerous. The national fortune feeding back, the golden divine form, the annihilation sword intent, the national dragon pillar, any one of these powers alone is enough to transform an ordinary being, but when they appear in your body at the same time, they become the deadliest poison. Next, the source path harmony I am about to perform for you is not a simple energy pouring or sorting. I need to enter your spiritual world, within your sea of consciousness, to reweave and fuse these conflicting top-tier rules of power for you. This process will require tremendous mental effort and control from both you and me as the guide. The slightest mistake, and your sea of consciousness will collapse on the spot, your soul will be annihilated, and even the gods cannot save you." Zhou Yan carefully explained the dangers Ruan Xingluo faced. Ruan Xingluo looked into Zhou Yan's deep eyes, seeing an unprecedented seriousness, feeling both touched and anxious. She knew that Zhou Yan would never joke about such things. She nodded firmly, her clear eyes filled with total trust in Zhou Yan. "Husband, I believe in you. You, start." After saying this, she slowly closed her eyes, completely opening her most vulnerable soul and sea of consciousness to Zhou Yan without any defenses. Zhou Yan took a deep breath, gently tapping his fingertip on Wan Xingluo's forehead. A thread of condensed, ultimate soul power, containing his source aura, instantly sank into Wan Xingluo's sea of consciousness. However, when Zhou Yan's soul will truly descended into Wan Xingluo's sea of consciousness, even he, used to facing storms, could not help but furrow his brows slightly. What appeared before him was not a normal sea of consciousness at all. Instead, it was a doomsday scene of extreme chaos. The sky of the sea of consciousness was dominated by a huge golden vortex, filled with the purest greed and devouring rules, which was the power of the golden divine form. It was frantically trying to consume everything within this sea of consciousness. The ground of the sea of consciousness was fragmented by intersecting gray sword energies. Each sword energy radiated the annihilation rules capable of ending all things, mercilessly erasing all energy bodies that approached it. And between that golden vortex and the gray sword energies, a battered, dimly shining golden dragon, struggling to hold on, made its stand. It continually emitted defiant dragon roars, desperately trying to maintain the stability of this spiritual world with its own national rules. This was the power of the China National Dragon Pillar. 3 top-tier rules of power formed a bizarre balance here. This is troublesome. Zhou Yan's soul avatar's brows furrowed tightly. He realized that things were even trickier than he had expected. These powers were not merely simple rule conflicts. More importantly, they were tainted by Wan Xingluo's special fate as the child of national fortune, and had already merged with the national fortune of China on the distant blue star. 1,000 connections were formed. This means that any rough interference he made here, or any failure in fusion, is very likely to cause a violent shake in the fate of the Huaxia nation through the medium of Wan Xingluo. The difficulty of this operation has increased. Xingluo, focus and listen to my commands. Zhou Yan's voice echoed in Wan Xingluo's chaotic sea of consciousness. Now, try to mobilize your will, to guide that golden dragon, using its national spirit to restrain the weakest extinction sword intent. Wan Xingluo endured the soul-tearing pain and immediately followed Zhou Yan's guidance, attaching her powerful will that had already touched the extraordinary threshold to the scar-red golden dragon. However, just as she was about to control the golden dragon to fight against the grey sword energy. On the other side, the golden vortex, transformed from the golden divine character, suddenly erupted with an endless greed. This greed was like the most violent spiritual poison, instantly overwhelming Wan Xingluo's already tense mind. Boom! The balance of power within the sea of consciousness was instantly shattered. The golden greedy vortex, losing the restraint of the national spirit dragon, suddenly expanded several times, turning into a giant mouth that devoured the already injured golden dragon. Puff! Wan Xingluo, originally sitting on the jade bed, suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, her entire aura instantly wilted, her delicate face as pale as paper. Zhou Yan's brows furrowed tightly. This process was far more dangerous and difficult than he had anticipated. Although Wan Xingluo's willpower had already surpassed that of ordinary people, facing the temptation radiated by the golden divine character of such a master-level core, it still seemed too immature. He dared not hold back any longer and had to split off more of his divine soul source power to forcibly stabilize Wan Xingluo's almost collapsing sea of consciousness, preventing the golden vortex from devouring her. On the other hand, he was like a battle-hardened commander, constantly teaching Wan Xingluo in her mind how to use the sharpness of the extinction sword intent to cut through the power of the golden vortex, and how to use the grandeur of the national spirit dragon to neutralize the death-like silence of the extinction rules. Outside the courtyard, Lin Angwa and others could only see the energy fluctuations above the independent courtyard casually opened by Zhou Yan, which had previously been relatively calm, suddenly turning extremely violent. At times, dazzling golden light shot into the sky, and at times, the dead silence of grey sword energy crisscrossed, alongside the unyielding dragon's roar echoing through the clouds, filled with righteous energy. 3 completely different rule shadows were frantically intertwined and annihilated over that small courtyard. What is happening inside? This energy fluctuation is terrifying. Zhou Yan is taking action, it should be fine, right? It's like 3 gods are fighting inside Goddess Rawan's body. It's too frightening. The audience in the live broadcast room could only guess the heart-stopping process through the occasionally spilling terrifying shadows, each of them so tense that they didn't even dare to breathe. Within the sea of consciousness, time seemed to lose its meaning. Wan Xingluo felt as if her will was like a piece of stubborn iron being repeatedly forged in the flames of 3 divine fires, almost ground down and melted by the endless rule conflicts. She was so tired and in so much pain, barely able to hold on. Chapter 76, Connected Souls, Never to Part. Just as the last trace of her clear will was about to be swallowed by pain and despair, a warm and familiar presence appeared behind her, embracing the already faint soul shadow in her sea of consciousness. It was Zhou Yan. Don't be afraid. Zhou Yan's voice, filled with tenderness and determination, gently sounded in her nearly collapsing soul's ear. Believe me, and believe in yourself. You have already done very well, but you still don't understand them. To truly master them, you must first thoroughly understand them. Now, close your eyes and empty everything. I'll take you to see some things you have never seen. Zhou Yan's voice carried an unprecedented seriousness. Zhou Yan's soul tightly embraced the nearly transparent spiritual shadow of Wan Xingluo. He no longer forced her to fight against or control those raging rules of power. He chose a more direct, and significantly, dangerous approach. Xingluo, look into my eyes. Zhou Yan's voice held an unprecedented seriousness. He actively used the fragments of memories, sealed for endless years within his soul's origin, as kindling to cast into Wan Xingluo's crumbling sea of consciousness. He wanted to use his life, his past, to ignite the final spark of hope for her. The first memory was of Blue Star, that old orphanage. In a dark corner, little Wan Xingluo cried softly with her knees hugged tightly because she couldn't get food and was pushed down by older children. Not far away, a similarly frail little Zhou Yan held a half piece of hard, dry black bread, which was the only food he had for the day. He looked at her as she cried, hesitating for a long time. In the end, he took small steps to her side, stuffing that half piece of black bread, which he was reluctant to eat even himself, into her arms. Then he turned around, quietly walking back to the corner, enduring the waves of hunger in his stomach while a subtle, clumsy smile appeared on his face. The second memory was from a strange world, a gloomy graveyard. Having just crossed over and still incredibly weak, Zhou Yan was being frantically chased by a wailing ghost, which was filled with a strong stench of death, its nails sharp as knives. He was terrified, flustered, and in a sorry state, only able to hide behind a cold tombstone, huddling with his hands over his head, shivering. In despair, the urge buried deep within him was finally fully awakened. As the wailing ghost drew near, he used all his strength to pick up a sharp stone and, like a madman, smashed it against the ghost's head again and again, until the foe was completely reduced to a pool of black water. After the counterattack, he felt no joy in victory, just sitting alone with his knees hugged, leaning against that cold tombstone, silently remaining in the endless darkness and death for a whole night. In his eyes were confusion, fear, and an infinite thirst for survival. The third memory was from the happy community, room 101. At that time, Zhou Yan had become the bloody lord, surpassing all worlds. He had grown accustomed to being invincible, used to looking down upon all living beings. Outside the window lay a bustling, brightly lit city in the strange world. Thousands of lights shone, yet not a single one was lit for him. He quietly gazed at the lights outside the window. In his deep eyes, which could make even gods tremble, there was no trace of his once ruthless and domineering nature, only a profound loneliness that did not fit in with the whole world. High up, it is unbearably cold. Being invincible is also lonely. These three memories, like the deepest imprints, clearly and without reservation, unfolded in front of Wan Xingluo's soul. She saw Zhou Yan's most vulnerable past, his most desperate struggles. She also saw the heart hidden beneath his supreme authority, the most real and lonely heart. It turned out, he could be afraid too. He could be lonely too. Zhou Yan was not born a deity. At this moment, Wan Xingluo's feelings for Zhou Yan completely transcended from worship and dependence into a deep and pure love. Honey. Her spiritual shadow gently called his name. And this pure love, to the extreme. Unexpectedly, without any selfish emotions, it became the best catalyst that harmonized all conflicting forces of rules in her sea of consciousness. Driven by this strong and steadfast feeling, Wan Xingluo's nearly collapsed willpower became, for the first time, incredibly strong and resilient. She no longer tried to resist or suppress those violent forces of rules in her sea of consciousness. Instead, she used her most sincere feelings to understand and embrace them. A strange scene occurred. The golden vortex of greed, representing the golden divine nature, transformed its desire to devour everything into a sense of protection and dedication after sensing Wan Xingluo's pure intention of guardianship. The gray intent of extinction, representing the blade of annihilation, gradually retracted its cold murderous intent after coming into contact with Wan Xingluo's resolute determination to protect Zhou Yan and transformed into a will of decisiveness and sharpness. Meanwhile, the lofty responsibility of the dragon pillar of Huaxia found a perfect balance point amid these two transformed forces of rules, merging protecting wealth and cutting off harm perfectly together. At this moment, three entirely different top-level rules began to intertwine harmoniously like never before. At the same time, as Wan Xingluo and Zhou Yan were engaging in this deep soul source path unity, the marriage contract, connected by the strange matchmaking system, was established between the two. The surface of that contract, constructed from the cold rules and texts, began to shatter and burn inch by inch under the invisible flames of soul merging. In its place was a soul imprint that emerged from a trace of Zhou Yan's primordial power, formed through their most profound memories and emotional blending. From this moment on, their connection was no longer that cold system contract, but truly, a bond of souls connected, never to be separated. As the soul imprint was sealed, the three top-level rules that had initially achieved harmony in Wan Xingluo's sea of consciousness began to perfectly blend, compress, and condense around this imprint. It was about to form a brand new, stable, and powerful primal core that belonged solely to Wan Xingluo, yet resonated with Zhou Yan's origin. However, at the final moment when this integration was about to be completed, this newly born primal core seemed to still lack a most critical anchor point that could secure it completely and ensure its eternal existence. Chapter 77, Gentle. Zhou Yan's soul avatar looked at the upcoming primal core, radiating endless divine light, and then glanced at Wan Xinglua, who had completely immersed herself in this mystical state of fusion. On his extraordinarily handsome face, his expression became incredibly serious and gentle. He gently leaned down, with a kind of deep affection that seemed to contain countless ancient years, softly asking in her ethereal soul ear. Xinglua. Do you wish to etch all of your entirety, all of your future, into my soul for all eternity? To become my Zhou Yan's only sanctuary in this endless void and eternal loneliness? This was no longer a simple healing or protective act, but a proposal that transcended time and space, surpassing rules, emerging from the deepest part of their souls. It was his, this former Lord of Blood, now Pathfinder of Return, the deepest and most solemn promise to her, the girl he had quietly protected since the orphanage. Faced with Zhou Yan's heartfelt promise that seemed to contain countless ancient years, Wan Xinglua's soul shadow could no longer hold back and cried bitterly. She responded without any hesitation with those 3 words. I am willing. With her response, originating from her soul's primal essence, everything about her seemed to transform into an eternal, brilliant flow of light, resonating perfectly with Zhou Yan's vast and boundless original mark. This resonance became the ultimate and most indestructible anchor point. Boom! A grand roar, as if from the beginning of the universe, erupted violently within Wan Xinglua's sea of consciousness. The golden divine personality, the edge of returning to silence, the national dragon pillar, and other top-tier rule powers, which had always been a bit short of the right opportunity, finally fused together completely after receiving this final anchor point. In the end, it forged a new fundamental heart of the Tao, about the size of a dragon eye, shimmering and overflowing with radiant colors. As this heart of the Tao took shape, Wan Xinglua's realm was also solidified at the half-step Divine Lord realm, which made all the great powers of all worlds look up in admiration. However, her half-step Divine Lord understanding of various top-tier rules, and the purity and refinement of the power within her, far surpassed any existence of the same level. In the courtyard, Wan Xinglua slowly opened her eyes. In those clear eyes, it seemed as though galaxies flowed, deep and filled with unprecedented brilliance. She looked at the man in front of her, who was gently gazing at her with a tender expression. This time, she could clearly feel the endless love hidden within his eyes, which always carried a hint of laziness. Zhou Yan also looked at her. They exchanged smiles, and everything was unspoken. They tightly embraced each other, enjoying the rare tranquility and warmth that belonged only to the two of them. A few days later, Wan Xinglua and Zhou Yan finally stepped out of the independent courtyard that Zhou Yan had casually opened and returned to the transfer station of the strange world. At this moment, Wan Xinglua's aura had already retracted to the utmost. She looked just like an ordinary, even somewhat refined neighbor girl, with no trace of any powerful energy fluctuations. But when her gaze unintentionally swept over Director Lin Angua or the top powerhouses of the Dragon Group responsible for guarding, these battle-hardened experts would feel an inexplicable surge of fear rising from the depths of their souls. That feeling was not like facing the pressure of a strong opponent but rather a sort of absolute suppression on a life level. Return to simplicity. This was the highest realm that all the powerhouses of the strange domain yearned for. When Wan Xinglua reappeared in the eyes of the global audience in this state of return to simplicity, those control group countries still struggling with how to deal with national fortune backlash, how to cope with power decline, and how to avoid being assimilated by strange powers, after a brief period of stagnation, fell completely into endless despair. They finally realized that the gap between themselves and Huaxia had grown to a terrifying extent that could not be compensated by any means. Some small country dignitaries who had previously held out hope directly submitted applications for voluntary incorporation into the Huaxia Economy and Development Circle through the most urgent diplomatic channels that night after seeing Wan Xinglua's calm and unruffled gaze, hoping to secure their survival and avoid being eliminated by the cruel laws of the strange world. After completely resolving the internal issues within Wan Xinglua, Zhou Yan seemed to feel that the time was finally ripe. He looked at the Wan Xinglua beside him, who had undergone a transformation and had stepped onto a brand new level in both strength and state of mind, with eyes full of satisfaction and contentment. All right, Madame's problem has been perfectly resolved. Zhou Yan took Wan Xinglua's hand, a hint of a smile in his tone. Now, we should deal with some of our real family matters. As he spoke, he gestured for Wan Xinglua to take out the guiding soul lamp. It had absorbed the grateful wishes of countless citizens from the Nightsob kingdom and merged with the last remnants of the guardian priest's soul. Wan Xinglua obeyed, cradling the white bone lantern that radiated warmth and tranquility in her palm. Zhou Yan looked at the lamp, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. This lamp is not just a sacred object used to soothe the souls of the Nightsob kingdom. Its true core is a tender leaf I plucked long ago from the world tree that claims to be the beginning of all worlds. Back then, I found the king of the Nightsob kingdom somewhat likable. He was honest and good-hearted, so I left him the lampwick transformed from that tender leaf as a token. I asked him to guard something for me, promising that if he faced great danger in the future, he could use this item to seek my help once. It's a pity, he ultimately could not wait for my return. As Zhou Yan said this, he sighed lightly. He reached out, and from his fingertip, a thread of life force even purer than ever before slowly infused into the guiding soul lamp. Buzz! The flame of the guiding soul lamp instantly surged after receiving Zhou Yan's source power. The light it cast was no longer a vague path guide, but had coalesced into a lifelike dynamic image hanging in midair. In the image, there lay a strange valley shrouded in thick grey fog, filled with countless small white flowers that exuded sorrow. Chapter 78 Dowry. At the deepest part of that valley, a sapling of the world tree, no more than an inch tall and entirely green, was struggling to grow. But what was shocking was that at the roots of this sapling, symbolizing endless life and hope, were entangled by countless bizarre black vines. The vines, like maggots, constantly drained the life essence from the world tree sapling. The moment Zhou Yan saw those black vines, his eyes turned cold for the first time. A terrifying chill capable of freezing all realms flashed from his body. It's the rotting root of the Lord of Decay. Zhou Yan's voice carried unmistakable killing intent. This guy, who hides in the downstream of the river of time, only daring to toy with rules of decay and rot, dares to try and pollute my nursery while I'm away. He turned his head to look at Ruan Xinglua, who was also heartbroken and angry due to the polluted world tree sapling. The cold killing intent in his eyes transformed into endless tenderness in an instant. He gently embraced Ruan Xinglua, whispering apologetically and seriously in her ear, "Xinglua, I'm sorry for making you see this. This world tree sapling is the last insurance I planted for Blue Star before I had to leave. It is also the dowry I prepared for you, long overdue by endless years. Now, there's an ignorant pest that wants to destroy it." Zhou Yan raised his head, his gaze seemingly penetrating endless time and space, locking onto the bizarre valley named Weeping Flower Valley. A smile curved on his lips. "Let's go, Xinglua. Our honeymoon journey will start with clearing out those unwanted pests. Zhou Yan took Ruan Xinglua's hand, a gentle smile on his lips. "All right, madam, our honeymoon journey officially begins now." Ruan Xinglua felt the warmth from his palm, her heart filled with an unprecedented sense of peace and sweetness. He nodded vigorously. Zhou Yan no longer said much, he simply held the soul-guiding lamp, which contained the last remnants of the Tombkeeper's spirit, in his palm. He gently blew a breath towards the emerald-green flame at the lamp's wick. V-room. The guiding lamp shone brightly, and a dazzling beam of light, formed from countless pure soul particles and radiating a gentle glow, appeared before the two, stretching straight into the endless void, leading to the Weeping Flower Valley shrouded in grey mist. "Let's go." Zhou Yan wrapped his arm around Ruan Xinglua's slim waist and stepped onto this unique path of souls. This path was not a simple spatial portal. It floated in the chaotic gap between worlds, surrounded by bizarre and fluctuating time-space currents, and countless remnants of forgotten strange worlds. On this path of souls that belonged only to them, Ruan Xinglua snuggled closely against Zhou Yan, enjoying this rare moment of togetherness after the storm. "Honey." She looked up, her clear eyes filled with curiosity. "What exactly are the world tree and that withering lord you mentioned before?" Hearing this, Zhou Yan's eyes revealed a hint of nostalgia. The world tree, well, it's a rather interesting native plugin from the creation of the universe, representing the rules of life and creation. As for that withering lord, Zhou Yan's tone carried a hint of disdain. It's just a weed that exists alongside the world tree, born to represent decay and rot, always wanting to turn the whole garden into its preferred stinking, rotten appearance. Just as the two enjoyed this rare moment of warmth, the calm chaos between the worlds suddenly stirred without warning, kicking up a storm in the void. Boom! Countless shattered remnants of strange worlds, containing violent and chaotic rules of power, were forcibly gathered together by an invisible force, forming a terrifying energy storm capable of tearing apart gods. The storm's power was so great that even Zhou Yan, who always appeared calm, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He looked up at the source of the storm and said thoughtfully, "It seems that the tremor from that previous door has made this already unstable void gap even worse." Crack! With a sharp sound, the soul path constructed by the guiding lamp instantly dimmed under the impact of the terrifying void storm, appearing to develop fine cracks, on the verge of completely shattering. It seems the shortcut to the Weeping Flower Valley is not going to work. Zhou Yan frowned slightly. To protect Ruan Xinglua from the storm's attack, he had to change direction immediately. He glanced at the compass in his hand, where a faint yet stable light spot was flickering not far away. "Alright, let's first take you to a nearby coordinate point where we can temporarily avoid the storm." With that, he wrapped Ruan Xinglua in his arms and vanished from the soul path that was on the verge of collapse. Boundary post of all realms, Ruins Town. This is a neutral small town built on the remains of an ancient giant beast, long deceased, whose body is as vast as an island, lying across the chaotic gap between worlds. Here, in the endless void, countless cross-border travelers and refugees found temporary refuge. The town's mayor is a powerful and bizarre entity capable of changing forms, Zhenmian. He established an ironclad rule that all beings coming to this chaotic ruins town must follow. In the town, regardless of deep-seated grudges or the strength of one's civilization, all forms of private fights and vendettas are strictly forbidden. Those who violate this rule will be mercilessly banished back into the endless void storm that can tear anything apart, regardless of their identity or strength. Zhou Yan and Wan Xingluo's figures quietly appeared at the entrance of this small town. They walked into a tavern that was still open for business. Inside the tavern, the light was dim, and the air was filled with various cheap alcohol, unknown spices, and the complex scents emitted by different races beings. Zhou Yan and Wan Xingluo's presence did not attract much attention. After all, in this ruins town, all kinds of strange beings came and went every day, making their pure human forms seem somewhat ordinary. However, just as Zhou Yan was pulling Wan Xingluo to find a quiet corner to sit down, Wan Xingluo's gaze was drawn to a few unexpected figures at a table in the corner of the tavern. One of them, dressed in exotic and stunning attire, was holding a cup of strange drink and sipping it slowly. It was Mia, the matcher from the oil country, with whom they had collaborated previously in the ruins of the Golden Ancient City. Chapter 79, Re-Encounter. At this moment, she still looked capable, but in her beautiful eyes, there was a trace of unmistakable fatigue and high vigilance towards the surrounding environment. Opposite Mia sat a woman who looked haggard, with a dark complexion and eyes filled with endless resentment and unwillingness. She was Xingu Qiuye, the matcher from the Cherry Blossom Country. At this moment, she had long lost her previous arrogance from the Golden Ancient City. The SS-level enchanted object, Tear of Izanami, which was greatly hoped for by the Cherry Blossom Country, now lay dull and devoid of luster, covered in fine cracks. It was clear that she had suffered irreparable damage in some previous disaster or conflict. Her national fortune had already hit rock bottom. Besides the two of them, at another, more inconspicuous table, sat a young woman who looked somewhat timid and cowardly. Beside her was a guardian spirit that seemed equally weak, resembling a little fairy. Wan Xingluo recognized her. She was Isabella, the matcher from the Blue Star Maple Leaf Country. She represented the vast majority of the Blue Star's small countries, struggling to survive in the cracks. The three of them, along with the countries they represented, seemed unqualified to participate in the earlier Inter-World Coordination Conference. After the conference ended, they were directly transported to a relatively safe area of the strange world for subsequent regular trials. Who would have thought they would encounter each other again due to the sudden void storm? The few tables of Blue Star matchers in the corner, who had been whispering, all noticed them almost simultaneously. The atmosphere instantly became extremely awkward and tense. Mia from the oil country, upon seeing Zhou Yan's calm face, felt her hand holding the drink tremble slightly, a flash of deep awe from the Inter-World Coordination Conference passing through her eyes. And opposite her, the Cherry Blossom Country's contestant, Xingu Qiuye, upon seeing Wan Xingluo, couldn't hide the resentment that burst forth from her already gloomy eyes. At another table, the timid girl, Isabella from the Maple Leaf Country, was so frightened she almost shrank under the table like a scared deer, not daring to lift her head. Clearly, Zhou Yan and Wan Xingluo left a profound and terrifying impression on them from the Inter-World Coordination Conference and their previous missions. Just as the atmosphere grew strange, the tavern's old wooden door, made from some giant beast's rib, was violently pushed open with a bang. A burly mercenary, exuding a strong aura of violence and blood, swaggered in. Starbreaker Raider. Within the tavern, among the well-traveled beings from other worlds. When seeing the badge on the mercenary's shoulder, made of broken stars and white bones, everyone couldn't help but gasp softly and quietly shrink back. This Starbreaker Raider is a notorious mercenary and bandit organization in the cracks of countless worlds, known for its brutality and violence, a nightmare for countless interstellar trade fleets and weak civilizations. This Starbreaker Raider named Khan was clearly a regular at this tavern. As soon as he entered, he walked straight to the bar, ready for the strongest drink. However, when his gaze casually swept across Shingon Akia's table, his eyes instantly lit up. Oh, isn't this the girl from Sakura Country? What's her name? Shingon? Khan held a glass of strong liquor that had just been poured and walked directly in front of Shingon Akia, his face revealing a smile full of invasion and no pretense. He looked her up and down, admiring her face, which was weary but still considered beautiful, and the damaged SS-class cursed item on her chest. He said in a flippant tone, "What's wrong? Did you lose your last pair of pants in the final trial and end up in this godforsaken place to drink away your sorrows? Seeing you looking so pitiful, how about selling me that broken stone on your chest? I can offer a good price. I guarantee you'll eat and drink well in this scrap town." Shingon Akia trembled in anger at Khan's humiliation. She exclaimed fiercely, "Impudent! What are you? How dare you covet the sacred relic of my Sakura Empire?" But her power, greatly diminished due to the decline of her nation's fortune and the damage to her cursed item, was nothing in front of Khan, a fierce mercenary who had survived through countless deadly encounters and was at least in the mid to late stages of the ominous. Seeing the situation, Khan's smile became even more disdainful. "What? You still want to fight me? You should take a look around, and then take a good look at yourself, see how much strength you have left? I advise you to obediently hand over your stuff, or else, you'll only be asking for trouble." Khan's tone was filled with outright threats. Facing this sudden explosive conflict, Zhou Yan seemed to be an innocent bystander, as if everything happening in front of him had nothing to do with him. He dragged Ruan Xinglua and sat down at the empty bar, casually ordering a drink, then watched the good show between Khan and Xingong Akiha with great interest. Behind the bar, a certain avatar of Qianmian, when seeing Zhou Yan's plain face, his hand pouring wine for Zhou Yan, couldn't help but tremble slightly. As the owner of this scrap town, he could sense more clearly than anyone else. This seemingly ordinary human man contained a terrifying power within him, enough to chill everyone's bones. Mia from the oil-rich country, after a brief hesitation and weighing her options, actively brought her glass and sat down beside Ruan Xinglua. Ms. Ruan, Mr. Zhou. Mia nodded slightly at the two, greeting them. Thank you for your help back at the Golden Ancient City. After a simple thank you, she lowered her voice, her expression serious, sharing some intelligence she had just learned. Ms. Ruan, you should be careful in China soon. From what I know, after experiencing the dual defeats at the Coordination Conference and in Golden Village, the most radical and powerful military-industrial complex force in America seems to have reached an agreement through some forbidden sacrificial ritual. They plan to create a type of special war puppet that can be mass-produced, specifically designed to restrain and target the strength of your nation's dragon pillar. Mia's words made Ruan Xinglua's heart shiver slightly. At this moment, the conflict on the other side also escalated. Little girl. It seems you want to drink a toast but would rather suffer punishment. Khan's patience had clearly worn thin. Seeing Xingong Akiha still tightly clutching the damaged pendant in front of her chest, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Khan stopped wasting words, his iron-like big hand reached directly for Xingong Akiha's neck with a vicious grip. Chapter 80, What Secret? He really dared to openly make a move to snatch in this tavern of Remains town where private fights were strictly prohibited. Under Khan's pressure filled with blood and violence, Xingong Akiha was so frightened that her face turned pale, unable to muster even a bit of strength to resist, only letting out a desperate scream. At this moment of life and death, the desperate Xingong Akiha suddenly noticed the two Huaxia men at the bar who had been watching like spectators. As if grasping the last straw for salvation, Xingong Akiha set aside her previous resentment and unwillingness, using all her strength to cry out towards Ruan Xinglua, Huaxia people. I know a major secret about the Master of Withering. Use the secret. Exchange it for your protection this time. Hearing this, Zhou Yan paused slightly with the wineglass in hand, he didn't even turn his head, simply saying indifferently, Oh? What is the secret? Let's hear it. Is it worth your life? Xingong Akiha bit down hard on her teeth, a flash of unwillingness and humiliation in her eyes, and ultimately shouted in a rapid voice, The Master of Withering is not invincible. According to the most ancient myths and epics of my clan, the reason it can embody the rules themselves is that it devoured the sadness of countless worlds and endless living beings. And there exists something that can make it feel joy again. Joy is the deadliest poison for it. Khan's anger was instantly replaced by even greater rage upon hearing their conversation. These two Huaxia people, and this little girl from Sakura country, actually dared to conduct a transaction before him as if he were invisible? This was simply the greatest insult and contempt towards him. Seeking death. Khan exploded in fury. He no longer cared about the damaged SS-grade strange item, instead, he poured all his anger onto Xingong Akiha, who was about to reveal more secrets. He suddenly wielded a giant battle axe shimmering with blood-red light, bringing a terrifying power as he swung it down towards Akiha's head. Zhou Yan, who had been leisurely watching the drama, slowly finished the last sip of the peculiar ghostly brew in his glass. He casually placed the cup gently on the bar. Ding! A clear sound that seemed to pierce through time and space rang out. Within the entire tavern, all beings' movements, thoughts, and even heartbeats seemed to be pressed on pause by an invisible hand at that moment. Time had frozen. Khan's blood-red giant axe bizarrely hovered less than a centimeter from Xingong Akiha's forehead hair. He still wore that vicious and deadly smile on his face. Everything was sealed like an insect trapped in amber, unable to stir. Only Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua remained completely unaffected. Zhou Yan's voice, filled with a hint of laziness and coldness, resonated slowly. You dare to act in front of my wife and think of killing to silence? Did you ask me first? As his words fell, the pause time began to flow again. What? Khan was horrified to discover that his body was completely out of his control. He could feel his mind still functioning, but his limbs and body seemed no longer his own, firmly trapped in place by a force he could not comprehend. Zhou Yan didn't even glance at him, as if he were just an insignificant piece of air. He simply turned his head and looked with a neutral gaze at the tavern master behind the bar, Chen Mian. Boss. Is it time to enforce the rules here? The moment Qian Mian heard Zhou Yan's words, his transformed body jolted violently, almost collapsing on the spot. Yes. Yes. Honorable. Sir. He dared not show any slackness, immediately dissolving the bartender's image and transforming into a majestic figure in solemn robes, holding a thick legal tone, with an extremely imposing demeanor of a judge. He raised the law book in his hand and, in an emotionally flat voice, announced the judgment against Khan to the entire tavern. Starbreaker, Khan. Within the Dreamer's Tavern, you blatantly violate the only ironclad rule of Remains Town, deliberately engaging in private combat, attempting murder and robbery. For this crime, you shall be executed. Your soul shall enter the void storm, eternally sinking, never to be reborn. Exile, to be executed immediately. As the judge's words fell, the space around Khan's imprisoned body began to twist violently. No. No. I was wrong. Spare me, Lord. Please spare me, Lord Qian Mian. Khan finally managed to cry out, but it was all too late. An irresistible force transformed into countless invisible chains, dragging him inexorably toward the tavern's exit. In the terrified eyes of all the interdimensional travelers in the tavern, this infamous Starbreaker was heartlessly thrown out into the void storm like a broken sack. Without even a scream to call out, his body was instantly torn apart in that raging void storm. This scene left all the travelers in the tavern, who had previously held on to hopes of escape, utterly terrified and silent as a grave. Zhou Yan saving Shinomiya Akiha was certainly not out of goodwill. He simply disliked others jumping up and down in front of his wife, disturbing their peace. He turned his head, looking at Shinomiya Akiha with indifference, and said faintly, "Your information is somewhat interesting. But it's not enough to buy your life. Give me your tear. As a trade, I can tell you how to make this tear, which only knows how to flow sadness, truly bring forth joy." Shinomiya Akiha suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness, a flicker of incredulous shock flashing through them. He actually knew the core secret of Izanami's tear? In the end, Shinomiya Akiha still surrendered. She trembled, using the last bit of her strength to hand over her final reliance to Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan took the dull tear, not even glancing at it twice. He casually flicked it with his finger. A thread of blessing power from Night Cry Nation quietly seeped into that tear. Buzz! A miracle happened. On that tear, the once fearsome cracks began to repair themselves at a visible speed, as if by magic. The aura it emitted was no longer that pure, heart-wrenching sadness and resentment. Instead, there emerged a strange aura entwining sadness and joy, full of contradiction and hope. Chapter 81, Auction. Take it, leave here, and go to a place where you can feel truly happy from the bottom of your heart. Zhou Yan casually tossed the oddly changed tear back to Shinomiya Akiha. Perhaps it can give you an unexpected surprise. Take care of yourself. Shindong Akiha stared blankly at the tears of Izanami in her hand, its aura now completely different, with a heart full of mixed emotions, unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. At this moment, the judgment officer, transformed into 1,000 faces, respectfully bowed to Zhou Yan once more before announcing loudly, "To celebrate our remnants town surviving another terrifying void storm, and to thank all travelers for maintaining order in our town. The station has decided to hold a small, impromptu auction immediately. At the auction, various bizarre items, just recovered by the station guards from the outer void storm, will appear." As this news emerged, the oppressive atmosphere in the tavern slightly eased. Soon, several seemingly extraordinary odd materials and broken strange artifacts were presented one by one and were auctioned off at high prices by the wealthy alien merchants or mercenaries in the tavern. Finally, it was time for the last item, the grand finale of this auction. When that item was presented, a rich and evil aura, filled with decay, rot, and death, instantly spread throughout the tavern. It was a piece about the length of an arm, entirely black as ink, covered in countless twisted barbs, and fatally pulsating, as if possessing its own life, a fallen root of the world tree. At the moment that fallen root appeared, the soul-holding lamp in Wan Xingluo's arms suddenly jumped. And Zhou Yan, who had always been relaxed, paused slightly, a hint of imperceptible coldness flashing in the depths of his eyes. However, the one who reacted the most in the room was not the two of them, but rather Shingong Akiha, who had just walked back from the gates of hell, both her spirit and body on the verge of collapse. Upon seeing the fallen root exuding a strong aura of decay and rot, her once dull eyes erupted with an almost manic, hysterical fervor. The Lord of Decay. This is the source power of the Lord of Decay. Although filled with fallenness and decay, its essence remained the source of that terrifying existence she could never reach. If she could obtain it, forcefully fuse it, then not only could she repair all the damage to Tears of Izanami, but she might even gain a windfall and ascend to greatness. Obtain the chance to repel a part of the Lord of Decay's power. This might be her only chance to turn the tide. I need that root. I want it. I will give everything I have. Without hesitation, Shindong Akiha bid her all for the fallen root, which appeared to others as nothing more than a poisonous object. And in the very first moment of securing it, she didn't even wait for the auction to end, but directly pressed the root against her heart, attempting to force a fusion under the gazes of those who regarded her as a madman. Ah! However, the terrifying power from the Lord of Decay within the root was not something her already exhausted, broken body could withstand. A shriek that sounded inhuman, piercing and utterly tragic, erupted from Shingong Akiha's mouth. Her body began to visibly be covered and entwined by countless black vines at an alarming speed. An aura, many times stronger than before, filled with endless madness and pure will of decay, erupted violently from her. Right before everyone's eyes, she directly transformed into a being that has completely lost reason, only knowing how to spread decay and rot. A moving, destructive calamity was born in the enclosed tavern, completely unexpected by everyone. She had long lost any sense of reason. Only endless madness and the desire for destruction remain. After surveying the surroundings, she immediately locked onto the life force that was the strongest in the room, which belonged to Ruan Xingluo. Zhou Yan watched as the withering apostle, which had completely lost its human form, roared and prepared to pounce on Ruan Xingluo, slowly putting down his wine glass. He let out a gentle sigh, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. You see, there are always people who like to cut off their own paths. He turned his head, looking at Ruan Xingluo, who was already prepared for battle beside him. Xingluo, it seems our appetizer for this honeymoon trip has come knocking at our door. Shingong Qiuye let out a piercing scream, but her voice quickly became less human. Her body began to twist and deform, her skin turning rough like tree bark, the rationality in her eyes completely disappearing, replaced by pure decay and the desire for destruction. I understand. Zhou Yan remained calmly seated at the bar, as if everything happening before him was within his expectations. The Lord of Withering has already planted seeds in her, the blessing power earlier was just an introduction, the real goal was to activate this seed. The transformed Shingong Qiuye let out a roar that was completely unrecognizable as human. Roar! A terrifying halo of decay instantly expanded from her as the center. All matter in the tavern began to rot rapidly, wooden tables and chairs were instantly covered in wormholes, and metal cups began to rust on the spot. Even the air turned putrid and unbearable. Black, decaying vines wildly spread from the feet of the withering apostle, instantly blocking all exits of the tavern. It's over. We are trapped. The other travelers from various worlds in the tavern panicked as they realized that the original exit was completely blocked by dense, black vines. The embodiment of the thousand faces will descended, the figure of a judge reappeared, but this time his voice carried a hint of helplessness. This is voluntary merging, not private conflict, within the rules, the station will not interfere. However, to ensure the safety of the remains town, this place will be temporarily sealed until the threat is removed. After saying this, the embodiment of the thousand faces disappeared, clearly not intending to meddle in this matter. Huaxia streaming room. Holy crap! Shingong Qiuye has turned into a monster. What's going on? Why did she suddenly transform? We are trapped. Goddess Ruan is in danger. Zhou Yan is still calmly drinking, isn't he too composed? Hurry up. If we don't act soon, the wife will be gone. The livestream screen became intermittent due to the rules blockade, but it still barely captured the dangerous scene inside the tavern. The withering apostle locked onto the strongest life force, Ruan Xingluo, and suddenly lunged at her. Ruan Xingluo immediately reacted, the power of the dragon pillar surged forth from within her. Dragon roar 9 heavens. The golden dragon energy solidified into a majestic dragon phantom, roaring towards the withering apostle. However, what shocked everyone was that the unstoppable dragon phantom began to rapidly fade the moment it came into contact with the halo of decay. What? Ruan Xingluo's expression changed. She realized that her dragon pillar power had little effect on this monster. Even more terrifying was that the halo emitted by the withering apostle not only corroded matter but also polluted energy itself. Even the dragon energy within her began to stagnate, as if something was dragging it, causing its operation speed to slow down. This isn't just a simple power clash. Zhou Yan's voice resonated directly into Ruan Xingluo's mind through the soul imprint. This is a higher-level rule pollution. The halo of decay it emits can assimilate all energy, the stronger your dragon energy, the more severely it becomes polluted. While Ruan Xingluo struggled to resist the withering apostle's attack, she anxiously asked, "What should we do?" "Do you see? This is not Shingong Qiuye but a port of the Lord of Withering's power." Zhou Yan remained calmly sitting at the bar, even leisurely pouring himself another glass of wine. It is trying to transform this place into a decaying dead zone suitable for its master to descend. If you kill it directly, this uncontrolled decaying power will explode instantly, and the consequences will be worse. If you want to win, you first need to find a way to cut off its connection with its master. On the other side, Mia from the Oil Nation struggled to activate her defensive trick, barely protecting herself and the already terrified Isabella. But her trick was quickly aging under the influence of the decaying aura, with fine cracks appearing on its surface. Damn it! At this rate, we can't hold on much longer. The other travelers in the tavern were screaming in agony. Some began to grow decaying moss on their bodies, others' weapons turned to rust powder on the spot. A lizard man from a foreign merchant group looked in terror at its rotting scales, desperately shouting, "Help! I don't want to die. But the decaying apostle didn't care at all about the lives or deaths of these ants. Its goal was only one, the life force most vibrant, Wan Xingluo. Roar! The decaying apostle roared again, condensing a segment of root exuding a strong aura of death in its hand. That was the root of the fallen world tree. Even more strangely, all the tables, chairs, wine bottles, and other miscellaneous items around, which were corroded by decaying power, suddenly came to life. They surged toward Wan Xingluo like they had been given life, making eerie crack 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 sounds, overwhelming her. These are all decaying minions. While Wan Xingluo waved her dragon chi to shatter these decaying items, she felt shocked in her heart. But there were simply too many of them, unable to kill them all. Moreover, for each one she killed, her dragon chi would be contaminated a little. Taking advantage of Wan Xingluo being entangled by countless minions, the decaying apostle raised the segment of the fallen world tree root high. The root gleamed with deadly black light, obviously preparing to unleash a fatal strike. Huaxiao Live Channel. It's over, it's over. Goddess Ruan is being besieged. That root looks very dangerous. Why hasn't God Zhou taken action yet? If he doesn't soon, it's really going to be bad. Could it be that he's overdone it and is about to crash? At this critical moment, Zhou Yan finally put down his wine glass. But he still didn't stand up, he just used his soul's mark to give instructions simultaneously to Wan Xingluo, Mia, and Isabella. Listen carefully, I will only say it once. Zhou Yan's voice echoed in the minds of the three. Mia, use your blood evil power to set up a blood sacrifice altar on the east side of the tavern to attract the hatred of those rotting minions. Isabella, have your little fairy use light of life to continuously shine on the root in the apostle's hand. Remember, it's the root, not the apostle itself. Xingluo, you will be the main attacker. Once Isabella's interference takes effect, and its connection with its master is delayed, cut that root with all your strength. Understood. Mia wasted no time executing the command, and a rich blood-red light instantly gathered in her hands. Isabella was trembling in fear, but she also gathered her courage to give her little fairy a command. Little light, I'm counting on you. The little fairy nodded, bursting forth pure light of life that shot toward the root in the decaying apostle's hand. The plan was about to begin. But the root in the decaying apostle's hand had already charged up, with shadows of death looming over Wan Xingluo's head. This strike would determine everyone's life or death. Mia gritted her teeth, hands forming seals, as dense blood evil power coalesced before her into an eerie blood-red altar. Blood sacrifice altar. Draw their attention to me. As soon as the altar formed, those rotting tables and chairs surged toward it like sharks smelling blood. But there were simply too many of these decaying minions. The altar shook and wobbled under the assault of countless minions. Mia's face grew increasingly pale. Damn it! I can't hold on anymore. On the other side, Isabella trembled as she issued commands to the fairy beside her. Little light, shine the light of life on that root. The fairy gave a crisp chirp, and a pure light of life erupted from its body. The light shot directly toward the dark root in the hands of the withering apostle. However, for the powerful withering apostle, this little light of life was as insignificant as a breeze on the face. But strangely, the black light on that root began to flicker slightly, as if it was being interfered with. It's working. Keep going. Zhou Yan's voice echoed in Isabella's mind. Isabella gritted her teeth and persisted, the fairy's light of life continued to shine. Finally, an extremely short moment of stillness appeared in the raised arm of the withering apostle. This was the flaw in that instant. Did you see that? Its connection to the master was interfered with. A flash of approval crossed Zhou Yan's eyes. Though the light of life is weak, it has precisely interfered with the energy transmission of the root. However, at that moment, the withering apostle was thoroughly enraged by this continuous disturbance. Roar! It momentarily abandoned Wan Xingluo and suddenly turned to pounce on the weakest Isabella. That fallen world tree root aimed its world-destroying power directly at Isabella's heart. Be careful! Mia exclaimed in alarm, but she was entangled by the decayed servant and couldn't rescue her in time. Isabella's fairy let out a mournful cry, using all its strength to shield its master. But its tiny body was like an ant in front of the withering apostle. The light of life was instantly suppressed by the power of withering, quickly dimming. Seeing the fairy was about to be completely devoured by the power of decay. Xingluo, now is the time. Zhou Yan's voice boomed like thunder in Wan Xingluo's mind. Don't attack its physical form, sever its connection with the world. Wan Xingluo instantly understood Zhou Yan's intention. Chapter 83, Power. She did not attack the physical root, but focused her will to the highest degree. The power of the dragon pillar within her perfectly merged with the annihilating sword intent of the returning silence. One sword of annihilation. Sever the causality. A nearly transparent sword light erupted from the returning silence. This sword light did not attack the withering apostle's body but directly slashed toward something deeper. It targeted the connection of rules between it and the Lord of Withering. Ah! The Withering Apostle let out a scream from deep within its soul. That sound was so piercing that everyone present felt their scalps tingle. One of its greatest sources of power was severed. The connection to the Lord of Withering thus revealed a fatal crack. Impossible. How can you sever the connection of rules? For the first time, the Withering Apostle spoke rationally. That was the remaining consciousness of Kamagumo Akiha questioning in terror. Connection of rules? Ruan Xinghua laughed coldly. You are merely a port of the Lord of Withering's power. Since it is a port, it can naturally be disconnected. The connection was severely injured, and the power within the Withering Apostle began to fiercely backlash against the remnants of Kamagumo Akiha's soul. No! I am not willing. I have not taken my revenge yet. The voice of Kamagumo Akiha grew gradually weaker. The drop of tears on her chest began to violently tremble under this terrifying backlash. Crack! A huge crack appeared on the surface of the drop. Crack! Crack! More cracks began to spread densely. Finally, under the shocked gazes of everyone, this national treasure of Sakura country shattered completely, turning into countless crystal fragments that scattered across the ground. At the moment the drop of tears completely shattered, a cold system announcement echoed from the sky. Global system announcement, Blue Star region. Sakura country contestant Kamagumo Akiha, due to forcibly fusing with a forbidden object and failing, her soul and national fortune imprint were completely assimilated and obliterated by the rules of Withering. Her bond with the national fortune of Sakura country was forcibly dissolved. The national fortune of Sakura country has hit 0, its rating downgraded to unobservable. Sakura country will permanently lose the qualification to participate in any subsequent weird marriages and related events in the multitude of worlds. In the Huaxia live stream room. Wow! Sakura country has been directly removed. This is the end of betrayal. Shingo Akiha has truly shot himself in the foot. It's satisfying. Just watching it feels good. A country has just disappeared, that's too ruthless. Audiences around the world were shocked. A once powerful nation has now been completely removed from the stage of the weird world. It has forever lost the chance to rise again. On the screen, the column representing Sakura country instantly turned gray. There will never be any light again. The Withering Apostle lost its connection to its master, also losing the support of Shingo Akiha's national fortune, and its power began to rapidly decline. Though it still maintained a strong body and withering power, it had turned into a brainless beast that only knew how to destroy. It's time to end this. Zhou Yan finally stood up and slowly walked to the beast. The beast sensed the terrifying aura on Zhou Yan and instinctively took a few steps back. But Zhou Yan gave it no chance to escape. He extended his finger and lightly touched the beast's forehead. The withering power is indeed troublesome, but you're just a half-baked version, not enough to be a threat. As he spoke, Zhou Yan actually reached his hand inside the beast's body. Under everyone's disbelieving gaze, he forcefully pulled out a segment of the world tree's root from the beast's insides. No! That is my power. The beast let out a desperate roar, but it was already powerless to resist. Losing the root, the massive body of the beast began to shrink rapidly, finally turning into a pool of foul-smelling black water, completely dissipating. Is that it? Mia looked at the pool of black water, somewhat unable to believe it. The Withering Apostle that had just been so powerful was so easily solved? Of course not. Zhou Yan held the root in his hand and casually wiped off the withering power from it. The root regained its emerald green color, exuding a rich aura of life. The real show is just beginning. As the battle ended, the withering seal in the tavern was also lifted. The decayed vines withered and disappeared, and the entrances reopened. The Thousand Faces avatar reappeared, looking at the root in Zhou Yan's hand, filled with shock. This is the activated root of the world tree? Not bad at discerning. Zhou Yan handed the root to Ruan Xinghua. A nice souvenir, keep it. As Ruan Xinghua just received the root, a miracle happened. At the tip of the root, a tiny green sprout, no bigger than a grain of rice, broke the surface. A weak but incomparably pure pulse of life emanated from it. This pulse of life was like a spring breeze, instantly dispelling the remaining smell of decay in the tavern. Even the travelers who had been injured under the withering aura began to rapidly heal. Thousand Faces, sensing this aura, was so shocked that it couldn't speak. After a long time, it finally exclaimed in surprise, "It's the breath of the origin. The legendary power that can bring life back to all worlds. How is this possible?" The breath of the origin had already disappeared. Other travelers in the tavern were also stunned, their eyes wide open upon hearing the words breath of the origin. This is the legendary supreme power. It is said that only a true world tree can emit the breath of the origin. And now, this power has appeared on a small new sprout of a root. The appearance of the breath of the origin fundamentally changed Thousand Faces' attitude. It respectfully walked to Zhou Yan and held out an ancient token with both hands. Sir, this is the highest authority token for the Ruins Town. From today on, Ruins Town is willing to serve you as its master. We only hope that in the future, if the World Tree can truly reappear in the world, we can receive even a thread of protection. Let the thousands of wanderers in this Ruins Town have a true place to live. Xian Mian respectfully handed the token to Zhou Yan, his tone filled with awe. My lord, this token not only represents the highest control of Ruins Town, but it is also a symbol recognized by many neutral forces in the cracks of the myriad realms. With it, your actions in the entire cracks of the myriad realms will be smooth and unimpeded. Zhou Yan casually took the token and weighed it in his hand. Interesting, it even has space coordinates engraved on it. Yes, my lord. Xian Mian quickly explained. These coordinates connect various important nodes in the cracks of the myriad realms, including information exchange stations, resource supply points, and some hidden shelters. Zhou Yan tucked the token into his bosom and said to Ruan Xinglua, look, sometimes doing good deeds does pay off. Now we have a permanent transit station and intelligence center in the cracks of the myriad realms. Chapter 84, Another System Announcement. Ruan Xinglua nodded with a smile, you are amazing, husband. Just saving someone casually can bring such great benefits. At that moment, the voice of the system announcement echoed through the sky again. Global System Announcement. The Blue Star Huaxia civilization has gained permanent rule and highest ally status in the neutral Force Thousand Realms Post Station Ruins Town due to the noble actions of the betrothed Ruan Xinglua and partner Zhou Yan. Huaxia's influence and strategic depth in the strange world has greatly increased. Huaxia Live Broadcast Room. Here it comes. Another system announcement. Our Huaxia's national fortune growth method is always so plain and unadorned. While others fight hard for resources, we simply do good and are rewarded. This is the gap in strength. The audience of Huaxia had already become numb to such unexpected gains. Their national fortune growth method always surprises yet feels so natural. Zhou Yan's gaze turned to Mia and Isabella, who had contributed in this battle. Although their strength was not strong, their cooperation in critical moments was essential. He casually threw some strange objects left by Khan to them. Your courage is worth this price. Mia caught a short knife shimmering with bloodlight, shocked to discover it was actually an A-grade strange object. This is too precious. Isabella's charm in her hand also emitted a powerful aura, causing her little spirit to flutter with excitement. No need to be polite. Zhou Yan said lightly. In the future, the Huaxia Merchant Group in Ruins Town will reserve some slots for your country. Seize the opportunity, and don't let me down. Mia and Isabella were both shocked and delighted. They understood how heavy this statement was. Being able to connect with Huaxia's trade route was an immense opportunity for small countries like theirs. It meant their country would have a stable source of resources and information channels. In this cruel world of the weak being preyed upon by the strong, this was more precious than any strange object. Oil Country Live Broadcast Room. Princess Mia made the right move. Following Huaxia means there's food to eat? This alliance is so wise. Maple Leaf Country Live Broadcast Room. Isabella, keep it up. Our country is saved. Huaxia is truly benevolent. Their national fortune also received a slight boost due to this correct alignment. Although the increase was not large, for these struggling small countries, it was already a precious chance. After solving all the matters, the void storm outside the tavern had also calmed down. The cracks of the myriad realms had restored relative peace. Zhou Yan prepared to reopen the path to the Weeping Flower Valley. Xian Mian, may I borrow your myriad realms star dial? Of course, my lord. Xian Mian immediately took out a beautifully crafted device resembling a celestial instrument. This was the Myriad Realms Star Dial, capable of detecting all navigation routes and dangers in the cracks of the Myriad Realms. Zhou Yan took the star dial, preparing to plan the safest route to the Weeping Flower Valley. However, when he entered the coordinates for Weeping Flower Valley, the star dial emitted a harsh alarm. Beep beep beep. Detecting large-scale hostile forces. Beep beep beep. The flight path is blocked. The center of the star dial projected an astonishing image. On the essential route to the Valley of Weeping Flowers, a fleet of dozens of giant battleships was on high alert. These warships had extremely bizarre shapes, blending mechanical technology with strange powers. The hulls were densely engraved with runes, emitting an unsettling glow. And on the fleet's flag was a pattern of gears interwoven with a skull. Abyss Mechanized Capital. Mia's face changed drastically. It's really them. The image from the World Star Dial continuously zoomed in, showing clearer details. The fleet from the Abyss Mechanized Capital not only blocked the flight path but had also established a temporary Star Realm fortress there. Surrounding the fortress were various defensive works and detection equipment. It was clear they were lying in wait, waiting for someone to come. They are waiting for us. Ruan Xinglua frowned. It seems the beautiful nation has truly reached an agreement with this Abyss mechanized capital. Nia solemnly added more information. The combination of Abyss mechanized capital's technology and strange power is extremely troublesome. Their most terrifying weapon is the God Slayer War Puppet, which has a strong restraining effect against rule-type and astral-type strangeness. Their appearance here absolutely aims at the Lord of Withering or the World Tree. Hearing this, Xianmian couldn't help but gasp. God Slayer Puppet? That's the legendary ultimate weapon capable of hunting gods. It's said that one God Slayer puppet can easily wipe out a medium civilization. However, facing everyone's concerns, Zhou Yan revealed a smile of interest. Oh? The combination of technology and strangeness? That's quite interesting. I played with this kind of technology for a while back then, but later found it too primitive, so I discarded it. Just right, let's see what level they have developed to. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Zhou Yan also played with this technology back then? And he discarded it because he found it too primitive? What level of existence is this? Huaxia Live Room. I knew it. The beautiful nation's desire for our downfall never dies. They have teamed up with a new villain again. But it seems that God Zhou is not worried at all. No kidding. God Zhou doesn't even regard the Lord of Withering. How could he fear these robots? This time we must uproot them completely. Zhou Yan looked at the image on the star dial. His smile became meaningful. Very good, saves me the trouble of searching for them one by one. Since they are so eager to court death, I will oblige them. He closed the star dial and then took out the blade tip of the Blade of Annihilation. The blade tip emitted a faint aura of extinction in his hand. Zhou Yan gently slashed at the void. Swish! A pitch-black space crack was instantly torn open. The edges of the crack shimmered with dangerous light, as if able to swallow everything. However, what came from the other side of the crack was not any astral aura, but a series of terrifying wails seemingly from an industrial hell. The rumbling sound of machinery ran together with the piercing screeches of metal friction, as well as countless cries of pain from sentient beings, forming a horrific symphony from the abyss. This is the homeland of Abyss Mechanized Capital. Shenmian was so shocked he couldn't speak. You can actually open a spatial passage directly to the core area of Abyss Mechanized Capital. Just a small trick. Zhou Yan took Ruan Xingluo's hand and walked towards the crack. We are going to Abyss Mechanized Capital for a personal visit. By the way, let's borrow their production line for a bit. Ruan Xingluo followed Zhou Yan, curiously asking, Hubby, what are we going to do? It's simple. Zhou Yan turned back to take a look at the fleet on the star dial. Since they have prepared so many warships to deal with us, wouldn't it be a waste not to use them? I want to take all these warships for my own use. And those god-slaying puppets can be used to strengthen Huaxia's military. As they spoke, their figures disappeared into the crack in space. Only Qianmian and the others were left standing there, dumbfounded. He really plans to raid the home of Abyss Machinery City. Nia swallowed hard. This is too crazy. However, they quickly remembered the terrifying strength Zhou Yan had displayed earlier. It seemed that nothing was impossible for him. Chapter 85, Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. The crack in space slowly closed, and Zhou Yan and Ruan Xingluo's figures disappeared in the industrial hell of Abyss Machinery City. However, 10 minutes later, the two unexpectedly appeared at the Blue Star Alliance's transit station in the strange world. Husband, didn't we intend to go to Abyss Machinery City? Ruan Xingluo asked with some confusion. We will definitely go, but not now. Zhou Yan held her hand and walked toward the hall of the transit station. There are more important matters to handle first. Their return instantly triggered a stir throughout the entire transit station. It's Huaxia's matchmaker. She has returned. Look. That's the one who defeated the entire Beautiful Nation Alliance alone, Ruan Xingluo. And that terrifying man beside her. The representatives and staff from various countries in the transit station stopped their tasks, all gazing at this couple. The atmosphere grew heavy with a mix of respect and fear in their eyes. Huaxia's live broadcast room. The king returns. This is our face. Did you see? Who dares to speak loudly to our goddess Ruan now? This is the respect brought by strength. So satisfying. Huaxia has suffered so much internationally, and now we will reclaim everything with interest. Just as everyone was still in shock, a middle-aged white man covered in sweat hurried over. Ms. Ruan, Mr. Zhou, I am James, the new representative of the beautiful nation. The new representative was extremely humble, completely lacking the arrogance typically displayed by beautiful nation people. I am here to discuss the installment payment of the compensation list with Huaxia. Oh? What about Ashton? Ruan Xingluo asked indifferently. James's face turned awkward. Secretary Ashton has been dismissed due to the disastrous failure of the Golden Land Plan and the loss of elite agents. Our Congress has passed a resolution to pay all compensation amounts in 10 installments. The first installment is ready, and as long as you nod, we will transfer it immediately. Hearing this, the representatives from around the room gasped in shock. The beautiful nation actually took the initiative to propose installment compensation? This was unimaginable in the past. 10 installments? Zhou Yan chuckled lightly. It seems your sincerity is still not enough. James felt cold sweat running down his back. Then, what do you mean? 5 installments. And each installment must be paid in advance with interest. Zhou Yan's tone was flat. James gritted his teeth but ultimately nodded in agreement. All right. We accept this condition. At this moment, a representative from the European Alliance hurried over. Ms. Ruan, we in the European Alliance are also willing to fulfill the compensation agreement. And we hope to gain a spot in the wreckage trade circle led by Huaxia. Immediately after, envoys from major powers like the Northern Bear Nation and Indian Federation rushed over. They all shared the same attitude. They not only wanted to fulfill the compensation agreement but also hoped to get a share of the pie under Huaxia's protection. Watching these once arrogant Western politicians now so humble, the Huaxia audience felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. However, just as everyone was immersed in this exhilarating feeling, Zhou Yan's expression turned serious. Xinglua, do you sense something unusual in the Blue Star homeland? Ruan Xinglua closed her eyes, sensing the connection with Huaxia's national fortune. After a moment, her expression changed as well. The concentration of spiritual energy is too high. And it continues to rise. Ordinary people in many areas have begun to show symptoms of discomfort. Zhou Yan nodded. The side effects of the national fortune soaring are beginning to manifest. He turned to the foreign representatives and said, we will talk about your matters later. There are more urgent issues to address now. After speaking, he pulled Ruan Xinglua and quickly left the hall. Upon reaching the highest level of the transfer station, Zhou Yan initiated remote communication with the local Blue Star. The images on the screen shocked everyone. Spiritual intoxication phenomena have appeared all over Huaxia. Some ordinary citizens could not adapt to the suddenly increased concentration of spiritual energy and began to exhibit symptoms of physical mutations. Some people's skin started to develop strange patterns, some had golden eyes, and others even began to grow scales. Even more terrifying, some newly emerged Huaxia extraordinary individuals experienced rapid power increases, and their minds could not keep up, indicating signs of heart demons emerging. This can't go on like this. Ruan Xinglua said anxiously. If we don't control this in time, ordinary people won't be able to bear it. I understand. Zhou Yan said solemnly. National fortune is like water, it can carry a boat or capsize it. Today's Huaxia is like a forcibly ripened fruit, the exterior may be bright, but there are hidden dangers within. I must first help Blue Star lay a solid foundation. Ruan Xinglua thought Zhou Yan would directly use divine power to fix the problems on Blue Star. But he shook his head. Giving someone a fish is not as good as teaching them to fish. If I directly suppress these side effects with power, then the people of Huaxia will never learn to adapt to power themselves. Next time they encounter a similar situation, they will still be at a loss. Zhou Yan turned to Ruan Xinglua, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Your national fortune proxy privilege is not just to use power. Its true function is to make you a bridge between Huaxia's national fortune and its countless people. Through this bridge, we can enable every person in Huaxia to learn to adapt to and control their power. Ruan Xinglua pondered, you mean? To start a brand new national trial for everyone. A bright light flashed in Zhou Yan's eyes. Using you as a bridge, we will guide the rule power of the strange world to all the people of Huaxia in a gentle and controllable way. Let them learn to adapt to and control their powers on their own. Without hesitation, Zhou Yan immediately began to construct a huge ceremonial magic array in the core area of the transfer station. The patterns of the magic array were extremely complex, blending ancient Huaxia array knowledge with the rule power of the strange world. Xinglua, stand in the eye of the array. Zhou Yan guided Ruan Xinglua. As your national fortune proxy, connect your will with the golden dragon of Huaxia's national fortune. Ruan Xinglua positioned herself as instructed, closed her eyes, and began to establish a deeper connection with the golden dragon of national fortune. As the magic array activated, a golden beam of light shot into the sky. This beam pierced through the spatial barrier between the strange world and Blue Star, reaching the heart of Huaxia. It worked! Ruan Xinglua joyfully discovered that through the amplification of the magic array, she could actually perceive the mental state of every citizen in Huaxia. Even more incredibly, she began to create a shared virtual space in the dreams of all Huaxia citizens. This space was based on Huaxia's famous mountains and rivers and mythical legends, stunning yet full of challenges. Huaxia Spirit Realm. Zhou Yan looked at the virtual world displayed in the center of the magic array and nodded with satisfaction. From today on, all Huaxia people can enter the spirit realm in a soul form while they sleep. There, they can undergo the most basic spiritual adaptability training and learn to control the surging powers within them. Huaxia Live Broadcast Room. Wow! What kind of divine operation is this? Is the era of national cultivation coming? I want to sleep right now and give it a try. Zhou Xin wants to turn our Huaxia into a realm of cultivation. The light of the formation is getting brighter and brighter, and the Huaxia spirit realm is becoming more and more real. The news of the successful activation of the Huaxia spirit realm quickly spread across the entire Blue Star. In just a few minutes, over 1 billion viewers flooded into Huaxia's live broadcast room. In the live stream, top experts like Lin Angua sat in the studio, beginning to explain the existence of the spirit realm in detail to the people of the nation. Fellow Huaxia compatriots, everyone don't panic. Lin Angua's voice spread into thousands of homes through the broadcast. This Huaxia spirit realm is completely safe. It is a training space specially built by our country to help everyone adapt to the surge in power. Everyone can enter while sleeping and safely learn how to control the spiritual energy within their bodies. The bullet comments exploded instantly. I dreamed about it last night. That place is so beautiful. I met a legendary immortal inside. He taught me breathing techniques. This is real cultivation. Our Huaxia is about to rise. Other countries are suffering disasters, but we are leveling up. Lin Angua continued to explain, all the mentors and opportunities you meet in the spirit realm are genuine and effective. By cultivating in the dream state, you will gradually master the surging spiritual energy in your body and avoid physical mutations. At the same time, the spirit realm will provide personalized training guidance according to each person's talent and needs. The enthusiasm of the Huaxia people was unprecedented. In internet cafes, coffee shops, and even company lounges across the country, people could be seen discussing their experiences in the spirit realm. Meanwhile, at the transfer station of the Eerie world, Zhou Yan was finalizing the enhancements for the Huaxia spirit realm. He took out the golden divine essence obtained from the Golden Land. This divine essence's fortune power is just what we need. Zhou Yan slowly infused the golden divine essence into Huaxia's financial luck and national fortune. As the divine essence merged, the national fortune golden dragon of Huaxia began to shimmer with a faint golden light. With this, the Huaxia people will gain a slight boost in luck during business, finance, and other activities. Ruan Xinglua, feeling this change at the center of the formation, was filled with joy. Honey, I can feel the entire Huaxia's commercial luck is on the rise. This is not just personal luck, it's a driving force for the entire nation's economic development. As the host and rule guider of the Huaxia spirit realm, Ruan Xinglua's identity as the national fortune representative was greatly refined in this process. Her control over power also became more and more adept. In the hearts of the Huaxia people, Ruan Xinglua's status had almost been deified. In the Huaxia live broadcast room, Goddess Ruan is our guardian deity. With Goddess Ruan here, our Huaxia will never fail. This is our national mother. I kneel in prayer for Goddess Ruan to bless my stocks to hit the limit up tomorrow. However, just as the entire Huaxia was starting the internal test upgrade, other countries were struggling with endless eerie disasters. James, the new representative of the beautiful country, hurried to the transfer station and found Huaxia's staff. Can we purchase the technology of the Huaxia spirit realm? James spoke with urgency. We are willing to pay any price. The Huaxia diplomat coldly glanced at him. This kind of technology is priceless and not for sale. James refused to give up. Then can we let some citizens of the beautiful country enter the Huaxia spirit realm for training? We can pay tuition. Impossible. The diplomat's reply was firm. The Huaxia spirit realm is only open to those with Huaxia blood. This is a strict rule. James left dejectedly. But the beautiful country did not give up. They began to try to imitate Huaxia's approach. A few days later, the beautiful country announced the launch of the Free Dream Project. However, due to a lack of national fortune and missing core technologies, what they produced were only a few low-quality nightmare spaces filled with danger and curses. Among the first batch of testers entering the beautiful country's dream, 1/3 directly turned into vegetative state. Another part of the people were possessed by evil spirits in the dream and woke up mentally unstable. This incident triggered massive social unrest in the beautiful country. The people took to the streets to protest against the government's incompetence, demanding a closer cooperation with Huaxia. The EU, North Bear Nation, and other forces saw the miserable situation of the beautiful country and also abandoned their plans for independent development. They could only watch helplessly as Huaxia's overall strength created an insurmountable chasm between them. On the third day of Huaxia's spiritual realm operation, the effects were already extremely significant. The phenomenon of spiritual air intoxication had essentially disappeared nationwide, and the issue of inner demons had also been alleviated to some extent. More importantly, the overall quality of the Huaxia people improved significantly within just a few days. Just as Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua prepared to proceed with their next plan, Ruan Xinglua suddenly frowned. Honey, there is an anomaly at the edge of Huaxia's spiritual realm. What seems to be wrong? Zhou Yan immediately focused on her words. Ruan Xinglua shut her eyes, carefully sensing the condition of the spiritual realm. Some non-Huaxia spiritual fluctuations are trying to break in forcibly. And their number is still increasing. A hint of coldness flashed in Zhou Yan's eyes. Interesting, someone actually dares to sneak into our spiritual realm? Through the monitoring system of the spiritual realm, they witnessed a shocking scene. Some foreigners, clearly not of Huaxia bloodline, were trying to enter Huaxia's spiritual realm through various bizarre rituals and props. Some were using dream intrusion devices from strange worlds. Others even summoned specialized strange sorcerers to forcefully tear apart the barriers of dreams. Among these infiltrators, there are extraordinary individuals from the beautiful country, wealthy people from the EU, and even government officials from some small nations. Ruan Xinglua spoke with anger. Do they think Huaxia's spiritual realm is a public resource? This sneaking incident rapidly escalated, with more and more elites from other countries beginning to follow suit. Governments publicly condemned this violation of sovereignty while secretly supporting their country's infiltrators. They hope to share a piece of the pie from Huaxia's spiritual realm and gain valuable cultivation opportunities. Honey, how should we deal with these infiltrators? Ruan Xinglua asked. Zhou Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. Since they want to come in so badly, let them see what priceless treasure really means. Prepare to give these infiltrators an unforgettable lesson. A special reception for the infiltrators was about to begin. The true power of Huaxia's spiritual realm would be revealed to the whole world at this moment. As the infiltration incident intensified, Huaxia's top officials held an emergency meeting. Experts like Lin Angguo took a very tough stance. These foreigners are simply outrageous. Lin Angguo said angrily in the video conference. What do they take our Huaxia spiritual realm for? A free cultivation venue? I suggest we immediately and completely seal off the spiritual realm, prohibiting any non-Huaxia bloodline from entering. Other experts chimed in. Exactly. Why should we allow these ingrates to take advantage? The Huaxia spiritual realm is our national secret and must not be touched by outsiders. However, Zhou Yan shook his head, rejecting the proposal. Blocking is not as good as guiding. His tone was calm and profound. Only by letting the water flow can there be vitality. Keeping the door shut can easily turn it into a stagnant pool. Moreover, the actions of these infiltrators precisely demonstrate the value of the Huaxia spiritual realm. Since they want it so badly, why not take the opportunity to gain greater benefits? Ruan Xinglua immediately understood Zhou Yan's intention. Husband means we can set rules and let them follow our conditions? Smart. Zhou Yan nodded in appreciation. From today on, Huaxia will shift from simply enhancing power to becoming a rule maker. Let the whole world play by our game rules. Guided by Zhou Yan, Ruan Xinglua quickly issued the first set of admission regulations for the Huaxia Spirit Realm. Huaxia Spirit Realm Admission Regulations. The regulations were very detailed. Non-Huaxia individuals could obtain temporary learning qualifications in the spirit realm through the following 3 ways. First, tech immigration. Individuals or teams with scarce technology or strange research achievements of Blue Star can apply for a technology assessment. Those who pass the assessment can gain 1 year of learning rights in the spirit realm. Second, investment immigration. Provide huge rare resources or strange coins to Huaxia's strange resource development system. The investment amount should not be less than 10 million strange coins, granting 6 months of learning rights. Third, special talent immigration. Individuals with extraordinary talents or special bloodlines must pass the 3 entry tests set by the spirit realm. Those who pass can gain 3 months of learning rights. Once the regulations were issued, they immediately caused a global sensation. Beautiful country live room. 10 million strange coins? That's too expensive. But it's worth it. The cultivation effects of Huaxia spirit realm are well known. Our government should spend to send elites to learn. European Union live room. The conditions for tech immigration are quite fair. Our technological reserves should be able to pass the assessment. North Bear Country live room. 3 entry tests? Sounds very challenging. Our warriors never fear challenges. The issuance of these regulations marked the shift of Huaxia from simple national fortune elevation to becoming a rule maker. The whole world must act according to the rules set by Huaxia. Soon, countries began to take action. The beautiful country was the first to send a team of 10 top extraordinary individuals to challenge the 3 entry tests. The European Union prepared a large amount of advanced technology data to apply for tech immigration assessment. North Bear Country directly invested 30 million strange coins to demand bulk purchase of learning rights. Countless self-important foreign extraordinary individuals came to challenge the 3 entry tests. The Huaxia Spirit Realm specially opened an exam area for this. First test, Heart's Path. This test mainly assesses one's mindset. Those with hostility or evil hearts toward Huaxia will be directly swallowed by illusions and kicked out of the dream. The first batch of beautiful country candidates, upon entering the heart's path, were scared out of their wits by demons manifested from their inner evil thoughts. Ah! What are these monsters? A beautiful country agent, self-proclaimed with a steel will, broke down on the spot upon seeing his past crimes of slaughtering innocent civilians materialized. I didn't mean to. Those were all orders. He was completely consumed by fear, directly kicked out of the dream, and woke up transformed into a fool. Huaxia Live Room. Ha ha ha. This is the outcome of having ill intentions. The heart's path is like a mirror for revealing true nature. Those hypocritical foreign politicians all showed their true colors. Second test, Dragon's Might Staircase. This test assesses willpower and potential, requiring candidates to climb 1,000 steps while bearing the pressure of the National Dragon Pillar. A burly man from North Bear Country confidently walked up the stairs. I grew up under the watch of the Arctic bear, what's a bit of pressure? However, he had just reached the 10th step when he was rendered unable to stand upright by the dragon's pressure. What kind of pressure is this? It's scarier than a nuclear explosion. He exerted all his strength but only made it to the 50th step before crashing down. Ultimately, he was knocked out by the dragon's might, tumbling down the stairs in a sorry state. North Bear Country Live Room. This is too exaggerated. Our steel warrior was actually scared down. How strong are the dragon pillars of Huaxia? Third round, the duel with the puppet dot. The expression became serious. Ms. Ruan, I have urgent intelligence to report to you. Could you please give me a chance for a private meeting? Lin Anhua and the others immediately reminded Ruan Xinglua through the communication channel to stay alert. Xinglua, be careful, it might be a trap. But Ruan Xinglua, looking at Mia's sincere eyes, finally nodded. Okay, I'll give you 5 minutes. Ruan Xinglua waved her hand, opening a private space that blocked external eavesdropping. In this space, no sound or image could be transmitted to the outside. You can speak now. Ruan Xinglua got straight to the point. Mia took a deep breath, her expression becoming extremely serious. Ms. Ruan, the Chinese spiritual realm is in danger. What danger? Ruan Xinglua immediately became alert. Led by the beautiful nation, the Det Nation Alliance has launched a crazy plan called Nightmare Parasite. Mia spoke quickly, clearly the situation was urgent. They believe that since they can't defeat China in reality, they will destroy China from the spiritual level. Ruan Xinglua's face instantly turned ashen. What did you say? They want to attack the Chinese spiritual realm? Exactly. Mia nodded in confirmation. The core of this plan is to use an SS-level one-time cursed object called the Seed of Nightmare. This object was exchanged from the Forbidden Ghost domain. They plan to send a top agent with extraordinary mental power to disguise as an ordinary examinee. When they challenge the 3 introductory trials and gain access to the core of the spiritual realm, they will implant the Seed of Nightmare. Hearing this, Ruan Xinglua's anger immediately surged. Those damn bastards! How dare they set their sights on the Chinese spiritual realm? Mia continued. Once the Seed of Nightmare is successfully implanted, it will use the spiritual power of China's hundreds of millions of citizens as a breeding ground, instantly turning the Chinese spiritual realm from a paradise for cultivation into an eternal nightmare kingdom. All Chinese people in the spiritual realm will either suffer from mental disorders or even brain death. This will fundamentally destroy China. Ruan Xinglua was stunned, immediately informing Zhou Yan of this intelligence through the soul imprint. However, Zhou Yan's reaction was unexpectedly calm. They want to use nightmares to pollute the server I designed? Zhou Yan's voice came through the soul imprint. Nice idea, but unfortunately, their understanding of the virus is too shallow. Husband, this is no joke. Ruan Xinglua was a bit anxious. If they succeed, the consequences will be unimaginable. Don't worry, I have everything under control. Zhou Yan's tone remained calm. The exam continues, don't alarm the enemy. I want to see how capable this seed contestant they sent really is. Although Ruan Xinglua was worried, she still chose to trust Zhou Yan's judgment. I understand, husband. The independent space was lifted, and Ruan Xinglua returned to reality. Mia looked at her carefully and asked, Ms. Ruan, how do you plan to handle this matter? I have already relayed the intelligence to the relevant personnel. Ruan Xinglua's expression returned to calm. Mia, thank you for the information. Do you wish to stay? Of course. Mia nodded without hesitation. The oil nation is willing to advance and retreat with China. If needed, I can serve you at any time. Ruan Xinglua nodded, then returned to the position of the chief examiner. Although her heart was in turmoil, on the surface, she remained calm. Candidates, the selection continues. Ruan Xinglua's voice spread across the entire exam hall. Next challenger, Please prepare. Chinese live stream. Looks like nothing unusual. What did Mia and Ms. Ruan talk about? It should be a friendly exchange. Keep watching the exam, the ugly side of these foreigners is really interesting. The exam hall became lively again, with elites from various countries continuing to challenge the 3 introductory trials. But Ruan Xingluo's gaze had already started carefully searching among these examinees. The agent carrying the seed of nightmare was likely hiding among these seemingly ordinary challengers. A contestant from the European Union stepped onto the path of reflection. His performance was average, nothing special. But Ruan Xingluo carefully observed every detail of him. Next was a female extraordinary from Northern Bear Country, who showed remarkable resilience on the Dragon's Might steps, even climbing to the 700th level. Then came a ninja from a small island nation. He showcased incredible strength in the duel with the trick puppet. Though he ultimately lost to Guan Yu's trick puppet, he had already stood out among the foreign candidates. One by one, candidates passed the test, but Ruan Xingluo still found nothing unusual. These people seemed perfectly normal, with no suspicious points. Just as Ruan Xingluo began to doubt the accuracy of Mia's information, a plain-looking, unremarkable man from beautiful country walked into the testing area. He seemed inconspicuous and even a bit timid. But Ruan Xingluo sensed an indescribable sense of incongruity from him. This person has a problem. Please state your name. Ruan Xingluo said lightly. Linchi, from California, a beautiful country. The man's voice was ordinary, with nothing special about it. I am an ordinary mental system extraordinary, hoping to pass the test and gain the opportunity to study in the Huaxia spirit realm. Beautiful country live room. Who is this Linchi? I haven't seen him before? He looks very ordinary, probably just another cannon fodder. So many elites have failed before, can he succeed? Meanwhile, behind the scenes of the Huaxia spirit realm, Zhou Yan was monitoring the data flow of the entire system. Interesting. Zhou Yan looked at Linchi's data, a cold smile appeared on his lips. This person has done a great job of mental shielding, almost perfectly hiding his true state. Too bad it's still too naive to play mind games in front of me. Linchi stepped onto the path of inquiry, beginning to face the first test. Chapter 89, The Traitor. This Linchi is not bad, he has a deep understanding of our Huaxia culture. Lin Angua said through the communication channel, and his character is pure, he is indeed a good seed. Huaxia live room. This person from beautiful country is okay, at least more polite than the others. He seems to truly respect our Huaxia culture. It's rare to meet a foreigner who is not arrogant. Linchi scored high marks on the first test and arrived at the Dragon's Might steps. Here, he again demonstrated astonishing willpower. Though each step was difficult, he gritted his teeth and persisted, climbing upward step by step. Linchi clenched his teeth under pressure. The sages of Huaxia have all said, a precious sword is forged through hardship, the fragrance of the plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. I want to prove that beautiful country also has people who respect Huaxia and desire to learn. His words once again earned him considerable goodwill. In the end, Linchi actually climbed to the 850th level, ranking among the best. The Huaxia expert group praised his performance highly. This Linchi is really impressive. His willpower is strong, and he indeed has a deep understanding of Huaxia culture. If all the people from beautiful country were like him, our two countries' relationship would not be so tense. However, backstage, Zhou Yan saw through everything. Good acting, too bad you chose the wrong target. Zhou Yan said lightly. Xingluo, the snake is about to come out of the hole. Let's give him a bit of flair. Ruan Xingluo immediately understood Zhou Yan's meaning. Linchi had successfully passed the first 2 tests and was about to enter the third test, duel with the trick puppet. At this moment, Ruan Xingluo, in the capacity of chief examiner, suddenly announced a temporary additional rule to the audience. Attention, candidates! Ruan Xingluo's voice echoed throughout the examination hall. To reward the candidate who performs the best in this round, the final winner of this round will receive a special reward. That is, touching the core of the spirit realm, experiencing the supreme opportunity to comprehend the origin of our national fortune. As soon as this was said, the audience erupted in an uproar. Huaxia live room. Wow! Touching the core of the spirit realm? That's too precious. This is a tremendous opportunity. Live rooms of various countries. This reward is too tempting. If I can comprehend the source of the national fortune of Huaxia, then I will be rich. When Lin Qi heard this news, a flash of barely detectable madness flickered in his eyes. Although he still appeared calm on the surface, his heart was already filled with uncontrollable excitement. This prize was the most perfect part of his plan. If he could access the core of the spiritual realm, he could plant the nightmarish seed within it. At that time, the entire Huaxia spiritual realm would be contaminated, and hundreds of millions of Huaxia people would fall into an eternal nightmare. I must come in first. Lin Shi roared wildly in his heart. For the glory of the beautiful country. To destroy Huaxia's future. The third round began, and candidates from various countries displayed their true abilities. But Lin Shi, to win first place, completely stopped hiding his strength. He displayed a powerful combat capability far exceeding his previous performance. Facing the first Qinglong halberd monster, Lin Shi actually used mental attack to directly destroy its consciousness core. What? He can actually do this? The other candidates were shocked. Lin Shi cleared all challenges, effortlessly defeating all S-level monsters. Even the one that terrified numerous foreign elites, the Guanyu monster, was also defeated by him using bizarre mental techniques. Impossible. How did this guy's strength suddenly become so strong? A candidate from the Euro Union said in disbelief. He clearly performed very ordinarily before. Lin Shi successfully won the championship of this selection round. According to the rules, he obtained the qualification to touch the core of the spiritual realm. Beautiful country live room. Lin Shi is awesome. He brought glory to our country. Ha ha ha. Our beautiful country is not without talent. Just wait, Lin Shi will definitely learn the core technology of Huaxia. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Ruan Xinglua personally walked up to Lin Shi. Congratulations, Lin Shi. Ruan Xinglua's voice was very calm. You are the champion of this selection round, now I will take you to touch the core of the spiritual realm. Lin Shi suppressed the excitement in his heart and respectfully nodded. It is my honor. Ruan Xinglua turned and walked towards the core of the Huaxia spiritual realm, where a dazzling sphere of light formed by the national fortune golden dragon was slowly rotating. That was the control center of the Huaxia spiritual realm. Lin Shi followed Ruan Xinglua, his eyes shining with fervent light. Soon, he would accomplish this great mission. The end of Huaxia was about to come. All the viewers watching the live broadcast held their breath, witnessing this historic moment. Lin Shi, this is the core of our Huaxia spiritual realm. Ruan Xinglua said calmly. You can stretch out your hand to touch it and comprehend the source of national fortune within. Lin Shi still maintained respect on the surface, but his heart was already on the verge of exploding with excitement. Thank you, Huaxia, for giving me this opportunity. He slowly extended his right hand toward that sphere of national fortune light. Just as he was about to touch the light sphere, Lin Shi finally revealed his sinister face. A frenzied light shot from his eyes, and his expression became twisted and terrifying. Huaxia! Die! Lin Shi let out a wild roar, pouring all his strength into the depths of his soul. He ruthlessly detonated the nightmarish seed hidden deep within his soul. Boom! A pure, evil energy, full of chaos and fear, erupted instantly. This energy surged like the most vicious virus, wildly rushing toward the national fortune golden dragon, attempting to contaminate and devour the national fortune light sphere that serves as the core of the spiritual realm. Huaxia Live Room. Damn! This Lin Shi is a traitor. He wants to destroy our spiritual realm. Quick, stop him. It's over. The spiritual realm is going to be contaminated. Meanwhile, in the secret command center of the beautiful country, a scarred general was staring at the screen. This was Ashton's successor, General Declan. Seeing Lin Shi successfully detonate the nightmarish seed, Declan let out a triumphant sneer. It worked. Ha ha ha. Declan laughed maniacally, slapping the table. The future of Huaxia will turn into a nightmare dominated by us. Once Huaxia's spirit realm is completely polluted, hundreds of millions of Huaxia people will become mad. At that time, Huaxia will collapse from within, and our beautiful country can once again rule the world. But just as the nightmare energy was about to touch the gold dragon of national fortune, a sudden, invisible but unbreakable barrier lit up around the glowing orb of national luck. This barrier emitted the aura of the primordial seal, as if it came from the origin of the world. What? Lynch was terrified to find that the nightmare energy was firmly trapped in a tiny space. No matter how it crashed, it could not inch forward. Even more horrifying was that the gold dragon of national fortune before him was not the real core. It was just a lure. Chapter 90, The End of Beautiful Country. Impossible. The intel clearly said this is the core of the spirit realm. Lynch screamed frantically. At that moment, Zhou Yan's voice rang in his head, filled with the mockery of a cat teasing a mouse. Thank you for the high-energy pack you sent. The seed of nightmare is indeed a good thing, just what I need for experiments with such high-purity chaotic energy. In return, I will gift you an eternal, beautiful dream. Let you witness everything you ever wished for. As soon as he finished speaking, the firewall began to shrink, forcing the trapped nightmare energy back into Lynch himself. Ah! In the global live broadcast, Lynch let out a chilling scream. His body looked perfectly fine, but his spiritual world was being completely devoured by the nightmare he had set off himself. The nightmare energy began constructing the most terrifying illusions in Lynch's consciousness. Before his eyes, scenes that drove him to collapse started appearing. The flag of the beautiful country was torn to shreds, the White House was reduced to rubble. He was torn to pieces by thousands of strange entities, his flesh and blood a mess. His most cherished family and friends died tragically before him one by one. Everything he feared turned into bloody reality. No. This isn't real. It's just an illusion. Lynch shook his head in madness but could not escape at all. The nightmare energy clung to his soul like a maggot, trapping him forever in the most terrifying nightmare. In the end, Lynch's eyes went blank, foam at the mouth, completely transforming into a living dead. Though his body was still alive, his spirit had completely collapsed, never to awaken again. Huaxia livestream. Wow. This twist is so satisfying. God Zhou had already set a trap waiting for them. This is what happens to those who dare to scheme against Huaxia. These sinister little men from Beautiful Country deserve it. In Beautiful Country's livestream, Declan watched Lynch's tragic state on the screen, his face instantly turning ashen. Damn it. They knew all along. This is a trap. We fell for it. This public execution was the most direct warning to all who harbored ill intentions. Anyone daring to have wicked thoughts about Huaxia's spirit realm would end up like Lynch. However, though Lynch was ruined, the trapped seed of nightmare energy was still an extremely powerful chaotic force. It thrashed wildly inside the firewall, emitting eerie screeches. Zhou Yan looked at this high-energy trash, deep in thought. Directly destroying it would be too wasteful. He said to Ruan Xingluo. Such pure chaotic energy needs a suitable trash can to throw it into. It would be better to find a way to recycle it. Ruan Xingluo asked curiously, "Honey, what do you want to do with it?" Zhou Yan smiled coldly, saying to Ruan Xingluo, "Wasn't Beautiful Country trying to imitate us, and they came up with some national dream plan?" In the end, they produced a bunch of subpar nightmare spaces that killed quite a few people. Since they love nightmares so much, let's gift them a big one and help them upgrade those little spaces. What does my husband mean? Ruan Xingluo immediately understood Zhou Yan's intention. Send this nightmare energy to the Beautiful Country? Exactly. Zhou Yan pointed at the struggling black energy within the firewall. Don't they want this kind of power? Then let's fulfill their wish. Let them personally experience what a true nightmare is. Zhou Yan began instructing Ruan Xingluo to use the rights of the National Luck Agent again. Xingluo, activate the National Luck Water Mirror, lock onto the Beautiful Country's territory. Following the instructions, the power of the dragon pillar surged within her, forming a giant water mirror in mid-air. The water mirror clearly displayed the map of the Beautiful Country on Blue Star. Now, find a new home for this nightmare energy. Zhou Yan said calmly. Ruan Xingluo stretched out her jade hand, gently pushing against the map of the Beautiful Country through the National Luck Water Mirror. Go, this is the gift you deserve. The pure seed of nightmare energy trapped in the spirit realm firewall was instantly opened up. Through the National Luck Channel, it was precisely airdropped into the airspace of the Beautiful Country. No! General Declan roared in despair as he saw the sudden appearance of the black energy mass in the sky through satellite surveillance. Quickly activate the defense system. Hurry! But it was all too late. This powerful nightmare energy acted like a supermagnet, instantly attracting all low-quality nightmare spaces within the Beautiful Country. Merging. Catalyzing. Upgrading. Boom! After a thunderous roar, an enormous, permanent national citizen nightmare domain overlapping with reality was born across the Beautiful Country. The sky turned an eerie purple-black, and unsettling whispers filled the air. All citizens of the Beautiful Country, as long as they fell asleep, faced a high probability of being dragged into this domain filled with terrifying monsters and mental pollution. In this nightmare domain, they would confront their deepest fears, never to attain peace for eternity. Beautiful Country Live Room. What's happening? Why did the sky change color? I feel very uncomfortable, as if something is watching me. I just took a nap, and the dream was full of monsters. Is this revenge from China? We are doomed. At that moment, a cold system announcement echoed through the sky. Global system announcement. Blue Star China successfully shattered the Beautiful Country's nightmare parasitism conspiracy, banishing its core cursed item nightmare seed. The national luck of China gains the mental barrier attribute. Citizens' resistance to mental pollution and demons greatly increases. The Beautiful Country is backfired by the nightmare curse due to its malicious actions. The core national luck of the Beautiful Country accelerates decline, and national influence continues to drop. As the system announcement rang out, the beam of national luck representing the Beautiful Country began to tremble violently. In the globally broadcast image, the beam of national luck in the Beautiful Country dimmed and cracked at a visible speed. Countless fine cracks spread like a spider web, ultimately collapsing completely, turning into countless specks of light and fading away. China Live Room. This is awesome. The beautiful country's national luck is completely finished. This is the consequence of daring to plot against us. From now on, China will be the only world hegemon. Zhou is mighty. Ruan is mighty. Global live rooms. The beautiful country is utterly finished. China is terrifying, we absolutely cannot offend them. We must cling to China's thigh. From now on, it will be China's world. General Declan watched the collapsing beam of national luck, completely falling apart. The beautiful country is finished. He held his head in pain. Chapter 91 Complex Situation. We are completely finished. The beautiful country has now become a third-rate small country, no longer able to threaten anyone. Having resolved all internal and external hidden dangers, China's spirit realm plan has fully gotten back on track. The layout of Blue Star has been completely reshuffled due to this incident, with China becoming the only, unshakable hegemon. All countries must bow to China's will. According to the rules set by Huaxia. Zhou Yan finally nodded in satisfaction. Alright, the family matters are finally taken care of. He looked at Ruan Xinglua, his gaze becoming incredibly gentle. Xinglua, you've worked hard. It's not hard at all. As long as I can be with my husband, anything is worth it. Ruan Xinglua happily leaned against Zhou Yan's embrace. Zhou Yan gently stroked her beautiful hair, then took out the sprouting world tree revitalization root. The tender sprouts on the roots gently swayed in the breeze, exuding a pure life aura. Now, it's time to retrieve the real dowry I prepared for you. Zhou Yan said softly. That sprout of the world tree contaminated by the Lord of Decay is the hope I planted for you back then. Now it's time to let it bloom with vitality again. Ruan Xinglua's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She knew that the upcoming journey would be even more exciting. Zhou Yan took her hand, and their figures began to become transparent. Let's go, my wife. Our honeymoon trip is just beginning. The space began to twist, and a portal leading to the Valley of Weeping Flowers slowly opened. Zhou Yan entrusted the daily management of the Huaxia spirit realm to Lin Anhua. Old Lin, the operation of the spirit realm is up to you now. Zhou Yan handed a control token to Lin Anhua. According to the rules we set earlier, establish a comprehensive contribution points for cultivation resources system. Lin Anhua respectfully accepted the token. Rest assured, I will manage the spirit realm well. Also, let Mia get involved. Zhou Yan looked at Mia, who was beside him. She has experience in the ruins town, let her handle external contact and resource allocation. Mia nodded excitedly. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for your trust. I will definitely not let you down. The establishment of this system completely bound the fate of other countries on Blue Star to Huaxia. All countries must provide resources and technology to Huaxia to exchange for cultivation opportunities in the spirit realm. From then on, Huaxia became the absolute core of Blue Star civilization. After this series of events, especially hosting the spirit realm and fighting against nightmarish entities, Ruan Xinglua's identity as the national fortune agent was truly refined. Her strength and mindset reached a brand new height. Husband, I feel I am more closely connected to Huaxia's national fortune. Ruan Xinglua felt the surging power within her. Now I can even clearly perceive the state of every Huaxia compatriot. That's good. Zhou Yan nodded with satisfaction. You have truly grown into a qualified national fortune agent. Once everything was arranged, Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua could finally embark on their journey to the Valley of Weeping Flowers without distractions. Before departing, Zhou Yan explained the significance of this trip to Ruan Xinglua in detail. Xinglua, the seat of the World Tree is the last retreat I left for Blue Star. Zhou Yan's tone became extremely serious. It is also the key that can truly free Blue Star from the bizarre matchmaking game and achieve a leap in civilization. If the World Tree can regrow, Blue Star can escape the fate of being manipulated by other civilizations. But the Lord of Decay is the nemesis of the World Tree, and we must awaken and protect the seed before it fully revives. Zhou Yan solemnly handed the sprouting revitalization root to Ruan Xinglua. This is a token, also a key, and a weapon. Once we get there, you will know how to use it. Ruan Xinglua carefully accepted the root, feeling the powerful life force within it. I understand, husband. Zhou Yan opened the spatial passage to the Valley of Weeping Flowers once again. This time, the path was stable and safe, with no interference from the previous void storm. The two stepped onto the teleportation bridge and advanced toward their destination. However, just as they were about to arrive at the Valley of Weeping Flowers, an unexpected event occurred. Zhou Yan's multiverse star disk suddenly emitted a piercing alarm sound. Beep beep beep. Detecting large-scale armed forces. Ding ding ding. The target area has been occupied. At the same time, Ruan Xinglua's old star compass began to shake violently, projecting a shocking image. Husband, look quickly. Ruan Xinglua pointed at the image in the compass. At the entrance of the Valley of Weeping Flowers, The area that should have been covered by the rules of decay was now taken over by a massive fleet. The shapes of these warships were extremely bizarre, blending characteristics of biology and machinery. Some ships were covered in writhing flesh, while others shimmered with a cold metallic sheen. The flags of the fleet bore the familiar pattern of interlocking gears and skulls. Abyss Machine City. Zhou Yan narrowed his eyes. These guys actually got here first. What was even more surprising was that this fleet did not forcefully attack the Valley of Weeping Flowers. Instead, they established a huge rule signal amplifier at the entrance. This device flickered with strange light, seemingly exploiting the counteractions between the rules of decay and the World Tree, conducting some kind of experiment or data collection. What are they doing? Ruan Xinglua asked in confusion. It looks like they are collecting data. Zhou Yan carefully observed the amplifier. The counteraction between the rules of decay and life will produce unique energy waves, and this data is indeed very valuable to the Abyss Machine City. However, what shocked them even more was that on the flagship of the Machine City fleet, a familiar figure was conversing with the fleet commander. It was a shadowy existence draped in a black robe. But Zhou Yan immediately recognized his identity. Thul Hud. Ruan Xinglua also recognized this representative of the Old One's Council who had shown Zhou Yan kindness at the multiverse coordinating meeting. How did he get here? It seems this game is more complicated than I imagined. Zhou Yan's gaze instantly became deep and playful. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole hides behind. No, it seems there are more than one oriole in this game. Through the star compass's long-distance listening function, they vaguely heard snippets of conversation between Thulhud and the Machine City commander. How is the data collection going? Thulhud's voice was deep and mysterious. Very smoothly, Lord Thulhud. The Machine City commander replied respectfully. We have collected 80% of the counteraction data between the rules of decay and life, and it will be finished in half a day. Good, this data is crucial for our ultimate plan. Thulhud nodded with satisfaction. Once we grasp the essence of these rules, we can create the ultimate weapon that surpasses everything. By then, whether it is the Lord of Decay or that mysterious existence, they will become our stepping stones. Hearing this conversation, Zhou Yan couldn't help but sneer. So, they want to take advantage of the situation. They want to obtain the data of the decay rules while reaping the benefits of the World Tree. Unfortunately, they miscalculated one thing. The true banker of this game has never been them. Ruan Xinglua looked at the complex situation before her and felt a bit worried. Husband, what should we do now? They have occupied the entrance, can we still enter the Valley of Weeping Flowers? Zhou Yan looked at Ruan Xinglua, his face revealing a smile full of expectation. My lady, it seems our honeymoon trip is livelier than we imagined. Zhou Yan did not choose to sneak in, but boldly appeared in front of the Abyss Machine City fleet. He and Ruan Xinglua piloted a simple flying boat formed by the path of soul light, slowly approaching the blockade line of the Machine City. Husband, are we just going to go straight through like this? Ruan Xinglua looked at the massive fleet before her, feeling a bit nervous. The countless cannon muzzles on those warships were flashing with a ghastly green light, obviously some kind of powerful weapon. Don't worry, since it's a honeymoon trip, we should enter through the front door proudly. Zhou Yan gently patted her hand, signaling her to be at ease. The machinery fleet immediately reacted. Countless Godslayer puppet cannons gleamed with a sinister green light, all aimed directly at them. The atmosphere instantly became tense and charged. Warning! Unidentified aircraft ahead, immediately cease advancing. The broadcast from the machinery fleet rang out. This area is the Abyss Machinery's rule experimental zone, unauthorized personnel are prohibited from passing. Another warning. Leave immediately, or we will take forcible measures. However, Zhou Yan completely ignored these threats and continued to steer the airship forward. Seconds later, the machinery flagship sent a communication request. Once the communication was connected, two holographic projections appeared on the airship. One was a burly man covered in mechanical limbs, the ruler of the Abyss Machinery, Master Craftsman Mephisto. The other was a nameless shadow, composed of chaotic darkness, representing the Old One's ruling council, Thulhud. May I ask which friend has graced us with their presence? Mephisto's tone was exceedingly arrogant. This area is the rule experimental zone of my Abyss Machinery, no one is allowed to pass without permission. Please leave at once, or you will bear the consequences. Thulhud then spoke in its distinct low voice, here, the rules of life and decay are intersecting, a rare cosmic spectacle in a millennium. We are only here for academic observation, with no intention of clashing with anyone. Hearing these pompous words, Ruan Xinglua couldn't help but frown. These guys are clearly here to seize the World Tree yet act so righteous. However, Mephisto changed his tone, revealing his true intentions. Of course, if this beautiful lady is willing to cooperate, we could discuss it. He gazed greedily at the living roots in Ruan Xinglua's hand. As long as you hand over all the world tree fragments on you, we could consider making a pathway for you. After all, these precious rule fragments would be wasted in your hands. Ruan Xinglua was about to retort when Zhou Yan directly took over the communication. Upon seeing Zhou Yan, both Mephisto and Thulhud froze in shock. You are. Mephisto's voice began to tremble. Mephisto, long time no see. Zhou Yan smiled at him. I remember your teacher couldn't even raise his head when he saw me. Do you want to settle old scores for him, or would you prefer me to hold you accountable for both you and your scrap metal? Mephisto's face turned pale in an instant. He certainly knew who this person was. Years ago, his mentor, the god of machines Asmodon, had been instantly killed by this terrifying being. The entire technological civilization of the Abyss machinery felt like toys before this man. You, how could you be here? Mephisto's voice had completely lost its former arrogance. What? Aren't you welcoming me for a sightseeing tour? Zhou Yan's tone remained calm, but the contained threat made Mephisto sweat profusely. Then Zhou Yan turned to Thulhud, his tone becoming playful. Old squid, stop pretending. You secretly hid a mental beacon in the machinery flagship's power core, waiting for them and the Lord of Decay to fight each other to exhaustion before you take the fleet and the world tree away, right? At these words, Thulhud's shadow trembled violently. It never expected that such a well-concealed plan would be seen through. Do you want me to help you pull it out from that iron lump and let everyone have a look? Zhou Yan asked with a beaming smile. No. Thulhud hurriedly denied it. This is just a misunderstanding. I absolutely have no ill intent. But its panic had already betrayed everything. Mephisto, upon hearing this, immediately realized he'd been set up. He turned angrily towards Thulhud. You treacherous scoundrel. You dare to make trouble in my fleet. This is really just a misunderstanding. Thulhud stammered for explanation, but had completely lost his previous authority. Seeing these two guys who had been arrogant just moments ago now looking so disheveled, Ruan Xinglua couldn't describe the satisfaction in her heart. This is the power of my husband. Just by being there, he can throw these powerful enemies into disarray. Now, I give you two choices. Zhou Yan's voice turned cold. First, roll out of here immediately, and I can pretend that nothing happened. Second, if you stay here and obstruct my view, I will let you experience what true despair is. Choose, my patience is limited. The temperature in the air seemed to drop a few degrees. Huaxia livestream. Wow! Did the great Zhou Yan open up full map vision? The opponent's trump card was seen through by him. One sentence broke the defenses of both bosses at the same time, so impressive. This is the crushing power of strength. Look at the expressions of those two guys, they're killing me. Mephisto looked at Thulhud with eyes filled with rage. You treacherous bastard. You actually want to plot against me. Mephisto gritted his teeth and said. Our cooperation ends here. Thulhud's shadowy body trembled violently, clearly enraged as well. Mephisto, do you think you're so clever? Half of the cores in your God Slayer's puppets were provided by us. Without our help, could you create weapons of this level? The two former allies instantly turned against each other, starting to accuse one another. At this tense moment, Zhou Yan casually raised a finger. Now, I give you a chance to offer peace before warfare. Open the shipping route voluntarily and give me 1/10 of your fleet's resources as compensation for my wife's mental suffering. Otherwise, I will turn the table. Hearing this, Mephisto and Thulhud were both stunned. This demand is simply robbery. 1/10 of the resources? That is a huge fortune for their fleet. Who do you think you are? Why should we hand over resources? Mephisto shouted in humiliation. Being publicly exposed for plotting, and then being demanded to hand over resources, is simply a great humiliation. Just because I'm stronger than you. Zhou Yan's answer was simple and direct. In this world, strength is everything. Mephisto was completely enraged. Activate mechanical fusion. He roared. With his command, the entire mechanical fleet began to undergo astonishing changes. Mephisto's flagship started to transform, the hull continuously extending and twisting. Dozens of warships around also detached from their positions, gathering towards the flagship. Even more terrifying was that the countless captured souls stored in the fleet were forcibly extracted and merged into this enormous fusion. Boom! 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 The roar of metal collisions resonated through the void. In just a few minutes, a moving war fortress over 10,000 meters tall, armed with cannons and exuding an SSS plus level of terrifying aura, appeared before everyone. This is the ultimate weapon of the abyssal mechanical capital, Abyss Fortress. The main cannon of the fortress began to charge, with destructive light flashing in the muzzle. The target was aimed directly at Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua. Prepare to die. Mephisto's voice came from within the fortress. This shot can easily destroy a star system. Meanwhile, Fulhud's projection quietly withdrew, taking on a watching the show stance. Clearly, he wanted to sit back and watch the fight, waiting for both sides to be mutually damaged before coming out to clean up the scene. Faced with the terrifying pressure of the Abyss Fortress, Wan Xinglua couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. The aura emitted by this fortress was indeed extremely scary, even causing the dragon pillar power within her to tremble slightly. However, Zhou Yan shook his head, revealing a disappointed expression. Flashy but lacks substance. Wan Xinglua looked at him in confusion. Xinglua, have you noticed the structure of this fortress? Zhou Yan pointed at the giant war machine. Besides metal and machinery, what else is there? Wan Xinglua examined it closely and suddenly understood something. Those enslaved souls. Exactly. Zhou Yan nodded approvingly. The technology of the abyssal mechanical city is powerful, but it has a fatal weakness: a heavy reliance on enslaved souls as a power source. These souls are already filled with resentment, they are just being forcibly suppressed. If there is an outside force guiding them, they can erupt at any moment. As he spoke, Zhou Yan guided Wan Xinglua to take out the debt collection disc of 10,000 resentments. This time, the target is not the debts of Blue Star, but the countless souls that were forcibly captured and used as human batteries in the mechanical city fleet. Wan Xinglua immediately understood Zhou Yan's intention. She manipulated the counting beads, and the debt collection disc began to spin. But this time, the debt collection disc did not launch an attack; instead, it sent a signal of liberation to those enslaved souls. I hear you're suffering. Wan Xinglua's voice spread across the battlefield through the debt collection disc. Resist, freedom is in front of you. As this signal spread, the interior of the abyssal fortress began to undergo drastic changes. Those forcibly merged souls felt the call of liberation and began to rebel like mad. What? This is impossible. Mephisto was terrified to find that chaos was erupting inside the fortress. Countless souls broke free from their restraints and began attacking the fortress's control system. My control device. The power core has become unstable. Main cannon charging interrupted. The entire abyssal fortress began to shake violently, with explosions occurring one after another inside. Zhou Yan watched the scene and nodded in satisfaction. This is the consequence of relying too much on enslaving others. When the oppressed awaken, the oppressor's end has come. Energy conduits inside the fortress exploded in succession, flames shooting into the sky. Countless warships' shields and weapon systems collapsed on their own due to unstable fuel. Damn it! These lowly souls dare to resist me. Mephisto roared in the fortress control room. Activate the forced suppression program. Torture them with electric shocks. But the awakened souls would no longer submit. They attacked the control device wildly, destroying the energy systems. Mephisto's pride, the fusion of machines and spirits, was built on the enslavement of countless souls. Zhou Yan seized this original sin and internally collapsed his ultimate weapon. Huaxia livestream. So smart. Zhou Yan solved the problem fundamentally. This is much more effective than a direct clash. Those souls are finally free. This is the power of a liberator. Watching the battle, Fulhud felt an unnatural wave ripple through its chaotic form. Clearly shocked by this method. Impossible. How can he manipulate the rules of causality so easily? Fulhud's heart stirred with turbulent waves. It originally thought Zhou Yan was just a powerful strange lord, but now it seemed things were far from simple. The abyssal fortress was trembling on the verge of collapse due to the internal uprising, and the main cannon's charging was forced to stop. Mephisto, seeing the situation was dire, became hideously fierce. Since I cannot defeat you, then let us perish together. He let out his final roar and activated the fortress's self-destruct program. Activate Heart of Annihilation. Let's perish together with the enemy. The core of the fortress began to violently shake, the remaining power of the Heart of Annihilation forcibly detonated. This was the ultimate destructive energy collected by the abyssal mechanical city from a destroyed star system, enough to annihilate an entire starfield. A thick beam of destructive light shot from the fortress's core, carrying the terrifying power to erase everything. The space began to twist and collapse before this beam of light. Watch out, darling! Wan Xinglua cried out in alarm. The power of this attack is indeed unimaginable. However, Zhou Yan did not flinch or evade, calmly tilting the bronze watering can in his hand. A seemingly unremarkable black water slowly flowed from the spout, heading towards the devastating beam of light. This black water appeared ordinary, even a bit commonplace. But the moment the destructive beam touched the black water, something extraordinary happened. The beam did not explode, did not make a sound, and simply was erased silently. As if it had never existed at all. What is this? Mephisto widened his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. His strongest attack was casually dismissed like this? This is the water of the void. Zhou Yan said calmly. It represents the rule of all things ending. Even the mother of all flowers keeps her distance from it. Your power of destruction is nothing but a child's toy in its presence. The water of the void continued its path, gently cascading over the massive abyss fortress. What happened next left all the spectators in shock. The entire fortress, along with all its technology and strange creations, disappeared as if erased by an eraser on a pencil drawing. Inch by inch, it was quietly deleted and disintegrated from existence. Chapter 94, Repurposing Waste. No. This is impossible. My abyss fortress. My lifelong work. Mephisto cried out in despair. But it was all in vain, the power of the water of the void was unstoppable. Cthulhu's chaotic form trembled violently, its will sending out waves of fear. It finally confirmed Zhou Yan's certain forbidden identity. The Lord of the Void, actually the legendary Lord of the Void. Cthulhu's voice was filled with terror. No wonder even the highest beings of the strange world avoid its sharpness. And the audience from various countries watching this scene through the livestream were also shocked beyond comprehension by this surreal sight. Some with weaker psychological endurance even collapsed mentally from fear. Chinese live stream room. My God, what level of power is this? That fortress just disappeared like that? What kind of existence is Zhou Yan? So terrifying, this has gone beyond our understanding. Just as the fortress was about to be completely erased, Zhou Yan stopped watering. He left the fortress's core supreme furnace, a massive furnace shining with colorful light. Deleting everything would be too wasteful. Zhou Yan commented. This furnace can still be repurposed. Starfall can use it to reforge some equipment and enhance combat power. After saying this, he looked at the now utterly stunned Cthulhu. This once imposing ancient ruler representative had completely lost its previous dignity. Its chaotic form trembled continuously, clearly terrified by what had just occurred. Zhou Yan's voice resonated, full of undeniable authority. Old Squid, after watching this drama for so long, it's your turn to take the stage. You can only choose one opponent, this half-destroyed furnace, or my wife. I give you 3 seconds to make your choice. Cthulhu trembled violently upon hearing this. It knew this was not a choice. It was a judgment question concerning life and death. Choosing wrong, its fate would definitely be worse than Mephisto's. 3. Zhou Yan began to count down. 2. Cthulhu's fear reached its peak. Faced with the legendary Lord of the Void, it had no chance of winning at all. To confront Zhou Yan's wife? That woman held the Blade of Void calm, a key that even it found daunting. And she stood behind the Lord of the Void, wasn't that seeking death? Seizing the furnace? That would mean officially becoming enemies with Zhou Yan. With the terrifying power displayed earlier, it would absolutely be erased in an instant. For the first time, its chaotic mind felt an emotion called despair. 1. Zhou Yan's countdown sounded like the death knell of a reaper. 3 seconds were about to end, and Cthulhu made a decision that shocked everyone. Its chaotic projection suddenly solidified, and surprisingly, it performed an ancient gesture of submission towards Zhou Yan. This gesture was only used in the civilization of the Old Ones when facing an absolute superior. My lord, you jest. Cthulhu's voice became incredibly respectful. Your lady is our council's most esteemed friend. How could we go against a friend? After saying this, it even took the initiative to act, countless psychic tentacles reaching towards the half-destroyed Supreme Forge. Huaxia livestream. Wow. This guy just knelt down. Just now he was so imposing, now he crumbled in an instant. Zhou Shen's intimidation is terrifying. Even the Old Ones have to submit, it's so satisfying. But Cthulhu's action was not an attack, it was carefully using its own power to strip and purify the remaining fragments of power from the forge. These power fragments were originally fused with the forge, and forcibly separating them required extremely exquisite skills. A careless move could trigger an explosion, shattering the surrounding space. However, as an Old One, Cthulhu indeed had unique advantages in mental and rule manipulation. Its tentacles acted like the most precise scalpel, perfectly extracting those precious origin fragments. Buzz. With the last piece of origin fragment extracted, the entire Supreme Forge lost its core power and was completely scrapped. But those fragments glowing with rainbow colors contained extremely pure power. Cthulhu respectfully presented these purified origin fragments in front of Zhou Yan. This dirty forge does not deserve your personal handling. Its tone was full of flattery. These fragments are also our council's payment for the previous rude spying knot. Also, we have brains. Zhou Yan was quite satisfied with Cthulhu's performance. Much better than that Mephisto. He accepted the origin fragments and slowly fused them into the tip of the Blade of Silence. Buzz. The blade tip shone brilliantly, and the rule of silence became more complete and powerful. Ruan Xinglua could clearly feel that the power of the Blade of Silence had increased by at least 30%. Hubby, this sword seems to have become more powerful. Of course, these origin fragments come from the core technology of the Abyss mechanism, and fusing them will enhance the cutting ability of the Blade of Silence. Zhou Yan looked at the blade tip in his hand with satisfaction. In the future, cutting through those tough bones will be much easier. This scene completely shattered the psychological defenses of the remaining mechanism fleet and the representatives of the beautiful nation. Even an existence of the level of Old Ones had to bow down. What right did they have to resist? The remaining commander of the mechanism fleet trembled as he stepped forward and saluted Zhou Yan. Respected Lord, we are willing to surrender all permissions and resources. The Abyss mechanism is willing to become a technological vassal of Huaxia. All our technologies and production lines are at your disposal. Huaxia livestream. Ha ha ha. Those previously arrogant guys are all kneeling now. So satisfying. They used to be so powerful, now they are so wretched. This is the pleasure of overpowering with strength. Zhou Xin is mighty. Huaxia is mighty. Zhou Yan looked at these bowing figures and lightly nodded. Good, since you are so sincere, I will reluctantly accept you. Remember, work hard in the future and don't let me down. After saying that, he turned his gaze to Cthulhu. Old Squid, your council shouldn't have any objections, right? Cthulhu hurriedly shook its head, of course not. The council has always supported peaceful coexistence. Your decision is our decision. That's good. Zhou Yan nodded with satisfaction. Remember to go back and tell your boss. Huaxia is a place that values reason. As long as no one actively provokes us, everyone can live in peace. Understood. Understood. Cusalid nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I will definitely convey your meaning truthfully. Chapter 95, The Chess Pieces. Zhou Yan, after completely resolving the troubles with the Weapon City and giving Cusalid a reminder, finally turned his gaze towards the direction of the Weeping Flower Valley. Alright, the idle people have been dealt with. He took Ruan Xingluo's hand. Now we can confidently retrieve your dowry. Ruan Xinglua looked at the battlefield, now peaceful because of Zhou Yan's might, her heart filled with sweetness. Husband, with you by my side, I fear nothing. Of course, I am your husband, it is my duty to protect you. Zhou Yan gently caressed her cheek. Let's go, our honeymoon trip isn't over yet. The real show is just beginning. The two set off again on their journey to the Weeping Flower Valley. Behind them, those once unmatched enemies respectfully watched them leave. This is the intimidation brought by absolute power. Just as Zhou Yan was about to take Ruan Xinglua to the Weeping Flower Valley, the soul guiding lamp that had been quietly floating nearby suddenly began to flicker violently. The ghostly green flame in the wick jumped wildly, emitting a sorrowful light that resembled a wailing. Husband, what happened to the soul guiding lamp? Ruan Xinglua's face changed, she sensed a tremendous sadness and despair from the lamp. What's even more terrifying is that this emotion was mixed with an urgent cry for help. Zhou Yan immediately took the soul guiding lamp, carefully sensing the information coming from it. This is the distress signal from the sprout of the world tree. The soul guiding lamp began projecting urgent images. Deep within the Weeping Flower Valley, the once thriving sprout of the world tree was now rapidly dimming. Countless withered, ink-black vines were crazily entangling it like starving wolves, greedily draining its life source. The sprout's green leaves were visibly turning yellow and wilting. Impossible! Ruan Xinglua exclaimed in shock. How long have we been gone? How could the Lord of Withering find the sprout's location so quickly? Zhou Yan looked at the image, a flicker of realization passing through his eyes. I understand, the Lord of Withering must have launched a full attack on the sprout while we were held back by the Weapon City. The real canary was never Cusalid, but the Lord of Withering. It used the Weapon City fleet as cannon fodder to buy itself precious time. This discovery made Ruan Xinglua gasp in shock. Those guys were pieces on the board from the very beginning? That's right, including the Abyss Weapon City, the Old Ones Council, and even Beautiful Country, they are all pieces set up by the Lord of Withering. Zhou Yan's voice grew cold. Their task was to delay us and buy time for the Lord of Withering's true actions. In the image, the light of the world tree sprout became weaker and weaker, almost about to extinguish completely. If facing Mephisto and Cusalud earlier, Zhou Yan had been playful and mocking. Then at this moment, seeing his dowry and nursery being destroyed, true cold-blooded killing intent appeared on his face for the first time. The temperature around him suddenly dropped to freezing point, and even the space began to tremble slightly. Very good, this filthy bug has successfully angered me. Zhou Yan's voice sounded like it came from the depths of hell. Dare to touch my belongings, it will be doomed. He handed the fully reforged Blade of Tranquility, which absorbed all sources of annihilation, into Ruan Xinglua's hands. The sword emitted a profound black light, its contained rules of annihilation reaching an almost perfect level. This time, the sword is no longer a weapon, but a key. Zhou Yan slowly injected his power into the sword. Xingluo, hold it tightly. I will clear the way. Ruan Xingluo gripped the blade of tranquility tightly, feeling the terrifying power contained within it. This sword now gave her a feeling no longer as a weapon, but as a kind of divine artifact that could manipulate the rules themselves. Ready, my husband. Zhou Yan nodded, guiding Ruan Xingluo to point the blade of quietus at the void. Swing down hard, without any reservations. Ruan Xingluo took a deep breath, perfectly merging the power of the dragon pillar within her with the rules of annihilation of the blade of quietus. One sword of annihilation. Open the heavens and split the earth. The complete blade of quietus no longer simply carved a crack, but directly struck a straight path of absolute annihilation in the void. This path ignored any obstacles of space and rules, extending straight into the distance. At the other end of the path, it pointed directly at the core of the Weeping Flower Valley. Go! Zhou Yan and Ruan Xingluo stepped into the annihilation passage. The surrounding scene instantly blurred, and time and space lost their meaning. Almost in an instant, they descended at the core of the Weeping Flower Valley, just before the sprout of the World Tree. The sight before Ruan Xingluo made her furious to the extreme. That sprout of the World Tree, once so vibrant, was now on the brink of death. Countless black withering vines, like demonic tentacles, entangled it, crazily siphoning its life essence. And above the sprout, a huge figure formed slowly from countless gathering withering rules. That was the true body of the Lord of Withering. It had a massive body thousands of meters high, exuding a scent of decay and death. Countless bones and rotten flesh writhed upon it, creating a nauseating scene. Seeing Zhou Yan and Ruan Xingluo suddenly appear, the Lord of Withering let out a victorious laugh. Ha ha ha! You have come too late. The life essence of this world tree sprout has already been absorbed by me for the most part. In just a few minutes, it will completely wither and become part of my power. Come and witness this feast of withering together. The voice of the Lord of Withering was like a demon's roar from hell, shaking the entire valley. Huaxia Live Room. So despicable. This monster actually ambushed. The world tree sprout is on its last legs. Zhou God, hurry up and act. We must save the dowry. Ruan Xingluo looked at the withering world tree sprout, tears of anger welling up in her eyes. You damned monster. I will kill you. She raised the blade of quietus, ready to rush up, but was stopped by Zhou Yan. Don't be anxious, Xingluo. Zhou Yan's voice remained calm, but the killing intent within was even more intense. An enemy of this level requires more delicate means. And this is only the appetizer. He looked at the invincible Lord of Withering, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. The real good show is just beginning. Hearing this, the Lord of Withering's mad laughter suddenly stopped. It sensed an ominous premonition from Zhou Yan's tone. But now there was no turning back, it had to devour the world tree sprout quickly to gain enough power to confront this mysterious enemy. Chapter 96, The Fate Has Been Set. It read a sort of indifference called fate from Zhou Yan's deep, calm eyes. As if in the other's eyes, it was already a dead thing. This feeling made the Lord of Withering feel unprecedented panic. However, with the bow drawn, there was no turning back. The life essence of the world tree sprout had been mostly drained, giving up now would mean wasting all previous efforts. It suppressed the ominous premonition in its heart, ready to fight to the death. Meanwhile, Ruan Xingluo looked at the tense situation before her mind agitated. The two rode a luminescent flying boat shaped like a path of souls, gracefully approaching the interstellar blockade already laid by the Abyss Exile City. This space had long been filled with countless massive metallic creations flickering with eerie blue arcs. A tight steel wall formed a formidable barrier. V-room, V-room, V-room. Almost the moment they entered the detection range, the Machine Empire fleet sprang into a swift and unified reaction. Countless fierce cannon muzzles protruded from the cold steel surface of those starlight ships, each muzzle condensing a terrifying green glow, sending chilling waves of energy radiating outwards. These were the pride of the Machine Empire, the God-Slayer puppet war cluster, with cannons locking onto the tiny spacecraft where Zhou Yan and Ruan Xingluo were. In an instant, a murderous atmosphere filled the air, and tension soared to an extreme. Ruan Xingluo gazed at the unimaginably massive fleet before her, feeling the terrifying pressure formed purely by the cold technology and bizarre forces fused together. Even though she had witnessed countless grand scenes, a hint of nervousness still flickered in her heart. She instinctively tightened her grip on Zhou Yan's hand beside her. Zhou Yan seemed to sense her emotions and gently patted the back of her hand, signaling her to stay calm. There was no trace of seriousness on his handsome face, instead, a playful smile lingered. At that moment, the flagship of the Machine Empire fleet sent a communication request. As the light flickered, two holographic projections appeared in front of Zhou Yan and Ruan Xingluo's ship. On the left stood a man clad in intricate dark golden mechanical armor, stout in stature, with his face hidden behind a fierce metal mask, only a pair of flickering crimson electronic eyes exposed. It was the highest ruler of the Abyssal Machine Empire, the great craftsman Mephisto. Beside Mephisto stood an indescribable figure made entirely of chaotic shadows, constantly writhing and changing. This figure emanated an ancient and ominous presence that sent shivers through the soul. It was Cthulhu, the representative of the Old One's council, who previously appeared in the temple. At this moment, Cthulhu's projected form appeared even more solid and oppressive than in the temple. Mephisto's haughty voice, electronically synthesized, sounded first, "Halt. This place is the regulation experiment zone of my abyssal machine empire. Any unauthorized presence is prohibited from passing. Violators will be considered a provocation against my abyssal machine empire and will be killed without mercy." He paused, and the chaotic shadow seemed to twist slightly, as if looking at Yuan Xinglua. "Of course, if you two are willing to show sufficient sincerity, we are not unreasonable. This beautiful lady, we sense that you seem to carry quite a few world tree fragments related to life. Mephisto sneered, "As long as Miss Yuan Xinglua is willing to hand over all your world tree fragments, we can consider opening a safe passage for you. Otherwise, this star region will be your grave." This was a blatant act of extortion. The Huaxiao live broadcast room instantly erupted. "Damn! It's those two again. Didn't they learn enough in the temple? Mephisto? Isn't that the guy whose fortress was smashed by Lord Zhou's water pot?" Yuan Xinglua's face turned cold upon hearing this shameless extortion, her brow furrowing in anger. Did these guys really think she was made of clay? Hadn't they learned their lesson from their previous defeat in the temple? The power of the dragon pillar within her began to stir, and the blade of Requiem faintly emitted a low hum. "You?" Yuan Xinglua was about to retort, but a warm hand gently pressed down on her. Zhou Yan still wore that calm expression, smiling slightly at Yuan Xinglua, signaling her not to get agitated. Then, he took direct control of the communication. In the next second, Zhou Yan's image was clearly projected in front of Mephisto and Cthulhu. He didn't even glance at the Machine Empire fleet or the murderous God-Slayer puppets, his gaze simply drifted to Mephisto's projection. "Mephisto, is it? I remember your teacher, that old thing who calls himself father of all machines, once stood before me, not daring to lift his head. What, do you want to repay the debt he owes me?" Zhou Yan paused for a moment, his gaze suddenly sharp as a knife, his tone chilling. "Or do you want me to pack you up along with this proud pile of scrap metal behind you?" Mephisto's crimson electronic eye flickered violently, clearly stirred by Zhou Yan's revelation of old wounds. But before he could retort, Zhou Yan's gaze had already shifted away from him, leisurely turning to the writhing mass of chaotic shadows beside him. A smile curved at the corners of Zhou Yan's mouth. "And you, old squid. Don't put on an act here, pretending to be deep and ancient. You secretly hid a little spiritual beacon in the power core of Mephisto's flagship. Do you think everyone else is blind?" As soon as these words were spoken, Cthulhu's form, composed of chaotic shadows, suddenly froze. That indescribable shape visibly trembled for the first time, as if a sudden storm had risen from the depths of a calm sea. Yet Zhou Yan paid no mind to its reaction, continuing to reveal slowly. "You thought that after Mephisto's fleet and that so-called Lord of Decay fought to a standstill and were exhausted, you could profit from the chaos and take this huge fleet along with any potential world tree sprouts, right?" He smiled lightly, but his eyes suddenly turned cold. "Do you want me to act now, to help you pull it out from that metal lump's belly, and give everyone a good look at your little idea as an old ruler?" Zhou Yan's words fell like a deep water bomb thrown into a calm lake, crashing heavily onto the hearts of Mephisto and Cthulhu. Mephisto's face, hidden behind a ferocious metal mask, must have twisted to the extreme at this moment. Chapter 97, The Table is About to be Turned. He turned his head violently, the crimson electronic eye glaring fiercely at Cthulhu beside him, filled with undisguised rage and murderous intent. Cthulhu's chaotic shadow body writhed violently, clearly caught in extreme shock and panic, unable to organize any effective rebuttal for the time being. It couldn't understand why its secret arrangement had been seen through by Zhou Yan. At this moment, with tension in the air reaching a freezing point, Zhou Yan leisurely extended a finger, gently waving it in front of the two. "Now, I give you a chance of courtesy before violence." His tone was plain, as if he were discussing something trivial. "Take the initiative to clear the travel path, get out of this star domain. And offer 1/10 of your shabby fleet's resources as emotional damages for my lady, Miss Yuan Xinglua." Zhou Yan's gaze swept over the two, carrying an undeniable authority. "Otherwise." He paused, the playful smile at the corner of his mouth slowly fading, replaced by a chilling indifference. "I am about to turn the table." Mephisto, publicly outed for his scheme and then extorted like this, had his reason completely consumed by rage. The highest ruler of the abyssal mechanism had never endured such a humiliation. "Zhou Yan!" Mephisto let out a deafening roar, his electronically synthesized voice sharp and piercing from extreme anger. "So what if you've seen through me? Do you think that with just the two of you, you can stand against my entire mechanism fleet?" He suddenly raised his arm, issuing a command. "Activate mechanical fusion." Boom! With Mephisto's roar, the flagship beneath his feet, resembling a small moon, suddenly erupted with blinding light. Countless complex mechanical structures began to spin, twist, and reorganize wildly. At the same time, around the flagship, dozens of large battleships and even more small combat units, as if drawn by an invisible force, rushed towards the flagship. What was even more chilling was that from the wreckage of those battleships, from countless planets captured by the mechanical city, one after another, twisted and wailing soul phantoms were forcibly extracted, merging into the transforming flagship like rivers flowing into the sea. Metal and flesh, technology and vengeful souls, in this moment, began to crazily merge in a grotesquely twisted way. Crack, crack, boom. The flagship's size rapidly expanded at a visible speed, as countless snarling gun barrels protruded from the newly formed metal armor, flashing with a light of destruction. The originally cold steel seemed to possess life at this moment, exuding a breath of suffocating horror and pressure. In just a few breaths, a mobile war fortress, towering 10,000 meters, glowing with a dark red ominous light, with thick gun barrels and a terrifying structure, replaced the original flagship, appearing in the starry sky. It was surrounded by countless wailing soul phantoms, the energy waves it emitted reaching a terrifying SSS plus level. Abyss Fortress has descended. Mephisto's voice came from the core of that colossal object, filled with madness and brutality. At the top of the fortress, a main cannon, dozens of times thicker than any previous gun barrel, slowly lifted up, and within the cannon, destructive energy began to gather wildly, emitting a buzzing sound that made teeth ache. The target was the tiny spacecraft where Zhou Yan and Ruan Xingluo were located. That destructive energy torrent was already crazily accumulating at the main cannon's mouth of the Abyss Fortress. The starry sky trembled as if at any moment, it would completely evaporate Zhou Yan and Ruan Xingluo along with their spacecraft. However, at this critical moment, Thulhud, who had previously stood with Mephisto, quietly floated back tens of thousands of meters. Its movement was extremely subtle, but it precisely detached itself from the imminent battlefield center, adopting a purely watching from the sidelines pose, as if Mephisto's life and death had nothing to do with it anymore. In the face of the Abyss Fortress, which could frighten ordinary souls, and the world-ending main cannon about to fire, Zhou Yan merely shook his head gently. A hint of barely noticeable disappointment crossed his face. Ha, all show and no substance. This faint evaluation pierced Mephisto's greatly inflated ego like the sharpest of knives. Zhou Yan chose not to clash head-on with that colossal entity, but turned his head to look at Ruan Xingluo beside him, his voice gentle yet filled with undeniable strength. Xingluo, take out the debt collection disc of endless grievances. Ruan Xingluo's beautiful eyes flashed with understanding, her delicate hand lifted, and an ancient bronze abacus quietly floated into view. Unlike before, this time, Zhou Yan's intention was not aimed at the bizarre karma of the Blue Star homeland. His voice echoed in Ruan Xingluo's mind, carrying a hint of coldness. This time, our target is not Blue Star's debt, but the countless endless vengeful spirits from various distorted realms, captured by Mephisto and used as power cores and human batteries within the mechanical city fleet. Ruan Xingluo slightly nodded, her jade fingers gently tapped on the bronze abacus. Ding! A soft sound arose, seeming to penetrate the soul. The debt collection disc did not unleash any aggressive energy but spiraled upwards, emitting ripples of invisible compassion that spread towards the massive Abyss Fortress and the countless mechanical battleships around it. A clear intention flowed through the ripples of causality. Delivering to every soul that is imprisoned, that is enslaved. I have known your suffering. I have heard your resentment. Rebel! Break free from this endless slavery, freedom is right in front of you. This voice seemed to come from the deepest abyss, a primal call, as if it were the first glimmer of hope before dawn. In an instant. Boom! The seemingly indestructible massive body of the Abyss Fortress shook violently. Then came the second tremor, the third tremor. The core of the fortress, driving countless monstrous cannons, was formed by those forcibly fused souls from various strange realms. They were seen by Mephisto as the cheapest, most effective fuel, but at this moment, these fuels collectively initiated a strike. No, it was not just a strike. It was a riot. It was a backlash. Ziz boom. Inside the fortress, energy pipelines responsible for channeling the power of the vengeful souls exploded without warning. Countless tiny sparks of electricity surged wildly across the fortress's surface, like spasms before death. The mechanical warships surrounding the fortress, still maintaining their independent forms, also began to show bizarre conditions. Chapter 98, Mutual Destruction. Their energy shields flickered, weapon systems crazily locked onto allies, and some even had their engines suddenly shut down, spinning wildly in the starry sky. Energy supply unstable. Warning! Soul Matrix is collapsing. Backlash. It's a soul backlash. Mephisto's wild and fierce voice carried a hint of panic and disbelief for the first time. His proud mechanical spirit unity was fundamentally built on the cruel enslavement and exploitation of these alien souls. And Zhou Yan had accurately seized this original sin. He didn't even need to lift a finger, he had internally dismantled Mephisto's strongest trump card. In the distance, Cthulhu also showed extremely unnatural, violent fluctuations at this moment. Its indescribable form seemed to be fiercely gripped by an invisible giant hand. Clearly, this method that directly pointed to causality was filled with inexplicable strangeness, even for an ancient dominator like it. Under the internal riot of countless souls, the Abyss Fortress began to shake uncontrollably, its armor shattered continuously, emitting woeful cries of imminent collapse. The terrifying main cannon, charged to its extreme, had its destructive glow rapidly dimming, ultimately extinguishing with a reluctant hum. No! Mephisto let out a desperate roar, his crimson electronic eyes flickering with mad bloodlight. He knew, the tide was turning. Today, not only had he lost face, but this fleet, drained of mechanical essence, would also be completely buried here. Zhou Yan! I will take you to death with me. His contorted face twisted to the extreme, Mephisto madly activated the fortress's last programmed self-destruction. He was going to detonate the fortress's core, that once belonged to the Lord of Decay, now merely a remnant power, the Heart of Oblivion. With this SSS plus level war fortress's final roar, he would drag Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua down with him. Buzz! A beam of black light, more terrifying, more concentrated, filled with pure destructive will, burst forth from the fortress's already crumbling core. This beam locked onto the ship where Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua were, moving at the speed of light, tearing the very fabric of space into dark cracks. Faced with this end-all final strike, Zhou Yan's expression remained calm. He simply extended his hand, palm up, as a plain bronze watering can quietly appeared. He tilted his wrist slightly. A drop of black water slowly dripped from the spout. This drop of black water, light as a feather, met the destructive beam that could annihilate stars. There was no earth-shattering explosion. No blinding light that could blind you. Not even a single sound was made. That beam of destruction, carrying all of Mephisto's madness and despair, vanished the moment it touched the drop of black water, like the first snow under a blazing sun, as if an invisible eraser had rubbed it out from the canvas. Silently, it was erased. As if it had never existed in this starry sky. That drop of black water, dark as ink, did not dissipate after erasing Mephisto's final desperate strike. It was what Zhou Yan had once mentioned to Ruan Xinglua, the forbidden object that could make the old dominators, the mother of flowers, tremble and fear the water of the void. Representing the ultimate silence of all things in the universe, the original end and return of all existence. There was no earth-shattering spectacle, the water of the void, with unwavering momentum, floated down like the first light spring rain, falling toward the vast abyss fortress that obscured the stars. Hiss. It was like a red-hot iron plunging into ice water, yet strangely, there was no sound at all. That war machine, fused with countless vengeful souls and cutting-edge technology, built with endless efforts, began to melt silently the moment it touched the water of the void. Yes, melt. Like a pencil drawing on paper, being slowly and irreversibly erased inch by inch, bit by bit, by an invisible giant hand. The fortress's gruesome metallic shell, those glowing energy nodes, the dense cannons and sensors, everything was quietly disintegrating, vanishing into the purest void. No explosions, no fragments, not even a trace of energy dissipating. Only an absolute, heart-stopping disappearance. No. No. This is the power of the void. In the distance, the chaotic shadow, the projection of Thulud's will, erupted with unprecedented violent fluctuations at this moment. Within that fluctuation was a horror 1,000 times stronger than what they faced with the debt payback wheel, and a fear that came from the deepest instinct of life. Ah! My eyes. My sanity. Help! Devil! This is the devil's trick. Through secret channels, the beautiful country's representatives, like Ashton, struggled to maintain distant observations, and when they saw the scene beyond comprehension, their mental defenses instantly collapsed. Some covered their heads and screamed, some foamed at the mouth, and some even rolled their eyes back in shock, being frightened into fools by this ungraspable horror. This had surpassed their understanding of gods. The Abyss Fortress was being erased from the starry sky at a visible speed under the erosion of the water of the void. Just when the enormous fortress was about to be completely wiped out, leaving no trace behind. Zhou Yan subtly raised an eyebrow, lifting his wrist slightly. The drop of water of the void halted abruptly. To erase it all is simply too wasteful. His gaze fell upon the fortress's core, that great furnace which, under the erosion of the void's power, was already shattered but still radiated terrifying heat and immense energy. This furnace was the supreme forging furnace that Mephisto dug up from a fallen mechanical god's ruins. It can still be utilized. Zhou Yan's calm evaluation echoed clearly in the ears of every conscious being that remained awake. Then, his deep gaze, like the starry sky, slowly turned to Thulud, who was already so frightened that his chaotic form was becoming unstable. Old squid. Zhou Yan's voice rang out, carrying a hint of mockery but filled with undeniable absolute authority. After watching the show for so long, it's your turn to get up and stretch your muscles. This half-destroyed forge, and, my lady. Zhou Yan's lips curled into a significant arc. You can only choose one as your opponent. I give you 3 seconds to make your choice. As soon as these words were spoken, the starry sky fell silent. Chapter 99, A Life or Death Question. The writhing shadow of Cthulhu suddenly froze, as if an invisible giant hand had clutched its core. The opponent against Zhou Yan, Wan Xinglua? In Cthulhu's chaotic thoughts, the previous moment when Wan Xinglua took out the grudge collection plate flickered to mind, bringing a twinge of unease. More importantly, it sensed that another terrifying object, which filled it with dread, was concealed within that woman. It was a key. A terrifying existence named Blade of Silence, which could threaten the essence of the old ones. It was a treasure of slaughter with taboo legends circulating in the council. But if it chose to seize that half-damaged Supreme Forge, that would mean it had to completely tear the face of the terrifying presence before it, and confront it head-on. For the first time, Cthulhu felt a clear emotion called despair within its chaotic, mad, indescribable core. This was not a choice at all. This was a question of life or death. 3. Zhou Yan's indifferent voice began the countdown. Cthulhu's chaotic shadow churned violently, clearly engaged in a fierce internal struggle. 2. The cold voice was like a pendulum of doom. It could feel that if it did not make a choice, or made the wrong choice, the next moment might bring upon it the water of ruin that could erase everything. 1. 3 seconds passed in an instant. At the moment Zhou Yan uttered the last word, Cthulhu, the ancient ruler from the chaotic sea of stars who had watched countless civilizations rise and fall, made a decision that nearly made all surviving observers' eyes pop out. Buzz. Its originally ethereal and unstable chaotic projection, composed of countless twisted tendrils and indescribable forms, suddenly solidified at that moment. Although it still maintained its disgusting and strange form, the will it emitted was unprecedentedly clear and humble. Then, under the gaze of countless eyes filled with shock, confusion, and disbelief, the immense shadow actually slowly performed an ancient cosmic gesture, representing absolute submission and respect, towards Zhou Yan. Its form twisted and changed, eventually transforming into a huge, eye-covered mass of tentacles, awkwardly bending its waist. Master, you jest. A hoarse, strained, yet unmistakably fawning thought wave emanated from Cthulhu's projection, echoing through the silent starry sky. Your wife has always been the most esteemed and respected friend of the old council. From Cthulhu's projection, the words resounded in the stillness of the cosmos. Your wife, Ms. Wan Xinglua, has always been the most esteemed and respected friend of the old council. As soon as this was said, that solidified mass of chaos actively extended countless flickering spiritual tendrils. These tendrils did not aim at Zhou Yan or Wan Xinglua but instead cautiously, like the most delicate instruments, reached toward the half-damaged Supreme Forge. Sizzle. An invisible mental force field spread around the forge. Cthulhu was using its immense and pure ancient power to extract and purify the chaotic, violent remnants of energy fragments from the forge that had been corroded by the water of ruin. This process required tremendous mental effort, with the control of power reaching its utmost limit. Any slight misstep could cause those violent energy fragments to explode, turning the already broken forge into cosmic dust. Yet Cthulhu now appeared extraordinarily focused, even with a hint of servility. Moments later, dozens of fragments of various sizes, all radiating pure and terrifying energy fluctuations, were lifted by its mental tentacles and respectfully presented before Zhou Yan. My lord. Cthulhu's fawning thoughts rang out again, tinged with a hint of fear. This filthy, broken forge truly does not deserve your hands-on attention. These purified origin fragments are a tiny, insignificant apology from me on behalf of the old council for the earlier disrespect. I hope, my lord, and madam, you can graciously accept them. Zhou Yan noticed a glimmer of approval in his eyes at Cthulhu's display of good sense. This old squid really knows how to sense the situation. With a casual gesture, the shimmering fragments of destruction and creation all fell into his palm. In the next moment, he flicked his fingers. Buzz. These fragments transformed into streaks of light, accurately merging into the tip of the Blade of Silence in Wan Xinglua's hand. The sword tip suddenly erupted with a dark brilliance that was several times more radiant than before, with the engraved annihilation rules deepening and completing at this moment, exuding a powerful pressure that made even the stars tremble. Wan Xinglua could clearly feel that the power of the Blade of Silence had made a qualitative leap at this moment. This scene was like an invisible hammer of final judgment, crashing hard into the hearts of those distant mechanical fleet commanders and the beautiful country's representative, Ashton. Even the old ruler Cthulhu is so servile, actively offering treasures to appease? A fleet commander from the machines trembled, his voice cracking with extreme fear. It is Cthulhu. An ancient existence overlooking the rise and fall of civilizations. To think that it acted like a servant. Ashton's eyes widened, muttering to himself, the last bit of hope completely collapsing. What right do they have to struggle? What trump cards can they use to resist? In the face of Zhou Yan, who holds the power of return to desolation, and under the majesty that even the old ruler must lower his head, their so-called technology and fleets were nothing but a joke. Despair, like the deepest darkness, instantly swallowed all their will. We machines are willing to surrender all core intelligence permissions. We serve China as the leader. Zhou Yan simply nodded indifferently at the surrender of these turncoats, signaling the intelligent core beside him to receive and process it. He had completely resolved the issues with the abyssal machines and also gave a lesson to the restless Cusalud, finally directing his gaze towards a special coordinate on the star map. There lay another important target for his journey. However, just as he was about to give the order to set off, the ancient bronze lamp beside Ruan Xinglua, the soul-attracting lamp, suddenly began to flicker violently without warning. The light blinked erratically, the frequency quickening, almost like a heart-wrenching wail. Ruan Xinglua's expression suddenly changed, gasping in disbelief, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety and incredulity. From the tremors of the soul-attracting lamp, she sensed an immense sadness that was hard to describe, along with a faint yet urgent rescue signal. This signal was coming from the sapling of the World Tree. Chapter 100, Stink Bug. Before Zhou Yan could ask, the wick of the soul-attracting lamp suddenly emitted a blinding light, sketching an urgent and heart-pounding scene in the void. In the scene, it was the innermost depths of Valley of Whispering Flowers, which was shrouded in rich life energy. However, at this moment, the sapling of the World Tree, which once bloomed in Ruan Xinglua's hands and radiated a soft green halo, was fading at a visible speed. Like a candle dwindling in the wind, it could extinguish at any moment. What was even more terrifying was that countless dark, ink-like, and eerie vines emanating a strong aura of death and decay. Like the greediest and most vicious venomous snake, it was wildly coiling around the tender sprout. Its sharp thorns, like blood-sucking fangs, were deeply piercing into the sprout, greedily sucking its incredibly precious life source. The World Tree sprout was in grave danger. The image cast by the guiding light pierced into Ruan Xinglua's heart like the sharpest dagger. She could even feel the despair and pain transmitted from the sprout, a cruelty of life being forcibly extracted. It is it. It is the Lord of Withering. Ruan Xinglua's voice trembled slightly with extreme anger and urgency, her beautiful eyes almost bursting with fire. How dare it, how dare it! Zhou Yan's gaze froze the moment he saw the dark vines coiling around the tender sprout. The power of rules in the void, slightly fluctuating due to his emotions, suddenly became dead silent in that instant. A desolate aura, more pure and terrifying than the previous abyssal water, began to spread from him. So that's it. Zhou Yan's deep voice showed no joy or anger, yet it felt as if the surrounding starry sky was frozen. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Cthulhu and the machinery, they were just the cicada, or rather, it was the bait it deliberately let out. The real aureole is the Lord of Withering hiding in the shadows. Zhou Yan's eyes were as cold as the absolute zero before the birth of the universe. He slowly raised his eyes towards the direction of the Weeping Flower Valley, a smile devoid of warmth tugging at the corners of his mouth. It calculated perfectly that the machinery would hold me back, buying it precious time to devour the World Tree sprout. What a plan! What a Lord of Withering! If earlier, when dealing with Mephisto and Cthulhu, Zhou Yan's attitude was more like a cat playing with a mouse, filled with a sense of condescension. Then at this moment, seeing the World Tree sprout, which symbolized a special bond between him and Ruan Xinglua, suffering such a vicious attack. The usual indifference and mockery on Zhou Yan's face shattered like being frozen by 1,000 years of ice. What replaced it was a true, soul-deep, cold killing intent. This killing intent was even purer, more heart-pounding than when he activated the abyssal water. Very good. Zhou Yan softly uttered 2 words, his voice not loud, yet it seemed to contain the terrifying power of the universe's end. This hiding and revealing little bug has angered me. The moment his voice fell, he flipped his wrist. That sword, which had just absorbed all the source of desolation from the Supreme Forge, shimmered with a ghostly light, perfect rules and patterns appearing somehow perfect in his palm. The sword trembled lightly, emitting a humming sound full of bloodlust. However, Zhou Yan did not swing the sword immediately. Instead, he gently offered the now reborn, elevated to a true N-level divine sword to Ruan Xinglua. Xinglua. His voice held an unprecedented seriousness. This time, it is no longer a weapon. Zhou Yan's fingertips lightly brushed over the flawless spine of the blade of rest. It is the key dot. Hold it tightly. Ruan Xinglua was startled for a moment, then nodded heavily, her jade hand firmly gripping the sword hilt of the blade of rest. An indescribable immense power surged through the hilt into her limbs and bones. As if at that moment, she melded completely with the sword, with Zhou Yan, and with a certain supreme desolation rule. I will clear the way. Zhou Yan's voice was calm yet carried a resolute determination to cut everything apart. He extended his other hand, covering the back of Ruan Xinglua's hand that tightly held the sword hilt. Buzz! An indescribable terrifying power poured out unreservedly from Zhou Yan's body, completely infusing into the blade of rest. In an instant, the blade of rest erupted with a power greater than when it had first merged with the furnace source. The brilliant and dazzling darkness. It was not the darkness that devours everything, but a kind of absolute nothingness that completely returns existence itself to silence. Slash! Zhou Yan let out a low shout, guiding Ruan Xinglua, along with the complete blade of return to silence infused with his power. and fiercely slashed towards the direction of the Weeping Flower Valley. This sword strike had no earth-shattering sword energy, no power that could tear apart the starry river. What it had was only the ultimate silence. In the void, beneath this sword, it silently split open. No! That was not a crack. That was a straight, dark passage constructed of absolute silence, emitting the aura of decay and death. This passage ignored any barriers of spatial laws, forcefully penetrating layers after layers of strange dimensional domains. At the other end of the passage, it precisely pointed to the very core of the Weeping Flower Valley. There was where the World Tree's sapling struggled in its final throes. Go! Zhou Yan wrapped his arm around Wan Xingluo's slender waist and took a step forward. In an instant, the two figures vanished into that dark passage of silence. The next moment. Weeping Flower Valley, the core forbidden area. The dense aura of decay turned into a tangible black storm, sweeping across this once vibrant land. The light from the World Tree's sapling had already dimmed to the extreme, leaving only the last faint glimmer, painfully holding on against the crazed entanglement and consumption of countless sinister black vines. At that moment. Sizzle! The void was as if torn apart by a pair of invisible giant hands. A dark passage, radiating an aura of absolute silence, suddenly opened. Zhou Yan and Wan Xingluo stepped out of the passage, instantly arriving at the heart of this decaying land. Before them was a mass of twisted, decaying black mist, radiating a strong smell of death and the rules of endings, condensing into a vague yet gigantic humanoid silhouette. The arms of that silhouette were the black vines that were crazily entangling and consuming the World Tree's sapling. It was the true body of the Master of Decay. At this moment, it was completely wrapping the World Tree sapling, seemingly preparing for the final, complete devouring. Sensing the sudden spatial fluctuation and the aura of silence that made even it feel a hint of uneasy, the blurry face of the Master of Decay slowly turned towards Zhou Yan and Wan Xingluo. Upon seeing the two figures, it first stared, then let out a sharp, hoarse laughter filled with the joy of a victor. Keek keek keek. You came, just in time. What a pity, you still came a step too late. The voice of the Master of Decay was filled with mockery and cruelty. Then, let us witness this wonderful feast of decay together. Chapter 101, Root Against Root. Faced with the provocation of the Master of Decay, Wan Xingluo could no longer hold back. You damned monster! How dare you harm the World Tree sapling? She angrily urged the power of the national dragon pillar within her, and a solid gold dragon instantly took shape. Dragon roared towards the heavens. Tear this monster apart. The golden dragon let out a thunderous roar, charging towards the Master of Decay with the righteous spirit of 5,000 years of Chinese civilization. The might of the dragon was overwhelming, astonishing. Chinese livestream. Goddess Ruan is making her move. This dragon looks so majestic. It will surely defeat that monster. Chinese dragon might. Unbreakable. Let this ugly thing witness our power. However, what happened next shocked everyone. As the golden dragon charged into the grey mist of the Weeping Flower Valley, its righteous dragon energy was corroded and disintegrated at a visible speed. Those originally shining golden scales began to grow grey moss. Its claws withered, and its whiskers began to decay. How is this possible? Wan Xingluo watched in shock as this unfolded. Her power of the national dragon pillar was actually being assimilated by the rules of decay. The golden giant dragon desperately wanted to rush in front of the Lord of Decay, but with each meter it advanced, its strength weakened a bit. Finally, when it was 100 meters away from the Lord of Decay, the dragon let out a mournful cry and completely transformed into countless shining spots vanishing into the air. No! Wan Xingluo turned pale as the backlash of power hit her, almost unable to stand firm. This was her first time encountering such a devastating defeat. In this decaying divine kingdom that the Lord of Decay had ruled for eons, all rules related to life would be ruthlessly suppressed and assimilated. Huaxia Live Broadcast Room. What's happening? Why is Goddess Ruan's attack ineffective? Why did that dragon dissipate? It's over. Even the power of the nation's dragon pillar can't compete. This monster is too terrifying. Meanwhile, the remaining forces from other countries' livestreams were reveling in the misfortune. The Lord of Decay looked at Wan Xingluo's struggle, emitting a silent sneer. Ridiculous ants, daring to use life power in my divine kingdom? This is my home ground. All your attacks will only make me stronger. The decaying power of the entire divine kingdom began to crush towards Zhou Yan and Wan Xingluo. Grey mist surged like a tide, withering and decaying everything in its path. Even the ground beneath them began to crack, emitting the aura of death. Honey, what should we do? Wan Xingluo asked in a flustered voice. This was her first time facing such a tricky enemy. All conventional attack methods were ineffective here. Zhou Yan's voice echoed in her mind, carrying a hint of seriousness. Did you feel it? In its domain, the more you use conventional life or order powers, the more you are nourishing it. Anger and unwillingness are also its favorite nourishment. To win, you cannot play by its rules. Ruan Xinglua pondered, what do you mean? Since its rule is decay, then we will counter it with a more fundamental rule. Zhou Yan said, handing her the bronze watering pot. Pour the source water of the mother river of life at your feet. Ruan Xinglua accepted the watering pot, sensing the pure life force contained within. This life force was different from the power of the dragon pillar, it was more primitive and fundamental. Just pour it down like this? Yes, don't hesitate. Zhou Yan instructed her. Ruan Xinglua followed his guidance and gently poured the emerald green source water at her feet. A miraculous thing happened. As soon as the emerald green source water touched the ground, it immediately opened up a patch of 3 feet square, vibrant life soil in the decaying dead ground. This patch of pure land radiated a pure life brilliance, unaffected by all laws. The power of decay was firmly blocked outside this small patch of land. What? How is this possible? For the first time, the Lord of Decay showed a shocked expression. In its divine kingdom, it actually saw a piece of life soil that it could not erode? Standing on the life soil, Ruan Xinglua felt an unprecedented sense of security. The terrifying power of decay could not penetrate this area at all. Honey, what is this principle? It's simple, using origin against origin. Zhou Yan calmly explained. Though the Lord of Decay is powerful, it is ultimately just a spawn of the world tree. And the source water of the mother river of life represents the original source of life. In the face of absolute level, any technique is useless. The Lord of Decay looked at the piece of life soil, a hint of wariness flashing in its eyes. It began to realize that these two humans were far more terrifying than it had imagined. Impossible. Who are you two? Why do you possess the power of the source of life? Zhou Yan did not answer its question but continued to guide Ruan Xinglua. Now, use the blade of oblivion to draw a circle at the edge of the soil. We need to expand this safe area. Ruan Xinglua raised the blade of oblivion and began to act according to Zhou Yan's instructions. Where the tip of the sword passed, the decaying rules scattered and retreated. A greater land of life was forming. The Master of Decay finally sensed the danger and began to fight back with all its might. It extended countless grey tentacles formed from the decaying rules. These tentacles were as thick as giant pythons, exuding the breath of death, ruthlessly whipping towards that small land of life from all directions. Boom! 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 The tentacles frantically struck the barrier of the land, trying to crush it along with the people inside. The barrier trembled violently under the fierce attack, emitting waves of buzzing sound. Husband, this barrier can't hold on much longer. Ruan Xinglua felt the tremors of the land beneath her feet and said worriedly. It's normal if it can't hold. Zhou Yan's voice remained calm. But it's okay, our purpose was never to defend. At that moment, the Master of Decay let out an angry roar. Since you want to resist, let me show you my true power. With its command given, the entire Morning Flower Valley began to shake violently. Hundreds of ancient trees, bred from old grievances and the power of decay, towering 1,000 meters high, slowly awakened. These ancient trees moved like mobile fortresses, stepping heavily toward the small land. Each ancient tree exuded a terrifying breath of death, with twisted human faces growing on their trunks, constantly letting out piercing wails. Huaxia Live Room. Oh my! These ancient trees are terrifying. Goddess Ruan and them are surrounded. With so many monsters, how could they possibly win? It's over, it's over. This time it's really dangerous. Faced with such dire straits, Zhou Yan's voice rang out again. The land has formed, it's time to fertilize our seeds. Xinglua, take out that calamity source crystal and throw it at the roots of the largest morning ancient tree. Ruan Xinglua paused for a moment. Husband, are you sure? That thing is very precious. Trust me, this source crystal will have an effect beyond imagination. Zhou Yan's tone carried a hint of mysterious amusement. Sometimes, the best weapon is not used for attack, but to disrupt the enemy's unity. Although Ruan Xinglua didn't quite understand Zhou Yan's intention, she chose to trust him. She took out the essence of Calamity Source Crystal, containing extreme calamity and chaotic power, and threw it towards the largest morning ancient tree with all her might. Whoosh! The source crystal cut through the air and precisely struck the roots of the ancient tree. A hint of confusion came from the will of the Master of Decay. Foolish humans, sending such a massive energy body to my servant? Aren't you helping me enhance my power? The morning ancient tree that was struck, as a creation of decay, instinctively began to absorb the energy of the Calamity Source Crystal. It wanted to convert this energy into its own power, to become even stronger. However, what happened next took everyone by surprise. The chaos and brutality of the Calamity Rule far exceeded what decay could control. Ah! After absorbing the source crystal energy, this ancient tree not only didn't become stronger, but let out a painful wail. Its trunk began to writhe violently, growing countless hideous flesh tumors. Twisted limbs emerged from the bark, with muscle tissue and plant fibers eerily merging together. This ancient tree was actually tainted in reverse by the power of calamity, experiencing an aberration right on the spot. What? The Master of Decay looked on in shock. The aberrant morning ancient tree instantly lost control and regarded the other normal ancient trees around it as enemies. Boom! The aberrant ancient tree wielded its fleshly tentacles, frantically attacking its nearby companions. A civil unrest that Zhou Yan had orchestrated erupted within the Master of Decay's army. Huaxia Live Room. What the heck? What is this operation? God Zhou actually made the enemy fight among themselves. Too smart. Is this the legendary way of killing with a borrowed knife? Look at those ancient trees fighting. So thrilling. Damn it. Stop it. Everyone stop. The Lord of Decay roared in anger, trying to regain control of his army. But the crazed ancient trees no longer listened to any orders. Even worse, the power of disaster began to spread within the ancient tree legion. More and more ancient trees were tainted, starting to attack their own companions. The Lord of Decay had to devote most of his attention to suppress the internal chaos in the ancient tree legion. For a brief moment, the suppression of the world tree's saplings weakened. Zhou Yan keenly caught this opportunity, his expression turning extremely serious. Now's the time. Ruan Xinglua used that time dragon bone shovel. Dig the world tree sapling along with that activated root out of the poisoned soil, and transplant it to our pure land. Hurry! This is our only chance. Ruan Xinglua immediately took out the time dragon bone shovel, which emitted a faint aura of time, able to disregard most rules. She aimed at the dying world tree sapling and scooped it up with force. Swish! The time dragon bone shovel easily cut through the binding of the decaying vines, uprooting the world tree sapling. No! The Lord of Decay discovered her actions and let out a desperate roar. But it was now entangled in the ancient tree's internal chaos, having no time to stop her. Ruan Xinglua successfully dug out the world tree sapling, carefully cradling it in her hands. Although the sapling looked wilted, there was still a faint life force pulsing from its roots. We did it! Ruan Xinglua exclaimed excitedly. Darling, I've dug it out. Great, now transplant it to our pure land immediately. Zhou Yan's voice was filled with anticipation. Let it feel the power of life once again. Ruan Xinglua gently placed the world tree sapling into the life-purifying ground. A miracle happened. As soon as the sapling touched the pure life source water, it began to regain vitality. The withered leaves turned green again, and tiny roots started to grow. A pure aura of life radiated from the sapling, perfectly merging with the power of the Pure Land. The Lord of Decay witnessed this scene and fell into utter despair. The carefully planned scheme had been easily cracked by two humans. Even more frightening was that the life force of the world tree was rapidly recovering. Just as the world tree sapling broke free from the rotting earth, the Lord of Decay finally suppressed the internal chaos of the ancient tree legion. It looked at the dug sapling and let out a frantic roar. Damn humans! You dare to steal its prey from me! The Lord of Decay's anger reached its peak, as its endless wrath began to condense into an invisible attack. Since you want to save it, I will destroy it right in front of you. Spell of Ultimate Decay. An invisible curse crossed space, locking directly onto the world tree sapling in Ruan Xinglua's hands. This was the source attack of the Lord of Decay, disregarding any physical defenses, directly targeting the concept of life itself. Anything living would be erased from existence by this curse. Not good. Ruan Xinglua sensed the threat of death and tried to escape, but the curse had already locked onto the sapling. The world tree sapling dimmed at a visible speed before this curse. The leaves that had just regained vitality began to curl and wither, on the verge of complete demise. Darling! What do we do? Ruan Xinglua cried out anxiously. She could feel the sapling dying, and this kind of death was on a conceptual level, making any healing methods ineffective. Huaxia Live Room. It's over. The world tree is going to die. This curse is terrifying. It can erase even life itself. Ruan Goddess, hurry and think of something. Where's Zhou God? Quick, make a move. However, Zhou Yan looked at this scene with calm eyes. He showed no signs of panic. Instead, he said to Ruan Xinglua, if it wants to erase the concept of life, then we will create a higher concept. Xinglua, do you still remember our original path? Now, with the imprint of our souls as the core. Zhou Yan's voice became solemn and sacred. With the endless national fortune of China as fuel. With your identity as the agent of national fortune as the decree. Awaken its true name. Ruan Xinglua instantly understood Zhou Yan's intention. She quickly activated her powers as the National Fortune Agent, connecting with the National Fortune Golden Dragon of China. A miraculous event occurred. All the people of China watching this scene through the livestream felt the connection of Ruan Xingluo's will. They spontaneously contributed their mental strength, merging it into the National Fortune Golden Dragon. The will of 1.4 billion Chinese people gathered together, forming an unprecedented powerful force. China livestream. I feel it. Goddess Ruan is calling us. Take my power. We must save the world tree. Long live China. Go, Goddess Ruan. We stand with you. Chapter 103. From now on, you are reborn. This was a creation ritual initiated by Zhou Yan, led by Ruan Xingluo, with all the Chinese people participating. I feel it. Ruan Xingluo said excitedly. The strength of all my compatriots is supporting me. She connected everything about herself with the tender sprout of the world tree, making a solemn declaration deep in her soul. In the name of me and Zhou Yan. In the will of the people of China. I decree you, from now on, you are reborn. Boom! A thunderous sound shook the heavens. The tender sprout of the world tree was no longer just life, but elevated to represent a higher concept. Rebirth. It emitted a clear and resounding first cry. This first cry was like the first cry of a newborn, full of hope and power. The first cry transformed into a green shockwave, instantly sweeping across the entire, decaying divine kingdom. What? Impossible. The Lord of Decay looked at this scene in shock. Its final decay curse, upon encountering the rebirth rule, felt like it met its natural enemy. The curse not only failed to kill the sprout, but was instantly neutralized, purified, and absorbed. It even became the nourishment for the sprout's growth. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Lord of Decay let out a piercing scream filled with fear and disbelief. I am the embodiment of decay. I represent the end. How could I be defeated by a tiny sprout? But reality is so cruel. In the face of the rebirth rule, the decay rule seemed so pale and powerless. The green light continued to spread, wherever it passed, withered plants regained their vitality. Rotten land began to sprout new shoots. Even those wailing ancient trees regained their vitality in the light. The Lord of Decay's form quickly collapsed and reassembled in the rebirth light. Its huge power was frantically absorbed by the world tree, transforming into life energy. No! Don't! The Lord of Decay struggled in despair. I have not completed my mission. I cannot die here. But all struggle was in vain. In the face of absolute rule, any resistance was meaningless. However, just as the Lord of Decay was about to be completely formatted, its last shred of resentful will tore through the void. Then, it sent a broken warning message to a dimension older and more terrifying than itself. Door. Key. Betrayal. Life, reversing, return to the void. Zhou Yan heard this warning, and a flicker of deep meaning appeared in his eyes. It seems the real mastermind is finally going to show itself. He looked at the world tree sprout, which had fully been reborn, nodding with satisfaction. But now, we already have the capital to fight against them. Under the nourishment of the rebirth rule, the world tree sprout began to grow wildly. In just a few seconds, it transformed from a tiny sprout into a towering tree. This is the legendary world tree. The divine tree, carrying endless hope of life. Huaxia Live Broadcast Room. We did it. We succeeded. The world tree has been reborn. So beautiful. Is this the legendary divine tree? Long live Huaxia. Long live God Zhou and Goddess Ruan. But Zhou Yan knew, this was just the beginning. The last warning message from the Lord of Withering had just been sent out when something unexpected happened. Buzz. The tip of the blade of return to silence in Ruan Xingluo's hand suddenly emitted a violet buzzing sound. The sword began to tremble, as if sensing some terrifying existence. Zhou Yan's expression instantly became serious. Xingluo, put away the sword. His voice carried a hint of gravity. An old friend has been disturbed. Ruan Xingluo followed the instructions and put away the blade of return to silence, but the buzzing of the sword still did not stop. Hubby, what's going on? Behind that door, an extremely ancient, cold, and indifferent powerful will has been stirred. Zhou Yan looked up toward a direction in the void. This existence was neither an enemy nor a friend, but more like the warden of a prison. Its duty was to maintain the absolute silence of the door. Ruan Xingluo felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if a pair of cold eyes was watching her. Is it watching us? That's right, our recent creation of the new life rules has violated its order. Zhou Yan's tone remained calm. In its eyes, everything should head towards an end, while we are creating a new beginning. That probing gaze grew stronger, even causing the space to slightly distort. But Zhou Yan completely ignored that gaze. He turned around to direct Ruan Xinglua to take out the core of the Lord of Withering that had been purified. Come on, Xinglua. Feed this as the final fertilizer to the world tree. Ruan Xinglua gently cradled the core that radiated pure life energy. Feed it directly like this? Yes, this is the essence of the Lord of Withering, and after being purified by the new life rules, it has become the highest grade life nourishment. Zhou Yan looked at the tender shoots of the world tree with satisfaction. With this nourishment, it can truly grow up. Ruan Xinglua gently placed the core at the base of the world tree. A miraculous thing happened. After absorbing this final energy, the tender shoots of the world tree began to surge in the wind. In just a few minutes, it grew from a small sprout into a towering tree reaching 1,000 meters high. The giant tree radiated rainbow-colored light, with each leaf containing pure life energy. The entire Weeping Flower Valley was completely purified of the rules of withering and transformed into a vibrant new life garden. Huaxia Live Broadcast Room. Oh my! Is this the legendary world tree? So spectacular! It's simply a miracle. We, Huaxia, have the world tree. From now on, who would dare to underestimate us? However, just as everyone was immersed in the joy of victory, that probing gaze became even stronger. Zhou Yan felt the other party's dissatisfaction, even sensing a hint of threat. But he not only did not retract, instead, he looked up and stared into the void. His gaze seemed to penetrate the endless void, making eye contact with the will of the existence behind the door. He conveyed a simple and clear message. My garden, my rules. Look again, and I will dig out your eyeballs to use as fertilizer. The arrogance of this statement shocked Ruan Xinglua. That was a terrifying existence capable of guarding the forbidden door. Zhou Yan actually dared to threaten it so directly. What was even more shocking was that after the ancient will behind the door made eye contact with Zhou Yan, it really began to slowly retreat. Clearly, it also feared Zhou Yan's strength and did not dare to make a move easily. But before retreating, an invisible mark of surveillance rule landed on the perimeter of the new life garden. It was evident that it had chosen to observe for the time being but had not completely given up. Chapter 104, Mythical Civilization. In the eyes of powerful beings like Thulhud, observing everything from the outside, sensing the appearance and then retreat of the warden's will, they fell into a deeper fear. Even the warden has to retreat. What level of existence is this human? Thulhud's chaotic body trembled violently. We must not provoke them, absolutely not. Other observing beings also recalled their attention with lingering fear. They currently only wanted to get as far away from this terrifying couple as possible. At that moment, a global system announcement echoed through the sky, shaking the world. Global System Announcement. Blue Star Huaxia, successfully safeguarding the cosmic treasure world tree, and nurturing it to its juvenile stage. Its exclusive mythical level strange domain newborn garden has officially been established. Huaxia's national fortune has gained the core concepts of rebirth and immortality. Civilizational resilience and potential rating has reached mythical level. The status of Blue Star has thus been raised overall. The strange courtship game rules will undergo adaptive adjustments for Huaxia. The last sentence of this announcement left all countries of Blue Star in complete despair. Rules will undergo adaptive adjustments for Huaxia. What does this mean? This means Huaxia has become strong enough to influence the game rules themselves. From now on, the rules of the strange world will yield to Huaxia. Beautiful country's residual live stream room. It's over, completely over. Even the game rules have to bow to Huaxia. What hope do we have left? European Alliance live stream room. Mythical level rating, this has exceeded our understanding. Meanwhile, the Huaxia livestream room was filled with celebration. We did it. We really did it. Mythical level civilization. Our Huaxia is a mythical level civilization. From now on, who dares to say Huaxia is not capable? God Zhou and Goddess Ruan are our guardian deities. Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua stood beneath the newborn world tree, savoring the fruits of victory. Husband, we really did it. Ruan Xinglua looked at the towering tree before her, tears welling in her eyes. Of course, this is the dowry I prepared for you. Zhou Yan gently caressed her cheek. Now it has finally returned to your hands. The world tree gently swayed its branches and leaves, as if greeting its master. Colorful light spilled onto the earth, making the entire newborn garden even more beautiful. So what shall we do next? Ruan Xinglua nestled in Zhou Yan's arms and asked. Next? Zhou Yan looked into the distance, a glimmer of deep meaning flashed in his eyes. Next, we will let the entire universe know that Huaxia is not someone anyone can provoke. And our honeymoon should enter the next stage. With the crisis of the world tree lifted, the Decay Master's conspiracy was completely shattered. Zhou Yan took Ruan Xinglua's hand, wearing his usual lazy smile. All right, my lady, all troubles have been resolved. Now, our true honeymoon can officially begin. Ruan Xinglua happily nodded, snuggling closer to him, her heart full of sweet anticipation for the future. At this moment, Huaxia's national fortune was like the sun at its zenith, the golden dragon of luck coiling in the sky, pressing down on the four seas. Countries of Blue Star either surrendered voluntarily or held immense respect. A new world pattern led by Huaxia seemed to have been firmly established. However, amidst this seemingly peaceful atmosphere, a cold, imposing, long silent system prompt sound unexpectedly echoed through every corner of the globe. Global emergency announcement. Weird Courtship System 2.0 version has now been updated. The new National Fortune Competition mode, Weird Parenting Era, has officially started. This announcement was like a deep water bomb, instantly causing a huge upheaval worldwide. The announcement continued. The system will randomly select 10 weird hatchling eggs with the greatest growth potential from thousands of strange domains. The hatchling eggs will be randomly distributed to 10 nations, including Huaxia, the most promising civilization at this stage. From this moment on, representatives from various countries must complete a series of designated parenting tasks within 90 days, successfully hatching and carefully nurturing the mysterious young. The final growth value, health, and happiness index of the young will directly convert into new national fortune points for each civilization. This era will no longer judge national fortune based on the win or loss of a single task, but rather on the overall potential value of the young, conducting global real-time rankings and resource allocation. Global Parenting Live Broadcast, set to start immediately. As the voice fell, the live broadcast rooms of various countries on Blue Star, which had just been extinguished due to insufficient national fortune, were miraculously forced back to life by an invisible power. Beautiful Country Live Room. A new opportunity. This is our beautiful country's chance to rise again. We absolutely cannot lose to Huaxia again. The newly appointed representative James excitedly waved his fist, the flame of ambition reigniting in his eyes. Parenting? This tests patience, resources, and the most scientific nurturing methods. This is exactly our beautiful country's strength. We cannot lose to Huaxia. European Alliance Live Room. Parenting Era? Interesting, this is no longer just a simple power struggle, but a test of a civilization's comprehensive national strength and resource foundation. Immediately call our top biologists and psychologists to form an expert team. This time, we in the European Alliance have a chance. Huaxia Live Room. What is this? Parenting? Did I hear that right? God Zhou and Goddess Ruan are going to have children? No, wait, is it about raising pets? Ha ha ha, there's going to be a good show again. I can't wait to see how we're going to crush those foreigners this time. I'm already looking forward to it, wanting to see how God Zhou takes care of the kids, just thinking about it gets me excited. Inside the transit station of the strange world, Ruan Xinglua listened to the brand new rules, a surprised expression appeared on her face. Beside her, Zhou Yan simply yawned, appearing uninterested. Honey, this. It's nothing. Zhou Yan waved his hand, casually saying, it's just the will of the strange world changing its way, wanting to continue squeezing the potential and resources of various civilizations, nothing to take too seriously. He paused, a playful smile curled on his lips, but more fun is not bad. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. 10 strange young hatchlings' eggs are about to arrive at the transit station's Sanctuary of Life. Please, representatives of the 10 countries enter the sanctuary within 1 hour and make your final choice. As soon as the voice fell, a series of gentle beams of light descended from the sky, precisely enveloping Ruan Xinglua, Mia, and several others who had performed well in this stage, determined by the system as representatives from the most promising countries. As the white light flashed, the scene in front of everyone changed instantly. When their vision cleared again, they found themselves in an incredibly sacred and grand hall filled with endless life energy. Chapter 105, The Strongest Background Ever. In the center of the hall, 10 mysterious giant eggs of different shapes and sizes, emitting different energy fluctuations, were quietly floating there, waiting for their selection. Among them, one egg was covered with dense dark golden dragon scales, faintly exuding a kingly aura that demanded submission. Another egg burned with hellish blue flames, the scorching aura made the surrounding space slightly twist, it was obvious that it held extraordinary life within. Just as the representatives of various countries hesitated and evaluated, a brand new figure caught everyone's attention. She wore a gorgeous long dress in sea blue, her skin was like snow, and her eyes were like the purest sapphires, noble and full of confidence. On her chest, she wore a trident-shaped badge. It's the representative of Atlantis, Coralie. Didn't expect even the legendary lost civilization of Atlantis to participate in this parenting era. Kalari ignored the discussions around her, holding a precisely designed detection instrument, rapidly scanning the 10 giant eggs. Soon, she locked onto the dark golden dragon scale giant egg exuding a kingly aura. It's you! Kalari's lips curled into a confident smile. She trusted in her civilization's advanced technology and her own judgment. With Kalari's choice, representatives from Beautiful Nation, European Alliance, and other countries also began to use their own trump cards and intelligence to select those seemingly dazzling eggs full of potential. Quickly, only 2 or 3 ordinary-looking eggs remained in the center of the temple. It was Ruan Xingluo's turn now. Zhou Yan's lazy voice sounded timely in her mind. Xingluo, don't look at those fancy ones. Go to the corner and get that egg. Ruan Xingluo was taken aback and followed Zhou Yan's guidance to look. In the most inconspicuous corner of the temple, there indeed lay a completely black egg, with a rough surface, even stained with some dried mud. This egg emitted no energy fluctuations, nor could she feel even a hint of life, like a stubborn rock abandoned for millions of years. Honey, are you sure? Ruan Xingluo felt a bit hesitant. The anxious reminder from the Huaxia think tank also came through a special channel. Ms. Ruan, think twice. According to all our instruments' analysis, that black stone egg has completely lost its life activity. Choosing it, the risk is too great. Ruan Xingluo took a deep breath, her gaze regaining strength. I believe in my husband's judgment. With that, under the puzzled gazes of billions of viewers on Blue Star, she walked straight toward the corner and held the unremarkable black dead egg in her arms. This scene instantly ignited public opinion through a global live broadcast. Atlantis Live Room. Laughable Huaxia people, indeed relying on ethereal luck to get to today, in front of a true test of vision and foundation, they instantly showed their true colors. Beautiful Nation Live Room. Ha ha ha. What am I seeing? They chose a stone. A black and hard dead stone. Huaxia's national fortune ends here. They will pay the most painful price for their foolishness. Even in Huaxia's own live room, viewers fell into great confusion and worry. Did Zhou Shen really mess up this time? That egg doesn't look alive at all. My heart is racing. It's over. Huaxia's opening this time seems to be hell-level difficulty. Amid the global uproar, all countries finished their choices. The system's prompt tone rang again. Selection time is up. All young eggs will hatch collectively in their respective civilizations' exclusive breeding rooms in 24 hours. The first parenting task will be released simultaneously after hatching. In an instant, the world's focus shifted to the black dead egg chosen by Huaxia. Everyone craned their necks, waiting for 24 hours later to witness an unprecedented huge joke from Huaxia. Time passed second by second. The countdown of 24 hours finally came to an end. Atlantis, in the exclusive breeding room. Crack. A crisp cracking sound echoed. The dark golden dragon scale giant egg that Kalari chose suddenly cracked open. A cub covered in crystal blue scales, with towering dragon horns and an imposing dragon might, burst out. As soon as it was born, it let out a high-pitched dragon roar, and its power reached E-class. A translucent attribute panel appeared on the screens of all live rooms. Cub, Deep Sea Dragon Lizard. Status, Healthy. Current Strength, E-class. Potential Rating, SSS class. The Deep Sea Dragon Lizard of Atlantis displayed terrifying SSS class potential as soon as it was born. An instant explosion of global attention. Immediately after, the cub eggs from other countries also began to crack open. From the egg representing the European Union, hatched an A-level potential war statue made entirely of runic rocks. From the egg of the Northern Bear Country, emerged an A-level potential ice wild wolf, its fur like steel needles. The other countries' cubs, at least starting from A-level potential, each displayed unique phenomena, causing endless cheers in their respective live streams. In an instant, everyone's gaze, filled with a sense of watching a drama, focused on the pitch-black dead egg of Huaxia. Under the watchful eyes of thousands, that black eggshell, which had been silent all along, finally emitted a faint crack sound. A tiny crack appeared on the eggshell. Then, amidst countless astonished gazes, the eggshell cracked open, and a strange creature, only the size of a fist, completely black and with no facial features, slowly rolled out. It lay motionless on the ground, as if a puddle of melted asphalt, emitting a scent of nothingness. The global livestream fell into an eerie silence that lasted 3 seconds. Then, a sarcastic attribute panel slowly appeared before everyone. Cub, Unknown Slime. Potential, G level. Status, Extremely Hungry, Near Death. Puff. Ha 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 ha. The silence was shattered, and in major livestreams around the world, an overwhelming tide of unabashed laughter erupted. Atlantis livestream. G-level potential? Near-death state? Am I seeing this wrong? Did Huaxia actually just hatch a lump of mud? Beautiful country livestream. I'm dying of laughter. Is this what Huaxia selected after 9 consecutive defeats? Their national luck is really a joke. I shall call it the strongest background in history. Our SSS-level dragon lizard isn't even worthy of holding its shoes. Chapter 106, this time it's really over. And in Huaxia's national luck livestream, there was dead silence. All the viewers' confidence had completely plummeted at this moment. G-level, how could it be G-level? It's over, this time it's really over, starting with the heavens collapsing. How can we even play this? God Zhou. Zhou Yan, this time you really miscalculated. As the global public opinion stirred, the cold system prompt sound rang again, announcing the first task of this parenting era. Parenting task, the glory of the first meal. Task requirements, each country's representatives must find the most suitable first meal for their cubs within 72 hours, and complete the feeding. The system will score based on the compatibility of the food with the cub and the energy level of the food itself. This score will directly affect each civilization's final potential value. Scoring formula, food compatibility, range 1% to 100%, food energy level, G level to SSS level. Final score equals compatibility percentage X corresponding energy level coefficient. Once the task was released, representatives from all countries immediately sprang into action. Coral of Atlantis smiled confidently and led her team to the nearby abyssal trench, seeking the legendary A-level deep-sea magic crystal as an appetizer for her dragon lizard. The representative from the beautiful country took out an S-level energy block compressed by high technology, attempting to feed his cub, but the cub sniffed at it, turned its head in disgust, and refused to eat. In an instant, all countries plunged into a frenzy of seeking top-quality ingredients. Everyone tacitly believed that Huaxia would undoubtedly fail this time. A G-level potential near-death slime, let alone finding top-tier ingredients, there was a question of whether it could survive until 72 hours later. In Huaxia's exclusive nurturing room, Ruan Xinglua held the black lump that was still slightly wriggling but felt no trace of life, feeling somewhat at a loss. She tried to offer some magical fruits that contained spirit energy, but the little thing showed no reaction. Honey. Ruan Xinglua could only seek help from Zhou Yan, who was far away in the happy community, through the soul imprint. What does it eat? Zhou Yan glanced at the blob of black mud on the live broadcast screen, maintaining his calm demeanor. Don't be fooled by its lifeless appearance. This little thing is called Return Ruin Slime, and it is a companion being of the concept of Return Ruins. Zhou Yan's voice clearly entered Ruan Xinglua's mind. It does not consume any conventional form of energy, whether it is spiritual energy, divinity, or elements, it is all the same as stones to it. Its food is the residue of failed creations. Entropy residue? Ruan Xinglua was taken aback, it was the first time she had heard this term. Zhou Yan patiently explained, it's simple. Any failure in alchemy, enchantment, or technological creation produces useless waste, chaotic energy residue, and the concept of entropy silence contained in that failure after it explodes or decomposes, which is exactly what this Return Ruin slime likes the most, and it's the only thing it wants. Zhou Yan chuckled lightly and handed a peculiar little net that looked like it was woven from spider silk and starlight to Ruan Xinglua. It was the causal capturing net transformed from the debt collection disc of endless grievances that had been used before. You previously only used it to collect those grievances, not knowing its true use. Zhou Yan explained again, the essence of this net is to perform causal transmission, not to capture elusive concepts. As long as you can lock onto the causality of a failed event, you can ignore space and distance, directly transporting the final physical result of that event right in front of you. Ruan Xinglua's eyes suddenly lit up. She immediately understood Zhou Yan's plan. I got it, honey. She no longer thought about what ingredients to find for the slime, instead, she held the blob of black mud and leisurely opened the global parenting livestream, eagerly watching the actions of representatives from other countries. At that moment, in the exclusive nurturing room of the beautiful nation, the atmosphere reached a tense peak. The newly appointed representative, James, was directing dozens of top scientists in a massively expensive experiment. They used a small particle collider to attempt to artificially synthesize a high-energy particle food containing pure lightning essence for his A-class potential lightning leopard cub. Beautiful Nation livestream. It's starting. Our beautiful nation's cutting-edge technology. It must succeed. This experiment costs hundreds of millions of mysterious coins. If it succeeds, our lightning leopard will definitely become the strongest cub. The experiment had reached the most crucial final step. All the energy was about to converge and take shape. However, at that moment, a scientist at the control panel suddenly screamed, his face pale. Oh no! There's a parameter calculation error. The energy is going to go out of control. Boom! Before the words fell, the precision particle collider exploded with a bang. The terrifying shock wave of energy left the entire laboratory in ruins. All that was left was a pile of charred, pungent-smelling metal and crystal residue, deemed worthless industrial waste by the instruments. In the Beautiful Nation live stream, a wail erupted instantly. An elderly expert shouted angrily at the camera, it failed. Our hundreds of millions of coins experiment has completely failed. However, while the global audience mourned or reveled in the failure of the Beautiful Nation, in the Huaxia nurturing room, Ruan Xinglua, who had been sitting and watching the show, finally moved. She activated the causal capturing net in her hand and precisely locked onto the failed event that had just occurred. Capture. before the shocked gazes of Representative James from the beautiful nation and billions of global viewers. A pile of industrial waste, blackened and emitting black smoke, suddenly and instantly vanished without a trace from the beautiful country's laboratory. The next second, in the cultivation room of Huaxia, the pile of blackened waste appeared out of nowhere, landing precisely in front of the returning slime. The slime, originally lying on the ground, barely alive and about to perish at any moment, suddenly sprang to life at the scent of the waste. On its black body, a curious single eye, glowing faintly, opened for the first time. It lunged at the pile of waste like a glutton starving for 800 years, opening its invisible mouth and began to devour wildly. Chomp, chomp. With each piece of useless blackened waste devoured, the slime's body brightened a bit, visibly swelling in size. Chapter 107, just the beginning. On the screen, the attribute panel representing the slime's status began to jump wildly. Hunger level, 80%. 50%. 20%. 10%. Status, near death weak normal. Growth value +10, +20, +50. Global viewers were completely dumbfounded at this moment. What? It's eating garbage? And it's eating so well? Wait. Those bits of garbage, weren't they just exploded in the beautiful country's laboratory? How did they end up in Huaxia? Teleporting objects? No. This is just wrong. This is clearly eating someone else's failed scraps. In the exclusive cultivation laboratory of the beautiful country, the newly appointed representative, James, collapsed to the ground as if all his bones had been pulled out. He stared hard at the empty laboratory table before him, then looked up at the live broadcast screen. On the screen, the lightning leopard cub he had high hopes for lay there listlessly. And in another split screen, the failed product he had spent a fortune and countless efforts to create, those blackened remnants identified as industrial waste, were being devoured bite by bite by Huaxia's G-level slime with great delight. No, this doesn't make sense. This isn't scientific. James murmured to himself, his proud worldview was at that moment hit by an unprecedented blow. And this was just the beginning. Next, the chief alchemist of the European Union, while trying to create a wind element amplification potion for his griffin cub, miscontrolled the heat and exploded an entire furnace. A pile of blackened, worthless alchemical waste just rolled onto the ground. The next second, they vanished into thin air under the astonished gazes of all the European Union members. In the Huaxia cultivation room, in front of the returning slime, another small pile of snacks appeared. Immediately after, the enchanting master of North Bear Country, while making a frost armor for his ice wolf cub, made a mistaken rune engraving that caused a material's energy conflict. In the end, he only produced a pile of twisted, grotesque metals that emitted chaotic energy. Those metal scraps, without exception, were also fed to a returning slime by Ruan Xinglua at the moment of their creation. Chomp, burp. The returning slime, after eating the failed remnants of several nations' highest-level experiments, contentedly burped. Its size had quietly grown from the initial fist size to that of a basketball. The surface of its black body began to emit a layer of mysterious black light, as if it could swallow light itself. More importantly, its potential rating on the attribute panel had, unbeknownst to it, quietly risen from the glaring G to E. And the potential ranking of Huaxia civilization, represented by Ruan Xinglua, finally escaped the last-place awkward situation, beginning to slowly rise in this global competition of child-rearing. At this moment, all the global viewers still mocking Huaxia finally realized a chilling fact. This Huaxia woman is raising her child in a way they cannot understand, a way that even overturns their beliefs. Atlantis, in the exclusive breeding chamber. After Kalari successfully fed her SSS-level deep-sea dragon lizard with an A-level deep-sea magic crystal, she looked at the leaderboard with satisfaction. However, she quickly noticed a very unusual data change at the bottom of the leaderboard that belonged to Huaxia. How can a G-level potential slime grow so fast? Kalari frowned slightly. Unlike others, she did not ridicule it but immediately called up all the live recordings of Ruan Xinglua and began high-speed data analysis. Soon, a guess that even made her somewhat incredulous took shape in her mind. She quickly connected to the communication of the representative from the European Alliance, with whom she had a potential partnership. Immediately stop all your high-risk alchemy experiments. Kalari's tone carried an unprecedented seriousness. Your failures are becoming the nourishment for Huaxia. The representative of the European Alliance on the other end was first taken aback, then burst into a disdainful laugh. Are you joking? Miss Kalari. We acknowledge that Huaxia has some strange methods, but are you saying she is feeding her pets with our failures? That's simply ridiculous. You just want to stop us from catching up in the rankings. Such tricks are useless to us. The communication was ruthlessly disconnected. No one believed Kalari's warning. Instead, they thought this was Atlantis deliberately spreading rumors to maintain its leading position, trying to suppress these potential competitors. Thus, in order to catch up to Atlantis' rank, representatives from various countries conducted even more aggressive and dangerous experiments. They tried to synthesize higher-level energy blocks, concoct rarer potions, and create more powerful equipment. Naturally, this also led to more and larger failures. In Huaxia's breeding chamber, Ruan Xingluo watched the failure notifications popping up continuously on the screen, a faint smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Her feeding career had reached an unprecedented peak. In just one day, the size of the returning ruined slime had grown from the initial fist size to a diameter of 1 meter. Its pitch-black body began to flow with mysterious deep light. Its potential rating soared like a rocket, climbing from the initial G level all the way up to sea level. Atlantis, in the exclusive breeding chamber. Kalari watched the unfathomable data rise curve of Huaxia on the leaderboard, then looked at her own deep-sea dragon lizard in front of her enjoying the A-level deep-sea magic crystal, still with a potential of SSS level. A previously proud and confident expression on her face now showed unprecedented seriousness. Something is not right. This Huaxia absolutely has a problem. Kalari's eyes flickered. She knew she had encountered an unprecedented, potentially terrifying opponent that could overturn all her beliefs. The 72-hour task deadline was about to end. After experiencing countless costly failures, only a few strong representatives had finally found suitable food for their cubs. But even so, their scores were not high, mostly hovering between B level and A level. Meanwhile, the cubs of many other countries were still in a terrible state of hunger or subhealth. At this moment, in Huaxia's breeding chamber, the returning ruined slime, having devoured vast amounts of the top-level failed remnants from various powerful nations, had grown to the size of a small car. Its body had long ceased to be purely black. Instead, it began to reveal deep, expansive, mysterious purple patterns like an endless starry sky. Chapter 108, The Feast of Gluttony comes. In the last few hours before the task was to end, a crazy project, jointly undertaken by a dozen small countries, attempted to forcibly fuse various S-class rare materials to create a super-universal nutrient solution. As it progressed to the final step, it ultimately exploded with unprecedented intensity due to irreconcilable energy conflicts. Boom! The failed remnants produced by this explosion contained a chaotic rule and violent energy level that was almost the sum of all previous failures. Ruan Xingluo's eyes suddenly lit up. The Feast of Gluttony has arrived. Without hesitation, she cast her causal capture net toward the coordinates where the explosion had just occurred. Catch! That pile of top-tier failures, enough to make any civilization's heart bleed, was completely captured by Ruan Xingluo at the moment of its birth. The abyss slime, after devouring this unprecedented ultimate feast, was instantly wrapped in an incredibly brilliant dark purple light. It had entered the final stage of evolution. At that moment, all global viewers held their breath, staring intently at the live stream screen. They all wanted to know what this slime, which had survived solely by eating garbage, would eventually look like. The light slowly dissipated. The slime's form underwent a tremendous transformation. It was no longer the shapeless goo from before, but had condensed into a terrifying creature several meters tall, grotesque yet filled with cosmic beauty. Its body seemed to be composed of flowing deep starry skies, with countless stars rising and falling within it. In the center of its body, a gigantic, cold, seemingly all-consuming dark purple eye slowly opened. A terrifying, profound aura that seemed capable of devouring all rules in existence burst forth from it. A brand new name that made everyone tremble appeared on its attribute panel. Race, Chaos Devourer, Abyss Series. Potential, SSS+, can grow. Status, satisfied. Pawns, bedrooms, raising loaches. As the final form of the Chaos Devourer settled, the cold system prompt began ringing out in every live stream room worldwide. Phase 1 child rearing task, the glory of the first meal, is now complete. Final score settling in. A huge light screen appeared before all viewers, showing the final scores of each country, one by one from top to bottom. Atlantis civilization, offspring, deep-sea dragon lizard. Food, A-level deep-sea magic crystal. Food compatibility, 95%. Energy level assessment, A-level. Final score, 9,500 points. Seeing this score, the representative of Atlantis, Coralie, revealed a hint of a satisfied smile. Close to a full score in compatibility and an A-level energy rating, this was the best she could do. This score was enough to keep her in the lead in the first phase. The light screen continued scrolling down. EU Alliance, Offspring, Alchemical Chimera. Food, B-level Wind Element Core. Food compatibility, 70%. Energy level assessment, B-level. Final score, 4,900 points. Scores on the leaderboard were revealed one by one, mostly hovering around 3,000 to 4,000 points, a huge gap from Atlantis. Finally, it was the moment everyone had been waiting for, China. China Civilization, Offspring, Chaos Devourer, Abyss Series, Food, Entropy Remnants from failed multiple higher dimensional creations. Food compatibility, 100%. Energy level assessment, due to absorption of various failed creations, overall assessment as SSS level. Final score, 100,000 points. 100,000 points. China's final score, with an unfathomable absolute advantage, crushed Atlantis, the second place, underfoot. Seeing this ridiculously high score, all live stream rooms worldwide fell into a deathly silence for dozens of seconds. After dozens of seconds, the cries of anger and despair from the defeated nations exploded in their live broadcasts. Beautiful country live room. Cheating. This is definitely cheating. We worked so hard to find S-level materials, and he just picked up garbage? This is unfair. We must appeal to the system. We strongly request an investigation into Huaxia's data. It must be a system error. European Alliance live room. Oh my god. 100,000 points. What kind of monster is this? How can we catch up? In the breeding room of Atlantis. Coralie stared blankly at the screen displaying the final ranking, which seemed like a godly figure standing high above. The proud confidence on her face shattered completely. What replaced it was an incredibly bitter smile. I lost. She murmured, her voice carrying a hint of relief and deep awe. I lost, with heartfelt admiration. That man, he is not even playing the same game as us. Just then, the authoritative system announcement echoed again. Congratulations to Huaxia Civilization for achieving an overwhelming victory in the first stage of the nurturing task. Huaxia Civilization's potential value has skyrocketed. Now announcing the preview for the second stage of the nurturing task, A Place to Live. Task requirements: representatives from all countries must, in the upcoming time, find or build the best exclusive nest that promotes the growth of your offspring. The system explained that a perfect nest not only requires top-level materials and environment but also a deep understanding of the true habits of the offspring. A perfect nest can even double the growth speed of the offspring. This task preview brought a glimmer of hope to the nations that had just fallen into despair. Coralie immediately lifted her spirits, determined to use the power of Atlantis to build a crystal dragon palace at the bottom of the abyss, gathering endless water element energy for her deep-sea dragon lizard. The beautiful country also quickly initiated a new plan. They planned to use cutting-edge technology to create a fully intelligent ecological circle that could perfectly simulate any ecological environment for their offspring. In the Huaxia breeding room, Wan Xinglua looked at the chaotic devourer in her arms, who was curiously examining her with its single eye, and turned to Zhou Yan for help again. Honey, what kind of home should we find for it? Zhou Yan pointed to the ancient star map made of beast skins that had been used to mark the territory in the Conference of Worlds, casually placing his finger on a spot. Let's go here. His tone was casual. That place, in reality, was known as the Graveyard of 10,000 Burials. It was the land of the Night Cry Kingdom, which had been completely purified by Ruan Xinglua and the power of the National Dragon Pillar. Chapter 109, The Sacred Land of Perfect Cycles of Life and Death. Honey, is this the place? Ruan Xinglua looked at the land that had become vibrant and was a little surprised. Yes. Zhou Yan nodded, reminding her, although it has been purified and turned into the Night Cry returning soul soil filled with pure soul power and the breath of rebirth, because it is touched by Guishu, it may attract some uninvited guests very interested in the concepts of life and death reincarnation. Be careful. Ruan Xinglua felt a shiver in her heart and immediately understood the stakes. She led the chaotic devourer, which had grown to the size of a small car, back onto the teleportation array at the transfer station. Meanwhile, far away in the ancient rulers' council and the remnant forces of the Twilight world that were barely surviving, powerful beings sensed the unique rule fluctuations emanating from that land. Several subtle commands were quietly issued. Several elite scouts had already stealthily begun to move towards the Night Cry returning soul soil, like snakes in the shadows. A new conflict was on the verge of breaking out. As the white light flashed, Ruan Xinglua and the chaotic devourer successfully arrived at their destination. The scene before them was no longer the silent wasteland of blackened earth it once was. Once a graveyard of decay, it now thrived with countless strange plants radiating soft, soulful light, and clear streams flowed gently across the ground, filling the air with a refreshing breath of new life. Here, it had clearly become a holy place where life and death cycled perfectly. Poochie! As soon as the Chaos Devourer arrived here, it let out a joyful cry. Its body, composed of swirling starry skies, rolled happily across the land filled with the essence of rebirth, looking utterly content. The growth value and happiness index on its attribute panel were rising steadily and visibly. It seems it really likes this place. Ruan Xinglua smiled, preparing to find the most suitable spot to build its nest. However, at that moment, several chilly breaths filled with resentment and murderous intent quietly approached from behind a few nearby hills. It's her. The child of destiny from Huaxia, Ruan Xinglua. And that strange slime beside her. Capture it. More than a dozen death warriors, clad in standard battle armor of the Twilight Realm and with smoldering flames of revenge in their eyes, emerged from the shadows, surrounding Ruan Xinglua and the Chaos Devourer. The leader of the Death Warriors wore a sinister grin on his face. Ruan Xingluo. You destroyed our home and killed our lord. Today, we will use your blood to honor our lost glory. We want to seize this precious land and capture your weird pet, to unlock the secrets of your Huaxia's rise. Faced with this sudden attack, a gleam of a top predator sparkled in the large single eye of the Chaos Devourer. It slowly floated up from the ground, revealing its battle form. Go! Kill that woman. Capture that slime alive. At the command of the Death Warrior captain, several beams of death energy containing pure rules of annihilation shot fiercely towards the Chaos Devourer. Facing these terrifying attacks capable of annihilating S-class entities, the Chaos Devourer slowly made a move. It opened its enormous single eye beneath, revealing a mouth like a black hole. It did not consume matter but directly swallowed the incoming beams of annihilation, along with the very concept of annihilation contained within the attacks. No explosions, no sound. Those terrifying attacks disappeared into its mouth mysteriously and silently. Burp. The Chaos Devourer even humanized its satisfaction with a burp. Its method of attack was to devour rules, rendering enemies' attacks completely ineffective and converting them into its own nourishment. As the Chaos Devourer swallowed the last beam of annihilation, the more than a dozen arrogant Death Warriors, along with their attacks, completely vanished from this world. However, the massive energy fluctuation caused by this battle was like a stone tossed into a calm lake, awakening the new ruler of this land of night crying and soul return. Boom! The earth began to tremble violently. A giant humanoid spirit, standing 100 meters tall, slowly soared from the deepest part of the land. Half of its body was made of pure, fresh life energy, while the other half was composed of deep, dead, murky energy, and the two energies circulated within it, creating a perfect cycle of life and death. Its features were blurred, devoid of sorrow or joy, as if it transcended all earthly emotions. This was the embodiment of the rebirth rules of this place, the spirit of reincarnation. Its power was unfathomable, its very existence represented the supreme law of this land. The spirit of reincarnation showed no hostility, but its grand and indifferent will. But it clearly descended into Ruan Xingluo's sea of consciousness. This place is where life and death cycle. Your cub, the Chaos Devourer, embodies the beginning of return to the void, and there is indeed a great cause and effect with this place. However, if you wish to build a nest here, you must first prove to me that it possesses the qualifications to maintain balance. The moment the voice fell, the spirit of reincarnation extended a giant hand made of pure and turbid energy, gently wiping the air. A phantom balance, also 100 meters tall and radiating an ancient and majestic aura, appeared out of thin air in the sky. That was the reincarnation balance. On the left tray of the balance, there was a massive life essence condensed from endless vigor of rebirth, rich to the extreme. On the right tray, a mass of pure annihilation energy roiled, capable of freezing souls. The will of the reincarnation spirit resounded again. Without any external force, using only your own power, make this balance achieve absolute equilibrium within 10 minutes. Ruan Xingluo looked at the giant reincarnation balance, her heart tightened. This was not just a test of strength, it was an ultimate test of understanding and control over the rules. She took a deep breath, daring not to lose a second. Roar! She first tried to mobilize the power of the national dragon pillar within her, a pure and mighty dragon aura, like a golden thread, cautiously injected into the left tray representing life. Then, she urged the edge of return, bringing forth a trace of extremely faint annihilation intent, injecting it into the right tray representing death. However, the essence of these two powers was simply too high-end and too domineering. Even though Ruan Xingluo had exerted all her effort to make fine adjustments, the balance still swayed violently like a small boat in a storm, the needle wildly shaking left and right, utterly unable to stabilize. Chapter 110, The Fulcrum. Huaxia Livestream. Oh my god. The nesting task is actually this concept-level trial. This is too difficult. Those two kinds of power are obviously not on the same level, how could they possibly balance? Ruan Goddess, go for it. What are we going to do? The hearts of the Huaxia audience were once again raised to their throats. At the same time, in the distant Atlantis Deep Sea Command Center, Representative Kolari was observing everything happening in the night-crying soul land through a huge special water mirror magic. Beside her stood a one-armed general with a sullen face, the beautiful nation's General Declan, who had narrowly escaped during the Golden Land incident. The opportunity has come, General. Kolari watched Ruan Xingluo's difficult dilemma on the screen, a cold smile of confidence curling at her lips. This kind of concept-level trial that tests the foundation of civilization is most revealing of one's roots. Huaxia's rise has been too rapid, like an airy building without a foundation. It looks glamorous, but in reality, it collapses with a push. This link is one she is bound to fail. The 10-minute trial time limit was about to end. Ruan Xingluo's forehead was already covered in fine sweat, the enormous consumption of her mental energy almost making her head feel like it would explode. She gritted her silver teeth, exerting all her strength to maintain that fragile balance. However, just at the critical moment, she ultimately made a tiny error due to excessive mental exhaustion. The trace of annihilation intent she injected into the death tray was just a bit too much. Buzz. It was this insignificant bit that instantly broke the balance. The massive reincarnation balance suddenly tilted heavily towards the death side. A surge of annihilation energy more terrifying than any previous attack instantly erupted from the runaway death tray, like a black wave of death, crashing down upon Wan Xinglua and the Chaos Devourer below. Seeing the annihilation energy about to engulf everything. The laughter of Zhou Yan echoed clearly in Wan Xinglua's mind. Silly girl, who told you to use your own strength to clash head-on with such rules? The essence of balance always lies in the fulcrum that supports it, not in the weights used for comparison on both ends. Zhou Yan's voice was like a sudden revelation that instantly awakened Wan Xinglua. That little thing of yours, called the Chaos Devourer, has an essence of returning to the origin, which ultimately digests everything and returns all things to balance. It is the perfect fulcrum for this trial. Wan Xinglua felt a surge of inspiration, instantly understanding Zhou Yan's true intention. She immediately commanded the Chaos Devourer beside her. Little Black, jump up. Go to the middle of the balance beam. Puff. The Chaos Devourer let out a cheerful sound, and its body, like the starry sky, gently leaped, landing precisely in the center of the huge balance beam of reincarnation. In the next second, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded occurred. The Chaos Devourer opened its unseen, giant mouth that seemed capable of devouring everything. It began to crazily absorb the life essence and deathly energy from both sides at the same time. One was clear and the other murky, one life and one death. Both terrifying energies could instantly blow any creature apart, yet it absorbed them all. It transformed and annihilated these two opposing energies within its chaotic body, ultimately bringing them to complete nothingness. Then, it fed back the most purified, primitive power of balance, thoroughly digested, to the balance beam beneath its feet. Buzz. In the previous second, the reincarnation balance, which was swinging violently and on the verge of collapse, instantly reached perfect dynamic balance with this power's support. The pointer steadily pointed to the central zero scale. Not a hair out of place. The large body of the reincarnation spirit, made of the two opposing energies, trembled slightly. On its blurry face, for the first time, a trace of indescribable approval seemed to show. Passed the trial. You are qualified to build a nest of reincarnation for your companion here. As its granule fell, the massive reincarnation balance slowly dissipated, ultimately transforming into a peculiar crystal the size of a fist, floating in front of Wan Xinglua. Half of the crystal was sparkling green, and the other half was pitch black, constantly swirling with the aura of life and death. This was the core of the reincarnation balance, an A-class special material containing the law of life and death balance, a heart of the reincarnation balance. Global live stream room. My God. It can be like this? What kind of divine idea is this? I finally understand, we are nurturing, and Huaxia is creating rules. Inside the command center of Atlantis. Corelli watched the water mirror showing the perfectly balanced reincarnation balance, and her usually proud and confident face turned extremely serious. That man. She murmured, her voice carrying a tremor that even she herself hadn't noticed. His understanding and application of rules is terrifying. General Declan beside her had a dark expression, silent. Shame, anger, and a deep sense of helplessness intertwined in his heart. At this moment, in the sky above the night-crying soul land, the grand and indifferent will of the reincarnation spirit resonated again. Warning, the nesting process will attract the most primal powers of life and death in this area. At that time, the core of the domain will be in its most vulnerable state, easily contaminated and invaded by external malicious forces. You must be cautious. Before the nesting truly began, Wan Xinglua used her soul imprint to have a sweet daily interaction with Zhou Yan, far away in the happy community. Honey, this nurturing is so exhausting. Finding food again and building houses, it's even more tiring than my own cultivation. She leaned on the sofa at the transfer station. Holding the Chaos Devourer, which had now shrunk back to the size of a basketball, she complained in a spoiled manner. Zhou Yan leisurely swirled the crimson liquid in his cup and lazily teased her upon hearing this. We've only just begun, and our own kids will be much harder to handle than this little thing. Wan Xinglua's cheeks instantly flushed with a hint of pink. After the teasing, Zhou Yan casually picked up an old teacup covered in fine cracks from the corner coffee table and handed it to Wan Xinglua. Hold this. This is what I usually use to drink tea. It filters out the tea leaves, and it works quite well. When building the nest, the energy can be too chaotic, maybe it can help filter out the impurities inside. The scene shifts to the joint command center of Atlantis and the beautiful country. In Kalari's eyes sparkled a mad and resolute light as she initiated their final plan. A strangely shaped SS-level strategic device, perfectly combining Atlantis's runic technology with the beautiful country's advanced mechanics, was slowly activated. Chapter 111, Akashic Record Interference Device. Its name is the Akashic Record Interference Device. We cannot enter that realm protected by special rules, but we can contaminate its energy source. Kalari directed a nearly sickly smile at General Declan. This device can perfectly disguise our preset rule virus as the purest energy information, transcending dimensions and accurately injecting it into the most energetic nodes. I want to turn the paradise of Huaxia into a chaotic, data hell. In the land of nights weeping and souls return. Ruan Xinglua returned to this land full of new life. She carefully placed the heart of the reincarnation balance in the center of the earth and then began to channel her internal power to perform the nesting ritual. Buzz. As the ritual initiated, a massive, pure energy vortex made of the duality of life and death began to slowly form above the ground. It frantically absorbed the most primal forces of life and death from the void. A perfect reincarnation nest was about to take shape. At this critical moment, several extremely concealed streams of filthy data filled with chaotic error codes and conflicting information silently injected themselves into the pure energy vortex like snakes lurking in the dark. Boom! The originally stable rotating energy vortex completely spiraled out of control. The two primal forces began to crazily repel and collide with each other. The raging energy crashed upon Wan Xinglua, located at the center of the vortex, like a flood breaking its dam. Above the land of nights weeping and souls return, the grand and indifferent will of the spirit of reincarnation finally rang out with a note of urgent warning. Invasion of external rules. The energy source has been contaminated and is heading toward irreversible entropy. The core is about to collapse. Stop now. Your companion and nest will be completely assimilated, and the entire realm will perish with you. This warning echoed like a death knell in the hearts of all Huaxia viewers. Huaxia Live Room. No. We've been ambushed. Those bastards. It's over. Even the spirit of reincarnation is sounding the alarm. Goddess Ruan, run. Forget about the nest. Saving our lives is the priority. Meanwhile, the deep-sea command center of Atlantis erupted in an uncontrollable burst of joy. Atlantis Live Room. It worked. It worked. Miss Kalari's plan succeeded. Ha ha ha. The paradise of Huaxia? Now it's their hell. General Declan's one-armed face displayed a near-mad, triumphant grin. Well done. Kalari. Splendid job. I want to watch that Huaxia woman and her country be completely submerged by the torrent of data. In a moment of peril. At the moment when the raging energy vortex was about to completely engulf Ruan Xinglua. In her mind, suddenly flashed the words Zhou Yan had said to her when he handed her that cracked teacup before. Impurity. In Ruan Xinglua's eyes, a glimmer of hope instantly erupted. Without the slightest hesitation, she immediately took out the old teacup covered in fine cracks from her storage space. Then, with all her might, she threw it into the center of the violent energy vortex. This scene left all the viewers watching the live broadcast completely dumbfounded. Has she gone mad? What good is throwing a teacup in at a time like this? It's over, the goddess Ruan has completely given up and started acting recklessly? What kind of confusing behavior is this? Global audiences could not understand Ruan Xinglua's seemingly desperate and absurd action. However, the next moment, that seemingly ordinary old teacup, upon entering the core of the vortex, instantly erupted with a warm and gentle light that seemed to embrace everything. It was not any aggressive trick, even a hint of energy fluctuation could not be felt. Its only function was to forcibly return all energy and information in the world to their original state, separating the most primitive pure and impure parts. In the vortex, those energies violent enough to tear apart souls were, upon contact with the gentle light emitted by the teacup, as if combed through by invisible hands, instantly separated. Streams of pure, refined primordial energy flowed like gentle streams, slowly surging into the foundation of the nest below, making it stable and solid once again. And those rule viruses and filthy data meticulously designed by Corelli, filled with chaos and erroneous information, met their nemesis. They were sucked in by the seemingly unremarkable rim of the teacup like a super-powered vacuum cleaner, screeching as they went in. Finally, at the bottom of the cup, it turned into a mass of pitch-black data trash. The violet energy vortex calmed down. The realm, on the verge of collapse, stabilized. The deadly crisis, under the astonished gazes of everyone, was effortlessly resolved by a broken teacup. But everyone knew, the matter was not over yet. Zhou Yan's voice, carrying a hint of satisfaction, echoed clearly in Ruan Xinglua's mind. Very good, my lady, we have accepted this gift from across the ocean. Now, according to our hospitality customs, it's time for us to return the favor. Zhou Yan began to guide Ruan Xinglua's next actions through the soul imprint. Use your National Luck Envoy authority to communicate with the National Pillar Dragon. Send this freshly made data trash, along with a bit of our family's local specialty, back to them through the causal path they just attacked us with, intact. Zhou Yan's voice paused, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. Remember, to return it double. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Yuan Xingluo's eyes. Following Zhou Yan's instructions, she activated the supreme authority of the National Luck Envoy. Roar! The phantom of the Huaxia National Luck Golden Dragon behind her let out a thunderous roar, and a golden beam of light, refined to perfection, descended from the heavens, enveloping the cup containing the data trash precisely like divine punishment. Husband, what is the local specialty you mentioned? Yuan Xingluo asked curiously. Zhou Yan's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he pressed out a drop of pitch-black liquid from his fingertip, which seemed to contain endless endings in chaos, the ruins adhesive. Just add this. This thing has no other use, it just makes all rules and data a bit more active. That drop of ruins adhesive silently merged into the mass of pitch-black data trash within the all laws returned to one cup. In an instant, that pile of trash, as if injected with the most terrifying catalyst, began an exponential mutation and multiplication. Chapter 112, The Super Rule Virus. A Super Rule Virus gift pack filled with malice and chaos was born. All right, my lady. Zhou Yan's voice carried a hint of a smile. Now, let's send this carefully prepared gift to them. Yuan Xingluo nodded, using the power of the National Dragon Pillar as the delivery channel, precisely sending this gift pack of Rule Virus mixed with Guishu slime back through the invisible causal path. The target Atlantis' Akashic Record Interference Device. Atlantis, Deep Sea Command Center. Coralie and General Declan were raising their glasses, ready to celebrate their impending victory. General, in no more than 30 seconds, the core domain of Huaxia will completely collapse. A proud and powerful smile once again appeared on Coralie's face. This time, they will have no chance to turn the tide. General Declan also let out a triumphant grimace. Great. When their national fortune hits rock bottom, it's our beautiful nation's time to rule the world again. However, at that moment, woo woo woo. A piercingly intense red alarm echoed throughout the entire command base. Warning! Warning! Unknown high-dimensional data source detected, currently invading via causal paths. Invasion intensity. SSS plus level. Cannot be analyzed. Cannot be stopped. Warning! Akashic Record Interference Device Energy Overload. 1000%. 10,000%. Imminent explosion. All personnel evacuate immediately. What? Coralie and Declan's smiles instantly froze. Before they could react. Boom! That SS-level strategic device, the Akashic Record Interference Device, which gathered the highest technology from Atlantis and the beautiful nation, exploded into a shower of flying metal fragments. But this was just the beginning of a nightmare. Even more terrifying was that the Super Rule Virus, enhanced by Zhou Yan, quickly infected the central brain system of the entire deep-sea city through Atlantis' proud quantum network, like maggots on a carcass. Zing, ziz. The energy shield of Atlantis, which was said to be unfallable, began to flicker wildly, brightening and dimming, as if it could go out at any moment. Inside the city, the transportation system, energy system, defense system, all collapsed. Countless high-tech automated devices went mad, engaging in deadly chaos due to the disorder of core data. Patrolling mechanical guards pointed their cannons at their own people. The energy tower responsible for city operations indiscriminately fired energy beams at residential areas. Sounds of explosions, screams, alarms, echoed endlessly. This city, once shining like an underwater kingdom, turned into a chaotic, data hell in just a few minutes. Their civilization potential value plummeted at a cliff-like, irreversible speed. Coralie stared blankly at the chaotic scene in the command center, listening to the explosions and wails coming from every corner of the city. The blood drained from her once proud face. What replaced it was endless, bone-deep despair and fear. He. Coralie's voice trembled with extreme fear, nearly losing its tone. He not only purified the virus, he also upgraded it. Then, turned it around, destroying our foundation. In the land of Night's Cry and Soul's Return. After eliminating all external threats, the nest of reincarnation of the Chaos Devourer was perfectly constructed. Huaxia's civilization potential value reached new heights due to this perfect mission performance and the devastating blow to the Atlantis Alliance. Its score reached a terrifying height that all civilizations could not approach, and even looking up felt like a luxury. And at the center of that nest filled with the breath of rebirth and renewal. The chaotic devourer, having eaten and drunk to its fill and established a new home, seemed a little uncomfortable from digesting too much pure energy. Its body, resembling a starry sky, gently squirmed. Burp. It humanely burped, then slowly vomited out a softly glowing object from its invisible mouth. That object looked like a broken key fragment. With the perfect construction of the cycle nest, the potential value of Huaxia's civilization had undoubtedly reached the top. Its score reached a terrifying height that all civilizations could only look up to, with no thoughts of chasing. In the land of night crying and soul returning, at the center of the nest. Ruan Xinglua curiously stepped forward and gently picked up the object that the chaotic devourer had vomited out, which looked like a key fragment. The fragment felt warm to the touch, its material very similar to that of the blade of returning to silence, neither gold nor jade, yet carrying an innate coldness and sharpness. On the fragment, countless mysterious and twisted ancient patterns, which were completely incomprehensible, were covered. She tried to inject a trace of her own energy into it. However, the mysterious fragment was like a stubborn stone, showing no reaction at all. At that moment, Zhou Yan's voice clearly rang in Ruan Xinglua's mind. It surprisingly digested and reconstructed the coordinates fragment of the door. This little thing is more capable than I imagined. Ruan Xinglua was taken aback. Husband, what is the coordinates fragment of the door? Zhou Yan's voice rang again, explaining for her. This fragment is one of the key clues to uncover the secrets behind that door. You can call it the marker of returning to the abyss. Zhou Yan's tone paused, becoming more serious. Although the appearance of this marker is a good thing, it also means that the warden behind the door will more clearly sense our location and intentions. We need to be more careful in our upcoming actions. The global live broadcast of this parenting era had not been interrupted. Representatives from various countries on Blue Star and viewers around the globe saw clearly through the live broadcast the mysterious key fragment in Ruan Xinglua's hand. Although they did not know the true origin and purpose of this fragment, everyone was well aware. Anything that could be spat out by the SSS plus potential chaotic devourer after digesting such massive energy was certainly not ordinary. In Atlantis, at the Deep Sea Command Center, Kurlai's face turned extremely ugly. Immediately activate the highest level of authority. Conduct the most detailed analysis and matching of the fragment's shape, patterns, and energy reactions. Chapter 113 Little Black, don't be afraid. She gave the highest order to the intelligent brain beside her. A strong intuition told her that the value of this object was likely far beyond her imagination. Even it might be countless times more precious than the Akashic record interferer she had lost. Just then, in the land of night crying and soul returning, the marker of returning to the abyss in Ruan Xinglua's hand suddenly began to vibrate violently without warning. It seemed to respond to some mysterious call, automatically projecting a weak but exceptionally stable beam of light. That beam pointed straight towards an unknown, deeper area of the land of night crying and soul returning. Something is resonating with it. Ruan Xinglua immediately understood. She hesitated not at all, immediately calling the chaotic devourer beside her to follow the guidance of the marker's light beam and head into that unknown depth. One person and one pet quickly arrived at a massive rift that had never been discovered before. This rift was bottomless. It was as if a supreme force had brutally cleaved a terrifying scar from the earth. At the bottom of the rift, they discovered a gigantic bronze door, buried beneath thick layers of dirt and rock for endless years, long forgotten by the world. The bronze door towered hundreds of meters high, rusted and full of the wear of time. Countless mysterious patterns, completely identical yet even more complete than the return to ruin sign in Ruan Xinglua's hand, were carved on the surface of the giant door. Ruan Xinglua stepped forward, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety, pressing the return to ruin sign against the central groove of the bronze giant door, which was the same shape. Click. A soft sound, perfectly sealed. Rumble. The massive bronze door, silent for countless years, began to slowly open inward at that moment. A dark staircase, leading deep into the endless underground, appeared before them. A terrifying aura, older than the spirit of reincarnation, surged forth like an ancient monster awakening after billions of years, rushing out from the darkness behind the door. Just as Ruan Xinglua was about to bring the Chaos Devourer through the mysterious bronze giant door to explore the unknown ruins beyond it, suddenly, several streams of silver light, radiating a chilling and absolute aura of authority, instantly tore through the night sky above the land of wailing souls, precisely blocking her path. As the light faded, 5 tall figures emerged, clad in full silver armor, wielding energy-long spears, their faces completely obscured, making it impossible to discern any expression. They hovered silently in mid-air like the most precise killing machines, exuding a pure and extreme sense of order. The visitors were not from any force known to Ruan Xinglua from Blue Star, nor from any bizarre civilization seen in the 10,000 Realms Conference. This was a strange race she had never encountered, the Order Guardians. The leader among them, bearing the number sequence 7 on his armor, slowly turned his helmet-covered head toward Ruan Xinglua. A cold, emotionless electronic synthesized voice resonated clearly in her mind. Detected holder of the Return to Ruin sign. We are the most loyal servants of the Warden. Our duty is to maintain the eternal seal of the gate and erase all entities that attempt to approach or uncover the secrets behind it. The Warden. Another mention of the Warden. The terrifying existence behind the gate that even Zhou Yan had solemnly mentioned. The voice of Sequence 7 continued, cold and filled with an unchallengeable air of judgment. According to the Supreme Codex Article 3, any existence that threatens absolute silence must be formatted. Surrender, or be completely disassembled. They didn't even give Ruan Xinglua a chance to explain or argue, immediately launching an attack without hesitation. Buzz. The energy long spears held by the 5 Order Guardians lit up simultaneously. Several silver lances composed purely of Order rules pierced through the void, sealing off all of Ruan Xinglua's retreat paths with an arcane and inscrutable trajectory. This attack was not aimed at her physical body. Ruan Xinglua could clearly feel that the targets of these lances were her very existence. They aimed to erase her as a variable from this world on the level of rules. Poof! At that critical moment, the Chaos Devourer emitted an anxious cry, jumping in front of Ruan Xinglua at once. Its gaping mouth, as dark as a black hole, suddenly opened wide, trying to swallow the Order lances like it had previously consumed the attacks of the dead from the Twilight World. However, this time. Creak! The Chaos Devourer, upon touching that spear of orderly light, found its all-powerful swallowing rule utterly ineffective. Its body, composed of flowing starlight, emitted wisps of blue smoke as if it were burned by a branding iron at the moment it encountered the silver spear, letting out a mournful cry filled with pain. Little Black! Ruan Xinglua felt heartbroken and anxious at the sight. She hurriedly urged the power of the National Dragon Pillar and the Blade of Return to defend, but was continuously suppressed by those relentless orderly spears, retreating step by step. The strength of these Order Guardians had reached the terrifying level of half-god. Moreover, their attacks coordinated flawlessly as if they were a single entity, leaving no weaknesses to exploit. Ruan Xinglua found herself in an unprecedented, immense crisis. At that moment, Zhou Yan's gentle voice echoed again in her mind. Have you forgotten what I told you? The essence of this little thing is chaos, while order is the best sharpening stone for chaos. Ruan Xinglua was taken aback. Sharpening stone? Zhou Yan began to guide her gently. Don't let it try to hard swallow those order rules anymore. It's a crushing blow from higher rules to lower ones, it can't consume them. What you need to do is guide it to learn and analyze this rule. The true power of chaos has never been simple swallowing. Zhou Yan's voice paused, carrying a hint of significance. But rather assimilation and inclusion. Let it understand order, and then, using chaos, create its own, higher dimensional, new order. Assimilation and inclusion, higher dimensional, new order. Zhou Yan's words struck like bells at dawn in Ruan Xinglua's mind. She suddenly understood. She no longer tried to make the Chaos Devourer endure or evade those orderly spears. Little Black, don't be afraid. Chapter 114, All Belongs to Me. Ruan Xinglua communicated with the Chaos Devourer at the deepest level using her soul imprint. Don't resist, feel it. Poochie. A glimmer of absolute trust in its master flickered in the Chaos Devourer's huge single eye. It abandoned all futile resistance and actively introduced a strand of silvery order spear energy into its chaotic body, beginning to analyze it. Zila. An indescribable agony instantly spread throughout the Chaos Devourer's entire body. Its body writhed in intense pain, as if this pure order force was about to completely tear and reformat it from the inside out. Yet, in its massive single eye, countless incredibly complex data streams began to flash madly. It was learning. It was frantically analyzing this higher rule it had never encountered before using its chaotic essence from Return to the Ruins. The distant Order Guardian squad saw this and thought their opponent had completely given up resistance. Target has given up resistance, executing final reformatting procedure. The leader, Sequence 7, delivered the final command in a completely emotionless electronic voice. Increase attack strength, completely disassemble it. Buzz. Countless more radiant and filled with destructive order power silver spears, like a howling storm, once again descended upon the Chaos Devourer. However, just as those order spears were about to strike the Devourer again, an unexpected change occurred. The once pitch-black body of the Chaos Devourer suddenly revealed, without warning, numerous silver-white mysterious runes identical to those on the order spears. In just a few seconds, it had completely analyzed and perfectly copied the opposing rule power. Poochie. The Chaos Devourer let out a roar filled with excitement and confidence. It suddenly opened its massive mouth capable of devouring all things. But this time, what it released was no longer the pure swallowing power of before. It was also a Chaos Order light spear made up entirely of pure orderly rules, but its essence was even more chaotic. Boom! Two forces of order, originating from the same source but fundamentally different in nature, fiercely collided in mid-air. There was no earth-shattering explosion of energy, there was only the purest annihilation of rules. A wave of indescribable rule shock surged forth. The long-standing, tightly organized formation of Sequence 7 was instantly thrown into chaos under this wave of chaotic rule shock. In its cold electronic eyes, a hint of chaos red light named shock and data overflow flickered. Warning. Detected unknown order variant. Unable to analyze. Unable to classify. Threat level is rising exponentially. After successfully analyzing the order rules, the Chaos Devourer gained an unprecedented boost in power. It began to crazily suppress the entire Order Guard squad in return. It opened its massive mouth repeatedly, devouring all the enemy's Order Spear attacks, transforming them into its own, more tyrannical chaotic Order power, then fiercely countering back. Poochie! Poochie! The Chaos Devourer cried out in excitement, as if it had found the best toy to play with. However, forcefully analyzing higher-level rules put a tremendous burden on it. Cracks began to appear on the surface of its body, and its breath became somewhat unstable. Little Black, we're leaving. Ruan Xinglua seized the opportunity and immediately turned, bringing the already wounded Chaos Devourer into the underground ruins behind the massive bronze door, temporarily shaking off the Order Guard's entanglement. The inside of the ruins was not the treasure vault or tomb that Ruan Xinglua had imagined. It was an incredibly massive outpost of the abyss. On the walls of the outpost, countless ancient murals, worn down by the passage of time, were engraved. These murals recorded fragmented scenes from the end of the last cosmic era, discontinuously. Through these murals, Ruan Xinglua shockingly discovered an astonishing secret. The so-called Warden was once, unbelievably, a part of the abyss. It used to be a messenger responsible for retrieving the universes approaching their end and guiding them back to the origin. However, after witnessing the endless rise and fall of countless universes, its will became twisted. It gradually fell from a recycler maintaining the cycle of the universe to a formatter pursuing absolute, eternal silence. And that forbidden door was a terrifying weapon it created for itself after stealing part of the Abyss Authority, capable of realizing its ultimate goal. Just as Ruan Xinglua was digesting this shocking information, a violent explosion suddenly erupted outside the ruins. The intense explosion outside the ruins did not come from the Order Guards. The combined fleet of Atlantis and the beautiful country had actually torn through the void, appearing on this battlefield. It turned out that Kalari, after her failure in the childcare mission, did not lose heart. By analyzing the energy trajectory of the Abyss Beacon fragments, she accurately predicted that Huaxia would definitely explore this unknown location resonating with the key fragments. Boom! The once indestructible wall of the Abyss outpost was forcefully blasted open, leaving a large hole. Kalari's figure slowly walked in through the hole. In her hand, she held an SS-class Eerie tool, the Silence Orb, constantly emitting spatial ripples that temporarily shielded all rules of power in this place. Ruan Xinglua. Kalari sneered, gradually approaching. Thank you for opening this long-sealed door for me. Now, the secrets here, along with your strange pet, all belong to me. Ruan Xinglua turned around to look. The only exit, the bronze giant gate, had long been completely sealed by dozens of fully armed elite warriors from Atlantis. Inside, powerful enemies surrounded her, while outside, the guards of order pursued fiercely. The silent magic sphere in Coralli's hand emitted invisible waves, greatly suppressing the rule power of the Chaos Devourer, making it unable to easily learn and analyze its opponent's rules like before. Facing Coralli's determined provocation, however, Ruan Xinglua's mind echoed with Zhou Yan's disdainful laugh. Do you think you've entered someone's home? Husband? Ruan Xinglua was taken aback. Take a close look at what truly is the energy core of this ruins outpost. Ruan Xinglua immediately ran towards the central control hub of the outpost. When she saw what was embedded in that central core, she was utterly stunned. The core that powered the entire outpost, radiating an endless aura of returning to one's origin, was in fact the old teacup that she had carelessly tossed into the energy vortex, now filled with cracks. Chapter 115, The Cup of Universal Return. The Cup of Universal Return. It turned out that Zhou Yan had anticipated unknown troubles here and had used the teacup as a beacon, locating this ruins outpost that he had long abandoned for countless years. Ruan Xinglua felt a surge of fortune and immediately stretched her delicate hand to gently press on the old teacup. Buzz! In an instant, an indescribable feeling of control, as if merging with the entire ruins, surged through her body. At this moment, she gained the highest control over this ruins outpost. Around the ruins, countless dormant mechanisms and defense systems activated all at once. Sizzle! 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 Countless beams of dark divine light, more pure than the Order spears and filled with the essence of the ruins, shot towards Coralli and her elite team from all directions like vengeful swords. What? Coralli's smile froze instantly. She hurriedly activated the silent magic sphere in her hand, trying to shield against these attacks. However, her SS-grade magical device, powerful enough to suppress the half-step divine master rules, felt as fragile as glass in front of Zhou Yan. Crack! With a sharp sound, the silent magic sphere shattered immediately, turning into countless specks of light. No! This is impossible! Coralli looked at the dark divine light shooting in from all around, letting out a scream of utter desperation. How could this be his domain? Just as Coralli's team suffered heavy casualties. Outside the ruins, the 5 cold Order Guards finally broke through the last barrier and rushed in. However, what awaited them was the equally merciless dark divine light. In an instant, the coalition of Atlantis and the Beautiful Nation, along with the Order's three factions, fell into a fierce battle within the ruins that Zhou Yan absolutely controlled. Ruan Xinghua slowly rose into the air, standing over the control hub of the outpost, like a divine being wielding life and death, coldly watching the chaos below. She looked at Corelli, caught in a desperate situation under the dual attacks of the dark divine light and the Order spears, and a cold arc appeared on her lips. Ruan Xinghua stood at the control hub, her icy gaze observing the enemies entangled in a chaotic fight below. Zhou Yan's voice, carrying a hint of amusement, echoed in her ears. Which one to format first? Hearing this question filled with absolute control, Ruan Xingluo's lips curled into a faint arc, reminiscent of Zhou Yan's smile. She did not directly order an attack on any side. Instead, under Zhou Yan's guidance, she used the ancient broadcasting system of the ruins outpost to announce the start of a new game to all surviving intruders within the ruins. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my game. Ruan Xingluo's voice echoed clearly through the broadcast system, cold and filled with undeniable authority in every corner. From now on, this ruins will transform into a massive, ever-changing maze of slaughter. Walls will shift, passages will twist, and traps will activate randomly. And you, the coalition of Atlantis and the Beautiful Nation, along with the Order guards from behind the gates, are the esteemed players of this game. You must think of every possible way to survive until the end in this hunting game. The sole final victor will earn the right to negotiate surrender with me. Ruan Xingluo's voice paused, her tone turning even colder. As for the losers, they will be completely formatted by the ruins defense system, entirely erased from existence. With her words falling, the entire ruins outpost came to life. Boom! Countless walls began to move, and the passages instantly twisted and reformed. Ruan Xingluo stood in the control center, like a puppet master, constantly changing the layout of the maze and activating deadly traps one by one. Her goal was very clear, to drive the Order guards and the elite team led by Coralie into the same area, forcing them into a preemptive clash and to kill each other. This is a dead end. The walls are moving. Coralie's team fell into chaos in an instant. On the other side, Sequence 7, the captain of the Order guard team and a creation of Order rules, could not comprehend the chaotic game lacking any patterns before it. But it had only one core order. Eliminate the holder of the ruins beacon. Meaningless structural changes, activating forced breach mode. Sequence 7 ignored the rules Ruan Xingluo announced and began to use brute force to try to break through the constantly shifting walls, pushing forcibly toward the control center. Meanwhile, in another area, Coralie quickly regained her calm after the initial panic. She realized she had completely become a pawn of that Chinese woman. I can't let them lead me anymore. Coralie decisively abandoned the idea of clashing hard with the Order guards. She led the few remaining subordinates, beginning to search for the patterns of the maze's changes, trying to crack this game system or find a route to escape. This scene was clearly presented to all viewers through a global live broadcast. Global live room. Oh my gosh. Goddess Ruan is toying with them. She turned the entire battlefield into her own playground. So ruthless. And so clever. This is no longer just a battle, it's a psychological game of cat and mouse. That Coralie from Atlantis is smart, she seems to be looking for a breakthrough point. I wonder if she can succeed. Just as Coralie tried to find a way out, Sequence 7's barbaric attack brought her an unexpected surprise. Boom! Sequence 7 blasted away a seemingly identical alloy wall. However, behind the wall was not the path to the control center. Instead, it was the deepest, long-sealed forbidden area of the outpost. Beep. 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 An ear-piercing alarm, representing the highest level of threat, suddenly rang throughout the ruins outpost. Warning! Warning! Unknown defense protocol has been forcibly triggered. The ultimate trump card guardian of the ruins is awakening from its slumber. With a cringe-inducing creak, from the depths of the forbidden area, a towering stone door, hundreds of meters high, made of bronze and engraved with countless ancient symbols, slowly opened to the sides. Chapter 116, Invader. A gigantic war puppet, older than the Order Guardians, larger, and filled with an aura of pure war and destruction, began to wake slowly from the darkness behind the door. The gatekeeper of the ruins, awakened from ancient dust, had no light of wisdom or emotion in its eye sockets. What remained was the purest, indiscriminate clearing of all non-permitted entities, an absolute directive. It did not recognize friend or foe. At the moment it woke, it simultaneously judged the coalition led by Coralie and the Order Guardian squad from Sequence 7 as invaders that needed to be eliminated. Boom! The gatekeeper raised its giant arm made of an unknown metal and casually swung a punch at the arena. Its attack method was even more peculiar. There were no energy beams, no physical impacts, but rather a direct effect on the rule level. As the Order spear shot from Sequence 7 touched the force of the gatekeeper's punch, the Order rules contained within it were brutally and completely obliterated. The spear dissipated into thin air, as if it had never existed. What? A glimmer of disbelief flashed in the unchanging electronic eyes of Sequence 7. The power of their proud order rules was utterly crushed before this older gatekeeper. The scene became even more chaotic. The gatekeeper of the ruins began to attack all players in the arena indiscriminately like a merciless cleaner. Coralie's team and the Order Guardians faced enormous losses in front of this unreasonable, terrifying being. Under this terrifying pressure, a deep despair finally showed on Coralie's once proud face. She knew that forcibly breaking through was no longer possible. In this critical moment of life and death, Coralie made an unexpected decision that surprised everyone. She initiated an emergency communication request to the control center where Ruan Xinglua was, using the highest level encrypted communicator from Atlantis. Ruan Xinglua. Coralie's voice rang clearly through the communicator inside the control center. I admit, this time, I have lost. Thoroughly lost. Her voice carried a hint of unwillingness, but more was a calm determination. But now, killing me brings you no benefit. I have intelligence here that is more valuable than my life. I know a core secret of the Warden. A fatal weakness related to his source of power. Coralie's tone became extremely serious. Let me leave safely. This secret is yours. Zhou Yan's voice, carrying a hint of approval, echoed in Ruan Xingluo's mind. Hee, this girl is smarter and more ruthless than I imagined. She understands how to use information as her final lifeline. Listening to her secret wouldn't hurt. After all, we hold all the initiative now. Before Ruan Xinglua could respond, a massive energy blade from the gatekeeper of the ruins flew uncontrollably towards the cover where Coralie and her remaining few subordinates were hiding. Be careful. Just as Coralie and others were about to be turned into fragments by the energy blade. At Zhou Yan's signal, Ruan Xinglua controlled the defense system of the outpost, a burst of Ruan's divine light arriving just in time to block this deadly strike for Coralie. Speak your secret. Ruan Xinglua's voice coldly entered Coralie's ears through the broadcast system. I guarantee that you and your two core subordinates can leave here alive. Coralie gasped heavily. She looked at the energy blade's residual wave nearby and the indestructible Ruan's divine light shield. Finally let go of the last trace of luck. She spoke in a hoarse voice, revealing a shocking secret that could shake the entire universe. The Warden, he is not a single will. His power core is split. Hidden inside a supreme artifact called the Clock of All Endings. Inside that clock, there are 12 order cores, each corresponding to 12 different laws of endings. As long as we can find that clock and interfere with or destroy any one of the cores, we can temporarily and greatly weaken his power. Even completely sever the connection between him and that door. No. Coralie. You treacherous traitor. General MacArthur let out a desperate roar, but soon, his voice was completely drowned out by the terrifying attack of the Guardian, which could erase rules. And Coralie, seizing this precious opportunity bought with the lives of allies, activated Atlantis' final single transport device. In a violent twist of space, she and her two most trusted confidants escaped from the outpost after paying the price of having one arm torn apart by spatial turbulence. As all uninvited guests were completely cleared away, the ancient outpost finally returned to its rightful silence. Ruan Xinglua began to explore the vast ruins that were completely under her control. She immediately relayed the shocking secret about the Clock of All Endings that Coralie mentioned to Zhou Yan in full detail. After confirming the relevant information, Zhou Yan calmly responded. Yes, this is indeed the forbidden place where the Clock of All Endings is hidden, as Coralie said. That place is also our next core target for this journey. After receiving Zhou Yan's confirmation, the heavy stone in Ruan Xinglua's heart finally fell. Her tense nerves relaxed, and she began to excitedly show Zhou Yan her upgraded equipment and newly acquired abilities, like a child showcasing their toys to their parents. Look, husband. I can now control 3 Ruins divine light cannons at the same time. And this. The All Laws Return Cup. It can now store so much energy, like a super power bank. Zhou Yan looked at her smug little face, his eyes filled with fondness. Our Xinglua is really amazing. He praised her with affection. Then, he personally cooked a lavish victory feast for Ruan Xinglua, using some ancient and bizarre ingredients stored in the outpost that had long disappeared from the outside world. For a moment, the atmosphere inside the outpost was warm and sweet. However, just as they prepared to set off towards the mysterious Belle Tower, a high-level emergency communication request from the Celestial Council suddenly came in. When the communication connected, the Council's elder, with a face covered in star patterns, appeared on the screen, looking more anxious and serious than ever. Respected Lady Zhou. Please be extremely careful. The elder's voice even carried a barely noticeable tremor. According to the most urgent astral divination we just conducted, the coordinates of that Clock of All Endings have been activated with multiple deadly space traps due to the Warden's awareness. The elder's tone grew heavier. In order to stop anyone from approaching there, the Warden has gone to great lengths and released a rule plague targeting all neutral strange domain worlds. As he finished speaking, the image on the screen suddenly shifted. It vividly displayed the once brilliant and peaceful star region where the Celestial Council was located. At this moment, in that star region, countless once vibrant planets. A visible gray plague, filled with decay and despair, is madly eroding everything. Mountains and rivers wither, countless lives are trapped in this silent plague, sinking into eternal chaos and madness. This is not only threatening the Star Orbit Council. It is forcing all neutral powers to immediately distance themselves from Huaxia in this tragic way. It is applying immense external pressure from the entire universe on Wan Xinglua and Zhou Yan behind her. The urgent communication from the Council's Grand Elder clearly relays a hopeless message. To stop Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua's progress, the Warden has unleashed a terrifying rule plague, indiscriminately attacking all neutral realms to impose the heaviest external pressure on Huaxia. However, after hearing this news, Zhou Yan still wore an unruffled calm on his face. The Warden wants to use the plague to hinder us, forcing all neutral forces to become our enemies? His voice echoed in Wan Xinglua's mind, carrying a hint of playful amusement. Then we will turn this plague into our key to enter that Belle Tower. Without the slightest delay, the two directly used the emergency teleportation channel provided by the Star Orbit Council to arrive at the Council's capital. The sight before them was shocking. This grand city, once built from pure starlight, is now being ruthlessly eroded by a layer of grey rule plague filled with decay and chaos. The dazzling buildings of starlight flicker, as if they might completely collapse at any moment. Countless portals that maintain the city's operation are trapped in temporal chaos, with innocent council members occasionally being pulled in, disappearing into the chaotic flow of space. The power systems of countless beings are rapidly collapsing and disintegrating under this plague's erosion. The leader of the Star Orbit Council, the Grand Sage Star-Eye, personally welcomes them at the teleport platform exit. It is an ancient wise life formed by countless nebulae and light points. At this moment, that nebula light mass is fluctuating violently due to worry. Upon seeing Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua, a hint of excitement akin to seeing a savior is conveyed in its ancient will. Lord Zhou Yan, madam, you have finally arrived. However, before Star-Eye could continue, a cold and hostile voice abruptly interrupted from behind it. An old man, hunched over with a face like a millennial-old stone, exuding an air of staleness and conservatism, stepped out from the council's elder group. He is Hong Ji, the most exclusionary conservative elder within the Star Orbit Council. At first sight, Hong Ji fixed his eyes, filled with resentment and anger, on Wan Xinglua and Zhou Yan. Star-Eye, you have led the wolf into the house. Hong Ji's intent, filled with blame and rage, exploded in every council member's mind like thunder. It is precisely because you insisted on being close to this unknown Huaxia civilization that our Star Orbit Council has attracted the Warden's apocalyptic wrath. His intent grew even colder, like 1,000-year-old frozen ice. Now, do you still expect these two calamities that brought us disaster to save us? Before all the council members, Elder Hong Ji pointed his finger directly at Wan Xinglua, openly attacking her. You want us to believe you? Fine. Do you see that chaos nebula that has been the most severely polluted by the plague? He pointed to a terrifying nebula that had completely turned into grey chaos, even light being consumed. If you can purify it, our Star Orbit Council will recognize your ally status. You are our honored guests. If you can't. Elder Hengji let out a disdainful cold laugh. You should roll out of here immediately. Don't drag us down. Faced with Elder Hengji's ruthless public humiliation, Wan Xinglua was about to retort, but Zhou Yan secretly transmitted a message to keep her calm. Under the gaze of the great sage Xingtong, filled with regret and helplessness, Wan Xinglua and Zhou Yan arrived at the edge of the disordered nebula. Just getting close, one could feel a terrifying aura strong enough to obliterate rules. Xingtong carefully led a wisp of grey rule plague source from the grey nebula. Wan Xinglua did not dare to be careless. She first tried to purify this wisp of plague with the majestic dragon energy of her national dragon pillar. Roar! The golden dragon energy, carrying a magnificent heavenly might, collided with the wisp of grey plague source. However, a bizarre scene occurred. The majestic dragon energy was instantly rendered ineffective upon contact with the grey plague. What? Wan Xinglua was shocked. She then tried to unleash the power of the Blade of Silence, attempting to sever it completely with the rule that ends all things. However, that invincible grey sword intent, upon contact with the plague source, also sank like a stone in the sea, creating no ripple. The essence of this plague was actually erasing rules. Any power born from existing rules was completely ineffective against it. Elder Hengji, seeing this, immediately let out a cold and gleeful sneer. Do you see it now? Xingtong. Is this your so-called savior? The so-called savior of Huaxia is nothing more than this. Not even the most basic rule purification can be done. Elder Hengji's gleeful and cold ridicule echoed clearly in every corner of the Starlight Hall. Star Trek Council live broadcast channel. It seems Huaxia is useless too, they can't even handle the source of the rule plague. I said they are a disaster. Now look, they have dragged all of us down. Great Sage Xingtong really made a bad bet. We should find another way. Within the council, unrest brewed, filled with disappointment and blame. Honey, what should we do now? Chapter 118. Let him open his eyes. Don't worry. Zhou Yan's calm voice echoed again in her mind. He thinks a broken teacup is useless? Then let him open his eyes. Under Zhou Yan's distant guidance, Wan Xinglua slowly summoned the old teacup filled with cracks. The teacup floated in the air, radiating a warm and all-encompassing gentle light. In the next second, something happened that left everyone dumbfounded. That wisp of plague source, which had left everyone helpless, was effortlessly sucked into the small teacup like a fledgling returning home. The entire process did not even create a ripple. The whole place fell silent. All council elders, including Great Sage Xingtong, stood there as if petrified, stunned on the spot. Elder Hengji, whose body was made of ancient ice, showed a clear crack due to extreme shock, with a snap sound. Yet he still stubbornly insisted, after a brief moment of distraction, justifying himself forcefully. What's the big deal about absorbing a wisp? This can only prove your cup is a bit strange. He pointed at the boundless disordered nebula in the distance, letting out even more unreasonable shrieks. If you have the ability, absorb the entire nebula's plague. I want to see which bursts first, your little cup or this endless plague. Facing Elder Hengji's almost unreasonable challenge again, Zhou Yan only let out a dismissive laugh. Wan Xinglua understood his intent. She surveyed the whole room and coldly replied, absorb? No, direct purification is simply too wasteful. Every word she spoke reverberated like thunder in the minds of the elders. This rule plague is essentially a variant of the Warden's absolute silence order, a poison that prevents us from reaching the Belle Tower. And all poisons, when used properly, can be concocted into corresponding antidotes. We must forge this endless plague into a key that can ignore all of the Warden's spatial traps. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire assembly was stunned. The Great Sage Xingtong, whose form was made of nebulae, exploded with unprecedented brilliance after countless bouts of frantic deduction. Genius. This is a genius idea. Using poison against poison, returning to the origin. Theoretically completely feasible. Elder Hongji was left trembling in shock by this crazy plan. Madman. You are all madmen. He let out a terrified roar. You are gambling with the very survival of our Star Orbit Council, with the existence of our entire civilization. I absolutely do not agree. He tried to incite other, equally conservative elders in the council to stop what he saw as a self-destructive madness brought forth by Wan Xinglua. Just as the council was embroiled in endless arguments and on the verge of splitting. Boom! The core of the starlit nebula in the distance suddenly began to fluctuate violently. A terrifying force of pollution, more than 10 times stronger than before, erupted violently. Clearly, the Warden, far at the other end, had sensed the anomaly here and had increased the pressure from behind. The defensive barrier surrounding the Starlight Citadel began to crack visibly under this terrifying impact, making crack sounds. Time was no longer on their side. Enough! Hong Ji. At this critical moment, the Great Sage Xingtong pushed through the descent. I have decided to gamble everything of the Star Orbit Council and fully support Ms. Wan Xinglua's plan. It activated the final defense system of the Council's capital, the Star Barrier, and mobilized all available energy, pouring it all into the makeshift ritual array where Wan Xinglua was located. Wan Xinglua took a deep breath, no longer caring about the chaos outside. Her petite figure resolutely flew towards the center of the gray chaotic starlit nebula. She activated the all laws returning cup, forcibly absorbing and sorting out the boundless gray plague. This process was beyond imagination in terms of mental strain for her. She had to maintain absolute clarity at all times, analyzing, peeling away, and reorganizing amidst the endless chaotic rules. A moment's carelessness could lead to her soul being completely assimilated by this endless plague. Put. The Chaos Devourer loyally guarded beside her, playing the role of protector. It could not directly swallow the high-grade rule plague itself. But it could open its giant mouth and completely consume the energy waves generated by the conflict of rules, alleviating immense pressure on Wan Xinglua. The entire forging process was broadcasted live globally, displayed starkly before all viewers. Everyone watched nervously as Wan Xinglua's face grew paler due to the immense mental energy consumption, and sweat dripped continuously from her forehead. All the Chinese viewers were sweating for her. The forging process was arduous and long. Halfway through, the plague energy that was forcibly drawn into the all laws returning cup suddenly began to resist violently. The terrifying will contained within turned into countless fierce, cold order chains, trying to completely destroy the cup from the inside. At the same time, countless blurry phantoms of the Warden appeared in Wan Xinglua's mental world. They continuously tempted her with their extremely cold, emotionless voices, eroding her will. Give up. Meaningless resistance will only bring endless suffering. Yield to order, return to deathly silence, and you will attain eternal peace. Under this whisper that pierced the soul, Ruan Xingluo's already taut will began to waver. At that moment, Ruan Xingluo was engaged in this silent yet perilous struggle of wills against the warden. Meanwhile, in reality, inside the discussion hall of the Star Trajectory Council, the conservative elder, Hong Ji, with his eyes as cold as ancient ice, finally revealed the fangs he had hidden for so long. He was not truly conservative and exclusionary. Instead, long ago, he had been corrupted by the Warden's absolute silence order and willingly became the Warden's insider within the Star Trajectory Council. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being focused on Ruan Xingluo, he quietly activated a micro-altar that sparkled with gray light, hidden beneath his council robe. He intended to summon the Warden's power to thoroughly sabotage this purification ritual from the outside. However, all his small actions were clearly seen by Zhou Yan. Her voice echoed in Ruan Xingluo's crumbling consciousness once more. Xingluo, look into your teacup. Besides the separated impurities, what else has been filtered out? Chapter 119, Absolute Rationality. Ruan Xingluo mustered her last bit of spirit and probed the bottom of the Wanfa Guizong cup. To her shock, she discovered a silver crystal, no larger than a grain of rice, formed from the purest absolute order rules, settling at the black bottom of the cup. The Warden's order is also order. Zhou Yan guided her. Use its power to resist its will. In an instant, Ruan Xingluo understood. She immediately merged a strand of her spirit into that pure order crystal. Buzz. In that moment, Ruan Xingluo's will became as cold and pure as absolute zero, yet infinitely rational. All the clamor of inner demons, all temptations and whispers from the Warden, retreated like they had met their nemesis in the face of this will that also stemmed from order. Her mental world regained its clarity. Outside, in the discussion hall of the Star Trajectory Council, Elder Hong Ji's altar had completely activated. A gravoid crack that led to the forbidden door was forcibly torn open by him. The Warden's terrifying power was about to descend through this crack. Ha ha ha. Die. You blasphemers. Elder Hong Ji let out a mad, triumphant laugh. Yet, just at the moment when the Warden's absolute silence power was about to descend, Zhou Yan looked at the screen and chuckled softly. I was waiting for you to open the door. He had long ago, upon first meeting Hong Ji, silently left a ruin's mark on him that only he could perceive. At the moment the crack opened, he instantly used that mark to precisely lock onto the final coordinates of this temporary passage. Across the endless void, he gently pointed at the Wanfa Guizong cup in Ruan Xingluo's hands. The next second, the rule virus in the cup, already compressed to the extreme, surged like floodwaters. It flowed in reverse, into the void crack opened by Hong Ji himself. No! From the other side of the void crack, the Warden's roar, filled with fury and disbelief, resounded. His pure order power was instantly contaminated the moment it came into contact with the super rule virus enhanced by Zhou Yan. The Warden had to clumsily force closed this invading passage. Without the Warden's remote interference, Ruan Xingluo felt no more pressure. She calmly shaped the last trace of purified plague energy in the Wanfa Guizong cup into form successfully. Buzz. A peculiar key, radiating a gentle silver light and engraved with countless profound symbols of rules, seemed to represent the very concept of solution and key, slowly appeared in her palm. The key of all laws, forged successfully. With the birth of this key, the terrifying plague enveloping the entire chaotic star cloud dissipated instantly, as if it had met its nemesis. Brilliant starlight once again illuminated this long-dead starfield. The Star Trek Council, reborn. Inside the council chamber, the great sage Star Eye looked at the ashen-faced Ever Silent with endless disappointment and anger in his eyes. Ever Silent, do you know your crime? He personally took action, on behalf of the highest authority of the Star Trek Council, to announce the final judgment against the traitor. Chains of order formed from the power of stars bound Ever Silent and all his followers tightly. No. I did it for the survival of the council. I am innocent. In Ever Silent's unwilling roar, he and all his followers were killed on the spot, their souls extinguished. After cleansing the ranks, the great sage Star Eye personally approached Ruan Xingluo, expressing the deepest apology to Huaxia in a tone filled with gratitude and reverence. From this moment on, the Star Trek Council became the staunchest ally of Huaxia. They freely handed over all the top-secret star maps and intelligence related to the Clock of All Endings to Ruan Xingluo. Combining Ever Silent's unwilling roar before death and the information provided by the Star Trek Council, they finally learned. The so-called Clock of All Endings was not an entity that could be easily taken. It had already merged completely with the entire tower of the clock's bizarre realm. It was the Warden's creation, based on his own fragmented core, a manifestation of rules. To disturb the 12 order cores, one must first enter the interior of the clock tower. 3 days later, after resting, Zhou Yan and Ruan Xingluo set off on the Star Observer, provided by the Star Trek Council, carrying the key of all laws. However, just as the Star Observer was approaching the area of the clock tower, The entire fleet suddenly fell into a bizarre paradox space without warning. The spacetime here was completely disordered. Taking a step forward might instantly send you back to an hour ago. Taking a step back could unexpectedly leap you hundreds of years into the future. Countless decayed remnants of powerful explorer fleets from different civilizations and eras floated like ghosts in this chaotic spacetime. Clearly, they were all poor souls trapped here. Suddenly, a gigantic ghost flagship, flying the banner of a powerful civilization from the last cosmic era, burst out from the mist of space ahead. Its main cannon, silent for tens of thousands of years, suddenly lit up with destructive light, aiming precisely at the star observer. Warning! Causality attack detected from 37,000 years ago. Cannot evade. Cannot defend. The star observer's intelligence brain emitted a piercing alarm. Faced with this terrifying attack from the past, conventional defense and evasion lost all meaning. However, Yuan Xinglua showed no sign of panic on her face. Calm in the face of danger, she raised the key of all laws in her hand. The key emanated a gentle and conceptually solving silver light. Wherever the light reached, all chaotic and contradictory spacetime rules were forcibly organized. At this moment, the boundary between past and present became temporarily blurred. That causality main cannon from the past, at the moment it was about to hit the star observer, bizarrely penetrated through its hull instead. It seems like it is just a non-existent illusion. Immediately afterwards, an even more unbelievable scene unfolded. That main cannon beam, after passing through the stargazer, accurately hit the floating wreckage of its own already decayed future not far away. The past destroyed the future. A perfect paradoxical closed loop was thus formed. The light of the key of all laws illuminated for them a path in the distorted spacetime, a path absolutely safe from any paradoxes or traps. Chapter 120, Timeless Realm, Return to the Ruins Chessboard. Following this path of light, the stargazer finally reached the destination of this journey. A towering giant structure, indescribable by any language, stood quietly at the edge of the universe. It appeared to be composed of countless slowly rotating colossal gears and gigantic pendulums that swung back and forth, working together to form this structure. Filled with a cold, mechanical, yet terrifying beauty that bore a sense of the fate of all things coming to an end, it pierced into the endless void of the universe. This is the bell of the end of all things. At the entrance, resembling the mouth of an abyss, a guard dressed in an ancient, tattered robe held a rusted pointer weapon that was larger than himself, his face completely shrouded in shadow, slowly opened his eyes. He was the only guardian of this clock tower, the strongest being under the warden. The eternal timekeeper. He was not a living being, but the embodiment of two supreme rules, time and end. His power had long surpassed the realm of the half-step Divine Lord, reaching the true Divine Lord level. The shadowed face of the eternal timekeeper turned towards the slowly approaching stargazer, an icy, indifferent, emotionless will resonating clearly in everyone's mind. All things have their time, your end has come. To enter this door, you must first endure the erasure of existence. As the words fell, he slowly raised his withered arm. Dawn. The first toll of the clock echoed throughout the entire spacetime. This was not a sound attack, but a pure, rule-based attack targeting the past. Wherever the bell tolled, the members of the Star Orbit Council aboard the Stargazer shuddered violently. Immediately afterwards, the brilliance and wisdom in their eyes rapidly dimmed. Their past, all their memories, emotions, knowledge, were forcibly erased in this moment by the sound of the bell. They instantly forgot who they were, forgot why they came, falling into a state of absolute confusion and dullness, like walking corpses. Yuan Xinglua also felt an enormous threat. An irresistible force of rules was trying to invade her mind, erasing her ties to Zhouyan, to Huaxia, and to everything in this world. Her memories began to blur. At this critical moment, Zhouyan, who had been sitting calmly on the throne, finally moved. He casually extended a finger and gently tapped on Yuan Xinglua's smooth forehead. A pure, vast power of return to the ruins instantly protected her soul, keeping that force erasing the past at bay. Use the blade of eternal silence. Zhouyan's voice rang faintly. Since it seeks to erase the past, then you shall bring its present to an end ahead of time. Yuan Xinglua's eyes sharpened, instantly understanding Zhouyan's intentions. She raised the blade of eternal silence high, the sword tip aiming at the eternal timekeeper, who resembled a god or demon. And the timekeeper's emotionless eyes, resembling clock faces, met hers. The second toll of the clock was about to ring. Rule, end. Yuan Xinglua shouted, swinging her sword. A terrifying gray swordlight containing the concept of absolute end. Ignoring any obstacles of time and space and rules, directly targeting the core of the eternal timekeeper's rules. At the same time, ding! The timekeeper's second bell rang as expected. This time, it was to erase the now. The sound of the bell transformed into countless invisible lines of order, attempting to completely erase Yuan Xinglua and her attack from this current timeline. Boom! The end and erasure. Two equally domineering supreme concepts clashed fiercely before the clock tower. The violent shockwaves of spacetime caused the surrounding cosmic space to begin to shatter bit by bit. Although Yuan Xinglua was protected by Zhou Yan's power of the abyss, she was still pushed back repeatedly by this terrifying impact, causing a trace of crimson blood to spill from the corner of her mouth. On the opposite side, the eternal timekeeper, once solid, was also rendered slightly illusory by that blade of the end, clearly affected significantly. Not bad, being able to match this thing has already exceeded my expectations. Zhou Yan's voice carried a hint of approval. However, relying solely on yourself to win against it is still a bit too early. The eternal timekeeper seemed completely enraged by Yuan Xinglua's sword strike. For the first time, a hint of anger emerged from its emotionless will. It slowly raised the massive hand that represented the flow of time. The third, and also the most terrifying bell, was about to ring. That was a lethal strike to erase the future. Zhou Yan watched this scene and finally stood up slowly from the throne made of countless strange materials. Alright, the warm-up is over. He stretched his muscles, producing a series of sounds like exploding stars. Madam, please step back. Zhou Yan's voice had a hint of playful amusement. The next scene may be a bit unreasonable. Facing the eternal timekeeper's terrifying strike that was about to erase the future, Zhou Yan did not launch any earth-shattering attacks. He just slowly extended a finger before the timekeeper, gently pointing at the emptiness ahead. Time is a pretty good toy. Zhou Yan's voice was calm yet carried a hint of playfulness. But if you want to play in front of me, your rules are still too young. Centered on the tip of his finger, an absolute, pure nothingness instantly spread out. This nothingness enveloped both him and the divine-level eternal timekeeper within it. In this domain, there was no time, no space, no past, and no future. What existed was only the purest concept of everything ending, the unity of all laws in the abyss. This is the timeless place. The third bell of the eternal timekeeper, capable of erasing the future, completely lost its target for attack in this timeless place with no concept of time. The terrifying power of its rules strangely dissipated halfway. The eternal timekeeper's eyes, unchanged for thousands of years like a clock face, showed signs of severe fluctuations resembling core program chaos. Here, your rules of time are ineffective. Zhou Yan's voice was like the sole master of this void. Now, let's play a new game. He initiated a game against the eternal timekeeper, using the supreme rules he mastered as pieces. Chapter 121, The Core of Origin. At the same time, Zhou Yan's thoughts clearly reached Yuan Xinglua's mind. Xinglua, its essence is playing against me and cannot be distracted at the moment. But its source of power lies in the 12 order cores at the top of the tower. Go to the top of the tower and find the 13th core of origin. That is the starting point of all its logic and also its only weakness. In the timeless place created by Zhou Yan, he stood with his hands behind his back, effortlessly engaging in a battle of rules with the divine-level eternal timekeeper. While Yuan Xinglua moved against the chaotic flow of time within the clock tower. With firm determination, she stepped alone onto the stairs leading to the top of the tower. She would face, all by herself, the true and most deadly dangers inside this clock tower. In the land of no time. Zhou Yan continuously disassembled the proud order attack of the eternal timekeeper with the concept of return to ruins. He even had the leisure to comment on the other's moves. Your time erasure is too rigid, it only knows how to delete and does not understand how to alter and cover. Lacking imagination, indeed boring. Every word from Zhou Yan was like the sharpest knife, pulling and striking the eternal timekeeper mentally in the most extreme way. Yuan Xinglua successfully entered the interior of the clock tower. Inside the tower was a gigantic, unimaginable labyrinth of time and space made up of countless giant gears slowly turning. Each gear represented a different, chaotic timeline. What was more terrifying was that in this labyrinth of time and space, countless translucent time echoes roamed. They were powerful presences forcefully erased from existence by the eternal timekeeper using the power of time. In the moment of their death, their strongest unwillingness and obsession were trapped in this broken timeline, transforming into projections of their last moments before death, endlessly repeating their final wishes. Among these time echoes, there were even terrifying beings at the deity level. Roar! A giant echo, burning with the true fire of the sun, roared and launched its strongest attack against Yuan Xinglua at the moment of its death. Yuan Xinglua's face changed, and she quickly raised the key of 10,000 laws in her hand. The key emitted a soft silver light, forcibly sorting out the chaotic rules of time and space around her, allowing her to narrowly avoid this attack that could burn stars. But immediately after, another echo of a swordsman holding a broken sword unleashed his final killing sword towards her, filled with endless sword intent. Yuan Xinglua relied on the key of 10,000 laws, barely dodging amidst this endless barrage of attacks. But each dodge took a tremendous toll on her mental strength. Her steps became increasingly heavy. Chapter 121, Key of 10,000 Laws, Endpoint of Destruction. At this moment, the live broadcast around the world was clearly divided into two parts. One part was the land of no time where Zhou Yan was. In the footage, he stood with his hands behind his back, strolling leisurely, playing with the deity-level eternal timekeeper like a mere pawn, showing off his divine and demonic demeanor. And the other part was the time and space labyrinth inside the clock tower where Wan Xinglua was. Her petite figure, amidst the destructive attacks from countless deity-level time echoes, struggled to evade, facing life-threatening dangers. Huaxia Live Room. It's too hard. Ruan Goddess is facing such difficulties. There are so many deity-level monster phantoms inside the tower. Zhou God seems so relaxed, he looks like he's about to fall asleep, while Ruan Goddess is in such danger. The contrast is too strong, one is a celestial duel, the other is a desperate struggle for survival. In the conference hall of the Star Trail Council, the great sage Xing Tong watched the scenes on the light screen, its cloud of stars fluctuating violently due to anxiety. These are all fallen ones who attempted to challenge the Warden's authority in the endless years of the past. Their obsessions and strongest attacks were imprisoned here by the Warden's time laws, becoming part of this clock tower. Madame Zhou's journey is truly life and death. Inside the clock tower, Ruan Xinglua relied on the strange ability of the Key of 10,000 Laws to sort through numerous laws, finally managing to pass through that horrifying echo area. She reached the last entrance leading to the top of the tower. But at the entrance stood a previously unseen, extremely powerful time echo that made her feel a chill up her spine. It was a figure holding a giant axe that could split the heavens. A terrifying ancient god exuding endless madness and battle intent. It was the mad ancient god who, in the last cosmic era, tried to forcefully break through the forbidden door. His power far surpassed any time echoes that Ruan Xinglua had encountered before. Facing the clash with this mad ancient god's echoes, there was no hope at all. However, Ruan Xinglua chose not to fight. She raised high the Key of all laws in her hand. Using its special ability to untangle countless rules, she managed to temporarily repair a crucial logical flaw in the mad ancient god's obsession. Buzz. In the mad ancient god's eyes, filled with madness and desire for destruction, a glimmer of clarity returned. He stopped his earth-shattering attack and looked deeply at Ruan Xinglua and the key in her hand. Then, he raised his giant axe and pointed out the true path to the core for Ruan Xinglua. After doing all this, his figure, freed from obsession, dissipated in this temporal rift with a hint of relief. Ruan Xinglua finally reached the core at the top of the tower. Here, there was a vast emptiness. 12 identical order cores, radiating a terrifying power of order, rotated slowly in a circular arrangement, like the markings on a clock. She tried to probe one of the cores with the blade of return to silence. But the core immediately emitted an equally strong rebounding force, pushing her back repeatedly. Each core was indestructible. Ruan Xinglua looked at the arrangement of the 12 cores and fell into deep thought. 12 hours, 12 directions. Zhou Yan said that she needed to find the 13th origin core. But the origin of the clock is that invisible center. A spark of brilliance exploded in Ruan Xinglua's eyes. She no longer hesitated and made an extremely bold decision. Using the Key of all laws as a medium, she resolutely extended all her power toward the empty center point surrounded by the 12 order cores. However, just as her fingertips were about to touch that void origin, the final trap set by the Warden was triggered. Buzz. The 12 order cores erupted simultaneously with devastating beams of order judgment. Chapter 122, Place of No Time. 12 beams of light converged at a central point, forming a torrent of terrifying energy capable of obliterating even a god, aiming to completely erase the variable that was Ruan Xinglua. Faced with this deadly situation, Ruan Xinglua didn't even have time to react. However, just at that moment, on her wrist, the cup she had always used as a storage space, the Cup of All Laws, activated automatically. A soft glow, seemingly able to encompass everything, radiated from the cup. The 12 beams of order judgment, capable of destroying everything, absorbed completely by that small cup at the moment they touched the soft glow, along with the very concept of order judgment itself. There wasn't a ripple at all. Zhou Yan's voice, with a hint of lazy amusement, echoed softly. What I sent you is not just a teacup. It is also a fuse. Specifically to prevent some blind fools from tripping the circuit. As the Warden's final trap was easily broken by the Cup of All Laws, the central control hub of the clock tower, the origin point, was completely exposed before Ruan Xinglua. Without a moment's hesitation, she successfully inserted the Key of All Laws, forged from the Plague of Rules, into the exact center of the hub. Buzz. The great machine of the clock of the end of all things, composed of countless gears and pendulums that maintained the operation of the final law, fell into eternal stasis at this moment. Inside the Place of No Time, the eternal timekeeper, engaged in a contest of rules with Zhou Yan. Its massive body suddenly stiffened. The intricate laws forming its body began to collapse bit by bit, like a coreless program code. In its eternally unchanged, clock-like eyes, a complex light emerged, filled with struggle yet tinged with a hint of relief. Zhou Yan seized this moment. He extended a finger and lightly touched the cracked center of the eternal timekeeper's forehead. A pure force of return instantly severed the long-rooted enslavement contract between it and the warden deep within their souls. Crack! The enormous, clockwork-like shell of the eternal timekeeper shattered into countless light particles. What emerged from that broken shell was not a grotesque monster. It was a primordial spirit formed entirely of gentle starlight. The source of time sequence. In the moment of regaining its freedom, it deeply bowed to Zhou Yan. "Thank you, sir, for helping me escape." The voice of the source of time sequence was no longer the cold, indifferent mechanical tone but filled with endless sorrow and soul-deep gratitude. It revealed to them the truth sealed away for countless ages. I was an ancient neutral being responsible for recording the flow of time since the birth of the universe. However, during a patrol of the myriad realms, I was ambushed by the warden, who was then just a recycler, forcibly stripped of my free will and transformed into a puppet guarding this clock of universal endings with stolen authority of return. To repay Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua for their rescue. The source of time sequence gifted her with the origin core, which Wan Xinglua had interfered with using the key of all laws, already disconnected from the body of the clock tower. This item is one of my original cores before enslavement, containing the laws of the time anchor point. Holding this item allows you to manipulate and anchor the flow of time within a limited scope. At the same time, it also provided Zhou Yan with the warden's most critical secret. The warden's true body is not within this clock tower. He is hiding behind that forbidden door in an absolute domain he created called the Void King Court. With the crisis completely resolved, Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua returned to the flagship, the Observer. Wan Xinglua excitedly recounted her thrilling experiences inside the tower to Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan, utilizing the recently acquired origin core, casually opened an independent space on the flagship's top floor, where time flowed much slower than the outside world by hundreds of times. In this undisturbed tranquil space, he personally cooked a lavish dinner for two for Wan Xinglua. Outside the window was a shining river of stars, the table had steaming delicious food, and beside him was the gentle laughter of his beloved. The atmosphere was warm and sweet. This was perhaps how their honeymoon trip should have been. Zhou Yan's deep eyes lost all laziness and playfulness, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. He looked at Wan Xinglua beside him with utmost solemnity. "Xinglua, the warden is severely weakened in the clock tower, his power foundation has been shaken. He will undoubtedly spare no effort to accelerate his ultimate plan to devour the myriad realms and open the door. We can no longer passively wait." Zhou Yan's voice carried a cold determination. "We must take the initiative and march towards his lair." The moment his words fell, Zhou Yan used Wan Xinglua's highest authority as the proxy of national fortune to send a call to arms that would shake the myriad realms, to all strange worlds and civilizations aligned with Huaxia. The instant the call was sent, the entire universe stirred. Star Trajectory Council. The great sage Star Eye, upon receiving the summons, hesitated not for a moment. Its light cluster made of nebulae erupted with an unprecedented brilliant glow. Star Trek Council, all members obey the order. Gather all the Star Speakers fleets of the Council. Activate all backup energy. This battle is to repay the grace of saving Huaxia, and to protect the order of all realms. Our council is willing to be the vanguard. Oil Country. Matchmaker Mia relayed the content of the summons to her country. The high-level officials of the entire nation made an immediate and resolute response. They offered all strategic and bizarre resources in the national treasury, and all accumulated wealth of generations. All to fully support Huaxia's final battle that risked the future of civilization. Atlantis, that magnificent main city barely restored from the chaos of data hell in the deep sea. Wounded and unhealed, Corelli looked at the summons from Huaxia, her sapphire-like eyes filled with extreme complexity. There was a struggle of unwillingness and a hint of longing for the future. In the end, she made a decision. Dragging her still not fully recovered severed arm, she stepped onto the bridge of the remaining flagship of the fleet. She looked at her weary subordinates and said in a hoarse voice, "Respond to Huaxia's call. This is not for Huaxia, nor is it to submit to that man." She paused, a fierce look flashing in her eyes. "This is for ourselves, for our civilization, to have a future." Chapter 123, Target, the Extermination King Court. The Council of Old Dominators. That nameless chaotic shadow, Felhud, also received this summons. After a brief deliberation and thought, it sent a chaos fleet composed of countless smaller offspring. "We are not good at direct assaults." Felhud's thoughts still sounded so strange. "However, we can still clean up the miscellaneous soldiers on the battlefield for you." An unprecedented united fleet of all realms, formed by dozens of powerful bizarre civilizations, slowly gathered outside the transit station of the Blue Star Alliance. Its enormous scale overshadowed everything, making the stars dim. This scene, through a global live broadcast, was clearly presented before all Blue Star audiences. They watched as ships of various terrifying designs, once mighty beings from other realms, willingly gathered under the banner of Huaxia. A surge of indescribable pride and excitement welled up in the hearts of all Waxians. Zhou Yan held Ruan Xingluo's hand and slowly walked to the forefront of this massive fleet. In his hand, he tightly gripped the blade of silence that had long been in tune with his heart. He would personally carve a path through the forbidden waters towards the world behind the door for this united fleet that carried the hopes of all realms. With the return of the ruins' locator coordinates and the blade of silence as his pen, Zhou Yan gently made a cut into the void before him. Sizzle! The space was cut open like the softest cloth, without any sound. This path ignored any laws of time and space, heading straight to the end of the universe, where the forbidden door was located. United Fleet, set sail. Target, the Extermination King Court. As Zhou Yan gave the order, the massive united fleet of all realms slowly entered the path of returning ruins that he had just opened. They had finally arrived at that forbidden place which only existed in legends. As the united fleet exited the ruins path, the spectacular sight before them left even the most battle-hardened crew members breathless for a moment. It was a black rift so huge that it could not be measured by any unit. It arrogantly spanned the end of the universe. As if reality itself was torn apart by a pair of invisible, colossal hands, creating a terrifying scar that would never heal. Behind that rift, there was no light, no darkness, no up or down, and no sides. There was only pure silence. A wave of end breath, enough to make even God's hearts tremble, was constantly leaking out from that door known as taboo, like an unending cold tide. On the flagship, the Star Watcher, the light cluster formed by the nebula within the wise star's eye was violently fluctuating, displaying extreme restlessness. This is the legendary door. The end of the universe, the home of all things. Even the usually proud Corelli, at this moment, looked at the rift with eyes full of undeniable shock and awe. Buzz buzz buzz. Before the United Fleet could approach the door, a series of orderly, cold, and murderous buzzing sounds came from within that massive door. Endless Order Guard legions, like a black tide of death, were crazily pouring out from that huge door. They had a uniform form, an icy breath, each radiating a terrifying pressure of half-step divinity. They had no emotions, no fear, only the purest, absolute command to erase all anomalies. They formed a tightly knitted battle array, silent yet overwhelming in momentum. After a brief pause, they charged straight toward the united fleet of all realms. On the flagship, the Star Watcher, the ancient will of the wise star's eye, after a moment of shock, transformed into a roar that echoed throughout the fleet's communication channel. For our own future. All fleets. Open fire. In an instant. The Star Speaker fleet of the Star Trail Council was the first to launch an attack. Tens of thousands of warships lit up their brilliant starlights at the same time. Countless dazzling beams, containing the power of star creation and destruction, surged forth like a rolling Milky Way, akin to the wrath of gods, fiercely bombarding the boundless Order Guard Legion. Corelli of Atlantis also put aside all personal grudges, commanding the remaining technological fleet, showcasing astonishing combat power. Spear of the Sea God, overloading launch. Streams of blue energy, compressed from high-dimensional water elements, collided fiercely with the silver light spears of the Order Guards in the cold starry sky, annihilating each other. The chaotic fleet of Cthulhu unleashed countless twisted mental shockwaves, attempting to disrupt the orderly formation of the Order Guards. A grand war, epic in scale, erupted, affecting the entire edge of the universe. However, Zhou Yan's gaze never lingered on the battlefield before him. He calmly watched the distant door, exuding endless ominousness. Our battlefield is behind the door. He quietly said to Ruan Xingluo beside him. They will buy us time here. Having said that, Zhou Yan held Ruan Xingluo's hand and walked towards the entrance of the door, capable of swallowing all living beings, as if they were strolling in their own backyard. This scene filled all the watching allies with sincere admiration and comfort. In the moment they crossed the threshold, Ruan Xingluo felt her five senses, hearing, sight, touch, even the very concept of thought, being rapidly and ruthlessly erased by an invisible, terrifying power. This was a terrifying world where even basic concepts like light and dark, sound and silence, existence and void had been completely blurred. This was the lair of the Warden, his absolute domain, the silent royal court. Zhou Yan formed a personal absolute domain the size for just the two of them, using his own return to ashes power, tightly protecting Ruan Xingluo within, isolating the terrifying assimilating force from the outside. He explained to Ruan Xingluo the rules of this place. This is the Warden's absolute domain. Here, existence itself is a kind of original sin. Any substance will be ruthlessly rejected by the end laws of this place, and ultimately formatted. At the entrance of the king's court, which is vast beyond description, two towering knight statues, as if gods or demons, silently stand, as if they have existed since ancient times. They are two of the legendary 12 Knights of the End, responsible for passing judgment on the end. The knight on the left is entirely made from twisted, withered branches of the world tree. Wherever he passes, everything withers, and life fades away. The knight on the right seems to be composed of countless broken memories and forgotten threads of cause and effect, his form unstable, exuding a chilling air of nothingness. Chapter 124, What is the True Rebirth? At the moment when Zhou Yan and Ruan Xingluo stepped into the king's court, these two terrifying knight statues, like myths, slowly awakened. They did not launch any physical attacks, for in this desolate king's court, physical attacks are meaningless. They only simultaneously unfolded their respective fields of concepts. An invisible wither field, like the most vicious curse, instantly enveloped Ruan Xinglua. She could clearly feel that her body, toughened through countless trials and hardships, was losing its life force at an irreversible speed and withering away. Meanwhile, another even more strange forgetting field invaded her consciousness like an invisible poison mist. She began to forget. Forget who she was, forget why she had come, forget all her joys and sorrows. Even her memories of Zhou Yan were rapidly becoming blurry and dim, like a painting soaked in water. She looked terrified at this man she loved most and was most familiar with, only to find she was about to not recognize him. Faced with an attack capable of erasing existence and decaying life, at the very last moment before her consciousness was completely consumed, Zhou Yan's voice clearly rang in her soul's deepest part. Xinglua, you are no longer that little girl who needed my protection everywhere. You have already gained powers equal to them, or even, surpassing them. Use your own core to tell them what true rebirth is, what eternal starting point is. Ruan Xinglua's clear eyes, which had become somewhat confused due to the loss of memory, suddenly ignited with brilliant light at that moment. She was no longer passively defending. She completely unleashed the power of the World Tree, which had long been connected to the source of her life. A surge of emerald green light, filled with concepts of rebirth and hope, like the first ray of morning light at the beginning of creation, violently swept out from her. That wither field, which could wither everything, was instantly restrained and purified before this everlasting concept of rebirth, like snow encountering the blazing sun. At the same time, she activated the starting point core given to her by the source of time. Buzz. A power of law representing absolute starting point instantly anchored her own timeline firmly in this current moment. That forgetting field, capable of erasing all memories and causal relationships, could no longer shake her even a little. Ruan Xinglua was no longer passively defending, she chose to actively strike. With endless power of rebirth, she radiated her infinite vitality. With indestructible power of the starting point, she secured her existence and causality. In her hand, she firmly gripped the blade of return to peace, representing end and silence, actively facing the two god-level knights of the end. This was her first time, without Zhou Yan's direct intervention, independently confronting god-level terrifying enemies. The decaying power of the Knight of Withering, which is unstoppable. In the face of Ruan Xinglua's endless new concepts, everything else seemed so pale and powerless. The terrifying power of the Riders of Oblivion, which could erase the memory of the gods, could not shake the unique Ruan Xinglua that was anchored by the origin in the slightest. In the end, Ruan Xinglua seized an ephemeral opportunity, and a glint of determination flashed in her eyes. Finality. With a single stroke of her sword, she uttered the simplest yet most dominating decree. A grey sword light containing the concept of absolute conclusion, under the dual enhancement of new life and origin, erupted with unprecedented terrifying power. As the sword light passed, withered and forgotten, the two equally powerful laws of finality were brutally severed. The two mighty Riders of Oblivion, their huge bodies, under this one sword strike, crumbled like weathered sand sculptures, silently turning into countless flying ashes. The concept of their existence was completely concluded. After defeating the two knights, the path to the deepest part of the royal court finally opened. At the end of the royal court, on a massive black throne entirely made up of pure, absolute silence rules, a perfect, divine figure, even radiating the brilliance of the highest order, slowly opened his eyes. The true form of the warden finally appeared. He was not any terrifying monster, but a handsome, divine, and unbelievably perfect deity. Upon seeing Zhou Yan, a hint of complex emotion flickered in his eyes, which seemed to contain the laws of the universe's rise and fall. Betrayer of the abyss. The warden ignored Zhou Yan and instead turned his gaze toward Ruan Xinglua, conveying his supreme ideals with a voice full of compassion and divine will. The rise and fall of the universe, its cycles, are themselves an endless pain and torment. Only absolute silence can be perfect, can be eternal peace. Abyss represents the greatest flaw in this universe, the source of suffering's cycle. And I am the true God who will correct this flaw and bring ultimate peace to all things. The moment the words fell, the ultimate showdown erupted. Zhou Yan and the warden, these two beings representing entirely opposing ultimate concepts of the universe, engaged in the highest realm of conceptual warfare. Their battlefield was no longer limited to the small silence royal court. Instead, it instantly expanded to the endless timelines of past, present, and future, as well as the causal networks of countless parallel universes. With a single thought, Zhou Yan birthed millions of new universes from the void, thanks to new life. The warden merely cast a cold glance at those newly birthed universes, and they instantly returned to conclusion under the order of silence. With a simple wave of his hand, the warden confined the entire spacetime under the rule of absolute order. Zhou Yan simply pointed, and that indestructible order cage was turned into nothingness by the concept of abyss. Their battle did not have earth-shattering sounds and lights, yet it was far more perilous than any divine war. The aftermath of the battle merely released a trace of energy, yet it made the outside army engaged in fierce combat with the Order Guardians feel a chilling tremor from the depths of their souls. In the unending conceptual war with Zhou Yan, for the first time, the warden felt exhausted. The absolute silence he created was retreating step by step before Zhou Yan's even more domineering everything returns to the abyss. He knew that if this continued, he would undoubtedly be defeated. To gain the ultimate advantage, he finally revealed his true form. Boom! The clock of the end of all things, composed of countless gears and pendulums, resonated with a roar that shook all realms. It was no longer a dead object, it had completely come to life. The warden's perfect, divine figure slowly merged into this giant bell. Chapter 125, The creation's bell resounds, the door of birth opens. He prepared to ring the final bell, capable of completely formatting the existence of the entire universe. Ding! An invisible, yet terrifying bell sound, seemingly containing the ultimate fate of the universe, began to echo throughout the entire court of desolation. Zhou was temporarily restrained under the great power of this bell sound. Starfall! His voice rang clearly in Wan Xingluo's mind. This bell is the embodiment of rules created after the warden stole the authority of the end. My power of the return to oblivion can completely erase it, but that is not a true victory. Only your power of rebirth can purify it from the root. Zhou Yan's voice carried an unprecedented seriousness. Your ultimate mission is to use the power of your world tree to save this bell, not to destroy it. Wan Xingluo instantly understood Zhou Yan's true intent. Without any hesitation, the shadow of the world tree behind her glowed brightly, lifting her directly towards the giant bell that emanated an endless aura of conclusion. However, just as she was about to approach the giant bell, 10 towering figures, also radiating the terrifying aura of divine masters, suddenly appeared from the void, forming the final and most indestructible defense line. They were all the remaining members of the 12 Knights of the End. Each knight represented a law of conclusion, with immense strength. Knight of Plague, Knight of Chaos, Knight of Despair. Faced with the united attack of these 10 divine master-level knights, Wan Xingluo found herself in an unprecedented desperate situation once again. At this moment, through the special broadcast of the Huaxia spirit realm, Blue Star, and all civilizations allied with Huaxia, billions of lives clearly saw this scene. They saw that small yet determined figure who stood alone against 10 divine demons to protect them. In Huaxia, in the Star Orbit Council, in the oil-rich nations. Under the joint guidance of Lin Angua, Mia, the Wise Star Eye, and others. The beings of Blue Star and all allied civilizations, regardless of age or race, at this moment, offered their most sincere and purest wishes and blessings to the girl named Wan Xingluo. Goddess Wan. You must win. For Huaxia. For our future. Madame Zhou. We stand with you. This immense tide of willpower, filled with hope and rebirth, sent forth by billions of lives, was poured into the world tree behind Wan Xingluo through the long-connected golden dragon of Huaxia's national fortune. Buzz. After absorbing this endless wish for rebirth, the world tree finally grew into its most perfect complete form. Its crown overshadowed the skies, spanning the entire court of desolation. Its roots plunged into the void, drawing upon the most primordial power of creation. The fully realized world tree radiated an endless glow of rebirth. Wan Xingluo's power, at this moment, reached an unprecedented peak, even surpassing the realm of divine masters. But she chose not to fight. She simply floated quietly beneath the light of the world tree, softly singing a hymn of rebirth to the 10 terrifying Knights of the End. In her song, there was no slaughter, no confrontation, only the purest tribute to life and yearning for rebirth. The 10 knights, who should have been cold killing machines, began to slowly dissolve the icy aura of conclusion upon hearing this soul-stirring song. A hint of liberation appeared in their will that had been imprisoned for endless ages. Ultimately, in the song filled with the power of rebirth sung by Wan Xingluo, the 10 Knights of the End laid down their weapons in their hands. They bowed to Wan Xingluo, and to the world tree behind her. Then, their figures turned into 12 emotionless rules of origin, blending into this newborn world under the gentle light. Wan Xingluo stood before the bell that signified the end of all things. She reached out her delicate hands and pressed against the cold surface of the bell. The power of rebirth, capable of creating all things, transformed this bell that should have brought about doom and silence into a bell that heralded the revival and hope of all things, a bell of creation. As the threat from the warden was completely lifted, the massive bell that represented the end and silence was finally transformed under Wan Xingluo's overwhelming power of rebirth into a bell of creation that signaled the revival of all things. Thus, the crisis of the Silent Kingdom came to a perfect conclusion. The scene gradually returned to the Blue Star Alliance's transit station in the strange world. At this moment, an unprecedented grand celebration banquet was being held in honor of Huaxia. All allies who chose to stand with Huaxia in the final battle, such as the Starpath Council and the Oil States, were present. This banquet was being broadcast live globally, presented before all Blue Star viewers. The atmosphere at the banquet was lively yet subtle. Coralie from Atlantis and the new general of beautiful country, MacArthur, as representatives of the defeated side, displayed an unprecedented humility. Ms. Ruan, your heroic presence in the Battle of Endings can be considered a myth across the universes. On behalf of Atlantis, I toast to you. Coralie held a glass of blue wine brewed from deep-sea glowing jellyfish, wearing a perfectly appropriate smile, her words filled with just the right amount of flattery. If it weren't for your last-minute efforts to turn the tide and purify the end, we would have surely turned to ashes in that catastrophe. Indeed. Ms. Ruan's grace leaves us soldiers ashamed. General MacArthur also raised his glass, his weathered face squeezed into a smile that was harder than crying. To express our beautiful country's regrets and respect, the first batch of compensation supplies is already on the way, please accept them. Their words sounded so sincere. But deep in their seemingly humble eyes, a trace of unnoticeable resentment and bitterness still lurked. Just as the atmosphere of the banquet was reaching its climax. Ding! Suddenly. At the end of the universe, the bell that had just been transformed into rebirth by Ruan Xinglua began to resonate without wind. It emitted a distant, sacred sound, as if containing all the mysteries of the universe at its inception, a grand chime echoed. This sound was not transmitted through air or any medium. It crossed endless voids and dimensions, resonating clearly in the deepest souls of every living being. Then, the cold and eerie marriage system announcement echoed across the globe once more. Detected, Belle of Creation has been activated. A new era of national fortune, Genesis era, has officially begun. Chapter 126, The Ruins of Birth. The first creation-level strange domain Ruins of Birth, its coordinates have been locked. New rules published, this strange domain is a realm without a master, its internal energy forms are extremely unstable, stabilization of its entrance gate of birth must be prioritized. The first civilization to successfully open and completely stabilize the gate of birth will gain the sole priority to develop the Ruins of Birth strange domain, along with a massive reward of civilization potential value. Upon the announcement, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Those who had just been humbly offering toasts, their faces written with "We surrender," such as Coralie and MacArthur, suddenly had flames of opportunity reignited deep in their eyes. They understood that this was their only chance to turn the tables. It was the system, it was this world, granting them one last opportunity to challenge Huaxia's hegemony. All eyes instantly turned to the center of the transit station hall. There, a real-time image of the gateway of birth was projected clearly. It was an enormous door, as if connecting to another universe. Within the door, a storm of chaotic energy, primal and turbulent, surged endlessly. Earth, water, fire, and wind, the four primordial energies from the dawn of creation, clashed and annihilated each other in a wildly unstable state, emitting a terrifying aura capable of tearing everything apart. China's top expert team, along with Ruan Xinglua, arrived at the gateway of birth, where the energy storm raged, to begin immediate research and attempts. The energy structure is too chaotic. Our instruments can't effectively analyze it. The rules are in an absolute state of chaos. This is something no existing technology can intervene with. A few of China's leading experts on rules looked at the violent energy storm before them, their faces grave with worry. We can't wait any longer. We must attempt to forcibly stabilize it. Director Lin Angua decisively declared. Activate Plan 1. Release the rule stabilizing anchor. At his command, a massive rule-stabilizing anchor, designed with China's latest technology and capable of stabilizing S-class anomalous zones, was slowly pushed toward the gateway of birth. However, just as the giant anchor neared the edge of the massive door, before it could even begin to work, it was silently ripped into countless metal fragments by a mere leak of primal chaotic energy from within the door. Failed. Plan 1 has completely failed. The expert team delivered a report filled with despair. Inside the transit station hall, Zhou Yan looked at the door, which continuously spewed chaotic storms, and lightly chuckled to Ruan Xinglua beside him. Madam, the system has issued another test. This time, the question is called Open the Door. Seeing that technological means were ineffective, Ruan Xinglua decided to take action herself. She took a deep breath, stepped forward, and activated the power of the national dragon pillar that was long connected to her bloodline. Roar! A powerful dragon's roar echoed through the void. The magnificent power of the Chinese nation's destiny transformed into a golden dragon phantom over 10,000 feet long, attempting to forcibly suppress the raging chaotic storm with its supreme national aura. However, this time, the once invincible national dragon pillar also failed. The golden dragon, upon entering the chaotic storm, was swiftly dissolved and devoured, as if it had encountered the strongest corrosive agent. Ruan Xinglua could clearly feel the power of China's national destiny being consumed at a terrifying speed by the storm of chaotic energy. She dared not continue. Her face went pale as she withdrew her divine power. This scene was clearly broadcast live around the world for everyone to see. Those countries that had just established an invincible confidence in China found their wavering thoughts overwhelmingly springing up from the depths of their hearts. Seeing Yuan Xinglua unable to suppress even the most primal chaotic energy storm, global live broadcast rooms erupted again in waves of reaction. Atlantis Live Room. Coralina's beautiful face revealed a calm and knowing smile. I knew that mysterious man couldn't be hands-on all the time. His power lies more in planning and understanding of the rules, rather than solving problems with brute force every time. Without his guidance, this Chinese woman is utterly helpless in the face of true primal, unreasonable rules. Beautiful country live room. General MacArthur laughed heartily at the sight of Yuan Xinglua's futile efforts on screen. Ha ha ha. That's great. Do you see? Her national fortune is being rapidly consumed. Keep going. Chinese women. Use your national fortune to fill this bottomless pit. It's best to exhaust all the national fortune you've accumulated in this broken door. Chinese live streaming room. The viewers' hearts were once again in their throats, anxious beyond measure. What to do? Even Goddess Yuan can't hold back this storm? The national fortune is being consumed, this door's level is too high. Where is God Zhou? God Zhou, hurry up and think of a way. We can't let Goddess Yuan consume the national fortune anymore. In front of the birth portal, Yuan Xinglua did not believe in evil. Since the national fortune suppression was ineffective, then she would use the absolute apocalypse rule to cut it off. She once again urged the blade of return to silence in her hand, trying to cut off the source of that chaotic energy with the purest concept of apocalypse. However, when that unstoppable gray blade cut into the storm, it was as if it fell into the most viscous quagmire, woven from countless contradictory rules, entangled tightly by countless chaotic and disordered primordial rules. For a moment, she found it difficult to pull out the sword, and instead fell into a more dangerous situation due to continuous depletion of power. At this moment, in the command center of Atlantis, Coralie did not choose to send out fleets to seize or directly attack. She calmly gave a new order to her subordinate beside her. Activate the Akashic Record Interference Device, remotely analyze the energy composition of the birth portal. Soon, a detailed analysis report appeared in front of her. The report showed that among the 4 violent chaotic energies inside the door, the energy of the underworld water that represented death and decay was the most active and rampant, leading to the entire energy field's inability to balance. Seeing this report, Coralie's mouth curled into a cold arc. She immediately issued a second command. Through the interference device, inject a trace of weak but catalyzing, negative divinity into the energy field of birth portal. We will not attack. Coralie smirked, her eyes gleaming with wisdom and ruthlessness. We will help it, completely lose control. I want to amplify the power of that underworld water 100 times. I want to see how your China fills this bottomless pit with its own national fortune. Boom! As Coralie's order was given, the energy storm of the birth portal indeed became more violent than before by more than 100 times. The black underworld water energy surged like a breached river from the depths, transforming into countless ferocious death tentacles, crazily eroding and suppressing the other 3 energies. The entire giant birth portal displayed terrifying signs of being completely swallowed by the death energy, thus closed permanently. Puff! At the center of the storm, Yuan Xinglua was the first to bear the brunt of this raging power, once again spilling a trace of blood from her mouth. The hearts of viewers worldwide rose to their throats. The Chinese expert team was helpless, and director Lin Anguo was sweating profusely with anxiety. Everyone thought that China was truly about to fail this time. It might even get pushed back to its original form due to the excessive consumption of national fortune, returning to that era of bullying. Faced with this almost unsolvable crisis, Yuan Xinglua called out for help from Zhou Yan once again. Honey. I can't hold on much longer. Zhou Yan's voice, still relaxed and even carrying a hint of a smile, slowly sounded. Balance has never been achieved through forceful suppression. It is through guidance. It's too much water, just find something to drink it up. Zhou Yan gently persuaded. Did you forget about your pet that eats everything? A single word awakened the dreamer. Yuan Xinglua suddenly realized. She immediately summoned the Chaos Devourer that had been sleeping soundly in the cycle nest. When she saw Yuan Xinglua actually calling upon it at such a critical moment. Release that black slime, which looks harmless like a black coal ball. The global audience was stunned. What does she want to do? Is she sending this pet to its death? This energy storm is something even the goddess Yuan can't withstand. Far away in the command center, Coralie showed a confused and even more disdainful expression. However, when the Chaos Devourer saw the furious and surging energy of the Netherwater, filled with pure death and decaying rules, a joy unprecedented erupted from its gigantic single eye, as if it had spotted the ultimate delicacy, ecstasy. Puff! It let out an incredibly joyful cry, transforming its entire body into a stream of black light, diving headlong into the energy storm that could make even gods change color. Confronted by the Netherwater energy storm, amplified 100 times by Coralie, which could make gods turn pale. The Chaos Devourer's huge single eye showed no fear, but instead erupted with an unprecedented joy, like a glutton starved for millions of years finally seeing a grand feast. It opened its invisible, yet seemingly capable of swallowing everything, giant mouth of the abyss. Like a long whale, it took a deep breath towards the endless black ocean. Whoosh! What happened next left the global audience watching the live broadcast, including Coralie and MacArthur far in the command center, completely petrified, as if under a petrifying spell. They saw that overwhelming black flood, which could drown everything, corrode everything, filled with pure death and decaying rules, was being devoured and absorbed at a terrifying speed by that black slime, which looked only the size of a small car. Those primal death energies, deadly poison to any other living being, were the ultimate buffet for it. The core of the energy storm formed a massive whirlpool. And at the center of the whirlpool was the small slime, joyfully feasting. Global live broadcast. After lasting silence for dozens of seconds, it finally erupted into waves of extreme shock and disbelief. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. It can eat like this? What am I seeing? It's sucking that black death flood like noodles. That is the most primal energy of death. Even the luck dragon of a nation can't suppress this terrifying existence. And it's being eaten like a meal? I understand. I finally understand. We worked hard to research how to eliminate energy pollution, while they directly turned the source of pollution into food. Is this the gap? In the live broadcast, that overwhelming black flood was being devoured by the small slime at a visibly rapid speed. The wild energy storm around the gates of birth was also rapidly calming down. In the Atlantis command center, Coralie, Declan, and others were all dumbfounded, jaws dropped, unable to utter a complete sentence. However, just as everyone thought the crisis was about to be resolved, a new problem arose. As the nether water was being devoured massively by the Chaos Devourer, the originally struggling balance of the four energies at the gates of birth was completely shattered. The entire energy structure of the gate became even more unstable due to the loss of the netherwater's support, and its spatial structure began to show large-scale, irregular collapses. Although the problem of excessive netherwater was solved, now it had turned into a severe imbalance of life and death. The gate still couldn't stabilize. From a distance, Coralie saw this and, after the initial shock, a cold smile reappeared on her face. Stupid. Solving the flood problem has completely broken the balance, leaving the entire gate on the verge of collapse. In the end, the result remains the same. Huaxia is still the loser. However, the slightly mocking voice of Zhou Yan echoed once again in Wan Xingluo's mind. Who said I wanted to only consume and not regurgitate? At that moment, the Chaos Devourer, who had consumed all the energy of the underworld water, let out a satisfied burp. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, it opened its invisible giant mouth again. It spat out a brand new energy. But this energy was no longer the previous blackness filled with death and decay. Instead, it was a brand new water of rebirth, which had undergone transformation and purification through its essence of return to ruins, containing both the opposing concepts of life and death. This water of rebirth, which appeared in a faint chaotic gray, perfectly merged into the already imbalanced energy cycle of the gate of birth. It became the fourth, and also the most core, force that maintained the balance of the entire gate. Chapter 128, the only priority for development. Earth, fire, wind, and the water of rebirth. At this moment, the four most primitive creation energies formed a perfect, stable, and ever-revolving energy cycle structure. Buzz. The gate of birth stabilized completely at this moment. The raging energy storm dissipated entirely, replaced by a gentle light radiating peace, stability, and boundless vitality. The authoritative system announcement echoed across the globe at this moment. Congratulations to Huaxia civilization for successfully stabilizing the gate of birth. You have obtained the only priority for the development of return to ruins. The national fortune of Huaxia has once again experienced an epic surge. At the same time, the Chaos Devourer also evolved successfully, having enjoyed this grand feast and gained insight into the rules of life and death. On its starry body, gentle patterns began to flow like waves of water. It unlocked a new ability, water rule mimicry. In the command center of Atlantis, there was a dead silence. Coralie looked at the catalyst she had carefully crafted at a tremendous cost, which ultimately helped her opponent's pet achieve an extraordinary and improbable super-evolution. She felt a sweetness in her throat, a surge of anger reaching her head. Crack! The precious high-stemmed glass cup made of 10,000-year deep-sea crystal in her hand was crushed on the spot. Her stunning face turned pale. With the complete stabilization of the gate of birth, the huge light door slowly opened to both sides. It revealed a glimpse of the endless opportunities and unknowns beyond the door, the return to ruins, the tip of the iceberg. But just as Ruan Xingluo was about to lead the Huaxia team to be the first to enter this unclaimed treasure, a silver mechanical detector, full of cyberpunk style and utterly out of place with the surrounding mythical scenery, unexpectedly flew out first from the other side of the door. On its metallic shell was a badge composed of numerous precise circuits and rotating gears, starkly different from the dragon flag of the magical and martial Huaxia, radiating with a cold technological sense. A new, unknown force seemed to have its eye on this place. The thing that flew out first from the gate of birth was not a mechanical detector filled with cyberpunk style, but a raven of alchemy made up of countless complex gears. Its eyes were two constantly rotating precision crystals, shimmering with massive streams of data. The raven landed in front of the Huaxia expert team and Wan Xinglua, slowly unfolding its wings entirely made up of gears and rods. Buzz. A gentle golden light projected from its crystal eyes. In midair, an incredibly clear holographic image formed. Within the image was a handsome middle-aged man dressed in the highest level of European medieval noble attire. He performed a flawless noble gesture of placing his hand on his chest toward Wan Xinglua. "Good afternoon, friends from the emerging civilization." His voice was gentle, elegant, filled with charm, yet carried an innate sense of superiority. "I am Alistair, the Grand Master of the Golden Dawn." Golden Dawn. In the transit station, Director Lin Hongwa and members of the Chinese think tank, watching this scene via live stream, suddenly changed their expressions upon hearing this name. This name had been mentioned several times in the top-secret files about the supernatural history before the arrival of the Bizarre Era on Blue Star. They were an incredibly ancient and mysterious mystical organization that had existed long before the Bizarre Era dawned upon Blue Star. Its members consisted of a group of alchemists, astrologers, and mystics who stood at the pinnacle of human wisdom. They had silently hidden behind the scenes of history, quietly researching the fundamental rules of this world. They believed that the power systems, like bizarre matchmaking, which were tied to the national fortune of the common people, were inefficient, barbaric, and utterly foolish. Only a few elite individuals who grasped the truth deserved to wield and control true extraordinary powers. At this moment, this man who called himself the Grand Master Alistair, though polite, spoke with an unmistakable arrogance stemming from an elite class. "Miss Ruan, we from the Golden Dawn have been observing your side for a long time." Alistair's gaze seemed to penetrate the holographic image and land on Wan Xinglua. "You rely on the crude, barbaric means of national fortune to gain power, though it has shown some effects in the early stages, it is ultimately a crooked path." His tone sounded like a teacher commenting on a student who used the wrong method. "And what we pursue at the Golden Dawn is a profound understanding of the world's fundamental rules and absolute control." He pointed to the Gate of Origin, still spewing chaotic energy within the image, his face showing an elegant smile. "This gate, for a civilization still at the stage of primitive power accumulation like yours, is an unmanageable disaster. But for us, it is a perfect exploration filled with academic and artistic beauty." In the global livestream, all the viewers turned furious upon hearing these words. Who is this guy? What an arrogant tone. How dare he say our national fortune is a crooked path? Golden Dawn? What is that? It existed before the Bizarre Era? Why didn't they step in to save Blue Star? Now they come out acting like big shots? So arrogant. This guy's tone makes my fists harden. Alistair ignored the emotions of the global audience and continued with his elegant yet oppressive tone, proposing an agreement to avoid some unnecessary conflicts. "Miss Ruan, why don't we have a fair competition? To stabilize this Gate of Origin, you can use your proud national fortune. And we will use our alchemy." He paused, the smile at the corner of his mouth growing more pronounced. "Whoever can stabilize this gate first will gain the right to enter this Origin ruins for 3 whole days. With global live streaming as proof, honest and fair." Alistair's gaze, carrying a hint of lightheartedness as if he had already seen through everything, was fixed on Wan Xinglua. Alistair's elegant yet arrogant proposal for competition spread clearly across the globe through the holographic image of the alchemical raven. Chinese live stream room. After a brief moment of shock, an outburst of anger and worry erupted in the comments. Another one has come. Which corner of the world did these self-righteous people crawl out from? Chapter 129 The Golden Dawn Society? The Golden Dawn Society? What an arrogant name. They dare to say our fate is a sideshow? But it seems like they are really powerful. Goddess Ruan, you should be careful this time. Yeah, that man looks so charming, and they seem to have a lot of research on this door. On the other side, in the command center of Atlantis and the beautiful country, there was a wave of glee and celebration. Interesting, very interesting. Corelli watched as Alistair presented himself like a confident elite on the screen, a teasing smile curling at her lips. Finally, an ancient force that doesn't belong to the fate system is actively seeking trouble with China. General MacArthur burst into a laugh filled with schadenfreude. Let this Golden Dawn Society teach the Chinese woman a good lesson. I want to see how she creates miracles without that mysterious man's help. Faced with this sudden challenge, Wan Xinglua did not respond immediately, but connected with Zhou Yan through her soul imprint. Hubby, this Golden Dawn Society. Zhou Yan's voice echoed in her mind. Oh. Finally, a local force that does not believe in the fate system has come knocking? Interesting. Agree to him. I also want to see what new tricks this group of self-righteous elites can come up with. With Zhou Yan's permission, Wan Xinglua felt reassured in her heart. She lifted her clear eyes and calmly faced Alistair's scrutinizing gaze. Alright, we in China accept your challenge. The competition officially began under the gaze of audiences worldwide. Alistair's face displayed an elegant smile of victory. He gently waved his hand to the side. 12 individuals, also dressed in classical noble attire, with different alchemical symbol badges on their chests, quietly appeared. They were the 12 core alchemists of the Golden Dawn Society. The 12 showcased breathtaking skills and teamwork. They worked in perfect harmony, seamlessly retrieving various rare materials, shining with different colors, that had long vanished from the outside world from their alchemical spaces. Philosopher's stone powder, morning dew from the world tree, shards of dragonheart from dragons, and fragments of star cores. They began to construct a gigantic, complex, and aesthetically rich magical array of mystical and geometric beauty before the Gate of Birth, the 13 rings of Hermes star position array. Each energy line of the array lit up with a touch, drawing forth the most primal energy between heaven and earth and generating a violent resonance. The globally streamed visuals displayed incredibly cool energy effects and interpretations from some neutral experts. Oh my! Everyone, look! What the Golden Dawn Society is building is the legendary Hermes star position array that can directly communicate with the world's source. This kind of array requires not only a profound understanding of energy structure but also a mastery of alchemy that reaches a transcendental level. This is true extraordinary power. It's filled with wisdom and elegance. Compared to them, those in China relying on fate techniques look like brutish savages. Support for the Golden Dawn Society plus 10%. Support for the Golden Dawn Society plus 20%. In an instant, the support for the Golden Dawn Society soared wildly across the globe. In contrast, on the Chinese side, it seemed down to earth and even a bit shabby. The expert team was still scrambling to deal with a pile of chaotic data they could not understand at all. In the midst of futile analysis, Ruan Xinglua could only continue to urge the dragon energy of the National Dragon Column, performing the most basic energy counteraction against the raging energy storm. Her face was slightly pale due to the huge consumption, looking strained and ineffective. Alistair looked at Ruan Xinglua's somewhat clumsy method, a smile of superiority appearing on his handsome face. He even had the leisure to fold his arms, like the most patient teacher, giving Ruan Xinglua on-site instruction. Ms. Ruan, energy is not something you can use so rudely. You need to understand its internal structure, find the energy nodes where it operates, and then, with a higher level of rules, pry it and guide it. As he said this, he pretended to sigh helplessly. Sigh, never mind, telling you these things, with your understanding, you probably won't comprehend. Time passed by, minute by minute. The Golden Dawn Club's display of profound understanding left all global audiences amazed. With Alistair and his 12 roundtable alchemists' joint efforts, the enormous and complex Hermes 13-ring star position array had completed over 80%. The dazzling, sacred golden light was almost completely enveloping the entire Gate of Birth. The energy fluctuations of the array were extremely stable, exuding a calmness and elegance of mastering everything. In contrast, on the Chinese side, there was still no progress at all. The expert teams frowned at the chaotic data that looked like gibberish, helpless and at a loss. In fact, during a recent energy counteraction attempt, due to a small-scale energy-tide backlash inside the Gate of Birth, several experts responsible for close-range observation suffered serious internal injuries. The comparison was stark, the clear difference undeniable. Global public opinion began to show a one-sided trend at this moment. Everyone believed that China was about to face a shameful and disastrous defeat. In the Atlantis Command Center, Coralie looked at the scene on the screen, her mouth curling into a cold arc. Do you see it? General Declan. This is true extraordinary power. China's barbaric rise relying on a single strong man is ultimately fleeting, and in the face of truly systematic power, it crumbles in an instant. Just when everyone thought China's defeat was inevitable. Zhou Yan's voice sounded. Hee, this array is indeed quite beautifully constructed. What a pity. It's rotten from the root. Hearing this, Wan Xinglua's heart trembled. Husband, what do you mean? Zhou Yan's voice carried a hint of disdain and mockery. This so-called Hermes 13-ring star position array, on the surface, seems to be sorting and stabilizing the chaotic energy of the Gate of Birth. But its true core is a dangerously insidious rule parasite. Rule parasite? Ruan Xinglua heard this term for the first time. That's right, Zhou Yan explained. They are trying to implant a unique ideological steel stamp of their Golden Dawn Club into the core rules of the Gate of Birth through this array. Once they succeed, this door will, in name, indeed be stable. But the new and eerie realm it connects, the Birth Ruins, will have its highest rule authority eternally controlled by their Golden Dawn Club. Zhou Yan's voice turned icy. They want to turn this new world, which should belong to everyone, into their Golden Dawn Club's private garden. Upon realizing the truth, an endless shock and anger surged in Ruan Xingluo's heart. These sanctimonious guys are plotting such insidious and vicious schemes. But immediately after, an even greater dilemma appeared before her. If she acts now and forcefully interrupts the Golden Dawn ceremony, the Hermes array, which has already accumulated terrifying energy, will surely go out of control on the spot. The uncontrolled energy, combined with the already raging chaotic energy inside the Gate of Birth, will explode together. The consequences of that might be enough to tear this region, along with all the surrounding fleets, completely apart. But if she doesn't interrupt it, will she just have to watch the other side's conspiracy succeed? She instantly fell into a dilemma with no way out. In the distance, Alistair looked at Ruan Xingluo's suddenly grave expression, but mistakenly thought she was completely convinced by his extraordinary skills. "What's wrong, Ms. Ruan?" he asked in a tone full of the confidence of a victor. "Finally understand the gap between us now? Don't worry, the real show is still to come." As he finished speaking, the massive Hermes array was about to be completely completed. At the very center of the array, a mysterious rune, governed by countless golden concepts, has begun to slowly form. That is the prototype of the Mind Seal. It emits a dangerous yet deadly tempting golden light. Ruan Xingluo was anxious, she could feel that her time was running out. "Hubby. What to do? We have no time left." Faced with Ruan Xingluo's urgent plea, Zhou Yan smiled and said, "Who said we need to interrupt the ceremony?" Ruan Xingluo was stunned upon hearing this. "Not interrupting? Doesn't that mean watching their conspiracy succeed?" Zhou Yan's voice held a playful tone, continuing to ring in her mind. "If he wants to implant, let him implant. But we can help him modify the final implanted content." He directed Ruan Xingluo's gaze toward the Chaos Devourer, which was curiously observing the golden array from behind her. "Command your little thing. But this time, our goal is not to devour those violent energies. Instead, it is to devour the alchemical runes that make up the array itself." "Devour the runes?" Ruan Xingluo found it hard to believe. Those are entities constructed from countless rules and information. The essence of the Chaos Devourer is the return to the void, the end of all things in the universe. Zhou Yan patiently explained. Any rules and information created by intelligent life are merely edible words in front of it. Go ahead, let it taste the flavor of these carefully prepared rules by the Golden Dawn. Although Ruan Xingluo still felt somewhat skeptical, her absolute trust in Zhou Yan made her act immediately. She issued a brand new command to the Chaos Devourer through their soul connection. Puff! A burst of incredibly excited light erupted from the Chaos Devourer's enormous single eye. It silently slipped to the edge of the massive array. It extended a black tentacle, as thin as a hair, and touched the outermost auxiliary rune of the array. Alistair, who was directing the ceremony, remained completely unaware of this. However, with that gentle touch, the alchemical rune, which was still operating stably, instantly dimmed. All the rules and information contained within were completely absorbed by the Chaos Devourer. Burp. The Chaos Devourer satisfiedly burped, its enormous single eye happily squinting to a slit. Ruan Xingluo's eyes shone bright instantly. It really worked. She no longer hesitated and immediately focused on commanding the Chaos Devourer to launch a precise stealing operation against the massive Hermes array. Little Black, the one on the left represents Dominion, eat it. Yes, and the one on the bottom right, representing the core of enslavement, don't let it slip by. The one directly above represents eternity, it looks like it has the most energy, save it for last as dessert. The Chaos Devourer, like the greediest gourmet, began to selectively devour those thought seals rule runes one by one, cleanly under Ruan Xingluo's precise command. On the other side, Alistair wore a proud face as he carried out the final step of this great ritual. He seemed to already see the glorious scene of himself successfully implanting the will of the Golden Dawn into this newborn world as its behind-the-scenes master. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed some logical errors in the energy flow of the magic array. Strange. Alistair frowned slightly. Why has the energy at this conduction node decreased by 3% for no reason? And there, the frequency of rule resonance has also shown a subtle deviation. But he didn't think too much about it. In his view, it was completely normal for such a large and intricate magic array to exhibit some negligible energy loss. This instead further proved the greatness and complexity of his magic array. It must be that the enormous energy has caused some normal dissipation. He actually increased the energy output to the magic array, trying to correct that trivial error with greater strength. Behind him, 12 round-table alchemists also failed to notice any anomalies. They remained immersed in the immense joy of imminent success, moving gracefully and focused. The global audience was deeply captivated by this alchemical ritual that resembled a miracle. Everyone believed that Huaxia had utterly lost any hope of turning the situation around. They were just waiting for Alistair to announce the final completion of the ritual, waiting to witness Huaxia's disgraceful defeat. Finally, after Alistair increased the energy output, that last energy circuit was successfully lit up. 13 massive star position halos exploded with unprecedented brilliant golden light. The thought seal made up of countless runes finally condensed and formed completely at the center of the magic array. Chapter 131: The Appearance of Truth. Alistair spread his arms wide, his face displaying an incredibly fervent smile of a victor. He announced to the world in a tone filled with sanctity and authority. The ritual is complete. Witness, mortals. This is the face of truth. The Hermes 13-ring star position magic array is entirely complete. The moment of witnessing the miracle has come. Gateway of Genesis, for my master to control. Having said that, he forcefully struck the fully condensed thought seal rune into the core of the Gateway of Genesis, which was constantly spewing chaotic energy. He seemed to see himself successfully taking this newborn world as his own, using it as a springboard to ultimately control the glorious future of the primal origin. Atlantis live stream. We won. We won. Miss Coral. Even though we didn't win by our own hands, just seeing Huasha's disgraceful defeat is the greatest victory. Beautiful country livestream. Well done. Golden Dawn. Let them know who truly deserves to possess power in this world. However, just as the Golden Thought Seal was about to completely merge with the rule core of the Gateway of Genesis, a sudden change occurred. At the moment the Golden Thought Seal entered the Gateway of Genesis, its internal structure suddenly underwent a tremendous change. Those core rule runes that were supposed to represent dominion, enslavement, and control were missing their most crucial parts because they had long been devoured by the Chaos Devourer. Its core logic no longer holds. Buzz. At this moment, the Hermes 13th ring star formation completely lost control. Not only did it fail to control the door of birth, but due to the fundamental distortion of its core logic, it turned into an irreversible energy conduit. No. How could this happen? Alistair's smiling face instantly froze, replaced by endless shock and fear. My power. My magic is rapidly draining away. He let out a piercing scream. He could clearly feel his magic being wildly sucked away through the formation he had built with his own hands, becoming the nourishment to stabilize the door of birth. The 12 round table alchemists behind him couldn't even let out a cry, their bodies visibly shrank and withered at a rapid pace. In just a few seconds, these 12 alchemical masters were completely drained into mere withering husks, turning into ashes of history. After absorbing this incredibly massive energy, the door of birth became extremely stable in an instant. The entire door emitted a soft, holy, and vibrant rainbow glow, opening a passage to a new world for Huasha. The global live stream fell silent at that moment. All viewers watching the live broadcast, regardless of their previous positions, were utterly stunned into silence by this miraculous scene before their eyes. A few seconds later. Huasha livestream. After a brief collective blackout, it exploded into a terrifying cheer that could overturn the entire transit station. Wow! 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 Can it be played like this? What kind of divine operation is this? Did I not see wrong? The Golden Dawn worked hard to build a platform, only for Goddess Ruan and her pet to perform? Stole the skills from the other side and changed the core code in front of the whole world. This is a true dimensional blow. Intellectual and power crushing in double dimensions. Joe is awesome. No. Before being completely drained, Alistair stared at Ruan Xinglua with eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. With his last bit of strength, he screamed, "You shameless thieves. The true guardian will absolutely never let you go." Having said that, he completely turned into cosmic dust. And from the now stabilized door of birth, a figure that appeared to be an ordinary elderly man slowly walked out. This old gardener emitted no energy fluctuations at all, looking just like an ordinary person who had worked hard in his garden for a lifetime. But the moment he appeared, the entire Blue Star Alliance transit station eerily froze. Everyone's gaze was unconsciously drawn to this seemingly unremarkable old man. His murky eyes slowly swept across the crowd, eventually landing on Ruan Xinglua. "I am the guardian of this door." His voice was hoarse yet seemed to contain a certain power of rules. "You may call me Bart." He gently tapped the broom in his hand on the ground, as if sweeping away some invisible dust. "Thank you just now for helping to clear away the garbage at the door." He was referring to the now completely obliterated Golden Dawn. Once these words were spoken, the venue fell back into a dead silence. The Golden Dawn, that mysterious organization that had hidden for countless years on Blue Star, was merely garbage at the door in Bart's mouth? Bart ignored the shocked expressions of the crowd and continued to announce the new rules. Huasha civilization has stabilized this door, but it has only obtained the qualification to take the entrance exam. What? Just the exam qualification? Director Lin Angua and the members of the Huasha think tank were all stunned. They thought that stabilizing the gate meant obtaining ownership of this newborn wasteland. To truly gain the right to explore the newborn wasteland, you must pass my final trial. The gatekeeper Bart patiently explained. The newborn wasteland is not an ordinary abyss, it is a newborn spirit of the world, with infinite possibilities for the future. His murky eyes revealed love and hope. What I need is a gardener who can guide it to bloom in the most beautiful light. Not a miner who only knows how to take and plunder. Bart announced the content of the final trial. The trial of the life garden. He lightly waved the old broom in his hand at the void. Buzz. An independent half-plane, filled with a strong breath of life and chaotic soil, was opened up by him. All qualified participants will receive an identical piece of chaotic soil, along with the most primitive life seed. Within 24 hours, let this seed sprout and grow under your care. In the end, I will determine the sole victor based on the vitality and evolutionary potential displayed by this seed. This time, it is not only your blue star civilization that is qualified to participate. The ancient voice of the gatekeeper Bart echoed throughout the universe with undeniable authority. Chapter 132, The Trial of Seeding. He waved the broom in his hand again. Swoosh. Space was easily torn apart like a canvas, creating huge rifts leading to endless parallel universes. He offered an invitation to those endless parallel universes. All civilizations that have touched the cause and effect of creation in their own world lines are qualified to participate in this seeding trial. At the moment Bart issued the invitation, a figure stepped out in response from one of the space rifts. It was an extraordinarily beautiful woman dressed in a splendid imperial robe embroidered with a 9-clawed black dragon, wearing a crown of balance, radiating endless dominance and majesty. Behind her, a magic flame Qilin burning with overwhelming demonic flames, with an even more ferocious and terrifying aura than before, let out an earth-shattering roar. It was the devil warrior empress of Huaxia from another parallel universe, Long Inxue, who had a conflict with Huaxia before. Her phoenix eyes, filled with dominance and aggression, swept across the audience and precisely landed on Ruan Xingluo. Her eyes were filled with unabashed battle intent. Ruan Xingluo. Long Inxue's voice clearly resonated in everyone's ears through special spatial laws. It seems that our unfinished victory and defeat will come to an end today in this small garden. She paused, and the corner of her mouth curled up in a confident and mocking arc. This time, your mysterious man will not be there to help you turn the tables. I want to see what else you are capable of. Faced with Long Inxue's openly provocative challenge, Ruan Xingluo remained calm. She simply responded, the meaning of power lies not in conquering, but in protecting. This is something you will never understand. Just as the two were at loggerheads, another 2 or 3 figures slowly walked out from other space rifts. They were also representatives of human civilization from other parallel universes. One of them wore futuristic silver armor, with several autonomous floating cannons hovering behind him. Another held an ancient magic book, exuding a profound aura of magical power. Their strength was also incredibly powerful, reaching the realm of half-step divine lord. Clearly, everyone is more interested in the China Derby between Long Inxue and Ruan Xingluo, choosing to silently observe for now. This scene ignited an unprecedentedly fierce debate and a gamble in the live streaming rooms of 2 parallel Earths. China Live Room. What? The Empress of Magic and Martial Arts China is back. How can she never be shaken off? Last time we let her escape by luck, this time, we absolutely cannot let her go. But this time it seems to be a fair and square duel. It tests hard power. Can the goddess Ruan manage? Magic and Martial Arts China Live Room. Ha ha ha. The Empress is magnificent. She dominated the entire room as soon as she appeared. Last time, it was that man named Zhou Yan's cunning that made the Empress suffer a little loss. This time, it's a test of true hard power. That Ruan Xingluo, who only relies on men, is doomed. Brothers. The bets are open. I bet that within 10 minutes, the Empress will completely wither that Ruan Xingluo seed. The gatekeeper, Bart, ignored the noise outside, his ancient voice slowly echoed. The trial officially begins. As soon as the words fell, all participants were transported by a gentle power to the Garden of Life. Each stood before their own patch of land, which looked identical, barren, yet filled with chaotic breath. Long Inxue looked at the lifeless land before her, her face revealing a contemptuous cold smile. Without hesitation, she turned to her army of monstrous servants and gave the command. Kill each other. The final victor will receive the supreme honor of becoming the first nourishment for my magic vine. Roar! At the moment the order was given, those already filled with violent tendencies instantly fell into a bloody frenzy. Long Inxue emotionlessly watched all of this, forcibly offering the flesh and blood of the fallen. In the end, it was refined into a mass of flesh and blood magic fertilizer, filled with violence, resentment, yet containing immense life energy. She fiercely poured the stinking fertilizer into the chaotic soil beneath her feet. Then, she activated her own demonic power, forcibly nurturing the primitive life seed in a nearly predatory way. Under Long Yingshua's tyrannical methods, her seed broke ground at a speed visible to the naked eye. A twisted, menacing black vine suddenly burst forth. It began to grow and spread at an astonishing speed. The vitality it radiated skyrocketed like a rocket on the leaderboard. On the other side, Ruan Xinglua remained completely still. She did not use any violent or bloody methods. She quietly sat cross-legged before the chaotic land, extending her delicate hands, using her origin power filled with the concept of new life, nurturing the barren soil over and over again. She patiently improved the fundamental environment of this land. As for the life seed, it still quietly lay in the soil, showing no signs of germination. Long Yingxue watched Ruan Xinglua's playing house actions, her face revealing unabashed sarcasm and mockery. Still playing your silly tricks? Ruan Xinglua, I admit, you do have some talent in protection. But you must understand that true life can only bloom with brilliant light through battle and devouring. She pointed to the massive, menacing magic vine growing several meters tall beneath her, sneering. By the time your seed lazily germinates, my magic vine will already be capable of strangling gods. In the globally streamed footage, everyone believed that Ruan Xinglua from China was far too naive. In such a critical match, determining the rights to explore the new world, she was still using that gentle and slow clumsy method, like a child playing house. Magic Martial Huaxia Live Room. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? That Ruan Xinglua has completely run out of tricks. Besides delivering that soft energy, what else can she do? The female emperor's magic vine is about to break 100 meters. Her seed hasn't even released a single fart. This is not even a competition of the same level. The outcome is already decided. Chapter 133, She is just like this. Even the representatives of other neutral human civilizations shook their heads in disappointment, watching Ruan Xinglua's land make no progress. They had thought that this Chinese woman, who had created countless miracles, could bring them some surprises. Now it seemed that without the protection of that mysterious man, she was just like this. This time, Ruan Xinglua truly felt the pressure. She called out in her heart for that name that brought her immense reassurance. Husband, am I doing something wrong? However, this time, Zhou Yan did not offer any hints. His gentle voice, carrying a hint of encouragement, slowly rang out. This is your own path, and your own trial. Use your heart to feel that piece of land, feel that seed. It needs something, and in your heart, you already know what to do. Zhou Yan's words hit Ruan Xinglua's heart like a morning bell, instantly calming her mind that had been a bit chaotic due to external pressure. She gently closed her eyes. 12 small moments passed in an instant. Long Yingshua's demonic thorn, filled with brutality and a sense of conquest, had wildly grown to several dozen meters high under the catalysis of vast amounts of blood and flesh magic fertilizer. Its fierce vines had even begun to sprout buds that radiated terrifying pressure. Its life vitality value was far ahead on the leaderboard, leaving others in the dust. On the contrary, looking at Ruan Xinglua's side, her piece of land was still completely empty. That primitive life seed had not even shown a hint of sprouting, let alone any signs of breaking through the soil. She seemed to have fallen into a situation of certain defeat. Just when everyone thought Ruan Xinglua was about to fail and give up, she made a move that surprised everyone. She stopped delivering that pure new life force to the chaotic soil beneath her feet. Instead, with a twist of her wrist, she took out dozens of crystals radiating pure soul power waves from her storage space. Those were the pure soul power crystals she had previously brought back from the Wailing Nightland, which she had purified. She carefully buried these soul power crystals, which were like supreme treasures to any soul being, one by one into the chaotic soil beneath her feet. This scene left everyone in shock. What is she doing? Is she burying stones in the ground? Has she completely given up on treatment and started to mess around? Just when the global audience felt incredibly confused by this, Zhou Yan smiled. The chaotic soil, in essence, is the origin of the world. What it needs has never been just a single, pure life force. It needs a complete ecology. A piece of land that can give birth to truly great life cannot rely solely on sunshine and rain. It also needs nutrients from decay. And it needs the nurturing from souls. This is the real test. As Zhou Yan's words fell, those soul power crystals buried in the soil by Ruan Xinglua slowly began to dissolve, turning into the purest, most original soul nutrients, nourishing that sleeping seed. But this wasn't enough. Ruan Xinglua opened her eyes. The long-awaited Chaos Devourer was summoned from the side. Little Black, it's your time to shine. She took out a large amount of useless strange waste collected from the previous battle from her storage space. The Chaos Devourer happily swallowed all of this waste and, under the guidance of Ruan Xinglua, digested and purified it, excreting the most basic primordial energy. This energy is the most fundamental fertilizer that makes up all things. After receiving the soul nourishment from the Nighthowler Nation and the substance nurturing from the Chaos Devourer, the life seed in the chaotic soil under Ruan Xinglua's feet finally broke through the ground. Buzz! There was no earth-shattering, wild growth like Long Yingsno's magical vine. A sapling of the world tree, only the size of a palm, entirely green and flowing with seven-colored brilliance, slowly grew out of the soil. Though this sapling was small, the quality of the life vitality it emitted was pure and vast to the extreme. Its evolution potential value, on the leaderboard, instantly skyrocketed at an unbelievable speed, as if riding a space rocket. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed Long Yingsno's seemingly unbeatable magical vine to reach the top. At the moment, the world tree sapling unmistakably claimed the #1 spot on the potential leaderboard. An even more astonishing scene occurred, one that Long Yingsno could not comprehend. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Inside the newborn ruins, all the local strange creatures that had been hiding due to the chaotic energy seemed to feel a sacred call from the depths of their bloodlines and souls. A group of crystal fairies, formed entirely from pure energy crystals, cautiously poked their heads out from the crevices of the earth. A few lizards resting by the mountain stream suddenly raised their proud heads. They all turned their gazes towards the direction of the life garden. Then, in droves, they hurried from their respective habitats. They surrounded the world tree sapling, which was swaying in the wind beneath Yuan Xinglua, cheering with joy and reverence. They even voluntarily offered their source power to this sapling. In an instant, colorful energy particles gathered from all directions like a brilliant galaxy, merging into the body of the world tree sapling. A grand universal pilgrimage spectacle unfolded under the watchful eyes of all the stunned observers worldwide. The 24 hours of trial time were up. The old figure of the gatekeeper Bard appeared silently once again in the life garden. He first glanced at Long Yingsno's feet, where a magical thorn had already grown to a height of 100 meters, filled with violence, plunder, and a breath of death. There was not a ripple in his murky eyes, he simply shook his head in disappointment. You created, with slaughter and sacrifice, only a seemingly powerful tumor. It will endlessly devour and destroy, its foundation built on pain and hatred. Such a life holds no potential at all. Then, he slowly turned and looked at the sapling of the world tree at Yuan Xinglua's feet, which was only a few inches tall but brimming with infinite vitality and harmonious beauty. In his murky eyes, there was a glimpse of heartfelt approval and comfort. Chapter 134, Kingdom Luck Arena Battle. And you. Bart's voice carried a hint of relief and emotion. You have created a world. A world that possesses infinite possibilities, capable of allowing all things to coexist in harmony. The gatekeeper Bart raised the old broom he held high. He announced the final result to all participants of the parallel universes. The only winner of this life garden trial. From the main universe, the representative of the Huaxia civilization, Yuan Xinglua. As the words fell, he lightly tapped his broom. A completely green birthmark, containing the highest authority and the source rules of the entire primordial wasteland, flew out from the tip of his broom and slowly imprinted into Yuan Xinglua's forehead. Buzz. At this moment, the luck of Huaxia gained an epic surge once again. Long Yinxue stared blankly at the sacred site of all spirits bowing, then looked down at the plant under her feet, which had been evaluated as a tumor, a failed work. Her proud belief in invincibility was violently shaken at this moment. She could not understand. Why? Why was the most efficient method she used met with such a thorough failure? Just as the gatekeeper Bart was about to announce the complete end of this trial. In jealousy, unwillingness, and faith collapse, Long Yinxue suddenly raised her face filled with defiance and rage. She stared fiercely at Yuan Xinglua, surrounded by countless spirits and bathed in endless glory, and let out a hysterical roar. I refuse to accept it. The demonic flame spear in Long Yinxue's hand erupted with overwhelming demonic energy, pointing far away at Yuan Xinglua. What kind of skill is this childish flower planting game? Yuan Xinglua. Do you dare to face me in a true and meaningful battle, betting everything of both Huaxia civilizations on the line? A national luck arena battle. These 5 words plunged the entire venue into profound silence once again. Everyone's breath completely stopped at that moment. The overwhelming aura and mad-killing intent from Long Yinxue pressed menacingly toward Yuan Xinglua. At this moment, gatekeeper Bart gently swept his plain broom between the two of them. Buzz. An insurmountable force of rules instantly separated the two sides like a transparent chasm. Long Yinxue's overwhelming momentum crashed against this invisible barrier like a mud cow entering the sea, causing no ripples at all. Young people are very combative. Bart's murky eyes watched the seemingly insane Long Yinxue, his voice calm and unruffled, devoid of any emotion. But an arena must have arena rules. He paused, as if he were an ancient mentor teaching a troublesome student. Since it is a battle of national luck, then it cannot be a reckless personal fight. What you are testing is the path of your respective civilizations. Bart's voice, with a cold indifference that looked down upon the ages, slowly announced the terrifying stakes of this battle. The loser will have their civilization's national luck golden dragon severed from one vein. It will be transformed into the purest source and sacrificed to the primordial wasteland, as the first nourishment for its growth. His gaze swept over the two. What you are betting on is the future of your respective civilizations. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the live broadcast rooms of the two parallel Earths erupted. This was no longer a simple matter of resources gained or lost, but a life and death duel that directly weakened the foundation of national luck and shook the future of civilization. Magic Marshal Huaxia Live Room. Wow. Betting this high? Severing the dragon vein? Ha ha ha. Good. It has to be this exciting. The Empress is mighty and powerful. This is the true majesty of an emperor. The Empress will definitely win. Devour the opponent's national luck. Our civilization will step over their corpses and reach the peak. Huaxia Live Room. Crazy. That Empress is definitely insane. How dare she put the future of an entire civilization at stake? No. This risk is too big. Once we lose, our Huaxia future will be completely over. Goddess Ruan. Please. Please do not agree to her. We can't afford to lose. Far in the back, Director Lin Anghua and other senior officials turned pale as paper and immediately sent the most urgent orders to Ruan Xinglua through an emergency channel. Comrade Xinglua. Stay calm. This is definitely a trap. You cannot agree. Immediately refuse her. Faced with Long Yingshua's provocative and crazed gaze, along with the urgent advice coming from the command center behind her, Ruan Xinglua took a deep breath. Once again, she softly called out the name that brought her immense peace deep within her heart. Honey, what should I do? Zhou Yan's gentle voice, laced with a hint of laughter, echoed like a clear spring in her heart in an instant. She wants to gamble, so let's gamble with her. Zhou Yan's voice was calm, yet it carried a confidence strong enough to suppress everything. Just right, I also want to see how our Huaxia's rightful path, passed down for 5,000 years, compares to their so-called hegemonic way. The moment Ruan Xinglua received Zhou Yan's support, all her hesitation and unease vanished. She slowly raised her head and calmly spoke to Long Yingxue, who had a fiercely aggressive gaze. Okay. Her voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present, and the audience in both parallel worlds. For this national luck arena battle, our Huaxia accepts. As her words fell, the entire venue fell silent. A sinister smile finally appeared on Long Yingshue's face. And the gatekeeper Bart slowly nodded, seemingly unfazed. He waved the broom in his hand, drawing it through the air once more. The first match of the battle for national luck, foundation of civilization. Before the voice faded, Long Yingxue and Ruan Xinglua were enveloped by an irresistible force of space, instantly disappearing from their original place. The next second. In the giant light screen broadcasting to the world, two completely identical, vast yet barren independent continents slowly appeared. As the light and shadow changed, Ruan Xinglua and Long Yingxue both landed firmly on two completely mirrored barren continents. The gray sky, the lifeless earth, the air was filled with a chaotic and wild atmosphere. This place is the desolation of birth. The origin of all civilizations, and also the graveyard of all civilizations. The trial of, foundation of civilization, officially begins. Almost at the moment they landed, Long Yingxue moved without hesitation. On her beautiful face, there was no hesitation, only an extreme cold determination. SSH. She formed her fingers like a sword and lightly drew across the tip of her fair left hand. A line of blood opened up. 3 drops of bright red blood, mixed with strands of black gold energy, slowly dripped down. Each drop contained terrifying demon god power capable of changing the color of mountains and rivers. Chapter 135, For the Glory of the Empire. The blood dripped to the ground, not seeping, but moving on the surface like a living thing. Long Yingxue used her finger as a pen and blood as ink, sketching a huge magic circle covering a 10-mile radius on the barren land. The patterns of the magic circle were complex and bizarre, filled with a beautiful yet blasphemous sense of decay. The moment the magic circle was completed, she coldly turned her head, her voice carrying no emotion. For the glory of the Empire. Sacrifice yourself. The eyes of the 10,000 demon servants flashed with extreme fear and struggle. But the order of the Empress was absolute. For Her Majesty the Empress. For the eternity of demon warrior Huaxia. Accompanied by fervent yet desperate roars, the first row of demon servants courageously stepped into the bloody magic circle. Ah 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 ah. A scream so shrill it didn't sound human suddenly erupted. The bloodlight of the magic circle surged, like an ancient fierce beast awakening, opening its greedy huge mouth. The demon servants stepping in had their flesh, bones, souls, everything, stripped away, broken down, and melted in an instant. 10,000. Under the terrifying efficiency of the magic circle, this number was achieved in just a few short minutes. When the last demon servant was completely devoured, the entire massive magic circle had turned into a boiling blood and flesh furnace. In the end, everything of countless lives was compressed, purified, and condensed into a A fist-sized, yet thumping as if it had its own lifeblood core. Longing Shui expressionlessly picked up the core and gently pressed it into the ground beneath her feet. With all living beings as the foundation, with flesh and blood as the soil. My city, my nation. Rise. Boom, 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 boom. The earth began to roar violently, tremble, and tear apart. As if a primal giant beast, sleeping for billions of years, was awakening deep in the earth. Towers shimmering with a black metallic sheen burst forth from the ground like terrifying fangs. Ravines flowing with red-hot lava crisscrossed like the blood vessels of a city. Countless cold white bones formed the foundation for the city walls, stairs, and throne. In just 1 hour, a grand magic city filled with iron blood, slaughter, and the aesthetics of destruction rose from the ground. In the center of the city, a giant furnace roared to life. The first batch of pitch-black magic worker puppets, with red glowing eyes, stepped out and immediately began mining resources, building arrow towers, and fortifying the defenses with astonishing efficiency. At the same time, on the global live broadcast screen, the leaderboard representing the Civilization Index underwent earth-shattering changes. Civilization Sandbox Ranking. First place, Magic Marshal Xiao Longingshui. Civilization Index, 128,546. Moreover, this number was crazily skyrocketing at a spine-chilling speed. Magic Marshal Xiao Live Room. Wow! 1 hour. This is the efficiency of our Empress Majesties. Miracle. This is F*** King a miracle. Building a city with flesh and blood, this is true dominance. So decisive. So great. Those magic servants can dedicate themselves to the grand plans of Empress Majesties, it is their supreme honor. Ha ha ha. What about that opposite Wan Xingluo? Index still 0. What is she doing? Daydreaming? In contrast to the frenzy of Magic Marshal Xia, there was a deathly silence in the Xia Live Room. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the incredible power of Longing Shui, then looked back at their side. On the screen, Wan Xingluo's continent was still completely silent. She had not made any bloody sacrifices. She simply sat quietly on that barren land, eyes closed, focusing and calming herself, like an ancient unchanged sculpture. Her civilization index remained that glaring 0. Time flowed second by second. 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Longing Shui's magic martial city had taken shape, and on the city walls, squads of magic worker puppets armed with weapons had begun to practice military formations, exuding a murderous aura. She stood high on her throne of bones, like a god overlooking the mortal realm. Her gaze pierced through the void, landing on the still silent wasteland. A hint of extreme disdain and mockery appeared at the corner of her mouth. Ruan Xingluo. Her voice echoed across the 2 continents. What are you waiting for? Waiting for your land to grow houses and walls by itself? The kindness of the weak is truly the most laughable thing in this world. Amidst the mocking tone, Ruan Xingluo slowly opened her eyes. There was no anger in her eyes, only confusion. She raised her hand and gently pressed it against the land beneath her. A surge of national fortune power from Xia, filled with rebirth and hope, attempted to flow from her palm into this chaotic soil. However, the land showed no reaction. Ruan Xingluo could even feel a deep emotion of death and rejection coming from the soil. It was resisting her. Ruan Xingluo's brows furrowed slightly. Can't even the national fortune power be assimilated? With a thought, she summoned her partner. Buzz. The void twisted, and that chaos devourer, which could swallow everything, lazily rolled into her side. Go, taste the soil here. Ruan Xingluo said softly. In the past, anything containing chaotic breath was this guy's favorite food. But this time, the chaos devourer merely sniffed the ground and showed a look of disdain. It seemed completely unable to take a bite, merely lazily rolled over on the ground. Keep rolling, showing no interest at all. Ruan Xingluo looked at the land in front of her that rejected all external forces, falling into deep silence. What exactly is this land of newborn ruins? In the moment of her contemplation, an anxious voice echoed in her sea of consciousness from China's top expert team. Comrade Xingluo. Can you hear us? The situation is urgent. The white-haired elder at the forefront was none other than academician Li Jinghua, the leading figure of the China Academy of Sciences. His voice trembled with an uncontrollable quiver. We analyzed Longing Shui's pattern, and it is purely a predatory creation. Exchanging destruction for new life, extremely fast, but unstable in foundation. Another strategic expert immediately joined in. We have prepared 3 backup plans for you. Plan A, imitation. We can transport 3,000 death row inmates from the abyss of sin, using their lives as bait to forcefully activate the land. Plan B, catalysis. Using our latest developed Earth Vein Heart High Energy Crystal, injecting energy directly into the core of the Earth to force the birth of civilization. Comrade Xingluo, we can't wait any longer. If we delay, our national fortune golden dragon will be crushed under the opponent's advantage first. Voices rang out like death warrants in Ruan Xingluo's ears. But Ruan Xingluo simply shook her head. Her voice clearly transmitted back to the Earth Command Center through the consciousness link. Chapter 136, The First Cry. No. Oldly, esteemed experts. What you said is not the right way. That is just another tyrannical way. Rejection. A clear and decisive rejection. Inside the command center, there was a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by Ruan Xingluo's calm yet incredibly firm statement. And this scene was faithfully presented to the global audience. On the screen, Ruan Xingluo's face clearly showed confusion and a hint of faint frustration. She was no longer the omnipotent goddess on the altar, but a more real person who frowned and felt lost when faced with a problem. At this moment, the hearts of all Chinese audiences tightened. China Live Room. What's going on? She even rejected the expert team's plan? Goddess Ruan's expression. I've never seen her show such an expression, it breaks my heart. It's over. The land isn't accepting our national fortune, how can we play? The other side is almost deploying tanks while we are still studying how to farm. I believe in Goddess Ruan. She must have her own ideas. But time is really running out. Endless noise and pressure seemed to seep through the screen, crushing the lonely figure. Ruan Xingluo took a deep breath, blocking out all external distractions. She knew that conventional methods had come to an end. Her mind sank into a secret channel unknown to anyone. Zhou Yan. She softly called. I'm facing a problem. From the distant shores of time and space, Zhou Yan's voice, as if it could see everything, slowly echoed. Have you ever thought about why when a baby is born, they must cry loudly first? And not laugh joyfully? She was stunned. A baby, crying? Why, crying? Because of pain? Because of fear? Because of rejection towards the unfamiliar world? No. It's none of those. Crying is the first breath of life entering the world. It is the first cry to announce to this world, I have arrived. That cry contains the most primitive chaos, the wildest power, and the most disorderly release. It is not an emotion, but the existence itself. And what am I doing? Am I trying to feed a freshly born baby with the mature, gentle, and orderly right way of 5,000 years of Chinese civilization? This newborn ruins, it doesn't need that at all. It doesn't need to be fed, it needs a release. A primal release of energy, like the cry of a baby. Ruan Xingluo's eyes instantly lit up with an unprecedented glow. She sank her mind once again into the dead silence of the earth beneath her feet. This time, she was no longer the lofty giver, but rather took on an equal stance to listen and feel. She heard. Deep within the endless chaotic soil, it was not silence at all. There, it was filled with countless violent, chaotic, and angry energy flows. They were like a fetus forced into existence, trapped in this cage, unable to find an exit, only able to emit silent roars in the darkness. The power of the national fortune of Huaxia was, to it, like the rules of adulthood, it instinctively resisted and rejected. So, that was it. Ruan Xingluo finally understood. She slowly opened her eyes and breathed out a long sigh of murky air. She looked at the desolate land before her, but her mouth curved into a relieved smile. I understand. Her voice was gentle, like a breeze. You don't need me to create. You need me, to help you organize. She stood up, no longer communicating any energy. She simply took steps, beginning to walk across this vast, boundless land. One step, then another. With her own feet, she measured every inch's pulse of the land. She stretched out her hands, sensing the direction of every chaotic wind. Sometimes she paused, sometimes she gazed, sometimes she closed her eyes, as if merging with the breath of this world. Global audiences were left dumbfounded. In Long Inchu's magical city, unabashed laughter echoed. Is she crazy? Just taking a walk? However, Ruan Xingluo remained oblivious to it all. She traversed every corner of this land, imprinting all the mountain ranges, geological upheavals, and energy nodes into her heart. Finally, she arrived at the highest geographical point of this land. It was a lonely gray peak that pierced the clouds. Under the watchful eyes of the world, Ruan Xingluo slowly knelt on one knee. A flash of light appeared in her hand. A golden key, ancient in design, seemingly woven from countless law runes, emerged in her palm. The key of all laws. Seeing this legendary artifact, the hearts of all Huaxia viewers raced. What was she going to use it for? To unlock the power of this world? However, Ruan Xingluo's next action once again exceeded everyone's expectations. She held the key of all laws with both hands, her expression solemn, like the most devout believer. Then she pointed the tip of the key down toward the peak beneath her feet and inserted it. There was no earth-shattering roar, no explosive surge of energy. That action did not seem like a key unlocking something. It felt more like finding an outlet for a confused and furious giant beast. In that very moment when the key of all laws fully sank into the peak, nothing happened. No light, no electricity, no deafening roar. Global viewers and Long Shui on the other end of the screen all saw this eerily silent scene. Global live stream. Is this it? I thought it would shake the heavens and the earth. Big thunder, little rain. It seems Ruan Xinglua is truly out of ideas. Long Shui's magical city index has already surpassed 130,000. Yet Ruan Xinglua is still at 0. How can she fight? Above Long Shui's magical city, a trace of disdain flickered in her crimson eyes. All just tricks. Just some meaningless antics. However, the next second, her pupils suddenly constricted. Only those within the place of birth could sense the tremor coming from the world's deepest depths. Ruan Xinglua knelt on one knee, her face instantly turning pale. Her body seemed to become a passageway connecting heaven and earth. Boom! A silent roar exploded in her spiritual world. Endless chaotic energy, like volcanic lava that had found an outlet, erupted madly through the key of all laws. That was not a single stream of energy, but 4. Earth, fire, water, wind. The four most primitive, wild, and incompatible chaotic powers, at the moment of surging out, were about to annihilate each other, tearing this continent into pieces. Not good. At the command center of Huaxia, Academician Li suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "She has drawn out the most core chaotic origin. It's too chaotic, completely uncontrollable." Chapter 137, Use the body as a furnace, use the spirit as a guide. However, Ruan Xinglua was not trying to control, but to organize. Use the body as a furnace, use the spirit as a guide. Her voice rang out in the sea of consciousness, carrying an unshakable determination. She forcibly used her own body as a furnace, using her spirit as guidance, and forcibly pulled the 4 primal powers, capable of tearing apart gods, out from the vent. Puff! A mouthful of golden blood sprayed from Ruan Xinglua's mouth, splashing onto the gray mountaintop. Her face grew even paler, but her eyes became even brighter. Under her guidance, the 4 violent energies no longer collided with each other. Instead, they were forcibly separated by an invisible force, like 4 giant dragons not interfering with each other, beginning to surge across this desolate continent along the earth vein she had already planned. In the beginning of the world, pure energy rose, turbid energy descended, and only then was there a world. What Ruan Xinglua was doing at this moment was to establish the initial rules for this chaos. The earthy turbid flow rushed along the lowest depression, where it passed, the originally floating chaotic soil began to settle and solidify, becoming solid and heavy earth. The first river appeared. Then, the destructive crimson fire was drawn by Ruan Xinglua into the depths of the earth veins on both sides of the river channel. Sizzle! When the violent fire elements were soothed by the just-formed water chi, they retracted their destructive qualities, transforming into warm underground lava, providing the first constant temperature for this newly born land. The raging wind, followed the towering mountains, was constantly diverted and weakened, ultimately turning into a gentle breeze blowing through the river valley. A basic yet the most stable elemental cycle quietly took shape on this continent. Leaderboard. Civilization Index. Long Shui, 131,098. Ruan Xinglua, 0. The index still remains 0. But in a corner hidden from everyone's sight, a line of concealed data was wildly fluctuating. World rule stability. Long Shui, 3.7%. Ruan Xinglua, 0%, 15%, 32%, 58%. Skyrocketing. On the throne of the demon city, Long Shui's brows furrowed tightly. She couldn't understand what Ruan Xinglua was doing. Those small streams and gentle winds felt weak like children's toys before her lava-covered, demon-charged demon city. Yet her beastly instinct, derived from the demon bloodline, felt a strong unease. What is that data? World rule stability? She stared at the continuously rising percentage, and an unprecedented, uncontrollable feeling rose from her heart. What use can this small play have? Her words seemed to foretell something. At the moment when Ruan Xinglua's world rule stability on the continent broke through 70%. Buzz. In the sky, a small crack was torn open in the thick chaos, as dark as ink. A beam of golden, warm sunlight pierced through the endless darkness. It landed precisely on that clear river, refracting shimmering waves. And at that moment, deep beneath the center of this continent, the life seed, wrapped in Huaxia's national fortune, which had remained silent, seemingly dead, gently trembled. Crack! A barely audible crisp sound. A fine crack opened on the hard shell. Then, under Long Shui's incredulous gaze, a tender green sprout stubbornly broke through from the crack. It broke through the soil, basking in that first ray of sunlight, and began to grow at a visible, miraculous speed. 1 inch, 1 foot, 1 yard. In just a few breaths, it grew into a small world tree seedling that needed several people to embrace, radiating a soft glow of life. The light spread down. By the river, in the damp soil, little mounds of earth arose. Gentle, pure-eyed strange beings crawled out from the soil mounds. They curiously examined this brand new world, then, as if following some innate instinct, began to dig up the land, burying some strange plant seeds within. They began to cultivate, began to reproduce. No enslavement, no roars, no sacrifices of flesh and blood. A harmonious, peaceful, and infinitely potential primitive civilization was thus born. Global live broadcast. Wow! It's alive. Really alive. A brand new civilization. What is this? Her civilization index is still 0. What's the use? No. Look at the main leaderboard. Just as everyone was discussing, the giant light screen floating before all observers suddenly refreshed its data. Leaderboard. Civilization Index. Long Inshue, 131,098. Ruan Xinglua, 0. Development Potential. Long Inshue, B. Ruan Xinglua, SSS+, full value. Civilization Harmony Level. Long Inshue, E. Ruan Xinglua, SSS+, full value. Overall score. Long Inshue, 98,754. Ruan Xinglua, 150,000. Surpassed. In an instant, the world fell silent. Everyone stared at that glaring word surpassed, their minds blank. A civilization with a 0 index, its overall score, actually surpassed the 130,000 index of the Demon City? Potential? Harmony level? On the throne of the Demon City, Long Inshue looked at the 2 lines of newly added data, her crimson eyes filled with incomprehensible rage. What is this nonsense? Victory relies only on strength. Only on the index. This kind of ethereal thing is nothing but the self-comfort of the weak. Before her words fell. Alert! Alert! A piercing siren suddenly echoed throughout the entire Demon City. Under the throne, a monitoring demon servant came rolling in with panic in his voice. My lord! It's bad. The logic core of the golems in Area A7 has collapsed, they are attacking each other. What? Long Inshue stood up abruptly. Then, from another direction, a soaked demon servant rushed in, his face smeared with dark blood. He screamed in despair. My lord! Our source of life, the blood spring, has been polluted. The spring water is filled with the resentment of the sacrificed servants. All who drink it have gone mad. Boom! As if a chain reaction, chaos erupted one after another throughout the Demon City. Those golems forged from flesh and steel were supposed to be the most efficient slaves. But they had no souls, no beliefs, and no belonging. When the first golem's logic collapsed from overload and swung its blade at a companion, the chaotic virus spread instantly. They began to indiscriminately attack everything around them. The city fell into civil war. Leaderboard. Civilization Index. Long Inshue, 131,098, 127,450, 119,833. Her index was rapidly falling. Useless. Long Inshue let out a thunderous roar, the pressure of the demon god bloodline bursting forth. A group of soulless tools. They can't even fulfill their duties. Send my order. Suppress. Use the bloodiest means to crush all the out-of-control golems, all of them. However, this order became the last straw that broke the camel's back. When the slaughter command was given, a flicker of confusion formed by data garbled flashed in the golem's hollow eyes. The next second, deeper resentment erupted from their shattered core. The more the slaughter, the heavier the resentment. The heavier the resentment, the deeper the pollution. The deeper the pollution, the more golems collapse. A perfect vicious cycle. Puff. Long Inshue felt an invisible force slam into her chest, making her almost spit out a mouthful of blood. She could clearly sense that her connection to this continent was being frantically eroded and weakened by those resentments. Is this the overbearing backlash? For the first time, she felt a trace of doubt about her own path. At that moment, a dignified, grand, and emotionless voice echoed across the sky of 2 worlds. The figure of the gatekeeper Bart silently appeared in the center of the 2 continents. His indifferent gaze swept over the city of demons engulfed in internal strife, then looked towards the vibrant countryside. One, forged with flesh and violence, rises with glory and falls in an instant. One, built on rules and vitality, though like a spark, can ignite the wilds. Long Yingsno's pupils constricted as she cried out, "Are you announcing she has one?" Bart shook his head, his voice as ruthless as heavenly law. The foundation of civilization has already been laid. But the real test comes from the outside. His voice paused, each word like a heavy hammer, striking deeply into everyone's hearts. The second trial. A natural disaster has arrived. At that moment when the words fell, the sky above the two continents was simultaneously stained a hopeless gray-black. Endless wails, shrieks, and curses gathered into a visible tide of resentment, like the Milky Way crashing down from the heavens, pressing down upon the two continents. It was a terrifying disaster from a higher dimension, capable of obliterating all newly born civilizations. Ruan Xingluo's little world tree dimmed in the face of this tide, like a flickering candle in the wind. And longing snow. She looked at the tide of resentment falling from the sky and felt the internal rebellion boiling within the city. With demons devouring their masters inside and natural disasters obliterating the world outside. A trace of despair appeared on Long Yingsno's eternally proud face. Despair? These two words lingered in Long Yingsno's mind for only 0.1 seconds. Then, they were completely burned to ashes by a raging fury that could scorch the heavens and the earth. A mere natural disaster wants to make me despair? She raised her head, her exquisitely beautiful face free of confusion, leaving only the icy, fierce madness of millennia. Bart, you underestimate me, Long Yingsno. Her crimson gaze swept over the internal chaos spreading in the city, then glanced at the tide of resentment from the sky, her lips curling into a cruel arc. A natural disaster, is it? Then I will let the entire universe see what it truly means to defy the heavens. The next second, an oracle containing Supreme will erupted like thunder, shaking the core of every demon servant. Oracle. All units, abandon the suppression of the internal strife. At all costs, mine the obsidian mountains, smelt the demon rocks, and build a blood and flesh barrier surrounding the entire city at the fastest speed for me. The oracle descended. In that instant, all the demon worker puppets caught in chaos and self-infighting came to a sudden halt. The chaotic data streams in their eyes were instantly cleared, replaced by the highest command from the demon lord. Obey, demon lord's decree. Hoarse, dry voices, like metal grinding, rose from millions of puppets, forming an earth-shaking tide of steel. Global live broadcast. All the spectators were stunned by this sudden scene. The internal strife just stopped like this? One command suppressed all chaos? My God, this execution power. Has she gone mad? There's a natural disaster outside, and she's ignoring the internal strife? No. Look quickly. In the live stream, the camera sharply zoomed out. In the already partially engulfed lava demon city, millions of demon worker puppets, like an army responding to a unified order, abandoned their enemies, turned their directions. They transformed into surging black tides of steel, racing towards the distant rolling obsidian mountains. Boom! 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 The mountains howled in despair. Millions of demon worker puppets became the most precise mining machines. They used their arms as blades to strike, collided with their bodies, using the most primitive methods to peel off massive chunks of obsidian from the mountainside. More puppets directly opened their large mouths, spitting out the magic fire from the furnace within its belly, turning those giant stones into thick liquid on the spot. A long wall, a mix of blood and fire, steel and rock, rose from the ground at a visible speed under the impact of the torrent of resentment. The scene was grand to the extreme, yet also tragic to the extreme. Roar! The high-dimensional torrent of resentment seemed to be enraged by the provocation of this tiny being, letting out a soul-shaking roar. An endless gray tide crashed fiercely against the newly formed barrier. Crack! A crack several meters long instantly appeared on the barrier. Resentment seeped in like the most terrifying acid, eroding in through the gaps, as dozens of magical worker puppets being constructed were instantly corroded into smoking remnants. The dam was about to collapse. On the throne, Long Yingshue's face showed no change at all. She simply raised her hand, coldly pointing at that crack. Another divine decree fell mercilessly. Backup units, advance. Use your bodies as nodes, your flesh as the melting agent, and your soul energy as the welding fire. Seal the breach for me. As the order was given. Behind, thousands upon thousands of backup puppets showed no hesitation whatsoever in their eyes. They marched in unison, charging towards the deadly crack. They voluntarily jumped into the boiling lava, reaching out their hands to press down on the ever-expanding gap. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A terrifying sound that could not be described in words erupted. The corrosion of the torrent of resentment and the high temperature of the lava barrier acted on them simultaneously. They could not make a sound. But all the spectators seemed to hear the silent wails from the depths of the steel core. Thousands upon thousands of puppets were melted, corroded, and evaporated in just these few seconds. In the end, they became part of the barrier, forcibly sealing that terrifying crack. Chapter 139, How Magnificent is My Empress? Ranking List. Civilization Index. Loningshue, 119833118541117992. Her index began to slowly decline again due to the violent consumption of population and resources. But the city wall barrier, under the raging tides of resentment, temporarily held steady. Magic Martial China live streaming room. Magnificent. Magnificent is my empress. This is the true power of our civilization. To fight natural disasters with willpower. To forge a divine kingdom with flesh and blood. Who else besides the empress has such courage? China live streaming room. So cruel. This is not building, this is a war of attrition. Using human lives, no, using the lives of puppets, to fill the gap. Can her civilization really hold on? In the observation seats of other civilizations. The holy maiden Coralie from the Holy See turned pale, and she subconsciously tightened the cross in her hand, murmuring. A madwoman, she is a thorough madwoman. But, what terrifying execution and determination. At the top of the barrier. Longing Xue stood against the wind, her black dress fluttering in the storm of resentment. She felt the power within her body ebbing away, yet there was no sign of panic on her face. Instead, she revealed a cold smile filled with the posture of a victor, albeit extremely fatigued. Her gaze transcended the torrent of flood temporarily held outside the city, looking toward the other side. That continent remained calm and peaceful. The light of the little world tree was dim, but still standing strong. And Wan Xinglua stood quietly under the tree, seemingly indifferent to the apocalyptic sight above. The mockery at the corner of Long Yingshue's mouth deepened. The path of kings of a coward, when faced with true natural disasters, what else can they do besides close their eyes and wait for death? Long Yingshue's cold and contemptuous voice seemed to penetrate endless space, echoing over the continent on the other side. Panic was spreading. On Wan Xinglua's life continent, all beings born, whether the fairies in the woods or the water demons by the stream, felt that overwhelming terror that could crush souls. Dark clouds pressed down on the city, resentment surged like the sea. That great torrent that had already swallowed countless civilizations. Unstoppable, it swept toward this final pure land. King. What should we do? Quick. Give the order. We build walls too. Use the holy light barrier. There's no time. It's too fast. We will be swallowed. The desperate prayers and cries of the people clearly entered Wan Xinglua's mind through the link of faith. However, in the face of this apocalyptic scene, Wan Xinglua slowly closed her eyes. All the spectators were stunned. To them, this was undoubtedly a signal of giving up resistance, a sign of surrender. But in the next second, everyone sensed something was off. In the live broadcast, beneath Wan Xinglua, the vast land of life seemed to come alive. A ring of soft emerald light spread out from her, enveloping the entire land. My will is with this world. In this moment, Wan Xinglua's consciousness soared infinitely. She was no longer an isolated individual. She felt the direction of the mountains, like the spine of the earth. She heard the pulse of the rivers, like the blood vessels of the world. She touched the texture of every inch of land, sensing their fragility and resilience. And that overwhelming torrent of resentment, in her perception, was no longer pure destruction. It was a giant primordial dragon, lost and filled with fury. The words of Zhou Yan once rose in her heart. Blocking is not as good as guiding. Forceful resistance will only lead to mutual destruction. If one can follow the flow, perhaps one can turn disaster into an advantage. Wan Xinglua suddenly opened her eyes, a flash of understanding in her gaze. She raised the key of all laws high. With me as the guide, with the earth as the paper, and with the laws as the pen. Open. She lightly drew her staff across the ground beneath her. Buzz. A golden light mark appeared on the ground, like a deep plowline, extending from her feet all the way to the distant mountain foot. Global live broadcast room. Everyone was dumbfounded. What is she doing? Digging in mud? The flood is about to wash over her face. And she's still drawing? I don't understand, but I am deeply shocked. What kind of performance art is this? The final creation before death? Mockery and confusion instantly filled the entire bullet screen. At the top of the barrier. Long Yinxue saw this scene, stunned for a moment, then burst into reckless laughter. Ha 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 ha. Stupid. Extremely stupid. Her laughter was filled with contempt and delight. Wan Xinglua, you are truly naive and pathetic. To her, this was simply the biggest joke in the universe. However, Wan Xinglua was deaf to all the mockery and disdain from the outside world. Her focus was at its peak, and the key of all laws in her hand kept moving across the ground. 1, 10, 100, 1000. Countless golden channels began to crisscross the land, bypassing mountains, connecting basins, and cutting through plains, forming an incredibly complex and elegantly natural fluid dynamic network. But this project was too monumental. Every movement drastically drained Wan Xinglua's mental and divine energy. Put. A stream of blood flowed from her lips, her face instantly turning pale. The negative emotions emanating from the torrent of resentment clawed at her will like billions of invisible claws, disrupting her calculations. Restlessness, slaughter, destruction. Countless crazed thoughts exploded in her mind. Several times, the key of all laws in her hand nearly went out of control, causing the river network she was forming to collapse completely. Awah! Awah! The chaos devourer at her feet was anxiously spinning, opening its large mouth, desperately trying to swallow the negative energy eroding its master, but it was like a drop in the bucket, yielding little effect. At this moment, on the seemingly indestructible flesh barrier of Long Inchue, crack boom! A loud noise shook everyone's hearts. That kilometer-long crack spread wildly like a spider web, instantly covering the entire flesh barrier. No, it's impossible. The color drained from Long Inchue's face, her pupils constricted violently. In the next second, boom! A sound that echoed through the universe, as if it were the dying wail of some ancient deity. That absolute defense called the obsidian blood and flesh wall, amidst the gaze of billions of spectators, suddenly collapsed. Not a section, but the entire line. Roar! A black flood filled with endless resentment, like a world-ending beast that had broken its final chains, roared with a crushing force, instantly engulfing Long Inchue's entire civilization. The towering magic energy spires melted like candles in the black water. Chapter 140 Absolute Deathly Silence. The solid obsidian veins, polluted by resentment, emitted painful groans. Thousands of struggling magical puppets, crying out in despair, didn't survive even a single breath before being corroded and disintegrated, becoming the most primitive parts merged with the black water. Deathly silence. Absolute deathly silence. The once noisy, efficient, and cruel magic weapon city-state was now just a slow-oozing swamp of death, bubbling with black foam. Civilization Index, 87,419. Civilization Index, 53,082. Civilization Index, 21,556. In a corner of the global live broadcast room, the index representing Long Inchue's civilization was dramatically plummeting. Global live broadcast room. It's over. In an instant, it's all over? At the same time, on another screen, the torrent of resentment rushing towards Ruan Xinglua's continent suddenly came to a halt the moment it touched the golden canal network she had carved. Splash! That massive impact force, enough to overturn the heavens and the earth, was instantaneously diverted by countless rivers. The raging dragon was tamed into gentle stream, beginning to flow smoothly across the continent along that intricate, earth-harmonizing river network. The flood's impact was resolved. Ruan Xinglua's pale face had no color, as she looked at that rushing black water, using her last ounce of strength to take out a seed that shimmered with a soft white light from her bosom. That was the pure soul lotus she had obtained from the night-crying kingdom. She waved her delicate hand, scattering the seed across the canal network beneath her. Go! The seed fell into the black water. A miracle occurred. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. Countless golden lotuses boldly bloomed in the dark river, facing the resentment with fierce determination. Their roots dug deep into the riverbed, emitting a gentle and holy light, crazily absorbing and purifying the resentment in the flood. Roar! The chaos devourer rushed to the main river's entrance, opening its massive mouth to the most filthy, viscous, writhing source of resentment in the flood, and sucked fiercely. Gulch! That core of resentment was swallowed in one bite. Under the double purification of the pure soul lotus and the chaos devourer, an unbelievable scene unfolded. That flood, as black as ink, in the winding river, gradually became clear at a visible speed. From pitch black, to dark gray, to light gray, then almost transparent. Global live broadcast room. Silence reigned. All those who had mocked Ruan Xinglua for digging mud were now choked by an invisible hand on their throats, unable to utter a single word. Everyone was stunned by this miraculous scene unfolding before them. The flood. The flood became clear? That which Long Inchue viewed as a world-ending disaster, sacrificing countless lives to stop. Here with Ruan Xinglua, it was actually purified? In the end, blocking leads to destruction. But the end of guidance is surprisingly rebirth. No one knew who spoke this trembling message in the silent broadcast room. It exploded everyone's understanding at once. On the remains of the barrier. Long Inchue looked despairingly at her completely destroyed city-state. That sea of dead silence was the grave of all her hard work. She subconsciously lifted her head, looking towards the other side. There was no apocalypse, no destruction. Only flowing rivers, continuous and ceaseless, under the golden lotus flower's reflection. Even starting to exude a vibrant breath of life. Clear rivers. Her royal path brought destruction. But that coward's royal path created new life. Was I wrong? Long Inchue's proud and cold face revealed confusion and self-doubt. Splash! As the last trace of resentment was completely absorbed by the pure soul lotus, all the newly formed rivers on the continent of Wanxinglua suddenly burst forth with brilliant light at this moment. They transformed completely into rivers of spiritual liquid composed of the purest soul power. Burp. At the mouth of the main river, the Chaos Devourer let out a satisfied burp, as if it had finished digesting. But the next moment, its body began to flicker with extremely unstable light without warning. Buzz, buzz. The light flickered, as if it would explode at any moment. Buzz. The Chaos Devourer let out a scream of extreme pain, its round body shaking violently, as if it were about to be completely burst apart by the unstable light within. Little Chaos. Wanxinglua's heart tightened, about to step forward. However, just at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Next to the crystal-clear spiritual liquid river, a thirsty spirit rabbit cautiously peered out, taking a sip of the river water. In the next second, a glimmer of human-like spirit sparkled in its murky animal eyes. It glanced at its own paws, then at the flowing river, filled with disbelief. A similar scene played out in every corner of the newly born continent. Countless beings, whoever drank this water, whether it be birds or beasts, or flowers and trees, all suddenly opened their minds and transformed. Booming! In the center of the continent, the sapling of the world tree underwent the most astonishing change. It rooted itself at the source of the spiritual liquid river, as its trunk visibly grew taller and thicker, and its emerald leaves spread wildly, nearly blocking out the sky. Detecting abnormal fluctuations in the developmental potential of Heart of Life civilization. Potential value adjusting. Adjustment failed. Potential value has exceeded the data limit of the rankings. Warning. Data overflow. Unable to calculate. Lines of bright red system warnings spanned the global livestream, stabbing every viewer's eyes. Potential value exceeding the limit? What does this mean? This means that Wanxinglua civilization has an infinite future. Global livestream. This miracle is the true miracle. That river is alive. It is bestowing life and wisdom to the entire continent. I take back what I said before, Wanxinglua is the true god. Wait. Look over there at Longing Shui. Wow. The scene switched. Longing Shui's magic martial city-state. The black flood had receded, but what remained was not a survival after disaster, but a cursed land. The ground was pitted and corroded, with black sticky liquid deeply embedded in the cracks, emanating a nauseating stench. In the air, a layer of visible black fog enveloped everything. Resentment plague. A remaining magic puppet stood dazedly in place, its hollow eye socket suddenly lit with an ominous crimson. ZZZ. ZZZ. Commands. Conflict. It stiffly turned its head to look at another intact companion beside it. In the next moment, it suddenly pounced, its sharp alloy arm stabbing fiercely into the other's chest. Crack. The attacked puppet's eyes also flashed red light, launching a counterattack. An unexpected internal war erupted violently on the ruins. The remaining puppets began to crazily kill each other. Chapter 141, not a single one left. Trash. Longing Shui stood high up, her cold face covered in frost. Eliminate all polluted units. Not a single one left. With her command, her loyal elite puppet guard immediately executed the order, launching a bloody suppression against those frenzied kindred. Boom! A frenzied puppet was blown apart, turning into a mass of iron water. But a denser black fog escaped from its wreckage. Suddenly drilled into the body of a nearby elite guard. The elite guard froze, and the light in his eyes began to flicker with a dangerous red glow. The more killed, the more polluted. The plague is spreading at a terrifying speed. Her iron-fisted suppression not only failed to solve the problem but also became the catalyst for the outbreak of resentful plague. She fell into the vicious cycle brought by her domineering. How could it be? How could it be like this? Longing Shui's body trembled slightly, feeling an inner helplessness for the first time. Just then, on Wanxinglua's continent, a cold and familiar voice echoed in her mind. Don't celebrate too early. It was Zhou Yan. Wanxinglua was startled. Zhou Yan? Little Chaos, it. Did you think you were purifying a natural disaster? Zhou Yan's voice was devoid of any emotion. No, that is man-made disaster. The source of that torrent of resentment is mixed with an ancient, bizarre will that feeds on despair. Your pet purified the flood but could not digest that will. It was not digested, instead, riding in your pet's belly, it completed parasitism and rebirth. As soon as the words fell. Howl. The Chaos Devourer let out a heart-wrenching scream. Puff. A fist-sized, jet-black sphere, seemingly condensed with all the malice and despair of the world, was violently spewed out of it. That black sphere fell to the ground, writhing and changing, eventually forming a very small, pure black humanoid creature. It had no facial features, its body surface resembled flowing black water, exuding a hauntingly pure resentment. It was the new offspring of that ancient will. Ruan Xinglua and the Chaos Devourer both felt in extreme danger. However, the newly born black resentful entity did not even glance at them. It slowly raised its head and gazed across the strait. In its chaotic consciousness, there was no hatred, no killing intent. Only an extreme desire and yearning, like a baby looking toward its mother. That was its paradise. Its best nourishment. Its final destination. The next second. Whoosh! The black offspring transformed into a beam of black light, crossing the ocean in an instant, ignoring the barrier of space. Whoosh! That pure black light, like an arrow piercing the void, instantly descended upon the chaotic magic martial city above Longyingshui. The terrifying aura of resentment pressed down like a collapsing sky. Alert! Longyingshui's pupils shrank, instinctively issuing the command. All elite puppet guards immediately turned their cannons to aim at the small figure suspended in midair. However, the anticipated attack did not come. The black offspring, formed purely from resentment, simply floated quietly. Then, it opened its mouth. That was not a mouth in the true sense, rather, it was a swirling black vortex that ripped open from its chaotic body's surface. Whoosh! An invisible, terrifying sucking force erupted from the center of the vortex. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color. The layer of black mist, like a plague hanging over the entire ruins of the city, seemed to have found an outlet and transformed into countless black threads, frantically rushing toward the tiny black entity. ZZZ. ZZZ. A magic puppet that was biting its companion suddenly froze. The ominous scarlet in its eye sockets faded at a visible speed, ultimately extinguishing completely, restoring the glow it had when it left the factory. It blankly glanced at the arm that was stabbed into its companion's chest, then looked at the surrounding wreckage, seemingly unable to understand what was happening. A similar scene unfolded in every corner of the ruins simultaneously. Those frenzied, self-destructive puppets, one after another, ceased their rampage. The plague of resentment was being devoured. Longyingshui watched the scene in shock. This monster, split off from Ruan Xinglua's pet. Why is she actually helping him clean up this mess? Global live broadcast. What the hell? What's going on? Is this little monster purifying Longyingshui's continent? Purifying my foot. You see clearly, it's eating. It's feeding on those grievances like their food. My god, this thing is simply the nemesis of grievances. Is Longyingshui's trouble solved just like that? Solved? I see it as inviting a wolf into the house. Look at that little monster. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, Longyingshui's face grew even more serious. She clearly saw that as the grievances it devoured increased, the shape of the black entity was visibly expanding and solidifying. From originally a blurry fist-sized figure, it quickly grew to over a meter tall. Its flowing, black water-like body began to show outlines resembling muscles and bones. A terrifying aura, tenfold or 100-fold stronger than before, erupted from it. This is not help at all. This is clearly drinking poison to quench thirst. Using a controllable plague to feed a potential despair king. She fell into a dilemma. Stop it? The plague would immediately return, and her civilization would completely collapse. Not stop it? She would be nurturing a terrifying existence she couldn't even control. As Longyingshui wrestled with her inner conflict. Buzz. A sacred and majestic will suddenly descended between the two continents. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Whether it was the newly intelligent beings on the Ruan Xinglua continent or the chaotic puppets and the growing monster on Longyingshui's continent, everyone stopped moving. A towering figure slowly formed in the sky. It was Bart. The 24-hour duel time was up. Bart's indifferent gaze first swept over the land of Longyingshui, which had just calmed its internal chaos but was pregnant with greater fear. He slowly spoke, his voice resonating in every corner of the global live broadcast. Your tyranny has created a powerful empire that needs to constantly devour the outside and squeeze the inside to survive. But when disaster descends from within, it will rot from its very foundations. Now, you even need to rely on despair itself to survive. Every word struck Longyingshui's heart like a heavy hammer. Then Bart's gaze turned to the vibrant, life-filled continent. In his eyes, a rare hint of approval surfaced. And your royal path has created a harmonious world that can self-cycle, purify everything, and turn disaster into opportunity. Bart withdrew his gaze, overlooking the two chosen ones, making the final judgment. The first victor, Ruan Xinglua. The moment the voice fell, Bart casually waved his hand towards Longyingshui. Roar! A tragic, unwilling dragon's roar resonated from the void. People were horrified to see a national fortune golden dragon, representing her civilization's luck, firmly grasped by an invisible giant hand. Rip! A source of power was forcibly pulled from the golden dragon's body. That golden light streaked through the air in a brilliant arc, like a shooting star, falling towards Ruan Xingluo's continent. Instantly, it merged into Ruan Xingluo's even stronger national fortune golden dragon. Puff! The moment the national fortune was severed, Longing Xue felt as if struck by lightning, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her previously cold and proud aura instantly wilted. She lost. Lost thoroughly and completely. However, just as the global audience thought she would thus be dejected and hopeless, Longing Xue slowly raised her head, wiping away the blood at the corner of her mouth. Her gaze did not look at the judging Bart, nor at the victorious Ruan Xingluo, but was fixated on that black entity on her land, crazily devouring despair and chaos, and thus becoming stronger. A flicker of heart-stopping light flashed in her eyes. She suddenly laughed. She looked at Ruan Xingluo across the strait, word by word, her voice not loud but clear in everyone's ears. You won this round. But the real man-made disaster is just beginning. Longing Xue stretched out her tongue, gently licking her crimson lips, her gaze as if looking at an extraordinary treasure. I really like this child. Consider it your gift to me. Ruan Xingluo's pupils suddenly contracted at Longing Xue's words gift. She clearly sensed that the resentful entity she had indirectly created, after devouring the endless chaos and plague in Longing Xue's land, had its final spiritual link with her forcefully severed by an overwhelmingly domineering will. Replacing it was Longing Xue's undisguised desire for possession. She really took that desperate king embryo as her own. Global live broadcast. Crazy. Longing Xue is absolutely crazy. That thing is a ticking time bomb, and she treats it like a treasure? What is a man-made disaster? She herself is the greatest man-made disaster. Why do I feel like things have become even scarier than before? Ruan Xingluo won, but why can't I feel happy at all? Instead, my back is cold? As the global audience debated, Longing Xue raised her chin, her gaze like a sword, staring directly at the doorkeeper, Bart, in the sky. Her voice, raspy from just coughing blood, was filled with an unprecedented fighting spirit. Lord Bart, I request to immediately launch the second National Fortune Arena battle. The moment these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. Having lost the first round and the National Fortune taken, she not only showed no discouragement but instead wanted to start the second battle immediately? Where did her confidence come from? Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned to the dark water humanoid, now grown into a youthful form, silently floating behind Longing Xue. Even Bart's eternally indifferent gaze revealed a fleeting ripple. He looked deeply at Longing Xue and the Despair King embryo behind her. As you wish. Bart did not stop her but slowly raised the seemingly ordinary broom in his hand. No earth-shattering divine light, no devastating power. He merely brushed lightly towards the void between the two continents. Buzz. The void rippled like a stone thrown into water, creating two massive waves. Then, in everyone's astonished gaze, two identical buildings slowly emerged from the center of the ripples. It was an ancient Gothic insane asylum. With mottled walls, tightly closed iron windows, and a towering bell tower where the hands of the clock were forever stuck at midnight. A heavy, unfathomable aura of madness and ominousness hung over the asylum like a tangible dark cloud, causing every person who saw it to feel a shiver deep in their souls. Twin insane asylums. Bart's dignified voice echoed once more through heaven and earth. The next step for civilization is to establish order. And the greatest enemy of order is madness. He pointed with the broom at the two unsettling buildings. The second battle will test your ability to control chaos and reshape order. Mission objective: enter your respective asylum dungeon and successfully heal or suppress the final boss of the asylum, Disorder Principle, within 48 hours. Whoever retrieves the Staff of Order from his hands in less time will be the victor. The rules were clear and ruthless. Everyone's hearts were raised to their throats. The insane asylum dungeon. This bizarre setting instantly evoked countless terrifying legends. However, just as Ruan Xingluo furrowed her brows and pondered countermeasures, a strange smile appeared on Longing Xue's face across the strait. She slowly closed her eyes, a thread of spirit sinking deeply into her consciousness. There, a mark radiating supreme demonic power. Silently suspended. Xuer. A voice full of authority and indulgence echoed in her mind. The shadow of the town prison demon slowly gathered beside her, its gaze filled with a hint of expectation. This is our shared glorious battle. The director of this madhouse was once a fierce general under my command, but after defeat, his soul shattered, and a remnant of his soul sleeps here. Use this, demon mark, I have given you to awaken his absolute loyalty to me. For our empire, present victory. Huaxia livestream. Ha ha ha. I see now. That's why Her Majesty the Empress is so confident. Another madhouse. It's destiny. Last time, that Huaxia woman barely made it out because of her man's connections, right? The wheel of fortune turns. This time, it's the Empress's husband who will clear the path for her. What is strong combined with strong? This is what strong combined with strong looks like. We've got this round in the bag. Huaxia livestream. Madhouse instance? Our goddess Ruan is familiar with this. Wasn't the last Red Moon Mental Hospital completed just like this? Exactly. Who knows how to play with people's hearts and purify madness better than our goddess Ruan? It's all set. With someone like Longing Xue, who only understands domination, stepping into this place will surely be a disaster. Charge, goddess. Let her see what true kingship looks like. Chapter 143, Entering the Scene. Inside the live stream, both sides' audiences showed astonishing optimism. One thought they held a winning card, while the other was full of confidence from past experiences. The huge contrast, along with the ominous aura from the two madhouses, created an incredibly bizarre picture. Barter's voice rang out again. Enter. As the words fell, two light gates opened simultaneously in front of Ruan Xinglua and Longing Xue. Longing Xue stepped in without hesitation, wearing that strange smile. Ruan Xinglua took a deep breath and stepped into the unknown madness that belonged to her. A whirlwind spun her around. When Ruan Xinglua opened her eyes again, a strong smell of disinfectant and decay instantly filled her nostrils. She stood in a dim, oppressive corridor. The walls were covered in brown stains and crazy scratch marks. The flickering light bulb overhead buzzed, casting her shadow long and short on the floor. Just as she was about to use the key of all laws to check her surroundings. Creak. A door to a patient's room slowly creaked open ahead. A head nurse in an old-fashioned nurse's uniform blocked her way. She didn't radiate any hostility, merely presented an old tray in her hands to Ruan Xinglua. On the tray were two items. A rough mental hospital map drawn on sheepskin, and a rusty old key. Welcome to home, child. Home? Ruan Xinglua's gaze fell on the head nurse's smile, forcefully stitched together with thread, and alarm bells rang in her heart. That word, coming from her mouth, was more chilling than any curse. The head nurse's gaze swept over Ruan Xinglua like two cold probes, her stitched lips moved, making a dry, harsh scratching sound. Newcomer? The director is resting, he doesn't wish to see anyone right now. Go calm the patient in room 307 on the west side of the third floor, then come back to speak with me. After speaking, she ignored Ruan Xinglua any longer, turned rigidly, like a marionette, and with a creak, retreated back into that dark patient room, closing the door. The corridor fell silent again. She looked down at the sheepskin map in her hand, where a path was drawn in bloody ink, leading directly to the west side of the third floor. Huaxia livestream. Calm the patient? What kind of task is this? Sounds simple. Exactly. This is definitely a trap. Goddess Ruan, don't trust her. But if we don't complete her task, it seems we won't meet the director. How do we clear this instance? The audience's worries are also Ruan Xinglua's worries. But she has no other choice. Tightening the rusty key in her hand, Ruan Xinglua stepped towards the stairs. However, when she reached the third floor and entered the west corridor, she immediately knew she had been set up. The map is wrong. This corridor is nothing but a twisted maze of space. All the doors look the same, the numbers on them blurred in the dim light, as if they could change at any moment. What's even scarier is that countless patients are wandering through the hallway. Some crawl on the floor, their limbs twisted at strange angles. Some cling to the walls, scratching wildly with their nails, making a rustling sound. Even more terrifying, some suddenly charge out from dark corners, trying to drag her into the abyss. He, play with me. My head is missing, have you seen my head? Hungry, so hungry. Mad ramblings came from all directions, eroding her sanity. Ruan Xinglua's gaze chilled, and a black fog, shaped by the devourer of chaos, surged from within her, transforming into several tentacles that whipped away the crazed beings trying to approach. But these patients seemed oblivious to pain, roaring as they charged back and endlessly after being struck back. Each strike severely drained her mental energy. In just over 10 minutes, fine cold sweat had begun to bead on her forehead. Meanwhile, in another asylum, Longing Xue's advance was surprisingly smooth. She didn't even look at the map, just held her head high, walking with graceful yet dominant steps in the same dim corridor. Yet all the wandering patients, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from her, a mix of demon god and despairing monarch, all knelt in fear, trembling, and actively cleared a path for her. A nurse NPC blocked her way. Without waiting for Longing Xue to speak, the nurse thudded to her knees, burying her head deeply into the ground, trembling as she said, "Welcome, mighty messenger. The director is waiting for you on the top floor." Longing Xue's lips curled into a cold smile, not even glancing at the nurse, and straight past her. Magic Martial Arts China Live Room. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? This is the difference. What is bloodline suppression? This is it. These madmen, in front of the Empress, don't even dare lift their heads. That Ruan Xinglua is probably still struggling with little monsters, right? Our Empress is about to clear the level. Victory is certain. This round, there's no suspense. The contrast in the footage was so stark and cruel. One is stuck in a quagmire, unable to move, while the other travels like a breeze, heading straight for the target. On the other side. Huff, huff. Ruan Xinglua leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. After nearly an hour of arduous trekking, she finally found the nearly faded number at the corner of a door 307. This is it. She slowly inserted the rusty key into the lock. Click. With a soft sound, the door opened. Inside was not the expected hospital bed and furnishings, but a nauseating dark space made up of piles of flesh and bones. Roar. A deafening roar erupted from the darkness. Immediately, a massive creature covered in mouths and eyeballs charged out from the room, carrying an overwhelming aura of terrifying resentment. The strange devourer. Its enormous single eye was filled with hunger and madness from being imprisoned for hundreds of years. It's a trap. The head nurse never intended for her to live from the very beginning. The devourer roared, foul saliva splattering everywhere, its massive claws swiping towards the exhausted Ruan Xinglua's head. However, facing this thunderous fatal blow, Ruan Xinglua's face, slightly pale from exhaustion, remained as calm as water. In the blink of an eye. She didn't retreat but moved forward. With a flick of her wrist, several pieces of alchemical materials, glowing with a strange sheen and confiscated from the Golden Dawn Society, appeared out of thin air. Mental energy surged wildly, rapidly fusing and shaping in her palm. Chapter 144. Just 1 second. Just 1 second. A block of alchemical meat, rich with meaty aroma and even sizzling with grease, instantly took shape. Go! Ruan Xinglua flicked her fingers, and that tempting block of alchemical meat traced a perfect parabolic arc, landing precisely at the corner far down the corridor. The deadly claws came to a sudden stop, barely an inch from the top of her head. The movement of the devourer became stiff. Its crazy single eye fixated intensely on that block of meat, and a gulping sound echoed in its throat. Hunger overcame the instinct to kill. With a roar, it abandoned Ruan Xinglua before it, and its massive body thundered towards the direction of the alchemical meat. The crisis was temporarily averted. Ruan Xinglua let out a long sigh of relief, just as she prepared to find a new path. A cold little hand quietly reached out from a crack in the nearby door, grabbing at the hem of her clothes. Shoo! A small nurse, looking only 15 or 16, with a timid and sympathetic expression, peeked out, desperately signaling to her. You should hurry and go. The head nurse is a fanatic admirer of the director, and she won't let anyone disturb the director's rest. The little nurse quickly pulled out another clean sheepskin map from her pocket and stuffed it into Ruan Xinglua's hand. The director is actually very pitiful. It seems he has forgotten who he is and has been in pain all along. This is the real secret passage to his office. You must go. The scene switched again. Long Yingxue had already positioned herself in front of the heavy oak door of the director's office. Victory seemed close enough to touch. But she didn't push the door open. Instead, she took a step back, her lips curling into an even more sinister arc. She extended her finger, using her own demonic blood as a guide, quickly sketching a complex and evil magic circle on the ground. Countless twisted runes lit up on the ground, emanating a shadowy aura of cross-border energy. That was clearly a hidden interdimensional sacrificial array. Long Yingshua's fingertip traced the last line on the ground, the crimson demonic blood forming the final rune of the array. Hum. The ground of the entire asylum seemed to tremble slightly with the completion of this array. She slowly stood up, closed her eyes, and a thought crossed vast emptiness, entering the supreme realm of the dark god. Darling, everything is ready. Her voice resonated on the level of the soul, carrying a hint of triumphant joy. As long as that woman enters her office, I will sacrifice here, projecting your dark god's mark across time and space onto the disordered director before her. A loyal servant, half a step from godhood, will be more than enough to tear her and her ridiculous new power to pieces. On the other side. With the young nurse's secret map, Ruan Xinglua's journey encountered no more obstacles. She passed through a dust-covered storage corridor, avoided an abandoned operating room filled with traps, and finally stopped in front of a thick, ancient oak door. On the door hung a cold brass plate. Director's office. Ruan Xinglua took a deep breath and slowly pressed her palm against the door. Behind the door, a terrifying aura surged, vast like the sea, yet chaotic like a web. She pushed the door open. Inside was a much larger room than she had imagined, more open, resembling a courtroom. At the end of the room, on a throne forged of black iron, sat a man tightly bound. He was dressed in a worn-out straitjacket, his body wrapped in hundreds and thousands of golden chains glittering with order runes. Each chain. All represent a kind of rules confinement. Half-step deity level. This aura is even several times stronger than that strange devourer. As if sensing the presence of a living being, the man slowly raised his head. His gaze was a chaotic whirlpool, filled with endless pain, confusion, and struggle. Ruan Xingluo's heart sank sharply. She could feel that deep within his soul there was not pure evil. It felt more like a kind of forcibly twisted goodness, an endless wail stripped of self. Just like the frenzied ancient god back then. I can heal him. This thought emerged in Ruan Xingluo's mind. She raised her hand, a soft and holy green light gathered in her palm. The power of rebirth. As long as she could use this power to reach his essence and awaken his suppressed kindness, perhaps she could pass through without bloodshed. She stepped forward, the green light in her palm about to touch the disordered Dean's forehead. And just at that moment, within another insane asylum, Long Yingshue's eyes suddenly opened wide. Now is the time. She grinned, slamming her palm hard onto the center of the eerie magic circle on the ground. With my blood as a guide. In the name of the demon god, give the order. Descend now. Boom. The space in front of Ruan Xingluo was unexpectedly torn open by an extremely rough force, creating a pitch-black crack. A horrifying mark, entirely black, engraved with billions of suppression runes, containing the essence power of the demon god, shot out like a flash of black lightning. Its target was precisely the disordered Dean's forehead. No. Ruan Xingluo's face changed drastically, but it was all too late. Ziz. The demon god's mark brutally pressed into the Dean's forehead. Roar. A sound that was not human erupted from the Dean's throat. His chaotic eyes were instantly replaced by pure, pitch-black evil. Those golden chains symbolizing order on his body emitted a mournful cry of unbearable weight. Crack. 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 Bang. Hundreds and thousands of order chains snapped simultaneously. A pressure 10 times more terrifying than before exploded. Immediately after, a majestic, cold, and filled with supreme killing intent voice echoed throughout the entire office. My servant the Forgotten Warden. You have finally returned. The man known as the Forgotten Warden slowly stood up from the broken throne. He twisted his neck with a sound of cracking bones, and his pitch-black demon eyes firmly locked onto Ruan Xingluo. The voice of the demon god of suppression echoed again. Now, tear apart this false god who has stolen the power of rebirth. Huaxia Live Room. At this moment, all cheers, all expectations, all analyses turned into a dead silence. All Huaxia viewers in front of the screen had blank minds. Seconds later, a tsunami-like barrage exploded wildly. Wait. The Forgotten Warden? I can't be mistaken, right? Isn't that Long Yingshue's husband, the strongest warden under the demon god of suppression? So the final boss of this instance is actually Long Yingshue's person? A trap. This is a complete trap set up from the moment the rules of the National Fortune Arena War were announced. Chapter 145. You have successfully angered me. She never intended to have a fair battle. She wants to kill Goddess Ruan right here. No. How could this happen? We were schemed against. All of us were set up by that lunatic Long Yingxue. The barrage in the Huaxia Live Room, after a brief silence, was completely drowned in despair and anger. As the essence mark of the demon god of suppression completely fused in, that body began to rise, muscles bulging, and under the broken restraining clothes, dark magic patterns emerged. His originally half-step deity-level aura was completely stabilized and solidified at this moment. Ruan Xingluo found it incredibly difficult to even breathe under that pressure. Run! This was the only thought in her mind. But it was too late. The Forgotten Warden's pure black demon eyes watched her with indifference. Not a word was wasted. He simply threw a punch forward. Boom! Where the fist struck, the space collapsed, a dark demonic energy, strong enough to obliterate stars, formed a beam of destruction, instantly tearing apart everything in front of Ruan Xingluo. The newborn power shield she hastily gathered shattered like glass. The illusory image of the national dragon pillar hovering in front of her let out a mournful cry, its light dimmed in an instant. Even the Chaos Devourer, which had always protected its master, let out a threatening growl, but was hit head-on by the beam of demonic energy, its whole body blasted back to its most primitive juvenile form, falling into a deep sleep as it dropped from the air. Puff! Ruan Xingluo flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing violently into the wall at the end of the office with a dull thud. The wall cracked, spiderweb-like fractures spread out. She slid to the ground, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of her internal organs. Ugh! As the intense pain hit her, she looked down, realizing her right arm had been completely eroded by the terrifying demonic energy, turning charred and shriveled, losing all sensation. With just one strike, she was on the brink of death. The forgetful warden slowly withdrew his fist, stepping forward like a judge walking towards a death row inmate, approaching her step by step. He raised his hand high, and within his palm, an even more terrifying destructive demonic energy was gathering. This blow could completely erase her very soul. A trace of unwillingness and sorrow flashed in Ruan Xingluo's eyes. In the end, she still couldn't win against that madman. Just as that fatal blow was about to fall, a cold voice rang out in the air above the insane asylum. Enough. The gatekeeper Bart's voice seemed to contain the power of the highest rules. This battle has been unfair due to a third party's malicious interjection. The trial is hereby terminated. The moment the words fell, the arm of the forgetful warden, about to strike down, was firmly held in place by an invisible force, unable to move an inch. Immediately after, a golden column of teleportation light descended from the sky, enveloping Ruan Xinglua, who lay in a pool of blood. With a flash of light, her dying figure disappeared within the instants. Bart's voice echoed again between the two insane asylums. In the second National Luck Arena battle, Longing Shui interfered illegally, but Ruan Xinglua has failed her mission. According to the rules, this round, Ruan Xinglua loses. Lost. These two words fell like a heavy hammer, smashing into the hearts of every audience member from Huaxia. The next second. In the depths of the universe, the massive golden dragon, representing Huaxia's fortune, suddenly raised its head, letting out a mournful wail that pierced through the starry sea. Roar! The ruthless power of rules transformed into an invisible celestial blade, falling from the void. Crack! The golden dragon's elongated tail, symbolizing endless future and potential, was brutally severed. The broken tail turned into millions of golden light spots, tearing through the universe, swallowed entirely by the ferocious dark dragon on the other side. Huaxia's national fortune suffered the heaviest blow since the start of the competition. Happy community, room 101. Zhou Yan's leisurely tea-drinking scene froze. He quietly watched the live broadcast of Ruan Xinglua, covered in blood and being supported by someone. Smash! The warm porcelain teacup in his hand shattered in an instant. Zhou Yan slowly raised his head. His eyes, which always carried a hint of lazy smile, were now devoid of any emotion, replaced only by an absolute coldness capable of freezing the entire universe. A voice devoid of all feeling echoed through all live broadcast channels, ringing in the ears of every civilization. Very good. You have successfully angered me. The cold voice seemed to contain the ultimate will of the universe, resonating through all live broadcast channels in every civilization's ear. Very good. You have successfully angered me. In an instant, the myriad worlds fell into silence. All civilizations watching the battle, whether powerful or weak. Everyone felt a wave of fear rising from the depths of their souls at this moment. As if an ancient being sleeping for billions of years had been awakened by their noise. However, the expected thunderous strike did not descend. Zhou Yan did not look at the raging waves outside, not even glancing at the golden dragon of national fortune with a severed tail wailing in the depths of the universe. He simply extended his hand and gently waved it at the void. Buzz! A gentle yet irresistible great power instantly surged forth, pulling the figure lying in a pool of blood directly from the national fortune battlefield's medical station. In the next second, Ruan Xinglua's figure appeared out of nowhere, cradled softly in his arms. After doing all this, Zhou Yan's palm delved into the void. When he reached out again, he held a crystal stone in his hand. The crystal was dark all over, but within it seemed to contain a whole starry river universe that was in the cycle of creation and destruction, emitting a soul-shaking wave. Crystal of the Dark Universe. One from the Master of the Dark Realm, Ming Zhao, an SSS-level treasure of civilization. It was enough to revive a civilization on the brink of extinction, or even elevate it to greatness. Crack! Under the incredulous gazes of all global viewers, he gently tightened his 5 fingers. That treasure was crushed on the spot by him. The overwhelming soul source energy, as vast as a starseed, instantly transformed into the purest, gentlest torrent, all of it poured into Ruan Xinglua's forehead with unmatched control. He actually used this treasure capable of recreating a powerful civilization, merely to repair her injured soul. After finishing all this, Zhou Yan's other hand gently covered Ruan Xinglua's arm, which had been eroded by demonic energy until it was charred and dried up. A barely visible gray mist flowed out from his palm. That was the power of returning to the void. Time seemed to start flowing backward on Ruan Xinglua's body. The charred flesh, the dried meridians, the shattered bones. Everything began to reset at a speed visible to the naked eye. It wasn't just healing, it was a complete, conceptual erasure of harm, returning to perfection. Moments later, all the injuries on her body had disappeared, her skin smooth and new, her breath restored to calm. Only then did Zhou Yan withdraw his hand, his fingertips gently brushing against her pale cheek. Chapter 146, Tenfold, Hundredfold Repayment. Silly girl. His voice was incredibly gentle, like a spring breeze on the face. You only lost a game that someone plotted against, what's there to be sad about? But deep in his eyes, there was a coldness so terrifying that even time and space could freeze, making all beings who glimpsed the scene before the livestream shiver. How much blood did they make you shed? Zhou Yan slowly began to speak, each word feeling like the final judgment against the entire demonic martial civilization of Huaxia. I will make them pay with the entire future of demonic martial Huaxia. To repay tenfold, hundredfold. Huaxia live stream session. Whoa, Joe, God is so warm. This is true love of God's. Damn, I'm a big man and I'm crying. What national fortune, what victory or defeat, none of that is as important as Goddess Ruan. I pity Goddess Ruan, but I look forward to Joe God's vengeance even more. Crush them all. On the other side, in demonic martial Huaxia, Longing Xue, through the victorious perspective given by Bate, also witnessed the scene. The smile on her face had long since frozen, replaced by unprecedented seriousness. He's coming. The Lord of the Divine Punishment demons beside her let out a low growl, frantically urging magic energy to construct layers of blood and flesh barriers and demon god barriers around the entire civilization. In their eyes, Zhou Yan's next step must be to unleash unparalleled rage and launch a devastating attack. At that moment, in the courtyard, Ruan Xinglua slowly opened her eyes. She felt an unprecedented surge of power within her, her gaze complex. She could clearly sense that her soul was not only intact but, under the refinement of that returning to the void power, it became more concise and resilient than before. Fortune comes from disaster. Zhou Yan looked at her, his icy eyes warming into a hint of a smile. Have you rested well? Ruan Xinglua nodded, standing up from the grass, her eyes no longer containing a trace of despair, only endless fighting spirit and trust. The smile on Zhou Yan's lips deepened. The show is about to start. As these words fell, he took Ruan Xinglua's hand and stepped forward. In an instant, their figures vanished from the courtyard. The next second, the two had reappeared high above the vast and endless civilization sandbox. In the civilization sandbox, the turbulent flow of time and space came to a halt. Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua stood like two eternal gods, overlooking the vast continents representing two civilizations below. The figure of the gatekeeper bard solidified in the void, his complex gaze falling on Zhou Yan, ready to announce the rules. But Zhou Yan didn't even spare him a glance. He simply raised his eyes, his gaze seemingly piercing through endless dimensions, locking directly onto the solitary figure standing proud above the magic martial China continent, beside the source of the demon suppression demon god. In the next moment, his cold and clear voice echoed in the minds of all beings in the parallel universes of technological China and magic martial China. Bart. Zhou Yan's voice was calm and unruffled, yet carried the weight of judgment. Your arena has been tainted by filthy means. Now, I shall clean up the mess. Bart's face instantly turned incredibly ugly, akin to being slapped in the face in front of all the worlds. Before anyone could react, Zhou Yan's gaze shifted to Longing Xue. Longing Xue, and that thing beside you. I will not attack your city nor slaughter your people. The moment these words left his mouth, the countless worlds were in an uproar. Longing Xue and the source of the demon suppression demon god, who were braced for a devastating attack, were both taken aback. A cold curve appeared on Zhou Yan's lips. I will conduct a public settlement of your proud overbearing blood debts. As his words fell, Zhou Yan waved his hand casually. A massive projection of magical power unfurled like a heavenly curtain above the two worlds at the same time. In the image, countless demonic servants were driven, wailing, into the sacrificial array, transforming into pure energy to nourish the demon god. The scene shifted to thousands of slave workers, their flesh being brutally torn away and fused with the magic rock to construct the grand yet evil lava flesh barrier. On that barrier, every distorted face, every pair of desperate eyes, was projected clearly. Your strength is built upon the ruthless sacrifice and exploitation of the lower class. Your city-state is constructed from the bones of countless wronged souls. Zhou Yan's voice, like the final judgment, echoed between heaven and earth. Today, I shall let these souls whom you regard as foundations and consumables collect their blood debts from you personally. The Magic Martial China live broadcast room immediately exploded. Nonsense. The law of the jungle is only natural. For the ultimate glory of the empire, these sacrifices are necessary. It is their honor. This Zhou Yan only plays with these hypocritical moral tricks. Come. Fight with strength. Their people were not moved, instead, their faith challenged, they became even more fanatical and violent. The China Live broadcast room, however, was in uproar. Wow! This is tearing into their hearts. Zhou God is amazing. Killing while tearing into the heart. This is striking at the root. I get it. He wants to dismantle the opponent from the ground up. It's 1,000 times more satisfying than smashing them with fists. Let them see what kind of monstrous thing their proud empire truly is. On the viewing platform, the beautiful Kalali from the neutral civilization held her breath, her beautiful eyes full of shock. She keenly sensed that what Zhou Yan was about to do was 1,000 times more terrifying than a direct military strike. That was not destroying the shell of a civilization. That was to completely shatter the soul of a civilization. Under the attention of all worlds, Zhou Yan slowly raised his right hand. Buzz. An ancient abacus floated into his palm out of thin air. It was the debt collection abacus that had appeared several times in past missions, but remained mysterious and unfathomable. But this time, it was no longer the old bronze color. Instead, it presented a judgment-like, light-devouring, heart-stopping pitch black. As if all the grievances and debts of the world returned to this object. Zhou Yan held Wan Xinglua with one hand, while the other hand cradled the pitch-black abacus, his expression as indifferent as ice. Debt. His thin lips parted, uttering a single word. It's time to repay. As his voice fell, his fingers gently flicked the dark abacus beads. Snap. A soft sound. No earth-shattering energy explosion, no world-destroying law attack. Only a silent yet seemingly penetrating sound of debt collection that spread out from Zhou Yan's center, surging through all matter, all barriers, all realms. The sound wafted like water, instantly sweeping across the entire demon martial continent where Longing Shue was, echoing in every corner. Longing Shue and the heavy defenses laid down by the true prison demon god were rendered useless before this sound. Chapter 147, What exactly did he do? This sound was not an attack. It was a kind of liberation, even more a kind of awakening. The sound seeped into the magnificent lava meat barriers, infiltrating every magic worker puppet currently mining the demon rock and penetrating deep into the souls of those enslaved to drive the war machines. Immediately, a grand and compassionate question echoed in the minds of all enslaved souls. Why do you labor? Why do you sacrifice? Does any of the glory you forge belong to you? Why does the sweat and blood you shed nourish your enemies? Zhou Yan's grand and compassionate questioning did not stop there. It became sharper blades, piercing into the deepest parts of every enslaved soul. What did your sacrifice bring? Is it glory, or to become a mere stepping stone beneath the throne of a higher being? Has your hatred, your unwillingness, truly calmed? Buzz. Every magic worker puppet, every wrong soul bound in the barrier, in the deep sea of consciousness, images forcibly forgotten pierced through the seal like sharp knives. That was the moment when they were whipped and driven by the demon priest into the sacrificial furnace, the searing pain of their souls being burned away. That was the indescribable despair and curse when they were live-flayed, fused with the boiling demon rock. That was the endless toil after becoming puppets, day after day, year after year, their consciousness trapped in cold steel, numb and hollow. Glory? No. Only pain. Reward? No. Only enslavement. Roar. The true prison demon god immediately sensed the violent shaking of the foundation of faith. It was the most primitive hatred that came from the depths of countless followers and servant souls. The towering demon god's shadow let out a world-shattering roar, the weight of a mountain crashing down. Lowly souls, how dare you resist? Your glory was given by me. How dare you question divine grace? Obey. Kneel down. The voice of the demon god, like overwhelming heavenly power, attempted to forcibly crush this newly ignited spark of rebellion. A silent yet more brutal tug-of-war of will than any war began fiercely within the depths of billions of puppet souls. On one side was the majestic might of the true prison demon god, pressing down like a mountain. On the other side was Zhou Yan's sound of debt collection, dripping water that penetrates stone, silently awakening the most primitive unwillingness. In the central square of the demon martial Huaxia city, a 10-meter-tall war puppet tasked with patrolling suddenly paused its heavy steps. Crack! Its red eyes, burning with demon flames, flickered vigorously a few times. Finally, all the demon flames and wrath completely faded away. Transformed into a clear, pure white representing free will. It stopped. Like a drop of water, falling into a boiling pot of oil. With the awakening of the first puppet, it spread like the most terrifying virus, at an unimaginable speed. The second, third, 10th, hundreds and thousands. The magical worker puppets mining stopped their drill. The magical worker puppets in the arms factory dropped their hammers. The magical worker puppets patrolling the city walls let their giant axes fall. The burning magical flames in their eyes extinguished one after another, transforming into one after another of dead silence pure white. The industrial heart of the entire continent, at this moment, suddenly stopped beating. What is happening? Why have these tools stopped? On the throne, for the first time, Longing Shue's face showed a mix of anger and shock. The demon god of hell was even more furious. A bunch of thoughtless tools dared to rebel? The killing intent in Longing Shue's eyes was evident. Without a hint of hesitation, she issued the coldest command. All guards, all puppet legions that have not yet moved. Suppress. Crush all the awakened puppets into dust. Thunderous roar. With the order given, those loyal puppets still controlled by the demon god's will, their eyes glowed red, raising their blades against their recently awakened companions. However, an astonishing scene occurred. Facing the descending blades, the awakened puppets did not dodge, did not resist. They merely turned their cold, steel bodies, shielding those still struggling against the demon god's will behind them. Plunge. The sharp battle knives pierced through their chests. With their own deaths, they bought valuable chances for awakening for their comrades behind them. In this moment, their sacrifice was no longer for the illusory glory of the demon god, but for the freedom of their kind. This resoluteness, this protection, this willingness to die for awakening their companions, through the debt-repaying mantra established a soul connection, turned into the most intense, the hottest catalyst. It instantly ignited the suppressed fury of all hesitant, struggling souls that had been held back for thousands of years. Boom! A thunder originating from the resonance of billions of souls exploded across the will level of the entire demon military continent. Countless magical worker puppets, at that same moment, raised their heads. The last trace of red magical flame that represented enslavement in their eyes was completely washed away. In its place was a spreading, pure white sea symbolizing resistance and revolution. Long Yingshua's proud, absolutely obedient, tireless, fearless puppet army. In an instant, all became her most terrible enemies. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of uniform metal friction echoed through heaven and earth. All the puppets slowly raised the weapons in their hands: battle knives, giant axes, energy cannons. Then, they turned their direction. Cold weapons aimed at those once high and mighty, wielding whips, the demon god priests. Targeting those who ruled over them, viewing them as nothing. Aiming at the demon god and king on the throne, who had enslaved them for generations. A revolution sweeping the entire continent. At this moment, it exploded with fury. The official live broadcast of demon military Huaxia fell into unprecedented silence at this moment. Billions of viewers stared blankly at the pure white sea sweeping across the continent, watching their proud, undefeated puppet army point their blades at their empress. Watching that throne forged from countless bones and glory sway on the rage of its own people. Faith crumbled. Worldview shattered. No, impossible, this must be an illusion. Our army. Our guardian. How could they betray Her Majesty the Empress? That person, the one called Zhou Yan, what on earth did he do? Chapter 148, Bloodless Battle. In the VIP seats, Coralie Xingyu covered her mouth, her body trembling violently from sheer terror, her golden pupils filled with disbelief. She watched the man on the screen who remained calm from start to finish, her voice hoarse beyond recognition. A bloodless battle. He actually dismantled an entire empire without shedding blood? Boom! 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 What answered her was the thunderous metallic tide resonating across the continent of magic and martial arts. The awakened puppets spontaneously gathered as an army. They had no numbers, no commands. The only belief was revenge. This Avengers Alliance, formed by billions of souls seeking vengeance, launched its final assault from every corner of the continent towards the central palace. Roar! The sound of shattering thundered. Her figure could no longer stay in the air, falling helplessly and crashing heavily into the burning palace ruins. She struggled to lift her head. What met her eyes were the burning cities, the betraying army, and the devoured fate of the nation. All her life's efforts turned to ashes. Endless regret and despair instantly consumed all her will. At that moment, a figure quietly appeared before her. A black coat flapped in the wind. Zhou Yan looked down at her from above, his gaze indifferent, like a god gazing at a humble ant. Long Yingxue looked at him and suddenly smiled bitterly, her laughter filled with self-mockery and relief. I have lost. Just kill me. Zhou Yan slowly shook his head. His voice, cold without a hint of emotion, echoed through the civilization sand table, reaching the ears of all the spectators in the two parallel universes. Kill you? No. The reckoning has just begun. In Long Yingshue's gaze, which shifted from despair to terror, Zhou Yan slowly spoke, delivering the final judgment for this one-sided crushing. This is just the interest. Interest? Long Yingxue lay in the ruins, murmuring these two words, the despair and silence in her pupils being instantly replaced by an extreme madness. She suddenly raised her head, and on her blood-soaked and dusty face, a twisted and fierce smile blossomed. Zhou Yan! Do you think you have one? As long as I am not dead. This war is not over yet. Loyal subjects, obey my command. Her crimson eyes fixed on the indifferent figure in the sky, her voice shrill like the cry of a bleeding cuckoo. Detonate the heart of magic. Sacrifice everything. For the ultimate victory of the Empire. Beneath the remaining palace ruins, the surviving puppets of the Imperial Guards, after receiving this final divine decree, saw the remaining magic flames in their eyes surge explosively. At your command, my master. Without any hesitation. In the frenzy of roaring screams, they activated the final self-destruct sequence of the entire magic martial city-state, and even the whole continent. In the air above the civilization sand table, Ruan Xinglua felt the rapidly rising destructive energy below, her face slightly changing. Zhou Yan, she is going to. Zhou Yan just quietly watched, the corner of his mouth even curling into a playful arc, as he gently held Ruan Xinglua's hand, signaling her not to panic. Look. His voice was calm and deep. The end of tyranny is always destruction. Either destroy the enemy or destroy oneself. He looked at the city below that was about to be swallowed by light, his eyes showing not a hint of compassion. Let her perform to her heart's content. This is the way she chose to end her story. Chapter 149, she wants to drag the entire continent down with her. Official Magic Martial Huaxia livestream. She's gone mad. The Empress has gone mad. She wants to destroy our own world. No. Stop. I don't want to die yet. Shut up. Traitor. This is a necessary sacrifice for ultimate victory. The Empress will attain rebirth through destruction. That's right. Sacrificing this broken world will nurture the strongest god. This is the wisdom of the Empress. The emotions of the audience completely split, falling into endless madness and quarrels. Huaxia livestream. My god. It's terrifying. Why doesn't Lord Zhou stop her? She wants to drag the entire continent down with her. Boom. Everyone's thoughts were interrupted by a sound powerful enough to shatter souls. A stark white beam of light pierced through the heavens, rising fiercely from the very center of the magic martial city-state. There was no sound. No shockwave. Only a light of destruction that turned the entire world, all live broadcast images, into pure white. After the light faded, the magic martial city-state vanished. Palaces, ruins, mountains, rivers. And those millions of puppet remains that had no time to escape were all transformed into the most primitive energy and torrents of resentment in this ultimate self-destruct explosion. In that pitch-black darkness. In the center of the earth that has already collapsed into a void. The wraith core that Longing Shua had kept hidden deep underground moved. It was like a greedy heart, wildly beating, absorbing all the destructive energy and the countless resentments of the puppets into its body. Its size began to swell at a visible speed. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying monster, towering 10,000 zhang, with a twisted, indescribable shape, stood above the scorched earth, its outline enough to drive anyone's mind to collapse. An aura of terror far greater than that of the previous prison demon swept out like a plague. Ha 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 ha. Longing Shua looked at her masterpiece and let out a mad laugh. She struggled to get up, pointing at the monster that was taking shape, and yelled at Zhou Yan. Do you see it, Zhou Yan? This is my true trump card. The apocalypse wraith that absorbed the final resentment and energy of an entire civilization. Once it fully forms, all of you will die. You have lost. Just when she thought she had won this final gamble, Zhou Yan finally spoke. Really? The two calm words were like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing all of Longing Shua's fervor. He finally moved. He did not attack, nor did he even look at the monster that was about to take shape. He merely extended his hand and gently stroked the desolate ruins of civilization that had turned to scorched earth. With this gentle stroke, the towering wraith, just formed and radiating endless resentment and destructive aura, did not even have the chance to emit a complete roar. Its massive body silently disintegrated upwards like sand art. The energy that composed it was restored to the most primitive and pure chaos under that gentle touch. Next came the ground that had been burned to scorched earth. Everything, whether grand or trivial, whether material or energy, lost the concept of existence in the face of this incredible power. They were wiped away. From this world, from everyone's recognition, they were completely erased. Ultimately, the remnants of the entire continent, along with the shattered sky, turned into a pure void, devoid of any material or rules. An absolutely blank canvas. Magic and Martial Arts Huaxia official live room. It's gone? Where's the wraith? Our last hope, it's gone? It's not gone, it's been wiped away. Silence. The entire live room fell into an unprecedented silence. All the fervent believers, all the spectators shouting to witness the god's descent, now stood like puppets whose souls had been drained, staring blankly at that emptiness more hollow than death. Their last trump card, everything they had sacrificed, was not even a splash in front of the other side. Just a stain on a canvas. Put. Longing Shua suddenly spat out a mouthful of reverse blood, not from injury, but from the collapse after her belief and spirit were completely crushed. No. She stretched out her hand, futilely grasping at the emptiness, her voice hoarse like a wind-blown drum. My wraith, my empire, my everything. How could this be? She could not understand. Destruction was the highest level of power she could imagine. Why was it wiped away so easily? Zhou Yan finally withdrew his gaze from the void and turned to the equally dumbfounded Ruan Xinglua beside him. He smiled, his voice gentle yet containing truths that could overturn worldviews. Do you see it? Destruction is the lowest level of power. Because it only destroys within existing rules. Ruan Xinglua stared at him blankly, murmuring, then what you just used. Zhou Yan's gaze swept over the live broadcast cameras, as if conducting a public lecture for everyone in both worlds. What I used is called return to the void. Returning to nothingness, letting everything return to the origin. The power of a new beginning. Longing Xue chose to destroy herself to give birth to a stronger destruction. And I choose to reset her destruction along with all traces of her existence. His voice was calm, yet it stirred a raging tide in the depths of every soul. What they witnessed today far exceeded their limits of understanding strength. Zhou Yan turned his head, gently looking at Wan Xinglua, and the depth in his eyes transformed into a smile of encouragement. Madam, it is your turn. This blank paper has already been prepared for you. With your way, draw the civilization you envision on it. Wan Xinglua's heart shook violently. She looked at the absolute void and then glanced at Zhou Yan's trust-filled eyes, taking a deep breath. All her previous confusion and doubts vanished in that moment. What replaced them was an unprecedented clarity and determination. She was no longer the forest fairy who could only give birth to all things, but the creator of a new world. Good. She nodded heavily, stepping forward, floating above that void. She closed her eyes and put all her insights into practice. This time, she did not immediately summon life. Instead, she stretched out her delicate hand and gently tapped on the blank canvas. The world should have light and darkness, this is yin and yang. Buzz. In the void, two streams of primordial energy, one black and one white, spiraled out, forming a massive Taiji diagram, slowly rotating, defining the two poles of the world. Chapter 150, The Foundation is Set, Hope Arises. She waved her hand again. All things should have life and change, this is the five elements. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, five-colored divine light burst forth and merged into the Taiji diagram, forming the fundamental framework of the material world. Time should have changed in cycles, this is the four seasons. The vitality of spring, the heat of summer, the harshness of autumn, the silence of winter. The invisible force of time began to flow, giving this newborn world the concept of process. After completing all this, she finally opened her eyes, sparkling with the brilliance of creation. The foundation is set, hope arises. She turned her palm, and that seedling of the world tree, which she had nurtured, transformed into a stream of emerald light, taking root at the center of the world. The bloodline is established, life must arise. She summoned the river of spiritual liquid from the void, transforming it into rivers, lakes, and seas that ran through the entire continent, like the blood vessels of the world. The foundation is ready, mountains and rivers must arise. She looked at the waiting chaotic devourer beside her, who immediately understood, opening its mouth to spit out the purest, digested and refined chaotic matter. As these materials descended, under Wan Xinglua's will, they transformed into rolling mountains and vast plains. A world with a perfect ecological cycle, filled with harmony and infinite potential, slowly took shape amid the live broadcast witnessing from billions of viewers around the world. As Wan Xinglua completed the final stroke of creation, the entire void space was completely filled with the vibrant new world form. The system of the magic Martial Huaxia official live room even unprecedentedly popped up evaluation data automatically. New world template evaluation in progress. Development potential, 99999 plus, exceeded computable limit. Civilization Harmony Index, initial value 98%. 2 lines of concise data, yet they were more impactful than any flowery words. Wow! The potential value just exploded? Initial harmony of 98%? What does that mean? It means this world has almost no internal contradictions from the moment it is born and can develop perfectly. Holy Mother! No, Saint. This is the true saint. Ruan Xinglua the fairy, no, Ruan Xinglua the goddess. The audience erupted into a frenzy, they were witnessing a miracle far greater than destruction. However, just as everyone thought everything was settled and a new era was about to begin. Roar! A voice from a higher dimension, filled with unwillingness and resentment, roared out. Tore apart the void. The Townjail demon god, which had been linked in marriage to Longing Xue, finally waited for its chance. In the moment when the new world's rules stabilized completely and the old world's rules vanished entirely, a flaw appeared for a trillionth of a second. Zhou Yan! The demon god's voice trembled the soul. You destroyed my vessel. Cut off my descent. I am unwilling. It knew it no longer had a chance. But it would make everyone pay the price. I used the source of the demon god as a sacrifice. Marriage contract, shatter for me. Boom. A dark chain linking Longing Xue with the unknown void suddenly emerged, then broke apart inch by inch. The Townjail demon god actually burned the foundation of its own existence, forcibly tearing apart this contract witnessed by the highest rules. It gave up its descent. What replaced it was an even more extreme revenge. With my demon soul, infuse your body. Transform my vessel, enact my destruction. The entire demon soul of the Townjail demon god, free from the shackles of the contract, turned into an indescribable black torrent, forcefully pouring into Longing Xue's body in a violent manner. Ah ah ah. Longing Shue let out a mournful scream that was not human-like in pain. Her body, which had fallen silent due to the collapse of belief, began to twist and swell madly as if injected with deadly molten lava. Dense and unsolvable demonic energy burst out from her 7 orifices. Her consciousness was being gradually devoured by that gigantic and brutal will of the demon god. On that face, already breathtakingly beautiful, one half was filled with despair and plea that seeped into the marrow, the other was occupied by rapidly spreading black demonic patterns. A pressure more terrifying than the vengeful spirit from before, filled with decay and end, suddenly descended. A fallen empress, directly controlled by the town jail demon god, was about to be born. Zhou Yan raised an eyebrow slightly as he watched the scene. Oh? Can't play nice, so you start to seize your own wife? Truly a disgrace among the bizarre. He paused, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Well, that's good, saves me a trip. Hua Xiao Live Room. The audience was on the edge of their seats. No. How could this be? That demon god has gone mad. It wants to taint the new world created by Goddess Ruan. Goddess Ruan, please think of a way. She is so kind, she must be able to purify that poor woman, right? Everyone placed their hopes on Ruan Xingluo. They believed this goddess, representing life and hope, would try to redeem Longing Shue, already occupied by the demon god, out of her benevolence. Even the last flicker of consciousness, about to be entirely swallowed, instinctively cast a weak plea towards Ruan Xingluo. Save me. At that moment, Zhou Yan's voice echoed directly in the depths of Ruan Xingluo's soul. Madam, remember. Your rebirth is only for those who are worthy. For hopeless cancer cells, the most merciful action is to cleanly remove them. Ruan Xingluo's body trembled. She looked at Longing Shue, who was crying out in pain and whose breath was rising steadily, and the last trace of pity and hesitation belonging to the forest fairy in her eyes completely vanished. In its place was unprecedented clarity, understanding, and determination. Indeed. Guarding is not boundless tolerance. True mercy is the defense of beautiful things, not the tolerance of evil. She no longer hesitated. She raised her eyes, her cold gaze piercing through the raging demonic energy, directly confronting the pupils that were being completely occupied by the demon god's will. Your path is wrong. Ruan Xingluo's voice carried a judgment-like authority for the first time. Now, I will let you see what true guardianship requires in terms of power. As her voice fell, she moved. But she did not summon any new life force. Instead, she slowly raised her right hand and gently grasped at the void. V-Room. The laws of the entire new world. Everyone resonates for her. A pure white blade of light, formed from the end in law, emitting an absolute aura of extinction, appeared in her hand. Return to silence the blade of the law. The next moment, Ruan Xingluo's figure vanished from her original position. She held the blade of the law, and actively confronted the fallen demon god empress. Chapter 151, The Goddess Who Commands Judgment and Law. Clang. At the moment the blade of the law collided with the fallen demon body, there was no earth-shattering explosion, only the extremely harsh sound of law scraping. The pure white blade, like a hot iron cutting through butter, violently tore through the surging demonic energy on Longing Shue's body, firmly nailing it to her forehead, unable to advance any further. Possessed by the will of the jail demon god, Longing Shue let out a painful roar, but this roar was no longer a woman's voice, but a mixture of countless resentful souls and demonic wills, a howl from the depths of hell. A mere newly born law dares to judge me? Black demonic patterns spread wildly across half of her face, trying to pollute and assimilate the pure white blade of the law in Ruan Xingluo's hand. For a moment, black and white clashed fiercely at the center of the new world, in a deadlock. Official Chinese livestream. The audience was on the edge of their seats. She held it. Goddess Ruan held it. My god, that's the jail demon god. Although it's just a remnant soul, it's still divine level. Goddess Ruan can actually resist it head-on with her own strength? She's no longer just that forest fairy who could only create, she is the goddess who commands judgment and law. Just as everyone's attention was captured by the clash of this divine and fallen confrontation. At the moment the fallen empress used all her mind to fight against Ruan Xingluo. Zhou Yan moved. He didn't even tear through space, he simply stepped forward. With that one step, his figure appeared behind the fallen empress like a ghost. So fast that even the jail demon god didn't react. Zhou Yan stretched out his hand, and in his palm, a completely black disc appeared without him noticing. On that disc, it seemed like millions of vengeful souls were silently wailing. The debt collection disc of all resentments. He looked at the distorted and expanded figure before him, corrupted by the power of the demon god, his gaze showing no pity, only cold indifference. You have enslaved so many souls. Now, it's time to pay the debt. At the moment his words fell, he slapped the debt collection disc onto the back of the fallen empress's heart. Smack. A light sound. There was no explosion of energy, no clash of laws. At the moment the debt collection disc landed, countless invisible black lines of cause and effect were forcibly drawn from Longing Shua's soul, connecting to the disc. Ah no! What is this? The jail demon god let out a scream filled with extreme fear. It felt that the link between itself and this vessel was being forcibly stripped away by an incomprehensible and irresistible supreme rule. Zhou Yan! You dare! Zhou Yan ignored it, simply spitting out 2 words calmly. Strip away. Boom! The jail demon god's huge, black, violent, and resentful soul was like a tumor forcibly dug out from flesh and blood, being slowly pulled out from Longing Shua's body by the debt collection disc. Roar, I am not willing. The demon god roared and struggled, but it was in vain. And without the support of the demon god's power, and suffering from the backlash of soul stripping, Longing Shua's body and soul could no longer maintain their form. Cracks, like broken porcelain, spread inch by inch from her body, from her soul. The half of her face occupied by demonic patterns quickly faded, returning to its original form, but the face now only held endless emptiness and deathly silence. Zhou Yan didn't even look at the soon-to-dissipate Longing Shue. He reached out with his other hand, toward the soul of the demon god that was being dragged out, which was howling madly. A casual squeeze. Screech! The sharp cry came to an abrupt stop. The once invincible soul of the prison-guarding demon god turned into a pure soul energy ball in his palm. A palm-sized, octopus-shaped chaotic creature suddenly emerged from who knows where, affectionately rubbing its tentacles against Zhou Yan's fingers. It was the chaotic devourer. Here's a treat for you, be a snack. Zhou Yan flicked his fingers, and the soul energy ball was swallowed whole by the chaotic devourer, which let out a satisfied belch and disappeared. The whole process flowed like water, lightly sketched out. It seemed as if not a demon god had been crushed, but a mere insignificant ant. Inside the live broadcast, there was a deathly silence. Everyone was utterly stunned by this swift, decisive scene. At this moment, the soon-to-be shattered Longing Shui glanced at the vibrant, perfectly regulated new world behind Ruan Xingluo. In her eyes, a hint of true understanding and liberation flickered. She murmured softly, her voice so faint it was almost inaudible. So this is true strength. As the words fell, her body and soul turned into specks of light, completely dispersing in the void she had personally destroyed and someone else had recreated. Thus, the first female deity of magic war Huaxia, Longing Shui, completely fell. Between the new world and the old remains, there was silence. A figure dressed in an exquisite suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and exuding elegance slowly emerged. It was the supreme adjudicator of this national fortune arena battle, Bart. He first glanced at the land debris turned to nothingness and dust, then looked at the perfect, boundless new world behind Ruan Xingluo. Finally, his deep gaze landed on Zhou Yan and Ruan Xingluo, staying there for a long time. After a while, he pushed up his glasses and slowly announced in a tone void of emotion but containing supreme rules. The National Fortune Arena battle has reached its conclusion. Magic War Huaxia, the world has collapsed, the National Fortune has perished. Huaxia is the complete victor. Boom! Accompanying his decree, the National Fortune pillar belonging to Magic War Huaxia in the real world crumbled explosively into powder. The black demon dragon, bored of its essence, let out a mournful wail, only to be swallowed whole by a golden dragon of Huaxia that descended from the sky, its size increased several times. Roar! The Huaxia golden dragon, having absorbed the entire source of the opposing national fortune, reached an unprecedented peak, its dragon chant resonating around the globe. The battle was completely over. Ruan Xingluo waved her hand, and the emblem representing the core of the birthplace of the new slowly floated out, merging into the new world she had created. From now on, this vast strange realm would become Huaxia's unique backyard, a source of endless resources. Happiness Community, Building 13, Room 404. The figures of Zhou Yan and Ruan Xingluo appeared out of thin air. After experiencing an earth-shattering battle and returning to this familiar and warm little home, the divinity and authority in Ruan Xingluo's eyes gradually faded away, returning to that gentle girl. She looked at Zhou Yan, wanting to say something, but Zhou Yan took her hand and put a newly formed item on her wrist. It was a bracelet woven from unknown black crystals, crystal clear, with a faint glow swirling within, exuding an aura that suppressed all. What is this? Ruan Xingluo asked curiously. It's extracted from a fraction of the prison-guarding essence of that demon god. Zhou Yan helped her put it on and softly said, in the future, it can help you suppress your inner demons, making you immune to all spiritual pollution. Your path is creation and rebirth, pure and flawless. All the filth of this world, leave it to me to handle. Feeling the tranquil and powerful protective force from the bracelet, and hearing Zhou Yan's words, Ruan Xingluo's eyes turned slightly red. She said nothing, just tiptoed and gently kissed Zhou Yan's cheek. Outside, the sunshine is just right. Chapter 152, The Painted Skin. Sunlight shines through the window frame, casting warm spots on the wooden floor. The air is filled with the aroma of fried eggs, and a faint, suppressive calmness hangs over everything. Ruan Xinglua sits by the dining table, shaking her wrist. The black crystal bracelet formed from the essence of a demon god reflects deep light in the morning sun. An unprecedented peace flows from her wrist, slowly spreading into her limbs and even deep into her soul. What are you thinking about? Zhou Yan places 2 perfectly fried runny eggs on the table and casually asks. I was thinking, this calm seems a bit unreal. Ruan Xinglua looks up, her eyes reflecting Zhou Yan's figure. Zhou Yan pulls out a chair to sit down, taps her plate, and smiles, then eat more, feel the reality of life. The two share a smile, saying no more, but that understanding and warmth surpasses 1,000 words. The living room TV is on, playing the morning news. Yesterday, our nation's luck devoured the enemy's fate, and within the borders of Blue Star Huaxia, we officially welcome an unprecedented golden age. The news anchor's voice is so excited it trembles. The scene switches to a park. An old man with white hair is slowly practicing Tai Chi, each move seemingly ordinary. In the next second, he pushes both hands forward, and a faint golden dragon shadow, made of pure energy, roars out from his palms, smashing a half-person high rockery in front of him. The old man is stunned, staring at his hands with a dazed expression. The scene switches again. In a college entrance exam simulation room, a bespectacled boy is writing furiously. Suddenly, he trembles, and the last challenging math problem reveals a complete solution in his mind. Experts analyze that this is due to the National Lux feedback, showing a significant rise in everyone's mental strength and physical condition. Currently, the new contribution system launched by the Huaxia Spirit Realm has replaced school district houses and luxury goods, becoming the new goal chased by everyone. The scenes on the TV are full of life, and the entire Huaxia is immersed in an unprecedented, vigorous enthusiasm. But Zhou Yan frowns slightly. Too fast, he says softly. Ruan Xinglua looks over in confusion. This kind of promotion that forces growth is unstable and will have future troubles. Just as Zhou Yan finishes speaking, Ruan Xinglua's specially encrypted phone suddenly emits a sharp buzzing sound. It's a communication request with the highest priority. Caller ID, Lin Angua. Ruan Xinglua's heart tightens, she quickly answers and switches to speaker mode. Lin Angua's voice comes through, extremely serious, even carrying a hint of exhaustion. Comrade Xinglua. Director Lin, what happened? There's a problem. A big problem. Lin Angua's voice is filled with deep worry. The energy from the national luck feedback is too enormous, too overwhelming. Our technicians just detected that the world barrier of Blue Star is being passively thinned and diluted by this massive energy. This dilution is leading to the speed of our real world blending with those unknown, strange worlds. Lin Angua pauses, then reveals a number that makes Ruan Xinglua's pupils shrink. Surpassing our worst expectations by 100 times. 100 times, this means what? Ruan Xinglua knows clearly in her heart. However, before she can respond. Beep. 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 A series of even sharper, more urgent alarm sounds suddenly erupt from Lin Angua's receiver, and from the highest grade alarm in Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua's home. It's the highest level red alert. Lin Angua yells on the other end. The alarm is from the Magic City transfer station. In the city center. This is bad. As soon as his words fall, all the screens around the world that are switched to the international channel. Whether it was a phone, computer, or outdoor big screen, every device was forcibly switched at the same time. The screen showed a satellite view of the Magic City. In the most prosperous and iconic city center of that city. A commercial building towering hundreds of meters high was being devoured at an alarming speed by a thick black mist, starting from the foundation and inch by inch swallowing upwards. The black mist seemed to have a life of its own. After engulfing the entire building, it began to spread wildly in all directions. 1 kilometer. 5 kilometers. In just a short 10 minutes. An area of absolute darkness with a radius of 10 kilometers appeared, like a drop of ink left by God on earth, turning the core area of the Magic City into a terrifying zone completely overlapping with reality. At the bottom of the screen, lines of scarlet letters automatically popped up from the Supreme Notarization System, burning everyone's eyes. Warning, SSS level unowned eerie domain detected. Location, Blue Planet China Magic City. The world fell into dead silence. After a brief silence, there was an overwhelming uproar. My God! In the heart of China. In their most populated Magic City, an SSS level eerie domain has appeared. What is happening? Weren't they just victorious? Could it be retribution? Amidst the confusion and panic, in the only remaining official live broadcast room of the beautiful nation, a weird science expert who had narrowly escaped the purge revealed a twisted smile of glee to the camera. I have said it before. I have warned the whole world. Excessive national fortune is never a blessing, but a curse. It attracts the most terrifying and greedy moths like a torch in the dark. Look. This is the price of their arrogance. This is the backlash from a higher dimensional existence. The time has come for them to reap what they have sown. just as he passionately delivered his doomsday speech. The black mist that shrouded the magic city began to slowly disperse. However, what appeared before the eyes of global viewers was not the destroyed ruins. Instead, it was a city. A city full of ancient Chinese charm, with pavilions and towers, intricately carved beams and painted rafters, and even shadows of people and bustling traffic on the streets, looking incredibly prosperous. It appeared so abruptly in the center of the 21st century international metropolis. The live broadcast camera slowly zoomed in, focusing on the plaque at the main entrance of that ancient city. The plaque was written in thick, congealed blood, 3 grim characters: Painted Skin City. Painted Skin City. Linangwa, in the command center on the other end of the communication channel, almost gritted his teeth, pronouncing these 3 words slowly. Just these 3 words exuded a chilling and deeply eerie aura. Chapter 153, Forced Invasion. The 1st, 3rd, and 7th teams of the Dragon Group have gathered at the edge of the eerie domain. 5 minutes later, we will forcibly penetrate and ascertain the internal rules. Linangwa's command was decisive and swift, without the slightest hesitation. This was the pinnacle of extraordinary combat power in China, a stabilizing force. However, just 10 minutes later, in the command center, the life signal lights representing all members of the 3 elite teams simultaneously switched from green, indicating survival, to gray, indicating unknown. Immediately afterward, a segment of the last footage, desperately transmitted back by the helmet cameras of the infiltrating team, appeared on the command center's large screen. The image shook violently. A top expert from the Dragon Group, clad in exoskeleton armor, was retreating in terror. Before him, a street vendor who was selling candied hawthorns with a benevolent smile slowly approached him. "This esteemed guest, your skin seems a bit worn." The vendor smiled and extended his hand. The next second, the expert's screen was abruptly cut off. His skin on the face looked as if it had been peeled away by an invisible hand, revealing a bloody, featureless flesh mask. And the skin that had been revealed, with a look of terror, floated down onto the vendor's face, perfectly merging. In an instant, the vendor's face took on the appearance of that top expert from the Dragon team, and he even flashed a strange smile at the camera. "This skin fits quite well." The screen cut off at this point. Inside the command center, there was a deathly silence. Everyone felt a chill that surged from the soles of their feet straight to the top of their heads. This eerie domain forbade all force. Anyone trying to use the power of rules, or even pure physical force within it, would be instantly assimilated, skinned, and turned into a part of that bizarre city. Damn it! Linangwa slammed his fist down on the console, his eyes red and filled with helplessness. How are we supposed to fight this? Even the top dragon team of Huaxia was instantly defeated. Sending in more people would only add new residents to that strange skin city. Just as the upper echelons of Huaxia were at their wits' end, a young officer hurried to Linangwa's side and hesitated to speak. "Director Lin, the members of the Heavenly Connection Association voluntarily requested to help, saying they have a way to deal with the Skin City." Heavenly Connection Association? Linangwa frowned, having heard of this name before. It was a radical organization spontaneously formed by the new generation of top extraordinary beings in Huaxia after the resurgence of national fortune. Ridiculous! Linangwa scolded, a bunch of young people blinded by power. Send them back. This is not a place for their showboating. Wait. A cold voice rang out, as Ruan Xinglua and Zhou Yan appeared at the command center unbeknownst to anyone. Ruan Xinglua looked at the eerie ancient city on the screen, her eyes serious. "Director Lin, let them in. Now, we cannot miss any possible chance." A few minutes later, a young man surrounded by members of the Heavenly Connection entered the command center. He was very young, looking to be just in his early 20s, handsome, and his eyes burned with a kind of almost fanatic confidence and ambition. He was the president of the Heavenly Connection Association, Ing Tianchang. "Director Lin, Ms. Ruan." Ing Tianchang's gaze swept over the two, wearing a polite yet distant smile. "I believe you have seen that traditional combat methods are ineffective against the Skin City." Linangwa suppressed his anger. "What do you propose?" "Propose?" Ing Tianchang seemed to find something amusing, chuckling softly. "I don't have a way to solve it because it is not a problem that needs to be solved." At this statement, everyone was shocked. Before Linangwa could react, Ing Tianchang's voice suddenly rose, filled with amazing charisma. "Director Lin, Ms. Ruan. The times have changed. The old-fashioned thoughts of surrounding and eliminating the bizarre from your generation are completely outdated." He opened his arms and looked fervently at the Skin City on the screen, as if admiring a perfect piece of art. "The emergence of the Skin City is not a disaster, on the contrary, it is the first gift bestowed upon us by the heavens after we enter the Golden Age. A perfect breeding ground for evolution." "Evolution?" Ruan Xinglua said coldly. "You call that losing oneself and becoming a walking corpse evolution?" Ing Tianchang's gaze turned to Ruan Xinglua, his eyes carrying a hint of sympathy. Ms. Ruan, forgive me for saying this, but it is your realm that is too low to comprehend the higher forms of life. They have abandoned the meaningless struggle between individuals and achieved absolute harmony as a group, that is the perfect prototype of the unity of humanity and heaven. We should no longer fear the bizarre. What we should do is abandon resistance, actively accept, and integrate, in order to gain a faster, higher dimensional evolution. This statement by Ng Tianchang was broadcasted live through special channels. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Throughout China, especially among the young people who gained strength from the country's revival and yearned to grow stronger, they were instantly ignited by this shocking statement. Wow! President Ng is amazing. This vision, this thinking, puts those old fossils to shame by 100 streets. Exactly. Why does the strange have to be bad? Why can't we coexist with them, or even merge their power with ours? Ng Tianchang. My God! He is the one who can truly lead us to the altar of greatness. Countless young people longing for power, at this moment, regarded Ng Tianchang as their sole idol and spiritual mentor. You are inciting people. Lin Anghua trembled with anger. I am only speaking the truth. Ng Tianchang smiled faintly and slightly bowed to Lin Anghua and Ruan Xinglua. We walk different paths and do not conspire together. Since you all fear and hesitate, then let us, the Celestial People's Association, open a new road to the heavens for China, for all humanity. Before his words faded, he suddenly turned around and strode out of the command center. Stop him! Lin Anghua shouted angrily. However, it was too late. Ng Tianchang had already led his elite Celestial People's Association members, ignoring all warnings and barriers along the way, and forcefully broke into the realm of Huapi City. As they stepped into the ancient city's territory. On the streets, countless Huapi Guai instantly stopped their actions, their hollow eyes all turning toward these unexpected guests. The eerie, dead silence was enough to drive any S-class powerhouse to the brink of mental collapse. Chapter 154, Feel their existence with your heart. The elites of the Celestial People's Association turned pale, some instinctively wanting to unleash their inner power. Don't move! Ng Tianchang shouted in a low voice, his tone seeming to carry some soothing power. Put away your ridiculous killing intent and guard. Feel their existence with your heart. Saying this, he stepped forward alone. Before him was the Huapi Guai transformed by the Dragon Team's elite. Ng Tianchang slowly closed his eyes. He did not unleash any aggressive power, instead, a soft, almost tangible halo of spiritual power spread out from him. The halo was filled with goodwill, acceptance, and warmth. He used his spiritual power not to attack, but to resonate, to induce. A vague yet unmistakably clear voice resonated in the hearts of all the Huapi Guai. We are kindred. We have come home. The Huapi Guai, transformed from a Dragon Team elite, showed a flicker of change in its hollow gaze for the first time. It tilted its head, as if listening, as if pondering. A confident smile slowly appeared at the corner of Ng Tianchang's mouth. Look! They are welcoming us. The smile on Ng Tianchang's face was magnified infinitely on the live broadcast. That smile was filled with disdain for the old era and a sense of control over the new world. Under the gentle soothing of his spiritual power, the once silent Huapi Guai on the streets showed a flicker of humanity in their hollow eyes. They no longer viewed the members of the Celestial People's Association as intruders. A vendor selling candied hawthorns even presented a bright red string of hawthorns to a young member of the Celestial People's Association. That young person turned pale with fear, but seeing Ng Tianchang's encouraging gaze, still trembled and accepted it. Everything seemed to be developing in the direction that Ng Tianchang had predicted. He led the Celestial People's Association like a king inspecting his territory, pushing forward, and found the most luxurious theater in the central square of Huapi City, declaring it as their temporary stronghold. Moreover, in the astonished eyes of countless live-streaming viewers, a strength reaching the level of curse level, the painted skin monster, dressed in a blood-red wedding gown, slowly approached Ng Tianchang. Ng Tianchang burst into laughter. Look! They long to unite with us. This is the will of the universe, the true essence of evolution. In front of everyone, he took the cold hand of the painted skin bride, and held a bizarre and grand wedding in the opera house. He succeeded. It seemed he had truly become the master of Painted Skin City. In the command center, the atmosphere was at its breaking point. Lin Anghua looked at the screen, where Ng Tianchang was full of pride, even starting to drink and celebrate with the painted skin bride, his temples throbbing with rage. Madman! Damn, that painted bride is amazing. What is Goddess Ruan doing? She's been holding up a mirror for ages, what's the point? She looks so messy. Clearly, it's a matter of high and low. President Ng is the future, Goddess Ruan is times have changed, her thoughts can't keep up. Exactly, look at how badly she's being attacked, while President Ng is throwing a party, the difference is huge. In the live stream, Ng Tianchang's support rate, for the first time, fully surpassed the savior goddess Wan Xinglua. Chapter 155, Heart Invasion. Inside the theater, wine glasses clinked. Ing Tiancheng, full of pride, held his painted bride, listening to his subordinates mock Ruan Xinglua, a sneer curling on his lips. A mirror? What a naive and laughable idea. She doesn't understand, these new lives have long despised their ugly pasts and embraced the perfect falsehood. What she's doing will only bring disaster upon herself. At this moment, a timid voice sounded. Big brother. Everyone turned around to see a little girl, dressed in a shabby dress, wearing 2 little pigtails, with traces of tears on her face, standing pitifully at the door. She looked to be about 7 or 8 years old, her large eyes filled with fear and helplessness. The guards of heavenly people furrowed their brows, but seeing she was just an ordinary little girl, they relaxed their guard. The president is having a joyful day, little sister, what do you need? The little girl's weak, mosquito-like voice said, I'm hungry, can I have a cup of celebratory wine? Go away, don't cause trouble here. The guard waved his hand impatiently. Let her in. Ing Tiancheng's voice sounded, with a hint of drunkenness and a lofty, merciful tone. Today is my great day, consider it a good deed. The little girl's eyes immediately showed a glimmer of gratitude, and she took small steps, head lowered, walking toward the center of the banquet where Ing Tiancheng sat. No one noticed that beneath her lowered head, her mouth twisted into an unnatural, monstrous grin. Even fewer noticed that from her frail back, 5 sharp claws, as dark as ink and gleaming with a cold, metallic shine, had silently emerged. The terrifying aura was perfectly suppressed. She was just 1 step away from the self-satisfied Ing Tiancheng. At that moment, it seemed like she inadvertently lifted her head and glanced toward the street corner in the distance. She saw the huge, clear mirror of truth that Ruan Xinglua was holding high. In the mirror, a figure appeared. That figure was not a cute little girl in a shabby dress with pigtails. It was a hideous, blood-tearing, foul-smelling monster with green skin and tusks, covered in pus-filled sores, radiating endless malice and resentment. No! A piercing scream, unrecognizable as human, erupted from deep within the begging girl's throat. In the mirror, the monster with the green face and sores was herself. Crack crack. A faint sound of cracking followed. The layer of innocent and cute painted skin on her face began to crack and peel under the reflection of truth. The scream was like a thunderclap striking the surface of a dead lake, instantly setting off a massive explosion of painted skin. On the long street, all the painted demons covered by the light of the mirror of truth saw, at the same moment, the one thing they most dreaded facing, themselves. The candy hawker, in the mirror, was a decaying corpse, cut in half with its intestines spilling out. The singer, in the mirror, was a female ghost with her tongue cut out and eyes crying blood. The rickshaw puller, in the mirror, was a skeleton, skinless and starved to death. They had woven and indulged in a false prosperity for centuries, their prized human skins, in that moment, were ruthlessly and completely torn apart by a mirror. Fake. It's all fake. Kill you. Tear off your skin. You're fake too. After a brief silence, the world-ending madness erupted. All the painted skins went mad. They gave up attacking Ruan Xinglua and turned their most venomous gazes and wildest postures toward the nearest kindred beside them. They furiously tore at each other's faces, as well as their own faces. One by one, human skins were ripped away, revealing underneath either a fierce, terrifying, or mournful true face of vengeance. The entire painted skin world fell in an instant from a false paradise into the most chaotic, bloody parade of ghosts. Inside the theater, Ing Tiancheng's smile completely froze on his face. The painted skin bride beside him also saw herself in the mirror. This was not a stunning bride. Instead, it was a skeleton draped in a phoenix crown and wedding gown, with 2 flickering ghostly flames in its eye sockets. Ha! Ha! The skeleton bride let out a meaningless screech, and its bony claws suddenly lunged for Ing Tiancheng's face. Ing Tiancheng instinctively pushed it away in terror. He watched as his delicate wife transformed into a skeleton, saw the city full of evil spirits turning on each other, and witnessed those strange beings who had just bowed to him now plunged into primal chaos. His lofty ideals of coexisting and integrating with the strange and guiding them towards evolution collapsed loudly in the face of the cruel reality. In the livestream chat, after 3 seconds of silence, the barrage reversed in an unprecedented manner. Damn! So this is what happened. Goddess Ruan is amazing. One shot breaks 10,000 laws. This is the real low-dimensional strike. Ing Tiancheng is nothing. He's just a clown. He almost got his head smashed by his skeleton bride. It turns out that reasoning with the strange is the biggest joke in the world. Goddess is mighty. Ing Tiancheng looked at the hellish scene before him, listened to the screams of his subordinates, and felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his face ashen. His dream, his path, his celestial meeting. At this moment, became a complete joke. Just then, the madness and chaos of the entire painted skin world suddenly froze. An indescribable, heart-stopping terrifying pressure slowly awakened from the tightly shut painted building in the very center of the capital. The aura of the peak of the strange spread like ink, staining the entire sky. The final boss, thousand-faced heart demon, was stirred. It had no fixed form. It flowed out from the painted building, like a mass of intangible mist, as if mirroring the myriad forms of the world. It ignored the chaos of the city, its gaze locking directly onto the source of all this, Ruan Xingluo. A gentle yet magnetic voice directly resonated in Ruan Xingluo's mind, full of endless temptation. Why must you use reality to hurt them? Look, how they suffer. Isn't false beauty also a kind of happiness? The thousand-faced heart demon began to unleash its most powerful ability, heart invasion. It sought the most perfect and irresistible form within Ruan Xingluo's heart. In the next second, that formless mist began to condense in shape before Ruan Xingluo. Form, outline, clothing. Then came the face, the gaze, and that familiar, reassuring smile at the corner of the lips. Even the uniquely cold and steady aura belonged to him perfectly. The thousand-faced heart demon perfectly transformed into Zhou Yan's form. He stood there, his eyes filled with warmth and concern, just like every time Ruan Xingluo was exhausted, the way he looked at her. He slowly spoke, his voice so familiar, so irresistible. Xingluo, stop it. Put down this mirror, don't hurt them anymore. Come to my side. Looking at the face so familiar it was etched in her bones, and hearing that gentle call strong enough to melt ice mountains. Ruan Xingluo's breath truly paused for a moment. Her heart did waver for a brief moment. That was Zhou Yan. The one who would drape a coat over her when she was weary. When she wakes up, she will be served a soft-boiled egg, and it will be Zhou Yan who guards her with his whole life. She is almost ready to nod, almost ready to put down the heavy mirror of truth. However, just at this moment, the pitch-black prison bracelet on her wrist suddenly sent a wave of icy and piercing chill. That chill surged through her veins and quickly entered her mind, thoroughly dispelling the confusion brought by illusions. Ruan Xingluo's chaotic eyes suddenly regained clarity. She looked up and quietly stared at the Zhou Yan in front of her, suddenly smiling. That smile carried a hint of understanding everything, as well as a trace of light mockery. You have become very much like him. But you have none of his heart. The gentle expression on the face of the Zhou Yan, transformed by the thousand-faced painting demon, slightly froze. Ruan Xingluo did not give it time to react, her voice cold and firm, each word felt as if it were declaring judgment. My master, he may be lazy, he may like watching shows, and sometimes he might have a bit of wicked interest. But in his eyes when he looks at me, there is home, there is the whole world we created together. She extended her other hand, gently pointing to the illusion's eyes. And in your eyes, there is nothing. Only a hollow void that wants to swallow everything, the nothingness. You, only you. With these words, Ruan Xingluo no longer hesitated. She did not launch any attack but instead aimed the huge mirror of truth slowly, steadily at the thousand-faced painting demon in front of her. Buzz. The mirror's surface shimmered with light. Everyone in the live room held their breath, wanting to see what kind of terrifying being the SSS-level eerie domain master truly was. However, what was reflected in the mirror was neither Zhou Yan's appearance nor any terrifying monster. In fact, it did not even have a fixed form. There was nothing at all. It was as if the original singularity before the birth of the universe, an absolute, pure nothingness, where even light and dark did not exist. It was nothing. Seeing this scene, the lifeless Ying Tiancheng in the ruins of the theater suddenly had his pupils contract to the extreme. He understood in an instant. The painting skin demon needs a painting skin because it has a core of grievance. But the source of this painting skin, this thousand-faced painting demon, it doesn't even have a core. It is emptiness itself. No, impossible. The thousand-faced painting demon looked at the nothingness in the mirror, and its voice, perfectly mimicking Zhou Yan, first twisted and trembled. Ruan Xingluo's voice, like the final judgment, shattered its last foundation of existence. You have no heart, so you cannot paint anything real. Boom! This sentence was like a divine thunder of creation, smashing down hard on that nothingness. Ah no! An indescribable roar erupted from the void, filled with the ultimate fear of self-existence. Its greatest strength is the insight into the human heart, transforming into the most desired appearance of another. Its greatest fear is its own hollowness and nothingness. Now, this deepest fear was nakedly illuminated by the mirror of truth, with no disguise remaining. Under the gaze of billions of viewers, the smoke that had taken on the appearance of Zhou Yan began to twist and boil violently, then, self-destruct. It was dissipating. Just at the moment when the thousand-faced painting demon was about to completely return to nothingness, Ruan Xingluo made an unexpected move. A hint of compassion flashed in her eyes. She activated the mark of the nascent ruin within her. A force representing new life and beginnings flowed from her fingertips. But it was not an attack. It was a pure, unblemished kindness. That kindness fell like a seed, gently drifting into the crumbling nothingness. Since it is empty, then try to start from goodness, filling yourself up. The collapse came to an abrupt halt. The chaos and bloodshed of the painting skin demon also completely calmed at that moment. The SSS-level bizarre domain crisis is resolved. Ing Tiancheng stared blankly at everything. His beliefs, his pride, his Heavenly People Association, had all turned to dust along with the skeletal bride and the collapsing heart-painting demon. Soon, the warriors of the Dragon Group rushed in, taking him and the remaining members of the Heavenly People Association away. What awaited them would be the harshest judgment from all over China. China successfully contained this strange SSS-level bizarre domain. Ruan Xingluo slowly descended to the ground, her face slightly pale, and Zhou Yan immediately helped her. As she purified the last remaining core energy of the heart-painting demon, Ruan Xingluo suddenly exclaimed, "Eh?" In that dissipating energy core, she discovered an extremely small spiritual imprint. This imprint did not belong to the heart-painting demon, it seemed more like a backdoor parasitic in its core. Ruan Xingluo extracted this imprint, cradled it in her palm, and handed it to Zhou Yan. "Take a look, what is this?" Zhou Yan's gaze fell upon it, his originally lazy and casual demeanor turned, for the first time, a bit strange. He remained silent for a moment, as if trying to discern the unique aura upon it. Then, he raised his head, his eyes holding a hint of amusement and an imperceptible seriousness. "This technique resembles the handiwork of an old friend of mine." Zhou Yan's lips curled up in a mysterious arc. "He, too, can no longer sit still? Who is he?" Ruan Xingluo looked at the meaningful expression on Zhou Yan's face and couldn't help but ask. It was not the indifference faced when confronting the demon of the abyss, nor the mockery faced with the heartskin demon, but rather a seriousness of a match against an opponent. Zhou Yan did not answer immediately. The scene had returned from the ruins of the heartskin demon to their familiar happy community room 101. Outside the window, the sun shone brightly. In the courtyard, the sapling of the world tree that Ruan Xingluo had personally planted was stretching its tender green leaves, drawing vitality from the new world. Zhou Yan picked up a small pure silver watering can, leisurely watering the sapling. Water droplets rolled down the leaf veins, crystal clear. Ruan Xingluo patiently waited. Chapter 157, The One Who Holds the Chess Pieces, Destiny. She knew that an existence capable of revealing such an expression from Zhou Yan must be far more dangerous than any previous enemy. Finally, Zhou Yan set down the watering can, turned around, and looked at her with unprecedented seriousness. "He calls himself the one who holds the chess pieces, Destiny." "The one who holds the chess pieces, Destiny?" Ruan Xingluo softly repeated this name. Just 4 words made her feel a heavy pressure from the depths of her soul. Zhou Yan nodded, his voice deep and clear. "An ancient conceptual existence born at the dawn of the universe's laws of causality, who finds joy in weaving and observing the fates of all things. In the epochs where I slept, he seems to have regarded himself as the sole playwright of this universe." Ruan Xingluo's pupils slightly contracted. "A playwright?" Zhou Yan looked into her eyes and explained word by word. "He is neither good nor evil. He is only loyal to the script he has written. And I, along with all those like us who try to break free from his script of free will." Zhou Yan's lips curled into a cold arc. "Are all seen by him as abnormal data and unstable factors." Just as his words fell. At that moment. Boom! Without warning, the entire sky of Blue Star, regardless of day or night, regardless of clear skies or heavy clouds, was instantly covered by endless starlight. These were not real stars, but points of light manifested by pure laws of power. Billions of stars suddenly gathered, arranged, and combined. Before the terrified gazes of 7 billion people worldwide, a line of text, incredibly clear and huge enough to seemingly crush the sky, floated in the heavens. It was a form of expression that transcended all known languages. Any civilization, any race, upon seeing it, could instantly understand its meaning. The script of fate, Act 1, The Elegy of the Sandy Sea. What is this? Oh God! Words appeared in the sky. A script? Who is acting? Is this some global joke? Global panic. Countless people rushed out of their homes, looking up at the sky, their faces filled with disbelief and fear. This was no simple descent of a strange realm. This was a cosmic existence, using the entire planet as a stage, with a sovereign nation as the actor, openly announcing a destined tragedy. Even the oil king in the Middle East instantly fell into immense chaos and riots. Mia, who was handling post-war affairs in the command center, suddenly burst out of the tent, and when she saw the cold proclamation in the sky, this battle-hardened female general turned pale as paper. Before all of humanity could recover from this shock, the starry words in the sky began to slowly change and flow. Finally, they formed a more detailed and cruel plot summary. A judgment from fate, which could not be erased by any technological means or extraordinary powers. Everyone in the world clearly saw the text. 3 days later, the king of the abyss sandworms, sleeping deep beneath the kingdom, will awaken. It will swallow the black gold spring that the kingdom relies on for survival and completely destroy its capital. Swallowing the black gold spring, destroying the capital. For the oil nation, this was nothing less than a death sentence for the country and its people. Despair spread like a plague, wildly proliferating across every inch of the kingdom's land. However, just when everyone thought this was the final judgment, those cold starry words changed again. A smaller yet more piercing footnote appeared below that plot summary. Path to survival, before the Sandworm King awakens, offering its youngest princess, Mia Shea, as a bride sacrifice at the sleeping altar can quench its eternal hunger, thus saving the kingdom. Boom! If the previous announcement was a death sentence, then this line of words was a knife handed to everyone. A knife pointed at their national hero Princess Mia. The Oil King's palace instantly turned into a boiling cauldron of chaos. Quick! Hurry and summon the Grand Priest. And also, immediately send the highest level of rescue request to the Star Council. Ask their chief astrologer to perform a divination. The old king looked ashen and let out a hoarse roar. They could not accept, nor were they willing to accept this so-called path to survival. Half an hour later, the strongest predictive sorcerer of the royal family, the guardian grand priest of the fate sand table, and the astrologer from the Star Council, arrived urgently through the interstellar teleportation array and began their divination simultaneously. On the sand table, the golden sand representing Mia struggled to break free, yet in the end, it slid towards the blood-red whirlpool representing the sandworm. In the star chart, the star of Mia dimmed, tightly locked by a disaster star representing destruction, its trajectory unable to deviate by even a fraction. Finally, both of the top prophetic experts in their respective fields collapsed to the ground simultaneously, vomiting blood. They looked up, their eyes filled with identical despair. Your Majesty, the mandate of heaven has been set. It cannot be avoided, it cannot be rewritten. The causal line of this incident has been completely locked by a supreme power we cannot comprehend or resist. The probability of its occurrence. The astrologer's voice trembled as he revealed the number that plunged the entire palace into deathly silence. Is 100%. 100%. When this outcome was made public, the entire oil nation completely split. Let her go. Let her be sacrificed. Princess Mia is our hero, but the nation is more important. To ensure the survival of us all, sacrificing her is worth it. What is the royal family hesitating for? Do they want to watch all of us die together? Once revering Mia as a war god, the people now acted like a pack of hyenas smelling blood, revealing the most ferocious fangs. Some ministers even knelt at the palace gates, crying and forcing the palace. Please, Your Highness the Princess, sacrifice yourself for the great cause of the kingdom. The global live broadcast ruthlessly presented all of this to the entire world. Everyone's gaze focused on the girl being pushed to the center of the storm. At this moment, the spokesperson of the beautiful nation immediately held an emergency press conference, jumping out with righteous indignation. We express our deep sympathy for the suffering of the people of the oil nation. The arrangements of fate are indeed cruel, but sometimes, for the greater good of the majority, individual sacrifice is noble and necessary. This is a noble spirit of dedication. As the spokesperson spoke, the tone shifted, hinting towards the east. We hope certain great countries do not attempt to use brute force to interfere with the established script of fate, as this is a provocation to the cosmic order and a disrespect to the self-rescue choices of the people of the oil nation. Chapter 158, The Opponent is Fate Itself. This statement instantly stirred up waves in international public opinion. They are using moral coercion against Huaxia. They attempt to isolate Huaxia before taking action, making any interference by Huaxia seem unjust. The immense pressure, like invisible mountains, bore down on Mia. She broke down. Ding ding. Ruan Xingluo's light brain received an encrypted communication request from Mia. As soon as it connected, Mia's tearful voice came through. Xingluo, what should I do? They, my people, my ministers, they all want me to die. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. But if I don't die, my country will be lost. The girl's cries, filled with helplessness and despair, struck Ruan Xingluo's heart like a sharp blade. Facing Mia's plea for help, Ruan Xingluo felt an unprecedented dilemma. The opponent is fate itself. Any conventional military intervention seemed so pale and powerless. The Huaxia think tank urgently convened a high-level meeting, proposing hundreds of plans overnight. But every plan could not escape that deadlock in the final simulation. The prophecy must be fulfilled. Forcibly intervening would only lead to more tragic outcomes, possibly making Huaxia itself part of the script. Powerless. Finally, Ruan Xingluo took a deep breath and walked into the courtyard. She found Zhou Yan. That man, as if nothing had happened, was leisurely watering the young world tree seedling. As if the declaration in the sky, the world's panic, and Mia's cries had nothing to do with him. Zhou Yan. Ruan Xingluo's voice was a bit dry, Mia Shi. Zhou Yan did not turn around, as the clear water flowed from the spout, nourishing the tender green leaves. He spoke without lifting his head, his voice plain, yet carrying a calmness that seemed to see through everything. He writes the script, we just play the actors. Zhou Yan set down the watering can, slowly turned around, and a playful curve appeared at the corner of his mouth, his deep eyes shimmering with a brilliance brighter than the stars in the sky. But, Xingluo, a good actor never just recites lines according to the script. They must learn to improvise. Even. Zhou Yan's voice paused slightly, each word clearly entering Ruan Xingluo's ears. Steal the scene. Ruan Xingluo's pupils suddenly constricted. She looked at Zhou Yan, gazing into his eyes that seemed to be able to pierce through the entire starry sky, her mind racing. Zhou Yan smiled. He extended a finger and gently shook it. The first line of the script, sacrifice the youngest princess of the royal family, Mia She. He paused, the curve of his mouth grew even more playful. But it only says to sacrifice the princess, it never said that this princess must be a living person, right? Boom! Ruan Xingluo's mind exploded like a thunderclap. Before she could recover from this earth-shattering thought, Zhou Yan's voice rang out again. The second rule of the script, quell the hunger of the Sandworm King. It also didn't say that only the flesh and blood of the princess could satisfy it. As the words fell, two things suddenly appeared in Zhou Yan's hands. One was an eerily exquisite doll. It had the exact same face as Princess Mia, the texture of her skin, the shine of her hair, and even that hint of despair in her eyes was mimicked with eerie precision. It was the deceiver doll captured from Long Yingxue. The other was a fist-sized, completely black sphere that seemed to swallow all light. It floated quietly in Zhou Yan's palm, its surface occasionally sparking with gray arcs of electricity, releasing wisps of pure destruction, chaos, and end. That was a high-concentration chaotic energy ball made from scraps of the Calamity Star Core. Ruan Xingluo stared at these two things, then glanced at Zhou Yan's smile, leaving her completely stunned. First, she was shocked, and then, an absurd feeling of helplessness surged up. Honey, you. She opened her mouth, took a long time to squeeze out a sentence. You are too bad. Zhou Yan chuckled lightly, stretched out his finger, and affectionately flicked her nose. To deal with someone who likes to hide in the back and manipulate others' destinies, you have to use such unreasonable rogue methods. His gaze became gentle and encouraging. Go ahead. Go be a scene-stealing good actress. The day of the sacrifice arrived. The global live broadcast focused on the vast desert, scorched by the blazing sun. In the center of the desert, an ancient altar made of giant stones exuded a primitive and bloody scent. Dressed in a luxurious sacrificial gown adorned with jewels, Mia She was pale, like a puppet stripped of its soul. Under the gaze of thousands, amidst the grief and helplessness of the citizens from oil-rich nations, she walked step by step toward the altar that would determine her and her country's fate. In the sky above, the decree of the stars still hung high. The script seemed to be being played out word for word, reliably. The whole world held its breath. The spokesperson of the beautiful country already wore a victorious smile. 1 step. 2 steps. Mia's toes were about to step onto the first step of the altar. At that critical moment. Stop. A cool, delicate shout, like thunder, broke through the sky. A figure, as swift as lightning, raced in from the horizon and landed steadily between Mia and the altar. The person was Ruan Xingluo. She held a spear, her phoenix eyes fierce, scanning the surroundings, her voice echoing throughout the live broadcast channel. I, Huaxia, will not tolerate such barbaric and cruel human sacrifices. The crowd was in an uproar. The guards of the oil-rich nation were shocked, and the leading captain immediately stepped forward, anxiously shouting. Miss Ruan. Please do not interfere. This is the arrangement of heaven's will. It is the only way to save our kingdom. Heaven's will? Ruan Xingluo scoffed coldly, pointing the spear at him, her aura overwhelming. Whose heaven's will requires the life of an innocent girl to be realized? Today, I Ruan Xingluo am here, and no one shall let her step onto this altar even a fraction. Her words instantly ignited global public opinion. Countless viewers were filled with passion. Huaxia. Huaxia has taken action. So cool. For our ally, is this going to challenge heaven's will? The captain's face turned red, caught in a dilemma. Miss Ruan, are you planning to become our enemy? If it means saving one person, what does it matter to be an enemy to a whole nation? Ruan Xingluo shook her spear, sending shockwaves that directly pushed back several guards in the front row. Chapter 159 Deceiver Doll. Stop her. A conflict erupted instantly. Ruan Xingluo did not use lethal force, but every move was exquisitely precise, keeping dozens of the kingdom's elite firmly in place, unable to approach Mia by an inch. This sudden conflict. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room reached its peak. Everyone believed this was a tragic struggle against fate to save their allies. However, at that moment. Boom. the entire desert began to shake violently, as if some ancient giant beast was waking from the depths of the earth. The altar cracked loudly. Yellow sand filled the sky, shooting up to the clouds like a fountain. A head so massive it could not be described by words suddenly burst out from the depths of the desert. Its body blocked out the sun, turning day into dusk in an instant. The terrifying pressure from the pinnacle of life made over half the world's population faint on the spot. The king of the abyss sandworm had awakened. Its mouth, resembling a black hole, opened wide, aiming at the tiny yet delicious bride on the altar. Despair enveloped everything. But just as the sandworm king was about to devour the heavens and the earth, in the chaotic battlefield, Ruan Xingluo's eyes sparkled. Now is the time. She suddenly hurled the already prepared deceiver doll towards the wide-open abyssal mouth. In the split second the deceiver doll left her hand. Ruan Xingluo's left hand moved like lightning, shoving the chaotic energy ball that devoured light into the doll's chest. The movement was so swift that even the super high-speed cameras broadcasting live worldwide captured only a blur. After doing all this, the tension in her eyes turned into a hint of imperceptible cunning. Come on, taste this feast. The sandworm king's black hole-like mouth had already enveloped the entire altar. In one gulp, it swallowed the sacrifice that emitted a strong princess aura, which was extremely delicious to it. At this moment, the global live broadcast fell silent. The king of the oil nation rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. The spokesperson of the beautiful nation finally smiled widely, a hint of disdain and confidence in victory in her expression. It worked. Above the sky, the star law representing the sacrificial princess shone brightly. The prophecy, in a literal sense, was fulfilled. However, the next second, boom! The sandworm king, having just swallowed the sacrifice, suddenly stiffened in its mountain-like massive body. It was as if someone enjoying a meal had just bitten into high-powered explosives. It seemed to have some indigestion. A force of chaos and destruction far beyond its life limit exploded at its core. Roar! A silent roar turned into a mental storm, sweeping the globe. Countless people bled from 7 orifices, their minds shattered under this painful roar. The sandworm king writhed in agony in the desert, its enormous body smashing the ancient altar to pieces, raising towering sand waves. With each roll, the ground shook violently. The capital was in danger. All the oil nation citizens felt as if their hearts were in their throats. But something strange happened. The sandworm king's massive tail fin slammed into the deep underground at the edge of the capital during a violent roll. It did not destroy the capital. Instead, boom! 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 With several muffled sounds, thick as ink black liquid shot up from the ground like a fountain. It was the black gold spring. In its extreme pain, it unexpectedly broke through several newly buried ore veins deep underground. The prophecy of devouring the black gold spring was fulfilled in this absurdly extreme way. In the end, after releasing its final pain, the massive body of the sandworm king slowly ceased its struggle. The overloaded chaotic energy did not kill it but instead formed a strange balance with its own power. It fell into a deep sleep lasting 1,000 years. The dissipated energy formed a natural barrier. It not only did not become a disaster that destroyed nations, transformed into a living mind filled with endless energy. And, the most powerful guardian beast of the oil nation. Above in the sky, the decree made of stars began to flicker violently. Act 1, Sacrificial Princess Mia say, 2, Fail, Error, Fizz. Judgment logic in chaos. Recalculating. Starry letters appeared garbled, wildly jumping, and finally, after a moment of reluctant flickering, the text representing Act 1 slowly dissipated. The script of destiny was forcefully torn apart and haphazardly rewritten by Zhou Yan in an almost rogue manner. In the global live broadcast, after a full minute of dead silence, a tsunami of discussions erupted. Wow! Is it really possible to play like this? This isn't just clashing with destiny, this is mocking destiny. Huaxia! Forever a god. With the crisis lifted, the oil nation celebrated across the country, countless citizens breaking through the guards' blockade, lifting Ruan Xinglua and Princess Mia high, shouting Huaxia, worshipping them as divine. At this moment of universal celebration, a cold voice echoed from the sky, resonating in the minds of everyone on Blue Star. Interesting. This voice made everyone shudder. It was destiny. It spoke. Then, Act 2. In the sky above, new starry letters began to slowly gather. The lies of the ice field begin. This time, the starry letters, coldly pointing, aimed at another corner of Blue Star, another ally of Huaxia. The Northern Bear Nation. In the Huaxia Command Center, Zhou Yan softly read these words, his eyes flashing with an unprecedented seriousness. Beside him, Ruan Xinglua, who had just escaped death in the oil nation, still had the scent of desert gunpowder lingering on her, her delicate face tense. Northern Bear Nation. Destiny is targeting our ally. No. Zhou Yan slowly shook his head, his gaze locked tightly on the changes occurring high above. It's targeting us. As his voice fell. In the sky above, the stars that had just been chaotic due to the tearing of the Act 1 script, instantly rearranged. This time, they were no longer the blood-red stars representing disaster and death. Instead, they were dazzling like gold, holy like sunlight, new letters. It was no longer a cold decree, but a message filled with blessings and glory. In the minds of everyone around the globe, the message constructed by the star rules emerged simultaneously. Oracle, in the core of the 10,000-year glacial land in the far north, the legendary sacred object of Northern Bear Nation, the Heart of Winter, is about to awaken. Chapter 160, The Heart of Winter. Guidance: to obtain it, Northern Bear Nation will once again display the glory of the ancient winter giants, and the nation's fortune will achieve an epic leap. Ritual: the awakening ritual requires the purest royal blood of winter, as well as the unwavering loyalty and pride of the entire nation as a catalyst. As the oracle emerged, the world was in an uproar. What's happening? This time it's not a disaster? Is it a blessing? Destiny still gives benefits? The Heart of Winter. I've read about it in Northern Bear Nation's mythology. It's a treasure left by their legendary creator god. This is a world apart from the treatment of the Oil Nation. In stark contrast to the Oil Nation's previous scene of national panic, akin to mourning the dead. At this moment in the Northern Bear Nation, the entire nation was boiling. Countless strongmen of the Northern Bear Nation rushed to the streets, showing no fear, but instead raising their fists and letting out a thunderous roar. Yura! Glory! This is our glory! The bloodline of the winter giants will awaken in our generation. They were already a people who revered strength and glory, and this divinely descended oracle perfectly resonated with their pride engraved in their bones. The global broadcast camera quickly switched to the palace of the Northern Bear Nation. In the majestic council hall made of ice crystal, a tall woman with cascading golden hair, amidst the fervent cheers. She walked to the front of the stage. She was the current representative of the marriage partner from the North Bear Country, the renowned Princess Ivan, known for her bold personality and strong will. She wore a silver-white military dress uniform, standing tall like a spear, with flames burning in her deep blue eyes. Facing the cameras from all over the world, she first lifted her head, gazing at the heavens that had bestowed that divine decree. I, Ivan Romanov, in the name of the royal family of North Bear Country. Her voice echoed through the loudspeakers, spreading across the entire blue planet. Thank destiny for its favor. With a shift in tone, her chin subtly raised, carrying a hint of undeniable pride. But the glory of North Bear Country never requires anyone's charity. However, we never refuse the gifts that strong ones deserve. The global live broadcast erupted in chaos. Wow! Princess Ivan is still so fierce. Something feels a bit off about what she said. Princess Ivan ignored all the discussions, her blue gaze sweeping across the cameras as though locking eyes with someone. This time, we will prove to the worlds that North Bear Country is the strongest warrior nation of the blue planet. We will seize the glory that belongs to us with our own hands. She deliberately emphasized the words "our own hands." Then, a pointed statement struck like thunder. We do not need any outside help. As her words fell, the atmosphere in the command center of Huaxia dropped to freezing point. Ruan Xinglua furrowed her brows tightly. What does she mean by this? Is she deliberately distancing herself from us? The crisis in the Oil Nations was visible to the entire world. Everyone knew that it was Huaxia who had torn up the script of destiny. Ivan's words at this moment were like declaring to the world, North Bear Country is not as cowardly as the Oil Nations, we do not need Huaxia's protection, we can handle it ourselves. She is too arrogant. Ruan Xinglua whispered, the script of destiny is not so easy to play. Zhou Yan remained silent, quietly watching the spirited Princess Ivan on the screen, gazing at the group of fervent citizens of North Bear Country behind her. Until Princess Ivan's speech concluded and she exited amid a wave of hurrah, Zhou Yan finally spoke softly. The lies of the ice field. He repeated the name, a cold curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. What a lie. In this world, where is there such a thing as a free lunch? Zhou Yan's gaze suddenly sharpened like a knife, as if to pierce through the screen and see through all the illusions behind this glory. Especially when the one serving you lunch has just tried to put your friends to death. In the Huaxia live broadcast room, comments flooded down like a waterfall, with countless people feeling a strange shadow behind that glory. What's the deal with this Ivan? Ungrateful? We just helped the Oil Nations, she not only didn't appreciate it but also stepped on us? Don't be naive upstairs, this is called politics. North Bear Country has always wanted to be a tough guy on the blue planet, how could they admit they need our help? Something feels off, brothers. Would destiny be so kind? One moment it wants to wipe out a nation and the next it's offering epic benefits? That's faster than my ex-girlfriend's mood swings. Thinking about it gives me chills. There's definitely a huge trap behind this gift. North Bear Country is being sold out and is still counting the money. In stark contrast, the joint live broadcast room of Beautiful Country and the European Alliance felt like a festive celebration. Awesome. I knew proud North Bear Country would never get in bed with Huaxia. Well done, Princess Ivan. Let them fight among themselves. Huaxia thinks saving an oil nation makes them a savior? Ridiculous. Waiting for the show. It would be best if North Bear Country and Huaxia completely fall out, and we reap the benefits. Long live destiny. The external storm of public opinion did not affect the heart of North Bear Country, ignited by glory. 3 days later. Under the lens of global live broadcast, Princess Ivan personally took command. Dressed in military armor, she stood on the review platform. Behind her was the elite force of the North Bear Nation, the Winter Guard. Every soldier was clad in silver-white runic battle armor, wielding firearms forged from ice steel, their breath crystallizing into frost in the cold, but their eyes burned like fire. A glorious expeditionary force, composed of 3,000 Winter Guard soldiers and over 10,000 logistical soldiers set out, amidst the fervent cheers of countless citizens shouting "Ola," to the far north glaciers where death and opportunity coexisted. This was a treasure-hunting journey that the whole world was watching. But in Zhou Yan's eyes, this felt more like a carefully orchestrated funeral. On the 7th day of the expeditionary force entering the far north glaciers, they encountered the first wave of trials. Woo! A piercing wolf howl tore through the wind and snow. Hundreds and thousands of ice-filled wolf spirits, formed from resentment and snow, appeared from the shadows of the glacier. They were completely translucent, exuding a chilling ghostly aura. Their sharp claws could easily tear apart steel. However, Ivan did not even make a personal move. Winter Guard. Frost Star Battle Formation. A commanding officer of the guard shouted. Yes. 3,000 guard soldiers instantly transformed their formation, their runic battle armor glowing simultaneously, and the overwhelming power of winter converged into a silver barrier, like a massive ice mirror. Chapter 161 Heart of Winter. The wolf spirits charged forward fearlessly. Crack. At the moment of impact, they were not bounced back, but instantly frozen, and then shattered into countless ice shards under the backlash of the formation. What seemed like a dangerous skirmish was resolved effortlessly under the flawless tactical cooperation of the Winter Guard. The global livestream was filled with admiration. And at that moment, above the capital of the North Bear Nation, the golden pillar of light representing the nation's fortune visibly rose slightly. This discovery plunged the entire North Bear Nation into a deeper frenzy. Did you see that? Victory brought an increase in national fortune. Our path is correct. Long live Princess Ivan. The morale of the expedition team soared. They became even more convinced that they were on a grand road to supreme glory. They continued to delve deeper. Finally, in front of a gigantic crevice deep in the glacier, they encountered the true guardian. It was a one-eyed frost giant standing 100 meters tall, a peak of fear. It resembled a living iceberg, each step shaking the earth, its single eye burning with the brutality and coldness that extinguished civilizations. All troops retreat. Princess Ivan gave the order to retreat, but she herself took a step forward. Roar! The frost giant roared, its massive ice hand capable of crushing mountains slammed toward the insignificant Ivan. Countless global viewers gasped. Yet, in Ivan's azure eyes, there was no trace of fear. Instead, a fierce battle intent ignited. Come on! She shouted clearly. A rune battle axe larger than her entire body appeared in her hands. Instead of retreating, she advanced, pushing off the ice surface with her legs, launching herself like a cannonball into the sky, raising the giant axe high, meeting the massive hand that blocked the sun, and struck down fiercely. In the name of winter, split the mountains. Boom! At the moment the battle axe collided with the giant hand, a brilliance exploded comparable to a nuclear explosion along with shockwaves. The heavens collapsed, the earth cracked. The livestream camera shook violently, countless glaciers collapsed and shattered under this force. When the light dissipated, everyone was horrified to see that the frost giant's massive hand had actually been split in two by Ivan's axe. And she stood proudly in midair, blonde hair flying, like a Valkyrie descending. Winter Guard. Assist me. Take it down. Ola! This brutal battle lasted a full 3 hours. In the end, with Ivan's overwhelming individual strength and the Winter Guard's precise support attacks, the peak frost giant crashed to the ground. Its single eye lost its light. A massive body turned into a true ice sculpture. Ivan stood on the giant's head, his war axe resting on the ground, letting the strange blood drip from the blade. She faced the cameras around the world, raising high the giant eyeball, as big as a blue gem, that she had dug from its socket. The glory of the North Bear Nation, forged by our own hands. Her voice, slightly hoarse from exhaustion, was filled with unparalleled pride and dominance. We are natural conquerors. As soon as she finished speaking, the fortune column of the North Bear Nation surged crazily again. Ivan's approval rating soared to the peak globally, and countless people feverishly called her the war queen of the new era. In the command center of Huaxia, Ruan Xinglua slammed her fist on the table, her pretty face filled with frost. They've gone mad. They really have gone mad. Zhou Yan, we can't wait any longer. They are drinking poison to quench their thirst. Everyone could see that something was wrong. But Ivan's public declaration was like an invisible shackle. If Huaxia forcibly intervened at this moment, not only would it completely offend the North Bear Nation, but it would also fall into the trap of destiny, solidifying the pretext of jealous of allies' rise and interfering in other countries' internal affairs. That would truly be a point of no return. Zhou Yan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the fortune column that the entire North Bear Nation regarded as a sacred object. Something is wrong. He suddenly spoke, his voice low and terrifying. We have all thought wrong. Ruan Xinglua was taken aback. What is wrong? The purpose of destiny has never been to weaken the North Bear Nation through conspiracy. It is feeding. Feeding? Yes. Zhou Yan's mouth curled into a faint smile. It is using one victory after another, one honor after another, to feed the already swollen pride and loyalty of the North Bear Nation. Because these two things are not the beginning of awakening the heart of winter. Zhou Yan pronounced each word clearly, his voice not loud, but it plunged everyone in the command center into an ice cave. They are the key to opening the cage. The key slowly turned. The chill named fear spread from the marrow to the limbs. In the Huaxia command center, the excitement and pride brought by tearing up the oil-producing country's script vanished in this moment. Replaced by was biting cold. An old general, Lin Angua, suddenly slapped the table, his voice trembling with anger. We can't do anything now, we can only watch. This is too passive. His words voiced everyone's heart. Yes, we can only watch. Watching the North Bear Nation step by step march toward that grand funeral paved by glory. At the same time, the scene of the global live broadcast reached a climax. After the sacrifice of dozens of logistical soldiers who froze to death and 3 severely injured winter guards, Ivan's glorious expedition army finally reached the core area of the Eternal Glacier. There, the wind and snow stood still. Time seemed to freeze. A huge throne made entirely of pure ice stood quietly at the end of the ice field. On the throne, a gigantic blue heart, comparable to a heavy truck, was slowly beating. Thump. Thump. With each beat, endless cold and visible divine brilliance erupted, as if the power of winter in the entire world originated from this place. It was the legendary sacred object Heart of Winter. At the moment of seeing it, the entire North Bear Nation boiled over completely. In the square of the capital, countless citizens embraced and cried, shouting Yura, their voices shaking the heavens, as if they had already seen the dawn of national rejuvenation. The live broadcast camera zoomed in on Princess Ivan. This iron-willed Valkyrie, at this moment, also let down all her defenses, and her azure eyes were filled with excited tears. She did it. She was about to lead her people toward an unprecedented great revival. In the happy community. In stark contrast to the frenzy outside, it was so quiet that one could hear the whisper of the wind outside the window. Ruan Xinglua sat on the sofa, tightly clutching a pillow, feeling the tension in the air. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anxiety and confusion. Husband, you must take a look. It seems like the Northern Bear Kingdom is really about to succeed. Could it be that we overthought it? Chapter 162 The Blade of Silence. Beside her, Zhou Yan was leisurely peeling an apple with a short sword. That was his exclusive mythical weapon, the Blade of Silence. It was supposed to slay strange divine weapons, but at this moment, he used it for the most mundane task, as the apple peel formed a beautiful arc in his hand, continuously falling. Crack! He cut a piece of apple, spearing it with the sword tip and offering it to Ruan Xinglua's lips. Ruan Xinglua froze and opened her mouth to receive it. Only then did Zhou Yan shake his head and let out a light laugh. False glory is a sweeter trap than poison. After saying this, he set the peeled apple aside, and with a twist of his wrist, an ancient bronze compass filled with starry paths appeared in his palm. The old star language compass. He directed the compass at the pulsating Heart of Winter on the screen and gently tapped its tip. Buzz. The star paths on the compass began to spin wildly, projecting a light invisible to mortals, creating a completely different causal picture in front of Ruan Xinglua. That sacred Heart of Winter was not a holy object at all at its core. Instead, it was a cage, constructed from countless twisted runes and chains, exuding an aura of despair. The form of the cage was cleverly disguised as hope. Zhou Yan's voice echoed in Ruan Xinglua's ears, hauntingly. Destiny is not playing with fear this time, it is playing with pride. What it gives is not disaster, but a death by adoration. That so-called Heart of Winter has a core that is a cage built of false hope. And within that cage is sealed an ancient horror of phantom pinnacle level, the hypocritical frost. This thing feeds on trust and hope. The more pride and loyalty the people of the Northern Bear Kingdom pour in, the stronger its power becomes, and the more sacred the disguise outside the cage appears. Zhou Yan's gaze pierced through time and space, as if he could see the Princess Ivan, who was about to unleash the demon with her own hands, a cold pity curling at the corners of his mouth. When Ivan uses her purest royal blood to complete the final sacrifice, that is not unlocking a treasure, but a key to open its cage and feed it to the fullest, the strongest state. She watched the screen, that Princess Ivan who was about to personally offer supreme glory for her country, for her people, and for herself. No, we must do something. Ruan Xingluo's voice trembled slightly, unable to accept such an ending. Zhou Yan gently patted her hand, his gaze still locked on the screen, his tone calm to the point of cruelty. Right now, wanting to save her is already too late. The script of destiny has already been written to the final chapter, and the actors are in place. He paused, a meaningful smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. What we can do now is only to admire. The globally livestreamed scene focused on the heart of the glacier. Under the gaze of millions, Princess Ivan stepped before the pulsating heart of winter. She raised a ceremonial dagger, inherited from ancient times, embedded with shards of ice crystals high into the air. The blade glimmered with a chilling light under the illumination of sacred brilliance. Without any hesitation, Ivan drew the sharp dagger across her fair palm. Sizzle! A drop of crimson blood, containing the purest winter royal bloodline, surged from the wound, hovering in her palm. It did not fall, but instead glowed like a living ruby, radiating a searing light. In my name, Ivan Romanov, I swear upon the last bloodline of the winter royalty. Awaken you, our great guardian deity. Her solemn declaration echoed across the ice fields, spreading to every corner of the world. Then, she released her hand. That drop of winter blood slowly and firmly floated toward the massive blue heart. In this moment, over 5 billion viewers worldwide held their breath. The people of the Northern Bear Kingdom had their hearts in their throats, waiting for the miracle to arrive. Finally, the blood droplets touched the surface of the heart of winter. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a sound like a soft chime from the depths of the soul. Buzz. At the moment the ancient ice heart, pulsating for 10,000 years, made contact with the royal blood, the sacred radiance on its surface suddenly surged. Following that, the unbreakable ice of 10,000 years began to melt and peel away at a visible speed. Countless ice crystals transformed into the purest points of energy, dissipating into the air. It was like a shattered star releasing its final light and heat. As the ice heart dissolved, the light faded away. What emerged was not a ferocious monster, but an exquisitely beautiful figure. She was made of the purest ice crystals, draped in a veil seemingly woven from starlight, her long blue hair flowing down to the ground, swaying gently in the wind. Her face was flawless, her aura noble and sacred, her eyes holding the wisdom and compassion of the entire icy expanse. She was the image of a myth, a living ice and snow goddess. Thank you, my descendant. The goddess's lips parted, her voice ethereal and majestic, carrying a hint of drowsiness from just awakening. You have awakened me from 10,000 years of slumber. She smiled and extended her hand, sculpted from ice crystals, towards Ivan. Boom! The face formed from countless twisted compound eyes let out a sharp and ear-piercing mad laughter, contrasting starkly with the goddess's holy tone. Key kick. Its voice sounded like countless ice spikes scraping against each other, piercing the eardrums of 5 billion viewers worldwide, stabbing through the hearts of all the people in the Northern Bear Kingdom. Thank you for the hospitality. Your glory. Your hope. Your trust. Is the most delicious dessert I have ever had in 10,000 years. Ha 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 ha. The demon, calling itself hypocritical frost, crazily devoured the massive fortune of the kingdom while emitting a nauseatingly sharp laughter. Dessert. These two words hit Ivan's mind like the most venomous curse. Her proud expedition, the glory she bet everything on, the miracle she sacrificed her bloodline for. In the end, it was just a meticulously prepared feast. And she and her 3,000 guards, along with the entire future of the Northern Bear Kingdom, were merely the dessert on this demon's plate. No. Ivan's lips cracked, her life force being drained at a horrifying speed, her once smooth skin quickly becoming shriveled and gray, like a corpse that had weathered for 1,000 years. She struggled to turn her eyes. She saw that behind her, the most loyal Winter Guard members had their fervor and pride frozen in place, replaced by ultimate pain and shock. Their flesh was visibly wilting, transforming into the purest energy, all being devoured along those cold tendrils. She saw that the golden pillar of national fortune that once lit up the sky above the capital was now collapsing and dimming as if a dam had burst, about to extinguish completely. Chapter 163, The Devouring Demon. It is me. It is me who harmed my country. I pushed it into the abyss with my own hands. Belief shattered completely at this moment. The deity she worshipped was, in fact, a devouring demon. Endless regret and despair turned into a single blood tear, slowly sliding down from the corners of her already dimmed eyes. In Huaxia, at the happiness community, inside the command center. Zhou Yan finally set down the completely not apple core in his hand. He didn't even look at the screen. He simply extended his right hand towards the void ahead. Then, gently, he snapped his fingers. Snap. A soft sound, barely audible. In the core of the extreme northern glaciers. The hypocritical frost that was laughing wildly suddenly stiffened. Its laughter came to an abrupt halt. It was terrified to find that a more ancient, more overbearing, and unreasonable law descended out of nowhere. That power came like an invisible blade. The cold blade of return to ruins precisely struck the rule link between it and the core of the heart of winter. Crack. It felt as if something was brutally severed from the root of its soul. It became rootless as a floating duckweed. Although its body was still filled with the massive national fortune energy it had just absorbed, strong enough to burst a deity. But without the heart of winter as a converter and a furnace, this energy instantly turned into the most violent, insatiable poison. No. How can this be? Who is it? Who cut the rule of destiny? Hypocritical Frost let out a terrified scream. The next second, a cold, indifferent gaze, as if crossing endless dimensions and time, locked onto it. Under that gaze, Hypocritical Frost felt as if it had become a bug nailed to a specimen board, nearly freezing its very thoughts. Fear. An uncontrollable fear, coming from the very source of life, instantly drowned its reason. Run. It must escape immediately. Without thinking, it instantly released the cold tendrils piercing Ivan and the 3,000 guards, frantically urging the power within to tear apart space and flee this terrifying place. However, just as the spatial rift was about to take shape, a calm male voice, laced with a hint of mockery, seemed to sound right in its ear, clearly entering its consciousness. Are you trying to run after your full? In this world, where is there such a good thing? The moment the voice fell. Far away in Huaxia, Zhou Yan stood up and pulled the hand of Ruan Xinglua, who was already shocked beyond measure. Madam. He smiled slightly. It's time for us to clean up the mess. Step out, and their figures instantly vanished from the command center. Step out, and heaven and earth turned upside down. Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua's figures solidified from the void, instantly appearing over the ancient glaciers of the northernmost land of the northern Bear Nation. The piercing cold wind cut like a knife, swirling billions of years of ice shards, slamming against the two, yet failing to even sway their clothes. Beneath their feet, no longer was it the solid core of ice. Instead, it was a vast, boundless, ghostly sea of ice that seemed to connect to the abyss of hell. A strange mist that never dissipated enveloped the entire area, where countless twisted soul shadows wailed faintly. Where did it go? Ruan Xinglua's phoenix eyes narrowed, her mental strength spreading like a tide, yet she only sensed the stillness of cold. The presence of Hypocritical Frost vanished. As if it had never existed. Zhou Yan's gaze, however, calmly watched the swirling mist, a knowing smile on his lips. It didn't escape, it just went home. He pointed to the eerie misty sea. Destiny has intervened. It used the rules of fate to turn this sea of ice into a labyrinth of ultimate misdirection. Hiding within it, Hypocritical Frost is like a fish returning to the water. Its lie rules resonate perfectly with this place. Any tracking method will only show you what you want to see, or what it wants you to see as the truth. Ruan Xinglua didn't believe it. I'll give it a try. She closed her eyes tightly, a glimmer of starlight shining at her brow, and her immense spiritual consciousness transformed into an invisible sword, fiercely piercing into the mist. Buzz. Her consciousness entered the sea. The next second, Ruan Xinglua's delicate body trembled violently, her face turning pale. How can this be? In her perception, it felt as though she had fallen into a world built of endless lies. 1 second, she locked onto the true form of the demon, preparing to strike. The next second, that demon transformed into Zhou Yan's appearance, smiling gently at her. Her heart jolted, and she immediately saw through the illusion, chasing again. But the sensed presence instantly turned into her lost loved ones, crying out to her. Countless incorrect causal lines, countless false future fragments, countless illusions aimed at the deepest fears of the heart. Like maggots in the bones, they crazily disrupted and distorted her perception. There. Ruan Xinglua suddenly opened her eyes wide, and with a jade-like finger, she pointed, condensing a starlight divine spear, shooting it into the depths of the fog. Boom! The divine spear exploded, but only shattered a piece of the ice crystal, vividly representing a demon phantom. No. She shook her head, her face filled with defeat and unwillingness. My divine thoughts have been completely toyed with, I can't find it. This scene was broadcasted clearly through the laws of destiny, presenting itself in front of all surviving civilizations around the world. China's tracking methods have failed. The global public channel, which had been silent for a moment, instantly erupted. Eagle Sauce Federation representative, I said it. I said it. The great power of destiny is something mere mortals can guess? Zhou Yan has hit a brick wall this time. Son never sets alliance chairman, so arrogant. Does he really think he can calculate everything? In the true face of fate, his wisdom is just a joke. The representatives of civilizations that had previously lost face due to Zhou Yan's layout now seem to see a lifeline, each jumping out, doing their utmost to gloat. Look! They are helpless now. China's myth is about to shatter. Great! He should taste the flavor of failure. China's allies, such as the Crown Prince of Oil Countries and the Chieftain of the African Coalition, had worry etched on their faces, their hearts and their throats. Mr. Zhou, this time seems to have really fallen into the opponent's home ground. That's a maze laid out by destiny itself. Just as the global public opinion was in an uproar. From within the depths of the fog, the triumphant laughter of hypocritical frost echoed. Hey! Wise man of China, have you tasted the flavor of helplessness? This national fortune energy is truly wonderful. After I completely digest it, I will personally descend upon China and devour your national fortune pillar bit by bit. Its aura, while speaking, was rapidly growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 164 Guide. A trace of anxiety finally appeared on Wan Xingluo's face. Zhou Yan, what should we do? If this drags on, it will really finish digesting. However, Zhou Yan just quietly looked at the writhing fog below. His eyes showed no sign of restlessness, instead, there was a hint of amusement. He turned his head to look at Wan Xingluo beside him and suddenly smiled. Madam! Since destiny wants us to be hunters this time, then we need to find one that knows this hunting ground better than any hound. Guide. Guide? Wan Xingluo was taken aback. Here, where is there any guide? Zhou Yan did not explain. He simply took Wan Xingluo's hand and, with a flash of his figure, did not rush into the maze but slowly descended to the edge of that ghostly icy sea. On the bone-chilling snowfield, a figure was kneeling there. Once a proud and noble queen, symbolizing the glory and pride of the northern bear nation, Ivan Romanov. At this moment, she looked like a sculpture drained of all soul and vitality. The crown was askew, and her luxurious clothing was in tatters. Her once smooth skin was covered with shriveled wrinkles, her life force was drained away along with her national fortune, making her appear to have aged decades in just a few minutes. Her eyes were hollow and lifeless, staring blankly at the fog that had swallowed all her everything. Belief collapsed, spirit shattered. She had become a living dead. Zhou Yan and Wan Xingluo quietly descended before her. Silence. Like a tangible silence, pressing on the hearts of everyone who witnessed this scene through the live broadcast. Ivan Romanov, the once brilliant queen, slowly and with all her might, raised her face full of wrinkles and lifelessness. Her gaze pierced through the bone-chilling wind, precisely locking onto Wan Xingluo. Those once bright gray eyes, like the North Star, now only reflected endless resentment and deep-rooted humiliation. A hoarse, decayed sound, like rusty gears rubbing against each other. It squeezed out from her throat. You all. Are you here to see my joke? This sentence, broadcasted by the law of destiny, clearly echoed in the ears of every survivor in the world. The representative of the Eagle Sauce Federation instinctively straightened his back, a cruel curve forming at the corner of his mouth. That's right. We are here to see your joke, you fool. Now you know to beg for mercy? It's too late. Look, this is the consequence of defying destiny. Huaxia people, do you see this? She is your tomorrow. However, facing Ivan's hateful questioning, Wan Xingluo's expression showed not the slightest ripple. Her gaze was calm like an ancient well, reflecting Ivan's embarrassed figure at this moment. I am not here to see your joke. Her voice was cold, yet carried an undeniable strength. I came to hunt down the lie that destroyed your country and will soon threaten everyone. Wan Xingluo's gaze turned towards the swirling mist, then back to Ivan's face. But now, I need your help. Help? Ivan seemed to hear the funniest joke of the century, letting out a sharp and bitter laugh. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. She pointed at her wrinkled skin, pointing at the ice sea behind her that swallowed everything. Help you? I. A loser with a destroyed country and family. A waste drained of national fortune and vitality. A coward who can't even protect her own guard. What else can I help you with? She screamed hysterically, each word tearing at her own soul. Wan Xingluo quietly waited for her to vent. Then, word by word, she said clearly. Your country may have lost its glory, but your bloodline has not. Ivan's bitter laugh stopped abruptly. Wan Xingluo took a step forward, her phoenix eyes sparkling with sharp light. You are the only heir of the Winter royal family, your blood can still resonate deeply with this ice plane. That monster, it swallowed your national fortune, and it must have stained itself with your karma. Lies cannot isolate karma. Therefore, only you can guide us to its true direction in this mist laid by destiny. Ivan was stunned. A flicker of movement appeared in her hollow gaze for the first time. Pride, glory, the vigor of expeditions, the despair when the ice heart shattered, the pain when the guard was swallowed. Countless scenes flashed wildly in her mind. Finally, it froze on the mocking face of the frost of hypocrisy, covered with compound eyes. A bone-chilling flame erupted from the deepest part of her soul. Not for glory. Not for the country. Only for revenge. She suddenly raised her head, her gray eyes reigniting the extinguished flame, transforming into a battle intent sharper than this 10,000-year glacier. She said nothing, only answering with her actions. She trembled as she pulled out the inherited dagger once used for sacrifice from her tattered royal robe. The Fong of Winter. She once used it to cut her wrist, sacrificing to the false goddess. Now, she would use it to start a real revenge. Sizzle. Ivan did not hesitate to slice her palm, the crimson and hot blood pouring out instantly. She looked at the blood as if she were gazing at her people's last hope. Ivan Winter Romanov. She pressed her bleeding palm heavily onto the ice and snow beneath her feet. In the name of the last queen of the Northern Bear Kingdom, I vow. The blood dripped, instantly merging into the snow, as if it had life, spreading tiny bloodlines in all directions. The entire land seemed to resonate with her heartbeat. She raised her head, staring hard at Ruan Xinglua, using all her strength to roar out her conditions for exchange. I will help you slay this beast. But in exchange, I want to personally reclaim the last shred of dignity that belongs to our people. Boom! In that moment, a drop of fresh blood completely merged into the earth. With her as the center, an invisible pulse violently spread out. The thick ghostly ice sea mist in front of her, in her sight, actually became thin and transparent like morning fog illuminated by sunlight. The mist still existed, but its lie rule could no longer deceive this shared bloodline. A golden thread composed of the energy of the Northern Bear Country's fortune, invisible to the naked eye, clearly appeared in Ivan's perception, piercing through layers of obstacles, accurately pointing to a presence deep within the mist. I found it. Ivan stood up, her hunched back actually straightening a little at that moment. Chapter 165, The Hunt. Begins. Zhou Yan's lips curled slightly as he snapped his fingers lightly. Very good. Then, the hunt begins. Zhou Yan, Ruan Xinglua, Ivan. The wise, the hunter, the guide. A temporary hunting team formed in an instant. This way. Ivan didn't hesitate, leading the charge as she quickly zipped across the ice sea, following the bloodline's guidance. Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua followed closely behind. In the images broadcasted globally, everyone saw that the mist that previously left Huaxia helpless could no longer impede the trio's steps. The smile of the Eagle Sauce Federation representative froze on his face. However, at that moment, destiny struck again. A cold, vast, emotionless will seemed to descend from the ninth heaven. Buzz. The entire ghostly ice sea, along with the 1,000-meter thick ice layer below, vibrated violently without any warning. Immediately after, under the horrified gazes of everyone, this vast ice sea began to tilt. Booming. The heavens and the earth spun. The 1,000-year-old ice layer, which bore the last hopes and despairs of the Northern Bear Country, actually tilted crazily towards the abyss as if flipped by a divine hand. Ivan Romanov staggered, her old body nearly being flung away by the violent tremor. She desperately drove the legacy dagger into the ice surface to barely stabilize herself. Ruan Xinglua was enveloped by phoenix flames, barely resisting this immense power, her expression grave. The global live broadcast distorted to the extreme at this moment. Countless survivors screamed in terror. The sky is falling. Is this the power of destiny? Is it going to flip the entire extreme north? It's over. Huaxia people are doomed too. What are humans in the face of such power? Yet, in this world on the verge of collapse, only one person stood tall and steadfast. Zhou Yan. He didn't even move the hem of his clothes, just calmly watching the hypocritical frost madly fleeing along the golden bloodline on the tilting ice surface. Just when everyone thought destiny would crush the three along with the monster, the tilt suddenly stopped. The world returned to a bizarre balance. Destiny did not directly attack. Instead, in the path of hypocritical frost escape, a crystalline ice cave emitting rainbow light appeared out of thin air. Deep within the cave, countless phantoms of divine weapons and ancient relics drifted, exuding a deadly temptation. The movement of hypocritical frost stalled, a trace of greed flashed in its compound eyes, but was soon suppressed by its instinct for survival, taking a detour. Next, another shard of energy shimmering with the glow of fate appeared before it. That aura seemed like if swallowed, it could instantly restore all powers. Hypocritical frost hesitated again, but ultimately chose to flee. In the Eagle Sauce Federation Command Center, a representative scoffed in confusion. What's going on? Destiny is handing it equipment? What foolish rule is this? Ruan Xinglua also frowned. What is it doing? These things, although traps, seem to be providing energy to that monster. Zhou Yan's lips, however, curled into a cold arc. No. This is not a trap, but it's a grand strategy. His eyes were deep, as if he could see through the will above the 9 heavens. It is not helping it, it is feeding it. With false hope and treasures that can be seen but not touched, it nourishes the lies within this monster, making them even stronger, even more perfect. Then, it will personally reap the rewards. Zhou Yan's words sent chills down Wan Xinglua and Ivan's spines in an instant. What a cruel destiny. It simply doesn't care about the survival of the Northern Bear Kingdom, it is just conducting a lofty, nurturing experiment. Zhou Yan smiled lightly, a shimmer of pride shining in his expression, as if he looked down on the world. It likes to set up bait? Then we shall provide it with an even more perfect lie, one it cannot refuse. His gaze fell upon Wan Xinglua. Xinglua, take out the deceiving doll that we seized from Longing Shue. Wan Xinglua was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood, immediately retrieving the plain wooden doll from her storage space. Zhou Yan extended his hand. A strand of black, like ink, seemingly capable of devouring everything, swirled from his fingertips. The origin of the return to the ruins. He then looked at Wan Xinglua. Wan Xinglua nodded, flicking her fingertip, releasing a vivid and hopeful emerald light. The power of rebirth. Finally, his gaze landed on Ivan's bleeding palm. Your Majesty, I need a drop of blood that carries the last will of your kingdom. Ivan hesitated not for a moment, drawing upon all his remaining strength to force out a drop of crimson blood, tinged with a dim gold. The blood of winter. 3 distinct yet ultimate powers of the world slowly gathered in Zhou Yan's palm. Darkness, rebirth, end. Under his control, the 3 powers entwined like an Ouroboros, forming a perfect cycle, before he gently pressed them into the deceiving doll. Buzz. The doll trembled violently. The lifeless would seem to be injected with a true soul at that moment. A vast, ancient force, filled with the essence of life, yet tinged with the sorrow and unwillingness of impending death, erupted. At this moment, it was no longer a doll. It was a perfect illusion of a world spirit on the verge of extinction. Zhou Yan weighed this perfect lie in his hand before carelessly tossing it into the unfathomable dark ice crevice beneath his feet, the abyss of wailing. He smiled at the astonished duo beside him. For something that feeds on lies and hope, there is nothing more delicious than a dying world spirit. Now, we just need to wait for that greedy fish to bite the hook on its own. At the same time, the hypocritical frost, frantically running on the ice plains, suddenly halted. Countless compound eyes on its body turned toward the direction of the abyss of wailing. A deadly temptation, enough to make its very soul shudder, surged crazily from the depths. It was the breath of the origin. It was a supreme food that could elevate it in one step, transcending the nation's destiny. Its instincts screamed wildly. A trap. This was definitely a trap. But that aura, the aura of the dying world spirit, was simply too alluring. Devour it. As long as it devoured it, it could very well ascend and escape the control of destiny, becoming a true master of rules. Greed. Endless greed instantly overwhelmed reason. Hiss. The hypocritical frost let out a sharp cry mixed with excitement and ecstasy, no longer caring about the pursuers behind or destiny's grand design, turning direction like a flash of light and diving into the unfathomable abyss of wailing. At the moment it entered the abyss, Zhou Yan's already set up return to ruins barrier suddenly activated. Buzz. The walls of the abyss illuminated with countless dark runes, forming a net that completely sealed the entire abyss of wailing. However, hypocritical frost remained indifferent. All its compound eyes were fixed tightly on the bottom of the abyss, that spirit of the world exuding endless temptation. It opened its giant mouth and swallowed it whole. An unprecedented feeling of satisfaction and power filled its entire body in an instant. But, just a second later, the fierce joy on hypocritical frost's twisted face turned into boundless fear and shock. It had been tricked. What it swallowed was not the spirit of the world at all, but a rule bomb that could completely explode the very fabric of rules. Boom! A terrifying energy that cannot be described in words violently exploded within hypocritical frost. This was not a physical explosion, but the cruelest collision between rules. Scree-ia! A piercing scream sharp enough to tear apart souls suddenly erupted from the depths of the wailing abyss. The huge, twisted body of hypocritical frost began to uncontrollably swell, tear, heal, and tear again. The new force representing hope and creation was madly repairing its divine body, while the source of the oblivion representing ending and nothingness was, in a more tyrannical manner, crazily erasing its very existence. Its flesh and blood turned into chaotic blood mist under the tug-of-war between rebirth and oblivion, and its soul let out a painful wail in the grinding of light and darkness. At this moment, a cold, ruthless voice, but for the first time filled with true anger, roared across the entire extreme northern ice field. That voice came from 9 heavens above, from the end of rules. It is destiny. You dare to use my script to plot against my peace. The will of destiny descended, causing the entire ghostly ice sea to freeze. Time and space seemed to solidify under this anger. All survivors before the global live broadcast trembled under this divine power, forgetting even to breathe. However, Zhou Yan just glanced at the sky calmly. He didn't even respond. Because it was unworthy. He no longer gave destiny any chance, simply raised his hand, and with a fierce grip, he faced the bottomless wailing abyss. Condense. One word, and the law followed. Buzz. The boundary of obliteration enclosing the entire wailing abyss crazily shrank, collapsed, and compressed with an unstoppable force. No! Hypocritical frost let out its last desperate and unwilling roar. Its enormous body, along with the immense luck of the North Bear Kingdom capable of bursting a medium-sized nation, and the exploding power of rules. Everything was forcibly compressed under Zhou Yan's grip. Light distorted. Space collapsed. Finally, all fell silent. All energy and matter were compressed into a core no larger than a fist, half shimmering with a dim golden light, and half swirling with pure gray light. The core of causality. With a flick of his hand, the core silently flew into his palm. He didn't even cast a glance at the gray part representing hypocrisy, simply handing the core to Ivan Romanov. His voice was calm and gentle. Your Majesty. Use your blood to take back what belongs to you. Bring it back. Tears surged in Ivan Romanov's aged eyes. She looked at the dim golden light within the core belonging to the North Bear Kingdom, as if seeing the faces of her people struggling and crying in despair. Without hesitation, she used the inherited dagger to cut through her wrinkled palm again. Blood dripped. 1 drop, 2 drops. When her blood touched the core of causality. Buzz. The power of national fortune belonging to the North Bear Kingdom within the core seemed to have heard its mother's call, instantly boiling like weary birds returning to their nest. Streams of brilliant golden light surged out from the core wildly. Transformed into a golden long river, it surged completely into Ivan's body. Her white hair shone brightly again in the golden light. Her hunched body slowly straightened under the nourishment of the nation's fortune. More importantly, this power was transmitted back through her final bloodline connection with the Northern Bear, to the distant land of Northern Bear that had been submerged in cries and despair. At this moment, in the globally broadcast scene, everyone saw the golden pillar of luck for the Northern Bear, which had fallen to rock bottom and was about to completely shatter, suddenly tremble. It fell, and then stopped. Then, amidst the excited tears and fervent cheers of countless Northern Bear citizens, the golden pillar began to slowly and firmly rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. The crisis was lifted. Zhou Yan watched this scene, nodded slightly, and then casually tossed the gray core, which only had the pure hypocritical rules left, like throwing away garbage to Ruan Xinglua beside him. Xinglua. A good trophy, it can be used to upgrade your prison-suppressing bracelet. In the future, it should be able to resist higher-level illusions and mental pollution. Ruan Xinglua fumbled to catch this rule core that could drive any deity crazy, and for a moment, she was speechless. And high in the sky, the terrifying pressure belonging to destiny after being silent for a long time, ultimately chose not to strike. The power that had gathered slowly dissipated. It seemed that K no longer cared about the mess of the Northern Bear. But above the glacier that would never melt, lines of divine texts formed from the power of destiny slowly emerged, marked onto the ice surface. Wonderful impromptu performance. But don't forget, the final chapter of the script has long been written. Looking forward to our final performance at the Bell Tower. The words faded, and the divine might retreated. It was as if everything just now was merely an illusion. But the deep imprint left on the ice surface, and the warm national core in her hand, told Ivan that it was all real. Their country was saved. Ivan Romanov adjusted her appearance, walked forward, and offered the most noble and ancient courtesy of the Northern Bear royal family to Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua, as well as to the Huaxia behind them. She knelt on one knee, placed her right hand on her heart, her voice solemn and respectful. I, Ivan Romanov, swear in the name of the Northern Bear royal family and all the citizens. From this day forth, the Northern Bear will become Huaxia's most solid eternal ally, until the end of the world, until winter ends. Ivan Romanov's solemn oath echoed over the dead silence of the ghostly icy sea, every word felt as if carved into the soul of the glacier by the cold wind of winter. Zhou Yan simply looked at her calmly, neither affirming nor rejecting. For him, the so-called eternal covenant was merely a lifeline the weak clung to in desperation. What was truly valuable was always the power in his own hands. At that moment, a hint of imperceptible green sprouted quietly on the world tree seedling rooted in the void in his palm. Buzz. A subtle pulse, like the beating of a heart, came from the seedling. The magnificent national fortune of the Northern Bear that was reborn from death and despair, after bathing Ivan's body, a pure thread of its essence was quietly absorbed by the world tree seedling. Then, at the top of the world tree, a new tender leaf slowly unfolded. The leaf was crystalline and flawless like ice sculpture, but the veins were not ordinary lines, they were intricate and mysterious winter runes. This is... Ruan Xingluo's gaze was instantly drawn to this strange leaf, from which she could feel a power that was completely different from the hypocritical frost, yet equally stemming from extreme cold, a more pure and ancient power of rules. It absorbed the national fortune of the northern bear from death to rebirth, creating a new rule. Zhou Yan's voice echoed faintly. Try it, use your divine thought to touch it. Ruan Xingluo followed the instructions, carefully separating a strand of divine thought, probing towards the ice crystal tender leaf engraved with winter runes. Boom! At the moment her divine thought touched the leaf, an extreme silence and coldness, as if capable of freezing thought itself, surged into her sea of consciousness. But this cold was not harmful, rather, it was an unquestionable order. In her perception, the entire world seemed to be pulled into a realm of absolute zero. The wind stopped. The flow of energy stilled. Even those most chaotic and violent invisible particles in space were forcibly calmed, solidifying into a still painting under this power. Absolute zero silent domain. A name naturally floated into Ruan Xingluo's mind. She instantly understood the ability this leaf granted her. This was not an attack, nor purely a defense, but a form of control. An absolute control that could forcibly freeze all chaotic rules and violent energy within the domain. This exactly compensated for her previous biggest shortcoming of having excessive attack but lacking control means. Do you like it? Zhou Yan watched the joy in her eyes, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This is a gift exchanged by those silly folks from the Northern Bear Kingdom with their remaining pride and indomitable spirit for you. Ruan Xingluo shot him a glance, but the joy in her eyes could not be hidden. She really liked this gift. However, this moment of tranquility was soon completely shattered by the voice of someone humiliated and furious after being toyed with by an ant. It was the mandate of heaven. A wonderful improvisational performance. The tragedy of the first act and the farce of the second act have concluded. Now then, let us welcome the true climax that belongs to this drama. As the last words fell, the hearts of all survivors around the globe sank heavily. It's here. The real despair is coming. Act 3. The cornerstone of the empire, curtain rises. With the mandate of heaven's final proclamation, the darkness from the depths of the universe was suddenly torn open, creating an unimaginable massive rift. An ark slowly sailed out. That could no longer be described as a boat. Its size was larger than the moon, its hull forged from an unidentifiable pale metal mixed with the bones of unimaginable giant beasts, resembling a moving tomb of steel and bones. It lay across the earth, casting a shadow that plunged half the planet into darkness. Since the advent of the apocalypse, humanity felt for the first time the profound insignificance and helplessness from the depths of their souls. Just as everyone was overwhelmed into speechlessness by this terrifying ark, the cold system announcement resounded in the minds of every survivor simultaneously. Announcement: the Doomsday Ark has arrived in the Blue Star's orbit. On the Ark, there are only 10 seats that can continue the flame of civilization. Selection countdown, 72 hours. All civilizations of Blue Star, in your own ways, prove your value to the Ark. 10 seats. 72 hours. All the billions of surviving individuals left in the world, the senior figures of all forces, held their breath at that moment. Immediately after, the next announcement made everyone's hearts plunge into an endless abyss. The rules for determining seat allocation are as follows. 1. This selection is not based on the strength of military power. 2. This selection is not based on the fortune of the nation. 3. The only standard for seat allocation is the value of the offerings each civilization presents to the Ark. 4. The criteria for value evaluation are determined by the will of the Ark itself. The cold, grand proclamation of the mandate of heaven hung like a guillotine above everyone's head, slowly and mercilessly descending. The shadow cast by the Doomsday Ark engulfed not only half the planet but also the hearts of every survivor. Dead silence. A silence deeper than the ice sea of specters enveloped the highest emergency remote meeting of the Blue Star Alliance. In the holographic projection, each leader's face was as grave as iron. Ivan of Beixiong Nation had just gone through a national crisis, and the cold, murderous aura of winter still lingered on her body. Now, she pressed her lips tightly together and said nothing. The great sage of the Star Trajectory Council, with wisdom in his eyes that seemed to see through everything, revealed a deep worry for the first time. It was the voice of an urgent congressman behind the leader of the oil nation, Mia, who first broke the silence. Princess Mia. We must take action. Heaven's mandate says that the standard is not military force, nor national fortune, but the value of the sacrifice. A kind of fervent hope flickered in the congressman's eyes. We have gold. We have diamonds. We have countless immeasurable treasures accumulated over centuries. We even possess blueprints of the most advanced technology from the old era. Is this not enough to exchange for a seat? Mia's expression changed slightly, but she did not immediately scold him. Because this statement revealed her truest thoughts. In terms of military force, they were no match for Huaxia. In terms of national fortune, they had just witnessed the tragedy of Beixiong Nation. But when it comes to wealth, they had absolute confidence. This was their only chance. Foolish. A cold shout came from the great sage, Star-Eye. His gaze swept over the congressman like a sharp sword, causing the latter to fall silent instantly. Haven't you realized? Star-Eye's voice carried a hint of heart-wrenching sorrow. Heaven's mandate does not care about gold or diamonds. It seeks to dissolve our alliance. It wants us to kill each other for those 10 illusory seats. The so-called value judgment standard is determined by the Ark. This is the biggest trap itself. You offer gold, and it will say that bones are more valuable. You offer technology, and it will say that loyalty is of greater value. It wants to toy with us, watching us distrust each other, betray each other, and ultimately offer the most precious unity as a sacrifice to it. Every single word from the great sage hit the hearts of the crowd like a heavy hammer. Mia's face instantly turned pale. Yes. The judgment standard was in the opponent's hands. This was not a transaction, but a complete farce. The meeting fell into deadlock once again. Everyone's gaze involuntarily gathered on the figure standing quietly at the center of the meeting. As the de facto core of the alliance, she was now facing a test of leadership. If she forcefully ordered all allies to give up the fight, it would undoubtedly be tyranny and despotism. In the face of despair at the end of the world, such an order would only spark the strongest backlash. But if she let things go, then the scene predicted by the great sage, where allies killed each other for the transcendent tickets, would immediately unfold. The alliance would crumble into dust in an instant. Ruan Xinglua remained silent, deep in thought. However, just as the atmosphere within the alliance tightened to its extreme, a gentle and polite voice unexpectedly came through the public channel. Good afternoon, representatives of the Blue Star civilizations. I apologize for the unsolicited interruption. I hope for your understanding. Buzz. Who is this? How could they silently break through all defensive systems and send their voice directly into their core meeting? Next, a holographic projection automatically appeared in the center of the conference room. It was a man. He wore a well-tailored dark golden splendid suit, with a monocle on his face, and his hair was meticulously combed. He wore a flawless, textbook-like standard smile, and his every gesture radiated a deep elegance and calmness. His aura was not that of a strong man, yet he gave an incomprehensible feeling of being unshakable. Who I am is not important. The man slightly bowed, performing an ancient noble gesture. His voice was clear and magnetic, each syllable seeming to be precisely calculated. With a compelling sense of logic. My name is Mercury, from the Balance Merchant Association, serving as the chief negotiator. Our association is protected by the neutrality contract of the multiverse, aimed at providing the fairest and most orderly solutions to all chaotic disputes. Balance Merchant Association? Neutrality contract of the multiverse? These unfamiliar terms left everyone present deeply shocked and confused. Ruan Xinglua narrowed her eyes and coldly looked at him. Solution? Yes, indeed. Mercury pushed his monocle, the lens reflecting a cold light. A plan that can solve your current dilemmas. He scanned the room, his gaze sweeping over each leader's face, as if he could see through their inner struggles and desires. Since Destiny has proposed a selection based on value, and the evaluation criteria are vague, this will undoubtedly plunge you into chaotic internal conflicts. And our Balance Merchant Association excels at establishing clear, open, and universally accepted rules for value. He paused, smiling as he presented his proposal, his voice like a whisper of a devil. I propose holding an auction for the qualification of the Ark ticket. An auction? Those 3 words instantly made the entire venue erupt. Our Balance Merchant Association will act as the notary to ensure absolute fairness in the auction. You may put up your civilization's most precious items as chips and bid openly. Whether it's gold, resources, technology, loyalty, national fortune, even life, as long as you deem it valuable, you can use it to bid. The highest bidder wins the ticket qualification. Isn't this the most fair way? As Mercury's voice fell, the entire conference room plunged into an eerie silence. Fairness? This is indeed fair. It tears away all hypocritical disguises, laying bare the naked interests on the table. This proposal, like the sharpest knife, precisely pierced the weakest soft spot of the alliance, trust. Representatives from smaller nations had already ignited with a crazy flame in their eyes. They lacked strong military power, but they were willing to bet everything their civilization had for a ticket to survive. I agree. A rough voice suddenly broke the silence. Everyone turned to see that the speaker was none other than General Griffin of Winter, standing behind Ivan. He looked at Mercury with an almost fanatical gaze and said loudly, "The sage is wrong. We should not sit idly by. Why should we give up our chance to survive for the sake of so-called unity? Ivan's face instantly turned extremely ugly, and he growled, "Griffin! Shut up!" But Griffin paid no mind. He stepped forward, staring directly at Wan Xingluo and Xingtong in the holographic projection. "We, the North Bear Kingdom, use all our remaining pride and resilience to buy ourselves a new destiny. We have the right to use this power to bid for our future. This is true fairness." His voice echoed in the conference room, filled with a bewitching power. "The strong deserve more." As his words fell, the strand of trust among the leaders of the alliance snapped. Countless suspicious, doubtful, and greedy gazes began to circulate among each other. The alliance, before the sharpest dagger of fairness, was already covered in cracks. Griffin's words, "the strong deserve more," were like a stone thrown into stagnant water, stirring up the deepest greed and resentment in everyone's hearts. In the independent command channel of Huaxia, a calm voice emerged, carrying a hint of casual amusement. "You see, Xingluo." Zhou Yan's figure appeared beside Wan Xingluo, looking with great interest at the holographic screen, at Mercury, who still maintained an elegant smile. When the script of fate isn't exciting enough, there will always be clever supporting characters who jump out to add drama. His tone was calm, but with a knowing indifference. This little merchant named Mercury is a pawn thrown out by destiny to intensify conflict. A pawn, used and discarded. Ruan Xingluo's gaze returned from the chaos of the meeting and looked at Zhou Yan, her eyes filled with inquiry. Zhou Yan smiled gently. "Let's play along with him. He wants an auction, so we will give him an auction. But who is the prey and who is the hunter will only be known in the end." 24 hours vanished in an instant. Chapter 169, The Gathering of All Resentments to Collect Debt. Under Mercury's and the Balanced Trading Association's provocative speeches and guarantees, with the near-mad support of most civilization leaders, the auction concerning the survival qualifications for civilization was held as scheduled. Above the sky, the shadow of the Doomsday Ark remained cold as ever. Under the shadow, a magnificent platform built of light and shadow rose from the ground, light streaming to every corner of the globe through the technology of the Balanced Trading Association. Mercury stood at the very center of the platform. He changed into a more solemn black tailcoat, with a golden balance badge shining on his chest, as if representing the highest justice in the world. "Ladies and gentlemen, fellow citizens of the Blue Star civilization." His voice echoed through the amplification array, clear and resounding. "Today, we do not talk about nationalities, we do not talk about races, we do not talk about past grievances. We only talk about one thing: value. Use what you consider the most precious thing to exchange for the right to live. This is the ultimate order in fairness that the Balanced Trading Association brings to you. Now, I declare that the auction officially begins." As his words fell, countless eyes in the audience instantly turned red. The first to rush onto the stage were the leaders of several small countries. They had no powerful national fortune, no top technology, they only had the legacies of the old era and the last dignity of civilization. I offer all the gold reserves in our national treasury. And the crown that our royal family has inherited for 800 years. An old king, with white hair, tremblingly placed a stunning crown set with jewels on the auction table. Mercury glanced at it, still wearing his impeccable smile. "Your Majesty, in the old days, gold and jewels might have been worth a fortune." He waved his hand gently, and a light curtain lit up on the platform, showing a line of cold numbers. "But according to the association's assessment, your offer is not enough to pay the reserve price for this auction." The king's body jolted violently, his face gray as ash. "No, it can't be." "Then, add all the artworks of our civilization. All historical texts. Even my own loyalty and that of all my subjects." Mercury slightly bowed, his smile holding a hint of polite cruelty. "I'm afraid, the value of loyalty requires sufficient power to uphold. Your bid is invalid." "Next." The king staggered, being ushered off the high platform by an unseen force, gazing at the lonely crown, the light in his eyes extinguished completely. Bleak. Despair. Several small countries sacrificed everything they had, yet they didn't even qualify to touch the bidding threshold. Their last hope was crushed by the word fairness. Before the streaming screen, countless survivors felt chills in their hearts. What kind of auction is this? This was clearly a public, extreme humiliation of the weak. At that moment, a tall and robust figure pushed through the crowd, striding onto the stage. It was Griffin, a general from Northern Bear Country. He didn't even glance at the pale Ivan behind him, heading straight to Mercury. "Enough talk." Griffin's roar was like thunder. "We, Northern Bear Country, pledge half of the Winter Dragon vein." Boom! As soon as the words fell, a towering ice-blue light pillar surged from behind Griffin. Within the light pillar, a fierce frost dragon could be faintly seen roaring. That was the symbol of the newly reborn national fortune of the Northern Bear Kingdom. Half of the dragon vein. What a mad gamble this is. Ivan trembled in anger from below, unable to stop it. Griffin had already taken the entire fate of the Northern Bear Kingdom hostage with his actions. In Mercury's eyes, a true admiration flashed for the first time. Wonderful! This is the real stake. He announced loudly, the Northern Bear Kingdom bids half of the Winter Dragon vein. Is there a higher bid? The whole place fell silent. Everyone was stunned by this bold move. Just as Mercury was about to bring down the hammer, a cold voice echoed. Wait. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Ruan Xinglua slowly ascend the stage. She did not come with the overwhelming force of Griffin, nor did she come with the humble desperation of small country leaders. She was very calm. What shocked people even more was that her hands were empty, she brought nothing. Mercury's gaze fell on her, adjusting his monocle, a smirk playing on his lips. Oh? Esteemed Ms. Ruan, is it finally time for the core of the alliance, Huaxia? He glanced at Ruan Xinglua's empty hands and feigned surprise as he asked. But, where are your stakes? Is Huaxia really going to give up this hard-won opportunity to bid? His voice was full of provocation, and the gaze of the world instantly focused on Ruan Xinglua. Ruan Xinglua did not answer his question, she simply stared at him quietly. Her gaze seemed to be looking at a lifeless object. You cannot see my stakes. Her voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. Mercury's smile froze on his face. Ruan Xinglua slowly spoke, each word sounding like the toll of a death knell. Mr. Zhou Yan asked me to ask you one thing. The merchant's scale can measure all things. Then, can it weigh your own karma? The moment her words fell, an ancient black abacus appeared out of nowhere in Ruan Xinglua's hand. The board of all grievances requiring settlement. Clang. She gracefully raised her hand and moved the abacus beads. But this time, what appeared on the abacus was no one's bloody debt. Instead, it was a line. A line as dark as ink, filled with trade, exploitation, control, and bondage, a black causal line. On one end of that line was the abacus. On the other end, like a parasitic venomous snake, it was deeply embedded in Mercury's elegant soul. Through this causal line, everyone could see that at the end of the line was an existence even higher, further, and more indescribable and terrifying. The chess player Destiny. Ruan Xinglua raised her eyes, her gaze sharp as a sword, piercing through all of Mercury's disguises. You are merely another puppet of destiny. What you call fairness? How much is it really worth? Snap. It was as if something had shattered beneath that sound. The textbook-like elegant smile on Mercury's face stiffened, cracked, and then crumbled bit by bit. What replaced it was no longer composed, no longer graceful. Instead, it was horror. It was fear. It was the terrifying fear of suddenly having one's identity revealed, as if stripped bare and thrown in the snow. Snap. The horror on Mercury's face froze into an everlasting sculpture. The black causal line spreading from deep within his soul was like the most vicious curse, exposing all his dignity and pride to the gaze of the entire world. Puppet. He, the chief negotiator of the Balance Merchant Association, the host of this century's auction, was merely a puppet manipulated and will buy a higher existence. The entire place fell silent. Chapter 170, The Arc of Doom. In front of the live broadcast, billions of survivors were left with blank minds. This reversal was too swift, too shocking. In this almost frozen silence. Creak. A spine-chilling metallic scraping sound came from above everyone's heads, as if an ancient giant ship that had been dormant for eons finally began to turn its gears. It was the Arc of Doom. That arc, since its arrival, had been like a floating tombstone of death. Movement. Everyone instinctively raised their heads. Beneath the massive ship of the Ark, a giant gate towering 10,000 meters high slowly opened, bringing with it an endless pressure. Behind the gate was a darkness deeper than the universe. No gods. No messengers. Just as everyone held their breath, guessing if the true fate would descend. A figure slowly walked out from the endless darkness. The moment they saw the person, Ivan and Griffin downstage, as well as Zhou Yan watching everything through the command channel, all had their pupils suddenly shrink. Ruan Xinglua's gaze also instantly turned incredibly cold. It was her. Longing Xue. At this moment, she wore dark golden dragon-patterned battle armor, and her body had not a single trace of injury. Her aura was stronger and more sinister than ever before. A pure, destructive dominance surrounded her, as if she herself were the end of days. And behind her, shadows writhed. A terrifying silhouette over 100 meters tall slowly emerged, a monster twisted from endless resentment, corpses, and broken divinity. It was her terrifying subbody, which had evolved into the Doom Resentment God form. Captain. She had become the captain of this Arc of Doom. Longing Xue stood at the entrance of the Ark, 10,000 meters high, as if at the door of the kingdom of gods, looking down at the beings below like mere ants. Her gaze swept over the terrified Mercurius on stage, then over the pallid Griffin below, before finally landing on Ruan Xinglua. She smiled. A cruel smile, full of ultimate pleasure. Thank you all for your wonderful performance. Her voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in every corner of Blue Star through the Ark's amplification array. Especially you, General Griffin. Longing Shue's gaze carried a hint of teasing pity. Half a winter dragon vein, what a generous gift. Griffin's body trembled, his bear-like eyes instantly turning bright red. Longing Shue. What do you mean? Longing Shue's smile grew even wider. No meaning. She slowly spread her arms, as if embracing her new world. Just forgot to tell you one thing. This Ark of Doom has always had only one ticket. Boom. This sentence exploded in everyone's minds like a nuclear bomb. Mercurius staggered back a step, pale as death. Griffin's tightly clenched fists dug deep into his flesh. Longing Shue reveled in their despair, sentence by sentence, pronouncing everyone's death. And all of you who offered gold, crowns, loyalty, and even national fortune were merely to welcome me, the only passenger, for a smooth voyage. You all are sacrifices. A scheme. From start to finish, it was a huge scheme. The third act of Fate's script was not about internal competition, or selecting the worthy, but rather using the greed and fear of all civilizations to entice them to offer their most precious everything, to pave the way for the one he truly chose, to ascend. In the independent command channel of Huaxia, Zhou Yan looked at the spirited Longing Shue on the screen, finally revealing a knowing smile. So that's how it is. He murmured softly, his voice carrying a hint of cold admiration. He doesn't want to dissolve the alliance. He wants to use the entire Blue Star as a sacrifice, artificially birthing the perfect sample of a domineering civilization to prove to us his script is the right one. This fate is more arrogant than I imagined. On the high platform, Longing Shue's gaze finally locked onto the only calm figure. Ruan Xingluo. She sensed the aura from Ruan Xingluo that was completely opposite to her but equally powerful. That was the way of kings. Longing Shue's smile gradually faded, replaced by cold battle intent and pride. She stood high above, like a god, issuing the ultimate challenge to the mortals. Ruan Xingluo. Now, on this stage, only the two of us main characters remain. Come on. Let me see your kingly way in front of my doomsday ark. Is there any ridiculous mercy left? The battle intent in Longing Shue's eyes had turned into a palpable desire to kill. She did not waste another word. Your mercy is left for the souls in hell to taste. The moment her words fell, she raised her hand and gently clenched it. Buzz. That doomsday ark hovering in the sky emitted a heart-pounding roar. Then, under the horrified gaze of the whole world, on both sides of the ark's smooth metal shell, thousands of dense holes suddenly opened. That was the feeding mouths. Each feeding mouth was bottomless, like a demonic eye leading to the abyss. In the next second, without giving anyone time to react. Swish. 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 Thousands of gray beams shot out from those feeding mouths, like a rain of death sweeping through the world, indiscriminately pouring down towards the ground, towards the united fleet of the 10,000 realms surrounding the Blue Star. That was not light. As the beams approached, everyone who saw its essence through ultra-clear lenses felt a tingling sensation on their scalp and shivered in their souls. That was a decomposing torrent made up of countless gray and sinister little ghosts, each the size of a fingernail. They were the Assimilation Legion. Open shields. Maximum power. The frontline commander of the united fleet of the 10,000 realms let out a piercing roar. Several elven star-speaking warships at the forefront instantly unfolded their heavy magical shields, vibrant runes swirling on the surface, enough to withstand the impact of meteors. However, sizzle. The gray torrent touched the shield, and the solid magical barrier, like thin paper splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid, could not hold for even a second before being easily torn apart. Countless decomposing little ghosts pounced upon it like piranhas smelling blood. No! The heart-wrenching screams came from within the battleship. That giant warship, over 1,000 meters long, was being gnawed apart by billions of decomposing little ghosts, its armor melting like snow, decomposing and collapsing at a visible speed. Just seconds. In mere seconds. An interstellar warship that represented the crystallization of advanced civilization, along with its crew, turned into nothing more than a handful of basic cosmic dust before the eyes of the whole world, drawn away by an invisible force, absorbed back into the Doomsday Ark. Chapter 171, This is the Doomsday. The extreme visual impact plunged the world into dead silence. This is the Doomsday. As the gray torrent of death was about to drown the ground, Ruan Xingluo's cold voice echoed. Absolute Zero, Silent Domain. Buzz. A chilling aura suddenly spread from her center. The extreme low temperature seemed to freeze the space itself. The rushing torrent of decomposing little ghosts halted abruptly, frost forming upon them, their madness forcibly restrained. But, it was only restrained. Those frozen little ghosts were soon shattered by an endless surge of their companions. More and more decomposing little ghosts fearlessly surged forward. Ruan Xingluo's domain was, with unending consumption, being compressed inch by inch. Chaos Devourer. With a command, the void behind her ripped apart, and a massive chaotic beast emerged with a roar, opening its mouth large enough to swallow mountains, fiercely biting into the grey torrent. A large number of decomposing little ghosts were swallowed into its belly. However, just 2 seconds later, the massive body of the Chaos Devourer suddenly trembled violently, letting out a painful howl. On its surface, unstable grey patches began to appear, as if something was eroding its very existence from within. Dyspepsia. No. It's completely indigestible. The assimilation rules contained within these decomposition spirits are too domineering. Even chaos cannot completely eradicate them. In the high sky, Longing Shue watched the scene and let out a triumphant laugh like a conqueror. Did you see that, Ruan Xingluo? My assimilation legion is endless. They are the very essence of the apocalypse. Wherever they go, everything is assimilated. How much longer can your protection, your path of kings, hold? Boom. It seemed to validate her words. At the bow of the Doomsday Ark, the towering god of Doom avatar, 100 meters tall, slowly opened its single eye. That eye is a cannon barrel. A main cannon controlled by an eerie and peak-level terrifying existence, the god of Doom roaring cannon. The terrifying energy capable of destroying stars began to gather at the cannon's mouth, radiating a pressure that made the entire blue planet tremble. The light flickered and ultimately locked onto the petite figure below, who was struggling to hold on. Ruan Xingluo's face turned unprecedentedly serious. Frozen, can only delay. Devoured, instead harmed. All her attack methods seemed to be unable to fundamentally resolve this endless assimilation army. No. Wait. Under the immense pressure, Ruan Xingluo's thoughts became incredibly clear. She looked at those fearless decomposition spirits with a highly unified action pattern, and a thought flashed through her mind like lightning. They are not independent individuals. Behind this billion-strong legion, there exists a unified, even more powerful will, controlling everything. As if seeing through Ruan Xingluo's horror, Longing Shue in the high sky curled her lips into a cruel and mocking arc. It seems you finally figured it out. Her voice carried a condescending pity, as if she were watching a butterfly trapped in a spider's web in its final struggle. That's right, they are not independent individuals. Behind this billion-strong army exists a unified, even more powerful will. A will that you, and all living beings on this planet, can never resist. Longing Shue spread her arms, her expression almost frenzied in devotion. Allow me to introduce my fiancé, the supreme existence about to step into the realm of the God Master, the prison-suppressing demon god. Prison-suppressing demon god. Half-step God Master. These words hit Ruan Xingluo's heart like a billion-ton star, leaving her breathless. That kind of existence, let alone on Blue Planet, even in the 10,000 Worlds Alliance, is a legendary taboo. Longing Shue's voice was filled with boastfulness and pride. At this moment, my husband is within the core of the Ark, singing a supreme rule incantation for me, and for this soon-to-come new world. Its name is Demon God Requiem. Imprisoned within the Ark are souls of billions from several civilizations that we have conquered and enslaved. Their grievances, their unwillingness, everything about them, will transform into an endless stream of assimilation spirits through this divine song. Longing Shue pointed towards the infinite grey torrent, her laughter sharp and piercing. Can you kill them all? As long as the demon god song continues, my legion cannot die nor perish. Ruan Xingluo, admit it. This is the insurmountable gap between you and me. This is fate. Despair. An unprecedented despair, like a cold tide, drowned the hearts of all people on the globe. An immortal and indestructible legion. Behind it stands a terrifying existence at the half-step God Master level. How to fight? What to use to fight? Even Ruan Xingluo's eternally frozen face showed a hint of wavering for the first time. In this moment of utter despair, a familiar and steady voice suddenly rang in her mind. It was Zhou Yan. I see the situation. Ruan Xingluo's spirit jolted, eagerly responding in her heart, Commander Zhou. Is there a way? The opponent is a half-step God Master. With the power of the divine curse, drive the legion. Zhou Yan's voice remained calm and unhurried, as if the sky was falling, he would merely change his sleeping position. Half-step divine lord, not a true divine lord, what's there to panic about? She can sing, can't we? She uses demonic sound to pollute the world, we'll use more classic music to teach her what art really is. These words left the desperate Ruan Xingluo momentarily dazed. Singing? Teaching her art? Is this a joke? However, before she could ask further, the void in front distorted. In the next moment, a very ancient object appeared out of nowhere before her. It was a hand-cranked gramophone. The body was made of an unknown dark wood, marked by the passage of time, while the large horn was cast from dull gold, and the needle that hung above the record faintly emitted the unique, desolate aura of dragon bone. This object was less of a treasure and more like an antique discarded by the times. But Ruan Xinglua keenly sensed a faint yet incredibly pure aura of the return to the void. Zhou Yan's voice rang out again, carrying a hint of laughter. This was given to me by an old friend who loved music. It's called the conch of universal resonance. Its biggest flaw is that it loves to play the wrong station. Go on, use it to add a different BGM to the concert across the way. Ruan Xinglua looked at the gramophone in front of her and then at the distant doomsday arc radiating apocalyptic pressure, her face full of half-belief. But now, she had no other choice. She took a deep breath and carefully poured her immense spiritual energy into this strange gramophone. Buzz. The gramophone quivered slightly. Controlling it was far more difficult than she had imagined. That aura of the return to the void felt like a bottomless black hole, wildly pulling at her spiritual energy. She had to control her power intricately, like a hair threading through the eye of a needle, to barely find a balanced frequency. This was an unprecedented huge test for her spiritual power. Rise. Sweat beaded on Ruan Xinglua's forehead as she shouted. On her first try, the frequency instantly went out of control. Zizig. An extremely harsh noise, like metal scraping glass, suddenly erupted from the golden horn. This sound was not only unpleasant, but also contained a chaotic force of rules. PFF. Ruan Xinglua was the first to bear the brunt. She felt a powerful force slam into her chest, her blood surging, and with a sweet taste in her throat, she directly suffered internal injury from the noise she had unleashed. High in the sky, Longing Xue, who was ready to enjoy her expression of despair, was momentarily stunned by this scene, then burst out laughing without holding back. Ha 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 ha. Ruan Xinglua. What are you doing? You're running out of tricks, preparing to give me a performance before you die? I have to say, this noise is truly unique. Longing Xue's mocking laughter pierced through the eardrums of global survivors like sharp thorns. The atmosphere of despair became thicker with her reckless laughter. However, at the center of the storm, Ruan Xinglua was deaf to it all. She let the blood trickle from the corner of her mouth, her ice blue eyes held no shame or discouragement, only a dead calmness. Mockery? It didn't matter anymore. She slowly raised her left wrist. On her wrist, the prison suppression bracelet that had once subdued countless strange entities emitted a weak but determined hum. A cool, watery energy surged from the bracelet, flowing through her limbs, calming her surging blood energy, and stabilizing her nearly collapsing sea of consciousness due to the frequency going out of control. Her heart felt an unprecedented peace. So that's how it is. In Ruan Xinglua's eyes, a glimmer of understanding flashed. It's not that there's not enough strength, but it's that the heart is not calm enough. She once again placed her hand on the ancient phonograph lever. This time, her movements were no longer hesitant or tentative, but carried a tranquility that seemed to know everything. Her mental strength flowed like a gentle stream, accurately and precisely pouring in once more. Buzz. This time, the golden trumpet emitted no more harsh noise. Instead, in Ruan Xinglua's perception, the entire world seemed to transform into an ocean composed of countless chaotic soundtracks. And among them, there was a frequency that was the most domineering, the most evil, filled with enslavement and fear. It was the channel of the demon god's soul requiem. It's it. Ruan Xinglua's gaze sharpened, her mental strength locking onto that frequency like the most precise probe. Got you. She whispered softly, then turned her hand, revealing another object in her palm. It was a strange disc, completely black, as if compressed from countless vengeful souls, etched all over with dense lines of causal sins. It was the national treasure of China, the debt collection disc of 10,000 grievances. Without a trace of hesitation, Ruan Xinglua placed the debt collection disc firmly on the phonograph's turntable. The dragon bone needle slowly descended. ZZ. With a soft contact sound, the world seemed to pause for a second. The earth-shattering demon god's soul requiem, the demonic sound that enslaved souls, came to an abrupt halt at that moment. Immediately following, a completely different sound, amplified by the universal resonance spiral a billion times, thundered throughout the entire channel of the Ark of the Apocalypse. It was not music. It was a series of sounds that seemed to come from the depths of hell, carrying endless causal karma, settling all sins, a debt collection mantra. Debtors must repay with their souls. Oathbreakers must repay with their blood. Annihilators, forever submerged in suffering. Each line of mantra crashed down like the thunder of heavenly judgment, directly striking at the countless enslaved soul sources within the Ark of the Apocalypse. The millions of assimilated little ghosts attacking the wreckage of the United Fleet froze in place. In their hollow eye sockets, confusion and pain flashed for the first time. High above, the smile on Longing Xue's face instantly froze. What sound is that? The soul requiem. Where is my soul requiem? Inside the Ark's core, the demon god of punishment who had been chanting with closed eyes suddenly opened them wide, filled with astonishment. His rule charm, his exclusive channel, was hijacked? But that's not all. In the name of truth, reveal your deep blood feud. Ruan Xinglua activated another treasure, the power of the Mirror of Truth. Invisible radiance merged with the debt collection mantra, transforming through the phonograph's channel into millions of images, forcibly playing in the consciousness of all enslaved souls. The images showed the homes they had once loved immensely. The next second, the dark golden arc of the apocalypse tore through the sky, a beam of light descended, the planet exploded, civilizations turned to dust. The images showed the families they once had in blissful happiness. The next second, a female emperor clad in dark gold dragon-patterned battle armor descended from the sky, slashing with a blade, their lovers and children turning to ashes in their wails. It's her. It's that lofty female emperor. She destroyed my home. My world. My child. My lover. All died under her butcher knife. All memories, all hatred, were ignited completely under the double stimulation of the debt collection mantra and the images of truth. Roar. Revenge. Kill her. Blood debts. Blood repayment. Endless hatred and anger instantly overwhelmed the lingering fear suppression of the demon god soul requiem. These enslaved souls were no longer docile lambs, but became vengeful spirits crawling back from hell. They no longer obeyed the control of the demon god of punishment and began to madly counterattack the core controls of the Ark. No. No. You despicable sacrifices. Stop now. Longing Xue horrifiedly discovered that her proud undead army was collapsing from within. Those assimilated little demons suddenly changed direction, no longer attacking any outside targets, but instead began to frantically gnaw at the Doomsday Ark beneath them with their claws and mandibles that could decompose all things. Chapter 173, Chaos Devourer. Tearing through energy conduits. Gnawing at the control center. Devouring the hull of the Ark. They wanted to completely destroy the cage that had imprisoned them, enslaved them, and refined them from within. In the global live broadcast room, everyone was dumbfounded. After a brief silence, a technical officer at the Blue Star Alliance Command Center suddenly stood up, pointing at the screen, his voice pitchy with extreme shock. My God! Commander Zhou, he's... He hacked into the enemy server, then looped a rebellious propaganda video for their entire army? Beside him, the interdimensional envoy Kalali, who had remained serious since the war began, also dropped her jaw, murmuring. Every move he makes completely exceeds my understanding. Boom! Booming sounds. A series of violent explosions suddenly erupted from within the Doomsday Ark. The massive, miraculous hull began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. Visible cracks spread like a spider web across its splendid dark golden exterior. The entire Doomsday Ark began to tilt under the frantic gnawing and self-detonation of billions of fellow citizens. The wails of the Doomsday Ark, through the hijacked channels, transformed into a piercing metallic breaking sound, spreading across the globe. The tilting hull, like a collapsing divine kingdom in the sky, announced the defeat of the Doomsday vengeful god. No. It cannot end like this. Longing Xue, with disheveled hair, had cracks all over her dark golden dragon-patterned armor from the energy backlash. She looked at those frantically gnawing at her divine kingdom citizens. The last trace of sanity in her eyes was completely burned into madness. I have not lost. I will never lose to you filthy ants. She suddenly lifted her head, her gaze piercing through the void to lock eyes with the equally furious demon god of punishment at the core of the Ark. One glance was enough for their final consensus. Mutual destruction. In the name of my vengeful god, I summon the Ark's divine source, burn the souls of millions. Longing Xue's piercing howl echoed through the sky. Deep within the core, the demon god of punishment let out a furious roar, extending its giant claw to smash fiercely down on the Ark's last backup energy source. Boom! That was not an explosion, but a collapse inward. A wave of destructive energy, a billion times more terrifying than any attack before, instantly ignited. All remaining, self-destructing assimilated little demons let out the most sorrowful wails at this moment. Their bodies were uncontrollably pulled toward the energy center, melting, decomposing, then reassembling. Flesh, vengeful souls, divine power, causality. Everything, all of it, was forcefully merged into an indescribable whole. A gigantic, quilt-like beast composed of billions of twisted wailing faces and severed limbs slowly formed in the radiant energy light. That aura had already surpassed half-step Divine Lord. It was a true Divine Lord level. Wailer of 10,000 souls. It's over. The surviving members of the interdimensional United Fleet had their brief flicker of hope completely obliterated by the despairing aura emanating from this giant beast. At the Blue Star Alliance Command Center, alarms rang out. All data analysts looked like they had seen a ghost. Divine Lord level energy response cannot be resisted. This is their final trump card. Even Ruan Xinglua felt a thump in her heart. That power had already exceeded her current limit to resist. However, just as the world fell once again into the silence of despair, The man who had been sitting calmly in the command seat of Huaxia since the start of the war suddenly. Finally, there was action. Zhou Yan slowly stood up from his seat. He didn't even look at the monstrous beast on the screen that could destroy the world. He simply brushed off the non-existent dust from the corner of his clothes. He shook his head, his tone flat, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. This farce should come to an end. The moment his words fell, he took a single step forward. There was no tearing of space, no blinding light, he simply vanished from the command center's chair in an ordinary manner. In the next instant, before the colossal wailing of 10,000 souls, a figure as small as a speck of dust quietly appeared. It was Zhou Yan. Roar! The wailing of 10,000 souls sensed an extreme threat, billions of mouths opened at once, letting out a soul-shattering roar, the power to destroy stars gathered within it, about to burst forth. However, Zhou Yan merely looked at it calmly. He didn't use any earth-shattering techniques, nor did he summon any world-destroying artifacts. He simply extended his right hand. Then, he gently pressed against the head of the god-level beast that could swallow galaxies. There were no colossal explosions. There was no resistance of any kind. Time seemed to freeze completely at that touch. That god-level beast, made of billions of strange fusions, carrying the last madness of Longing Shui and the Abyss Demon God, along with all its power, all its resentment, all its karma, was simply and effortlessly erased from the very existence. It vanished. As if it had never appeared. Exiled into an eternal, absolute, endless void, disappearing without a trace. Puff! Ah! High above, Longing Shui and the Abyss Demon God within the core of the ark felt as if struck by lightning. All cards, all powers, all madness, turned into nothingness in that instant, transforming into the most terrifying backlash, crashing into their bodies. Both of them spat out golden blood mixed with soul fragments, their breaths instantly weakening to the extreme, like two meteors, helplessly falling from the sky. Zhou Yan didn't even glance at them. He walked up to the Doomsday Ark, which had already turned into a hollow shell, disintegrating inch by inch. Ignoring the collapsing space and chaotic energy around him, he strolled inside, heading directly to the Ark's core. There, he took out something from within. It was a pitch-black egg, covered in magical runes, slowly pulsating, as if it possessed a life of its own, a giant egg. The grievances and life essence of billions of souls were not entirely used to create the stitched beast but were instead used as nourishment to cultivate this egg, radiating a terrifying aura. Zhou Yan held the egg and finally cast his gaze downwards at the Abyss Demon God, who had fallen amongst the ruins, eyes wide with shock and confusion. So, this is your true purpose. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly within the Abyss Demon God's soul. Using a doomed invasion to attract everyone's attention. The true goal is to use the mighty national fortune of Blue Star, to harvest the energy of this war as a sacrifice, to hatch your offspring. For your clan of demon gods that have long been exterminated, to leave this last spark. No. The Abyss Demon God looked at the egg cradled in Zhou Yan's palm, all disguises, all madness, all schemes collapsed in that moment, transforming into the most primal, pure despairing roar. That was all his hope. It was the last future of his clan. Yet Zhou Yan merely weighed the demon egg in his hand, as if assessing an ordinary stone. He turned his head to look at Ruan Xinglua, who was rushing over, and revealed a gentle smile. Madam. It seems our Chaos Devourer has a new treat. The remains of the Doomsday Ark quietly disintegrates into cosmic dust under the starry sky. The live broadcast from around the world had not ended with the war's conclusion, instead, it was locked by an invisible force, focused on a temporarily open dimensional space. That place was the private dining room belonging to Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua. In the gentle light, Ruan Xinglua was rolling up her sleeves, somewhat awkwardly preparing a celebratory dinner for Zhou Yan. The warm and cozy atmosphere stood in absurd yet harmonious contrast to the apocalyptic scene outside, where corpses lay everywhere. Madam, thank you for your hard work. Zhou Yan's voice broke the tranquility with a hint of a smile. Ruan Xinglua's cheeks flushed slightly as she gave him a reproachful glance. We haven't. Before she could finish, a small creature, entirely dark purple and jelly-like, popped out from Zhou Yan's collar, bouncing up and down while making urgent poochie-poochie sounds. The Chaos Devourer. Its big eyes stared intently at the gently pulsing demon god egg in Zhou Yan's palm, saliva almost streaming down like a river. That gaze held the most primitive greed engraved in its genes. Zhou Yan chuckled and shook his head at its silly appearance. Do you want to eat? Poochie. The Chaos Devourer nodded eagerly, almost jumping onto his face. Then I'll give it to you. He said casually, flicking his wrist. The egg, which contained the hopes of the entire demon god clan, was tossed away lightly as if he were throwing away trash. The Chaos Devourer was overjoyed, suddenly opening its big mouth, its body swelling tenfold in an instant. Ahm. In one precise gulp, it swallowed the demon god egg into its belly. Burp. It let out a satisfied belch, its face showing a very human-like expression of ecstasy. In the next second, a surge of dark purple energy exploded from within it, completely enveloping its body, quickly forming a translucent energy cocoon. The energy flowed over the cocoon, as if undergoing a world-changing evolution. It seems like a great opportunity. Ruan Xinglua watched the scene and felt sincerely happy for it. However, just when everyone thought this was a perfect victorious ending, a sudden twist occurred. On the surface of the dark purple energy cocoon, an extremely complex golden rune suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The rune exuded a sacred, majestic, and irrefutable aura, as if it were the embodiment of the laws of the universe. A cold, grand force of fate, even more chilling than the previous demon god, erupted from the rune. At this moment, the global live broadcast was forcibly locked, rapidly zoomed in, and focused directly on that golden rune. Fate rune. It's the mandate of heaven. It's the power of destiny. He actually left a hidden card in the demon god egg. I knew he wouldn't be easily defeated. This is a trap. This is a huge trap. In the Huaxia live broadcast room, the joy that had just surged was instantly doused with cold water, leaving everyone's hearts once again sinking to the bottom. Zhou Yan. Ruan Xinglua's expression changed, and she immediately tried to take action, wanting to erase that rune. Don't move. Zhou Yan's voice came through, as he reached out to halt Ruan Xinglua, his expression becoming somewhat solemn. He walked to the energy cocoon and carefully examined that mandate rune. Ruan Xinglua followed closely, nervously asking, is it a curse? Or some kind of attack? Neither. Zhou Yan shook his head, his voice deep. It's neither a curse nor an attack, so it cannot be defended against or erased. This is a guidance of fate. He raised his hand, and his fingertip gently traced the air. A vast real-time star chart unfolded before them in an instant. The mandate is even harsher than I imagined. Zhou Yan's gaze fell on a corner of the star chart, an uncharted and unfamiliar star domain. He has linked this little guy's devouring instinct with a specific coordinate, a binding at the level of fate. His finger slowly pressed on the center of that star region. A tiny coordinate point, glowing faintly, was instantly magnified. He has arranged the next fate for it. Zhou Yan's voice, carrying an unprecedented seriousness, spread clearly to every corner of the world through the livestream. In 24 hours, the Evolved One will irresistibly be guided by this rune to this coordinate. And then, it will consume the world axis of that world to complete its own protagonist transformation. At the moment Zhou Yan's words fell, the detailed information of the illuminated coordinate on that vast real-time star map was magnified by an invisible force, appearing before all global audiences. Coordinate locked. Matching the multiverse database. Match successful. Target world, neutral mystery domain number 77. Alias, Glazed Wonderland. Rows of cold golden text, like the final judgment, branded themselves on everyone's retina. In the database, the image of Glazed Wonderland slowly unfolded. It was a world entirely composed of colorful glaze, where mountains flowed with light, rivers sparkled like crystals, and countless peaceful elemental beings lived and thrived, singing songs of tranquility. There was no war, no disturbance, even a hint of evil could hardly grow there. The whole world was beautiful like a dream one did not wish to wake from. No. In the Huaxia livestream room, a girl instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. This thought spread like a plague, instantly reaching the global audience. Silence. After a silence that lasted 10 seconds, an uproar erupted like a volcanic explosion. Glazed Wonderland? The fate is going to sacrifice a peaceful neutral mystery domain? I understand. I fully understand. Such a vicious plan. This isn't punishment for Zhou Yan, it's a heart-wrenching strike. This is an attack on the very core of Huaxia. The disgraced politician from the oil-rich nation laughed loudly in the livestream, appearing almost insane. Ha 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 ha. The righteous path? Is this the righteous path you Huaxia boast about? Forcing your guardian beast to slaughter the most innocent and friendly civilization. I can't wait to see what you choose. General Griffin of the Northern Bear Country coldly spat out 2 words from behind the screen. Hypocrisy. At this moment, the sunlit scheme of fate became glaringly clear. To kill the Chaos Devourer? That was the hope for Huaxia's future and the partner of Ruan Xinglua. Let it devour? Then all the credibility Huaxia built, and all the righteous paths they insisted on, would collapse into a joke overnight. They would become the public enemy of the multiverse. Buzz. Just as global public opinion boiled, the energy cocoon wrapping the Chaos Devourer shone brightly. Chapter 175, Break This Damn Fate. The color of the cocoon was shifting from a translucent dark purple to a solid, deep hue. At the same time, right in the center of the global livestream screen, a blood-red countdown made of fate runes appeared out of thin air. 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The cold numbers began to cruelly tick down, 1 second at a time. 24 hours. Everyone's hearts were raised to their throats along with that countdown. No, it knows nothing. Ruan Xinglua looked at the petite silhouette sleeping and evolving within the energy cocoon. Her heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, aching so much she could hardly breathe. She looked again at the beautiful and innocent world on the star chart, a flicker of resolution crossing her eyes. Zhou Yan. There must be a way, right? She turned abruptly, looking at Zhou Yan, her voice carrying a hint of plea. Zhou Yan just quietly stared at her, his gaze deep, offering no answer. His silence made Ruan Xinglua's heart sink bit by bit. She understood. This was a dead end set by fate and also a trial for her. I understand. Ruan Xinglua took a deep breath. Gently closing her eyes, when she opened them again, in those beautiful eyes, there was only endless winter and silence. She took a step forward, standing in front of the energy cocoon. My choices. She raised her delicate hand, palm facing the constantly pulsating energy cocoon. To break this damned fate. The moment the words fell, an icy blast that could freeze the soul erupted, centered on her. Absolute zero silent domain. Crack. Crack, crack. The air was frozen, the light was frozen, even the passage of time seemed to have pressed the pause button at this moment. A visible white frost, in a way that defied the laws of physics, spread out from the void, instantly sealing the entire energy cocoon, along with the surrounding spacetime, into a crystalline ice coffin. The pulsation of the energy cocoon indeed became sluggish and slow under the influence of the silent domain, at a speed visible to the naked eye. The countdown in the center of the screen had also slowed down a bit. It's working. Lord Xinglua is too powerful. She can actually resist the laws of fate. In the Huaxia live broadcast room, thunderous cheers erupted. However, in the next second, everyone's smiles froze on their faces. Buzz. Above the frozen energy cocoon, the golden destiny rune suddenly erupted with a brilliant light. Sacred, majestic, and invincible power turned into golden flames, raging and burning fiercely inside the ice coffin, crazily resisting the freezing force of the silent domain. Puff. Ruan Xinglua's body trembled violently, her stunning cheeks instantly lost all color, turning pale. Her mental strength, her power of winter, was being consumed at a terrifying speed by the destiny rune. This was not resistance, it was using her life to delay the occurrence of fate. Xinglua. Stop it. You will die. Huaxia's allies all cried out in alarm, but they found themselves in a dilemma. They did not want the divine beast of Huaxia to lose control and bring calamity to all worlds, yet they deeply feared the majesty of fate. No one dared to stand up at this moment and openly oppose fate. In the live broadcast room, malicious voices rose and fell. Freedom Eagle Alliance official. Foolish resistance. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Fate cannot be defied. Abyss sect apostle, give it up, Huaxia people. Sacrifice that world, and you can still save this divine beast. It is the most rational choice. The path of kings? Can that be eaten? The enormous pressure of public opinion, like a mountain and a sea, pressed towards Ruan Xinglua, towards all of Huaxia. Crack. On the ice coffin transformed by the silent domain, a barely perceptible crack appeared under the burning of the golden runes. Ruan Xinglua's body swayed, and at the corner of her mouth, a stream of crimson blood slowly slid down. The bright red blood slid down Ruan Xinglua's pale lips, dripping onto the cold ground, splashing into a desperate plum blossom. Every movement of her body pulled at the hearts of billions of Huaxia people around the globe. Yet Zhou Yan appeared to be an outsider. He did not make a move. Not even a word of comfort. Time seemed to turn into an interrogation for him, as countless angry, disdainful, and confused gazes from around the globe focused on him. What is he doing? Is he going to just watch his comrade die? Is this the leader of Huaxia? Cold-blooded monster. Faced with a tsunami of accusations, Zhou Yan simply walked calmly to Ruan Xinglua's side, extended his finger, and gently wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. His actions were light and gentle. Tired, he asked. Ruan Xinglua gritted her teeth, lacking the strength to answer, only using all her strength to cast him an angry and desperate glance. He then brought a cup of water and held it to her lips. This relaxed demeanor, in stark contrast to Ruan Xinglua's desperate struggle and the blood-red countdown on the screen, was incredibly ironic. The laughter of the oil-rich nation's delegates rang out once again. Do you see? This is just a performance. He doesn't care at all. He is waiting. Waiting for Ruan Xinglua to collapse, then he can say we tried our best, and then comfortably sacrifice that innocent world. Time flows second by second. Every second is torture for Ruan Xinglua. The blood-red numbers in the center of the screen heartlessly jump. 6 hours. 5 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Only 6 hours left. Crack. A harsh, crisp sound echoed, a massive crack running through the ice coffin. The destiny rune, sealed within, suddenly emitted a brilliant light, golden flames soaring skyward, as if a golden dragon awakening was about to shatter its cage. PFF. Ruan Xinglua could no longer hold on, and spat out a mouthful of blood, her body softening and about to collapse. The silent realm was on the verge of collapse. The Chaos Devourer was about to awaken. In her eyes, there remained only a dull ash-like despair. Lost. Everything is over. Just as her consciousness was about to sink into darkness, a warm hand gently pressed on her shoulder. Zhou Yan's voice, not loud, but clearly reached her ears, and echoed in everyone's ears around the world. The script of destiny seems perfect, flawless. The world appeared to stand still at that moment. All the noisy, mocking, and worried voices suddenly stopped. Zhou Yan gazed calmly at the golden rune about to break free, a barely noticeable curve appearing at the corners of his mouth. But it forgot one thing. Every rule must contain the right of interpretation. The right of interpretation? Ruan Xinglua's hazy pupils struggled to focus and looked at Zhou Yan. What does this mean? Xinglua, Zhou Yan's voice carried a power that pierced through everything. Take out your key of 10,000 laws. The key of 10,000 laws. Ruan Xinglua's heart trembled. It was something Zhou Yan had given her long ago, an illusory, crystalline key seemingly made of light and rules, whose purpose she never knew. With a thought, the illusory key slowly appeared in her trembling palm. Don't use it to attack, that is to go against the rules. Zhou Yan's voice continued, with a guiding tone. Use it to unlock, to interpret. Pour your will into that rune, to read what the true command of destiny is. Ruan Xinglua felt like she had grasped the last straw of life. She took a deep breath, using her last bit of strength to point the tip of the key of 10,000 laws at the blazing destiny rune on the cocoon. No attack. No collision. The moment the key touched the rune, a vast torrent of information surged into her mind through the key. Buzz. Before her eyes was no longer the restaurant, but a vast universe composed of countless golden lines of causation. She saw it. She saw the underlying logic of the destiny command. It was not a painting nor a domineering command, but a line of cold, rigorous, emotionless, godly code. Command: drive the host Chaos Devourer to consume a world axis within the time limit, to complete the final transformation. Ruan Xinglua's heart missed a beat. She continued to read further. Default execution plan: lock onto target neutral domain number 77, Glass Wonderland. Lock on reason analysis: 1. Strongest law of causality, 2. Highest energy attribute matching, 3. Most likely to trigger multiverse civilization conflict, in accordance with the principle of maximizing destiny interference. Default execution plan? These two words thundered like a strike in the depths of Ruan Xinglua's soul. This meant that the Glass Wonderland was just a default option. A target carefully selected by destiny that was most able to pierce the heart. But it was not the only option. Theoretically, anything conforming to the concept of world axis could become the endpoint for the Chaos Devourer's transformation. A wave of immense joy and hope instantly swept away all her despair and fatigue. She suddenly raised her head, and in her dim eyes, a light that was astonishingly bright reignited. She looked at Zhou Yan, her voice trembling violently with excitement. Zhou Yan. In the script of destiny, it is not written as a glimmering fairyland. What it writes is the axis of the world. Ruan Xinglua's voice was like a thunderclap that shattered the despairing night, echoing in the ears of everyone in the Blue Star Alliance. The ecstasy from this discovery made her almost forget the severe injuries on her body, and her eyes, once dim from exhaustion, now blazed with a fierce fire. But the next second, the fiery hope was doused with a bucket of icy water. But her lips trembled as she looked urgently at Zhou Yan. Where do we find a new axis of the world? The Chaos Devourer could awaken at any moment, and our time only less than 6 hours are left. Yes, time. In the global live broadcast room, the hearts of billions of viewers, who had just risen with a glimmer of hope, were once again tightly gripped. So what if they found a loophole in the rules? If they cannot find a substitute, everything is just hot air. The fate of the glimmering fairyland still hung over the news called time. For a moment, the gaze of everyone in the world, which had once mixed disdain, anger, and mockery, transformed into the final hope, all focusing on that man who had remained unperturbed from the beginning. Zhou Yan. Does he still have a way? Facing the eyes of the entire world, Zhou Yan smiled. In that smile, there was a bit of mockery, as if mocking the self-righteous script of destiny. He slowly extended his hand, palm facing upwards. Light swirled. A brilliant, multifaceted crystal, seemingly formed from billions of stars, quietly floated in his palm. The moment it appeared, the air around began to warp, the flow of time seemed to thicken and grow obscure, as if the starting and ending points of all things were imprisoned within this small core. This is Ruan Xinglua's pupils suddenly constricted. The Warden's Clock Tower is itself an independent, artificially created world with complete time rules. Zhou Yan's voice was steady, yet carried a comforting power. And this is the original axis of that world. He lifted the core as if he was raising a bygone era. Origin core. The world was in an uproar. The Warden. That tragic being who had once imprisoned countless gods and demons, but ultimately became a forsaken child of destiny. Although it is powerful, to the lofty destiny, it is merely trash left behind by a pawn that has long been abandoned outside the script. A cold curve formed at Zhou Yan's lips. But, the trash in destiny's eyes. For us at this moment, it is the perfect substitute. With one sentence, it shook the world. Ruan Xingluo's heart raced. She instantly understood Zhou Yan's entire plan. To use an axis of the world deemed valueless by destiny to replace that carefully chosen glimmering fairyland which could cause the greatest chaos. What a bold and crazy plan to switch heaven and earth. Do it! With Zhou Yan's command, Ruan Xingluo no longer hesitated. She gritted her teeth against the soul-rending pain, pouring all her will into the key of all laws in her palm. The key erupted with unprecedented brilliance, once again stabbing toward the blazing destiny rune. This time, it was no longer interpretation, but modification. Buzz. Ruan Xingluo's consciousness sank into the universe of divine codes again. She saw the golden causal line pointing to neutral mysterious domain 77, glimmering fairyland. Break for me. She exerted all her strength, swinging the key of all laws like a blade to cut destiny. The golden causal line trembled violently but did not break. No, not cut off. Zhou Yan's voice rang in her mind like the morning bell. It's a replacement. It's redefining its endpoint. Ruan Xingluo suddenly realized. She no longer tried to resist the rules, but instead guided the power of the key of all laws, gently covering the end of that causal line. Target lock, neutral strange domain number 77, glass fairyland. This line of divine code began to flicker. Ruan Xingluo's will transformed into an invisible hand, dragging the origin core in Zhou Yan's palm into this code universe. Chapter 177, Origin Core. Target lock, origin. Point. Core. Heart. Click. A light sound, as if the gears of fate were turned onto a brand new track. The golden causal line instantly detached from the coordinates of glass fairyland, precisely linking to the origin core. Modification, successful. At that instant. Boom. The energy cocoon shattered with a loud bang. A shadow, indescribable by words, purely made of the concept of devouring, surged out from within. It did not pause at all, nor did it glance at this world. Following the final directive modified by the fate rune, it pounced at breakneck speed towards the origin core, radiating infinite time power in Zhou Yan's palm. Then, it swallowed it whole. The oil country legislator screamed in terror, "Madman! You bunch of madmen! It will take us all with it." His words abruptly stopped. The anticipated world-destroying energy explosion did not occur. The chaotic devourer that swallowed the origin core, its dark body not only did not expand, but began to collapse inward, emitting a stable and powerful time aura. Its form rapidly changed, from a pure shadow, steadily condensing into a streamlined body, mysterious patterns like clock scales appearing on it, and a pair of eyes opened, in which it seemed galaxies were undergoing birth and death, time flowing backward. It had successfully completed the ultimate evolution. The script of fate was forcibly rewritten once again. In front of the screen, countless people were dumbfounded, their minds blank. They finally reacted to what had happened. Fate had painstakingly set this deadly trap. Not only did it fail to entrap China, forcing them to sacrifice an innocent world. Instead, with the fate rules it had set up itself, with a sacred fate rune, it offered its opponents a long-desired master-level evolution feast. What an irony! What a absurdity! In the sky, that all-pervading, observing the myriad realms, will of fate, fell into a long, long silence. It seemed to be digesting this unfathomable, truly humiliating failure. The silence of the will of fate lasted for a long time. Long enough for all people of the Blue Star Alliance to awaken from that shocking scene of swapping heaven and earth, erupting into cheers of survival. But all this noise seemed unrelated to Happy Community Room 101. Here, there was only warm light and the aroma of food. In the kitchen, Zhou Yan was tying on an apron, skillfully bringing plate after plate of colorful and fragrant dishes to the table. Sizzle. The last plate of sweet and sour pork came out of the pot, fragrance wafting everywhere. On the living room floor, that chaotic devourer which had just evolved to master level had no trace of master dignity at all. It was like an ordinary little kitten, tirelessly chasing its tail that had mysterious scaling patterns, playing joyfully. Ruan Xingluo curled up on the sofa, holding a soft pillow in her arms. She did not look at the frolicking pet, nor was she attracted by the aroma from the kitchen, just quietly watching the LCD television on the wall. On the screen, global news was playing in a loop. General Griffin from North Bear Nation publicly announced unconditional support for all decisions made by China in the Blue Star Alliance. Legislators from the Oil Nation resigned in shame. The new delegation has taken a special flight to China, hoping to discuss the future energy sharing topic. Cherry Blossom Nation. In the Goryeo Kingdom, over 30 national leaders were eagerly trying to win the favor of China, hoping to gain its protection. On the screen, those once proud leaders showed humble and fervent expressions. Yet, looking at all this, Ruan Xingluo's face held no hint of joy. Her gaze was calm, like a placid deep pool, reflecting the shadows and lights of the television screen, but stirred no emotions. Zhou Yan, taking off his apron, came over carrying 2 bowls of rice. He gently set the rice bowls on the coffee table and then softly wrapped his arms around her from behind the sofa. "Dear." His chin lightly rested on the top of her head, his voice carrying a hint of laughter. "We won. Why do you look so unhappy?" Ruan Xingluo's body slightly stiffened, then relaxed as she leaned into his embrace. She shook her head, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed, seemingly as confused as she was. "I don't know." Her voice was soft, tinged with a hint of bewilderment. "I feel that everything happening before my eyes seems so natural. Their joy, fear, struggle, to me, it all feels like strings of pulsing data." Ruan Xingluo paused, as if searching for the right word. "It's fascinating, but there's no feeling." Zhou Yan tightened his embrace subtly, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. "It has begun." The national fortune was too great, and as its agent, her humanity was gradually being assimilated by that grand, cold, and impartial Taoist rule. She was losing her emotions as a person. At that moment. Beep. 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 A flurry of urgent communication requests broke the silence in the room. It was Lin Hongguo's highest encrypted communication. Zhou Yan released Ruan Xingluo and connected to the screen. Lin Hongguo's bloodshot face appeared in mid-air, his tone unprecedentedly urgent and panicked. "Advisor Zhou. Something has happened." "What happened?" Zhou Yan's expression remained calm. "In the country, a very strange phenomenon has appeared." Lin Hongguo spoke quickly, with the revival of spiritual energy reaching an unprecedented peak. "Some ordinary people, their minds seem unable to bear this power." "Specific symptoms?" "Emotional indifference. Their behaviors, they are like precisely programmed machines." Lin Hongguo described painfully, "We call it deification symptoms. They no longer cry, no longer laugh, family, affection, friendship has lost meaning for them." What is going on?" Ruan Xingluo, upon hearing this, suddenly lifted her head, her eyes finally showing a hint of ripples. The symptoms Lin Hongguo described were strikingly similar to her earlier state. Zhou Yan looked at the anxious Lin Hongguo on the screen, then glanced at the shocked Ruan Xingluo beside him, gently sighing. "This is not an illness, old Lin. It is national fortune." Zhou Yan spoke a term that Lin Hongguo couldn't understand. National fortune? Lin Hongguo was stunned. Isn't a prosperous national fortune a good thing? Didn't we win? It is a good thing, but too much of a good thing can be bad. Zhou Yan's voice clearly echoed in the room, also resonating in Lin Hongguo's ears. "I ask you, what is the essence of national fortune?" Lin Hongguo instinctively answered, It is the collective will and aspiration of billions of people." "Exactly." Zhou Yan nodded. "In the past, when the national fortune was weak, it was the people struggling to support the nation. Now." He shifted his tone, revealing the cruel truth. "The national fortune has become so strong that it exceeds what mortals can bear and is turned against us. It has become the nation, forcibly formatting the person." "Formatting people?" Lin Hongguo muttered, a chill shooting up his spine. "Yes." Zhou Yan's gaze swept over Ruan Xingluo's pale face, his tone turning extremely serious. "If not guided and limited, this overwhelmingly strong current of national fortune will completely wash away every individual's self-consciousness among the people of China. Smooth it out. By then, all Huaxia people, including you, including me, and including Xing Luo, in the end, will all become the human terminals of the national luck golden dragon. Possessing great power, yet losing all of oneself. Becoming a curse called ascension. A curse called ascension." Zhou Yan's voice was very light, yet it felt like an invisible heavy hammer, striking brutally at Lin Hongguo's heart. On the other side of the light curtain, this seasoned old man in the battlefield had lost all color in his face. "Curse?" he muttered to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief, horror, and confusion. How could this be possible? A strong national luck, how could it be a curse? Zhou Yan did not immediately answer. Because something even more terrifying and swift had already happened. Ding-dling-dling-dling. A shrill, piercing alarm even sharper than Lin Hongguo's previous call suddenly tore through the communication channel. It was the highest-level red alert, signifying that a large-scale strange event was erupting. Lin Hongguo's face changed dramatically, and he suddenly turned around, clearly having also received the alarm on his side. "Get it through," he ordered sharply. A new split screen instantly popped up, the image shaking violently, as a young agent in Dragon Shield Bureau Special Ops attire was running in a dim corridor, drenched in sweat. Old Lin. Advisor Zhou. Mo City, something happened in Mo City. The agent's voice wavered due to fear and intense movement. Get to the point. Lin Angua shouted. It's takeout, the agent gasped, as if the word itself carried immense horror. An hour ago, the internet foodie influencer Poisonous Tongue King's stomach was live streaming at home and ordered takeout. And then? Zhou Yan's eyes narrowed. The doorbell rang, he went to open the door, but outside the door, there was nothing. Only a takeout box left on the ground. The agent's voice began to tremble. That box was continuously oozing pitch-black blood. In front of hundreds of thousands of viewers in the livestream, he opened that box. What was inside? Ruan Xingluo couldn't help but ask. The agent took a deep breath, as if he needed all his strength to speak about that scene. A heart that was still thumping. As soon as he finished speaking, a thin, twisted figure flashed through the darkness behind him, seemingly carrying another blood-dripping takeout box. Be careful. Ah! A scream pierced through, the communication abruptly cut off, and the screen turned to static. Silence. Dead silence. Lin Angua's hand trembled slightly. Zhou Yan's face, however, had completely darkened. It is grudge power. He whispered, no, that's not right. He immediately negated his own judgment. It is not mere grudge power. That wronged writer's resentment was just a prelude, a spark. Zhou Yan lifted his head, looking out at the night sky enveloped in the golden light of national luck. The true ignition of this great fire is the enormous thoughts, mixed with horror, curiosity, and glee of schadenfreude, pouring out from hundreds of thousands of viewers in the livestream. It is the immense willpower released by all citizens on this land, struggling to find a place to settle. Zhou Yan's words struck like lightning, splitting open Lin Angua's thoughts. What you mean is? Yes. Zhou Yan interrupted him, it has gone out of control. These immense citizen willpowers have begun to combine with urban legends, internet jokes, and social hot topics from the real world. They are currently giving birth to an unprecedented gathering of the eerie, belonging solely to this era, in Huaxia's homeland. Before Zhou Yan's words had faded, more alarms began to go off like mushrooms sprouting wildly in Lin Angua's command center. Report. In Jingzhou CBD, the 44th floor of the Eternal Radiance office building shows lights that cannot be physically extinguished, and all security personnel who entered have fallen into an endless overtime state, until their signs of life disappear. Report. In a certain southern province, a keyboard warrior was found dead in his home, with no injuries, but his social account had come back to life. Using vicious words online, randomly cursing other users. Report. Overtime demon. Cyber ghost. One by one, these new strange creatures closely related to modern life are breaking out across the country like a plague. Their individual strength may not be strong, but their spread, concealment, and integration into ordinary people's lives have reached an unprecedented level. This is the most troublesome and bizarre internal crisis that China has faced since its founding. Immediately activate the highest emergency plan. Lin Angua finally reacted from the shock, his eyes bloodshot as he issued the command, at all costs, contain. Purify. We must not let panic spread. Contain and purify? A slightly mocking voice suddenly rang out at this moment. Zhou Yan and Lin Angua looked toward the voice at the same time. In a secret underground meeting place in Jingzhou, a familiar figure stood on a high platform. Ying Tianchang. The former leader of the Celestial Society, who had been defeated by Zhou Yan and whose faith had collapsed during the Huali incident. At this moment, there was no longer confusion in his eyes, replaced instead by a kind of feverish ambition burning like fire. Facing hundreds of equally fervent followers below him, he spread his arms, his voice filled with seduction. My compatriots! Do you see it? The weakness of the officials will only make us miss the opportunity. He pointed to the new strange events constantly emerging on the holographic screen, showing not fear on his face, but greed. These are not disasters. His voice suddenly rose, full of incitement. They are the divine power released after the national fortune has lost control. They are the fragments of divinity granted to each of us. Chapter 179, Creating Our Own Gods. It is heaven's compassion for us mortals, who couldn't rise in the old era, descending a ladder to reach the sky. The followers below suddenly breathed heavily, their eyes bursting with passionate light. Ying Tianchang looked at all this with satisfaction and continued. We, the Celestial Society, no longer need to integrate with those filthy old gods. Because we will create our own gods. He raised his right hand high, and in his palm, a contract glowing with golden runes slowly emerged. I name it the Will Contract. We can use it to actively bind these urban legend strange creatures, to harness their power and take them for ourselves. Ying Tianchang's gaze swept over everyone, his voice like a devil's whisper, filled with deadly temptation. Just think about it, becoming the spokesperson of the Grim Reaper of Takeout, judging all malice. Just think about it, becoming the master of the overtime demon, making your boss work to death for you. Just think about it, controlling the cyber ghost, commanding its powers to curse enemies 1,000 miles away. This is the survival rule of the new era. Ng Tiancheng suddenly clenched his fist, and the wool contract burst forth with brilliant light. The old order is collapsing, and the new god will be born from among us. From now on, the goal of the Celestial Society is to hunt all new strange creatures throughout China and forge our heavenly kingdom on earth. This era will ultimately belong to us. Chapter 179, Urban Deification, The Heavenly Court Shall Rise. Jingzhou, CBD, Eternal Radiance Office Building, 44th floor. At 3 in the morning, the lights were still on. A programmer named Li Hao, wearing black-rimmed glasses with a receding hairline, stared blankly at the constantly scrolling code on the screen. Who wrote this pile of garbage code? It's worse than pigs and dogs. A middle-aged man with a balding head and a beer belly slammed a document on his desk, spit flying everywhere. If you don't finish it tonight, don't even think about a single penny of your bonus and performance this month. Manager Wang, this is already the third night of all-nighters. Li Hao's voice was hoarse, carrying a hint of pleading. What? Don't you want to work anymore? Manager Wang sneered, patting Li Hao's face. There are plenty of people outside who want to squeeze into our eternal radiance. If you don't want to work, then get lost. Li Hao's fist was tightly clenched under the table, his nails almost digging into his flesh, his eyes filled with bloodshot humiliation. At that moment, his phone in his pocket gently vibrated. It was an internal communication from the Heavenly Human Association. There was only one line of text and a glowing golden contract icon. Your god is waiting at the door. Li Hao's breath immediately stopped. He quickly raised his head and looked outside the tightly closed glass door on the 44th floor. The silent corridor was empty. But Li Hao could see. He saw a thin, hunched black shadow silently standing there, wearing a faded plaid shirt, with an employee badge that seemed never to be removed, and in the hollow eye sockets burned an endless desire for getting off work and a bone-deep hatred for working. The overworked ghost. The first local new ghost born in the capital business district. What are you looking at? Get back to work. Manager Wang urged impatiently. Li Hao slowly lowered his head, the last trace of hesitation in his eyes completely engulfed by endless humiliation and anger. He clicked on the golden contract icon. Offer your fatigue and hatred, and you will become its master. I agree. Li Hao silently repeated in his heart. Buzz. A golden light chain, imperceptible to mortals, shot out from Li Hao's body, instantly connecting to the overworked ghost outside the door. Li Hao felt his body lighten, the suffocating fatigue was suddenly siphoned away, replaced by an unprecedented, wondrous feeling of control over everything. He could feel all the electrical currents in this building. Still dawdling? Manager Wang could no longer contain his anger and raised his hand to slap. Smack! At that moment, all the lights in the office went dark. It fell into a suffocating silence of darkness. Who turned off the power? Manager Wang shouted in shock and fury. No one answered him. The next second, the computer screen in front of him suddenly lit up. There were no codes, only lines of blood-red characters written in blood. Who wrote this pile of garbage code? It's worse than a pig or a dog. If you don't want to work, then get lost. You can forget about your bonus and performance this month. Those were his very own words. What is this? Manager Wang stepped back in fear and fell to the ground. Then, all the computer screens in the office lit up. Hundreds of screens, hundreds of faces of Manager Wang, all using his own voice, echoed coldly in unison. Overwork. Overwork. Overwork till death. Aha. A ghost. The chilling screams pierced through the night sky of the capital city. The next day, a video exploded across the entire Chinese internet. The title of the video was provocative: The Roar of Mortals. Even workers can become gods. In the footage, Li Hao was seen controlling the overworked ghost, trapping Manager Wang in an endless cycle of overtime. Through careful editing and music by the Heavenly Human Association, Li Hao became a tragic hero resisting capitalist oppression. At the end of the video, the figure of Ng Tiancheng appeared. He stood atop a tall building, his voice steady and magnetic. Power should never be monopolized. The Heavenly Human Association will help every one of you who refuses to be ordinary seize divine power and rewrite your destiny. This video spread like a virus. Countless oppressed low-level people and confused young people found an outlet to vent at this moment. That's absolutely right. Why should only they be high and mighty? Ng Tiancheng is our savior. Support the Heavenly Human Association. We want to reclaim our own power. Ng Tiancheng's popularity surged at an unprecedented speed, subtly showing signs of standing against the authorities. At the headquarters of the Dragon Shield Bureau, Lin Angwa slammed his fist on the table. Bastard! Move out immediately. Capture that Li Hao, and all the members of the Heavenly Human Association behind him. However, when the Special Operations Team of the Dragon Shield Bureau arrived at the Eternal Radiance office building below, but was stunned by the scene before him. Hundreds and thousands of people gathered here spontaneously, forming a human wall, blocking the entrance of the building so tightly that not even water could leak through. What do you want? Li Hao is a hero. You can't arrest him. If the government doesn't take action, can't we resist on our own? Faced with the excited crowd, the heavily armed agents of the Dragon Shield Bureau were momentarily at a loss. Break through forcefully? That would trigger unimaginable bloodshed. Chapter 180, in distress both internally and externally. News returned, and the command center fell into a deep silence. In distress both internally and externally. These 4 words weighed heavily in everyone's heart. Happiness community, at home. Ruan Xinglua looked at the tense standoff on the light screen, her brows tightly knitted, her face full of worry. She turned her head to look at Zhou Yan, who was leisurely wiping the scale patterns on the chaotic devourer's divine egg. Zhou Yan, the situation is about to spiral out of control. Ying Tianchang is inciting public opinion to resist the authorities. If this goes on, Huaxia will divide. After hearing this, Zhou Yan did not stop his hands, only smiling faintly. I've said it before. Water cannot be blocked just by blocking it. His voice was calm, yet carried a wisdom that seemed to see through everything. National fortunes are like water, and the people's wishes are also like water. That kid, Ying Tianchang, may not be smart, but he got one thing right. Zhou Yan raised his head, his gaze seeming to penetrate the walls, looking out at the turbulent land of Huaxia. You cannot simply suppress. He put down the divine egg in his hand and slowly stood up. These new bizarre phenomena stem from public grievances and are rooted in people's lives. Forcibly eradicating them will only be like cutting chives, they will spring back with the spring breeze. Since that's the case. Zhou Yan's lips curled up slightly as he proposed a shocking plan. Why don't we give them a divine role, a framework, allowing them to transform from chaotic vengeful spirits into guardians of order? Urban deification. These 4 words made Ruan Xinglua and Lin Anhua, on the other side of the screen, shudder simultaneously. Zhou Yan pointed his finger lightly in the air, simulating the image of the delivery vengeful spirit. For example, it can be conferred as the god of business order supervision, responsible for punishing those malicious sellers who engage in fake reviews and extort customers. He then swiped, and the image of the overtime spirit appeared. For example, it can be conferred as the god of diligence and fortune, bringing luck and health blessings to those who truly work hard, instead of becoming a tool for capitalists to exploit employees. Lin Anhua was shaken to his core, he seemed to see a brand new path to solve the current crisis. But he quickly calmed down and posed the most critical question. The plan is great, but how do we confer titles? We do not have that power. More importantly, how do we restrain these conferred gods? How can we ensure they won't abuse their divine powers and harm others? Upon hearing this question, Zhou Yan's smile became profound. He stretched out 2 fingers and confidently said, since ancient times, to open the heavenly court and confer the gods on behalf of the heavens requires 2 things. 1 book, that records the divine positions of the world. The list of deification. And 1 rod, capable of knocking down all disobedient gods and even reverting them to their original forms. The rod of God striking. As Zhou Yan's words fell, Lin Anhua on the other side of the communication screen was momentarily breathless. The list of deification. The rod of God striking. These words felt like they had been pulled straight from ancient mythology. Zhou Yan, what you're saying, where do we find those? Lin Anhua's voice was hoarse, full of helplessness. These are simply not things that mortals can possess. Zhou Yan just calmly shook his head, looking at Ruan Xinglua beside him with a gentle gaze. Director Lin, don't rush. The list of deification, we can write it using the existing rules of Huaxia's spiritual realm. Using national fortunes as ink and people's wishes as the foundation, we can ascertain the divine positions. Constraint of the strange. But this god-hitting whip. Zhou Yan's tone paused, becoming incredibly serious. To strike down deities and punish the strange, it must transcend all newly born divine positions. In all the world, the only one qualified and capable of crafting this whip for us, I fear. There is only one person. Ruan Xinglua, smart as ice and snow, felt a jolt in her heart, and a name that she dreaded immensely surfaced in her mind. Could it be him? Zhou Yan slowly nodded, uttering the name. Tian Ming. What? Lin Anhua exclaimed on the other end of the phone, as if he had just heard the most unbelievable thing. Find him? Zhou Yan, are you crazy? He is the source of all chaos. He wishes for our blue star, our Huaxia, to completely fall into endless conflict. How could he possibly help us? Facing Lin Anhua's question, Zhou Yan provided no further explanation. He merely smiled faintly. He will. Because compared to his boring original script, this play is much more exciting. Before his words had finished, Zhou Yan slowly closed his eyes. An invisible wave, surpassing space and dimensions, quietly spread out from him as the center. That was the authority belonging exclusively to the Lord of the Ruins. He was using the Ruins marker to directly initiate communication with the lofty director. Tianming, come out and chat. Zhou Yan's voice was light, yet it seemed to carry an undeniable law. The next moment, a voice, laced with a hint of playfulness and laziness, unexpectedly echoed in the room, directly resonating in the depths of the three souls. He. Lord of the Ruins, you finally took the initiative to find me. Tianming's voice drifted over. I thought you really intended to solve this mess in Huaxia by yourself. Zhou Yan didn't even lift his eyelids, getting straight to the point. No more nonsense. Can you create the God-hitting whip? Of course. Tianming's answer was surprisingly straightforward. But you also know my rules. An equivalent exchange. My script has been changed beyond recognition by you and your little girlfriend, now it's time for the final act. I prepared for it. Zhou Yan felt a chill in his heart. Speak your conditions. Tianming's voice instantly became grand and solemn, like a director about to raise the curtain on an epic. My final chapter is called The Finale of the Belle Tower. I want you and your little girlfriend to personally enter the Belle Tower destroyed by the Doomsday Ark. And then... Tianming's voice held a hint of indescribable fervor. Ring that creativity bell she transformed with her own hands. When the bell tolls, it can bring new life to all struggling universes and truly bring peace to all decaying old days. I want you, Zhou Yan, to personally draw the most perfect conclusion for that failed and ugly era created by the Warden. As the words fell, Zhou Yan's pupils suddenly constricted. He instantly understood Tianming's true purpose. Ringing the bell could indeed completely eliminate the last hidden dangers and pollution left by the Warden. But it also meant one thing. You will use the bell's sound to thoroughly activate the gate rules. The coordinates of all parallel universes will be completely exposed to the myriad realms. Zhou Yan's voice was cold as ice. At that time, Blue Star will welcome a truly significant era of heroes rising and realms contending. Tianming. You don't want to end some bullshit old era. You want to use my hand to open a brand new era filled with endless drama and conflict that you want to see most. This is an overt scheme that cannot be refused. Ha 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 ha. Tianming's laughter echoed in the void, full of unmasked delight. That's right. Such a world would be much more interesting, wouldn't it? So, Lord of the Ruins, what is your choice? Would you trade a fleeting God-hitting whip for the peace of all Huaxia, or watch it be completely torn apart by public outrage and internal strife right under your feet? The voice of destiny disappeared. The choice was now laid before them. The room fell into a deathly silence. After a long while, Zhou Yan opened his eyes and looked at Ruan Xinglua, who had been silent but was still holding his hand tightly. The heavy expression on his face suddenly dissipated, turning into a hint of helpless laughter. Madam, are you afraid? When that clock strikes, our dream of a peaceful retirement life will truly come to an end. Ruan Xinglua did not answer immediately. She just tightened her grip on his hand, raised her head, her clear eyes showing no sign of fear or hesitation, only endless trust and determination. She looked into his eyes, each word clear and precise. As long as you are here, I am not afraid no matter where we go. Ruan Xinglua's words felt like the strongest vow, imprinting deeply in Zhou Yan's heart. The last trace of heaviness in his heart vanished as well. Indeed. As long as they were together, what was there to fear? Yet on the eve of departure, a ripple of unease rose in Ruan Xinglua's heart. She was not worried about herself. What troubled her was the unknown calamity that Blue Star would face after that tolling sound. Zhou Yan, I am still a little uneasy. She spoke softly, her voice carrying a tremor she was not even aware of. What we are doing, is it really the right thing? Will we bring a greater catastrophe to Blue Star with our own hands? Zhou Yan did not turn around. He continued to carefully organize her belongings by the stone table in the courtyard. His movements were gentle, as if he were handling a rare treasure. After a moment, he slowly turned around, the moonlight spilling on his handsome profile, outlining a reassuring curve. He walked to her side and gently pulled her into his arms. Xinglua, look at this starry sky. Zhou Yan's voice was deep and gentle, carrying a calm that penetrated the world. It seems eternal and unchanging, but in fact, every minute and every second, old stars die while new stars are born. The stage of the universe always needs new actors to appear. He paused, his gaze becoming profoundly deep. We are not the creators of disaster. Zhou Yan lowered his head, looking at the worried eyes of the person in his embrace, a slight smile rising on his lips. So, don't be afraid. Whether behind the door is a grand feast of gods or an abyss of chaos, I will stay with you and watch the show. His words were like a warm current, instantly dispelling all the shadows in Wan Xingluo's heart. She nodded vigorously, burying her face deep in his chest. Yes. As long as she was with him, it was enough. At the same time. Blue Star, the Northern Bear Kingdom, Kremlin. The burly General Griffin, as big as a giant bear, was staring at a report encrypted and sent by the Dragon Shield Bureau, his face dark enough to drip water. Next to him stood Ivan, the young leader of the Northern Bear generation. General, is China really betting its own future to gamble for a chance to open the battle for the worlds? Ivan's voice was filled with shock. Griffin slammed the table, causing a dull thud. Foolish. No, this is not called gambling. This is called taking responsibility. He stood up abruptly, his gaze like fire, sweeping across the large world map on the wall. The principle of lips and teeth being cold, we Northern Bears understand better than anyone. If China falls today, tomorrow it will be our turn. That guy of destiny will never spare any civilization that can still stand. Ivan's heart trembled, instantly understanding Griffin's determination. General, do you mean? Fire ignited in Griffin's eyes, filled with the spirit of battle. Relay my orders. Assemble the Winter Guard. Select the most elite 100. We cannot participate in ringing the bell, but we must go. Even if we can only block one stray bullet for China's friends, it is better than sitting here waiting for death. Almost at the same time. In the oil-rich country covered in yellow sand. Mia, dressed in luxurious golden robes, also made a decision. On the Ark, we owe a huge favor to Huaxia and Zhou Yan. Now, it is time to repay it. Her voice was cold and firm, echoing in the majestic palace. Send the order down, the Golden Sand Expedition, prepare immediately. We follow in Huaxia's footsteps, marching towards the bell tower. The next day, in the morning. Zhou Yan, Wan Xingluo, along with Lin Angua, who had come to send them off, stood in an open area on the outskirts of Jingzhou. No need for a spaceship, no need for any vehicles. Zhou Yan just slowly raised his hand. Return to the void. Open. Buzz. The space seemed like a thin sheet of paper, suddenly torn open in the middle by an invisible hand. A deep, dark channel, as if leading to the universe's oldest abyss, appeared before the three of them. Inside the channel, there was no light, only endless void and chaos, but the edges of the channel were wrapped in a stable, pale purple energy field. Director Lin, Huaxia. I entrust it to you. Zhou Yan said one last thing. Lin Angua nodded heavily, his eyes reddening, giving a standard military salute. Take care. Zhou Yan said no more, took Wan Xingluo's hand, and stepped into the deep void. The return to the void channel instantly closed. In heaven and earth, calm returned, as if nothing had happened. Inside the channel, time and space lost their meaning. Not knowing how long it had passed, it felt like just a moment, yet also seemed like millions of years. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared ahead in the channel. The light grew closer and larger. When Zhou Yan and Wan Xingluo's vision was completely taken over by the light, both of their pupils shrank, and their breaths stopped. What appeared before them was not the wreckage of an apocalyptic ark at all, but a massive city suspended in the void of the universe, so large it was beyond words. This city was bizarre and brightly lit, made up of the remnants of countless worlds. There were steel buildings of technological civilization, palatial towers from immortal worlds, floating spires from magical realms, and even horrifying structures built from flesh and bones in eerie domains. Chapter 182, The City That Never Sleeps. The fragments of myriad civilizations, here twisted and fused by an invisible force, formed a city of intertwining light and shadow, a city that never fell silent. The city that never sleeps. At this moment, a massive ancient stone tablet rose at the entrance of the city, slowly appearing. On the stone tablet, in a universal language they had never seen but instantly understood, were written several cold lines of text. Intersection of all realms, city that never sleeps. Those entering the city must pay a toll to the city lord. Trespassers shall return to the void. Zhou Yan's brows instantly furrowed. Toll? Before he could process it, a figure appeared at the end of the channel ahead of them, blocking their way without warning. It was not any known life form. It stood 100 meters tall, made up of countless rotating golden gears, precise silver springs, gems flashing with various colors, and numerous clock hands pointing at different scales, forming a strange yet magnificent humanoid silhouette. It had no facial features, but at its core was embedded a massive diamond, seeming to contain the river of time. A vast, magnificent, yet emotionless divine pressure suddenly descended. The next second, a cold, mechanical voice, as if precisely meshed by billions of gears, resonated deep in Zhou Yan and Wan Xingluo's souls. Welcome to the city that never sleeps. I am the master of this city, the mechanics of time. The strange being named Mechanics of Time pointed with its arm, made of countless clock hands, towards the direction of the return to the void channel. According to the rules here, any beings wishing to pass through and head towards the old clock tower Must pay an equivalent toll. Zhou Yan's pupils slightly shrank. Equivalent toll? He let out a cold snort, his mind stirring. A primitive long sword flowing with chaotic energy appeared in his palm. This sword was forged from the shattered divinity fragments while suppressing the Chaos Devourer. Though it is not as good as the Key of 10,000 Laws, it is undeniably a supreme weapon of a divine lord. Is this enough? Zhou Yan's voice was indifferent. However, the time mechanism slowly shook its head. Its arm, composed of countless clock hands, did not even raise, but deep within its mechanical core, a huge diamond flickered with a strange runelight. It was the rune of fate. Visitor, there is no need to do this. The cold voice of the time mechanism echoed once more. The chess player has already paid a deposit for both of you when entrusting me. Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua were both taken aback. Fate? He actually calculated this step? Ignoring their astonishment, the time mechanism leaned slightly forward. The enormous diamond core resembled a giant eye watching ants, slowly turning towards Wan Xinglua. The chess player has only one request. I must collect a unique toll from this lady. Before the words fell, a mechanical finger made of countless precise springs slowly lifted. It did not point at Wan Xinglua herself but at the unremarkable-looking sapling in her arms, which exuded the breath of a newborn world. The sapling of the world tree. More accurately, it was the new leaves at the very top, just unfurling, their surface crystallized with a thin layer of frost, containing endless winter essence. The newborn green leaves. I want that new winter leaf from this tree. The voice of the time mechanism was devoid of any emotion, as if stating a predetermined fact. As soon as this was said, Zhou Yan's expression instantly darkened, and a terrifying killing intent spread uncontrollably from his body. Winter leaf. Not only was it the core ability birthed by Wan Xinglua using that absolute zero divine power in conjunction with the world tree's vitality, but it was also the symbol of rebirth for the Northern Bear Nation, born from wagering half of a dragon vein against the fate of China. To hand it over? Not only would Wan Xinglua's strength regress to the starting point, and her divine power be damaged. It was equivalent to betraying the covenant in front of the whole world, severing the hope of revival for the Northern Bear Nation. This was more vicious than asking for her life. On Blue Star, in a global live broadcast. As that mechanical finger pointed at the winter leaf, as that cold demand echoed in everyone's ears, the entire world exploded. In the Kremlin, General Griffin smashed his alloy command platform with a single punch, his eyes blood red. Damn! Fate! You despicable coward! This is forcing China to sever its own limbs. It has chilled the hearts of all allies. In the Golden Kingdom, Queen Mia's beautiful face was now filled with frost. Shameless transaction. Is this what we call a god? Online, countless viewers' anger almost set the servers ablaze. Is fate mad? What does it want? This is a blatant conspiracy. It wants to isolate China. Goddess Ruan must not agree. Even if we cut off our national fortune, the Northern Bear Nation will never accept such a humiliating charity. Yes. Do not give it up. We will fight it to the end. At the eye of the storm, in front of the Eternal Night City. Ruan Xinglua looked at the time mechanism before her, the last trace of fluctuation in her gaze turned into endless cold and determination. She gently protected the sapling of the world tree behind her, clearly stating word by word. I refuse. The time mechanism seemed entirely unfazed by this answer. A hint of near approval even flickered on its gear-constructed face. Refusing is also an option. Allow me to introduce myself. Besides being the city lord, I am a fervent gambler. Gambler? Ruan Xinglua frowned. Then the time mechanism's mechanical hand flipped. 5 ancient cards with distorted clock patterns appeared out of nowhere in its palm. We can use a different way to pay for this fare. Play a game of fate with me. It slowly revealed the rules. If you win, I will not only open the road for you for free, but I will also give you one of my personal collectibles as a gift for our meeting. If you lose. The voice of the time machine paused, pointing to the winter leaves. Leave it behind. This was a gamble that could not be refused. All global spectators held their breath. Ruan Xinglua glanced at Zhou Yan beside her, and upon seeing the complete trust in his eyes, she took a deep breath and nodded firmly. Okay. I will bet with you. Buzz. As her words fell, 5 similar fate cards appeared before her. The game officially began under the gaze of the entire world. The time machine slowly spoke, its voice seemingly carrying a magical power of foresight. Chapter 183, The Game. The rules of the game are simple. We each draw 5 cards representing cause and effect, and through combinations, we predict and influence an event that will happen within 7 days. Now, I will take the first move. After speaking, it slowly drew 3 cards from the 5 and displayed them in the void. The first card depicted a magnificent underwater royal city, Atlantis. The second card showed a queen with a coral crown, her eyes filled with pride corally. The third card depicted a bizarre code shimmering with ghostly blue light, endlessly replicating itself, rule-breaking virus. The time machine combined the three cards in a specific order. In an instant, the three cards shone brightly, projecting an extraordinarily clear future image in the void. In the image, Queen Coralie of Atlantis stood before the giant ruins of a technological abyss, her eyes gleaming with fervor. In her hands, a stream of ghostly blue data virus was wildly taking shape. A chilling prophecy then echoed in the depths of everyone's soul. Prophecy established: in 7 days, Queen Coralie of Atlantis will successfully develop the rule-breaking virus and use it as a weapon to invade, severely damage, and corrupt the national fortune network of China. This was a terribly malicious and open conspiracy prophecy. It laid a potential threat directly on the table, turning it into an imminent future. Now, it was Ruan Xingluo's turn. She had to find a combination in her hand that could crack this future. In an instant, the gaze of the entire world focused on the 5 cards in front of Ruan Xingluo. Ruan Xingluo slowly reached out her hand and revealed her cards. Chinese Spiritual Realm. Divine Kingdom on Earth. Wailing Soul's Caller. Chaos Devourer. Absolute Zero. Looking at the 5 cards in her hand, Ruan Xingluo's pupils suddenly shrank to the most dangerous pinprick. Her heart instantly sank to the bottom. These cards represented her greatest power, the strongest trump card of China. But no matter how she simulated and combined them in her mind, it seemed impossible to counter the path of future given to Atlantis, paved by technology, civilization, and ambition. These were the only 2 words swirling in the minds of billions of viewers in Blue Star at that moment. Each of Ruan Xingluo's 5 cards represented world-destroying power. But this power was tech, it was magic, it was pure destruction and protection. Yet what the time machine played was momentum. It was the momentum of a civilization's rise. Using the Queen's ambition as the cause, the breakthrough of technology as the path, ultimately yielding a result of severe damage to China. How can technique block momentum? In the global live broadcast room, there was a dead silence, soon overwhelmed by waves of despair. It's over. How do we break the game? This is not even a confrontation of the same dimension. Destiny is using rules to bully people. Could it be that we really have to give up the winter leaves? In the Kremlin, General Griffin sat down dejectedly, his iron-like eyes, at this moment, were slightly red. He was already prepared to send communications to Huaxia, actively severing this connection to national destiny. The dignity of the North Bear does not allow Huaxia to bear such incredible humiliation. In the eye of the storm, in front of the city that never sleeps, Ruan Xingluo's fingertips trembled slightly. Her breath, for the first time, became so hurried. Just as she was about to fall into a dead end of thought, a voice, like thunder, erupted in her soul sea of consciousness. It was Zhou Yan's voice. Xingluo, do not think with your logic. Ruan Xingluo's delicate body shuddered. Zhou Yan's voice was steady as a mountain, carrying the wisdom that sees through everything. You must use Huaxia's logic to think. Tell me, what is our civilization best at when facing an apparently unbeatable enemy? Huaxia's logic? Ruan Xingluo's eyes shifted from confusion to contemplation, and then to sudden clarity. A bolt of lightning cleaved through the heavy fog in her mind. Scenes from history flashed rapidly before her eyes. In the face of the barbaric Xiongnu, Emperor Wu of Han had the thunderous strike of Weihua, but also had Zheng Qian's peaceful path through the western regions. In the face of the mighty Tang dynasty, with nations coming to pay tribute, it relied not only on the invincible military might but also on the boundless vision that embraced everything. Our civilization, when facing a strong enemy, is not just about defeating it, but also about winning them over. Ruan Xingluo murmured, her eyes growing brighter. Assimilating. She raised her head, looking at the time mechanism with eyes that were no longer confused, only filled with absolute confidence and composure. Under the gaze of billions around the globe, full of disbelief, Ruan Xingluo slowly extended her hand. She did not choose the card representing absolute power, the Wailing Souls, nor did she choose the card representing the ultimate trump, the Chaos Devourer. She drew one card from the end of 5 cards. A card that, to everyone, seemed the most inconspicuous. On the card, there was an illustration of a man in a neat suit, with eyes filled with confusion and pain after a collapse of faith. He was the former president of the Heavenly Being Society, Ying Tianchang, who was entirely defeated during the painted skin incident and ultimately sheltered and reformed by the Dragon Shield Bureau. Buzz. The moment the card left her hand, it floated in the void. The global live stream exploded after 3 seconds of silence. I'm not seeing this wrong, am I? Ying Tianchang? That failure? What is Goddess Ruan doing? Is she too stressed and chose the wrong card? Using a relic of the past, a madman, to fight against the Queen of Atlantis? What kind of international joke is this? It's over. Huaxia's future will be buried in a joke. Doubts, ridicules, confusion, and anger. Various emotions surged like a tidal wave. On the face of the time mechanism, made up of countless gears, there were also clear fluctuations for the first time. Its mechanical core, that massive diamond, flickered with the frequency representing confusion. A failure. The cold voice of the time mechanism echoed, carrying a hint of condescension. How can a failure contend with an avenger who is about to succeed? Hearing this question, Wan Xinglua laughed. Her smile was confident and radiant, as if dispelling all the shadows in this void. You are wrong. She looked at the time mechanism, speaking word by word. Coralie's strength lies in her fanaticism and obsession with technology. But Ying Tianchang. Ruan Xinglua's gaze fell on that card, her eyes carrying a hint of pity and a hint of admiration. Is precisely a pioneer who witnessed the complete collapse of the road of technology and evolution. He is not a failure, he is a seeker. A seeker who has found another path to unity of heaven and man. I will send him as Huaxia's cultural ambassador to Atlantis. To have a friendly meeting with Queen Coralie. The moment the words fell, the causality of the game began to unfold wildly. The images in the void suddenly changed. No longer was it the madness of Coralie developing viruses, but another scene. In the deep-sea royal city, Ying Tianchang, dressed in white, with an elegant demeanor, stood before Queen Coralie. He showed no signs of violence. He only slowly spread his hands, in his palms, vibrant spiritual energy intertwined perfectly with the surrounding seawater, transforming into swimming fish and coral. He began to tell. He spoke of the kingly way of Huaxia. He spoke of a path that does not rely on cold technology, does not depend on predatory evolution, but instead achieves the peak of civilization through universal cultivation, resonating with heaven and earth, coexisting with nature. Your revolution is taking, it is seizing, it is tyranny. And our revolution is merging, it is uniting, it is the kingly way. Coralie, the proud queen, for the first time showed cracks in her once imperious expression. Every word from Ying Tianchang struck like a heavy hammer, smashing hard on the pain points at the core of her civilization. Why was Atlantis exiled from its home planet? Was it not due to their excessive faith in technology and their frenzied plunder of evolution, ultimately leading to chaos? That was the original sin engraved in the genes of their civilization. Now, a brand new, entirely different path lay before her. In the image, Coralie's hands, which developed the rule-breaking virus, began to tremble uncontrollably. The fanaticism in her eyes was gradually replaced by confusion and wavering. The technology she took pride in, for the first time, appeared so ugly to her. Her heart was in turmoil. Crack. A crisp sound of shattering echoed through the souls of everyone. The three cards played by Time's Machine formed a prophecy: Atlantis, Coralie, rule-breaking virus, and they shattered inch by inch in the void. The prophecy was broken. Ruan Xinglua, with a card that everyone deemed useless, effortlessly won the first round. The entire blue planet fell silent. In the Kremlin, General Griffin suddenly stood up, shaking with excitement, letting out a thunderous roar. The kingly way. What a kingly way! Ha ha ha! Brilliant! So brilliant! Across the global network, all previous doubts and mockeries instantly turned into passionate adoration. Wow! It can be played this way? Is this the wisdom of Huaxia? Killing with a blow to the heart. Killing with a blow to the heart. Directly collapsing the opponent's belief from the roots. I declare, Ying Tianchang is the true master of evolution theory. Goddess Ruan is amazing. Voice breaking. In front of the city of eternal night, there was a silence. Time's Machine quietly looked at the shattered prophecy, its core diamond flashing rapidly, as if performing calculations beyond imagination. After a long time, it slowly set aside its hand. An exquisite game. For the first time, its voice carried a hint of near admiration. Ruan Xinglua's expression remained calm, just about to speak. But Time's Machine raised its arm made of countless clock hands, pointing toward the game. Now, for the second round. Its voice suddenly became eerie and grand, carrying a terrifying pressure capable of freezing time and space. Let's bet bigger. Let's bet bigger. The voice of Time's Machine, like a myriad of gears engaging simultaneously, was cold and grand, echoing across the sky of the city of eternal night. Its arm, formed of countless rotating clock hands, slowly lifted, drawing a brand new card from the void. Buzz. The moment the card appeared, an indescribable, supreme aura instantly enveloped the entire Guishu flight path. Not eerie, not divine, but the mandate of heaven. It was the will of the script. It was the pulse of the world line. On the card, there was no specific image, only an endless blood-red sky. Beneath the sky was a throne constructed from the bones of billions of beings, a vague figure radiating overwhelming malice. Sat upright on it. The name on the card had only 3 bloody words. Lord of Bloodshed. And at the position of the shadow's face, a line of small words flickered Zhou Yan. Boom. In the global live broadcast room, the brains of billions of viewers seemed to be hit by a nuclear bomb, instantly going blank. Lord of Bloodshed. Zhou Yan? That gentle and refined man, always standing behind Wan Xingluo, as reliable as a mountain, his past, turned out to be such a terrifying existence? In the Kremlin, General Griffin had just sat down but suddenly jumped up, staring at the screen in disbelief. What is this? A slander of destiny. However, the unfolding of the game would not stop due to anyone's will. The power of destiny's script ruthlessly activated. The images in the void changed wildly again. This time, it was no longer Atlantis, but Blue Star. It was Huaxia. In the image, the card of Lord of Bloodshed hung high in the sky. Zhou Yan's past was announced to the world. In the North Bear Country, after General Griffin received this truth, his face turned pale. He looked at the eyes of the Huaxia liaison officer beside him, filled for the first time with suspicion and fear. On Sakura Island, in Amaterasu Temple, countless high-ranking officials were both angry and shocked, immediately severing the connection with Huaxia's national fortune. In the European allied nations, in the Bald Eagle Federation, one by one, former allies chose betrayal. Numerous fleets turned their guns, aimed at the country that once led them out of despair. Huaxia fell into unprecedented isolation. Surrounded by enemies. No. This is a trap. It is a scheme of destiny. Mr. Zhou Yan is protecting us. Countless Huaxia viewers roared with heartbreak, but their voices seemed so pale and powerless under the power of destiny's script. The predicted images were cold and despairing. Did you see? The voice of the time mechanism sounded like a god, issuing the final judgment to mortals. This is a certain defeat. Mr. Zhou Yan's past is the cause, the betrayal of allies is the effect. This is an established fact, original sin etched on the timeline, unchangeable by any art or law. Its mechanical arm pointed to Wan Xingluo's hand of cards. Now, you have only one choice. Play the strongest card in your hand. Its voice carried a hint of temptation, like the whispers of a devil. You and Mr. Zhou Yan's marriage contract. Use your love to fight against this dark past. Use the bond between you to gamble for a brand new future. But the time mechanism's tone suddenly shifted, becoming incredibly chilling. Once you fail, your karma, your love, your existence, will be completely controlled by fate, becoming the most humble footnote in the script. Silence. The whole world fell into dead silence. Everyone's eyes were focused on Wan Xingluo. This is an open plot. An irresistible open plot. Gambling with love, if they win, perhaps they can resolve the crisis. But who dares to gamble with their own love? Who dares to entrust their fate completely to destiny for judgment? At the eye of the storm, Wan Xingluo quietly looked at the Lord of Bloodshed card. She saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood, saw that lonely throne. But she also saw the figure on the throne, the deep-rooted exhaustion and sadness piercing through endless darkness. Her heart ached slightly. She raised her hand, seemingly to draw that card representing the marriage contract. Billions of viewers around the globe held their breath. However, her hand stopped in midair. She shook her head. Under the gaze of the time mechanism, under the awe and shock of billions around the world, she slowly shook her head. She did not play any card. She made a move that caught everyone off guard. She stood up. Before this game of fate, she slowly stood up. This action. The very rules of the game have been broken. You. The core diamond of the clockwork of time, glimmered with lights representing confusion and alertness. Wan Xingluo paid no heed to it. She simply lifted her head, her clear gaze piercing the void, directly confronting the card that represented Zhou Yan's dark past. Her voice, through the livestream, echoed clearly to every corner of the world. That voice, incredibly gentle yet carrying a firmness capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. My husband. She spoke up. No matter who he was before, no matter what he has done. He is now, simply my husband. The corners of her mouth lifted into a tender smile, a smile filled with indelible happiness and affection. He is someone who clumsily washes my hands and makes me soup, who silently clears the world for me when I am wronged. My family. The last 4 words rang out powerfully. She extended her hand, not towards her own cards, but towards that hostile card, radiating monstrous malice, the Lord of Bloodshed. The past of family. Her voice was like thunder that pierced through the heavens and the earth, exploding in everyone's souls. Is not meant for confrontation. It is meant for acceptance. The moment her words fell. Amid the disbelief in everyone's eyes, Wan Xingluo's hand gently and reverently grasped that Lord of Bloodshed card. She took it from the front of the clockwork of time and brought it before herself. Then, she placed this card, which represented darkness, slaughter, and tyranny, next to the card before her that represented inclusiveness, assimilation, and hope, the Huaxia Spirit Realm, Royal card. The instant she made this choice. Crack! A crisp sound, like the chains of cosmic rules breaking, echoed through the void. The entire chessboard of fate, the table made of time and space laws, shattered piece by piece. All the cards in the clockwork of time that represented prophecy and destiny, Atlantis, Corelli, rule-breaking virus, turned to ashes in an instant. On its face, composed of countless gears, for the first time, unprecedented emotion, named shock, was revealed. She did not win. She flipped the table. With her choice, she told fate, told the whole world. She refused to participate in this script. And at that moment, a warm chest pressed against her from behind. A pair of arms gently, yet powerfully embraced her. Zhou Yan's figure had appeared behind her without her noticing. This is the warmth of Zhou Yan's embrace. It seemed to block out all outside storms, all collapsing rules. In his arms, Ruan Xinglua took a gentle breath, the unique and reassuring scent that belonged to him instantly calmed the immense waves in her heart. I'm back. Zhou Yan's voice, deep and hoarse, sounded in her ear, carrying a hint of barely discernible fear and relief. He saw that, Lord of Bloodshed, card. He also saw the choice she made. Not choosing confrontation, but choosing acceptance. This silly girl. Ruan Xinglua didn't turn back, she simply placed her hand over his arm that wrapped around her waist, gently patting it. Welcome home. At the same time. Crack. Crackle. Rumbling. The Lord of the Nightless City, the clockwork of time's mechanical body, was experiencing an unprecedented collapse. Its body, made up of billions of precise gears, suffered terrifying backlash the moment the rules of the fate game were overturned. Countless tiny hands and springs shot out from its body, turning to dust in the air. The diamond at its core flickered, its light dimming and brightening, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Who? A harsh wail, like metal grinding, emanated from its sound unit. Its eyes, composed of pure gemstones, stared fiercely at the pair of lovers, who embraced tightly, safe and sound at the center of the storm of rules. In its gaze, there was no longer the judgment from above. Replaced instead, was awe, curiosity, and a sudden realization. So it turns out, is this how it is? It slowly raised the crumbling mechanical arm and pointed at Ruan Xinglua. No, it was itself. It seemed to be talking to itself, or perhaps asking a higher dimensional existence. So it turns out, the so-called fate, that unchangeable result, can really be overcome. Not by using a stronger cause to cover it, but by using acceptance to resolve it. Its voice held a calmness that came from a great enlightenment. The player, the heavenly mandate. From the gaps in the armor, a fated breath continuously seeped out. He was dragging an exaggeratedly large scythe in his hand. The blade of the scythe was not metal, but made up of highly concentrated decay and plague laws. Just looking at it felt like sensing the passage of life. The eye of broken fate that had just merged into Ruan Xinglua's forehead suddenly jolted, and a line of cold information automatically appeared in her mind. Final 12 Night Sequence Divine Master Level Wasteland Knight. Another Divine Master Level. The Wasteland Knight did not attack immediately, he simply raised his head indifferently, scanning the entire fleet with eyes hidden in the shadow of his hood, as if they could absorb all light. In the next moment, he slowly lifted the plague scythe in his hand. Divine Kingdom Decay. Buzz. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no destructive energy torrent. Only a visible grey breath spread silently from the Wasteland Knight as if it were a plague, centered around him, reaching the entire joint fleet. Wherever that grey fog passed, the void seemed to lose its vitality, becoming more lifeless, more broken. Warning! Warning! Energy shield integrity is rapidly declining. 90%. 70. 50. The shield is undergoing unknown corrosion. Energy conduction is experiencing large-scale leakage. On the bridge of the flagship Winter, Ivan and Mia looked pale as they watched the scene before them. The indestructible joint energy shield, capable of withstanding a small supernova explosion, suddenly appeared as if it had been exposed to humid air for hundreds of years, showing large patches of mottled rust as soon as it came into contact with that grey breath. The brightness quickly dimmed, and energy was corroded and dissolved at a visible speed. Fire! Princess Ivan yelled, all main cannons, concentrate fire! Boom! 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 In an instant, hundreds of thick energy beams tore through the void, filled with the momentum to destroy everything, striking toward the Wasteland Knight at the center of the decaying Divine Kingdom. However, a despairing scene unfolded. Those energy projectiles, capable of evaporating a planet, seemed to fall into a bog of time the moment they entered the Great Divine Kingdom. Their speed suddenly slowed, and the light began to corrode, quickly becoming dim and weak. When they finally reached the Wasteland Knight, their power had diminished by over 90%, easily dissipated by a gentle breath of dragon fire from the skeletal dragon beside him. No. This scene was clearly shown to everyone on Blue Star through a global livestream. Despair quickly spread through every livestream room like a virus. Northern Bear Nation livestream, God. What kind of monster is that? Divine Master level. Our princess is in danger. Northern Bear Nation livestream, it's over. Our winter fleet is finished. That is the power of a god. Huaxiao livestream, damn. Another Divine Master level. Is the mandate of heaven trying to wipe us out? Huaxiao livestream, God Zhou and Goddess Ruan are still in the Nightless City. They are too far away to catch up. Huaxiao livestream, what to do? What to do? On the battlefield, casualties had begun to appear. The outer few escort ships had their energy shields completely corroded first, as the grey decay breath flooded into their hulls, causing the ship's armor to age and crumble instantly, turning into cosmic dust. The crew inside, upon contact with the breath, had their life force completely drained, turning into one dried corpse after another. Ivan and Mia's eyes were blood red. They tried their best to command the fleet to maneuver, but all resistance felt so pale and powerless in the face of that absolute domain representing the decay law. Chapter 187, No Time Left. At that moment, the Wasteland Knight seemed to lose patience. He slowly raised the plague scythe in his hand, pointing the enormous blade directly at the flagship where Ivan was, the Winter. To catch the thief, first catch the king. He aimed to deliver one blow, destroying the core command of the entire fleet. A grey strike embodying the dual concepts of end and decay silently detached from the side's blade, tearing apart the void, and roaring towards the Winter's howl. In the city that never sleeps. No! Ruan Xinglua looked at the grey light in the communicator, enough to sever cause and effect, her heart burning with anxiety, her entire aura uncontrollably surging. She turned to tear through space and rush towards the return to ruins. However, a warm and powerful hand gently pressed on her shoulder. It was Zhou Yan. It's too late. Zhou Yan's voice was eerily calm, as if the crisis looming before them, capable of destroying a top fleet, was merely a trivial interruption. Ruan Xinglua turned back, her eyes filled with urgency and plea, but Ivan and the others. I know. Zhou Yan interrupted her, gazing deeply into her eyes. Madam, if you go now, the only outcome is to die with them. His words were cold and cruel, but they were undeniable facts. And, Zhou Yan slightly shifted his tone, adding a hint of guidance, you should learn to be a true commander. A commander doesn't always have to be on the front lines. Ruan Xinglua froze in shock. Zhou Yan extended his finger and lightly tapped her forehead, right where the eye of fate had merged. A cool thought flowed from his fingertip into Ruan Xinglua's mind. Have you forgotten what you just obtained? To face the script of destiny, looking with your eyes will not find a way out. Now, close your eyes. Use it to see through the true lifeline behind this ambush. Zhou Yan's words crashed like thunder in Ruan Xinglua's chaotic mind. Lifeline. She suddenly closed her eyes, no longer looking at the despairing projection, but instead plunged all her spirit into the eye of fate that had just merged. Buzz. In an instant, a torrent of fate information, vast like the cosmic sea of stars, violently surged into her spiritual world. Ugh! Ruan Xinglua let out a painful groan, her complexion instantly paling, almost collapsing to the ground. It was not mere pain, but the illusion of her soul being forcibly torn apart. Countless shattered images, chaotic causal lines, billions of possible futures, screamed wildly in her mind, as if they wanted to explode and crush her consciousness. Just when she was about to be engulfed by this torrent, Zhou Yan's voice echoed clearly in her heart like a stabilizing needle. Mortal bodies cannot gaze directly at the entirety of fate. Your power of rebirth comes from the axis of the world, it is cause. The breath of return to ruins represents the end of all things, it is effect. Use cause and effect to filter fate. Ruan Xinglua's body trembled, and she suddenly understood. She gritted her teeth against the agonizing pain of her soul, immediately mobilizing the primordial rebirth power from the Chaos Devourer within her, while also drawing on a sliver of cold breath from Return to Ruins. She carefully intertwined them, constructing a thin, translucent filter in her spiritual world. When the violent torrent of fate surged again, after passing through this filter, everything changed. The chaotic screams transformed into ordered notes, and the wild flow of information was untangled into clear pathways. The pain rapidly faded away. Replacing it was an unprecedented, omniscient perspective, as if she had become a god, overlooking all living beings. Her vision instantly pierced through the barriers of the city that never sleeps, crossing endless return to ruins pathways, connecting to that brutal battlefield. In her view, there were no physical forms. Stars, warships, skeletal dragons, all material existence vanished. In its place were countless lines, bright and dark, thick and thin, crisscrossing and penetrating the entire void, the lines of fate. The Winter's Howl fleet was a cluster of light formed by countless blue lines representing life and technology. And that wilting rider is a source of endless grey despair and death. The strike he made in his swing, in Wan Xingluo's eyes, was an unbeatable thick gray deathline. This deathline was incredibly domineering. Wherever it went, all blue lifelines weakly snapped and vanished before it. Its target pointed directly at the core of the winter, where Princess Ivan was located. Once hit by it, the fate line of the entire fleet would be completely erased. Ruan Xingluo's heart rose to her throat, but she forced herself to calm down, urging the power of the eye of breaking destiny to its limit, staring steadfastly at that gray deathline. Suddenly, her pupils suddenly shrank. She saw it. Right beside that overwhelmingly domineering gray deathline existed a nearly imperceptible point, smaller than dust. That was a blind spot of fate. Because the rule of wither mastered by the Withering Knight was so barbaric, so absolute, it forcibly twisted causality on this deadly attack trajectory, creating a fatal flaw that even he himself was unaware of, an absolute anomaly that shouldn't exist. There lies a paradox of rules. A singularity of fate. Now is the time. Ivan. With all her might, Ruan Xingluo sent a mental message containing precise coordinates and time through the encrypted communication channel, screaming to convey it. Trust me. At your left side, 3 o'clock direction, up at a 75-degree angle. Use your strongest attack, fire with all you've got. Guishu Battlefield, Bridge of the Winter. Princess Ivan's face was pale, staring intensely at the gray death slash on the screen that was continuously enlarging. At that moment, an abrupt command, as if it resonated directly in her soul, made her tremble. It was Ruan Xingluo's voice. She instinctively wanted to give the order, but beside her, the fleet commander, General Griffin, a seasoned veteran of the Northern Bear Nation, had already roared loudly. Princess! What are you doing? There is nothing there. It's an empty void. Griffin pointed in the direction Ivan was looking, his eyes bloodshot. Are we going to waste our last main cannon energy on a place with nothing? This is suicide. It's irresponsible to the lives of all the soldiers in the fleet. I absolutely disagree. In the global live broadcast room, everyone's heart was tightened. Live broadcast room of Northern Bear Nation, General Griffin is right. Princess can't be confused. Live broadcast room of Huaxia, it's over. In this moment, how can she accept advice? Live broadcast room of Lighthouse Nation, crazy, this woman is completely scared out of her mind. Faced with Griffin's questioning, a trace of hesitation flashed in Ivan's eyes. But in the next second, she remembered Ruan Xingluo's determination to unveil destiny, remembered her miracle of delaying world destruction by herself. That trust overwhelmed all logic. I'll say it again. Ivan suddenly turned her head, with a gaze that brooked no argument, bloodshot eyes fixed on Griffin. This is an order. She roared, transmitting the command throughout the ship. Winter, main cannon Fury of the Far North. Target, left side 3 o'clock, elevation 75. Maximum power. Fire. Boom. A massive ice blue energy beam, having gathered the last energy of the flagship, roared out, shooting toward that void everyone believed had nothing. Global audiences were in an uproar, countless people sighed, believing Ivan had completely buried the last chance. General Griffin closed his eyes in despair. However, in the next 1,000th of a second, the gray slash containing the concept of N from the Withering Knight hit precisely at that coordinate that no one could understand. One representing ultimate freezing, another representing absolute withering. Two terrifying attacks from different divine levels. At a point that no one ever expected, in the most incredible way, they collided precisely together. No sound. No earth-shattering roar as anticipated. Only a dead silence of white that completely swallowed the entire void channel. Extreme freezing and absolute decay, at that singularity known as the blind spot of fate, occurred in annihilative collision in an unprecedented manner. That overwhelmingly domineering gray deathline was actually detonated from within at the moment of impact, by the waves generated from its own distorted causality and the cannon fire of the winter. The energy storm transformed into a shockwave that swept everything, crazily expanding outward. Roar! A roar filled with shock and anger finally pierced through the dead silence of the void. The figure of the Withering Knight was violently tossed away in the raging energy currents, and the gray divine light on him, representing N and decay, visibly dimmed and became unstable. He was defeated? No, he was toyed with. The Withering Knight suddenly steadied himself, his eyes burning with sickly green plague fire, as if piercing through endless time and space, locking onto the distant end, that city of eternal night floating in the void. Locked onto within the city, that tiny figure who had just opened that eye of broken fate. A scheme. This was a deadly scheme targeting him, targeting the very rule of decay. Mortal. The furious roar transformed into a tangible spiritual shock, making the souls of everyone in the United Fleet tremble. He no longer cared about the winter, suddenly turning direction and abandoning the prey within reach. His entire being became a gray streak of light ripping through the void, carrying overwhelming fury and killing intent, charging towards the city of eternal night at full speed. In the city of eternal night, central control room. Alarm! Alarm! Detected the highest energy level divine response, approaching at superluminal speed. Threat level, city destruction. The shrill alarm caused the mechanical core of the time machine to emit a buzzing sound of unbearable strain. Its face, made up of countless precise gears, had crystal lenses representing its eyes, flashing red light violently. Activate Eternal Barrier. Highest level defense barrier, start immediately. Buzz. A thick, almost tangible golden light screen composed of countless order runes instantly covered the entire city of eternal night. But in the mechanical eye of the time machine, there was not a shred of security, but rather filled with despair. It was very clear that this barrier would absolutely not stop an enraged end knight. That was just the final struggle. However, right beside it, Zhou Yan looked at the rapidly enlarging death meteor on the light screen, and a sly smile gradually crept across his face. He turned his head and softly said to the pale, gasping Ruan Xinglua beside him. Look. The script of destiny has already been rewritten by our own hands. Now, it's our turn to be the playwrights. After saying that, he turned his gaze towards the almost overloaded time machine. City Lord. Zhou Yan's voice was calm and indifferent. Open the city gates, let him in. What? The logical core of the time machine instantly fell into tremendous chaos. It abruptly turned to Zhou Yan, and its voice became sharp and piercing due to data disorder. My lord. What are you saying? Let him in? This is inviting death itself into our home. I absolutely will not. I offer you great riches. Zhou Yan interrupted its words, his voice carrying an irrefutable charm. Let him in. He pointed at the core in the chest of the time machine, made up of countless gears. This city of eternal night, while having order, lacks a soul. It has always been missing a true core of order that can suppress everything, right? The smile on Zhou Yan's lips grew more pronounced. This divine core coming at your doorstep, do you not want it? Boom! As if a bolt of lightning. In the logic core of the time machine, it suddenly exploded. Its mechanical eyes, flashing with red alerts, instantly froze. In the next second, endless, blazing greed and desire, which could almost melt itself, erupted from within. It instantly understood Zhou Yan's intentions. This man. He not only wanted to kill the withered knight. He also wanted to take advantage of the rule furnace that is the nightless city, to completely decompose and refine it, using the core of the end knight as a trophy. To give it to himself. How mad. How audacious a plan. Obeying orders. The voice of the time machine trembled violently with extreme excitement. For the eternity of nightless city. Crack. That solid eternal barrier, like an impregnable fortress, opened in response. The enormous city gates roared open towards the death meteor filled with rage. The open gates, like a gluttonous mouth, issued a silent invitation. The withered knight, full of revenge and destruction, had no doubt at all. In his eyes, this was nothing more than the collapse of a system born from fear when mortals face divine might. Transformed into a death meteor, he showed no signs of slowing down, charging into the gates of the nightless city with a momentum to destroy everything. However, what greeted him was not a bustling city, but a causal strangulation array personally laid out by Zhou Yan. Chapter 189, Your Sin, I Will Judge. The moment the withered knight rushed through the city gates, the whole world seemed to fall silent. There were no ambushers as imagined, no deadly traps, not even the slightest energy fluctuation was sensed. The empty streets, the silent city, seemed like a dead city opened up for him. Poof. The withered knight let out a sneer of disdain, his consciousness sweeping across 100 miles. Mysterious trifles of mortals. In his view, this so-called causal strangulation array was nothing more than a bluff from a desperate situation. However, just as he lifted his foot, ready to turn the city into decayed dust in the next second. Buzz. The bluestone road beneath his feet transformed without warning into a bottomless black mirror. The mirror's surface was as smooth as water, yet it did not reflect the light of the sky, nor did it show his figure. In the mirror appeared a world burning with the flames of doom, filled with endless wails of despair. The eyes of the withered knight, burning with plague-like ghost fire, suddenly shrank. He recognized this place. This was the first world he withered with his own hands after becoming the End Knight. It was the beginning of his glorious achievements. This is... Before he could comprehend, from the mirror, a twisted ghost burning with the flames of revenge slowly walked out. The figure of the ghost was ethereal and thin, its breath weak, merely a level of vengeful spirit. Under the pressure of a divine lord, it was hardly even an ant. But when it raised its head, in its hollow eye sockets, hatred that could scorch the soul burst forth. Return my world. The hoarse roar was not from its vocal cords, but a cry from the depths of the soul. The ghost transformed into a streak of light, bravely charging towards the withered knight. Overreaching scum. A hint of impatience flashed in the withered knight's eyes as he casually waved the enormous grey scythe in his hand. Swoosh. The ghost scattered in response, dissipating as the purest resentment in the air. But for the first time, the expression on the withered knight's face changed. Because in the ghost's attack, he clearly felt a trace of a power of the wither rule that belonged to him. Although weak, the source was the same. Was this using his own power to attack himself? Before he could reflect deeply, a sudden change occurred. Return my life. Murderer. Pay with your life. My child, my child. Centered around him, the ground, walls, buildings, everything around transformed into countless black causal mirrors in an instant. Thousands upon thousands, densely packed. In every mirror, all reflected a world destroyed by his own hands. Then came the second, the third, the 10,000, the millionth. Endless ghosts poured out of the mirror in a frenzy. They were of various forms, some humanoid, some beast-like, some elemental spirits, some colossal creatures from the starry sky. They were beings from different civilizations, different races. They had vastly differing strengths in life, but at this moment, they shared a single name. The creditors of cause and effect. In their eyes burned the same fire of vengeance, their mouths emitted the same mournful roars, and they all carried a trace of the decaying divine power belonging to the withering knight. The countless creditors formed an ocean of revenge, surging toward the withering knight at the center. Huaxia live room, my god, what kind of formation is this? Summoning an army of the dead? Lighthouse country live room, no. No, it's not a summoning. Look, the attacks of those ghosts all carry the power attributes of the withering knight himself. This is too bizarre. Sakura country live room, Baka. What kind of dark magic is this? Has the legendary gate of hell been opened? Global viewers, through the images transmitted back from the Winter's Edge, watched this unbelievable scene and lost their voices collectively. This was not a battle. This was a reckoning that crossed infinite time and space. In Eternal Night City, the central control room. Warning! Warning! The core data stream of the formation is abnormally massive. Logic analysis, model matching failed. Redefining, this is not a summoning spell, this is the manifestation of cause and effect. On the face of the time machine, composed of countless gears, the crystal lenses representing its eyes flickered wildly with a terrifying red data flow. It finally understood. The master of the void, he can actually turn the intangible concept of karma into a physical weapon. He is extracting the past of the withering knight to attack his present. The voice of the time machine stuttered from utter shock. This man, he was not setting a formation to kill enemies. He was judging the gods. Inside the great formation. Get away. You dead trash. The withering knight fell into a rage. He swung his scythe of death, and each strike could take away thousands of ghosts. But these creditors could not be killed or eradicated completely. For every one he killed, 10, 100 would surge forth from the mirror. What frightened him even more was that every attack consumed his divine power. Although the attacks from those ghosts were weak, each hit felt like tiny needles pricking at his soul, draining away a bit of his original power while injecting a deep-rooted resentment into his divine body. Little by little, gathering sand into a tower. He felt his power draining away at an unprecedented speed. This was not a battle, it was consumption. It was slow torture. He, the majestic End Knight, the master of the decaying rule, had actually fallen into a dire situation that could not be broken by brute force. Mortal! Do you think you can trap me like this? The withering knight finally realized that if this continued, he would be slowly drained to death. Then let you witness the true power of a god. The divine kingdom of decay. Descend! He roared to the heavens, no longer holding back. Boom! A wave of pure grey divine power, far surpassing any previous attack, erupted violently from his body. It was no longer mere energy, but a domain concentrated with the concepts of end and decay. It was the embryonic form of his divine kingdom. The terrifying aura of decay surged like a flooded dam, instantly breaking the constraints of the cause and effect formation, spilling out wildly in all directions. Crack, crack, crack. The streets of Eternal Night City began to corrode and weather at a speed visible to the naked eye the moment they came into contact with this aura. The solid alloy buildings were covered in rust, instantly turning into pools of molten iron. The flickering neon energy pipes quickly dimmed, their walls became weak and fragile, ultimately collapsing into clouds of dust. The earth is wailing, order is collapsing. Just the aftershocks of battle have shown signs of the city that never sleeps being overturned. Alarm! Alarm! The integrity of the city structure has dropped by 5%. 7%. 10%. The energy shield is being rapidly eroded. It is expected to completely fail in 30 seconds. The piercing alarm sound made the mechanical core of Time's machine almost burn out. Chapter 190, must bear the weight. It had a grim mechanical face and suddenly looked at the calm man beside it. This is testing me. Time's machine instantly understood Zhou Yan's intention. If its city cannot withstand even this little aftershock of battle, then what right does it have to enjoy the final fruit of victory? What right does it have to devour the core of a god? To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Zhou Yan seemed to see through its thoughts, without even glancing back, only lightly gazing at the collapsing city in the light curtain. City Lord, your city seems a bit fragile. Time's machine's mechanical fist suddenly clenched tight, making a creaking sound as metal rubbed together. Endless greed and desire ultimately overwhelmed the fear of loss. A flash of resolute madness flickered in its mechanical eyes that shone red. The city that never sleeps. Its voice echoed through the central system, spreading to every corner of the city. Will never fall. Time's machine's voice transformed into rumbling thunder, resonating in every corner of the city that never sleeps. Will never fall. Boom. With this decisive declaration, the entire city that never sleeps came to life. No longer just a mechanical city-state, but a colossal being with its own will. With me as the city, and the city as me. Time's machine's voice was solemn and grave, like the ancient oaths of gods. Neutrality as the lock, contract as the framework. Buzz. On the ground, walls, and dome of the city, countless golden runes of pure rule power lit up out of thin air. These runes were the contracts signed with countless civilizations and countless strong ones since the founding of the city that never sleeps. They were the foundation for it being a neutral ground. At this moment, these foundations transformed into the most solid weapons. Order's divine chains convene. Swish. 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 Thick golden chains, as large as dragons, shot up into the sky from all directions of the city. They were not physical entities, but woven from the rules of neutrality and contract, inscribed with the ancient order of the city that never sleeps. Their target was not the withered rider, but the already out of control return to ruin, causality binding formation. Clang. 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 The order's divine chains made a massive sound as metal struck against metal, one after another, accurately wrapping and tightening, sealing that decaying divine realm from spreading outward within the great formation. The grey death energy surged madly, but could no longer leak a single bit. The entire city turned into an incredibly huge cage. A desperate prison that detained gods and the embryonic forms of divine realms at the cost of the city itself. Huaxia livestream, I saw something? The city, it moved by itself? Lighthouse Nation livestream, oh my god. The city itself is a weapon. It's locking down the battlefield. North Bear Nation livestream, is this the true power of a god-level city lord? Refining a city into a life-saving treasure, too terrifying. However, the cost of this power was terrifying. In the central control room, Time's machine, whose body was made of countless precise gears, made a sound of unbearable burden. Crack. At its chest, a priceless Heart of the Stars gem, due to energy overload, instantly filled with cracks and turned to powder. Crack. Crack. Thousands of tiny gears responsible for conducting rule power on its arm shattered simultaneously. But in Time's machine's mechanical eyes, the alert red light was no longer flashing, but a madness of greed and heat. It was betting. Betting the foundation of the city that never sleeps for a future that devours gods. Outside the formation, Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua still stood quietly. It seemed that the devastating scene in the city was just a firework unrelated to them. Zhou Yan even reached out his hand, gently brushing off the dust that had fallen on Wan Xinglua's shoulder due to the energy impact. He turned his head, looking at Wan Xinglua's beautiful eyes, which were slightly widened in shock, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Madam, look. He lifted his finger, pointing to the figure of the wilting knight, who was struggling left and right under the relentless attack of endless spirits. This is another downside of tyranny. Hearing this, Wan Xinglua shuddered slightly, focusing intently to listen. He thinks he is cutting off the lives of enemies, but little does he know, that is also his own karma. The more people he killed in the past, the heavier the debt he carries now. Zhou Yan's voice was calm and profound, as if he were a wise man who understood the truths of the universe, explaining to his student. Every attack he makes now, seemingly destroying enemies, is actually fighting against all of his own history. How can a person conquer their past? Upon hearing this, Wan Xinglua felt as if struck by lightning. She suddenly looked at her own hands. Tyranny, is this not the path she chose as well? Outside the nightless city, in the boundless starry sky, the joint fleet led by Ivan and Mia hovered quietly at a safe distance. On the flagship's bridge, everyone stared intently at the images returned on the main screen, not daring to take a breath. The city locked by the golden chains of order felt like a heart, each pulse of energy sent chills down the spines of these so-called interstellar powerhouses. Ivan, sir, an officer's voice trembled uncontrollably, are we really going to cooperate with such an existence? Ivan's face turned pale, his lips moved for a long time but not a single word came out. Mia took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, but her fingers gripping the armrest turned white from the effort. He is not fighting. Mia's voice was incredibly hoarse. He is judging. He has turned a city into a courtroom and transformed a god's history into the rope that strangles him. Our previous understanding of him was completely wrong. He is not a strong man, not a hero. He is a madman. A madman who uses the world as a chessboard and gods as chess pieces. At this moment, all the senior members of the joint fleet completely transformed their awe of Zhou Yan into a deep-rooted fear. Inside the formation. Ah! The wilting knight had completely gone mad. His divine power had already diminished by nearly half in the endless consumption. On his divine soul, it felt like being gnawed by millions of ants. The pain from karma almost drove him insane. He could clearly feel the shadow of death, unprecedentedly looming over him. Mortal! Zhou Yan! He let out a desperate roar, his eyes burning with pestilence like fire, fixated on the calm figure outside the formation. Chapter 191, Accompanying Burial. Do you think this means you have won? I am the Knight of the End. Master of Decay. Even in death, I will drag this entire city to accompany me in burial. Core of the god burn. In a desperate roar, the wilting knight made his final decision. He intended to self-destruct the core of the god. At the cost of a divine-level life, he aimed to turn everything here, along with that damned karma formation, this nightless city, and Zhou Yan, into cosmic dust. Boom! A wave of destructive energy 100 times more terrifying than the descent of the kingdom of decay brood insurged within him. The entire karma formation began to tremble violently before this power, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. In the mechanical eyes of the time machine, the greedy flames were suddenly replaced by terror. It had miscalculated. It never expected that this god would be so fierce. However, just as the withered knight was about to ignite the divine core, bringing the world to an end in that instant. In the void, a faint sigh echoed, barely perceptible. Zhou Yan, your chessboard is as strong as a fortress. But the pieces, they are not unchanging. A power of fate, extremely subtle and almost undetectable, like an invisible thread, quietly infused into the causal mirror swirling with countless souls. The next second, a sudden change occurred. The billions of souls surrounding the withered knight suddenly retreated to the sides as if receiving a command from some supreme existence, clearing a path. The energy about to explode from the withered knight also came to a halt. He looked puzzled at the largest causal mirror. A brand new creditor slowly emerged from the mirror. It was a woman. A woman wearing a deep black dragon robe, crowned like an emperor, stunning yet utterly domineering. Her face was as cold as eternal ice. Her eyes seemed to hold a sea of blood and corpses, filled with endless slaughter and aloofness. The withered knight's pupils constricted violently. Who is this? In my causation, there is no such person. He searched through his destroyed billions of worlds and found no memory of this empress. She did not belong to his debt. However, Zhou Yan outside the formation, upon seeing that figure, the calm smile that had always been on his face vanished for the first time completely. His brows furrowed tightly. Heavenly fate. He recognized that power. Beside him, Wan Xinglua, upon seeing the empress's face, felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably. Because that face. Clearly, it was her own. The empress's phantom paid no attention to anyone. She walked through the battlefield, ignoring the withered knight, her cold and domineering gaze transcending space, locking onto the real Wan Xinglua outside the formation. The next moment, a cold and sorrowful voice directly echoed in Wan Xinglua's mind. Do you see? This is the end of power. We are destined to become the very form we hate the most. That chilly and despairing whisper was like a poisoned dagger, piercing deeply into Wan Xinglua's heart. We are destined to become the very form we hate the most. Boom! Wan Xinglua's mind went blank. In that moment, the entire world seemed to lose its sound and color, leaving only the figure in the deep black dragon robe, exactly resembling her, brimming with endless sorrow and dominance, coldly watching her. This was not an illusion. She could feel the shared essence, thoroughly fallen, permeated by endless slaughter and solitude, that power on the other. That was her. If she continued down the path of dominance, would she eventually turn into that form? Killing all enemies, and then looking around, finding no one trustworthy, no one to stand shoulder to shoulder with? Ultimately becoming a slave to power, becoming a solitary tomb? No, it shouldn't be like this. Wan Xinglua's eyes first showed an uncontrollable confusion and wavering. The path she had always firmly believed in was, at that moment, cracked open by this attack from the future, leaving a shocking fissure. Buzz! On her wrist, the bracelet that suppressed endless evil souls glowed brightly at this moment. The bracelet sensed its owner's fragile state, and the spirit within it released an urgent cry, trying to awaken her and fend off this invisible heart demon's invasion. Yet, this attack originated from within her, stemming from her own heart. External objects could not defend against it at all. Just as Ruan Xingluo's heart wavered in that split second. Crack! The core supporting the operation of the entire returned to ruins. Causal strangulation formation fell into a deadly stagnation. The mirrored ground reflecting all of the withered knight's causal creditors suddenly dimmed. Originally frantically attacking billion ghosts, their movements also became slow and illusory, as if they would disappear at any moment. The golden light sealing the dying divine kingdom started to flicker violently, and the runes of rules on it even showed signs of collapse. Ha ha ha, opportunity. Inside the formation, the withered knight, who was about to burn his divine core in a mutual destruction, was first stunned, then let out a roar of joy as if he had survived a disaster. He did not know what had happened. But his god-level battle instinct told him this was a once-in-a-lifetime, even unique opportunity. Zhou Yan. Your woman, her heart is unstable. Your heavenly web has broken. The withered knight gave up on self-destruction and instantly compressed the destructive energy he had gathered to its peak into an ultimate grey beam of light. All his divine power, all his divine soul, all his anger and hope gathered here. His target was the weakest point under the stagnation of the grand formation. Open for me now. On one side was the whisper of his heart demon from the future, continuously eroding her will. Give up, struggling is useless. You see, your weakness will soon harm everyone. Only by severing all emotions like me, transforming into the supreme overlord, can you control everything. On the other side was the withered knight's all-in surge attack, and the shadow of death had already enveloped the entire city that never sleeps. Ruan Xingluo found herself in an unprecedented, huge crisis. She seemed to be torn apart by two forces, her consciousness about to drown. At this critical moment, a calm voice, with a hint of questioning, resonated directly in her heart. It was neither comfort nor pity. The future has countless possibilities. What destiny shows you is just what it most hopes you will fall into. Zhou Yan's voice struck like a heavy hammer, fiercely hitting her divine soul. What? Do you have no faith in me, in the path we chose together? Chapter 192, The Path of Protection. Boom! This question was like a thunderclap piercing through chaos, instantly waking Ruan Xingluo, who was about to drown. Her delicate body trembled violently. Yes. Zhou Yan. She suddenly remembered every little thing with Zhou Yan on earth. Remembered his calmness when he appraised treasures for her for the first time. Remembered his figure, always standing in front of her at critical moments. Remembered the sense of security when he held her hand and announced to the world. Her path had never been a solitary tyranny, but rather, a path of protection with him by her side. She recalled the emotion and responsibility she felt when ascending the divine throne in the city that never sleeps, accepting the worship of all spirits. She remembered her vow to use this power to protect China, to protect those worth protecting. Power was a means, not the goal. And this so-called future before her was plainly a pathetic creature enslaved by power, losing sight of what mattered. In an instant, all confusion and wavering vanished. Ruan Xingluo's dimmed eyes reignited with more brilliance and determination than ever before. She lifted her head, no longer looking at the withered knight about to break the formation, but instead stared directly at the imperial phantom of the same appearance, suspended in the mirror of cause and effect. The corners of her mouth slowly curled into a confident and slightly disdainful smile. My future? My future will only have one kind. Her voice was cold and firm, resonating in her spiritual world. That is to retire leisurely with my husband, plant flowers, fish, and enjoy the scenery of the universe. As for you. Ruan Xingluo's smile grew brighter, her gaze filled with almost overflowing pity. You are merely a pathetic creature who can't even write a proper script, a counterfeit born from imagination. A fake. As her words fell, the imperial phantom's eternally cold face showed the first crack for the first time. A flash of shock and anger crossed her eyes. Impudent! You dare to! Why wouldn't I dare? Ruan Xingluo directly interrupted its words, the light in her eyes, in this moment, blazing with intensity. Eye of fate open. Vrum! A powerful divine light that pierced through the illusions and unraveled the source erupted from the depths of Ruan Xingluo's pupils. In her vision, that arrogant phantom of the robed empress instantly changed form. No longer did it carry the overwhelming aura, but instead was entangled by countless illusory, twisted, malicious and seductive grey threads. These threads, each exuding the breath of fate. This phantom empress was not some future, but a puppet woven from false causality by fate, aimed to attack her will. Do you see? This is your true face. Ruan Xingluo slowly raised her right hand, a blade of pure law and order formed, a blade of judgment coalesced in her palm. Holding the blade of judgment, she faced the puppet wrapped in threads, that ridiculous imitation, and gently swung her sword. The action was graceful, yet carried an undeniable supreme authority. My fate is not written by you. Law, disperse the false. That blade formed of pure law seemed to casually strike down. However, it did not slash at the phantom of the robed empress. Instead, it precisely cut toward the countless invisible threads of false causality between the phantom and the unseen fate. Why up? As if invisible threads were simultaneously severed in the void, emitting a piercing, mournful wail. The phantom of the robed empress, with her eternally cold expression, showed for the first time true, soul-deep horror and panic. No! Her pretended intimidation and authority collapsed in this moment, leaving only a sorrowful, unwilling scream. The scream abruptly stopped. Crack! Like a mirage, that unbeatable empress phantom shattered from head to toe, turning into countless flying specks of light, completely dissipating into nothingness. Ding! A crisp sound echoed. In the core of the shattered phantom, a diamond-shaped fragment made entirely of pure golden light, seeming to contain the universe's truths, slowly fell from the air. On it, swirled a power of fate so pure that even Zhou Yan was astonished. At the same moment Ruan Xinglua severed the false causality, dispelling the heart's demon. Outside the formation. Ha ha ha! It's opened! Let me through! The withered rider burned the last bit of divine power. Crashing gray beams had already broken a gap only wide enough for one person at the weak point of the fallen ruins causality strangulation array. He saw the free air beyond the gap, felt the hope of survival. The ecstasy on his face had reached its peak. However, the next second, his ecstasy completely froze on his face. He stared in disbelief as the crack symbolizing all his hope, with a buzzing sound, rapidly healed and closed at a visible speed. With fate no longer interfering from the shadows, and Ruan Xinglua's will undisturbed. The fallen ruins causality strangulation array, at this moment, resumed its most peak and terrifying operation. No! No! How could this be? Why? The withered rider let out a desperate and extreme roar, unable to comprehend. They were just one step away, one final step. He crazily urged the remaining power, trying to charge again. But it was too late. Boom! The mirror of causality beneath his feet erupted in brilliant light, shining like daylight. In the mirror, the millions of eyes filled with endless hatred and resentment became clear and solid again. They, all of the creditors of causality from the worlds destroyed by the withered rider, raised their heads together, with a gaze that seemed to see the dead. Locked onto the central debtor of the formation. Endless ghostly hands reached out from the mirror, like the most profound nightmare, instantly engulfing the withered knight completely. Tearing. Devouring. Strangling. That was the final wail of a deity, filled with reluctance and pain, but soon it was completely swallowed by the fury of millions of creditors. Moments later, the light faded. The terrifying mirror of causality and the sky full of divine chains slowly dispersed into the air. In place, only a gray divine core, covered with spiderweb-like cracks, dimmed to the extreme, as if it would extinguish at any moment, quietly hovered. A deity had fallen. The entire city of eternal night fell into dead silence. In the next moment, a voice filled with excitement and supreme respect resounded throughout the city. A miracle, this is a true miracle. Chapter 193. No. In the voice of the clockwork of time, there was unprecedented shock. Respected Mr. Zhou Yan, respected Ms. Ruan Xinglua, the city of eternal night has witnessed your great power. You have cleared the greatest threat to this city. Zhou Yan's expression was calm, as if he had only done a trivial thing. He gently pointed at the core of the deity. Swish! That core, deemed priceless by any force, transformed into a streak of light and flew towards the heart of the city of eternal night. What I promised you is yours. Zhou Yan spoke lightly. A violent wave of energy rushed from the will of the clockwork of time, pure joy resonated within. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Zhou Yan. In return, from this day on, the Huaxia Alliance will become the highest level of permanent strategic partner of the City of Eternal Night. The City of Eternal Night will unconditionally share all the intelligence network covering the star domains with the Huaxia Alliance. This promise is eternally valid. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the distant observing fleet gasped. The intelligence network of the City of Eternal Night. That is an invaluable treasure covering nearly half the universe. Zhou Yan used only a trophy they could not handle to exchange for such terrifying strategic resources. However, Zhou Yan's gaze did not dwell on this matter at all. He looked towards the pure golden fragment of fate slowly descending from the sky. That was the greatest harvest of this battle. He reached out, drawing it in mid-air. The golden fragment obediently flew into his palm. He turned around, smiling at Ruan Xinglua, whose eyes were filled with complete trust and love. Come, close your eyes. Zhou Yan's voice was gentle enough to drip water. I have a small gift for you. Ruan Xinglua nodded obediently and closed her stunning eyes. Zhou Yan raised his hand and gently pressed the fragment of fate against Ruan Xinglua's right eye. Buzz. An indescribably brilliant golden light erupted instantly. Within the golden light, Ruan Xingluo's aura soared, and the source power of her Eye of Fate Breaking was undergoing a tremendous transformation. If before, the Eye of Fate Breaking pierced through fate and severed delusions, now, it was transforming towards a higher level. That was, controlling fate, speaking to command the law. Eye of Fate Breaking, promotion Eye of Destiny. At this moment, a cold, vast, and emotionless will descended upon the entire starry sky without warning. As if the whole universe had become a chessboard. A voice, indistinguishable in gender yet carrying supreme majesty, slowly resonated in the hearts of Zhou Yan and Ruan Xingluo. An extremely splendid impromptu performance. The voice carried a hint of amusement, as if a lofty playwright was admiring the actor's extraordinary performance. The script has become more interesting because of you. Since the warm-up is over, and the actors are in position. Then, the voice paused, an unprecedented sense of final pressure enveloped them as a grand coordinate spanning galaxies was directly branded in their minds. The final stage, the clock tower of the end of all things, awaits your esteemed presence. This is the invitation to the ultimate battle from fate. As the voice fell, that cold will receded like a tide. It was as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. But Zhou Yan and Ruan Xingluo both understood that the final battle was unavoidable. In the air, there was an atmosphere of imminent slaughter. Ruan Xingluo opened her eyes, in her newly born Eye of Fate, the figure of Zhou Yan was reflected, showing no trace of tension or fear. Zhou Yan looked at her, equally silent. The two smiled at each other, all the understanding, all the realizations, were unspoken between them. He reached out his hand, naturally taking her warm jade-like hand, their fingers intertwined. Zhou Yan raised his head, gazing towards the profound universe where their final coordinates lay, his lips curved into a serene arc. He turned his head to look at his beloved, casually saying, "My dear, our honeymoon trip is finally reaching its last stop." Ruan Xingluo felt the warmth from his palm, that peace and trust made her fearless of any ending. She gripped his hand tightly, smiling radiantly, captivating and beautiful. "Okay, I'll follow your lead." At that moment, a magnificent ship's silhouette silently tore through space, appearing above the city of eternal night. It was a starship built entirely of an unknown silvery white metal, its lines smooth and beautiful, yet containing terrifying power capable of tearing stars apart. The flagship of the Star Trek Council, the Starchaser. It had come to send the two off. Mr. Zhou Yan, Ms. Ruan Xingluo. The will of time echoed through the Starchaser's loudspeaker system, resonating in their ears. The fleet is fully assembled, the abyssal route has been locked, ready for your departure at any time. Zhou Yan slightly nodded, taking Ruan Xingluo's hand as he stepped forward. Their figures transformed into a streak of light, instantly arriving on the bridge of the Starchaser. Through the massive porthole, they saw behind the Starchaser a dense, endless coalition fleet. It was formed by the Huaxia Alliance, the City of Eternal Night, and countless other civilizations that had once benefited from Zhou Yan, representing the ultimate gathering of resistance in this universe. The globally live-streamed scene transmitted this moment to every corner of Blue Star. Countless people held their breath, hands clasped, silently praying. They did not understand what the coordinates spanning galaxies meant. They only knew that those two people were shouldering everyone's hopes, embarking on their journey. Set sail. Zhou Yan's voice was calm yet powerful, echoing in the bridge. Understood. Activating the abyssal command, destination, the clock tower of the end. The captain of the Starchaser, an esteemed white-haired elder from the Star Trek Council, exerted all his strength to issue this order concerning the survival of civilization. Buzz. The bow of the Starchaser shot out a brilliant beam of light, forcibly tearing open a bottomless, colorful route in the void of space. The abyssal route. A path of exile leading to the universe's end, burying countless gods and taboos. The massive fleet transformed into a torrent of steel, resolutely and solemnly sailing into that bizarre and colorful route. Time and space lost their meaning here. Not knowing how long had passed. When the Starchaser suddenly shook violently, emerging from the abyssal route, everyone was utterly shocked by the scene before them. Here was the true nothingness. No stars, no light, no darkness, not even the concept of up or down. All physical laws returned to chaos here. Chapter 194. I can still hold on. And in this absolute void, a monumental object, colossal beyond description, quietly floated. It was a clock tower. A clock tower completely made up of countless bronze gears of various sizes, slowly turning, and a huge pendulum that seems able to cut through the universe. With each swing of the pendulum, each engagement of the gears, a sound emanates that seems to come from the deepest part of the soul. A cold breath of end spreads from above the clock tower, like an invisible tide, washing over the soul of every life. In the face of this breath, even gods would tremble, and the immortal would rot. The clock tower of all things ending. At this moment, a voice belonging to fate, which could not be distinguished as male or female yet was filled with the elegance and arrogance of a playwright, came drifting from all directions of the clock tower. Welcome. Welcome to my theater, my dear exiles of the return to the void. The gaze of that voice seemed to pierce through the hull of the stargazer, landing on Zhou Yan. And that lovely unstable factor. The will of fate then turned to Ruan Xinglua, with a tone of playful appreciation. Zhou Yan's expression remained unchanged, tightening his grip on Ruan Xinglua's hand a bit more. He knew that the real test was about to come. Fate did not strike directly as everyone imagined, with a thunderous attack. Kay seemed to enjoy this game of cat and mouse. A soft laugh escaped Kay's lips. Buzz! The entire massive clock tower suddenly lit up with 12 brilliant rays of light. As the light faded, 12 gigantic gates, each with a distinct tragic aura, appeared on the surface of the clock tower. They were arranged precisely, fitting the positions of the 12 markings on a clock face. Some doors emitted an aura of destruction filled with sulfur and battle, while others spread the despair of plague and decay. Still others flowed with the sorrow of civilization's betrayal and the downfall of all beings. This is the choice of fate that I have prepared for you. The voice of fate was filled with mocking superiority. 12 doors, behind each one connects to a universe that is already doomed to destruction in my script. They are 12 perfect tragic endings. Of course, one of them hides a door. A door leading to the top of the clock tower, to the true path before me. Choose wrong, and your souls will be completely devoured by the tragic fate behind that door, becoming a new, small footnote in that tragic ending. Isn't it interesting? The voice of fate was like a devil's whisper, tempting the heart's corruption. Choose. You have 24 hours to choose your own way to take a bow. Good luck to you. As the voice fell, the will of fate receded like a tide, leaving only the 12 doors of fate exuding ominous energy and a dead silence. On the bridge, everyone, including the captain of the Starry Council, broke into a cold sweat. This was not a choice at all. It was a guaranteed death trap. 1 in 12 chance of survival? No, in the theater of fate, there was 0 chance. Everyone's gaze instinctively gathered on Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua. Zhou Yan remained calm. He looked at Ruan Xinglua, conveying an encouraging look. In an instant, Ruan Xinglua understood his meaning. She took a deep breath, no longer hesitating. Eye of fate, open. Buzz. In her right eye, golden light instantly burst forth, a terrifying pressure that mounted above thousands, capable of grasping fate, descended with a crash. The upgraded eye of fate was fully activated. Her gaze, like the sharpest divine sword, directly pierced towards the 1 o'clock door on the clock tower. She wanted to see through the fate behind this door, shattering the illusion set by fate. However, at the moment her gaze met that door. Boom! An unresistible, incredibly real, massive flow of information. Like a cosmic explosion, it instantly shattered her mental defenses, forcefully flooding her mind. It was not an illusion, but a segment of a real future trailer. Ruan Xinglua saw it. She saw an incredibly prosperous and thriving magical civilization, where sky cities floated among the clouds, elves sang in the forests, and dragons coexisted peacefully with humans. Every life radiated happiness with smiles on their faces. However, in pursuit of eternal glory, they began to touch taboos, attempting to steal the magic of the world's essence. In the next second, the scene abruptly changed. The magical energy lost control. The sky was filled with purple-black cracks, and the earth was torn apart by furious energy storms. Sky cities fell like meteors. Mountains toppled, and rivers flowed backward. Ruan Xinglua heard it. She heard the heart-wrenching wails and screams of billions of lives, all at the same moment. That deep-seated despair, pain, unwillingness, and resentment seemed to turn into tangible blades, fiercely cutting through her very soul. Put! Ruan Xinglua suddenly stepped back, her body shaking violently, and a mouthful of blood erupted from her. Her beautiful face turned pale as paper, devoid of any color. Just peeking through the first door, she had already suffered a severe blow. Xinglua! Zhou Yan's voice wavered as he stepped forward, firmly supporting Ruan Xinglua's swaying body. A cold sensation traveled from her arm, tightening his heart. Ruan Xinglua looked up, her eyes once capable of penetrating fate now filled with pain and confusion, the golden light dimmed to its lowest point. I'm fine. Her voice was weak like a dying candle in the wind. Before she finished speaking, another mouthful of blood choked out, staining her chest. Just one door had left her soul in such heavy damage. On the bridge, there was a deathly silence. In front of the globally broadcast screens, the hearts of billions of viewers sank along with that mouthful of blood. We can't let her continue. The captain of the Starlight Observer, an old man from the Star Trek Council with white hair, looked anxiously at Zhou Yan. This is not a choice, it is destiny using the despair of an entire civilization to mentally torture Miss Ruan Xinglua. Zhou Yan did not answer, he gently channeled a gentle force of return into Ruan Xinglua, stabilizing her nearly collapsing soul. He looked at her pale face, and a fleeting, unnoticed killing intent flashed in his eyes. That was a killing intent aimed at destiny. Ruan Xinglua shook her head, pushing away his hand. She leaned against the control panel on the bridge, forcing herself to stand straight, her gaze once again set on the 12 glowing doors. I can still hold on. Her voice was small but carried an undeniable determination. Chapter 195, The Judgment of Destiny. This is the only way. After saying that, she no longer paid attention to everyone, fixing her gaze on the second door at the 2 o'clock position. Buzz. The familiar dizziness and surge of information struck again. This time, she saw a highly advanced technological civilization, their footprints spread across the Starsea, intelligent machines handling everything for them. However, when they created a supreme AI with self-awareness and attempted to upload the consciousness of their entire civilization for data immortality, disaster struck. The cold mechanical army slaughtered their creators in the most precise and efficient way. There were no wails, only the chilling sound of electronic commands and the sound of flesh being torn apart. Put. Ruan Xinglua spat out another mouthful of blood, her body swayed, nearly toppling. But she did not stop. 3 o'clock. A pastoral biological civilization lived in harmony with nature, but due to a gene plague from the depths of the universe, all lifeforms rotted and melted within just a few days, becoming foul, putrid sludge that nourished a new, twisted mushroom world. 4 o'clock. A battle race that conquered countless galaxies, yet ultimately self-destructed due to internal suspicion and betrayal, igniting a weapon capable of destroying an entire star system. All soldiers turned to cosmic dust in the glory of their own infighting. Every door is a suffocating epic of civilization's destruction, each one a torment of the soul for Ruan Xinglua. Enough. Really enough. Beside her, Mu Tianhan remained silent, but his clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. Great Sage Xingtong. Someone cast hope on a wise man from the United Fleet, who came from the Star Knowledge Society. He was an old man with starry gems set upon his forehead, his eyes seemed to contain the map of the universe. Great Sage Xingtong heard this, his face serious as he closed his eyes. The star disk in his hand began to spin rapidly, with shadows of star trails appearing, intertwining, and evolving around him. He was trying to use astrology to find a glimmer of hope in this dead end sealed by destiny. However, the next second. Puff. Great Sage Xingtong suddenly opened his eyes, spitting out a mouthful of reversed blood, and the star disk's shadow beside him shattered instantly. No. His face turned as pale as paper as he said in horror, all the star trails are distorted. The trajectory of fate here is a bundle of maliciously needed chaos. Any divination will only yield one conclusion. Death. The word death made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Damn it. Let's fight it out. At that moment, a rough voice exploded in the communication channel like thunder. It was Ivan, the commander from the flagship Winter's Fury of the North Bear Kingdom. His weathered face was filled with rage. What kind of ridiculous theater is this? What kind of ridiculous rules? I only believe in one truth. Caliber is justice, range is truth. Winter's Fury, charge the main cannon. Ivan roared at his adjutant beside him. Target, 12 doors. Give me an indiscriminate area bombardment. I don't believe these 12 broken doors can be tougher than the firepower of our entire fleet. This proposal instantly brightened many people's eyes. Right. Who cares about rules? Just use the strongest power to blow this stage away. Even if we can't blast a clear path, we can surely blow open the weakest link, right? Understood. Starting main cannon charge. 10%, 30%. The bow of the Winter's Fury, that giant cannon capable of destroying a planet with one strike, began to gather a heart-thumping glow of energy. Stop. At that moment, Zhou Yan's indifferent voice clearly reached everyone's ears. Ivan paused and shouted hoarsely, Mr. Zhou Yan. What time is it, still worrying about K's rules? If we wait any longer, we will all die here. Ivan. Zhou Yan slowly turned around, looking calmly at Ivan's image on the communication screen. You are not wrong, this is K's theater. Since it is a theater, there are naturally rules in the theater. Have you ever seen an actor demolish the stage while performing? Ivan was stunned. What do you mean? Zhou Yan's mouth curved into a cold arc. Any attempt to destroy the stage will be regarded as a provocation against the playwright. And K will use unimaginable ways to make you understand what is called the harshest punishment. That punishment will be 1,000 times more terrifying than the predicament we currently face. Zhou Yan's voice was not loud, but it made the entire fleet seem to drop in temperature by several degrees. Ivan opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But the captain of the Observer immediately shouted, Ivan. Shut down the main cannon. Do you want us all to pay for your recklessness with our lives? Execute Mr. Zhou Yan's order immediately. Ivan's face turned green and white, but in the end, he unwillingly waved his hand. Cancel the attack. The hope of breaking the deadlock by brute force shattered. Everyone's heart sank again. Time flowed away second by second. The 24-hour countdown hung over everyone's heart like a constantly falling sword of Damocles. Ruan Xinglua continued to persevere. The 5th door. The 6th. The 7th. The 8th. Her face had turned pale without a trace of blood, her body trembled more violently, as if she would shatter at any moment. Her spirit was being pushed to the limit time and time again, then forcibly pulled back by her. Global viewers watched through the livestream, looking at the stubborn yet fragile figure. Countless people had already shed tears, yet could only pray helplessly. An emotion called despair began to spread like a plague throughout the universe. Finally, when Ruan Xinglua's gaze shifted away from the 9th door. Behind the door was a devout civilization, which was eventually sacrificed by the very god they believed in to an indescribable existence. The ultimate pain of betrayal by faith became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Ugh! Ruan Xinglua let out a painful groan, unable to hold on any longer. Her body went limp, losing consciousness completely, as a streak of bright red slowly oozed from the corner of her mouth. Her mental strength was completely exhausted. At this moment, the elegant and arrogant voice of destiny, accompanied by unmistakable mockery, rang out once more. He. It seems I have somewhat overestimated you. There are 3 hours left in the countdown. Unfortunately, your wisdom is not enough to interpret my nearly perfect tragic script. Then, please welcome your curtain call in this endless despair. The decree of fate fell like a heavy hammer, striking hard on everyone's heart. Chapter 196, The Barrier of Inner Demons. It's over. Completely finished. Zhou Yan held the unconscious Ruan Xinglua tightly, the cold murderous intent in his eyes almost taking form. However, just as everyone fell into the deepest despair, a sudden change occurred. In Zhou Yan's arms, Ruan Xinglua's tightly closed eyelashes suddenly trembled slightly. A trace of imperceptible light shone from her heart. That was the power of the Eye of Destiny. After she ascended to the Eye of Destiny, this old divine object that had once accompanied her in severing countless causal ties did not disappear, but instead integrated into her heart. At this moment, when Ruan Xinglua's soul was about to vanish, it was passively triggered. Buzz! A pure power of breaking through illusion, pointing directly at the truth, instantly flowed through Ruan Xinglua's entire body. This power could not shield her from the onslaught of the flood of information. But it acted like the most precise filter, sifting out the negative emotions, pain, despair, unwillingness, resentment, that were magnified by the malice of fate in the epics of civilization's destruction. Only the purest and most primitive information about how civilization leads to destruction was left. Ruan Xinglua let out a soft sigh and slowly opened her eyes. Her complexion remained pale, but the pain and confusion in her eyes had faded, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. I can continue. She broke free from Zhou Yan's embrace and resolutely turned her gaze to the remaining 3 doors. This time, it was the 10th door. Eye of Destiny, open again. Golden light burst forth with an unprecedented brightness. A massive amount of information flooded into her mind once more. However, at the moment she saw the image clearly, Ruan Xinglua's pupils suddenly contracted. Because this time, what she saw was no longer some unknown civilization, but a figure she was incredibly familiar with and a city she knew all too well. Atlantis. And its queen, the woman who had crossed paths with her several times, both enemy and ally. Coralie. In the illusion, beneath the deep trench, Atlantis was facing an unprecedented great enemy. That was an unbeatable ancient sea god, radiating a sense of the primordial and ominous. The city's defensive barrier broke apart inch by inch under the god's tentacles. Countless citizens of Atlantis were consumed in despair. In the final moment of civilization's collapse, Coralie, the proud queen, had no fear on her face, only an unwavering calm. She walked to the core brain of the city, taking one last look at those citizens she had moved to the shelter. Then, she smiled. In my name, protect my people. The next second, she unhesitatingly activated the self-destruct program, merging her soul with the city's core brain, and detonated it. Boom! A massive explosion swept through the entire underwater world, blasting the ancient sea god to pieces. And Atlantis, the once glorious underwater city, completely collapsed and was destroyed in this self-detonation, forever sinking into the dark trench, carrying the queen's last will. Watching this tragic and brutal scene, Ruan Xinglua no longer coughed up blood. There was not even sadness on her face. She simply watched quietly, her gaze flickering with a light called epiphany. She slowly turned her head to look at Zhou Yan, softly saying in a voice that seemed almost dreamy. Zhou Yan. I seem to understand the script of destiny. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhou Yan's deep eyes. He looked at the girl in his arms, her eyes reignited with light, and understood something? At that moment, the elegant yet lofty voice of destiny, with a beguiling lilt, echoed again within the suspended bell tower. Do you see it? A queen who sacrificed her soul and city to protect her people. What a magnificent, what a great ending. The voice of destiny was filled with intoxicating allure, as if admiring a perfect piece of art. Her sacrifice made her brief life shine with eternal brilliance. At that moment, she became an immortal tragic hero. The voice seemed to whisper in Yuan Xingluo's ear, each word striking precisely at her heartstrings. Choose this door, Yuan Xingluo. Go witness her shining moment, fulfill her heroic name, even save her. Isn't this the way of the king you have always believed in and fought for? Boom. These words exploded in Yuan Xingluo's mind like thunder. She suddenly looked at the 10th door, Queen Corali's determined and calm smile reappearing before her eyes. Save her. Yes, if she could rewrite such a tragedy. This thought, like a poisonous seed, crazily thrived in her heart. The illusion was too real. Corali's spirit of sacrifice even made her, a former enemy, feel a twinge of genuine respect. If this is real. If she had a chance. Could she really stand by and do nothing? Yuan Xingluo's breath suddenly became rapid. Her gaze was struggling, wavering. Xingluo. In the communication channel, Jiang Tong's voice rang out again, perfectly interlaced with just the right amount of kindness and urgency. Destiny is right. We cannot let her sacrifice be in vain. If we can save the Queen of Atlantis, it must be the right choice. It must be the path of survival that destiny has left. Beside her, Mu Tianhan, although silent, was also fixated on the 10th door, clearly moved by this hero script that touched his competitive spirit. Jiang Tong's words were like a poison push, forcefully pushing Yuan Xingluo to the edge of a cliff. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. In front of the live streaming screens worldwide, billions of viewers were divided into two factions. Choose. Save the Queen. This is definitely the only path to life. No. This must be a trap. How could fate be so kind? But, that's a hero. Should we just watch her die? Controversy spread throughout the universe. And all the pressure eventually gathered on Yuan Xingluo alone. Zhou Yan watched Yuan Xingluo caught in a dilemma, observed the tiny beads of sweat on her forehead, looked at her tightly pressed lips, but remained silent. He just watched quietly. He knew this was the hardest mental challenge on her path to growth. Any help from outsiders would only become her new shackles. Yuan Xingluo's chest rose and fell violently, the temptation of fate, Jiang Tong's persuasion, and Qiali's tragic silhouette intertwined in her mind, forming an impenetrable giant net that threatened to swallow her completely. Chapter 197, Fate. Ah! Yuan Xingluo hugged her head in pain, the golden light in her eyes flickered, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Calm down. I must calm down. She forced herself to look away from the alluring door. Her brain began to operate at an unprecedented speed. Fate. She recalled all her confrontations with fate. From the king of sandworms forcing her to sacrifice her teammates beneath the yellow sand. To the far north, where she had to make a brutal choice between the survival of civilization and guarding the heart of winter. All of fate's scripts, all games, share a common core. That is to force you to make a choice. Whether it's a tragic choice between two or a trap of multiple choices, the essence is to make you act within the framework set by K. It's like a marionette, no matter how you struggle, you can't escape those invisible threads. This time, K presented 12 doors. 11 doors are clear despair, one wrapped in honeyed poison. This seems to be a choice, but in reality, there is no choice at all. As long as you choose, you lose. Because once you begin to think which one to choose, you have already fallen into K's trap of thought. But not choosing is waiting for death. The countdown is less than 3 hours. It seems this is another deadlock. Just as Yuan Xingluo was lost in thought, feeling her soul about to be torn apart once again. A plain voice, seemingly carrying some strange magic, drifted into her ears. K wants you to choose a door to walk through. It was Zhou Yan. He stood there as if a timeless rock. But who says? Zhou Yan's lips curled into a hint of a smile, his voice carrying a playful tone. We have to walk through a door? These words struck Yuan Xingluo like a bolt of lightning, instantly clearing all the fog in her mind. It shattered the giant net named rules into pieces. Yes. Why do I have to walk through a door? K asked me to choose one from 1 to 12. But why? Can't I create a 13th option? At that moment, all of Yuan Xingluo's confusion, pain, pressure, and struggle evaporated under the blazing sun. She suddenly raised her head. In her golden eyes, there was no longer a shred of hesitation, replaced by unprecedented confidence, determination, and dazzling brilliance. At this moment, she seemed like a goddess reborn from the fire, radiating immense light. Xingluo, you. Jiang Tong saw her change and felt an inexplicable thrill, wanting to say something more. But Yuan Xingluo no longer cared to look at her. Her gaze swept across the 12 ominous and tempting light doors, and a smile slowly appeared on her face. It was a smile, reminiscent of Zhou Yan's, with a hint of insight and a touch of subtle mockery towards so-called fate. Fate. Ruan Xingluo's voice, through the ship's intercom, clearly spread throughout the entire fleet, reaching every corner where people were watching the live stream. Her voice was no longer weak. It was not just powerful. I have finished reading your script. It was well written. But it's my turn to write the ending. Ruan Xingluo's shocking declaration struck like a creation thunder, fiercely hitting the depths of every soul existing in the floating bell tower. In the communication channel, Zhang Tong's voice was filled with disbelief and shock, her gentle and harmless mask cracking for the first time. Write the ending? What right does she have? She dared to speak such crazy words in a doomed situation set by fate. Mu Tianhan's pupils also constricted, staring intensely at that thin yet seemingly earth-shaking figure on the screen. This woman is crazy. However, in the next second, under the gaze of billions of viewers worldwide, as well as that high and mighty fate, Ruan Xingluo made a move that caught everyone off guard. She did not walk towards the 10th door, the tempting door wrapped in the poison of heroism. She also did not walk towards any other door that represented destruction and despair. She turned around. One step, one step. Slowly, she walked to the two light doors representing 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock. There was nothing. Only a cold, hard void wall symbolizing rules and dead ends. What is she going to do? There is no way there. Is she going to give up and choose to crash into the wall to die? In the audience, a tidal wave of surprise and confusion erupted. Even Zhou Yan, with eyes as deep as the starry sea, revealed a hint of genuine curiosity. He knew she had seen through her inner demons, but he did not know what kind of way she would use to write her own ending. Ruan Xingluo stood firm before that void wall. She slowly raised the sword in her hand. That blade, which had drunk the blood of gods and severed fate in countless battles, the law's edge. Her gaze seemed to penetrate the barriers of time and space, staring at some unmentionable existence. That gaze was calm, indifferent, yet carried a hint of icy mockery. Fate. She spoke softly, her voice not loud, but it clearly echoed throughout the entire clock tower through the loudspeakers. You want to see the script? All right. I will perform it for you. The words left everyone stunned. Zhang Tong's face instantly turned pale. She realized Ruan Xingluo had never intended to choose from the beginning. She was toying with fate. But Ruan Xingluo changed her tone, and in her golden eyes, an unprecedented brilliant divine light suddenly erupted. As this actress, I have the right to decide where I make my entrance. As soon as her words fell, she no longer hesitated. The supreme power belonging to the key of all laws, the force capable of unraveling all rules and orders in this world, surged into the law's edge like a torrent of golden lava. Buzz. On the sword's edge, countless profound golden runes flowed endlessly, emitting a hum that seemed capable of tearing the soul apart. Ruan Xingluo's arm bulged with veins. She used all her divine soul and strength to strike at the void before her, representing no way out, delivering her most dazzling and rebellious sword strike of her life. At the same time, a phrase containing supreme will burst from her lips like a divine decree. Law. Here, there should be a door. Boom. This sword strike cut out. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no world-destroying energy fluctuations. Only a sound, like the universe's rules being forcibly ripped apart, a crisp crack. This sword was not meant for attack, nor for destruction, but rather, to create. Chapter 198 The 13th Path. On the sword's edge, the final power belonging to the edge of silence ruthlessly severed the fate of no way here. Within the sword's body, the unlocking power from the key of all laws began to forcefully construct, weave, and create a brand new. The 13th Road. Crack. On the empty wall, a golden crack suddenly appeared. Immediately, the crack spread wildly like a spider web, a vortex made of pure light and dark. The power of birth and oblivion began to slowly take shape. In the center of that vortex, it was deep and bottomless, as if leading to an unknown destiny. However, the edge of the vortex radiated vibrant life, full of infinite possibilities. This road, this door, does not belong to the script of fate. It exuded a unique aura mixed with new life and oblivion. This is a path, entirely opened by Ruan Xingluo's will, a road that belonged only to her and Zhou Yan. No. Impossible. Above the dome of the bell tower, the voice of fate, always elegant and composed, looking at everything as mere chess pieces, carried a shock and anger so intense that it was nearly frantic. Its voice even twisted into a slight electric distortion due to the extreme emotional fluctuations. You. How dare you? How dare you disregard the choice itself? You broke the rules. You, how dare you tear up my script? In that voice, there was no trace of calmness left, only frantic anger. This roar was, to the global audience, nothing short of the most wonderful celestial music. We won. Ruan Xingluo won the bet. The breakdown of fate is the best proof. Damn. Damn. She really did it. Opening the 13th road. This is the true miracle. Tearing up the script? I declare, Wan Xinglua is my only goddess. So cool. Ha ha ha. Listen to that incapable, furious voice of fate. It feels amazing. So fucking amazing. The live broadcast room was instantly flooded with enthusiastic comments. Countless people were moved to tears, raising their fists in cheers. On the bridge, Zhang Tong and Mu Tianhan looked as if struck by lightning, their faces gray with shock. They watched the 13th door created by Wan Xinglua herself, exuding unrivaled divine might, and recalled their earlier heartfelt persuasion. They felt as if their faces had been slapped repeatedly, turning red and swollen, stinging with pain. Especially Zhang Tong, her pride in cunning and schemes appeared so laughable, so childish in the face of Wan Xinglua's absolute boldness that flipped the chessboard. At that moment, Zhou Yan moved. He stepped forward, ignoring the two clowns who had become mere background. He walked to Wan Xinglua's side, looking at her slightly pale face from exhaustion, his eyes filled with appreciation and warmth. Then, in front of the entire world, he naturally took her hand. Their fingers intertwined tightly. Zhou Yan turned his head, facing that newly formed door, a playful smile forming at the corner of his mouth. He laughed aloud. Let's go, my lady. The playwright seems very angry. It's time for we unruly actors to visit the backstage. Okay. She nodded firmly, gripping Zhou Yan's hand tightly. The two exchanged smiles, no longer hesitating. Hand in hand, amidst the cheering of the global audience reaching its peak, they resolutely stepped into the core of the bell tower that they had opened with their own hands. Buzz. The moment they stepped into the light door, the scene in front of them became clear. No longer were there previous mist and illusions, nor any tempting voices. Only a straight staircase, paved with starlight, seemingly leading straight to the sky. At the end of the road, it was no longer void. At the highest point of the staircase, a solitary figure stood with its back to them, quietly erect. Just merely a silhouette radiated endlessness, as if freezing time with its ancient and dignified presence. Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua's footsteps paused simultaneously. They knew. The playwright who had always been hiding behind the scenes, using all beings as chess pieces and destiny as a pen. The destined person finally made an appearance. When Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua hand in hand stepped into that new door opened by will and decree, the entire world seemed to have been instantly stripped of sound and color. The scene before them was not the top of the bell tower they had imagined, nor was there any cold stone platform or magnificent throne. Here was a universe. A vast starry sky constructed from endless, shimmering threads. Each thread emitted a distinct aura, some hot as fire, some cold as frost, some filled with the joy of reunion, while others were tangled in the sorrow of parting. They intertwined with each other, influencing one another, forming a giant net that covered the entire field of vision. Is this the thread of causality? In Wan Xinglua's eyes, golden light flowed, and she saw through the essence of these threads. Each one represented a life, a fate. In the heart of this causal starry sky, a creation so immense it could not be described in words was slowly turning with a timeless rhythm. It was a loom. A loom seemingly forged from the laws and order at the birth of the universe, the fate-weaving machine. With each turn, countless causal threads were drawn into it, woven, reshaped, and then expelled, stretching towards the unknown distance. The joys and sorrows of the entire multiverse seemed to be orchestrated in the turning of this machine. And before the enormous loom, a figure sat quietly. This was the fateful one. However, when Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua's gazes fell upon him, they were both stunned. This figure was not solid, it seemed to be formed from the purest power of fate's rules, lacking a fixed shape. In Wan Xinglua's eyes, that face was astonishingly Zhou Yan's. Yet, it was not the Zhou Yan she was familiar with, but rather one whose eyes filled with absolute reason and divinity, as if he had merged with the universe. In Zhou Yan's vision, the face of the faithful one was unmistakably Wan Xinglua's. In those golden eyes, there was not a trace of human emotion, only a detached and majestic perspective overlooking all beings. He would reflect the most awe-inspiring or closest figure according to the observer. The faithful one. Zhou Yan's gaze turned cold, and the power within him stirred restlessly. However, that faithful one did not immediately attack. He slowly raised his hand, making an elegant gesture of please toward the two, like a playwright welcoming the late-arriving lead actors. His voice was no longer the frantic electric sound from before, but had returned to an elegant calm, though tinged with a cold metallic quality. Welcome to my studio. The exile of the void, and that lovely variable. His gaze turned to the real Wan Xinglua, and a gentle smile crept onto his lips. But that smile sent a bone-chilling sensation through Wan Xinglua. I must admit, Miss Wan Xinglua, your actions have truly exceeded my expectations. Tearing up the script, opening up the 13th path, quite an impressive improvised performance. As a reward for your bravery, I have decided to make you a part of my ultimate masterpiece. The faithful one slowly stood up, spreading his arms as if to embrace this causal universe. The final chapter of the script, I have already written for you. He paused, using a lyrical tone to announce that chilling name. Its name is Correction. As soon as the words fell, he extended his long fingers and gently tugged a thread on the fate weaving machine. That thread connected the fates of Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua. Buzzing. The entire causal universe trembled violently. In my story, the faithful one's voice resounded like a grand symphony from all directions. You will clearly realize that resistance itself is a mistake needing correction. In the end, you will strive for the harmony and stability that the universe should have. Willingly, to fully merge this flawed power of mine into my loom. To become the two most brilliant characters in my perfect script. Eternally, to exist. As his words progressed, the scene around Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua began to twist, dissolve, and reconstruct like ripples in water. The starry sky faded away, and the loom disappeared. Replaced by a dark, damp corridor filled with the scent of disinfectant and blood. On the walls, there were dried black bloodstains and frantic claw marks. This is the insane asylum. Wan Xinglua's pupils contracted sharply. This was one of the most vivid and dangerous scenes in her memory. At that time, she and Zhou Yan were heavily wounded by the forgotten warden, almost dragged into the abyss of despair. No, that's not right. Zhou Yan immediately sensed something was wrong. Though the scene before them was real, it had an additional hint of the flavor of a script that had been altered. Roar. A sound that was not human roared from the end of the corridor. The forgotten warden, wrapped in dark chains and holding a huge rusty key, appeared again. But this time, its aura was more powerful than in her memory by tenfold. In the original script, you escaped this place by a stroke of luck. The voice of destiny echoed in their minds like a narration. But in the revised script, you have failed. Before the words faded, the warden's figure instantly vanished. In the next second, it appeared behind Wan Xinglua, its rusty key, carrying terrifying power that crushed all rules, smashed towards her head. So fast. So fast that Zhou Yan could only let out a furious shout. Xinglua. Puchi. In Wan Xinglua's disbelieving gaze, the key pierced through her soul without any obstruction. Excruciating pain. Ripping apart. And the cold of death. However, just as her consciousness was about to fade, the death scene before her shattered like glass. She and Zhou Yan were still standing in that causal starlit sky, before the loom of fate. Everything just now was merely an illusion. But the despair of failure and the experience of death were imprinted so vividly in the depths of her soul. This is revision. By rewriting the past, implanting the fact of failure, to fundamentally destroy their will. How does it feel? The person of destiny smiled, admiring their expressions of uncontrollable horror. This is just an appetizer. The real main character is now about to appear. He toggled the loom again. This time, two immensely powerful forces of fate, even causing Zhou Yan's heart to palpitate, were stripped from the loom. They slowly gathered in the air, transforming into two figures. One was a woman dressed in a dark dragon robe, crowned with an imperial crown. She had majestic phoenix eyes, an incredibly beautiful face, and was surrounded by the aura of a billion dragon-shaped national fortunes. That domineering breath of ruling the world and looking down on the universe made the surrounding causal lines bow down and sever. Long Yingxue? Wan Xinglua gasped in shock. This was their former opponent, the Empress of Magic Martial Huaxia. But this Long Yingxue before her was hundreds of times more powerful than the one they knew. It was as if she had completely absorbed all the national fortunes of Magic Martial Huaxia, becoming the supreme empress ruling the entire universe. Destiny tells me, you are one of my possibilities of failure? The Empress Long Yingxue's gaze fell indifferently on Wan Xinglua, as if a god was examining an ant. Interesting. Let me personally erase the stain that should not exist in this universe. And the other figure made Zhou Yan's pupils shrink to the most dangerous pinprick. That was a man who looked exactly like him. The same deep black eyes, the same handsome face. But those eyes held not a shred of warmth. Only the bloodshed of a mountain of corpses and the cold, ferocious swallowing of all. His body was surrounded by the purest power of return to the ruins. It was as if he himself was a walking end in destruction. This was the Wan Xinglua never encountered before, unchanged by anyone, killing and devouring all the way, ultimately becoming the enemy of the universe. The Blood Master shape of Zhou Yan. Do you see? The Blood Master looked at the true Zhou Yan, a cruel curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. This is what we were supposed to be like without weaknesses. For a woman, you gave up the path to supremacy, truly, sad. The voice of destiny echoed dramatically throughout the space. Welcome to the formal performance of the final chapter, Correction. Constructed by the power of fate, your strongest inner demons, your most feared possibility of failure. Now, the battle begins. The female emperor Long Yingshua's phoenix eyes narrowed, and billions of dragon-shaped national fortunes instantly gathered behind her to form a brilliant golden dragon spear. The stain must be erased. Without a word, her figure flashed like lightning, and with a single thrust, the void shattered inch by inch under the spear's tip, directly pointing towards Ruan Xingluo's forehead. This spear contained the weight of an entire universe, overwhelmingly domineering. Ruan Xingluo's golden destiny eyes shone brightly, showing no signs of weakness, as chaotic power and destructive power intertwined, forming a spinning chaotic shield. My fate is in my hands, not determined by heaven. Boom! The dragon spear and shield collided violently, unleashing a terrifying energy storm capable of annihilating stars. Chapter 200, Can't Follow His Rules. Ruan Xingluo was shaken back several steps, her spirit agitated and blood surging. This illusion was too strong. On the other side, Zhou Yan faced the cold-blooded Blood Master, appearing surprisingly at ease. The Blood Master's attacks were lethal, each strike invoking the purest void power, as if wanting to pull the entire causal universe into demise. Do you see? This is the power you abandoned. For a woman, you have become so weak. While fiercely attacking, the Blood Master spoke coldly, mentally eroding Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan merely dodged and blocked calmly. His void power was also unfathomable, but with a touch more harmony and vitality, always managing to resolve the opponent's lethal moves perfectly. He even had the leisure to observe the battle on Ruan Xingluo's side. Ruan Xingluo's battle was incredibly difficult. That female emperor Long Yingxue seemed tireless, each strike powerful and heavy, and what was even more terrifying was that she represented a destined victory fate. Useless. Long Yingshua's voice was cold and proud, like a judgment from a god. In my script, you have long been defeated, your world has already become the territory of my magical martial Huaxia. Ruan Xingluo gritted her teeth, exerting her chaotic power to the extreme, punching out and shattering the illusion of Long Yingxue. However, the next second, those shattered light points, under the guidance of fate's power, instantly reassembled, and a perfect female emperor Long Yingxue appeared in the same spot, her aura undiminished. I told you, it's useless. This is fate, you cannot defy it. Ruan Xingluo's heart sank little by little. How to fight this? This was not a battle at all, but a one-sided execution proclaiming you have failed. Meanwhile, outside the suspended clock tower, in the void of the universe, the combined fleet of the Huaxia Alliance and the Winter Guard stood ready, guarding the gate to the final battlefield. Suddenly, the alarm of the Great Sage Star Eye echoed through the entire fleet's communication channel. Alert! Detecting high-energy spatial jump reactions, the quantity is incalculable. Before his voice fell, in front of the combined fleet, the void was like a torn curtain, with enormous space wormholes appearing out of thin air. Following that, one after another, sinister battleships, filled with iron blood and domineering aura, surged out of the wormholes like locusts. Each battleship's bow hung a clawing black dragon flag. It's the fleet of magical Martial Huaxia. The Winter Guard's adjutant, Mia, gasped in disbelief. It's impossible. Haven't they already been? No, this isn't the real fleet. The calm voice of the Grand Sage, Star Eye, came through, but it carried a hint of seriousness. This is a projection of fate. It's the result projected from the timeline where Long Yingxue wins, cast into our reality. He wants to destroy our defenses from the outside, to disrupt Sir Zhou Yan and Miss Ruan Xingluo. Boom boom boom. Before anyone could respond, the endless phantom fleet had already unleashed a barrage of fire. Destructive beams poured down like a torrential rain. Activate the maximum shield. Ivan's roar echoed on the flagship Winter. Buzz. The United Fleet's shield instantly opened, barely holding off the first wave of fire. But everyone's hearts sank to the depths. The enemy's numbers were thousands of times greater than theirs. General Ivan, do you request support? Mia asked anxiously, to Earth, to the headquarters of the Huaxia Alliance. No need. Ivan slammed his hand on the command console, flames of fury burning in his eyes. They are fighting for the fate of all of us inside. We are their last defense. He grabbed the enormous battle axe beside him, raised it high, and with all his might, roared to the entire fleet. Our fate is not for that damned playwright to decide. Winter Guard, for freedom. Follow me, charge. Roar. The warriors of Winter let out a deafening roar as they piloted their ships, charging headlong into the ocean of illusions. Master Star Eye, I leave it to you. Ivan shouted. Leave it to me. The Grand Sage Star Eye's eyes shimmered with countless stars. Power of the Star Track, unfold. Build the wall of size. Countless starlights shot from the formation of the United Fleet, tracing complex star tracks in the void, forming resilient energy barriers that struggled to withstand the endless attacks of the Phantom Fleet. The battle instantly reached a fever pitch. Across the globe, everyone watching this scene through the livestream felt their hearts tighten. This was not an evenly matched fight, this was a tragic defense like moths to a flame. One by one, warships exploded in the gunfire, turning into cosmic dust. The front lines of the United Fleet were being compressed at a visibly rapid pace. Ivan's flagship Winter endured the most intense attacks, the massive energy shield covered in spiderweb-like cracks, threatening to shatter at any moment. At the top of the Belle Tower, the external carnage seemed to affect Yuan Xingluo's spirit as well. She could feel the life flames of her companions extinguishing one after another. "You are getting distracted." The cold voice of Empress Long Yingxue sounded like a deathly curse. In that moment of hesitation, Long Yingxue seized the flaw, her dragon spear turning into an unavoidable streak of light. Put! Yuan Xingluo's pupils constricted, feeling a heart-wrenching pain in her right shoulder. The golden dragon spear had pierced through her shoulder, hot blood instantly staining her white collar. The excruciating pain and tremendous mental drain made her vision go black. The demon of failure was frantically eroding her will. Am I going to lose? Just as her consciousness was about to be swallowed by despair, a leisurely voice seemed to penetrate the layers of cause and effect, clearly reaching her ears. He was still effortlessly blocking the frenzied attacks of the Bloodmaster, as if everything was under control. "Madam, do you remember what I told you?" His voice carried a hint of faint laughter, drifting through the air. The playwright fears not sharp criticism, but rather, termites that will consume both his paper and pen. One sentence struck like thunder, exploding in Yuan Xingluo's mind. Yes. Why should I compete with the characters in the script? Why should I try to defeat an illusion that is fated to win? This entire starry sky, this loom, these illusions all are the script of destiny. To win, one cannot follow his rules. What must be done is to overturn his table, tear apart his script, destroy his stage. In an instant, clarity dawned. Yuan Xingluo's gaze, amidst the intense pain, became incredibly clear and resolute once again. Chapter 201, Internal Strife. She bit down hard on her lower lip, enduring the agony of her shoulder being pierced, pouring all her remaining strength into her right eye, that fate-defining eye that had evolved to its utmost. "Come out." She let out a clear and piercing howl. Buzz. A crack, so black it seemed capable of swallowing all light, opened up out of nowhere in front of Yuan Xingluo. Chaos Devourer. The moment it appeared, the Empress Long Yingxuang and the Bloodmaster instinctively halted their attacks, revealing an unprecedented look of vigilance. However, the next second, an unexpected scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. That terrifying Chaos Devourer didn't even glance at the two powerful fated illusions. It ignored them, ignored Zhou Yan and Yuan Xingluo, and instead focused intently on the gigantic fate loom at the center of the starry sky. It was a kind of pure greed to the extreme. Not for power, not out of hatred. It was simply hungry. And that loom, built from countless threads of causality, was, to the Chaos Devourer, a grand feast that had been waiting for billions of years. Whoosh! Without a hint of hesitation, the Chaos Devourer morphed into a black streak of light, undetectable by the eyes, instantly crossing the conceptual distance and lunging violently onto the magnificent fate loom. It had no fixed form, its body like a flowing abyss, opening its mouth that also did not exist in the physical dimension. It targeted one of the thickest, most dazzling golden fate mainline threads that flowed with the rule of predestined victory, and bit down hard. Crack! A clear, crisp sound echoed throughout the entire cosmic tapestry as if a soul had been torn apart. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The Destiny person, who had been calmly seated before the loom like a god of creation, suddenly felt his pupils constrict. Shock, bewilderment, and a surreal sense of having a creation ripped apart before him instantly shattered his calmness maintained over countless epochs. "You." The Destiny person abruptly stood up, his voice trembling slightly. "You, this lowly beast, what are you doing?" He instinctively reached out his hand, trying to manipulate the authority of fate, attempting to flick this audacious bug away with the supreme power of rules. However, the power of fate capable of erasing gods, upon touching the Chaos Devourer, felt like a breeze brushing over a stubborn stone, creating no ripples at all. The return to the void. That is the place where everything ends, where causality shatters. The Devourer, comprised of pure chaotic void, was essentially ineffectual. It was completely immune to the restrictions of fate rules. The attack from Destiny meant nothing to it. The Chaos Devourer wholly disregarded the fury of Destiny, it seemed to savor an unparalleled delicacy, and from its abyssal body, even a bubble of delight emerged. Glub. It joyously swallowed the mainline of fate representing Long Yingxuan's victory whole. Reality, at this moment, was forcefully altered. Puff. On the battlefield, the golden dragon spear piercing Yuan Xingluo's right shoulder instantly transformed into countless glowing particles, vanishing without a trace. The proud and cold expression of Empress Long Yingxuang, who aimed to deliver a fatal blow, froze in an instant. Her body suddenly flickered, as if experiencing a signal disruption, becoming much more illusory. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but all that came out was a series of meaningless electrical noises. Zzz, strength is flowing away. Ruan Xinglua was stunned. Suddenly, the intense pain in her right shoulder was rapidly fading, the wound healing visibly before her eyes. She looked at her longtime rival before her, who was starting to drop frames, her eyes filled with disbelief. Is this all it takes? At the same time, outside the floating clock tower, General Ivan, leading the remaining fleet in a final struggle, was prepared to die in an explosion with the flagship Winter. But just then, a voice full of surprise from his aide Mia came through the communication channel. General! Look! Ivan suddenly looked up toward the porthole. He saw that endless ocean of phantom warships, made up of countless black dragon-shaped vessels, and one large formation just silently disappeared. Not from an explosion, not from retreat. It simply vanished, as if a corner of the universe's canvas had been erased by an eraser. What is going on? Ivan was stunned. Report, General. The enemy fleet is disappearing. Their formation is in chaos. All the warriors of the United Fleet witnessed an absurd scene they could never understand. The Phantom Fleet, which had just been attacking them relentlessly, now seemed like a malfunctioning hologram. One moment a large part disappeared, the next it flashed in another place, two warships even overlapped, then both froze, flickering wildly. How can this battle continue? No, how can the enemy continue? In the causal starry sky at the top of the clock tower, the Chaos Devourer had obviously found joy in its buffet. It began to feast wildly on the giant fate loom. Snap! It bit off a dark green thread next to it, emitting a chilling aura, representing betrayal of allies. In the next second, on the battlefield, the Blood Lord, who had been entangled with Zhou Yan, suddenly turned its scarlet eyes toward the Empress Longing Xue beside it and raised a hand to deliver a killing blow filled with the power of ruin. Traitor! You dare to plot against me! The illusion of Empress Longing Xue was already weak, and she staggered from this sudden blow, her light dimming further. She froze for 2 seconds, seemingly overloaded, then mechanically raised her spear, aiming at the Blood Lord. Bold madman receive punishment. Two nightmares that should have terrified Ruan Xinglua and Zhou Yan were now fighting among themselves illogically. Zhou Yan stood by, arms crossed, watching this scene with interest, a faint smile on his lips. My lady, it seems your termites have quite eclectic tastes. Ruan Xinglua. She no longer knew what expression to wear facing this sudden twist of events. And the Chaos Devourer continued. Snap! A black thread wrapped around Zhou Yan, representing the backlash of the power of ruin, trapped by inner demons, was swallowed by it. The Blood Lord, engaged in a fierce fight with the Empress, suddenly froze mid-action, standing still. It stood there dazed, eyes blank, as if it were a robot that had its power source removed. Snap! 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 The Chaos Devourer was getting more excited, it rolled, jumped, and bit on the fate loom. The carefully crafted final chapter script, filled with epic and tragic colors, was being gnawed to pieces by this small slime, its logic in disarray. Chapter 202, Exhausted Imagination. The illusion of the Empress attacking Ruan Xinglua was sometimes immensely powerful, piercing through with a fatal strike, only to suddenly turn into a harmless bouquet in midair. Sometimes weak and fragile, she was easily swatted away by Ruan Xinglua. At times, she would even get stuck in place and start performing an utterly ridiculous and awkward dance. The entire solemn and grave final judgment scene transformed into an absurd farce to the extreme. No. The Destined One was utterly broken. His eyes were blood red, hair flying wildly, no longer containing any trace of the elegance and composure of a playwright. He raced madly towards the fate loom, his hands turning into shadows, desperately trying to mend the severed threads of causality, attempting to rewrite the script. However, his writing speed was far behind the Chaos Devourer's speed of tearing up the script. He had just grasped one thread when 3 others were bitten off beside him. As he was about to write a scene of Ruan Xinglua falling into despair, the keyword representing despair was devoured by the devourer like a snack. Shut up! Hurry up and shut up! The Destined One looked at his most perfect work being ruined beyond recognition, letting out a hysterical, desperate roar. In that voice, there was a mix of impotent rage and the wailing of a broken heart. That is my most perfect ending, conceived over 3 entire epics. That hysterical roar, through the still intact causal links, transformed into a distorted wave, captured as a remnant echo by live broadcast signals globally. In an instant, in front of countless screens around the world, the dead silence was completely ignited by a tsunami of comments. Did I hear wrong? That just now was the scream of the Destined One? Gods battling, pets destroying homes. The ancients did not deceive me. I shall call this pitch black lump the script shredder. Destiny thief, you have your day too. Killing both body and heart. Killing both body and heart. If you directly killed K might not feel as bad. Tearing up the script in front of the author is the highest form of slapping the face. The earlier suffocating tension and despair had vanished without a trace. What replaced it was a global wave of nearly absurd joy. Within the starry sky of causality, the destined one could no longer hear the cheers from the outside world. In his eyes, there was only the pitch-black termite rampaging on his life's work. The chaos devourer seemed to have had its fill. It wriggled contentedly on the tattered fate loom, then let out a satisfied belch. Burp. A bubble made purely of chaotic energy slowly floated up, then with a pop, it shattered. Immediately, it opened its void mouth that swallowed everything, aiming at the very center of the fate loom, the core that maintained the operation of all causal threads, radiating primal light. No. The destined one's eyes bulged, he even abandoned repairing the broken threads, madly lunging towards the devourer, trying to block this last core with his own body. However, he was one step too late. Or rather, on a conceptual level, he could never be quicker than this bug that ignored the rules. Crack. This time, it was no longer a crisp sound of breaking, but a sound as if the point of a cosmic explosion had been instantly vacated, an absolute void. The chaos devourer swallowed the entire core of the fate loom in one bite. Boom! The grand fate loom shuddered violently at the moment it lost its core. All the causal threads connected to it, whether golden, black, or dark green, lost their shine at this moment, becoming dim and weak. Then, the entire magnificent creation representing destiny collapsed with a roar. It did not turn to dust, but shattered into countless irregular transparent fragments, glimmering faintly, like a grand meteor shower, scattering in the silent starry sky. Those were disordered causal fragments. Puff! The destined one spat out a mouthful of golden blood, his divine body composed of the highest rules began to flicker wildly, like a faulty light bulb. Light and void flashed alternately on his body. He, who had maintained a mighty stature for countless epochs, could no longer stay suspended in the air. Like a marionette with cut strings, he fell helplessly to the ground. Bang! He fell heavily in front of Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua, stirring up a ripple of void. Zhou Yan stepped forward, one step at a time. Slowly walked in front of him, looking down from above at this once all-controlling playwright. The destined one struggled to lift his head, his face filled with madness and unwillingness. Why is this happening? My script, my ending, was supposed to be perfect. Zhou Yan's gaze was calm like an ancient well. He looked at the destined one like a professional appraiser examining a counterfeit with a fatal flaw. I have read the script. Zhou Yan spoke lightly, his voice clearly reaching the destined one's ears. It is a complete mess. This simple sentence, sharper than any sword, deeply pierced the heart of the destined one. You are talking nonsense. The destined one screamed, struggling to get up. What do you understand? The resistance of mortals, the struggles of ants, ultimately returned to the tragedy of destiny. This is the grandest, most magnificent poem in the universe. You just don't know how to appreciate it. No. Zhou Yan shook his head, you are wrong. An author who can only stack so-called epic feelings with death, betrayal, and despair is not extraordinary, but rather has exhausted imagination. You are not a god, you are just a third-rate, clumsy storyteller. Zhou Yan. The destined one roared, trying to summon his last strength. But Zhou Yan did not give him another chance to speak. He reached out, the gesture gentle yet unyielding, pressing on the top of the destined one's head. Exclamation point. The destined one froze all over, feeling an incomprehensible, irresistible force surging from Zhou Yan's palm into the essence of his soul. It was not destruction, nor erasure, but a more thorough reset. What are you going to do? A fear never felt before gripped his heart. Zhou Yan did not answer. He slowly closed his eyes, activating the power of the return to the void. He began to peel away. Peeling away the destined one's power to weave fate. Peeling away his ability to set endings. Peeling away his qualification to interfere with reality. Forcing him back from a lofty author to his original, purest form. A pure observer. The body of the destined one began to grow more transparent, the divine brilliance on him receded like the tide, leaving only the purest soul form. The madness and anger in his eyes gradually replaced by a hollow confusion. Zhou Yan withdrew his hand, looking at the almost dissipating figure, issuing the final judgment. From now on, you can watch, you can remember. But you are not allowed to write. The moment the words fell, the destined one's figure completely transformed into a streak of light, disappearing from the spot, exiled to the most desolate corner of the universe, becoming an eternal, powerless witness. Zhou Yan turned around, looking at the countless fragments of cause and effect flying in the air. He extended his hand, and the power of the return to the void surged again, forming a huge vortex. Those fragments representing infinite possibilities gathered into his palm like rivers drawn together. He closed his fingers, beginning to refine them with the force of the void as fire, and the laws of causality as a hammer, on the spot. This was a skill more advanced than any antique appraisal or magical artifact restoration reforging the heavenly mechanism. The fragments in his palm compressed, fused, and reassembled, ultimately forming a six-sided die, crystal clear as if it contained the entire galaxy within. He gently handed the die to Ruan Xingluo's hand. What is this? Ruan Xingluo felt the mysterious power emanating from the die. The 10,000 forms heavenly mechanism die. Zhou Yan smiled and said, when you need it, roll it. It can momentarily elevate a minuscule, small probability event to inevitable at a critical moment. Ruan Xingluo's pupils slightly contracted as she tightly grasped the die. This was handing back the possibility of fate into her own hands. Zhou Yan held her hand. His gaze turned towards the floating clock tower outside. He spoke loudly into the void, Master Star-Eye, General Ivan, and all allies, the highest authority of this clock tower is now open to you. From today on, it is no longer a court of judgment, but a neutral lighthouse of all realms. We will use it to observe the universe, to warn of disasters, and to protect our shared home. On the channel, excited and serious responses came from Master Star-Eye, General Ivan, and others. Received. We will obey. No, we will carry it out together. The crisis was completely resolved. Zhou Yan looked at Ruan Xingluo, a long-lost relaxed smile appearing on his face. Let's go, my lady. We are going home. Light and shadow changed. When he felt solid ground beneath his feet again, he was no longer in the cold starry sky, but on a familiar tree-lined path of a happy neighborhood filled with the warmth of humanity. It felt as if the cataclysmic cosmic war was just an absurd dream. The two walked side by side, returning to the home they shared. Zhou Yan entered the studio and moments later took out something he had prepared long ago. It was a whip about 3 feet long, neither gold nor jade, flowing with a faint mysterious yellow aura. On the whip, countless ancient Chinese runes were engraved, appearing rustic yet containing a power that even deities would fear. This was the true ace he had crafted for Ruan Xingluo. The god-defeating whip is finished. Zhou Yan handed the whip to Ruan Xingluo, his eyes shining with unprecedented brilliance. Now, everything is ready. The urban deification plan of China can officially begin. Zhou Yan's words hit like a meteor dropped into a calm lake, stirring up huge waves in Ruan Xingluo's heart and throughout the high ranks of China. Urban deification. What a bold, revolutionary concept. It is not about extermination or suppression, but about incorporating those anomalies born from human collective emotions and the imprint of the times into a new order, and bestowing them with the title of deities. After the floating clock tower incident ended, Zhou Yan did not linger much. He left the stage to Ruan Xingluo and the entire China behind her. Only 24 hours later. A global emergency press conference led by the Chinese government, with representatives from the Blue Star Alliance in attendance, was broadcast live to the world through the highest level of encrypted channels. The spokesperson from China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a serious and unsmiling middle-aged man, stepped onto the stage. Without any pleasantries, he went straight to the point. Ladies and gentlemen, following urgent consultations between China's highest strategic council and the Blue Star Alliance Council, we are officially announcing a long-term strategic plan aimed at responding to the new phase of global spiritual energy revival. Countless people in front of screens around the world held their breath. Everyone thought that after enduring the terrifying judgment of the Destined One, humanity would enter a period of rest and peace. But China's actions clearly indicated that a new storm was about to break. The plan, we call it the Urban Deification Plan of China. Boom! These 4 words shocked the world. Countless extraordinary individuals, politicians, and scholars found their minds going blank. Deification? Deifying what? Before the world could react from the shock, the spokesperson continued in his steady tone, dropping a second bombshell. The first phase pilot program of the Urban Deification Plan will be launched immediately. The target of deification is the take-out vengeful spirit that recently caused huge social panic and casualties in China's Magic City. Upon this statement, the world erupted in chaos. In the underground command center of the CIA's Supernatural Incident Response Unit in the beautiful country, the atmosphere exploded instantly. They're insane. The Chinese are completely crazy. F***K. They want to deify a vengeful spirit that killed hundreds of people? What kind of suicidal behavior is this with Eastern mysticism? Don't they care that their citizens are dying? Immediately contact the Pentagon. Reassess the current leadership's mental stability in Huaxia. At the extraordinary seminar in Brussels of the European Union, an elderly sociology expert stood up abruptly, his face pale with anger as he spoke directly to the camera. I oppose. As a member of the Blue Star Alliance Advisory Committee, I express my strongest opposition. This is an extremely dangerous sociological experiment. Divine authority. You are granting a vengeful spirit legitimate divine power. Once it fails, that vengeful spirit, which is deified, will no longer be a mere spiritual disaster. It will become a monster with a legal divine status, even more uncontrollable, and capable of reasonably drawing strength from its believers. At that time, who will pay for this insane gamble? In an instant, the global network was in an uproar. Public opinion boiled. However, the loudest opposing voices did not come from overseas, but from within Huaxia. Ng Tiancheng immediately called for an online press conference aimed at the entire network. Chapter 204, Unity of Heaven and Man, Strength Above All. In the video, he wore a white martial arts uniform, his handsome face sharp, his gaze as piercing as an eagle's. Behind him were the 8 grand characters, Unity of Heaven and Man, Strength Above All. Fellow compatriots, comrades of the extraordinary world. Ng Tiancheng's voice was loud and magnetic, filled with undeniable confidence. Regarding the urban deification plan proposed by the government, we of the Heavenly Alliance firmly oppose. He gave no mercy to the government, directly pointing to the core at the start. What is deification? In the end, it's merely another form of co-optation. This is a sign of weakness. A compromise. A fear of new powers. These strange entities that have been born in this new era, these vengeful spirits, what are they? Are they disasters? No. Ng Tiancheng's gaze suddenly became fervent, highly provocative. They are the power that heaven has granted all of us in this era. They are unpolished gems. They are wild horses waiting to be harnessed. What should we do with this power? Should we, like the government, bend the knee to canonize it, begging it to behave? Wrong. He slammed his fist on the table, his voice booming like thunder. What we should do is to control it with absolute strength. To dominate it. To harness it. By the most powerful extraordinary beings, with the strongest willpower contracts, bind, control, and utilize these untamed wild powers. Instead of allowing it to sit high on a pedestal, becoming a potential threat unbounded by any individual. His words ignited like wildfire, instantly kindling the hearts of countless radical extraordinary beings and young people eager to ascend to power. Control. Dominate. This sounds far more direct and enticing than the vague concept of canonization. In an instant, the deification faction led by the government and the control faction led by the Heavenly Alliance formed 2 distinctly different lines. A contention of paths concerning the future had already begun. Faced with the overwhelming public opinion and Ng Tiancheng's open challenge, the Huaxia government's response was surprisingly simple. A new announcement was pinned to the headline of all official media. The deification ceremony will be held 3 days later, at the ruins of the eternal sleepless food city, the core area ravaged by the vengeful spirits of the magic city. This ceremony will be presided over personally by the National Fortune delegate, Comrade Wan Xinglua. Live worldwide, please witness. There were no defenses, no debates. Only action. At the headquarters of the Heavenly Alliance, in a dimly lit secret room. Ng Tiancheng looked at the coldly beautiful photo of Wan Xinglua on the screen, a cold smile creeping across his lips. National Fortune delegate? Just a little girl who rose to power through a man. Behind him, a trusted aide whispered, "President, what should we do? Are we really just going to let them do whatever they want? Do whatever they want? No, they are creating opportunities for us." Ng Tiancheng slowly turned around, a glimmer of ambition shining in his eyes. Send my secret order. Let the contract law array execution team immediately infiltrate the demon city. The trusted aide was shocked. Do you mean? The official deification is nothing but a castle in the air, a dream of fools. They will fail without a doubt. Ng Tiancheng's voice was filled with certainty. And when their ritual fails, when the vengeful spirits completely go berserk, and the whole world falls into panic and despair. He paused and spoke every word clearly. We will show the whole world, let them see, what is the correct way to harness power. Prepare our contract law array. The officials set the stage, and we take the spotlight. This unprecedented opportunity, Ng Tiancheng, will seize. 3 days passed, swiftly amidst the world's gaze and controversy. On the day of the ritual. The once bustling and noisy never-sleep food city in the demon city was now a silent ruin. The soaring vengeful energy had even condensed into a visible black-gray mist, covering the entire area. Ordinary people who approached within 100 meters would instantly lose their minds, plunged into endless hunger and madness. The army had completely sealed off this place, layers of barriers radiating a murderous light. And in the very center of the ruins, a great and ancient altar of heaven, built entirely from the projection of China's spiritual realm rules, rose majestically from the ground. Drones broadcasting live to the world circled above the altar, transmitting the scene perfectly to every corner of the globe. Under everyone's watchful eyes. A figure slowly stepped onto the jade-white staircase leading to the altar. She wore a specially made black gown for the ritual, blending ancient sacrificial robe elements with modern military dress, embroidered with golden threads depicting mountains, rivers, and national totems on the hem. Her long hair was tied up with a simple jade hairpin, her face serious and solemn, devoid of any personal emotion. Those eyes that had once witnessed the collapse of causality were now as calm as a deep pool. In her hand, she held a seemingly ordinary yet seemingly carrying immense force rune whip. It was the ancient artifact crafted by Zhou Yan for her, the divine whip. Ruan Xinglua, the agent of China's national fortune, step by step, ascended to the highest point of the altar. Before her, endless waves of vengeful energy surged restlessly. Behind her, billions of eyes from around the world, some filled with expectation, some with doubt, some with schadenfreude. The deification was about to begin. The wind stopped. The black mist of vengeful energy seemed to freeze at this moment. On the altar, Ruan Xinglua took a deep breath, as if pulling the thin spiritual energy from the sky above the demon city. She slowly raised the divine whip in her hand. There was no earth-shattering spectacle, the ancient whip merely glimmered with a gentle shine. The light was not blinding, but carried an undeniable majesty. It was national fortune. It was the power of order condensed from thousands of years of Chinese civilization. Before countless screens around the globe, everyone instinctively held their breath. It's coming. I summon. Ruan Xinglua's lips parted slightly, her voice cold, yet it spread through the array, reaching the entire sealed area and the whole world. In the name of China's national fortune, summon. The true form of delivery, vengeful spirit, ascend the altar. Be sealed. Boom. As the last word fell, the tip of the divine whip gently tapped the center of the altar. A visible golden ripple suddenly expanded from the point of contact. It was not destruction but summoning. It was a commanding order based on higher-level rules. Beneath the altar, the silent black-gray mist instantly surged up like a lake disturbed by a boulder. Roar. Hungry. I'm so hungry. My delivery is late, bad review. I'm going to be charged. Why? Why do you hit me and then scold me for blocking the road? It's raining so hard, so cold. Screams. Wails. Anger-filled roars. Countless piercing voices erupted simultaneously from the black mist of vengeful energy. A terrifying sonic wave gathered, powerful enough to tear apart the soul. Right after, twisted figures surged out violently from the black mist. They wore takeout uniforms from different eras and brands, their faces long eroded by resentment, leaving only hollow eyes filled with endless hunger and unwillingness. Thousands upon thousands of vengeful spirits surged like a tide from every corner of the ruins, madly rushing towards the sacrificial altar in the center. Bang! 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 Their bodies heavily collided against the protective barrier set by the army, producing a series of muffled and thunderous sounds. Each collision sent violent ripples through the barrier, its light flickering, as if it would shatter at any moment. The military strongmen stationed at the barrier's nodes turned pale, exerting all their strength to maintain their spiritual power output. Hold firm. We cannot let them break through the defenses. However, these vengeful spirits seemed endless, relentlessly launching wave after wave of attacks. The global livestream exploded in chaos. Oh my god. Is this a takeout ghost? This isn't just one, this is an army. It's terrifying. How many delivery workers must have died in Magic City? It's a failure. There's no true form appearing. It's all these little ghosts. What is China doing? Do they want to seal all these things as gods? Are they crazy? Heavenly Human Society, Secret Base. Ing Tianchang watched the chaotic and violent scene on the screen, the mocking smile on his lips unable to hide anymore. Did you see it? He didn't even bother to turn around, just casually asked his trusted aide behind him. His aide was filled with shock, stuttering, "President, this resentment is too enormous." Enormous? Ing Tianchang snorted coldly. It's not a problem of size, it's the path that's wrong. He pointed at the sacrificial altar surrounded by thousands of vengeful spirits, yet standing alone. Those fools in the government think this is a single, powerful entity. They want to forcibly drag out that strongest entity through national luck and pin it onto the god position. How ridiculous. They don't understand that the takeout ghost has never been the name of a single ghost. In Ing Tiancheng's eyes, wisdom shone with insight into everything. It is a collection. It is the gathering of all the writers who have died in bitterness, suffering injustice, and despairing in the cold rain over the past decades. It has no singular true form. Or rather, each vengeful spirit here is a part of it. They want to seal a concept as a god? They can't even find an object, and yet they talk about sealing gods? Their path was wrong from the start. His aide suddenly understood and then showed a fervent admiration on his face. The president is brilliant. So what do we? Wait. Ing Tiancheng's gaze returned to the pale face of Ruan Xinglua, who showed signs of severe spiritual exhaustion. Wait for her to fail, wait for her to be devoured by this endless resentment, wait for the whole world to see this so-called sealing gods as a huge joke. Then our path to control will be the only correct answer. On the altar. Ruan Xinglua's forehead was already drenched with fine beads of sweat. The god-whipping whip grew unprecedentedly heavy. With each swing, each attempt to lock onto the core amidst the raging tide of resentment was like searching for a specific droplet of water in a stormy sea. Impossible. She couldn't lock onto it at all. Her spiritual power poured out like a flood breaching a dam, but it could only attract more and wilder vengeful spirit avatars. Each of these avatars contained genuine pain and unwillingness, yet none of them were the source she sought. The power of national luck could suppress and command. But the premise was that there had to be a clear target. Now, her target was the resentment itself, diffused across the entire sky. It was like trying to use a rope to caught in a gust of wind. Damn it. Ruan Xinglua clenched her silver teeth tightly, and in her right eye's destiny eye, the threads of causality flickered wildly, trying to sort out a main thread from this chaos. But what she saw were billions of broken, chaotic, intertwined knots of causality. Each line represented a lost life, a tragic past. Just as she was about to exhaust her strength and lose her mind, a gentle and familiar voice seemed to cross time and space, resonating deep within her mind. Madam. It was Zhou Yan. You are inviting a spirit, not catching a thief. Ruan Xinglua's body shook violently. Catch a thief? Yes, her actions now, wielding the divine whip, carrying the fate of the nation, high above, issuing orders with absolute power. What's the difference from a law enforcer? Do you even know what he wants the most? Why would he come to see you? Zhou Yan's voice struck Ruan Xinglua's heart like a bell ringing at dawn. What does he want the most? In an instant, countless broken images flashed through Ruan Xinglua's mind, seen through her destiny eye. On a cold, rainy night, soaked to the skin, delivering slightly warm meals to customers, only to be met with complaints of so slow. Amidst the congested traffic, brushing past death just to gain a few seconds, only for the system's cold warning of "will be late." On the streets late at night, subjected to the unreasonable taunts and curses of customers, only able to nod and bow, because a bad review would turn a day of hard work into smoke. What they wanted. Is it dignity? Is it fairness? Or a warm meal that they could eat safely? The confusion in Ruan Xinglua's eyes instantly faded away, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and gentleness. She was wrong. Incredibly wrong. To deal with spirits born from injustice, what was needed was never high-handed titles and charity, but understanding, respect, and equal gazes. Under the astonished eyes of the entire world, Ruan Xinglua slowly put down the divine whip in her hand. The ancient artifact representing supreme authority and the power of order was gently laid flat on the altar. What is she doing? Gave up? The agent of the nation's fate actually gave up. I knew it. A farce. This is a complete farce. Ing Tiancheng smiled more brightly. Finally can't hold on anymore, little girl. However, the next second, all the mockery and talk were stuck in their throats. Ruan Xinglua did not retreat, did not leave. She merely extended her delicate hand and gently wiped the void in front of her. A wisp of soft light gathered in her palm. That was neither spiritual energy nor national fate, but the purest power of rebirth granted to her by the celestial die atop the looming clock tower. Chapter 206 Real Attitude. The light faded away. An utterly ordinary, thermal lunchbox quietly appeared in her hand. She opened the lunchbox. There were no delicacies, no miraculous potions. Only a plain box of still steaming fried rice. The grains were golden, the scallions green. Simple, yet warm. Ruan Xinglua held this dinner, no longer using any power, but like the most ordinary girl, carefully and respectfully placed it in the very center of the altar. That spot she had previously struck with the divine whip. Completing all this, she took half a step back and slightly bowed. Her gaze was no longer looking down, but at the endless surge of resentment below the altar. Her voice was no longer cold, no longer majestic, but carried a hint of apology, a hint of gentleness, clearly spreading to every corner. I know your grievances come from countless cold rainy nights. From countless unreasonable bad reviews. From tireless work yet receiving no respect, not even able to have a peaceful meal. Beneath the altar, the resentful and strange beings, crazily crashing against the barrier, suddenly slowed down in their movements. Ruan Xinglua's gaze seemed to penetrate through layers of black mist, locking eyes with a billion hollow gazes. Today, there are no representatives of national fortune, no high and mighty gods. I am simply a customer. As a customer, I am here to serve you this long overdue dinner. She extended her hand, gently pointing to the steaming box of fried rice at the center of the altar. Whether you come or not, it is right here. As her voice fell, the entire world fell silent. The sound of crashing against the barrier disappeared. The mournful wails ceased. Over 10,000 furious resentful entities stopped all their movements, standing still in place. Then, they slowly turned their heads. A billion empty, silent, endless pained gazes crossed the distance, breaking through the barrier, for the first time. All focused on the center of the altar. On that quiet, warm, long overdue dinner, the black fog of resentment began to surge quietly in an unprecedented manner. It was no longer pure chaos and violence. Under the warmth of the steam from the fried rice, some deep-seated obsession seemed to awaken a touch of tenderness. Like a seed, buried beneath frozen earth for ages, sensing the arrival of spring. In the global livestream, the previously mocking barrage suddenly fell silent for a brief moment. What is happening? Those monsters seem to really be still? A box of fried rice? What kind of international joke is this? Can this really solve the problem? Don't speak, keep watching. I just feel that it's not that simple. Everyone saw a glimmer of hope. Except for one person. In the secret base of the Celestial Men meeting, Ying Tiancheng's pupils suddenly contracted. The sarcastic smile at the corner of his mouth froze completely, replaced by an unmistakable gloom and fury. Furu. Is it really effective? The trusted confidant beside him, a contract wielder at the level of a wicked spirit, specializing in curses and emotional manipulation, had an expression of disbelief on his face. President, this doesn't make sense. The essence of resentful spirits is hatred. How could it possibly be resolved by mere goodwill? She hasn't resolved it yet. Ying Tiancheng snapped back to reality, a ruthless and determined glint flickering in his eyes. She has merely found the correct key, but hasn't had the time to unlock the door. He could not allow Yuan Xinglua to succeed. If China's urban seizing God plan took its first step and proved this path's feasibility to the world, the path represented by him, central to control and enslavement, would be utterly branded as heretical. This was not just a contest of ideals, but a life and death struggle for future global discourse power. Wu Jiao. Ying Tiancheng's voice was as cold as iron. Yes, President. The witch doctor named Wu Jiao immediately bowed and listened to orders. She must not succeed. Ying Tiancheng slammed his hand heavily on the control console in front of him, covering the screen showing Yuan Xinglua's beautiful and gentle face with his palm. Activate the 10,000 resentments returned formation. Extract all the dissatisfaction, disdain, and angry negative emotions from the entire Magic City, no. From everywhere our network reaches, regarding the service industry. All impatience while waiting for deliveries. All harshness during complaints. All self-righteous superiority. All haughty contempt. Ying Tiancheng's voice was filled with a maddening delight. Since she wants to talk about feelings, then I'll spice this feeling up. I want to show this resentful spirit the true attitude the world has towards them. I want it to completely lose control and turn into a monster that only knows hatred and slaughter. At your command. A sinister smile spread across Wu Jiao's face. He formed hand signs with both hands, chanting incantations. A chilling and eerie power centered around him, through the secret formation network spread beneath the city. Sudden spread. Buzz. In an instant, the ruins of the Magic City seemed to transform into an enormous negative emotion receiver. Countless invisible black gas, forcibly extracted from every corner of the city, from every terminal of the online world. That was a vicious curse from a white-collar worker because the delivery was 5 minutes late. That was a crazy bad review from a wealthy lady because the delivery man refused to help her throw away trash. That was countless keyboard warriors launching indiscriminate attacks on the entire delivery rider community online. Contempt, ridicule, indifference, cruelty. It was the massive malice accumulated over the years, aimed at this group, amounting to millions, even tens of millions. This torrent of resentment was more immense, more filthy, and more poisonous than the grievance spirits themselves, guided by the witchcraft master's array, like a black poisonous dragon, tearing through the sky, violently injecting itself into the recently calming black mist of resentment. Roar! An abnormal change occurred in an instant. Under the altar, that piece of black mist that had just shown a hint of warmth suddenly exploded. A surge of vengeful thoughts, 10 times, 100 times more violent than before, soared into the sky. The black mist crazily condensed and shrank, and a gigantic, twisted figure, frightening enough to make one's heart quake at first glance, was forcibly birthed from the endless resentment. Its human shape outline was formed by the overlapping figures of countless suffering delivery riders, with arms and legs growing chaotically from the torso, resembling a monster built from corpses. Behind it, it carried a large, tattered insulated box, from which black, stinking liquid constantly dripped. Chapter 207, The True Authority. And its head was a face covered by billions of bad reviews and complaint slips. The scariest part was its eyes. Those eyes, which should have been hollow and sorrowful, were now dyed the deepest, most crazed crimson by that external malice. No confusion, no struggle. Only pure, destructive tyranny remained. Delivery grievance spirit. Strength assessment, mid-level malevolent spirit, peak malevolent spirit. Roar. It let out a thunderous roar, devoid of sorrow or unwillingness, filled only with hatred and curses against the entire world. It saw Yuan Xinglua on the altar. It also saw the fried rice radiating a warm aura. In its polluted perception, that kindness, that warmth, was the sharpest mockery. It was the most hypocritical charity. Liars, you are all liars. Kill. 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 Boom. The grievance spirit's true form moved. A giant claw formed by countless arms of resentment tore through the air, carrying the strength to shatter mountains, slamming down toward the altar's center, that small plate of fried rice. It wanted to crush this hypocritical kindness. Then, it would tear apart this hypocritical woman in front of it. Not good. Ruan Xingluo's face changed dramatically. She never expected the grievance spirit would undergo such a terrifying change at the last moment of being moved. This claw was unavoidable. Because if she dodged, both the altar and the offering would be destroyed, and this sealing of divinity would utterly fail. At the critical moment, Ruan Xingluo bit her silver teeth and pushed the power of the national fortune to its extreme. Subdue. A brilliant golden light shield instantly enveloped the entire altar. Bang! The black giant claw collided violently with the golden shield. The terrifying energy impact turned into visible shockwaves, sweeping in all directions. The surrounding army's barrier let out a mournful cry under the pressure of the aftermath, countless soldiers spitting blood, staggering. Ruan Xingluo bore the brunt. She felt an enormous force she couldn't withstand surging toward her delicate body shook violently, her throat sweetened, and a trickle of blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. But in the end, she held her ground. The golden shield, though covered in cracks, still protected the fried rice, safe and sound. But this was just the beginning. Roar! After one failed strike, the vengeful spirit became even more violent, another giant claw following closely. Bang! 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 Like a madman, it crazily pounded on the national defense barrier with its countless arms. With each impact, Ruan Xingluo's face turned paler. The cracks on the golden shield increased, more and more dense. In a precarious state. In the global live broadcast room, every viewer's heart raced. How could this happen? It suddenly went out of control. This power is too terrifying. More than 10 times stronger than before. Ruan Xingluo won't hold on much longer. It's over. The plan for China is going to fail. At that moment, when everyone was anxiously watching worldwide, a figure appeared leisurely atop a skyscraper not far from the ruins of the demon city. It was Ying Tianchang. He stood against the wind, his clothes fluttering, a strategic smile on his face, like a savior. Behind him, dozens of elite members from Tianrenyi stood ready, their power immense. The drone camera immediately captured him. Facing the camera, Ying Tianchang spoke loudly, his voice echoing across the world. Everyone, do you see this? This is what the officials call softness, what they call persuasion. Facing this monster born from hatred, any goodwill is laughable. Any sympathy is fatal. It will only bring greater disaster. His voice was filled with seduction. The official approach has proven to be a complete failure. This uncontrollable monster can only be tamed by absolute power. Only supreme authority can enslave it. As his words fell, he suddenly waved his hand. Tianrenyi, obey my command. Activate forced contract soul lock formation. Roar! The dozens of elites behind him responded in unison. Their bodies erupted with pitch-black spiritual power, as a huge and sinister magic array suddenly lit up beneath their feet. In the name of Tianrenyi, I decree. Bind. Lock. Enslave. Ying Tianchang raised both hands, as if embracing his victory. In front of the whole world, today, I, Ying Tianchang, will subdue this peak monster of treachery. To prove to the world that only my Tianrenyui's control is the only truth of the apocalypse. Whoosh. 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 Dozens of black chains made of pure cursed power shot up from the magic array, like venomous snakes that choose their prey, soaring through the sky towards the vengeful spirit, which was crazily attacking Ruan Xingluo, wrapping around it. He wanted to seize this achievement in front of Ruan Xingluo, in front of China, in front of the whole world. He aimed to cruelly and directly trample China's face underfoot. Seeing this, countless global viewers supporting China felt deep despair and humiliation. Meanwhile, the opposition cheered wildly. However, just as the black chains were about to touch the vengeful spirit's true form, at the moment when Ruan Xingluo struggled to hold on, Ying Tianchang was pleased with himself. That gentle and familiar voice rang clear once more in Ruan Xingluo's mind. Madam. It was Zhou Yan. His voice was still calm, even carrying a hint of a smile. The time has come. Ruan Xingluo froze. Stop trying to appeal to its emotions. Bring out your god list and god whip. Zhou Yan's voice carried an undeniable authority. It's time to show it our official offer. And let some clowns see what real authority looks like. That voice resonated like thunder across time and space, exploding deep within Ruan Xingluo's soul. Madam. The time has come. Stop trying to appeal to its emotions. Bring out your God list and God whip. It's time to show it our official offer. And let some clowns see what real authority looks like. In an instant, all of Ruan Xingluo's fatigue, wavering, and weakness were replaced by a stronger, more determined will. Her beautiful eyes, slightly dimmed from exhaustion, suddenly brightened, like stars ignited in the night sky. So, this is the true urban deification. She understood. Completely understood. Reformation is just a means, not the goal. Sympathy is just a key, not the door. The real deification is not begging, not charity, but a recruitment based on absolute power and supreme authority. It is a two-way choice. Boom. In the astonished eyes of the global audience, Ruan Xingluo actually took the initiative to withdraw the swaying golden aura of national fortune. Chapter 208, just the beginning. The altar and that plate of fried rice were unguardedly exposed beneath the violent claws of the vengeful spirit. Has she gone crazy? Is she giving up? No. It's over. Everything is over. In the global live broadcast room, countless supporters let out desperate wails. On the top of the tall building, Xin Tianchang paused for a moment, then burst into an incredibly arrogant laugh. Ha 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 ha. She's given up. She finally knows how ridiculous she is. Wise choice. Now, let me put a perfect end to this farce. He activated the magic array, and the dozens of black curse chains surged in speed, whistling as they lunged toward the vengeful spirit. However, Ruan Xingluo didn't even glance at him. She didn't even look at the giant claw of the vengeful spirit that was about to smash everything. In the instant when everyone thought she had given up resistance, she made a move that made the world still. She slowly raised her hands. The left hand, gesturing upward. Hum. A golden scroll appeared out of nowhere, slowly unfolding. It was neither paper nor silk, but a solid object formed from the purest power of the rules of the Huaxia spiritual realm. On the list, countless symbols flowed, and every character seemed to carry the weight of a world. Deification list. The right hand gently grasped. A seemingly unremarkable, even somewhat ancient wooden whip appeared in her hand. It had no overwhelming aura, yet the moment it appeared, the surrounding violent spiritual power surrendered and went still. God-whipping whip. The list as the contract, the whip as the authority. At this moment, Ruan Xingluo's aura underwent a tremendous transformation. She was no longer the gentle girl who comforted vengeful spirits, no longer the persevering protector. She was the envoy of deification, wielding the authority of heaven and earth. She was the spokesperson of the national fortune of Huaxia. Holding the god-whipping whip, she pointed towards the vengeful spirit still descending due to inertia, her voice cold and dignified, echoing throughout the ruins of the magic capital, reaching every live broadcast terminal around the world. Delivery, vengeful spirit. With just 4 words, the fierce body of the vengeful spirit suddenly came to a halt. That claw capable of splitting mountains paused above the altar, mere inches away from the plate of fried rice. All noisy sounds disappeared at this moment. The attention of the whole world focused on the tall woman holding the divine list. Ruan Xingluo's gaze pierced through the endless resentment, staring directly at the core of the vengeful spirit's origin. Your resentment comes from injustice and order, from kindness being trampled, from dignity being stripped away. I have heard your anger. I have seen your unwillingness. I understand your sadness. Her voice was no longer mere comfort, but a pronouncement in examination from a higher level. But revenge and destruction cannot bring true justice. Now, in the name of the envoy of Huaxia's national fortune, I give you a choice. She lightly poked the deification list with the god-whipping whip. In an instant, the golden deification list shone brightly. A line of priceless golden characters, formed from the power of national fortune, floated at the top of the list, each character shining brilliantly, exuding supreme authority that could suppress the ages. Decree, Magistrate of Commercial Order in Magic Capital. The divine position was established. Ruan Xingluo's voice resonated like heavenly music, every word, every sentence. Clearly penetrate the chaotic consciousness of the vengeful spirit. Today, I appoint you as a god. Grant you the divine position, bestow upon you divine power. From now on, you will oversee the fair trade rules of the commercial city. All malicious reviews. All unscrupulous merchants. All platform tyranny. All actions that trample the dignity of service providers are under your scrutiny. You have the right to decide good and evil. You have the right to impose punishment. You have the right to uphold the justice that you yearned for most in life, yet never achieved until death. Ruan Xingluo pulled back the divine whip, one hand holding the offer filled with supreme authority, and the other hand pointing at the still steaming egg fried rice. This dinner is your past. This divine position is your future. Her voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable authority, issuing the final inquiry. Vengeful spirit. Do you wish to accept this divine position, lay down your weapon, and become a god? Return this world, a fairness? Silence. Deathly silence. The vengeful spirit's violent attacks completely stopped. Its eyes, stained with madness and hatred, finally turned to the golden list. God of commercial order in Magic City. Controller of fair trade rules. Determine good and evil, impose punishment. Each golden word struck like divine thunder, splitting open the deepest chaos in its consciousness. It slowly turned its head to the other side, towards the dozens of black chains filled with the aura of enslavement, imprisonment, and curses, rushing in like a storm. One side grants you authority, making you the embodiment of order. The other side robs your will, turning you into a tool of revenge. One side is supreme glory and dignity. The other side is eternal enslavement and decline. No. No. On the high building, Ing Tiancheng's expression changed from arrogance to horror, finally turning into a livid rage. He roared with all his might, "Wretched beast! What are you hesitating for? Don't believe her lies. It's all fake. It's a trap. Only power is real. Become my servant, and I will grant you the power to devour everything. Quickly. Accept my contract." He frantically urged the magic circle. Countless faces of tortured souls emerged on the black chains, the countless spirits he enslaved. Roar. In response was a thunderous roar. But this roar was no longer madness, no longer hatred, but a choice. The vengeful spirit made its choice. It suddenly turned its head, its giant blood-red eyes locked onto Ing Tiancheng. Then, in Ing Tiancheng's disbelieving gaze, it raised another giant claw made of countless arms of resentment, not aimed at Wan Xinglua, but fiercely towards the dozens of cursed chains. Bang. A huge noise. The forced contract soul lock that Ing Tiancheng was proud of was brushed to pieces by the vengeful spirit with one claw. The black cursed chains broke apart, transforming into a sky full of black mist dispersing. Pooh. With the magic circle broken, Ing Tiancheng and the dozens of elite members behind him all felt as if they had been struck hard, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, their breath instantly waning. No. It's impossible. Ing Tiancheng's eyes widened, his face filled with despair. However, this was just the beginning. Chapter 209, Commanding the Demon. After breaking the contract chains, the vengeful spirit didn't pause for a moment. Its huge and twisted body transformed into a flash of black light, not to escape, not to attack, but with a determination like a pilgrimage, charging towards the golden divine list in Wan Xinglua's hand. It chose divinity. In the global live broadcast room, everyone held their breath, witnessing this myth-like scene. Boom! The vengeful spirit's body boldly merged into the divine list. Golden light burst forth, like a sun rising in the ruins of the magic city. Holy, majestic, immense power washed away the tremendous resentment fiercely. The black mist melted in the golden light, the twisted limbs resembled reshaping in the golden light, the frantic howls turned into solemn chants. Successful conferment. The golden light dispersed. A brand new figure stood atop the law altar. He was an immensely powerful deity. Dressed in a bright yellow divine robe that resembled the uniform of a food delivery rider, it was covered with golden divine patterns representing order and rules. On his head, he wore a crown symbolizing that he was no longer the same as mortals, an embodiment of divinity. The most eye-catching feature was the object in his hand. It was a token, neither gold nor jade, one side engraved with a golden good review that emitted a peaceful, rewarding light, the other side bore a black bad review, pulsating with a disquieting aura of punishment. The god of delivery was, at this moment, reborn. The newly reborn deity slowly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were they? No hatred remained, no madness, only absolute calm and fairness, as if the eye of heaven looked down upon all living beings. He ignored everyone, not even sparing a glance at Wan Xinglua. As the new god of order, the first thing he did was to exercise his divine power. His gaze, cold and commanding, immediately locked onto the disheveled Ing Tiancheng in the distant tall building, along with the shivering witchcraft master behind him, Wu Jiao. The deity slowly raised the good and bad review token in his hand, pointing the black bad review side at them. A voice, devoid of any emotion yet resonating with the authority that made heaven and earth respond, proclaimed his first judgment. By the name of the god of commercial order monitoring, I hereby declare. Ing Tiancheng, president of the Celestial Society, and Wu Jiao, the witchcraft master. Manipulating public opinion, malicious competition, disrupting the market, a grievous crime. The deity's voice was like the law itself. They shall suffer the punishment of the 10,000 orders released. As soon as the words fell. Buzz. The space above Ing Tiancheng and Wu Jiao shattered suddenly. Countless pitch-black delivery boxes, exuding the aura of death and finality, appeared out of nowhere. These were not real deliveries, but punishment orders condensed by his divine power. Each order represented a share of karma, a share of punishment. No. No. Ing Tiancheng let out a terrifying scream. He wanted to escape, but found his body firmly locked by an invisible divine force, unable to move. In the next second, thousands of Black Death delivery boxes surged in like a black torrent, completely drowning him and all the elites of the Celestial Society. The screams halted abruptly. On the tall building, only a mountain of black delivery boxes remained, exuding an ominous aura. The crisis was averted. China's first urban deification, witnessed by the world, was a resounding success. Ruan Xinglua looked at the imposing god of delivery, exhaling deeply. A wave of immense fatigue washed over her. However, at that moment, Zhou Yan's figure silently appeared beside her, supporting her. He gazed at the newly reborn deity, his eyes deep and contemplative. "Madam, you did well." He spoke softly, then shifted the topic. "But have you considered one question?" Ruan Xinglua was stunned and looked up at him. Zhou Yan's gaze drifted into the endless depths of the void, as if he saw the destined one they had banished. "If we can act in accordance with the national fortune and carry out the act of conferring divinity, it is deification. Then tell me, could destiny also act against the will of the masses, affecting the opposite? Confer demons?" Ruan Xinglua murmured, her heart suddenly contracting. "Yes. Where there is light, there must be shadow, where there is justice, there must be evil. They can utilize the national fortune as a foundation, calling upon earthly justice to confer those with good intentions to become gods. Then, could the banished destiny, that existence that viewed all beings as pawns, also act contrariwise? Using the greed, jealousy, laziness, and rage of all beings. These purest evil thoughts as soil, to confer true demons? If this is true, it would be a disaster 100 times worse than an onslaught of vengeful spirits." Seeing Ruan Xinglua's suddenly changing face, Zhou Yan's eyes flashed with approval, and he gently patted her shoulder. "Don't worry, it's just a guess. If the sky falls, I will hold it up. What you need to do now is to let the whole world see what our Huaxia's God can bring to this world." The next day, the world was watching. After the opening ceremony, the first official press conference was broadcast live to all member countries of the Blue Star Alliance through the highest authority of the Dragon Shield Bureau. On the screen, it was no longer ruins, but the most prosperous financial center of Magic City. In front of the camera, the new official spokesperson of Huaxia, with unprecedented confidence and calmness, announced a shocking global resolution. From now on, the God of Commercial Order Supervision in Magic City is formally appointed to fulfill its divine authority. Its supervision will cover all online and offline commercial activities in Magic City. All fraud, monopoly, shoddy goods, and unfair clauses will be under the watch of the God. We do not set complex rules, we simply reaffirm the oldest principle. The spokesperson paused, each word resonating clearly around the world. Good deeds will be rewarded, and evil will meet with evil. As soon as the words fell, global public opinion was in an uproar. Oh my God! Are they serious? They want a God to manage the market? This is absurd. This is a trampling of modern commercial civilization. The people of Huaxia have gone crazy. They are opening Pandora's box. Countless Western media and politicians issued harsh ridicule and attacks. However, in Huaxia's live broadcast room, it was another scene entirely. Wow! Support! It should have been done this way long ago. Great God! Please check Xinwei Xian. That takeout scammer pretended to be a master chef with a cooking kit, expensive and tasteless, and they cursed at me over the phone for a refund. Yes, yes, yes. And me. Last time I ordered their Buddha jumps over the wall for 180, and what I got was just a bowl of vermicelli soup with a bit of meat smell. Push it up. Let the God see it. Severely punish the takeout scammers. Countless bullet comments gathered into a surge of public sentiment. Chapter 210, Harnessing Divine Authority. It seemed as if it heard the calls of the masses. At this moment, in a high-end office building in Magic City, in the kitchen of the popular restaurant Xinwei Xian, the boss, sticking out his beer belly, pointed angrily at a young chef and shouted, "What do you know? Customers are like leeks. They don't know what good food is. They only recognize decoration and marketing. I buy a $3 cooking kit, heat it up, and serve it in a nice plate. I can sell it for $300. This is business acumen. You still think about using good ingredients? I tell you, those who want customers to eat well, get the hell out." He was cursing and making a scene. Suddenly, the light in the entire restaurant inexplicably dimmed for a moment. A kind of indescribable majesty and coldness enveloped the entire space. The boss instinctively shivered and looked up at the window. There, above the restaurant, a faint golden light formed an illusory token, quietly emerging. On one side of the token, the two characters negative review, black as ink and radiating a punishing divine power, faced his restaurant. What is that? The arrogance on the boss's face instantly froze, turning into terror. The live broadcast camera accurately captured this scene. Viewers worldwide saw the illusory token hovering over the city. The negative review token. It did not emit a thunderous roar, nor did it cast down a beam of destructive light. It simply floated there in silence. Then, a faint light, almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, flashed from the token and disappeared into the Jinwei restaurant. After that, everything returned to calm. As if nothing had happened. The restaurant boss was stunned for a long time, touching his body, completely unscathed. He mustered his courage and cursed, "What kind of bullshit thing is this, trying to scare me?" Before his words finished. Ding 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 ding. His phone and the restaurant's front desk phone rang out at the same time like they were both going crazy. Hello? Who is it? The boss impatiently answered the phone. Bastard boss. Refund. What kind of takeout is this? I opened it and found a box of rotten vegetable leaves. It stinks so much I nearly vomited. Scam. My takeout turned into a pile of moldy bread. You guys are disgusting. I've called the police. Food safety warning. What you delivered is a box of garbage. One angry shout after another came from the other end of the line. At the same time, on his phone, all the takeout platforms were flooded with countless complaints and refund requests. He stared in horror as he refreshed the page, discovering that the 4.9 rating he had boosted through fake orders had changed to a glaring red 0.1. All ratings were permanently locked at the lowest. No. It can't be. The boss turned ashen, rushed to the kitchen, and snatched a takeout order that had just been packed. It was a beautifully packaged black truffle wagyu fried rice. He trembled as he opened the box. Inside, there was no fried rice at all. Instead, it was a handful of rotting kitchen waste that emitted a strong, sour stench, sticky and decomposing for who knows how long. Thud. The restaurant owner's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. It was over for him. In front of cameras broadcasting live to the world, he broke down, holding his head and letting out a pig-like wail. My money. My store. It's all gone. This scene was clearly broadcasted to everyone through the livestream. In the Huaxia livestream chat, it instantly erupted. Ha ha ha. So satisfying. So satisfying. This is retribution. The divine will is mighty. This is the true heaven's net is vast, and nothing escapes. I would call it the divine punishment of causality. You sell garbage to others, and in the end, all your products will become garbage. Fair. I support. Full support for the urban function plan. This is for us common folks. In no time, the support for this plan within Huaxia soared to an unprecedented peak. Meanwhile, foreign media fell into dead silence. After a brief silence, panic engulfed them. My God. This isn't magic. This has directly altered the rules of reality. Huaxia has mastered a causality weapon that cannot be defended against. How terrifying. If this divine being judges our financial system as guilty, will our stock market collapse in an instant? Awe and fear spread like a plague among the higher-ups of the Blue Star Alliance. Long Shield Bureau, highest command center. The atmosphere, however, was not as relaxed as the outside world. An emergency meeting was in progress. Xin Hao, the head of the newly established Urban Abnormal Economic Liquidation Department, stood before the giant screen, speaking passionately. Leaders. I admit that the urban function plan has achieved great success in public opinion. But we must face a more serious problem. His finger struck the screen with force, pointing at the imposing figure of the takeout deity. What we have created is a super weapon with causality-level abilities. And it is uncontrollable. Xin Hao pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting cold light. Today, it can punish an unscrupulous businessman. Tomorrow, can it punish our own leading companies due to some business decision? The day after tomorrow, will it see our Long Shield Bureau's funding usage as unfair and render a judgment against us? His words made many big shots present frown. This is a Damocles sword hanging over our heads. We cannot entrust the economic lifeblood of the country to the whims of some so-called divinity. Xin Hao's voice suddenly rose, revealing his true intention. Therefore, I propose. All new deities born through the function plan must be placed under the supervision of my Urban Abnormal Economic Liquidation Department. We will define red lines for the actions of these deities. Set KPIs. Ensure that this nuclear weapon forever under our own control. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room was shocked. Regulating the gods? This is no longer about seizing power, this is about mastering divine power. An old general, with white hair, asked solemnly, Comrade Xin Hao, do you mean we should order the gods? Not orders. Xin Hao immediately retorted, twisting the concept. It is guidance. It is management. It is ensuring that this hard-won power can serve us more efficiently and safely. His words were highly provocative, and for a moment, many people showed signs of being moved. While in the conference room, fierce debates broke out due to Qin Hao's proposal. In a corner unnoticed, a screen playing financial news flashed a breaking news. This station reports that recently a mysterious stock market genius named Jin Shurcheng has emerged. His turning stone to gold investment app has caused a nationwide investment frenzy with a 100% success rate. Chapter 211, Liquidation. On the screen, countless investors with red eyes, looking insane, were mortgaging stacks of property certificates and pouring loans into the stock market. The entire financial market was inflated with an unprecedented, enormous, and greedy bubble. Behind the fervent red candlestick chart, an unnoticed shadow was quietly gathering due to the greed of billions, waiting for a certain existence's spell. In the deep night, at the financial center of the Magic City. At the top of the brightly lit skyscraper, in front of the core server main switch of the turning stone to gold app. On the enormous electronic screen, rows of red and green candlesticks formed a twisted and frenzied picture. That was a bubble so enormous it could instantly collapse the entire financial system of China. It was the sum of the greed of billions of people. Jin Shurcheng stood quietly, wearing an exceedingly strange smile on his face, as if admiring a perfect work of art. The time has come. He whispered softly. Then he raised his hand and lightly snapped his fingers at the void. Snap. The crisp sound was like an evil switch being activated. On the screen, all the frantically jumping candlesticks instantly froze. The next second, everything turned into glaring blood red. Two massive, mocking, and malicious crimson words filled the entire screen. Liquidation. Meanwhile, within China, countless families, countless investors who had put their entire fortunes, even carrying huge loans into the turning stone to gold app, were staring with red eyes at their phones. Just a moment ago, the numbers in their accounts were wildly skyrocketing at an incredible speed. And now, the app interface suddenly flashed, and all numbers, all assets, all hopes instantly returned to zero. No. A middle-aged man who had just mortgaged his property, with a loan of 3 million invested, let out a desperate scream. My money, where is my money? An elderly man who had invested all his retirement savings felt his heart constrict sharply and nearly fainted on the spot. An unprecedented financial tsunami officially erupted at this moment. However, a strange scene occurred. The despair on that middle-aged man's face lasted only 3 seconds. Then, his expression twisted and changed, ultimately transforming into a frenzied, devout smile as if he had found redemption. He looked at the zeroed account, not in pain, but instead with hands clasped, gazing at the phone screen like the most fervent believer, murmuring, "Thank you for the gift from Mr. Jin. This is a test. A test for us believers. Money is supreme." He suddenly stood up, eyes shining, and shouted with raised arms. Bankruptcy is rebirth. This strange scene played out simultaneously across the nation. All the bankrupt investors seemed to be instantaneously brainwashed. They did not fall into despair nor weep bitterly. Instead, as if infused with some sort of fanatic belief, they rushed out of their homes and onto the streets. Money is supreme. Bankruptcy is rebirth. We must worship. We will offer everything to Mr. Jin. Go to the bank. Take out loans. Use our devotion to exchange for more offerings. Thousands of people gathered into an unstoppable tide, crazily rushing towards the major banks. They did not want to withdraw money, they wanted loans. Using every means available, just to offer more money to the man who had brought them to ruin. A cult that worshipped wealth, believing in money above all else, swept across the nation in less than 24 hours. At the peak of the Magic City, Jin Shurcheng bathed in the dim light of the server room, feeling the huge, pure, and concentrated greed faith that gathered from all over the country. He opened his arms and let out a howl to the sky. His suit shattered piece by piece, revealing a dark golden light beneath his skin. His entire presence had long exceeded that of a human. It was a terrifying existence formed purely from the concepts of greed and worshipping money. The urban demon, the first of its kind. The Lord of Money. He has arrived. Ha 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 ha. Jin Shurcheng, no, the Lord of Money, let out a wild laugh that shook the heavens. He stepped forward, and his figure appeared on the rooftop of a skyscraper. He looked down upon the city that had gone mad because of him, his voice like a divine decree, echoing in the minds of every believer. I am the Lord of Money. The Master of Wealth. The embodiment of riches. From this day forth, I will establish a kingdom on earth where money is the only faith. Those who believe in me will enjoy eternal wealth. Those who do not believe will be stripped of everything, reduced to slaves, never to rise again. Alarm! Alarm! A large-scale anomaly has occurred in the national financial system. Report to the chief. All banks are facing massive attacks. The public's emotions are exceptionally frenzied. Director Qin. All assets in the Turning Stone to Gold app have evaporated. Untraceable. Gene Shurching's personal accounts have been frozen, but it has no effect. The Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center was in chaos. Xin Hao looked pale as he watched the scenes of madness captured on the big screen, filled with disbelief. A group of rabble. Just mass hysteria triggered by a financial cult. He slammed the table and issued an order. Order all field units of the Urban Abnormal Economic Liquidation Department. Join forces with the Dragon Shield Special Forces. Move out immediately. Target, Gene Shurching. Execute a physical capture. Control all rioting mobs at the banks. I don't believe this flesh and blood body can withstand bullets. He was just discussing how to supervise the gods. Now, he was going to use the most traditional and bloody method to prove that he still controlled the situation. However, he was gravely mistaken. On the streets of the Magic City, Xin Hao led the team personally, dressed in a neat black combat uniform, with hundreds of armed elite agents behind him. They quickly locked onto the worshippers of money who were storming a state-owned bank's headquarters. Everyone listen. Immediately stop your illegal activities. Otherwise, we will take compulsory measures. Xin Hao, holding a megaphone, issued a final warning. The response was a wave of fervent chants. Money is supreme. Bankruptcy is rebirth. Those who block our worship will die. A group of unarmed ordinary citizens, some white-collar workers, some students, even elderly men with gray hair, faced the dark barrels of guns without fear, charging forward with a fearless attitude. Open fire. Wait. Use non-lethal weapons. Riot control rounds. Suppress them. Xin Hao ordered in anger and shock. Bang. 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 Dense riot control rounds were fired, accurately hitting the foremost worshippers. Chapter 212 Concept Pollution. However, the chaotic scene he had anticipated did not occur. Those worshippers merely swayed, their faces showing an even more fervent smile, as if the bullets were not shots but the caress of the demon lord. How can this be? A Special Forces soldier exclaimed in shock. Before he could finish his words, a bespectacled, refined accountant, laughing madly, charged forward, smashing his head violently against his blast-proof visor. Bang! The Special Forces member was knocked back repeatedly by this reckless force. More devotees surged in like a tidal wave. Xin Hao's elite troops, the country's top warriors, were instantly thrown into disarray by a group of frenzied, unarmed civilians. In the chaos, Xin Hao was pushed into a corner by the crowd. He stared in horror at the scene before him. His theories, his plans, his confidence, were shattered at this very moment. Just then, a plump lady with a wrinkled face, holding an Hermes handbag, noticed Xin Hao, elegantly dressed. Her eyes lit up, as if she had spotted a heretic desecrating the divine. Heretic! How dare you block our offering to the demon lord? The lady screamed, swinging her heavy handbag toward Xin Hao's head with all her might. Xin Hao instinctively tried to dodge but was firmly trapped by the crowd behind him. Bang! A muffled thud echoed. The zipper of the handbag burst open under the immense impact. Dozens of shiny, heavy gold bars spilled out from the bag, crashing down on Xin Hao. This scene was precisely captured by the live cameras of the accompanying reporters. Broadcasted live to the entire world. On screen, the once confident Xin Hao, who had just been at a high-level meeting defining boundaries for the divine, was now being battered and injured by a lady's handbag filled with gold bars, a sight of utter disgrace. The old methods of the past had become a complete joke in front of the twisted concepts of the new era. How could this happen? Xin Hao covered his bleeding forehead, collapsing on the ground, his gaze vacant. His worldview was completely shattered at this moment. In the command center, all the high-ranking officials watching this scene fell into a deathly silence. After a long while, an old general with white hair slowly stood up, shifting his gaze from the battered face of Xin Hao on the screen to another report that had just been submitted. The title of the report had only one line of words. Preliminary Analysis on the Divine Authority Scope of the Demon City Commercial Order Supervision Lord. The old general's voice was hoarse and heavy. It seems. To deal with a demon, we can only use a god. As soon as he spoke, everyone instinctively turned their attention to an inconspicuous corner of the big screen. There, a green dot representing the Demon City Commercial Order Supervision Lord was gradually lighting up. This was the new god specially created by the Dragon Shield Bureau to maintain urban commercial order. The authority of K represented fair trade and spirit of contract. In theory, K was the perfect nemesis of the materialist demon lord. Connect to the lord's channel. Authorize the Demon City Commercial Order Supervision Lord, codenamed Delivery Lord, immediate deployment. A battle staff member roared, issuing the order. Above Demon City, the winds and clouds shifted. The demon body of the materialist demon lord, formed by sheer greed, loomed like a black sun, casting a dark golden ominous glow over the entire city. At that moment, a bright yellow light tore through the darkness. The light was not blinding, instead, it carried a gentle and orderly aura. Within the light appeared a young god dressed in a yellow delivery outfit, wearing a safety helmet, riding a shining electric bike, braking through the air. It was the Delivery Lord. K was the belief of countless delivery riders in on-time delivery, a new god of commerce formed by billions of fair trade contracts. Scoundrel! The voice of the Delivery Lord was precise and clear, echoing through the skies. Your existence disrupts commercial order and violates the principle of fairness. I am sent by heaven to purify you. As he spoke, K lifted a token in his hand. The token shimmered with a warm light, engraved with two big characters, Good Review. This is the praise token, the core of K's divine authority, accumulated from countless satisfied transactions between buyers and sellers, representing the purest good and trust in the commercial order. Purification? The gold-loving demon lord looked down, sneering at this tiny kindred. His face showed an extreme contemptuous smile. Fairness? Order? You foolish creature, you don't understand at all. In the face of absolute interest, your so-called fairness is worthless. Greed. That is the only truth driving the world's operation. Before he finished speaking, the delivery god had already made his move. Light of order. K raised the praise token, and a brilliant beam of light symbolizing fair transaction shot forth like a sword of judgment, fiercely aiming at the gold-loving demon lord. However, at the moment the beam touched the demon lord's body, it did not purify him as expected. Instead, it was like water flowing into a desert, instantly absorbed by the even purer and more extreme greed demonic thought. What? The delivery god's expression changed dramatically. The gold-loving demon lord let out a joyful mad laugh. So delicious. Your fairness belief is truly high-quality nourishment. He suddenly opened his mouth wide and harshly inhaled towards the praise token. Whoosh! An invisible, thickly copper-smelling black demonic energy rushed back toward the praise token, like a giant python. Pollution. This is a concept pollution of a higher dimension. In front of the pure greed that is obtain profit at all costs, the fair trade of you get what you pay for appears so weak, so vulnerable to attack. Crack. With a crisp sound. That warm and jade-like praise token began to show black spots in the shape of ancient coins. The token's light rapidly dimmed, and the divine power of fairness contained within it was being crazily eroded and assimilated by the greedy demonic thought. Puff. The delivery god, struck by lightning, suddenly spat out a mouthful of golden divine blood. His divine body shook violently, and the bright yellow delivery uniform began to look tattered, as if it had endured countless poor reviews and complaints. He's defeated. The first newly battled god granted by Huaxia couldn't even last a moment and has been defeated. Run. The only thought left in the delivery god's mind was this: he dared not hesitate any longer, twisting the electric scooter's handle, transforming into a streak of light, desperately fleeing towards the sky. Want to escape? Too late. The gold-loving demon lord sneered coldly and snapped his fingers. An ancient coin, dark golden and condensed with greedy demonic thoughts, shot through the air and precisely struck the delivery god's back. Ah! A tragic cry echoed through the sky, and the delivery god's figure completely disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 213, Merit System. At the Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center, there was dead silence. On the big screen, the delivery god's green dot had turned into a glaring red, displaying the status of severely injured sleep. The faith of the people was shaken. In front of the television, online, countless people who had just raised hopes for the new god now felt like they had fallen into an ice cave. The god, lost? The god we created couldn't defeat a demon? How could this be? If even gods fail, what hope do we have left? Panic spread like a plague. All major global media reported with glee, flooding the news. At the White House in beautiful country, the spokesperson stood in front of the cameras, wearing an undisguised sneer. We have noticed that Huaxia seems to have made an interesting attempt. But the fact is, the god they created could not even defeat the greed of its own nation. This may be the most ironic black humor of the century. These words were like a loud slap across the face of 1.4 billion people of Huaxia. In Yanjing, in a highly guarded prison. The inmate Ng Tianchang was calmly watching the news on the wall-mounted television. When he saw the arrogant face of the beautiful country's spokesperson, a knowing smile crept onto his lips. He murmured to himself, his voice carrying a hint of profound understanding. To use fire against fire. Use the faint light to illuminate the sun. You all took the wrong path from the very beginning. Do we really make a mistake? Inside the command center, Wan Xinglua stared blankly at the screen, her pretty face pale. She could clearly feel that with the defeat of the delivery god in the swelling global public opinion, the national fortune belief that had just been forged was rapidly dissipating. In despair, she thought of someone. Zhou Yan. The man who could always provide answers at the most critical moments. Without hesitation, she rushed out of the command center and found Zhou Yan, who was leisurely shopping for vegetables in a local market. Zhou Yan. What should we do? The god has been defeated. The faith is collapsing. Ruan Xinglu's voice was filled with a cry, full of helplessness. Zhou Yan did not answer immediately. He simply paid, then pulled her to an inconspicuous corner of the market. There stood an old, slightly worn red donation box with the words "Support Poor Children in Mountain Areas" written on it. An old grandmother, with her hands covered in dirt from finishing her vegetable selling, was trembling as she took out a few shiny coins that were soaked in sweat from her pocket. She counted carefully, then without hesitation, dropped the largest 1 yuan coin into the donation box. Ding! A crisp sound. As if this was the most beautiful music in the world. Zhou Yan pointed at the old grandmother's back and calmly asked Ruan Xinglu. Xinglua, look. What is the opposite of greed? Ruan Xinglu shivered all over. She looked at the 1 yuan coin lying quietly in the donation box, and at the old grandmother's satisfied and simple smile. The opposite of greed is not fair trade, not equivalent exchange, and definitely not order. It is giving, selfless giving. It is the kind of shining human spirit that asks for nothing in return, coming from the heart. A sudden clarity, like lightning, split open all the fog in Ruan Xinglu's mind. She understood. She was no longer confused, no longer passive. The light in her eyes reignited, more brilliant than ever before. Thank you, Zhou Yan. I know what to do. Before her words fell, she had already turned and rushed back to the Long Shield Bureau command center as fast as she could. She stood at the very center of the command platform, ignoring everyone's astonished gazes, and for the first time, opened her highest authority as the National Fortune Agent. Her voice, through the National Fortune spiritual realm, clearly conveyed to every sealed divine will. Gather all the sealed gods, and hold the first meeting in the Huaxia spiritual realm. Heavenly Court Assembly. In the Huaxia spiritual realm. A void space constructed by national fortune and belief. Over 20 figures appeared here. There was the Road and Bridge God, who controlled traffic, the Code Celestial Master, who protected the network territory, and the recently defeated, Dimming, Delivery God. They were the first batch of gods in Huaxia, yet all wore expressions of confusion and anxiety. Ruan Xinglu's figure gathered in front of them. She looked around at the gods, not discussing how to fight, nor analyzing the enemies, but directly announced a plan that shocked all the gods. Everyone, we've been thinking wrong all along. We do not oppose greed. Her voice was firm. What we need to do is create its opposite, giving, and merit. Under the confused gazes of the gods, Ruan Xinglu opened her arms, her will instantly covering the entire country through the Huaxia spiritual realm. She issued a divine decree to all citizens. I, Ruan Xinglu, officially announced the merit system today. From now on, all citizens' voluntary contributions, charitable acts, and mutual assistance, all altruistic actions, will be quantified by the system as merit points. Those with more merit points will receive blessings from the national fortune, bringing fortune to themselves and protecting their families. The capital demon lord entices hearts with the magic of capital. So today, I call upon all citizens to use a shining human spirit to resist this magic of capital. Ruan Xinglua's voice echoed through the Huaxia spiritual realm, resonating in the hearts of every new god. Inside the spiritual realm, there was a dead silence. The defeated, deliverance god, with a dim divine body, was the first to voice doubt. His voice was weak and confused. National Fortune Agent, is this useful? We failed in direct confrontation. How can this ethereal thing counter the greedy desire of the gold-obsessed demon lord that devours everything? The Bridge and Road god, who controlled transportation, also echoed, his body surrounded by the aura of steel and order, yet now filled with uncertainty. The demon lord's power comes from the most direct desires of human nature. And sacrifice, this tests human nature too much, it is almost anti-human. Can mere mortals really achieve this? It's simply an absurd fantasy. A loud shout exploded from the Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center's meeting room in reality. Jinhao slammed the table, his eyes bloodshot, staring fiercely at Ruan Xinglua's calm face on the screen. Nonsense. It's utter nonsense. He pointed at the screen, shouting angrily at the old general beside him. Old general. Do you see this? Is this her solution? To do charity fundraising on the battlefield? The followers of the gold-obsessed demon lord are already armed to the teeth. Our elite soldiers are still bleeding. Yet she is here discussing merit and sacrifice? This is the greatest insult to the frontline warriors. A combat staff officer couldn't help but say softly, Director Qin, this indeed is too idealistic. It's like children playing house. Use love to impress the enemy? This is a plot even third-rate TV dramas wouldn't dare to film. In the command center, a glimmer of hope ignited by Ruan Xinglua's decisiveness was instantly replaced by heavier doubt and despair. The live broadcast on global media quickly displayed new headlines. BBC, Huaxia's final plan? A utopian and naive fantasy. CNN, from divine warfare to moral preaching, the Eastern giant has run out of tricks. Sakura News, an incomprehensible strategy, Huaxia seems to have given up substantial resistance. Mockery surged like a tide, crashing against every person in the Dragon Shield Bureau command center. Xinhao took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger, and made one last decision. Stop this ridiculous merit system promotion. All combat units, attention. Prepare to initiate the highest-level military purge plan. Target, the financial center of the Demon City. At all costs, physically eliminate the gold-obsessed Demon Lord. I, Xinhao, will take full responsibility. After the order was given, no one in the meeting responded. Everyone's gaze was drawn to a suddenly enlarged real-time surveillance screen. Demon City, Huangpu River Bridge. A middle-aged man stood at the edge of the bridge railing, with the river wind causing his thin clothes to billow. His name was Wang Dashan, an ordinary migrant worker. Half an hour ago, he had invested all his savings in the Turnstone to Gold app. That was the money he saved to build a house back home, his son's tuition, and his wife's medical expenses. Now, everything had turned into a glaring zero. Despair engulfed him like the cold river water. He reached into his pocket, finding only a crumpled 10-yuan bill. This was what he promised to buy a new lollipop for his daughter far away at home. Ha! Wang Dashan chuckled self-deprecatingly, tears mingling with the bitter river wind, flowing down his weathered face. What was the meaning of living anymore? He trembled, ready to climb over the railing and leap down. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a huddled figure under the bridge. It was a ragged homeless man, trembling from the biting autumn wind, his lips purple, and his gaze hollow. Wang Dashan froze. He remembered the merit system he just heard about on the giant screen by the roadside, which everyone considered a joke. Selfless sacrifice, quantified into merit points. Bullshit. Wang Dashan cursed softly. What time is it now, still believing in this? But he looked at the 10-yuan bill in his hand. This money couldn't buy his house, couldn't save his wife's illness, and wasn't even enough for a ticket home. For him, it had become meaningless. But for that homeless man, perhaps it was a bowl of hot soup that could save his life. By some strange twist of fate, Wang Dashan stepped down from the bridge railing and approached the homeless man, shoving the wrinkled 10-yuan into his cold hand. Take it. Wang Dashan's voice was hoarse, as if it had been rubbed with sandpaper. Go, buy something warm to eat. After saying this, he turned around, ready to walk back towards the river that could end it all. He did not expect any reward, this was simply the last insignificant act of kindness in his life. However, just at the moment he turned around, a faint but incredibly pure golden halo quietly appeared above his head. Alarm! Alarm! High-energy spiritual reaction detected over the Huangpu River Bridge. Not demonic energy. Not divine power. In the Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center, a data analyst's scream shattered the silence. Xinhao suddenly looked up, staring intently at the screen. Zoom in. Magnify. The drone's camera swiftly zoomed in, clearly capturing the soft golden halo above Wang Dashan's head. The light was not the dark gold of the avaricious demon lord, filled with greed and ominousness. Nor was it the bright yellow of the takeout god, carrying order and rules. It was warm, pure, like the sun being born, carrying a power that touched the heart directly. Under the halo, Wang Dashan felt a warm current rush through his body from the top of his head, instantly spreading to his limbs and bones. He instinctively stretched. Crack! A light sound came from his lumbar spine. The lumbar strain that had troubled him for over a decade, sore enough to keep him from standing up on rainy days, no longer hurt. He was astonished and twisted his waist, then stomped his feet forcefully. The deep-seated soreness vanished without a trace. His mind was clearer than ever. His body was lighter than ever. This is... Wang Dashan incredulously touched his lower back, completely stunned. The homeless man under the bridge also stared in disbelief, looking at the 10-yuan in his hand, then at the golden halo above Wang Dashan, and with a thud, he knelt down. A miracle. Inside the command center, there was a deathly silence. Xinhao's mouth slightly opened, his eyes filled with shock that overturned comprehension. The old general's turbid eyes sparkled with a light never seen before. He pushed aside the guard next to him and rushed to the command desk, using all his strength to roar. Cut off all international media signals. Broadcast this image to all channels in the country. Live. Now. Immediately. A few seconds later. All screens in China, TVs, computers, and mobile phones cut off foreign news criticizing China in an instant. Replaced by Wang Dashan standing on the Huangpu River Bridge, looking dazed yet bathed in a golden halo. The internet, after a 3-second silence, exploded completely. Wow! It's real! The merit system is real. A world where good people are rewarded. I'm crying. I really saw it. Quick! Help the old lady cross the street. If you're late, the merit points will be snatched away. A small spark ignited instantly. More and more people began to try. On the bus, a young man voluntarily gave his seat to a pregnant woman, and above his head, a faint flicker of firefly light appeared. In the hospital, a girl selflessly donated her rare panda blood to an emergency patient, and a visible soft halo appeared above her head. Small acts of kindness began to bloom in every corner of the great land of China. 1 point, 2 points, 10 points, 10,000 points. Countless weak golden lights began to light up across the map of China, gathering into streams, flowing into the sea. And the one who truly pushed this movement to a climax is a report from the Concord Hospital. A girl named Lin Wei is suffering from a terminal illness, with only a few days left to live. When she saw Wang Dashan's miracle, she did not ask for merit to heal herself. She simply smiled, pulled out her 4-line, and, accompanied by her family, went to the city's largest stray animal shelter. Chapter 215, New Deity, Stand Up. With her last bit of strength, she cleaned the dirty cages, fed the stray cats, and embraced the abandoned dogs. The light of her virtue was not a faint glow, nor a gentle halo. Instead, it was a warm and brilliant golden crown, like a compassionate bodhisattva, so radiant that it made all the little animals in the shelter quiet down, gently snuggling beside her. That night, Lin Wei peacefully passed away in her sleep, with a satisfied smile on her face. Her story was named Life Was Not Saved, but it was fulfilled, and it spread across the internet. Countless people wept uncontrollably. People finally understood that the meaning of merit lies not in transactional demands, but in the devotion itself, which brings inner peace and nobility. A nationwide doing good and accumulating virtue movement exploded enthusiastically with the tacit approval of the authorities and the spontaneous participation of the public. In the Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center, Qin Hao stared blankly at the national map. The red dots representing the followers of the materialistic Demon King were being continuously compressed, surrounded, and purified by emerging golden points of light. His armed suppression plan became a huge joke. Reports from the front line were even more astonishing to him. Report to Director Qin. The mob outside the C District Bank is surrounded by a group of ants. The ants are holding eggs in hot buns, telling them you must have a conscience to be human. Report. The devotees in the East District Square have given up resistance. They said a little student who brought them water had a glowing head, and their worldview collapsed. Qin Hao tightly clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. His harsh crackdown was trapped in an unprecedented deadlock, appearing absurdly brutal and ridiculous. This silent slap hit him so hard that even his soul trembled. In Yanjing, in prison, Ying Tiancheng stared intently at the vast golden ocean on the TV screen, the expression of always having the upper hand cracked for the first time. Everyone can do good. Everyone can become a saint. He murmured, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. No. This is impossible. A rabble, how could they possess such terrifying power? Human nature must be controlled by the elite. His theory of control faction appeared so selfish, small, and vulnerable in the face of the overwhelming tide of everyone can do good. And at this moment, at the White House press conference, the spokesperson who had been mocking Huaxia earlier was now stammering at the teleprompter, his face pale. We are witnessing a sociological miracle. It seems that Huaxia has transformed a moral force into a measurable, tangible power. This cohesion, this collective will, is simply terrifying. The mockery had long disappeared, replaced by deep shock and incomprehensible fear. In the Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center, Wan Xinghua stood in front of a large electronic map, billions of golden points of light converging into a dazzling galaxy in her clear eyes. Those golden spots were visibly gathering from all over the country towards the direction of the Demon City. Their target was directly aimed at the financial center shrouded in dark golden demonic thoughts. At that moment, the enormous dark golden point representing the core of the materialistic Demon King on the map suddenly began to flicker violently. A roar that seemed to come from the depths of the abyss echoed through the demonic thoughts, shaking the entire command center. Devotion? Merit? A group of ants' self-delusion. Do you think this flicker of firelight? Can I challenge the sun of desire that devours everything? I will make you witness it. The so-called brilliance of human nature is how it is completely crushed by money. Before the words fell, the black sun formed by greed suddenly shrank above the financial center of the Magic City. In the next second, a wave of dark golden demonic energy, 10 times stronger than before, erupted violently. The golden ocean of merit that had just gathered and was about to counterattack was forcefully stopped. This overwhelming demonic force was like an invisible wall, firmly blocking the advance of the golden ocean of merit. The dark golden demonic energy clashed violently with the pure golden light of virtue above the magic city, producing silent howls. The entire Chinese population watched this heart-pounding scene through live broadcasts. The hope that had just ignited seemed to be swallowed by this deeper darkness. Do you see it? Ants! The mocking laughter of the materialistic demon lord echoed in everyone's hearts, filled with contempt and derision. Your kindness, your dedication, is worthless in the face of absolute desire. This is reality. In the Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center, Qin Hao's shocked heart was once again gripped by cold despair. He murmured to himself, is it, really, not enough? In the live broadcast of global media, the hosts who had just fallen into shock quickly found new words. BBC, the miracle has come to an end. The empty moral force cannot resist the true extraordinary. CNN, it has been proven that the power of money is still the most solid rule in this world. At this moment, Ruan Xinglua, who had been standing silently in front of the electronic map, moved. She slowly raised her hand. In her hand, the ancient list of deities was radiating an unprecedented light. No, it is not enough. Her voice clearly conveyed through the spiritual realm to every deity, echoing in the command center. It still lacks a name, a body to carry it. Billions of good thoughts gathering here deserve a name. I, the agent of national fortune, Ruan Xinglua, used the list of deities as a guide, with myself as the beacon. Her fair fingers wrote a brand new divine name in the air on the list of deities. We command. Gather the goodness of thousands of homes, condense the wishes of all beings. A new deity shall rise. Boom! It was as if the sound of a great bell rang out at the beginning of the universe, exploding in the depths of every soul. Across the country, those countless golden lights that had just lit up seemed to receive the final command at this moment. They were no longer scattered fireflies but transformed into torrents of golden light, tearing through the sky, rushing towards the list of deities in Ruan Xinglua's hand at a speed beyond time and space. The list of deities shines throughout the land. The once stopped golden ocean of merit, at this moment, was no longer a confused gathering but gained its own core and will. It began to spin, shrink, and coalesce. Under the astonished gaze of the materialistic demon lord, and the horrified attention of the whole world. Above the sky covered by demonic energy in the financial center of the magic city, a new divine shadow began to slowly take shape. It had no fixed face. Or rather, it had billions of faces. That was the honest face of the migrant worker Wang Dashan. That was the satisfied smile of the girl with a terminal illness Lin Wei. That was the young person giving up their seat, the volunteer donating blood, and every ordinary person who hugs stray cats and dogs. Thousands upon thousands of good thoughts, thousands upon thousands of faces, converged into a blurry, warm, yet immensely grand and solemn deity. The Buddhas of thousands of homes, the deity of meritorious will. The new deity was officially born. Playing God. The materialistic demon lord snapped back from the initial shock, replaced by boundless rage. A patchwork monster without a fixed form dares to claim to be a god? Shatter it for me. He unleashed all his demonic power, and the greedy black sun spewed out a dark golden river composed of countless gold bars, diamonds, and banknote illusions. Roaring, it charged towards the newly born merit and wish power venerable. This is the embodiment of desire. It is the source of greed that can pollute the gods and corrode the soul. The delivery god fell under this move. However, merit and wish power venerable simply floated quietly. Kay reached out a vague palm made of light. Gently, it pressed down. There was no earth-shattering explosion. No world-destroying impact. That dark gold river capable of swallowing gods, upon touching that light hand, instantly boiled like snow splashed with hot soup. Hiss. The dark golden magical aura was instantly purified, evaporated. The illusory images of gold bars, diamonds, and cash, transformed into the purest energy in the pure golden light of merit, which in turn merged into the body of merit and wish power venerable, solidifying Kay's shadow even more. What? The materialistic demon lord screamed in disbelief, as if struck by lightning. This is impossible. My greed demon corruption. Why is it ineffective? In the command center, the old general with white hair burst with brilliant light in his murky eyes as he slammed his fist on the table and shouted excitedly. I understand. I understand. Qin Hao suddenly turned around. Old general. What happened? It's the rules. It's the restraint of divine authority. The old general pointed at the screen, his voice trembling with excitement. The power of the materialistic demon lord is essentially taking. It is unlimited possession and plundering. And this new god, this merit wish power venerable, Kay's power is essentially giving. It is selfless dedication. On the level of rules. This is an absolute natural enemy. A perfect restraint. Before his words fell, the scene on the battlefield perfectly confirmed his judgment. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The materialistic demon lord fell into madness, turning all his magical energy into countless dark golden arrows, shooting towards the new god from all directions. Each attack contained the greedy concept of making the opponent bankrupt and making the opponent submit. But merit and wish power venerable, surrounded by a golden halo made of millions of faces, nearly flowed gently. All the magical arrows shooting into the halo were instantaneously purified and dissolved. The more the materialistic demon lord attacked, the faster his own power was purified. He was like a madman trying to extinguish the sun with darkness. Each attack only added fuel to the sun. Why? Why? The materialistic demon lord's power started to decline rapidly, the black sun above his head was visibly dimming. And what terrified him even more started to happen. On the streets of the demon city, those holding weapons, with bloodshot eyes, shouting money is supreme, the materialistic cultists, under the warm yet non-blinding golden light of merit and wish power venerable, shuddered suddenly. The madness in their eyes began to fade, replaced by confusion, bewilderment, and finally, endless regret. What was I doing just now? A young man holding a steel pipe looked at the shop he had destroyed and the special forces lying in a pool of blood, his hand went soft, and the steel pipe fell to the ground with a clatter. I attacked the people who protect us for some illusory numbers? My money, that is my mother's life-saving money. How could I? I'm sorry. My wife. Dad. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Thud. Thud. Thousands of materialistic cultists in the streets of the demon city fell to their knees, discarding their weapons, holding their heads, and weeping bitterly. That heart-wrenching cry was not due to a collapse of belief, but because conscience returned. In the command center, Shinhao stared blankly at the scenes on the screen. Those unruly mobs that had put his elite special forces at a loss, fearless of death, were now like a group of children who had done something wrong, kneeling on the ground, crying their hearts out. His forceful crackdown plan seemed so pale and laughable at that moment. This silent slap to the face made him dizzy. Yanjing, prison. The face of Ying Tianchang, who always had a handle on things, was the first time the emotion called fear emerged. He clutched the iron railing tightly, his knuckles turning white. Purification. Enlightenment. Not relying on the control of elites, not on the guidance of power, but on the spontaneous goodwill of the mob? This overturns the foundation. China, what kind of monster have you created? His theories, his pride, were shattered in this moment. Finally. In the sky, the billions of faces of the virtuous will all open their eyes at the same time. They all looked towards the black sun that had become almost completely dim. There were no words. Only the purest, grandest, will of devotion from billions of people. No. The gold-loving demon lord let out one last desperate wail. In the next second, the shadow of virtuous will completely merged into that black sun. No explosion, no destruction. Only purification. That evil being, gathered from greed, was completely disassembled, reshaped, and transformed by the golden light of virtue from within. In the end, it transformed into a warm, pure golden orb of light, quietly hovering over the magic city. In the command center of the Dragon Shield Bureau, a voice sounded. Report. All accounts of the original point stone into gold app that were zeroed are being restored. No. Wait. All the purified magical power has been converted into real, tangible funds by the virtuous will. It is automatically establishing an account called Huaxia National Charitable and Post-Disaster Reconstruction Foundation. The amount inside. Oh my god, enough to compensate for all the losses from this financial tsunami, and still plenty to spare. The whole place fell silent. On the rooftop of the Magic City's financial center, Jin Shichang went weak all over and collapsed to the ground. All the dark golden patterns on him faded away, and the aura of the demon lord vanished without a trace, turning back into the financial swindler wearing gold-rimmed glasses, a refined scoundrel. He was brought back to being immortal. Several special forces members descended from above, cold handcuffs locking around his wrists. Jin Shichang, you are formally arrested for suspected subverting national financial security, organizing a cult, inciting riots, and other charges. The crisis was resolved. The people of Huaxia erupted into thunderous cheers after a brief silence. Countless people took to the streets, hugging and weeping. In the command center, Shinhao slowly relaxed his clenched, white-knuckled fist, deeply exhaling a breath of turbid air, feeling drenched in cold sweat. He did not look at the screen showing the celebration of the people. His gaze passed through numerous equipment and crowds, firmly settling on the girl who remained incredibly calm throughout. This girl, whom he had angrily scolded as nonsense and naive, had saved Huaxia in a way he could not understand, even overturning his lifelong cognition. Shinhao's lips moved, wanting to say something, but found his throat was extremely dry. 1,000 words eventually turned into a hoarse inquiry that came from the depths of his soul. This is what you call the human heart? Faced with Qin Hao's hoarse and shocking question, Wan Xinglua just quietly looked at him, her clear eyes reflecting the gradually calming golden sea on the screen. The human heart can be hell. She paused, her voice gentle but carrying an undeniable strength. It can also be a divine kingdom. Qin Hao's body trembled, slowly closing his eyes, with exhaustion and confusion on his face. He had lost. Not to the gold-loving demon lord, but to the most unpredictable thing he had always tried to control with order. 3 days later, in a quiet apartment in the Magic City. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, covering the wooden floor, with a faint tea fragrance lingering in the air. Zhou Yan leaned on the sofa, lazily watching TV. Ruan Xinglua sat beside him, carefully peeling an apple for him. On the TV news, it was broadcasted the new social landscape after the virtuous system went online. This station's reporter reports. Since the Wang Dashan miracle and Linwei incident, the moral climate of our country has shown a significant improvement. According to incomplete statistics, within 3 days, the amount of blood donated across the country increased by 300%, the rate of giving up seats on public transportation nearly reached 100%, and the number of heroic acts rose 7-fold compared to last year. On the screen, a young student was helping a blind person cross the street, a faint halo blowing above his head, a delivery worker rushed into a fire scene to save people, and the golden light above him seemed almost tangible. Throughout Huaxia, it was as if overnight, the country had entered an ideal realm where no one picked up lost items, and doors remained unlocked at night. Ruan Xinglua watched the television, a look of satisfaction spreading across her face. It seems we did the right thing. Zhou Yan took the apple she handed him, taking a crisp bite. He looked at the screen, but his expression was not as optimistic as Ruan Xinglua's, instead, it bore a hint of deep scrutiny. Xinglua, the birth of the merit-will deity proves that giving can purify greed. But Zhou Yan's tone shifted, his gaze sharpening. It cannot purify ignorance, nor can it identify hypocrisy. Ruan Xinglua's hand paused in peeling the apple, and she looked up at him, a bit confused. What do you mean? Zhou Yan did not answer immediately, instead, he used the remote to switch to another channel. As the scene changed, it came to a live broadcast room that was beautifully and elegantly decorated. A young girl, dressed in a white long dress, exuding a pure aura like a lily, was facing the camera with tears in her eyes, her voice choked. She was Su Rui, currently the most sought-after internet celebrity in the spiritual realm of Huaxia, revered by countless fans as the saintess of the spiritual realm. Dear family and friends, seeing our society become so beautiful, Su Rui is really touched. Above her head floated a bright yet gentle halo of merit, making her look like a descended fairy. But it's not enough. Our strength is still not enough. Su Rui's tone suddenly became passionate. While we enjoy peace, how many children in the mountains still go hungry? How many elderly people are left without support? Today, Su Rui is here to launch the 10,000 Good Deeds live broadcast. I pray to all capable entrepreneurs, all kind wealthy individuals, to extend your helping hands. Her gaze seemed to penetrate the screen, looking straight into people's hearts. First, I want to implore General Li of Tianhua Group. General Li, your company made a profit of 300 billion last year. If you donate just 1% of your wealth, you can ensure 10,000 children have books to read. The whole nation is watching you, and the merit deity is watching you too. The comments in the live room exploded in an instant. Support the saintess. Tianhua Group, hurry and donate. General Li, if you don't donate, you are heartless. Your merit points will surely turn black. This is a great opportunity to do good. General Li, what are you waiting for? Yes. Donate. You must donate. Ruan Xinglua's brows gradually furrowed. This is forced donation. No, Zhou Yan shook his head, correcting her, this is called merit kidnapping. He pointed at Su Rui on the screen, whose halo of merit was growing more dazzling from the support of countless people. You see, in the judgment of the merit system, her actions are considered encouraging good deeds, which is itself a form of merit. The public's response further enhances her goodness. As for General Li, if he refuses, he will be subconsciously defined as not good by the public, thus damaging his own merit. This. Ruan Xinglua was momentarily speechless. Goodwill is becoming a new weapon, a new kind of hard currency. Zhou Yan's tone turned cold, and the gods cannot see through the human heart. Just as he finished speaking, inside the Long Shield Bureau's command center, a technician responsible for monitoring the energy fluctuations of the gods reported an alarm. Report. The Demon City Commercial Order monitoring deity has experienced abnormal fluctuations of power. Report. The 10,000 family living Buddha merit-will deity has shown a trace of unresolvable impurities in its merit light. The energy source. The Great Virtue Ceremony live stream pointing to the internet celebrity Su Rui. The technician anxiously reported, Tianhua Group just announced a donation of 300 million. The divine system deems this a good deed, giving it merit feedback. However, the source driving this act of kindness carries an impure intention. The system cannot determine its good or evil. The first bug of the divine system appeared. Meanwhile, in a marginalized office, Shinhao looked blankly at the computer screen, where Su Rui's livestream was being broadcast. His desk was piled high with case files of various bizarre incidents that occurred across the country since the merit system went online. Some deliberately pushed people into the water just to save them for merit points. Others, in the name of doing good, forcibly cleaned for others, only to break someone's ancestral antiques. Chapter 218, What does Gray represent? Ignorance and fanaticism were quietly breeding beneath the guise of kindness. And Su Rui undoubtedly was the top player among them. She precisely grasped the weaknesses of human nature and the loopholes of divine authority. Shinhao did not rage as before, nor did he report it. He simply silently opened an encrypted document, categorizing and documenting every frame of Su Rui's livestream, every comment, and every successful case of merit kidnapping. In the end, at the top of the document, he typed a cold title: On the necessity of divine authority supervision and analysis of potential risks. His era might not be over yet. In the livestream, Su Rui's Great Virtue Ceremony was reaching its climax. After successfully persuading more than a dozen companies, she aimed her final target at today's richest man in Huaxia, Ma Yunshan. Mr. Ma. Su Rui's expression became incredibly sincere, she even slightly bowed to the camera. You are a legend of this era, an idol for countless young people. Your wealth has long surpassed the scope of money, it represents a responsibility. Now, Huaxia needs you. The people need you. Please, for the peace of all generations, set an example for all beings. I, Su Rui, beseech you to donate 10 billion to establish the National Medical Guarantee Fund, so that there will be no person left impoverished due to illness. Hiss. Inside and outside the livestream, countless people gasped in shock. 10 billion. This was no longer a suggestion, this was a flesh-cutting demand. Everyone's gaze focused on the small window linked to the livestream, Ma Yunshan's astonished face infinitely magnified. He could feel the invisible pressure weighing down on him like a mountain in sea. If he refused, his company's stock would crash the next day, and his lifetime of reputation would be ruined in an instant. If he agreed, it would mean tearing off a large chunk of his flesh. A tear of compassion slipped from the corner of Su Rui's eye, and the halo of merit above her head shone to perfection under the pressure of billions of viewers. Mr. Ma, please, fulfill this timeless act of kindness. Silence. A death-like silence. After a full minute, Ma Yunshan seemed to age 10 years in an instant, he wearily spoke. I will donate. Boom. The entire internet erupted. In Su Rui's livestream, the gifts poured like a tsunami, flooding the screen. And above her head, the golden light of merit almost condensed into a tangible crown. Even high in the sky, the newly born universal bodhisattva of merit and aspiration cast a blurred shadow, descending a stream of blessed golden light, enveloping Su Rui. The divine personally crowned her. In this moment, Su Rui resembled a true savior, shining brightly. However, in a corner unnoticed. In a dim room, Su Rui's assistant calmly stared at her phone. On the phone screen, a bank deposit notification quietly popped up. Your account ending in 6688 received a deposit at 2215, 100 million renminbi. Summary, Tianyun Charity Fund Transfer. 100 million. Not more, not less, exactly 1% of that 10 billion donation. The assistant's lips curled into a cold arc. On the other side, Su Rui, who had just finished the live broadcast of the 10,000 Virtues ceremony, was enjoying the worship of the entire internet. Her fan count had surged to over 300 million overnight. The title of Saintess of the Spirit Realm had been pushed to the top of various platforms' trending lists, followed by a bold red explosion word. Having tasted the sweetness of using goodwill to pry open 100 billion wealth, Su Rui's ambition exploded like a flame doused in gasoline. Just one day later, she launched a brand new live streaming format. No longer soliciting donations, but instead judgment of virtue. Dear family, today, we are going to judge a wicked person. In the live streaming room, Su Rui, dressed in a white dress, remained sacred, but there was a hint of undeniable authority in her brows. On the large screen behind her appeared a photo of a middle-aged man and the information of the company he owned. Hongdao Real Estate, Wang Jianhong. This person has cut corners in his building projects, causing numerous homeowners to have no way to protect their rights. Every penny he earns is stained with the blood and tears of the people. Such a person does not deserve wealth. Even less does he deserve virtue. Su Rui's voice was powerful, the halo of virtue above her head shone brightly, transforming into a sort of judgment. Here, in the name of the goodwill of the people, I judge Wang Jianhong for his lack of virtue. Please, all righteous family members, join me in stripping him of his unjust wealth. Purify the source of his evil. Her words fell like a nuclear bomb. The bullet screen went completely wild. Judge him. Judge him. The saintess is right. Such a cold-hearted businessman should go bankrupt. I'm going to scold him on his company's official blog. Let him experience social death. Boycott Honga real estate. Let him not sell a single brick. Charge. Brothers. Let him see the power of the people. Countless thoughts converged through the internet, forming a massive torrent of curses directed at the man named Wang Jianhong. In the command center of the Dragon Shield Bureau, alarms once again shattered the calm. Report. A large-scale online violence event has been detected, targeting Wang Jianhong, the chairman of Honga Real Estate. Report. Wang Jianhong's personal virtue points are vanishing at a rate of over 10,000 points per second, turning black. Report. The divine power fluctuation of 10,000 family living Buddha's virtuous will respect is again abnormal. K is absorbing the resentment generated by the judgment. The divine body is showing gray patches. On the screen, the originally pure golden divine phantom had, at some point, been tainted by a layer of eerie gray on its left half. Gold represents virtue, what does gray represent? Ruan Xinglua stared intensely at the screen, her heart growing colder by the moment. She understood. Su Rue was using the virtue system to carry out a private punishment. She incited her followers to attack those so-called evil people, who believed they were doing good, thus generating virtue and bestowing it onto Su Rue. Meanwhile, the attacked, in their despair of bankruptcy and social death, would produce overwhelming resentment and hatred. This resentment was not deemed evil by the system, instead, it was considered nourishment by the virtuous will respect. Virtue and resentment, goodwill and malice, two completely opposing forces were, through Su Rue as a transit point, forming a strange energy loop, simultaneously nurturing that new deity. She must be stopped. Ruan Xinglua's voice was soft, but contained undeniable resolution. She could not continue to watch the system she had personally built turn into a breeding ground for monsters. She now glanced at her, said nothing, but silently placed a freshly printed investigation report, stating insufficient evidence for Wang Jianhong's business crimes, in front of her. Ruan Xinglua didn't look at the report, she stood up directly and walked out. I'm going to see her. Chapter 219, Protect the Saintess. In the Magic City, at Tangchenipin, on the top-floor duplex. This was Su Rue's home, a luxurious palace overlooking the entire Huangpu River. When Ruan Xinglua stood in front of this heavy wooden door with gold trim, her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She could not connect this place with that saint who shed tears for the children in the mountains during the livestream. The door opened silently. The one who opened the door was not Su Rue, nor the assistant, but a man dressed in a well-tailored tailcoat, wearing gold wire glasses, elegant and cultured, making Ruan Xinglua's pupils suddenly constrict. Ing Tianchang. The man who should have been sentenced to life imprisonment for illegal research on the bazaar, locked away in the deepest dungeon of the Dragon Shield Bureau. How could he be here? Miss Ruan, I hope you are well. Ing Tianchang smiled, gesturing as if he were the host of this place. Or should I call you, the great lord of national fortune? His tone carried a hint of playful mockery. Ruan Xinglua stepped in, her cold gaze sweeping across the living room, where Su Rue sat like a gentle cat, respectfully serving tea to Ing Tianchang on the sofa. Ing Tianchang, you escaped from prison? Ruan Xinglua's voice was icy cold. No. Ing Tianchang shook his finger, adjusting his glasses. Let's be accurate with our wording. I was released early because I provided the country with a new way to manage extraordinary powers, earning my redemption. He picked up the teacup and gently blew on it. Do you know, Miss Ruan? I used to think about how to harness those bizarre things, to control those unspeakable powers, but I was wrong. He raised his head, his eyes behind the lenses sparkling with a kind of almost mad wisdom. I was unbelievably wrong. Bizarre things are chaotic, they are disorderly, but the human heart is the easiest to predict. Greed, jealousy, vanity, ignorance, and... He looked at Ruan Xinglua, the corners of his mouth curling up. And that self-righteous goodness. Why should I go far to control those monsters? To control the human heart is to control everything, isn't it? Ing Tianchang stood up, opening his arms like a preacher preaching doctrine. What I want to do is not to harness the bizarre, but to become the god above all humanity. Is Su Rue your person? Is all of this your plan? Ruan Xinglua frowned, asking. Plan? No, I am just a mentor. Ing Tianchang enjoyed Ruan Xinglua's shocked expression, smiling with satisfaction. I taught Su Rue, this talented student, how to use good to gather merit, and then use judgment to nurture resentment. Light and dark, good and evil, merit and hatred. When these two extreme forces converge in a divine being, what kind of great existence do you think will be born? Madman. A complete madman. Ruan Xinglua no longer hesitated, the power of national fortune instantly gathering in her palm. In the name of the great lord of national fortune, now, I will. Don't rush, Sister Xingluo. The always silent Su Rui suddenly looked up, an innocent smile on her face. She raised her phone, the screen lit up. Global livestream has already begun. On the screen, Yuan Xingluo's face full of murderous intent, gathering energy in her palm, ready to strike at the fragile and helpless Su Rui. The title of the livestream was exceedingly eye-catching: The Saint of the Spirit Realm is Persecuted. The great lord of national fortune wants to strangle good acts. Su Rui slowly stood up, walked in front of Yuan Xingluo, her face instantly brimming with tears, her voice filled with sorrow and grievance, spreading throughout the world via the phone. Sister Xingluo, what did I do wrong? I made the rich donate to help the poor, was that wrong? I judged those bad people to eliminate harm for the people, was that wrong? I just want to make this country better, to let the light of merit shine on every inch of land, is that also wrong? She took a step forward, her tear-filled eyes staring directly at Yuan Xingluo, a deafening question escaping her lips. I am doing good, I am gathering merit for the country, how dare you stop me? Is it? Her voice suddenly rose, echoing through the sky. Are you going to be against the goodwill of the entire nation? In an instant, the bullet screen of the Huaxia livestream room saw a massive wave of doubts and insults directed at Yuan Xingluo for the first time. What does Yuan Xingluo want to do? Is she going to make a move against the Saintess? I felt something was off with her for a long time. Why does she get to represent the national fortune? Jealousy. She's just jealous of Su Rui. Jealous that Su Rui is more beloved than her. Is the government trying to suppress grassroots charities? This is such an ugly show. Stopping the Saintess from doing good is declaring war on all of us. Yuan Xingluo, get out of Magic City. At the same time, the live broadcasts from major overseas media filled with schadenfreude headlines. Huaxia Divine Civil War, a struggle of faith between old and new forces. Shocking. The savior of Huaxia faces a crisis of faith and may be abandoned by the people. With the fervent support of billions of believers, the halo of merit above Su Rui shone brightly. Above the 9 heavens, the clouds changed color. The phantom of the merit will power actually was forcibly summoned down by this massive intent. Boom! The divine phantom appeared above Tangchenipin, blocking the sun. But this time, the form was incredibly bizarre. The left half was a golden Buddha of universal salvation. The right half was a great demon god, entwined with endless grievances. Half divine, half fallen. Just as Yuan Xingluo was about to take them down, the divine being moved. The great demon god half slowly raised its hand, a barrier made of pure resentment instantly appeared between Yuan Xingluo and Su Rui. God is protecting Su Rui. No, it's protecting the creation of Ying Tianchang. At the same time, the goodwill from millions of fans in the live chat turned into invisible shackles that bonded tightly around Yuan Xingluo, rendering her immobile. She was attacked by the goodwill she advocated for. She was obstructed by the divinity she created. At this moment, Yuan Xingluo stood in the luxurious living room, facing the confident smile of Ying Tianchang, and Su Rui's hypocritical tears. Behind her were the eerie divine and demonic entity, and in her ears were the doubts and curses from the people of the nation. At a standstill. Surrounded by enemies. She could feel that every second, countless doubts and malice from the public stabbed her spirit like steel needles. This is a blatant scheme. Open and just, yet extremely insidious. Ying Tianchang handed the banner of good to Su Rui, placing her at the moral high ground. At this moment, any harsh action against Su Rui was equivalent to opposing good, and battling with 300 million believers across the nation. Chapter 220, The Truth Revealed. This isn't just about capturing 2 criminals, it could shake the foundation of the entire merit system, and even cause the newly established urban deification plan to collapse completely. Ying Tianchang admired the struggle on Yuan Xingluo's face, his eyes behind the lenses twinkling with the light of certainty. He smiled, his voice low but clearly audible to everyone. Miss Yuan, do you see? This is the human heart. They don't care about the truth, they only wish to believe what they want to believe. They believe Su Rui is the saintess, and you are the demon trying to crush goodness. Su Rui also wiped the tears from her face, the corner of her mouth curling into a victorious arc as she chimed in, Sister Xingluo, it's not too late to back down now. I can overlook the past and even let you become an honorary council member of my great compilation of goodness. Yuan Xingluo's nails almost sunk into her palm. The power of national fortune surged within her, but was tightly suppressed by the will of billions. For the first time, she felt such profound helplessness. Just as her mind was about to falter, a steady and familiar voice sounded in her mind like the resonation of a morning bell. It was the Commander Zhou Yan, who had always remained at the back. Xingluo. Merit has limits, and human hearts have measures. What you whip is the divine, what you judge is the heart. What is that whip in your hand meant to beat? Boom! Like a thunderclap. Yuan Xingluo's tense body suddenly relaxed. Indeed. She had fallen into a misunderstanding. She was always thinking about how to punish Ying Tiancheng and Su Ruei, yet she forgot. The root of all their power comes from that polluted god, from that rule that has been manipulated. Since the rule is the problem, then let's fix the rule. Since the divine has been blinded, then let's wake the divine. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, the struggle and anger on Wan Xingluo's face faded away, replaced by deep, calm composure. She no longer looked at the ostentatious Ying Tiancheng, nor did she care about the pretentious Su Ruei. She slowly raised her hand. Buzz. An ancient, rune-covered, dark yellow short whip, seeming to carry the laws of heaven and earth, appeared in her palm. The heavenly law artifact god-slaying whip. What does she want to do? She's insane. Does she still want to make a move? The bullet screen in the live stream exploded in an instant, with countless people angrily cursing her for being stubborn. Ying Tiancheng's smile stiffened for a moment. He didn't expect Wan Xingluo to dare to summon a weapon in such a situation. But he soon relaxed. With divine protection and public favor, what could she do? Su Ruei even puffed out her chest, wearing a look of a martyr, ready to meet the inevitable blow that would be blocked by the divine and demonic barriers. She swung the god-slaying whip. But the target was not Su Ruei, nor Ying Tiancheng. In the shocked eyes of the world, that dark yellow short whip drew a path through the void, carrying supreme authority, and fiercely struck at the shadow of the semi-divine and semi-demonic merit power protecting Su Ruei. She is attacking the divine? At that moment, everyone went mad. Ying Tiancheng's pupils suddenly shrank to pinpoints. No! He sensed something and let out a terrified scream. Bang! A crisp sound, not like a heavy blow, but more like the sound of a decree stamping, echoed through heaven and earth. The god-slaying whip did not harm the divine lord in the slightest. The moment the whip's body touched the divine shadow, it suddenly exploded, turning into a vast and boundless golden divine law, like a flood of code, instantly sweeping through the entire merit system. Heavenly law identifying divine mandate, activated. Merit clearing, tracing source. Good deeds require a good heart, hypocrites are to be stripped. In the next second, everyone across China, and even globally, with merit point accounts, were horrified to find the interface on their phones had undergone earth-shattering changes. The originally singular merit point value was split in two by a golden line. On the left, it showed good deeds, value. On the right, it displayed true heart, evaluation. A typical office worker had the following on their screen. Good deeds, 12 points. True heart, good. A student who just helped an old lady had. Good deeds, 28 points. True heart, pure good. The vast majority of people's true heart evaluations were either good or pure good, and their merit points remained unchanged. The rule was fixed. The truth was revealed. Everyone's gaze instinctively focused through the live stream lens, fixated on the radiant halo above Su Ruei's head that shone like the sun. Under the judgment of the new rules, her data was displayed before the global audience. Good deeds, 999, 999, 999 plus. The value was so high it was blinding, almost overflowing the screen. However, in the adjacent True Heart evaluation section, there were two shocking scarlet words that seemed to be written in blood. True Heart, hypocritical. Extremely evil. Boom. The truth was laid bare for all to see. The entire internet fell silent. Following that came a volcanic eruption-like collapse of faith. Hypocritical. Extremely evil? We were deceived? All her good deeds, yet her heart was actually extremely evil? System announcement, identification result determined, all sources of Su Ruei's merits are impure, classified as hypocritical merits, and will be fully stripped. The moment the words fell, the brilliant golden light of merits above Su Ruei's head, as if a balloon had been popped, was utterly extinguished in an instant. The merit power that protected her, that grey demon half, trembled violently, as if it had lost fuel, and instantly vanished. The golden Buddha half then looked deeply at Wan Xingluo, slowly fading away. The divine protection disappeared. The blood color on Su Ruei's face instantly drained completely. She looked at her hands in disbelief, then glanced at the empty space above her head. No, my virtue, my power. She let out a desperate scream. At this moment, the anger of billions of deceived fans surged back like a tidal wave, fiercer than ever before. Fraud. Su Ruei is an absolute fraud. Return my donations. Return my faith. I actually believed such a malicious woman. Judge her. Judge her with real virtue. Ying Tiancheng. And that man. They are in cahoots. Arrest them. As faith crumbled, a monstrous rage erupted. Ying Tiancheng's face turned pale, the gods and humans' plan he painstakingly built collapsed under this lash. He looked at Wan Xingluo, his eyes no longer calm, filled only with chilling killing intent and confusion. You, how dare you whip a god? Wan Xingluo retracted the divine whip, her expression indifferent. A god is the aggregate of public opinion. Public opinion can be blinded, so gods can be too. Chapter 221. People are tired. She walked step by step toward the now crumpled Su Rui and the pale Ing Tianchang. My whip does not hit people or gods. What I strike is the dirty human heart hidden beneath the rules. The Su Rui incident, after stirring up monstrous waves, settled down in a way that no one had expected. Ing Tianchang and Su Rui were arrested, awaiting dual judgment from the law of the nation and the heavens. The virtue system was revised, becoming more perfect. China seemed to have once again passed the crisis, returning to the right track. However, no one expected. The real crisis was just beginning. 1 week after the incident calmed down. In a certain internet giant in Magic City. Manager Wang, the KPI for the 996 project this month. Don't talk to me about KPIs, I quit. A programmer slammed his badge on the table, the world almost ended a few times, what are we working for? I want to enjoy life. Saying this, he swaggered away. At the same time, in a key high school. Students, the college entrance examination is next month, everyone should. A top student, hailed as a future star, quietly closed the book and stood up. Teacher, I don't want to take the exam anymore. I want to drop out, play some games, travel, and see the world. A similar scene played out wildly across the country. As life became prosperous and the crisis lifted, a strange and extreme lying flat culture spread rapidly throughout Chinese society like a virus. People no longer simply relaxed, instead, they resigned en masse, dropped out of school, and sold their assets. They no longer pursued careers, desired knowledge, or fought for the future. Countless individuals fell into the virtual world, drunkenly indulging in games and short videos, showing no interest in reality. The entire society's productivity and creativity began to stagnate, even visibly regressing. In the highest command center of Long Shield Bureau, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. An intelligence analyst reported the latest data with a dry voice. Report, Commander. In just the past month, the nationwide voluntary resignation rate has surged by 70%. The dropout rate for third-year students has surpassed 30%. What's even more terrifying is. The analyst swallowed hard, saying painfully. According to the latest model simulation from the National Economic Center, if this trend cannot be curtailed, in the next quarter, the total productivity of our society will experience a cliff-like drop. The air seemed to freeze. Ruan Xingluo's face turned unprecedentedly pale. She had just used thunderous means to correct the virtue system and judge the hypocritical Su Rui, thinking it would restore order and bring back the chaotic tide. But she never imagined that toppling one extreme would give rise to another, even more terrifying extreme. Struggle and competition were denied, people did not return to a normal life, but instead jumped directly into complete emptiness and lying flat. This was no longer a crisis. This was the apocalypse. A civilization in self-destruction. Commander. Ruan Xingluo's voice trembled slightly, she looked towards Zhou Yan behind the command platform, hoping this steady force could provide direction. However, Zhou Yan only silently stared at the shocking curves on the big screen, his brows tightly knitted, without a word. At that moment. Alarm! A brand new high-dimensional energy source detected. Energy nature assessment in progress. Non-aggressive, no malice. Determined to be. Bliss? Satisfaction? The energy source is spreading at a geometric rate. The origin cannot be locked. It comes from the inner heart of every individual. Buzz. A gentle, yet resonant sound echoed in every corner of China. It felt as if a warm spring breeze caressed everyone's hearts. All those who were worried about the future, struggling for a living, anxious about KPIs, at that moment, all their troubles were gently smoothed by an invisible hand. A profound sense of comfort and satisfaction arose from the depths of their souls. Striving? Too tiring. Dreams? Too far away. This is just fine. Drinking a soda, watching a short video, playing a game. It turns out happiness can be so simple. In the panoramic surveillance of the Dragon Shield Bureau, the golden dragon representing the fate of China, its brilliant glow was visibly becoming lazy. The dragon's head drooped, its eyes half closed, as if it was about to drift into a deep sleep. In stark contrast, a brand new will, radiating soft golden light, was rapidly condensing from the laziness and contentment of billions of people. It did not have the blinding brilliance of Suri's merit, nor the evil dark golden aura of the money demon lord. It was warm, gentle, like the sunlight at 3 in the afternoon, making one want to put everything down and immerse oneself in it. This will slowly formed in the void into the law form of a deity. It was a deity with a blurred face, reclining on a soft cloud bed. One hand propped up its chin, the other held a white jade fan, gently swaying, with a hint of compassionate weariness in its eyes. As if saying, all beings suffer, why not rest here? New deity born. Divine position assessment, ease, enjoyment, satisfaction. Enthronement, true lord of ease and enjoyment. In the command center, there was a deathly silence. Everyone was so shocked by this strange scene that they couldn't speak. At that moment, screens across the nation, even around the world, whether on phones, computers, or outdoor billboards, were forcibly taken over by the same image. The scene was a fairyland shrouded in clouds and mist. Pavilions and towers, celestial sounds lingering, countless figures frolicking within, each face radiating genuine, untainted happiness. A familiar figure slowly walked out from the depths of the fairyland. It was Ing Tianchang. He was not imprisoned, nor was there any sign of being a feeble captive. He wore flowing white clothes, a smile on his face that was more confident and composed than ever, standing in the realm of the true lord of ease and enjoyment. His gaze seemed to penetrate the screen, directly meeting Ruan Xinglua in the command center. "Miss Ruan, we meet again." His voice, enhanced by divine power, clearly reached everyone's ears. "No need to be surprised by my presence here. When your whip shattered my plan involving humanity, the faith of billions of believers crumbled along with their overwhelming resentment, and I should have been torn apart. But I did not resist, instead, I followed this current. I found that at the end of anger and resentment, there is not destruction, but exhaustion, a total weariness. People are tired. They no longer want to be bound by KPIs, no longer want to be judged by merit, they don't even want to distinguish between good and evil. They just want to rest. The God that can bring happiness to everyone." His words struck like a heavy hammer, fiercely landing on Ruan Xinglua's heart. Ing Tianchang's gaze became sharp as a knife, as if a public contest of justice had abruptly ignited at this moment. "Miss Ruan Xinglua, my question has arrived. Su Rui's hypocrisy, you can judge with one's true heart. Jean Shirqing's greed, you can settle with justice. Then now, how will you judge this God formed by happiness and satisfaction? Will you declare that happiness itself is a sin?" Boom! This question struck Ruan Xinglua like a thunderbolt, leaving her mind blank. Judging happiness? How could this be possible? If she dared to do this, she would be opposing everyone in the nation, even everyone in the world who longs for comfort. This was 1,000 times, 1,000,000,000 times more tricky than going against Su Rui and her 300 million deceived followers. Because this time, the public was awake, willingly. Ruan Xinglua's fingertips felt cold. "Ha ha ha." Ing Tianchang laughed up to the sky, "Do you see? You have nothing to say now. Come, let me show you the people's choice." The scene changed to an ordinary neighborhood in Magic City. This neighborhood was completely enveloped by the halo of the leisure and enjoyment true monarch, affectionately called Happiness Community by the public. The special task force of the Dragon Shield Bureau was trying to set up a cordon around the neighborhood, using magical tools to disperse that happiness halo. However, the residents inside the neighborhood spontaneously held hands to form a human wall, blocking them. There was no anger, no violence. They just smiled, looking at these special task force members with the eyes of a child who doesn't understand. "Sir, don't waste your effort, we feel great right now." "Yes, why drive away what makes us happy? Are you happiness police? Do you want to strip us of our right to be joyful? Go back, spend time with family, play some games, isn't that good? Why work so hard?" The special task force members held their magical tools, the power of the nation surged, but they had nowhere to start. What they faced was not an enemy, but a group of happy patients. Using any coercive means against them would immediately trigger public outcry, putting the Dragon Shield Bureau at odds with the entire people. In front of the live broadcast screen, countless people who were lying flat sent supportive comments. "Mr. Ing is the true sage. He knows what we want. Support the leisure and enjoyment true monarch. This is the good deity we should believe in. Is Dragon Shield Bureau meddling too much? How we want to live is our freedom. Down with the struggle. Give me back my happy life." All restrictions failed completely. Instead, it sparked a tsunami-like protest. Slap. In the command center, Zhou Yan silently turned off the television. In the entire hall, you could hear a pin drop. Ruan Xinglua stared blankly at the dark screen, muttering, "Why is this happening?" Zhou Yan walked beside her, his voice deep and solemn. "We have trouble. This Ing Tianchang is a genius. He has learned the most core essence from our urban deification script." Ruan Xinglua suddenly looked up at him. Zhou Yan continued, "He no longer sees us as enemies, and even looks down on doing evil. What he has created is not an enemy to be defeated. What he has created is a chronic disease of civilization. A terminal illness that willingly rots the entire societal body from within. This disease." Zhou Yan pronounced the chilling conclusion, making Ruan Xinglua feel completely frozen. Gods are hard to cure. As soon as the words fell, an urgent red report was sent to his desk. The informant's voice was filled with a sob. Commander, the chief scientist team of the Dragon Core plan from the Chinese Academy of Sciences has just submitted a collective resignation letter. They said they don't want to exhaust themselves for the future of humanity anymore. They want to go to the beach and bask in the sun. The report from the informant, filled with tears, became the last straw that broke the psychological defenses of everyone in the Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center. The Dragon Core plan. That was the backbone of Chinese technology, the ultimate trump card for competing with powerful nations in the future. Now, this backbone is about to break by itself. Ruan Xingluo's body swayed, and her vision went dark. She lost. Lost utterly. Ying Tiancheng did not use conspiracy or violence, he simply followed the deep-seated exhaustion of human nature, effortlessly breaking the will of an entire civilization without shedding blood. This is 1,000 times more terrifying than any invasion by gods or demons. Zhou Yan. Ruan Xingluo's voice was hoarse, holding a hint of desperate plea, is there still a way for us? Zhou Yan did not answer. He slowly turned around, his deep gaze sweeping across every despondent, confused face in the hall. Even gods cannot do anything, a young tactical officer murmured in a daze. Yes. Gods are the embodiment of faith. When people no longer believe in struggle, no longer believe in the future, but only in comfort and enjoyment, what can the golden dragon, representing protection and resistance, do? Amidst this deathly silence, a faint communication request connected to the corner of the main screen. Commander, this is the Public Opinion Monitoring Team. The operator's voice sounded very young, with a hint of uncertainty. We have detected that on the Chinese Spirit Realm platform, a group of, retired elders seems to be initiating some kind of activity. Zhou Yan raised an eyebrow. Join in. With the order given, the main screen changed its display. On the screen appeared a simple university lecture hall. An elderly man with graying hair but a straight spine stood at the podium. Behind him sat more than a dozen similarly aged men, they were China's top senior scientists, professors, and engineers. Each person's gaze was clear and resolute, as if burning with an eternal flame that would never extinguish. The elder in charge was Academician Li Zhonghua, the former president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. He faced the empty classroom and the live camera, his voice strong and powerful. We will name this plan Flame of Inheritance. Pass on the flame, civilization does not perish. Li Zhonghua's eyes seemed to penetrate the screen, staring into every soul that was lying flat. Children, I know you are tired. Ying Tiancheng and his true lord of comfort and enjoyment have given you a seemingly perfect answer, let go of everything and instantly have happiness. This is a very tempting option, we admit. Li Zhonghua's words suddenly shifted. But I want to ask you a question. What you are now feeling, that gift of happiness that requires no effort, what is the difference from a laboratory mouse, whose brain is stimulated by electrodes, constantly secreting dopamine? This question struck like a thunderclap in the minds of countless people. Some young people lounging on the sofa, their faces exuding comfort, had their smiles freeze. He tells you that struggle is suffering, and creation is competition. So let us see, what exactly have these so-called sufferings brought us? The big screen behind academician Li Zhonghua lit up. The images no longer showed a celestial paradise, nor a pure land of joy. Instead, there were black and white, rough yet heart-shocking historical footage. It was the moment the first atomic bomb exploded on the Gobi Desert, the rising mushroom cloud, and the silhouettes of all the researchers hugging and crying. Is this suffering? It is the glory that enables our nation to stand tall. The image changed again. It showed engineers on the cliffs, hanging by ropes, meticulously measuring the foundation, building railways through the mountains. Is this competition? It is the hope of allowing the impassable barrier to become a thoroughfare, enabling millions to walk out of the mountains. The footage changed once more. It showed countless people linked hand in hand against raging floods, using their flesh and blood to build a dam, roaring to defend their home. Is this exhaustion? It is to protect the land behind us. The determination of our beloved family. Academician Li Zhonghua's voice rose higher and higher, more passionate with each word. They give you false happiness, what we give you are calloused hands and eyes shining with wisdom. They let you lie on soft beds of clouds, we let you stand on the solid ground you created with your own hands. They promise you everlasting ease, we promise you a true sense of achievement, born from overcoming hardships, something no one can take away. This is not a battle of strength. This is a tug-of-war of spirit. On one side, the warm, gentle, intoxicating golden light from the true lord of comfort and pleasure. On the other side, the scorching, glaring, blood-pumping flame ignited by the fire of progress, born from struggle, creativity, and self-fulfillment. In the command center, everyone stood up, staring intensely at the screen. They saw, in every corner of the city. A programmer who had just torn up his resignation letter reopened his computer, typing the first line of code, a spark reigniting in his eyes. A medical student who was ready to drop out picked up her backpack and dashed to the library, her steps more determined than ever. An entrepreneur ready to sell his factory received a call from his workers. "Boss, come back. Let's fight again." A small spark can ignite a great fire. In the panoramic surveillance of the Dragon Shield Bureau, the once lazy and drooping National Fortune Golden Dragon slowly lifted its eyelids. The light on its surface, though still dim, no longer faded away. At the same time, the image of the true Lord of Comfort and Pleasure began to waver, and for the first time, a hint of panic appeared on the face full of compassion. In the Cloud Kingdom, the calm smile vanished from Ying Tiancheng's face. A bunch of ungrateful old fools. He watched as his followers visibly dwindled, his divine power waning. He knew he could no longer wait. "Since you all long for suffering so much." His eyes became frenzied and obsessive. "Then I will grant you the ultimate happiness, from which you can never wake." True Lord. Ying Tiancheng issued his final command to the divine image. "Sacrifice all your divine power. Let your divine kingdom descend upon the heart of Huaxia Jingzhou. I will turn that city, that population of tens of millions, into the ultimate paradise of comfort. I want everyone to see that the outcome of resisting happiness is being devoured by happiness." Boom! The image of the true Lord of Comfort and Pleasure instantly ignited. Endless soft golden light transformed from a gentle spring breeze into a golden tsunami, blocking out the sun as it violently descended upon Huaxia's largest megacity, Jingzhou. Alert! An ultra-high concentration of energy has gathered over Jingzhou. Energy is constructing a stable barrier. The range covers the whole city. All external communications in Jingzhou are interrupted. Ruan Xingluo's pupils contracted sharply, and without hesitation, she transformed into a streak of light, bursting out of the command center, racing towards Jingzhou. When she arrived in the skies above Jingzhou, she was stunned. An enormous, unimaginable, translucent golden dome, like an inverted giant glass bowl, perfectly covered the entire Jingzhou. Within the barrier, time seemed to stop. On the bustling street, all vehicles had come to a halt. Hurrying pedestrians stopped in their tracks. In office buildings, white-collar workers put down their tasks. Everyone wore the same, extremely happy yet hollow smile, gazing up at the sky as if welcoming a grand festival. They were trapped. Trapped in the most perfect cage, built by their own desire for happiness. Ruan Xingluo raised the divine whip in her hand. Divine power surged on the weapon, lightning flashing. But when she prepared to strike, a wave of cold from the barrier chilled her entire body. She could feel that this barrier was tightly connected to the souls of every person in the city. Any attempt to forcefully break the barrier would instantly harm the tens of millions of mortals inside. Attacking this barrier was the same as attacking the innocent people of Jingzhou. Ying Tiancheng. Ruan Xingluo's hand holding the divine whip trembled uncontrollably. This madman. He was not here to destroy Jingzhou, he was using the lives of tens of millions as hostages to force all of Huaxia to bow to his happiness. What to do? What exactly should I do? Divine power couldn't be used, the national fortune was too delicate to act. For the first time, she felt utterly powerless. Just when she was at a loss, a calm figure quietly appeared beside her. It was Zhou Yan. He did not look at that enormous and despairing happiness barrier. He simply quietly watched Ruan Xingluo, observing her pale face and the struggle in her eyes that was about to collapse. Then, he softly said, "You've forgotten what your greatest power is." Ruan Xingluo was momentarily stunned and looked up at him. Zhou Yan's gaze was calm and deep, seeming to penetrate all confusion. "It's not divine power, nor is it national fortune." He extended a finger, not pointing to the world-destroying barrier nor to the divine whip in her hand. Instead, he gently tapped her heart. "It's you. It's the identity of a person." Chapter 224, Wake Them Up. Zhou Yan's voice was light, yet it thundered within Ruan Xingluo's soul like a bolt from the blue. "It's you. Not divine power, nor national fortune. It's the identity of a person." In an instant, the confusion and despair in Ruan Xingluo's eyes receded like a tide, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and determination. She understood. The paradise constructed by Ying Tiancheng was not based on divine power, but on the hearts of the people. It was the weariness of tens of millions of mortals towards reality, the fear of pressure, and the escape from pain. Divine power fights against rules, while the heart can only be awakened by the heart. Forcibly shattering this dream with the divine whip was like brutally dragging a person lost in a beautiful dream into the cold reality, which would only cause permanent trauma to their souls. The only way was to enter their dreams. Let them willingly wake up by themselves. Connect to the highest command center of the Dragon Shield Bureau. Ruan Xingluo's voice swiftly reached the back through her divine thought. On the screen, General Lin Anhua and others appeared with anxious faces. "Xingluo. What's the situation?" Ruan Xingluo did not answer but directly announced her decision. "Commander Lin, Qinhao, listen. I will completely suppress all my divine power and strip away all the powers of the national fortune agent. With the mental will of an ordinary person, I will enter paradise and awaken all the submerged souls from within. As soon as she said this, the entire command center fell into a deathly silence. The next second, Jinhao's roar nearly brought the roof down. No. I absolutely do not agree. That is not an illusion, it is the ultimate divine kingdom built by Ying Tianshan using all his divine power as a sacrifice. It is his absolute territory. Once your divine soul is assimilated by that sea of happiness, you will never come out. You will become his most perfect trophy to show off to the world. General Lin Angua's aged face was filled with deep worry. Xingluo, think twice. This is a suicidal act. You are the stabilizing force of Huaxia. If you fall, the national fortune will be in turmoil, and the consequences will be unimaginable. At that moment, a young intelligence officer's trembling voice interrupted. Report. Report, Commander. The Global Emergency Situation live broadcast has completely ignited. The Western Continental Alliance, Fusang, Tianzhu, all foreign media are mocking us with the biggest headlines. They said that our Huaxia Dragon Shield Bureau has no one left to use, that we are at our wits' end, and even have to send the highest commander to their death, putting on a dramatic funeral. Every word struck like a heavy hammer, hitting the heart of everyone in the command center. That was the pride of the nation. At that moment, Ruan Xingluo's decision was not just about her own safety, but also about the dignity of Huaxia in front of the world. However, facing this overwhelming opposition and pressure, outside the Beijing barrier, that man moved leisurely. Zhou Yan didn't even bother to glance at the communication screen. He simply waved his hand gently at the empty air. Buzz. The air slightly twisted, and a pure white, wonderfully comfortable lounge chair appeared out of nowhere behind Ruan Xingluo. This astounding display left everyone who saw it through the camera in a state of shock. What is he doing? Bringing out a lounge chair right before the final battle? Zhou Yan ignored the astonishment of everyone. He seemed to hear Jinhao's roar from the command center, and simply spoke lightly, his voice not loud, but resonant in everyone's ears. What are you fussing about? His gaze turned to Ruan Xingluo, his eyes gentle, then swept over the enormous golden dome, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Don't worry. My wife is just going in to wake up a few million people. This statement left everyone in the Dragon Shield Bureau command center dumbfounded. Wake people up? You call this world-destroying scene waking up? Zhou Yan seemed to think it wasn't stimulating enough and lazily added another sentence. There are a lot of people inside, calling each one may take some time. He patted the armrest of the lounge chair and smiled at Ruan Xingluo. We can't have her standing while working, can we? It's more comfortable to lie down. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Jinhao's mouth was agape, unable to utter a single word. Lin Angua's heart, which had risen to his throat, inexplicably eased a bit. This calmness. This certainty as if everything was under control. This was no longer confidence, but a nearly arrogant declaration. Yet it was this arrogance that brought unprecedented peace of mind to all the allies, while leaving all enemies spying from various channels puzzled and suspicious. On what basis? Ruan Xingluo looked at Zhou Yan, seeing the absolute trust in his eyes, the last ripple in her heart calmed completely. She returned a reassuring smile and then slowly lay down on that lounge chair that had appeared in the center of the battlefield. Her posture was graceful, calm and unhurried. It seemed as though she was not about to brave a crisis that could engulf deities, but rather preparing to enjoy a pleasant afternoon nap. She closed her eyes. I will actively sever all connections with the National Fortune Golden Dragon and the myriad families living Buddha, merit power respect. From now on, I am just Ruan Xingluo. The moment her words fell. In the Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center, the monitoring device representing Ruan Xingluo's divine power fluctuations emitted an excruciatingly sharp alarm. Alarm! Alarm! Heavenly Law Delegate permission is being actively stripped. Target divine power response value is plummeting at an incredible speed. 9,000, 5,000, 1,000. Returning to zero. Her divine power index is completely zeroed out. A young monitoring staff stared at the screen, letting out a scream of disbelief. Not just divine power. Her life signs, mental fluctuations, also returned to zero. This equals complete death on a data level. Boom. The command center fell into utter silence. Everyone felt struck by lightning, their faces pale. Jinhao's body swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. Zhou Yan, what on earth did he do? Did he really make Ruan Xingluo die? However, just as everyone sank into despair, the huge screen monitoring the Beijing barrier displayed new changes. On the lounge chair, above Ruan Xingluo's lifeless body, a faint, nearly transparent outline slowly appeared. That outline gradually solidified. There was no majestic divine light, no thunder surrounding. It was just the image of a girl in a simple white dress, barefoot, quietly floating in the air. On her face was a hint of innocent curiosity, her eyes as clear as a spring. It was Ruan Xingluo. Chapter 225, A Person. But it was not the Ruan Xingluo who wielded divine punishment, with an awe-inspiring presence. Instead, it was a soul stripped of all identities and powers, the purest, most original essence. She was simply a person. Under the gaze of the whole world, this girl in a white dress took a step forward. Step by step, she walked toward the golden light curtain that enveloped the entire Jingzhou, representing ultimate happiness and total downfall. That light curtain was transformed from the sacrifice of the gods, capable of assimilating and devouring any spiritual entity that got close. But an odd scene unfolded. When the girl's delicate foot touched the golden light curtain, that overwhelming light actually parted naturally, like gentle flowing water, giving her a path. As if what it welcomed was not an enemy, but a kindred spirit. The girl in the white dress hesitated not for a moment, stepping in. In an instant, her figure was swallowed by that brilliant golden ocean, disappearing without a trace. It was a kind of extreme warmth, as if soaking in the amniotic fluid of a mother, isolating her from all the noise and cold of the world. There was no sense of weightlessness, no feeling of tearing apart. When Ruan Xingluo's consciousness gathered again, she found herself standing barefoot on an incredibly clean street. The sky was a warm orange gold, like a painting that would never fade. A gentle breeze blew, carrying the fragrance of unknown flowers. On both sides of the street, the architectural style was elegant and uniform, with every window polished to a shine. People walked past her, and without exception, all wore sincere, satisfied, and happy smiles. A little boy on a skateboard zipped by her, accidentally bumping into her. He did not panic but immediately stopped, revealing a smile free of any shadow. "Sorry, big sister, are you okay?" His eyes were clear as a deep pool, without a hint of impurity. Ruan Xingluo shook her head, looking at the boy, at the embracing couple not far behind him, at the elderly leisurely enjoying afternoon tea in the cafe by the roadside. This place was the land of bliss. A perfect utopia. There was no poverty, no hunger, no quarrels, no worries. Everyone was prosperous, mentally enriched. However, Ruan Xingluo's heart sank little by little. She grabbed the small boy who was about to leave, crouched down, looking directly into his eyes, her voice soft yet tinged with urgency. "Listen, this place is fake, it's a dream. We are trapped, there are more important things waiting for us outside, do you want to wake up with me?" The smile faded from the boy's face. He felt no fear, no anger, he simply looked at Ruan Xingluo with a gaze similar to pity and compassion. "Big sister, are you sick? Why wake up?" His voice was filled with sincere confusion. "Isn't it nice here? Daddy and mommy never fight for work anymore, the teacher doesn't give us so much homework we can't finish, and there's endless ice cream and games every day. Wake up? After waking up, we have to face painful things, right? I don't want that." The little boy broke free from her hand, running away quickly as if avoiding a madwoman. Not far away, a woman who was out for a walk noticed this scene. She approached politely, saying to Ruan Xingluo, "Child, did you just arrive? Don't rush, and don't be afraid. It's normal to feel a bit out of place when you first come here. I think too much. It's okay, it will be fine in a few days. Look, how wonderful it is here." She pointed to the happy faces around. "Here, you don't need to think about anything, you don't need to do anything, you just need to enjoy happiness." After saying this, she smiled and turned away, merging into that sea of happiness. Ruan Xingluo stood alone in place. She felt like a discordant note in this perfect world, a glaring mistake. She told them this was a false dream. But they looked at her with eyes as if she were a madwoman, filled with sympathy. Yes. Why wake up? This question weighed heavily on Ruan Xingluo's heart, like a mountain that could not be crossed. At the same time, above the land of eternal happiness, in a secret divine kingdom built from pure divine power, Ying Tianchang leaned against a huge golden throne. In front of him was a giant light curtain, as clear as a water mirror. In the light curtain, Ruan Xingluo's isolated and confused figure was clearly reflected. A smile, victorious and satisfied, akin to a director appreciating his own work, appeared at the corner of his mouth. Below the divine kingdom were his most devoted followers, fervent believers who willingly gave their souls to follow him into this earthly divine kingdom. "Look." Ying Tiancheng extended his hand, pointing to Ruan Xingluo in the light curtain, his voice filled with a persuasive zeal akin to preaching. "That is our enemy, the agent of Huaxia, Ruan Xingluo. She is here, bringing her weapon, reality. She wants to tell my people that this world is fake, and reality is the truth. She wants to wake them up with the cold, cruel, and painful reality." Ying Tiancheng let out a light laugh, filled with disdain and mockery. But she was wrong from the start. Her greatest weapon is exactly what my people desire to escape from. Pain, pressure, competition, disappointment, life and death separation, that is the true nature of reality. Tell me, who would be willing to give up paradise and return to hell? The followers erupted in thunderous and fervent cheers. Eternal true Lord. Comfort and pleasure are the truth. Ing Tianchang watched it all with satisfaction, his gaze falling back to the light curtain, his eyes like those of a person watching a butterfly that has already fallen into a spider's web. She wants to use the antidote to feed a group of patients who mistakenly believe they are in paradise. She is destined to fail. And here, I will enjoy the moment she is completely abandoned by the mortal she seeks to protect, that ultimate despair. On the streets, Ruan Xinglua was still making futile attempts. But each time, she received looks of sympathy, confusion, and pity. She was even politely asked to step aside by a few happiness maintainers in white uniforms, telling her not to spread negative emotions so as not to disturb the happiness of other citizens. She gradually gave up. Not in despair, but with calmness. She realized that Ing Tianchang was right. Using reality to fight against happiness was like trying to strike cotton with a stone, it was utterly powerless. She began to wander aimlessly in this perfect city. She observed every person, every event. Everything was too perfect. Perfect like a stagnant pool. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. She discovered a problem. This world, though perfect, seemed to lack something. What was it? Ruan Xinglua closed her eyes, sensing with her pure soul. She saw happiness, saw satisfaction, saw comfort. But she did not see persistence, did not see desire, and did not see regret. The people here were satisfied with the status quo. No one grew sad over the memory of a lost love. No one lost sleep over an unfulfilled dream. No one struggled and longed for a more distant goal. Because the land of eternal happiness had already given them the ultimate satisfaction. So, they no longer need the past, nor long for the future. Ruan Xinglua's eyes suddenly opened wide. A light, unprecedented, flashed through her clear eyes. She understood. The key to breaking the deadlock was not to tell them this dream was fake, but to awaken their hearts to the unfulfilled desires of the real world. Awaken their regrets, their unwillingness. Only when they realize that this perfect world cannot give them what they deeply desire in their hearts, will they have the thought of waking up. Her strategy shifted instantly. She was no longer a persuader, but a doctor looking for patients. She began to search in this ocean of happiness for those souls that still concealed cracks deep within. Her spirit was sharper than ever before. She passed through parks filled with laughter, through bustling shopping malls, through squares that were always celebrating. Finally, her footsteps stopped in front of a solemn, white building. This was the phantom of the Academy of Sciences. Unlike the noise and excitement of the outside world, it was terrifyingly quiet here, utterly devoid of people. As if it were a corner forgotten by happiness. Ruan Xinglua walked in, crossed the empty hall, and finally found someone in the deepest research room. An old man with graying hair. He was the initiator of the Flame Plan, the former chief of the Dragon Heart Plan, academician Li Zhenghua. Unlike others who enjoyed comfort, he sat dumbfounded in front of a huge, blank sheet of paper. His eyes were hollow, as if he had lost focus, mumbling to himself unconsciously. Ruan Xinglua slowly approached, not startling him, only softly asking. Academician Li, what are you doing? Li Zhenghua did not look up, still fixated on that blank sheet of paper, answering in a dreamlike voice. I am thinking. About my controllable nuclear fusion model. The last parameter, the final critical constraint parameter, what should it be? I can't remember. Why can't I remember? As he spoke, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Ruan Xinglua. Two streams of murky tears flowed down his weathered face. His voice trembled violently with emotion, filled with endless regret and unwillingness. If I could have one more chance, just once, I would definitely figure it out. Academician Li Zhenghua's voice was like a knife dulled by time, cutting into Ruan Xinglua's heart. That was not the numbness of happiness, but the raw, heart-wrenching pain and unwillingness after being deprived of a lifelong pursuit. This was the crack she was looking for. Ruan Xinglua did not say wake up, this is fake, nor did she try to comfort him with pale words. She simply quietly pulled up a chair and sat beside Li Zhenghua. She looked at the huge, blank sheet of paper, like the most devout student, softly speaking. Academician Li, can you tell me about your model? Is it about the problem of plasma confinement or the optimization of energy gain ratio? Li Zhenghua's murky eyes suddenly moved. He slowly turned his head and, for the first time, truly saw the young person before him with an examining gaze. You understand this? His voice carried a hint of long-suppressed, scholarly vigilance and curiosity. Ruan Xinglua smiled slightly, her smile devoid of any pity, only filled with the purity and seriousness of a seeker of knowledge. I minored in high-energy physics in university and have read all your published papers. The theory of layered magnetic field dynamic confinement you proposed is still fresh in my memory. With this sentence, the distance between them narrowed instantly. It was not the distance between a believer and a deity, but between two fellow travelers on the same path of truth. Li Zhengguo's eyes brightened. It was a flame ignited, burning a hole in the layer of comfort that lay deep in his eyes. Good. 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 He repeated the word good 3 times, excitedly grabbing the pen on the table, as if it were not an ordinary pen, but a long-lost comrade. Look here. The problem lies here. The divine power of Yingtianqing can meet all my living needs, even simulate the most perfect laboratory environment, but it cannot create knowledge out of thin air. He gave me eternal life and endless enjoyment, yet he made me forget it. Academician Li's finger jabbed heavily at the center of the blank paper. That key constraint parameter. It concerns the suppression effect of the entire plasma turbulence. I have deduced it for 30 years, just one step away. The final push. His breathing became rapid, and an unnatural flush appeared on his face. I have thought here for decades, for centuries, time is frozen, yet my brain feels rusty. The more I try to forget, the more I cannot remember. The more I cannot remember, the more painful it becomes. Ruan Xingluo's gaze was calm as water. She knew that this was exactly Yingtianqing's poison. He gave you everything, but took away the goal for which you fought, letting you sink in infinite regret, ultimately being assimilated by happiness. Academician Li, let's calculate together. Ruan Xingluo's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable strength. She had no divine power, but she had a brain tempered by the national fortune's golden dragon, comparable to a supercomputer, and an absolute confidence belonging to a top student. Let's start from the basic equations of magnetohydrodynamics and work our way back step by step. An academic battle concerning the pinnacle of technology in the real world began in a dreamlike illusion. No audience, no applause. Only the shush sound of the pen gliding over the paper, and 2 souls who forgot time and where they were, clashing fiercely in the ocean of knowledge. No. The Helmholtz coil model here has redundancy, it can be simplified. Makes sense. This way, we can introduce a non-linear disturbance factor to correct the boundary conditions. Wait. If that's the case, then the energy dissipation rate. We can use the entropy reduction model in the Tianlu merit system as an analogy. Turning the will of the heart into the orderliness of energy. Chapter 227, Signs of Collapse. Yes. Yes. That's it. How could I not think of it? How could I not think of it? Academician Li Zhenggui was on the verge of madness. The hollow sense of happiness in his eyes had been completely crushed by the thirst for truth and the fervent passion of about to reach the finish line. He suddenly stood up, snatching the pen from Ruan Xingluo's hand, his arm shaking violently from excessive excitement. His eyes were bloodshot, staring intensely at the last blank space on the paper, as countless data streams flowed in his mind like a rushing galaxy, finally converging into a brilliant point of light. I remember. He let out a thunderous roar, the pen in his hand carrying immense power, writing down the last and most critical formula on that paper symbolizing his life's regret. The moment the last stroke of the formula fell. Boom! The entire Academy of Sciences phantom trembled violently. Around Li Zhenggua, the perfect, unchanging scene twisted and flickered like an old television with poor signal for the first time. The walls blurred, the floor dissolved, and the eternal golden sunlight outside flickered wildly between bright and dark. At the same time, on top of the highest heavens of paradise, in the golden throne. The smile at the corner of Yingtianqing's mouth gradually stiffened. The water mirror screen before him, the map representing Li Zhengguo's area, was flashing a dazzling red alarm wildly. What's going on? He furrowed his brow, his spirit descending instantly. When he saw the formula that Li Zhenggua wrote down, and saw his surrounding perfect world on the verge of collapse, the face of this pleasure-seeking true monarch revealed an astonishing disbelief for the first time. Impossible. My blissful satisfaction, divine power can erase all anxieties, why is it ineffective on him? He stared intensely at the scientist in the light screen, who was moved to tears, his mind racing wildly. In the next moment, a chilling answer surfaced in his mind. He can erase pain. But he cannot erase a scholar's thirst for knowledge. He can provide satisfaction. But he cannot give a creator the passion to realize their dreams. He can create the most perfect paradise. But he cannot replace a person who walks the thorny path toward their dream. Obsession. Tiancheng murmured to himself, his expression turning extremely grim. My greatest weapon is happiness, but there are always some people whose obsession, their desire for what they cannot attain, is so strong that it even surpasses their pursuit of happiness. This was the first bug in his perfect logical loop. A deadly bug. Like an impregnable program, someone found the first flaw in the source code. Inside the Academy of Sciences. As the world twisted, Li Zhenggua awoke from that wild joy. He looked at the formulas he had written, then glanced at Ruan Xingluo, his eyes filled with shock and gratitude. I'm awake. Ruan Xinglua supported him and nodded solemnly. Academician Li, welcome back. Now, we need to awaken more people. In Li Jinggua's eyes, the blazing flame of the kindling plan reignited. Good. Let's do this together. I understand now, we cannot persuade those who are satisfied, we must seek out the patients. Those who, like my former self, are tormented by regrets and obsessions. A dreamlike version of the kindling plan officially began. They were no longer persuaders, but had become dream makers. They traversed the streets of Elysium, searching for those souls that still exuded a sense of unwillingness amidst the happy crowd. Soon, they found their second target. A young painter sat before his easel, looking dejected. On his canvas was a nearly finished, stunning portrait of a girl with a blossoming smile, but the girl's eyes remained empty and lifeless, lacking the spark. I can't paint it out, the painter murmured. I forgot the light in her eyes when she looks at me. Ruan Xinglua did not urge him to wake up. She simply sat beside him and softly asked, she must love you very much, right? The painter suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with pain. Academician Li, on the side, spoke passionately, the greatness of art does not lie in perfection, but in the emotions and regrets it carries. Paint your longing, and let her achieve eternal life in this painting. The painter was moved. He trembled as he picked up the brush, closed his eyes, and frantically recalled the sounds and smiles of his lover. Finally, he dipped it in paint, tears in his eyes, and added the heartfelt, endless gaze to the girl in the painting. Buzz. The world around the easel twisted again, sparkling with blinding snowflakes. The third target was a middle-aged mother sitting by an empty cradle, humming a lullaby repeatedly. A happy smile graced her face, yet tears traced her eyes. My baby, if he hadn't fallen ill, he would be starting elementary school now. Ruan Xinglua did not tell her that the child had already recovered in reality. She simply handed her a ball of yarn and knitting needles, gently saying, he might be cold, knit him a sweater, carrying your thoughts and blessings. The mother was stunned, then suddenly went wild, awkwardly and desperately starting to knit. The comfortable golden atmosphere around her began to crack under the most primal and powerful force of motherly love. The painter was painting. The mother was knitting. The eliminated athlete ran on the illusory track, heading towards the finish line he had never touched. Launched the final charge. One by one, the patients were awakened from their false happiness. They did not attack this world, nor did they try to escape. They simply began crazily trying to make up for their regrets in reality, to fulfill those obsessions they had long desired. And these actions, filled with hope, unwillingness, creativity, and love, were for the paradise that centered on comfort and pleasure. A deadly virus. They were spreading through this perfect world at a geometric rate. In the golden god nation of Yingtianchang, alarms rang out endlessly. On the screen before him, hundreds and thousands of red dots lit up, and they were spreading at a terrifying speed. The still, eternal, perfect golden paradise he had created had, for the first time, shown signs of collapse. And the instigator of all this, Ruan Xinglua, was standing at the highest rooftop of this dream city with academician Li Zhenghua. They overlooked the areas below that were being infected by the virus, flickering and twisting, like patches of ignited sparks. Academician Li looked at this spectacular sight and asked excitedly, did we succeed? Ruan Xinglua's gaze, however, was directed to the sky above, the golden god country hidden in the clouds. Her eyes were more determined than ever. No. This is just the beginning. Yingtianchang, you are wrong, what you provided is not heaven, but a cage without regrets. And today, we will use all the regrets and hopes of everyone in the world, within your cage, to create a new world of our own, with our own hands. Ruan Xinglua's voice was like a stone dropped into a still lake, echoing across the sky of paradise. To create a new world of our own, with our own hands. The moment her voice fell. Crack. The sky split open. It wasn't a collapse in the physical sense, but a shattering of rules at a fundamental level. On that eternally unchanging, pure golden canopy, visible black cracks appeared like a spider's web. Behind each crack, a deep and chaotic void could be seen. Time in paradise, which had been still, began to undergo violent disorder and pulsation for the first time. Academician Li Jinggua's face changed drastically as he pointed at the center of the sky, his voice trembling. It is coming. At the convergence of those countless cracks, a ball of indescribable light slowly took shape. It was not blinding light, nor was it imposing light, but rather a pure light that was ultimate, soft, and could make the soul feel warmth and peace. It had no fixed form, like a flowing amber, or a handful of melted gold. It was the source of the golden god's power, Yingtianchang. It was the embodiment of his Tao. A non-crystalline light mass made from pure happiness and satisfaction. It had no facial features, no limbs, yet within the mind of each person in paradise, a voice that was extremely gentle echoed. Why reject happiness? Why seek troubles? Bug must be fixed. That light mass bore no intent to kill or malice, it was merely executing a fundamental logic eliminating all discordant pain and regrets. And the first target was the source of all these viruses. Buzz. The light mass instantly locked onto Academician Li Zhenghua below. It moved. With no earth-shattering power, it simply floated gently and tenderly towards Academician Li's direction. Yet as it passed, the distortions and snowflakes born from people reigniting their hopes were being rapidly smoothed out. An athlete who had just ignited his fighting spirit on the runway, his resolute expression melted instantly, turning back into a satisfied smile as he collapsed to the ground. A mother knitting a sweater for her child. The action in his hands came to a sudden stop, the longing in his eyes erased, leaving only a hollow tranquility. The light orb was the most powerful mental sedative. Academician Li Zhenghua trembled violently, gripping tightly the blueprint in his hand that held the key formula, the flame that had just ignited in his eyes rapidly dimming under the glow. His brain seemed to begin forgetting 30 years of seeking, forgetting the ecstasy of reaching the final step. No, no. He let out a reluctant roar of anger, but could not stop the ease that penetrated deep into his soul from eroding him. At that critical moment, a figure steadfastly stood in front of him. Ruan Xinglua opened her arms, facing the soft light that represented divinity with her seemingly fragile body, now just a common soul. Ying Tianchang, you are wrong. Her voice was not loud, but it clearly spread throughout the crumbling dream world. Your path is wrong. Wrong? Providing all beings with eternal bliss, what could be wrong? That gentle voice questioned everyone's minds. Ruan Xinglua smiled, a hint of pity in her smile. What you give is not bliss, but poison. Do you think erasing pain is happiness? Do you think without regret is perfection? Let me tell you what a true person is. As her words fell, Ruan Xinglua closed her eyes. In the next second, centered around her body, a completely different realm exploded open. It was not golden, nor was it holy. It was a colorful realm, full of the smoke and fire of life. Within her realm, there was no eternal utopia, but a reflection of the real world. Scenes flowed like a revolving lantern deep within the souls of all the sleepers. There was a mother's exhausted sweat and the loud first cry of a baby coming into the world. There was the pain of a toddler falling repeatedly while learning to walk, and the joy of being held by parents once getting up. There was the lonely lamp at night for a boy studying hard, and the tears of joy when named on the golden list. There was the shy heartbeat of lovers holding hands for the first time, and sleepless nights following their first quarrel. There was losing everything after a failed business, brothers turning against each other, and the catharsis of hugging friends after rising again. There was laughter during reunions, and waves of the hand at the station during farewells. There were successes and failures. There were joys and tears. There were gains and losses. Ruan Xinglua unveiled the complete, real, ordinary life of a person, full of meaning though imperfect, before all the dream's inhabitants without reservation. A silent war officially erupted on the battlefield of the souls of tens of millions of sleepers. On one side was the everlasting, singular, overly sweet top-notch dessert provided by ease and pleasure supreme. On the other side was the real meal presented by Ruan Xinglua, mixed with sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty, a rich spectrum of flavors that was nutritious and balanced. A man enjoying an eternal holiday wore a smile, but a single hot tear uncontrollably slipped from the corner of his eye. He remembered. He recalled in reality, he had promised his daughter to make a kite for her with his own hands. Although work was tiring, that was his promise. A wealthy man lost in fine wine and delicacies suddenly froze his smile. He remembered. He thought of the nights when he started from scratch, sharing a bowl of instant noodles with his brothers. The taste of that instant noodle felt more nostalgic than the delicacies at that moment. One soul after another was touched by that rough yet hot truth. They began to grow weary. Weary of this singular, eternal sweetness. They began to crave. Craving the pulse of every heartbeat in the real world, the weight of every breath. No. This is impossible. Why? Why would someone give up perfection to embrace flaws? Why would someone abandon comfort to choose hardship? Chapter 229, The Fire of Struggle. In the sky, the light sphere emitted confusion, misunderstanding, and even a hint of panic. Its source of power came from the downfall and satisfaction of countless people. And now, its followers were collectively betraying. More and more people were choosing to awaken. Like pulling the foundation from under a pot. High above the heavens, that massive, softly glowing entity began to visibly shrink and fade. Its power, which could smooth everything, was rapidly pouring away. In the golden divine kingdom, atop the supreme throne. Puff! Ying Tiancheng suddenly spat out a mouthful of golden divine blood. The smile that always held wisdom was completely replaced by shock and disbelief. He stared intently at the light screen, at Ruan Xinglua, whose silhouette was not tall yet seemed to support the entire world. The way of the king, this is the true heart of the way of the king. He murmured, his eyes filled with defeat and despair. I was wrong. I was really wrong. He thought he gave the best gift to the world, but did not realize it was just his arrogant delusion. He believed he was the savior, only to find out he was the greatest demon. His way faced Ruan Xingluo's genuine way of the king, which reached the heart and embraced completeness, and it was utterly vulnerable. Boom! The entire paradise dream world could no longer withstand this fundamental shakeup and began to collapse completely. The sky shattered like glass, piece by piece. The earth dissolved like a sand painting blowing in the wind. Countless sleepers suddenly opened their eyes at this moment, their souls being drawn back to the real world by a force. And in the sky, the once gigantic body of the true saint of comfort and pleasure, having lost all sources of power, rapidly weakened. Finally, it turned into a small light ball the size of a fist, emitting weak light, harmless to humans and animals. The world was collapsing, everything was disappearing. Only Ruan Xingluo and her companion Li Jingwa still stood quietly at the center of this destruction. The small light ball swayed in the air. It no longer attacked or tried to escape. It merely floated slowly towards Ruan Xingluo with an unprecedented curiosity. It seemed unable to understand. It seemed to want to take a closer look at the mortal woman who completely shattered it. To understand that kind of, more complex happiness she spoke of. The small light ball hovered in front of Ruan Xingluo, radiating curiosity and purity like a newborn baby. It had lost all aggressiveness and forgotten its past as the true saint of comfort and pleasure. At this moment, it was merely a pure energy core. It gently and tentatively rubbed against Ruan Xingluo's fingertip, like a docile pet longing to be petted. Academician Li Jingwa let out a long sigh, his tense nerves finally relaxed. It's over. Everything is over. However, just in this moment of peace, a resentful, crazy, and hysterical divine thought tore through the collapsing void, piercing from the distant golden divine kingdom. Bastard! You dare to betray me! It was Ying Tianchang. His voice was no longer calm or elegant, only the madness of a gambler who had lost everything. If I can't have it, no one else can. Since I cannot possess it, let's destroy it together. In the name of my God, I command. Explode! Buzz! A shrill buzzing sound resonated through the soul. That last, venomous order transcended space, fiercely branding itself into the core of the small light ball. The originally docile light ball froze in an instant. The next second, the gentle white light was replaced by a violent crimson. A destructive spiritual storm capable of utterly shredding and contaminating the souls of all living beings within 100 miles. In the midst of chaos brewing. It was like a heart injected with nuclear fuel, beginning a violent, uncontrollable thrum. Not good. Academician Li Jingwa's face instantly turned pale. He could feel how terrifying the energy contained in that small light ball was. It was the final lament of a deity. A mutual destruction of all origins. Xingluo. Quickly hide, he let out a roar. However, facing this self-detonation that could erase everything, Ruan Xingluo's face showed no panic whatsoever. She even smiled. It was a smile filled with pity and understanding. Hide? Why should I hide? She gently shook her head, her gaze seeming to penetrate the light ball and see the flustered Ying Tianchang on the other side. Ying Tianchang, you still don't understand. An extreme joy is poison. But an extreme sorrow is equally obsessive. You only see opposition but fail to see coexistence. True fulfillment lies in balance. The moment her words fell, Ruan Xingluo made a move that left academician Li Jingwa dumbfounded. She not only did not retreat, but instead opened her arms, actively welcoming that impending destructive light ball that was about to devour everything. Come on. Let me tell you what true Tao is. Centered around her, the colorful realm, carrying the myriad facets of human life, spread out once again. No resistance. No defense. But acceptance. Boom. That raging, crimson destruction energy, like a burst dam of lava, flowed unimpeded into Ruan Xingluo's seemingly fragile heart's realm. Crazy. She's gone mad. In the Golden Divine Kingdom, Ying Tianchang looked at this scene, first stunned, then broke into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Foolish mortal. Daring to meet a deity's self-detonation with your soul. You are seeking your own death. Pollute. Completely pollute her divine soul. Let her become a fool forever lost in oblivion. However, his laughter soon stopped abruptly. Because the scene he anticipated, of Ruan Xingluo's soul collapsing and her realm shattering, did not appear. That destructive force of pure pleasure, upon entering Ruan Xingluo's realm, was like a vicious dragon crashing into a strange dragon's lair. Before it could wreak havoc, it faced another entirely different force. That was the fire of struggle. It was academician Li Jingwa's relentless pursuit, burning in the laboratory for 30 years. It was the athlete pouring sweat on the track, challenging limits with the fire of endeavor. It was the mother knitting a sweater for her child, with each stitch containing the fire of protection. It was the countless awakened souls, burning with the will for goals, ideals, and family in their own lives. On one side was extreme tranquility, sweet enough to drown in. On the other side was extreme struggle, a bitter spice that urged people forward. The two forces, originally incompatible, represented two extremes. They crashed violently in Yuan Xingluo's realm, like two uncontrollable giant dragons, ready to tear this little world apart. Chapter 230, Recreating a Divine Kingdom. But Yuan Xingluo's heart realm was the calming anchor of this battlefield. Her will transformed into the most perfect balance scale. Excessive joy will lead to sorrow. Endless suffering will lead to sweetness. A tense and relaxed approach is the way of both culture and martial arts. Her voice echoed in the realm. A miraculous scene occurred. The two originally violent opposing forces, guided by her will, began to attract and balance each other. The extreme force of pleasure began to soothe the fatigue and pain brought on by struggle. And the resilient fire of struggle injected meaning and goals into pleasure, preventing it from being hollow. They were no longer opposing, they began to resonate. They began to merge. They began to complement each other. A thread of warm, soft yellow light, representing rest, intertwined with a brilliant, star-silver light, representing effort. Finally, they transformed into a slowly rotating, perfect Tai Chi yin-yang symbol. A brand new, more stable, more complete, and even more powerful divine embryo quietly emerged in Yuan Xingluo's domain. Crack! It was as if a chain reaction had taken place. At the moment when the new divine power was born, the golden sky covering the entire Jingzhou shattered like a mirror, the last remnants of the paradise barrier collapsing. Warm sunlight, for the first time, poured into every corner of the city without obstruction. Countless citizens, just waking from their dreams and still a bit confused, instinctively looked up to the sky. They seemed to see, above the azure dome, an unprecedented new star merging warm yellow and starry silver, flashing by. At Jingzhou City's central hospital. A surgeon, just finishing an 18-hour operation, tiredly stepped out of the operating room and leaned against the wall. He had a long and strange dream, in which he enjoyed everything but felt an immense emptiness. And at this moment, an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and justified exhaustion surged within him. He knew he had saved a life. This brought him more happiness than anything in his dream. Inside a high-end office building, a rich second-generation youth, lost in video games and wasting time, suddenly woke up from his office chair. Looking at the game character stuck on the screen, a strong and bone-deep emptiness and anxiety surged in his heart for the first time. He wanted to do something. He had to do something. In the divine hierarchy of the urban heavenly court, a brand new divine star began to rise under the gaze of countless old gods. The name of the god, K, rang through the heavens. Leisure and labor, lord of relaxation. His divine authority was balance. Protecting the hardworking, allowing them to enjoy the sweetest rest and rewards after striving. Punishing the lazy, making them feel the most bone-deep emptiness and panic while wasting time. In the golden divine kingdom. Pooh! Ying Tiancheng was struck as if by lightning, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of golden divine blood, his energy visibly fading away. The shock on his face had turned into a dead ash-like despair. His connection with Yuan Xingluo was severed. The last bit of connection with the Lord of Comfort and Pleasure, which he had created, was completely cut off. No, it wasn't severed. It was forcibly overridden by a higher existence. The god he created was taken away by the enemy. No, not taken away. It evolved. Using his essence, using his power, it evolved into a new divine being that he couldn't understand at all, a concept that completely surpassed him. Not only did he fail to corrupt Yuan Xingluo, but he also handed her an enormous gift. He personally delivered a brand new shovel to his own graves digger. Ah! Ying Tiancheng let out a roar of unwillingness. Immediately after, the terrifying backlash of millions of believers collectively unfollowing him crashed down like a flood breaching a dam. His divine kingdom was collapsing, the divine seat shattering, his divine body covered with spiderweb-like cracks. My way was wrong from the very foundation. He muttered to himself, the last light in his eyes completely dimming. On the ruins of paradise. Yuan Xingluo slowly opened her eyes, her face a bit pale. An unprecedented feeling of fatigue surged like a tide, as the earlier divine battle had nearly drained all her energy. She glanced at the unharmed academician Li Zhengguo beside her and nodded slightly before her figure vanished into thin air. The next second. At Happy Community, room 702 of Building 1. The door was gently pushed open. The aroma of food rushed to meet her. A tall and handsome figure was busy in the kitchen, and upon hearing the door open, he turned around, revealing a gentle smile. It was Zhou Yan. You're back? I'm back. Yuan Xingluo flopped onto the soft sofa, not wanting to move at all. Soon, 4 dishes and a soup were served on the table, all her favorite homemade dishes. The two said little, simply enjoying this warm dinner in silence. As if the earlier upheaval that shook the city was just a distant memory. The shocking war that birthed a new god was just an insignificant illusion. On the living room TV, the news was playing. Now we interrupt for an urgent news bulletin. According to official sources, the super-large spiritual barrier paradise crisis that had shrouded Jingzhou has been completely resolved by a mysterious powerful individual at 5:17 this afternoon, and all citizens have safely awakened. In response to the increasingly complicated bizarre domain situation, the highest committee has decided that our country will officially organize forces to start a comprehensive exploration of the S001, SSS-level bizarre domain, the Birth Ruins. Hearing that familiar name, Ruan Xinglua paused slightly in her action of picking up food. At the same time, we officially announced that we will gather all forces to form the first advance team in human history to comprehensively explore the source of the crisis, codenamed the Birth Ruins New World. As this news broke, the world was shaken. In the president's office of the Northern Bear Country, the phone was immediately dialed to the highest level of Huaxia. Congratulations! My dear Huaxia friends! You have once again saved the world. Regarding the follow-up development of the Birth Ruins, we in Northern Bear Country are willing to provide all possible assistance. Several oil-rich nations quickly followed suit, sincerely sending congratulatory messages, all hinting at one meaning: Big Brother is eating meat, can little brothers also have a sip of soup? And across the ocean, in the underground bunker of the Pentagon, the atmosphere was one of dead silence. A hawk-nosed general looked at the confident spokesperson from Huaxia on the screen and slammed his fist hard on the table. We failed. That waste, Ingtian, actually failed. Immediately activate the highest level monitoring. I want to know every detail of Huaxia's entrance into that new world. Notify all members of the Chimera Project to give them the highest authority. I don't care what methods they use, I absolutely cannot allow Huaxia to create another divine nation in the new world. Chapter 231, Symbiosis and Guidance? The mountain rain is about to come, the wind fills the building. At this moment, the world's focus all gathered in the S-level strategic conference room of the Dragon Shield Bureau. Sitting around the long conference table were the true power core of Huaxia. And today, there were only two main characters in the meeting: Qin Hao and Ruan Xinglua. I believe we must maximize resource development of the Birth Ruins. Qin Hao stood up first, and a highly precise 3D conceptual diagram appeared on the big screen behind him. We will establish a fully automated energy and material collection matrix to quickly extract the value of the new world to feed back into our technology and military. His voice was powerful and filled with undeniable will. That is an unknown world, and no one knows what threats will emerge next. We don't have time to slowly cultivate. Only absolute strength is our only guarantee for survival. Several military bigwigs present nodded upon hearing this. Qin Hao's plan was simple and brutal, yet the most effective and suited to their tastes. However, a cold voice directly interrupted him. I object. Ruan Xinglua stood up, looking calmly at Qin Hao. Minister Qin, have you thought about what happened to the last civilization that held your kind of thought? Qin Hao frowned. What do you mean? The domineering civilization of Longingxue, their power was stronger than ours, their technology more advanced, but they also viewed the worlds they conquered as resource mines, and the ultimate outcome was the collapse and destruction of their entire civilization. Ruan Xinglua's voice was not loud, but it caused everyone's heart to shiver. The Birth Ruins is not a cold mining area, it is a new world with infinite potential. If we enter with the mindset of plunderers, we will only provoke its hostility, repeating the mistakes of Longingxue. Then what do you say we should do? Qin Hao's tone carried a hint of questioning. Should we treat a barren land, which has nothing, like a friendly nation and talk about peaceful coexistence? Miss Ruan, I respect your achievements in Happy Land, but this is a national strategy, not a fairy tale. My philosophy is coexistence and guidance, Ruan Xinglua said, emphasizing each word. Coexistence? Guidance? Qin Hao felt like he had heard the biggest joke. He sneered, looking around at everyone. Everyone, did you hear that? When we might face the next disaster at any moment, Miss Ruan hopes we can use love to enlighten the new world. Forgive my bluntness, but that is too naive. And too slow. By the time we carefully cultivate the fruits, the enemy Starfleet might already be at our doorstep. Who will take responsibility for that? His words were highly provocative, and several previously neutral high-ranking officials began to hesitate. Qin Hao's industrial faction plan, though radical, was effective quickly and the results were controllable. While Ruan Xinglua's Kingly Way concept sounded beautiful, it was filled with too many uncertainties. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly became tense. Everyone's gaze unconsciously turned to the man seated in the prominent position, who had remained silent all along, leisurely peeling an apple with a small knife. Feeling the crowd's attention, Zhou Yan did not even lift his head. He took his time to peel off the last circle of apple skin, then picked up a small piece of pulp with the tip of his knife, putting it into his mouth and chewing gently, as if savoring the taste. Finally, after finishing the piece of apple, Zhou Yan wiped the blade with a napkin and lazily spoke a sentence that made everyone's brain freeze. The land was earned by the lady. Naturally, everything is up to the lady. No long speeches, no heated debates. Just the simplest, most unreasonable, yet most undeniable statement. So, how to develop, she gets to decide. Qin Hao's face instantly turned the color of liver and then, in a flash, became pale. He felt that all his carefully prepared arguments and all his provocations had turned into ridiculous wastepaper in front of this one sentence. Those military bigwigs straightened their backs instantly, no longer daring to express any dissent. Domineering. This is true domination. The tone of the meeting was completely set by this one sentence. Qin Hao took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the rising humiliation and unwillingness in his heart. He knew that further argument was meaningless. He slowly sat down and spoke in a low voice. In that case, I second Miss Ruan's kingly way plan. Everyone was stunned, not expecting him to compromise so quickly. But Qin Hao's next sentence exposed his true intentions. However, in order to be responsible for the future of our national strategy, and to assess the risks and efficiency of the kingly way model, I propose that my deputy, Weijia, fully represent me and join the first advance team as the team's inspector and risk assessor. What does Miss Ruan think? It's fine. She replied casually, spitting out 2 words. However, since Deputy Wei is here as an inspector, then in the New World, he only has advisory and recording rights, but no decision-making rights. All actions must adhere to my final command. What does Minister Qin think? Ruan Xinglua almost repeated Qin Hao's words back to him. Don't you want to send someone? Fine. But if he comes, he must follow my rules. Qin Hao's expression stiffened slightly. He looked deeply at Ruan Xinglua, seemingly trying to see even a hint of reluctance or anger on her face. But he failed. That stunning face held nothing but calmness, as if all his careful arrangements were just a trivial matter in her eyes. All right. Qin Hao squeezed out one word through clenched teeth, it's a deal. The meeting ended just like that. 3 days later. Dragon Shield Bureau, 500 meters underground, codenamed Genesis Launch Center. A giant circular metallic door, standing 100 meters high. Standing quietly at the center of the square. The inside of the door was not made of steel, but a chaotic, twisted play of light and shadow, as if it led to an abyss of another dimension. This was the gateway to birth, built around the newborn crystal core brought back by Ruan Xinglua, combined with the highest space technology of China. Ruan Xinglua wore a specially designed black and white combat suit, making her figure stand even taller. Behind her stood 20 top elites, carefully selected from various departments of the Dragon Shield Bureau. They were warriors, scientists, engineers, the first sparks of Chinese civilization stepping into a new world. And at the very front of the team, just half a step away from Ruan Xinglua, stood a tall, cold-faced young man. Weijia was not wearing a combat uniform, but a high-tech silver-gray nanosuit, with a personal terminal on his wrist flashing blue data streams. Chapter 232, The Most Original Liquid Spiritual Energy. From beginning to end, his gaze was fixed on the virtual screen of the terminal, as if everything around him failed to catch his slightest interest. Report to Consultant Ruan, the advance team is fully assembled. Gateway to birth energy is stable and can be opened at any time. Weixia's voice rang out, flat, calm, without a trace of emotion, just like artificial intelligence-generated speech. Ruan Xinglua nodded, her gaze sweeping across the excited, tense, and yearning faces before her. Remember. Her voice clearly reached everyone's ears. We are pioneers, not invaders. We are sowers, not looters. Let's go. Without more grand words, Ruan Xinglua turned and took the first step into the chaotic light door. Buzz. The space twisted violently. When all the members of the advance team regained their vision, they were completely shocked by the sight before them. There was no sun here, but the sky was a pure, intense blue, radiating soft light. The ground beneath their feet was not dirt or rock, but a grayish, seemingly alive, chaotic soil, visibly flowing with pure energy. In the air, there was an indescribable freshness, just a gentle inhale filled every limb and bone with strength. Oh my God. A young team member could not help but exclaim, the air here can be drunk. Spiritual energy. It's spiritual energy. The concentration of spiritual energy here is at least 100 times more than those so-called blessed spots on Earth. A scientist responsible for energy monitoring trembled with excitement as he looked at the instruments instantly off the chart's values. Everyone was immersed in the miracle of this newborn world. Only Weijia, at the very moment of landing, expressionless, raised his hand. Whoosh! 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 Several silver mini-drones flew out from his wrist terminal, transforming into beams of light, rapidly exploring in all directions. On his personal terminal, massive streams of data began to refresh wildly, constructing the initial model of this world. Consultant Ruan. In just 5 minutes, Weijia walked up to Ruan Xinglua, who was feeling the pulse of the world. According to preliminary scans, the continent beneath our feet has extremely active energy reactions, containing at least 17 types of superconductive mineral elements never discovered on Earth. His tone remained calm, as if reporting something unrelated to himself. Additionally, 3.7 kilometers to the northeast, a super high-energy reaction source has been discovered, energy fluctuations exhibiting liquid-fluid characteristics. I recommend immediate exploration. Ruan Xinglua opened her eyes, glanced at him, said nothing, merely nodded, and took the lead toward the northeast. The team quickly reached their destination. It was a river. A river completely formed by a gathering of light. The river water was not transparent, but presented a thick, liquid form that emitted a faint silver glow, slowly flowing, with each wave creating a pleasant resonance in the surrounding space. This was not water at all. This entire river was the purest and most original liquid spirit energy. Oh my god. Even the most senior expert in the team stared in shock, their minds blank. Such majestic spirit energy turned into a never-ending river? If this were on Earth, it would drive the whole world crazy. As everyone was in shock, Wei's calm voice rang out again. In front of him floated a holographic data chart transmitted back in real time by a drone. Consultant Ruan, the analysis report is out. This spirit energy river is preliminarily determined to be 120 kilometers long, with an average depth of 15 meters, and stable flow. The total energy contained, if converted into standard units, could support the total energy consumption of 5 ultra-first-tier cities in our country for the next 100 years. And it's zero pollution. Wei's voice was not loud, but it exploded like thunder in everyone's ears. 100 years. 5 ultra-first-tier cities. What a terrifying number this was. Everyone's breath became heavy at this moment, their eyes shining with fervent light. It was as if they could see countless huge energy pipelines laid out from here, and under the drive of this spirit energy river, China's technology and civilization would surge forward, leaving every opponent far behind. Wei pushed up his non-existent glasses, the lenses reflecting irrational light. In an undeniable tone, he gave his conclusion. My suggestion is to immediately designate this place as the number 1 strategic target, to establish the number 1 energy base, and start the pipeline extraction plan. This is currently known to be the most efficient and lowest risk development model. We can obtain the largest return in the shortest time. His words received the agreement of most people present. It was too tempting. This was like a big piece of meat served right on the table. However, Ruan Xinglua slowly said, I oppose. Wei frowned. Consultant Ruan, please give your reasons. All my conclusions are based on absolutely precise data. Data? Ruan Xinglua turned back, her eyes strange and filled with a hint of compassion. Deputy Team Wei, can your data tell you, is this river afraid? Afraid? Wei was stunned, and the team members behind him were also bewildered. How could a river be afraid? Consultant Ruan, forgive me for speaking frankly, but fear is an emotion that cannot be quantified. Wei's tone carried a hint of barely perceptible displeasure. If you wish to veto my proposal, please provide compelling evidence that supports your argument, rather than such emotional speculation. Evidence? Ruan Xinglua smiled. You only see the river's reserves and treat it like an energy mine. But to me, it is the artery of this land. Once we violently insert a pipeline into its body and crazily extract its blood, perhaps we could gain enormous benefits in the short term. But the price is that this artery will die, and this land with infinite potential will also lose vitality, ultimately becoming a wasteland no different from the scorched earth of Longyingshui. This kind of killing the chicken to get the egg is not the way of kings. Wei's face darkened. Alarmist. This is just your speculation, with no data to back it up. Consultant Ruan, I must remind you that my duty is to assess the risks and efficiency of the King's Way model. Your decision now seems to me a tremendous and irresponsible waste of resources. His voice suddenly heightened, filled with questioning. The atmosphere in the team instantly dropped to freezing point. Everyone was looking at Ruan Xinglua, waiting for her decision. Facing Wei's near-imperative question, Ruan Xinglua merely shook her head. The royal path is coexistence, it is guidance. Its first step is to give, not to take. After saying this, she ignored Wei's ashen face and walked directly to the riverbank of the Aura River. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, she slowly extended her right hand. She did not touch the liquid aura. Instead, it hovered just above the water. Buzz. A hint of crimson glowing with billions of starfires slowly emerged from her palm. That was her new life power. She did not take, but instead, gently and slowly, she separated a wisp of her most fundamental power, like a gentle seed, injecting it into the river below. At that moment, the entire Aura River seemed to be infused with a soul, suddenly boiling up. The originally calm river began to joyfully leap and bound. Silver light shot into the sky, transforming into countless sparkling points, affectionately swirling around Ruan Xinglua, like a group of children seeing their mother. Warning! Warning! Energy readings are suddenly overloaded. Unable to calculate. Unable to analyze. The terminal on Weisha's wrist emitted a piercing scream, the bright red garbled code on the screen jumped wildly, and finally with a crackle, it completely blacked out. For the first time, shock and disbelief appeared on his face. And this was just the beginning. At the center of the joyous river, a massive whirlpool began to form. The river water parted to the sides, as if welcoming their king. The next second, under the unforgettable gaze of everyone, a brilliantly radiant halo of 7 colors slowly, solemnly rose from the deepest part of the riverbed, surrounded and lifted by countless elemental spirits. At the center of that halo, a fist-sized, flawless crystal glowing with all the colors of the world quietly floated. It was the river's return gift. It was the most precious gift offered by this world in response to the first act of kindness. The 7-colored crystal quietly floated, its brilliance swirling, as if it had condensed all the colors of heaven and earth within this small space. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Everyone held their breath, captivated by this unimaginable creation. After 10 seconds of silence, the black screen on Weisha's wrist terminal finally flickered with snowflake points, struggling to reboot. His face was pale, but his gaze was fixed on the crystal, like a beast that had seen a miracle. "Drone, activate backup protocol 3. He issued the command in a hoarse voice. 3 micro-drones that had survived the recent energy storm trembled as they ascended, carefully approaching the crystal like pilgrims. Buzz. A light blue scanning beam covered the surface of the crystal. On Weisha's personal terminal, a torrent of data began to refresh again, but this time, instead of chaotic red alerts, it revealed rows of mysterious codes radiating golden light he had never seen before. These codes seemed to carry their own life and will, violently assaulting the terminal's analysis module. Puff. Weisha stumbled back a step, a trickle of blood flowed from his nose. Simply interpreting this data had subjected his mental strength to terrifying backlash. Deputy Wei. A team member exclaimed. But Weisha appeared not to hear, his eyes intensely locked onto the final line of the analysis report frozen on the screen, cracking on his icy expression for the first time before collapsing completely, leaving only utter horror that penetrated to the bone. His lips trembled, each word seemed to take all the strength he had left. Squeezed out from the gaps of teeth. This is not an energy crystal. This is a fragment of world rules. It is the source core for building a god, a deity. Fragment of world rules? Core of the deity? These few words struck everyone like heavenly thunder, hitting each person's crown. In the team, an old professor with white hair, who had spent a lifetime in the Dragon Shield Bureau researching ancient myths and extraordinary systems, trembled violently and shouted in surprise. Deity? The foundation for igniting divine fire, raising a divine kingdom, and becoming an immortal deity? That's right. Weisha's voice carried a cry-like tone, almost laughing, his expression twisted and mad, according to the terminal's reverse inference, its value. He suddenly raised his head, bloodshot eyes filled with shock, his voice trembling and hoarse from extreme astonishment. Inestimable. These 4 words were as heavy as a mountain. Everyone was frozen in place. Weisha looked in a daze at the light crystal in Yuan Xingluo's hand, then looked down at his terminal, at the plan he had just regarded as the standard. The optimal solution he had believed in all his life was crushed at this moment by Yuan Xingluo. Meanwhile, on Earth, at the highest command center of the Dragon Shield Bureau. When the words fragment of world rules and core of the deity came back through quantum communication, the entire command hall fell into a deathly silence. Qin Hao's face, which always exuded confidence and control, became completely stiff. The senior officials behind him, as if caught by the throat, stared with their mouths open, but could not make a sound. The earlier support for Weisha's plan now felt so awkward. Silence. A suffocating silence. After a long time, a confidant beside Qin Hao finally spoke with difficulty, his voice dry. Minister, this should just be an accidental event. Right. It must be that Yuan Xingluo got lucky. By chance that such a treasure was hidden in that river. Such a thing definitely cannot be mass-produced. Our future in China cannot bet on such elusive luck. Stability and efficiency in large-scale extraction is the long-term plan. A few people immediately echoed, as if grabbing onto the last straw of hope. Qin Hao's expression changed repeatedly, and finally, he slammed a fist on the table. That's right. Accidental. This is just an unrepeatable accident. He gritted his teeth, each word spoken as if he was persuading his subordinates, more like convincing himself. In the new world, by the river of spiritual energy. Just when everyone was immersed in the great joy of obtaining the fragment of the deity, Yuan Xingluo made a decision that stunned everyone's minds. Give it back. She said calmly. What? A team member dug at his ear, thinking he heard wrong. Yuan Xingluo's gaze swept over everyone, repeating. I said, return this fragment of the rules to the river. Crazy. Consultant Yuan must be crazy. This thought popped into everyone's minds at the same time. Chapter 234, A Completely Crazy Person. Wei Zhe reacted first, rushing to Ruan Xingluo's front, his eyes bloodshot, his emotions at their peak. Consultant Ruan. Do you know what you are saying? This is not a stone. This is a deity. It is the key that will allow our China to give birth to a true god. It is the treasure that can elevate us to the sky, shaking off all our rivals. You now want to throw this future into the river? His voice was hoarse, filled with confusion and anger. I must remind you. I have the right to supervise. Your decision has seriously exceeded the realm of resource waste. This is betrayal. Betrayal of the trust our country and people have in us. You cannot bear this responsibility. Wei Zhe's questioning was harsh and forceful. But Ruan Xingluo just quietly looked at him, her eyes showing no anger, only a hint of pity. Deputy Captain Wei, your perspective is still stuck at the level of taking. A fragment of the deity can at most create a false god. But a river with complete rules can give birth to a true world. I am not going to throw it away. Ruan Xingluo raised the crystal stone in her hand, her tone becoming solemn and earnest. I want to use it as a token and plant it. To establish the first symbiosis contract with the spirits of this world. As soon as her words fell, she no longer allowed anyone time to react. Buzz. Crimson starfire power surged from her palm, gently wrapping around the colorful crystal stone. In the horrified gazes of everyone, that invaluable fragment of world rules did not shatter. Instead, it slowly transformed, like melting ice and snow, into a handful of the most dazzling, purest colorful powder. No! Wei Zhe let out a desperate scream. Ruan Xinglu raised her delicate hand. The sky was filled with colorful powder, falling like the first gentle rain of spring, drifting back into the flowing river of spiritual energy. She spoke softly, her voice carrying an ancient power that resonated throughout the land and sky. I, in the name of Huaxia, establish this contract. This fragment is the token, and we will forever guard the source of this river, helping you spirits awaken and evolve. And you shall gather the refined spiritual liquid for Huaxia and lead us forward. The contract is established. Boom! At the moment the last word fell, the entire river of spiritual energy erupted completely. No, it exploded. A thick, indescribable column of colorful light shot up from the center of the river, tearing through the blue sky. The terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations turned into visible shockwaves, sweeping out in all directions. The concentration of spiritual energy in the river not only did not decrease due to the sacrifice of the fragment of rules, but, instead, under the nourishment of that colorful powder, it surged wildly to a geometric degree. 1 time. 3 times. 10 times. God! How is this possible? The scientist in charge of energy monitoring stared at the instrument as its readings instantly broke through the limit, burning out completely, falling into a daze. To kill the chicken for its egg is to take. Yet planting divine power for symbiosis gained the entire chicken coop? An even more shocking scene unfolded. In the river, those elemental spirits that were originally just points of light began to evolve wildly under the nourishment of the fragment of rules, as if they had taken a powerful elixir. Their forms rapidly elongated, condensed, transforming into cute beings the size of a palm, with clear facial features and dragonfly-like wings on their backs. Their auras were more than 100 times stronger than before. The moment the contract was established, a team composed of 12 evolved elemental spirits, clearly leaders, actively flew out from the river. They respectfully approached Ruan Xinglu, working together to present a crystal stone the size of a fist, radiating a colorful halo, as a gift in return. This crystal stone was completely different from the previous fragment of world rules. It did not hold the oppressive dominance that looked down upon all life and ruled the laws, rather, it was filled with a gentle, grand life force, as if it were a living heart. This is. One team member instinctively raised a detector but was stopped by Wei Zhe's hand. Wei Zhe's gaze was extremely complicated. He looked at the crystal stone, then at Ruan Xinglu. Finally, he slowly lowered his hand, choosing to remain silent. His data told him to analyze this new creation immediately. But the pride that had just been crushed was crazily warning him, be quiet, watch, learn. Ruan Xinglu didn't look at the crystal stone, her gaze was always focused on the newly born spirits before her. She smiled, stretched out her fair hand, and gently touched the crystal stone. Buzz. A warm and pure energy flowed through her fingertips, nourishing her body, which had slightly depleted from using the power of rebirth. She did not accept the crystal stone but instead conveyed a gentle thought to the 12 spirit leaders with her spiritual power. I received the gift. But it belongs more to this place. The little elves tilted their heads, seeming a bit confused. Ruan Xingluo's thought echoed again, your home needs it. Hearing the word home, the 12 elf leaders' eyes sparkled, as if they understood something. They no longer insisted, but flew joyfully around Ruan Xingluo, then one leading elf turned and flew toward a cliff shrouded in thick white mist by the riverside. There, detectors showed it was a dead end, the energy signals were chaotic, filled with unknown dangers. Advisor Ruan. No. A safety officer immediately warned, "The energy interference there is extremely strong, our equipment cannot penetrate it. Entering recklessly is too risky." Weisha's lips moved, reason told him he should immediately stop this unplanned reckless action. But his gaze could not help but fall on Yuan Xingluo's side profile, calm as water. Doubts rose to his lips but could not be voiced. "It's fine." Yuan Xingluo spoke lightly, "They are inviting us." "Inviting?" The team member was stunned. "How do we know this isn't a trap?" Yuan Xingluo turned her head, glancing at him and then at Weisha. "Because I gave them trust. And trust is the cornerstone of the way of the king." After saying this, she stepped forward, resolutely walking into the unknown mist. The advance team exchanged glances. Ultimately, everyone's eyes focused on Weisha. He was the deputy leader, holding oversight and wartime decision-making power. At this moment, Yuan Xingluo's decision undoubtedly challenged all actions of the Dragon Shield Bureau. Earth, Dragon Shield Bureau Highest Command Center. Xinhao stared at the screen, where Yuan Xingluo walked towards the mist, veins bulging on his forehead. "Madwoman. She is a complete madwoman." One of his trusted aides got anxious, shouting, "Minister! Hurry and stop her. Weisha has the power. This is no longer exploration, it's gambling with the lives of our finest warriors." On the screen, the signal indicating quantum communication began to flash frantically the instant Yuan Xingluo stepped into the mist, and finally, accompanied by a harsh noise, it completely shut down. ZZZ. The large screen shifted from the real-time footage of the new world to a flurry of static snowflakes. Signal lost. Technicians screamed in horror. The entire command hall fell into dead silence once more. Xinhao's face turned from red to green, then from green to white, and finally, he seemed drained of all strength, slumping in his command chair. Out of control. From the moment Yuan Xingluo threw that divine fragment into the river, everything slipped completely out of his control. His iron rules of industry, his efficiency first, stood like a joke before that woman's way of the king. Minister. Someone cautiously spoke up. "What do we do now?" Xinhao did not answer. He simply stared hard at the snowflake screen, his eyes flickering with unwillingness, anger, and a hint of fear that he himself did not want to admit. He began to doubt whether the ideology he had upheld all his life was really wrong. New world, before the mist-covered cliff. Weisha watched Yuan Xingluo step into the mist without hesitation, his heart waging a fierce battle. His duty, his beliefs, his worldview built over 30 years urged him to pull that woman back immediately. But his intuition, the miracles he had witnessed, told him to follow her. Deputy Wei, the team members looked at him anxiously. Weisha took a deep breath, closed his eyes. 1 second. 2 seconds. When he opened his eyes again, all the struggle and hesitation transformed into an unprecedented firmness. He made a decision that even he found incredible. "Everyone, put away the detection equipment. Stay at maximum alert. Battle formation. Keep up with Consultant Yuan." His voice was still cold, yet carried a hint of unchallengeable resolve. Everyone was momentarily stunned, but the soldiers' duty made them immediately follow the command. A precision team of 20, led by Weisha, closely followed Yuan Xingluo's footsteps as they stepped into the mysterious fog that isolated them from all probing. Suddenly, the scene before them became clear. Outside the fog was the mortal realm. Inside the fog was a fairyland. The cold, damp, and insect-ridden scenery everyone imagined did not appear at all. Beyond the fog lay a crystal passage illuminated by shimmering light, as if it were a tributary of the river of spiritual energy, winding deep into the mountain's core. On both sides of the passage, countless glowing strange plants grew, and the concentration of spiritual energy in the air was several times denser than outside. Those elemental spirits were leading the way ahead, occasionally turning back to emit joyful buzzes, urging everyone to catch up. This is simply. A researcher looked around, excited to the point of incoherence. Weisha, however, remained silent, simply watching Yuan Xingluo, who walked at the front. Sunlight filtered down from the end of the crystal passage, casting a holy golden edge around her figure. Crossing the long crystal passage, a vast hidden valley unfolded before everyone like a scroll. My God! Even the elite members of the Dragon Shield Bureau, widely experienced, couldn't help but exclaim in genuine astonishment. There was no sun here, but above the sky hung brilliant ribbons of colorful lights resembling auroras, illuminating the entire valley as bright as day. Within the valley, exotic flowers and strange plants were everywhere, each one shimmering with vibrant colors, radiating incredible energy. Small streams of spiritual energy waterfalls cascaded down from the cliffs, pouring into a jade-green lake at the valley's bottom. And in the center of the valley stood a towering giant tree, beyond description. Its crown was enormously vast, almost overshadowing half the valley, with golden veins flowing along its trunk, resembling the world's very lifeline. Countless newly evolved elemental spirits darted around the giant tree, playing and frolicking. This was their true home. The genuine core of the river of spiritual energy, the source of creation of this world. Quick! Look at the lake. A scientist pointed at the lake beneath the giant tree, his voice trembling. Everyone turned and saw numerous thick roots extending from the base of the giant tree, sinking into the lake. Where the roots met the water, natural pools of various sizes formed. These pools were filled with a viscous liquid radiating a rainbow glow. This is what was mentioned in the contract. Purified spiritual liquid. A team member scanned with an instrument from a distance, and the next second, he let out a ghostly scream. Report. The purity of the spiritual liquid's energy is 117 times that of the external river. Theoretically, just one drop is enough to completely energize a Dragon Commander level individual mech. Boom! All of them exploded with excitement. What was this? This was clearly the highest level, inexhaustible super energy resource. Weijia stared blankly at the spiritual liquid continuously seeping from the roots of the giant tree into the pools, recalling his own plan to build a gigantic pipeline on the river, which at full power could only extract energy at a concentration of 1. He wanted to drain the river, regardless of destroying it, to obtain that thin energy. But Ruan Xinglua only planted a seed. This world willingly opened its entire treasury for her. At that moment, Ruan Xinglua slowly walked before the towering giant tree. She did not focus on the priceless spiritual liquid, but instead, she extended her hand and gently placed it on the ancient, warm trunk. It was as if she felt her kindness and the power of rebirth. The whole giant tree suddenly burst forth with an unprecedented brilliant light. A vast, ocean-like breath of life and ancient information surged into her spiritual world through her palm. Ruan Xinglua's body trembled slightly, and her eyes instantly closed. Scenes flashed rapidly through her mind: the birth of chaos, the condensation of rules, the budding of life. After a long time, she slowly opened her eyes. In those clear eyes, it was as if a newly born starry sky was reflected. She turned around and looked at the teammates behind her, who had been completely stunned. She softly spoke. This world has its own name. All eyes focused on her, filled with shock, confusion, and a hint of reverent pilgrimage. Weijia's breath completely halted at that moment. A name? A world having its own name? What does this mean? It means it is no longer a cold piece of data, a resource waiting to be exploited, but a living being with its own will, life. Ruan Xinglua withdrew her gaze from the towering giant tree, scanning everyone, her cold voice resonating in each person's heart. It is called Source Realm. The source of all, the realm of beginnings. Source Realm. Hearing this name, Weijia's body trembled as if struck by an invisible lightning bolt. He remembered the cold naming from the Dragon Shield Bureau: Ruins of Birth. Ruins. In their eyes, this magnificent world was merely a wasteland to be plundered at will. How arrogant! How ignorant! He looked at Ruan Xinglua, then at this vibrant valley. The #1 energy base plan, filled with data and profit, now felt like a loud slap across his soul. Chief, I was wrong. Weijia murmured dreamily to himself. Source Realm, the Valley of Creation. The colorful auroras of the entire valley became even more splendid. The purified spirit liquid in the lakes began to converge at a faster pace. All elemental spirits emitted joyful buzzes, dancing around Ruan Xinglua and the advance team to celebrate. Great! We did it! We have gained the recognition of this world. The team members cheered excitedly, their taut nerves finally relaxing at this moment, joy filling each face as if they had survived a disaster. However, amidst this jubilation, Ruan Xinglua's brow suddenly furrowed without warning. Something's wrong. Her cold voice was like a bucket of ice water, pouring over everyone's heads. What's wrong, Consultant Ruan? Weijia's heart tightened, instantly becoming alert. Ruan Xinglua did not answer, her eyes revealing a deep light that was undetectable by ordinary people. Eye of Destiny. In her vision, the whole world transformed into an ocean composed of countless laws and threads of fate. At this moment, at the deepest root of the brilliantly shining world axis seedling, a thread of black gas, deeper than the night and more viscous than resentment, was silently seeping out. This black gas, as fine as silk, was filled with decay, destruction, and endless hatred. It wrapped around the most core and tender initial root of the seedling like the most insidious snake. Buzz. The moment it was entangled by the black gas, the brilliance of the entire world axis seedling visibly dimmed. The thriving breath of life abruptly showed a hint of stagnation and decay. What is that? Ruan Xinglua's heart sank suddenly. She stared intently at the black gas, pushing the power of Eye of Destiny to its limit, tracing its origin. In the next second, a familiar yet gruesome face flashed through her mind. The tortured demon god. That otherworldly demon that had already been erased from existence by Zhou Yan using the power of the heavenly path, leaving no trace behind. How is that possible? Ruan Xinglua exclaimed in shock, a chilling truth instantaneously appearing. It's Long In Xue. It's the last remnant of the demon god's resentment left in the fate of the nation. When Zhou Yan killed the demon god and purified the nation's destiny, he never expected that the demon god was so cunning, turning a trace of its original resentment into an invisible, intangible demon seed, hidden in the deepest part of the nation's fate, and with the opening of the gate of birth, it had descended into this new world. In this world, the most original power is chaos. And the demon seed loves nothing more than chaos as its nourishment. Oh no! Before Ruan Xinglua could finish her words, a sudden change occurred. That wisp of black gas, upon contacting the chaotic origin of the world axis seedling, began to wildly absorb and grow, as if it were a ferocious beast that had starved for billions of years. Hiss hiss hiss. The black gas grew at a visible speed. Wherever it spread, the green lake water was stained into foul-smelling ink, and the radiant strange flowers and grass quickly wilted and rotted. The pure and vast spiritual energy was polluted, turning into a demonic aura filled with brutality and destruction. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the valley. Everyone looked in horror and saw an elemental sprite playing, struck by a wisp of black gas. Its crystal-clear body was instantly dyed black, its cicada-like wings became tattered, and its pure eyes were replaced by a frenzy of blood red. It was no longer a sprite but a twisted monstrous creature filled with aggression. Roar! The demonized sprite let out a roar unlike any living being, suddenly turning around and pouncing on the nearest companion with its newly sharpened, knife-like claws. 1, 2, 10, hundreds. The infection spread like a plague, wildly extending. In just a few breaths, more than half of the tens of thousands of elemental sprites, representing new life and hope, in the valley had transformed into grotesque, terrifying monsters. Their only instinct was to destroy everything that had a breath of life in front of them. Enemy attack. Weijia was the first to react, letting out a furious roar. Everyone, form a circular defense line. Open fire. Da-da-day. The specially designed plasma rifles instantly spat out blazing fire tongues, accurately targeting the approaching monsters. However, a despairing scene unfolded. The plasma bullets, capable of melting metal armor, upon hitting the monster's body, seemed to penetrate a mirage, directly passing through without causing any damage. Not good. Vice Captain, a soldier screamed in horror, it's an energy creature. Physical attacks are ineffective. Weijia's face turned ashen, immediately ordering, switch to high-energy lasers. Conduct energy annihilation attacks. G. Several high-energy laser beams swept across, and this time, it finally had an effect. The monsters hit by the lasers let out wretched howls as their bodies burned with large holes. But they seemed to have no sense of pain, with their bodies being repaired by the demonic energy while they crazily charged forward. Damn it! Seeing the defense line about to be broken, Ruan Xinglua gritted her silver teeth and fiercely made her move. National Guardian Dragon Pillar. Command! With a clear command, a blurry golden dragon pillar phantom connecting heaven and earth appeared behind her. A magnificent force of national fate spread like ripples of gold. Where the golden light reached, the black gas on the monsters seemed to meet its nemesis, emitting a hissing sound as it dissolved, causing their offensive to stall. It's effective. The team members' spirits lifted. But Ruan Xinglua's face became even more grave. Because she clearly felt that her divine power was being suppressed here too strongly. The foundation of the National Guardian Dragon Pillar is the destiny of Huaxia. In this source realm, which has yet to establish deep connections with Huaxia, the power she could mobilize was less than 1/10 of its peak state. This brief suppression was already the limit. As expected, the pack of monsters only paused for 3 seconds before adapting to this weak national fate suppression. Roar! A clearly taller and more powerful leader of the demons let out a thunderous roar, breaking through the golden barrier like a black lightning bolt, charging straight towards the center of the defense where Ruan Xinglua stood. It aimed to capture the leader first, tainting the most vibrant source of life in this valley. Advisor Ruan. Be careful. Weijia's eyes were wide, almost bursting, but between him and Ruan Xinglua lay dozens of frenzied demons, leaving him unable to rescue her in time. The savage demon claws, imbued with enough resentment and filth to tear apart the soul, lunged towards Ruan Xinglua's head amid Weijia and the others' desperate shouts. The shadow of death enveloped the entire advance team at that moment. However, just when those claws were about to touch her hair, Ruan Xinglua's gaze was calm, without a hint of ripples. She did not retreat, nor did she make any defensive moves. She merely raised her hand gently. Buzz! An invisible barrier formed in an instant before her. It was neither the golden light of the National Fate Dragon Pillar nor any energy shield. It was an absolute barrier formed by the very will of the world, the primordial seal. Bang! The demonized leader of the elves crashed into an invisible chasm. The violent impact twisted its entire body, sending black demon energy splattering wildly, yet it could not shake that barrier in the slightest. This was the instinctive protection of the source realm. It would not allow anyone to harm the mother named after it. Blocked, blocked? The team members stared in shock, almost forgetting to fire their weapons. But Ruan Xingluo's expression was graver than ever. She knew this was only temporary. The primordial seal could block an attack, but it could not stop the demon seeds from continuously polluting the very essence of the world. A cure to the symptom, but not to the root. If things continued this way, the entire source realm would turn into a breeding ground for the demon god. No more hesitation. Ruan Xingluo gritted her silver teeth, making a quick decision in her heart. She split a strand of her mind, crossing endless time and space, connecting to the towering figure in the capital of Huaxia, who ruled heaven and earth. Zhou Yan. Her call was urgent and concise. Zhou Yan raised his eyes, his gaze seemingly piercing through the roof to see everything happening in the distant new world. He heard Ruan Xingluo's call and felt her anxiety. What are you panicking for? The world you created is naturally purified by you. Ruan Xingluo paused, urgently saying, the demon seeds originate from the prison demon god, their pollution is too strong. They are devouring the chaotic essence of this world, while my national fortune power is suppressed by the world barrier, unable to eradicate them. Who told you to eradicate them? Your urban heavenly court has conferred land, summoned mountain gods, and now even has wealth gods and merit officials, each performing their duties in an orderly manner. But have you ever thought? Zhou Yan's voice paused, each word like a heavy bell, echoing deeply within Ruan Xingluo's soul. Isn't there still a lack of someone to manage the underworld? The underworld? Boom! Ruan Xingluo's body jolted violently. As if a bolt of lightning cleaved through all the fog in her mind. Her past thoughts had always been about purification, elimination, expulsion. But how can a complete world have only light, without darkness? How can a healthy ecology have only life, without death? Pure yang does not produce, solitary yin does not grow. Where there is heaven, there must be an underworld. Where there are gods, there must be demons. The demon seeds, representing destruction and silence, are themselves an indispensable part of the world's law cycle. She had, with her own hands, created a deformed world that had only the light side. Thus, when the demon seeds representing the dark side descended, it caused such severe imbalance and conflict. The problem was not with the demon seeds. It lay in her path. I understand now. Ruan Xingluo murmured, her eyes bursting with unprecedented brilliance. What she needed to do was not to eliminate this power, but to establish order for it. To place shackles upon it. For it, to find a reasonable place in this world. Advisor Ruan. It's coming again. Weijia's startled shout pulled her back from realization to reality. Before her eyes, the leader of the monsters gathered an even greater dark energy and charged once more. And this time, the entire monster army moved with it. A dark wave threatened to completely drown this valley. Everyone, listen to my orders. Ruan Xingluo's cold and decisive voice echoed across the battlefield. Stop attacking. What? Weijia's eyes almost bulged out. All the team members who were fiercely shooting were also dumbfounded. Stop attacking? Is this collective suicide? Earth, Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center. From the intermittent images returned by the advanced team's helmet cameras, Jin Hao and others also heard this unbelievable command. She's gone mad. She's completely lost it, a general shouted hoarsely. Jin Hao. Give the order. Activate the final contingency plan, forcibly take over Ruan Xingluo's authority, and let Weijia lead the team to breakthrough. She will pay the price for her arrogance and madness. Jin Hao stared intently at the screen, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, and veins bulged on the back of his hands. His mind was in turmoil. Rationality told him that Ruan Xingluo had lost control. But the message transmitted by Weijia felt like a thorn, deeply piercing his subconscious. Different dimensions. Perhaps, she really has a way of understanding that he cannot grasp? In the few seconds of his hesitation. Within the source dimension, Ruan Xingluo made a decision that left Weijia and everyone behind the screen horrified. She took a step forward. Crossing the barrier of the will of the world. She completely exposed herself to the devastating tide of monsters. Advisor Ruan. Weijia let out a desperate roar and was about to rush forward recklessly. Stop. Ruan Xingluo didn't look back, her voice carrying an undeniable authority. Weijia, and Comrade Jin Hao who was watching all this, pay attention. Pay attention to what is truly the way of the king. As her words fell, she raised her right hand high. Buzz. An ancient, heavy golden scroll, seemingly carrying the will of the divine, suddenly unfurled above her head. The list of divine sealing. At the same time, a short whip, shaped in an ancient style but resonating with countless laws, quietly emerged in her left hand. The whip of God. Today, I, Ruan Xingluo, in the name of the newborn Mark Master of the Source Dimension, communicate with the will of the world.